I, Ye Hua, the light of the sun and the sun god, command the greatest calamities of the universe to bow before me. What? This is not the Super God Academy, but the realm of the Marvel Avengers, where the director of the Population Control Office, Thanos, is poised to snap his fingers. What difference does it make? In fact, it might be better this way. The dark dimension is distinct from the reality we know. To the real world, it is merely an alternate dimension. I, the light of the sun and the sun god, Ye Hua, the sovereign of the dark dimension's latitude, am undeniably magnificent. Chapter 1. A visitor from another world. Time truly flies. It has been quite some time since I arrived in this world. Standing at the balcony, the young man gazed quietly at the golden beach before him and the vast ocean beyond, a deep azure merging seamlessly with the sky. Sunlight danced upon the water's surface, creating a sparkling spectacle reminiscent of countless dazzling diamonds. At this moment, he rested elegantly in a comfortable lounge chair, gracefully uncorking a bottle of red wine and slowly pouring the deep crimson liquid into a transparent goblet, releasing an intoxicating aroma that filled the air. Dressed in a fitted casual outfit, he perfectly showcased his well-proportioned physique and defined muscles. Standing at a towering height of nearly 6 feet 3 inches, he commanded attention like a majestic mountain. His striking features, a pair of sword-like brows, starry eyes, a high-bridged nose, and thin lips were exquisitely crafted, resembling a masterpiece sculpted by divine hands. A quintessentially handsome man of Eastern descent, he could easily embark on a career based solely on his looks. Typically, a subtle smile graced his lips, exuding an air of enigmatic charm that made him seem somewhat aloof. Yet, at this very moment, a flicker of nostalgia appeared in his otherwise indifferent gaze. Ye Hua was not a native of this world in truth. He had traversed dimensions. Well, there was not much to reminisce. Abu Dha was an orphan in his past life and remained one in this incarnation. Upon awakening one day, he inexplicably found himself in this world, transformed into a delicate infant left at the doorstep of an orphanage. His initial cries startled those nearby, leading to his admission into the welfare institution. Initially, he experienced surprise and confusion, but eventually accepted his fate. After all, he was now a mere baby. As he grew older, Ye Hua realized that this world was far from the simplistic notions he had once held. Here existed the heroic Captain America, who once led the Howling Commandos to vanquish the infamous Hydra, the billionaire playboy Tony Stark, whose life was a constant whirl of glamorous headlines and alluring news. He had expected merely to be reborn on the opposite side of Earth, yet he had unwittingly crossed into the Marvel Universe. Gunfights erupted daily, and while the love for freedom was palpable, the Marvel realm hardly allowed ordinary individuals to participate. Superheroes battled supervillains, and then suddenly, a building would come crashing down catastrophic. You might find yourself at home, only for a green giant to appear, demanding you vacate your premises for demolition, assuring you it was pro bono catastrophic. Aliens were poised to invade, while the director of the Population Control Office was about to snap his fingers, wishing to create celestial beings for amusement. Not to mention the powerful figures intent on world destruction. Even those mad scientists conducting perilous experiments might inadvertently choose you for their nefarious purposes. In this world, ordinary people were mere statistics, living in constant fear and turmoil, a sentiment not exaggerated in the slightest. Yet what could he do? Beyond a faint sense of sorrow, he felt utterly powerless. Without a golden finger, a cheat, or a system, and lacking even superpowers, he was but an infant barely learning to crawl. There was no hope. Let destruction come. Ye Hua had resigned himself to this fate, for the information gleaned from the caregivers had already foretold the impending events. With little choice but to languish and await his end, he saw no alternative. Could he possibly find his way to Kamatage to learn magic? Could he possess the intellect of Iron Man? Did he wish to become a lab rat for the mutants? Living in such a world without any advantages was exceedingly difficult. Thus, he spent 6 uneventful years in the orphanage, remaining unremarkable, never once activating a system, and enduring bullying from other children due to the difference in his skin color. Faced with overwhelming odds, the psyche of an adult found it exceedingly challenging. However, during his 6th year, his mundane existence finally took a significant turn. He was adopted by a single farmer, who owned a vast ranch with hundreds of dairy cows. Wealthy, indeed. Although he puzzled over why this man chose to adopt him, at least he presumed he would not suffer in terms of food or clothing. And then what a twist of fate. The twisted motive behind his adoption was neither the desire for a son nor the intention to employ child labor for herding cattle. Instead, it stemmed from the perception of his youthful charm. He was a delicate beauty, and the blood coursing through his veins must surely be delectable. A 6-year-old child was no match for an adult man, and in his fear and pleas for mercy, he found himself bound to a dining table, awaiting a gruesome fate. That marked the closest encounter with death he had ever experienced. A sharp knife sliced through his wrist, his body grew cold, and his consciousness began to fade. He even prayed silently for death, hoping it would spare him or grant him the gift of immortality. But death did not respond. What answered him was the Radiant Sun civilization. Welcome to the gene system of the Radiant Sun civilization. Due to the critical injury you have just sustained, resulting in significant blood loss, your life is in grave danger. The gene system has activated urgently to provide protection. Absorbing energy source, unnamed star. Activation complete. Registration in progress. Registration failed. The gene system cannot connect to the dark web of the Radiant Sun civilization. Repair complete. Sunlight Ye Hua. First activation, may fortune favor you. Returning to reality, a torrent of power surged within him. Even with the super gene just activated, he possessed immense strength, able to embed his head into the concrete floor without harm. As expected, his extraordinary physical prowess, far surpassing that of an ordinary human, allowed him to swiftly turn the tables. This was sheer abnormality. It would be an understatement to say he dismantled his assailant completely, seizing his wealth and setting this den of evil ablaze. Simultaneously, under the guidance of the gene system, he erased all traces of his existence from the internet over the past 6 years and embarked on a life of wandering. Initially, he feared being targeted by S.H.I.E.L.D. or the police, yet the silence was surprisingly profound. Upon reflection, it made sense. With no online presence and all traces incinerated, the perpetrator of such heinous acts would naturally remain unknown. Thus, he became the heir to the gene of the Radiant Sun. During his time of wandering, he diligently studied genetic knowledge, learned to harness dark energy, and adapted to his physical transformation. He also uncovered hidden information about the orphanage, revealing it to be a den of filthy beasts engaged in illegal dealings. After the ineffective covert report, the most one could do was to vent frustration by taking down a few people. Otherwise, what else could be done? Nonetheless, there was a slight effect. That welfare institution soon attracted police scrutiny and was subsequently shut down. Thus, Ye Hua became a true recluse, his heart devoid of any ties or concerns. Until the arrival of the Earth's gatekeeper, an elderly woman, who once again reshaped his understanding of reality. Apart from not comprehending why she found herself in this world, Gu-Yi seemed to possess knowledge of everything else, even the manner in which she would shake off water after using the restroom. It was truly terrifying. Indeed, wielding the time stone allowed her to act with impunity, observing the script directly from the time millennia. Remarkable aberration. Initially, she might have harbored thoughts of eliminating him or banishing him from this universe, yet for reasons unknown, she ultimately refrained from taking action. Instead, she bestowed upon him a substantial sum of money, along with a beach villa, his current residence. Situated in Manhattan, New York, this seaside villa is a 3-story structure made of wood, featuring a red roof, white walls, a private garden, a swimming pool, 3 garages, and a vast expanse of private beach. Oh, and a small yacht docked at a private pier on the beach. In fact, the surrounding 5 miles of beach belongs solely to him. Valued at over $100 million, the gatekeeper lady was indeed formidable. There were countless powerful beings in this world, and even someone like himself might draw the attention of the Temporal Anomaly Bureau. It was best to remain humble and low-key. At least until he possessed the strength to vanquish all dissent beneath the atmosphere, he must not draw attention to himself. Moreover, he needed to learn computer programming languages and various other knowledge. Without sufficient intellectual reserves, he would be unable to navigate the genetic system engine. After settling down, Ye Hua contemplated taking some action, for remaining at home all day would surely lead to boredom. Thus, with the funds provided by Gu-Yi, he opened a library, allowing himself to pass the time while also autonomously studying computer science. In this manner, he spent another decade in relative obscurity, altering his identity to become an ordinary library owner who had inherited a vast fortune. My story could perhaps be pinned into a book, or perhaps everyone harbors their own remarkable tales. After shaking his head and smiling, Ye Hua donned a nonchalant grin once more. This world is on the brink of monumental change. I cannot afford to lag behind. After being kidnapped, Tony Stark developed his armored suit in a cave and declared himself Iron Man. Now, he was on the verge of self-destruction due to palladium poisoning. The Hulk had long since become the head of Earth's demolition team, evading pursuit from his father-in-law, Ross. Nick Fury was also preparing his super soldier initiative. Beneath the seemingly tranquil surface, turbulent currents were stirring. It was time for him to take action. With a decade's worth of knowledge accumulated, mastery over dark energy, and maturity in genetic development, he was ready for a divine upgrade. It was indeed his own fault for being too lackadaisical. Had he fought daily like the Hulk, enduring the baptism of warfare, he might have already achieved an upgrade. Of course, it was also possible that he would have met his demise by now. After all, the physical prowess of the first-generation super soldier was not particularly formidable. If someone pressed him down and unleashed a barrage from a Gatling gun, he would surely perish. He possessed boundless potential, yet he was not yet a third-generation divine body. The crux of the matter was that he currently lacked a dark dimension. With this realization, Ye Hua rose and prepared to continue purchasing materials for his divine upgrade online. Only by becoming a true super soldier would he temporarily possess the means for self-preservation. I hope this transaction goes smoothly. Chapter 2. The Clam and the Fisherman. Time flows like water. What is meant to arrive will inevitably come. Tonight, a grand spectacle is set to unfold. Iron Man's personal fireworks show in Queens. Ye Hua leisurely reclined on the sofa, the vast villa empty save for himself, devoid of superfluous maids or security, as they were unnecessary. Expertly navigating the underground black market trading website, the notebook screen displayed an array of rare minerals and elements, each with unique properties and applications. Ye Hua meticulously perused the information, nodding in satisfaction from time to time. It is essential to understand that for a super soldier to achieve upgrades in technology and divine form is no simple feat. The resources required are scarce and exorbitant, nearly unattainable for ordinary individuals, and even the entire life-bearing planet might struggle to amass a single set of materials. However, this world was evidently different. Earth was rich in diverse resources. After extensive exploration, he discovered that the underground black market sold virtually anything you could imagine they could procure. In fact, Earth could supply all the necessary materials. The only distinction lay in the monetary cost. Moreover, astonishingly, even vibranium, revered as the universal metal, was available for sale, priced by the gram at tens of thousands of dollars. The vibranium dealer, Clow, certainly knew how to play the game. This extraterrestrial metal possesses unimaginable strength, resilience, and durability, making it the quintessential choice for crafting top-tier weaponry. Once fashioned into suitable arms, his combat prowess would undoubtedly experience an unprecedented enhancement, potentially resulting in a radical transformation. He had long desired to seek out Clow and acquire all the vibranium, yet circumstances had never been convenient. Now, it was almost time. In the past, he had not been in a hurry because he had not yet met the upgrade conditions and lacked a safety net. He suspected even the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. could easily apprehend him. Now, however, he was ready to take action. Let me see. Ye Hua's fingers danced rapidly over the keyboard, searching for avenues to acquire these precious resources while also keeping an eye on the unfolding events in Queens. As for Hammer Industries, it was relatively powerful, being the second largest arms dealer after Stark Industries, especially after Tony Stark shut down the weapons department and declared himself Iron Man. Hammer Industries had nearly taken over the mantle of supplying weaponry to the military. Unfortunately, he had chosen the wrong opponent and was exploited by Ivan, leading to the potential collapse of his vast commercial empire overnight. Tonight, Hammer would be arrested, and the company would shut down. A confident smile curled at the corners of Ye Hua's lips. He was a super soldier equipped with advanced knowledge. Although he could not yet directly infiltrate dark information, relying on auxiliary devices was sufficient, and he easily breached Hammer Industries' network firewall, deftly avoiding detection as he began to audit their finances. Rather than allowing capitalists and politicians to carve up the spoils, it was better to funnel those resources to where they were truly needed. A glance at the computer screen revealed Iron Man engaged in a playful chase with a robot controlled by Ivan. While hidden S.H.I.E.L.D. agents swiftly took control of Hammer Industries, Ye Hua's smile reemerged. No one would suspect that he was covertly withdrawing funds at this moment. It was unlikely anyone would ever know. Hammer Industries boasted substantial capital, with liquid assets reaching a staggering figure. Of course, this held little allure for him. It was merely a number, and he could just as easily augment his account balance at will. How amusing, how delightful possessing such extraordinary abilities. One cannot help but feel as though one is merely parading in splendid attire under the cover of night if no action is taken. Thus, I shall boldly undertake a grand endeavor transferring the entirety of Hammer Industries' liquid assets, leaving certain individuals in a state of distress. As Ye Hua reveled in the process of fund transfer, the surrounding scenery abruptly twisted in silence. Narrowing his eyes and furrowing his brow, he beheld a peculiar radiance as the Ancient One materialized before him. Your methods of wealth acquisition are rather dubious, she remarked with tranquil composure. In the mirrored space, the Earth's guardian unexpectedly made an appearance. The Ancient One, clad in her signature yellow robe, swayed gracefully in the breeze, her bald head glimmering slightly under the sun's rays. Her penetrating gaze emanated profound wisdom, and her tone remained remarkably calm, rendering her intentions inscrutable. This is the property that will be divided after the impending collapse of Hanmer Industries. I am merely acting in accordance with the circumstances, Ye Hua replied, continuing his actions with equal serenity while meeting her gaze. Her strength was undeniable, far beyond what he could contend with at present. It was unlikely she harbored intentions of eliminating him, for they had crossed paths on multiple occasions, even receiving guidance from her on how to open a portal. It was improbable that she would wish to dispose of him over such trivial matters. While they were not exactly friends, neither were they enemies otherwise. Why would she provide him with financial support and frequently visit for tea? Surveillance? That was not the case. She was merely here to confirm certain matters. I find it curious that you are not preoccupied with battling demons, yet you come to me. This matter hardly falls within your purview, does it? If I am guilty, let the authorities come. Or perhaps you foresee my impending destruction of the world, or the sun itself plummeting to earth, prompting your preemptive visit to thwart me? Child, you misunderstand. I am not here to prevent anything as you stated. Such matters should indeed be addressed by the police. I have come solely to inform you that the timeline has shifted. Should you choose not to accept the status quo, you may face peril in the future. The Ancient One chuckled lightly, her visit purely for observation and the communication of certain information. Ye Hua's existence appeared as a singular anomaly, not merely one of infinite possibilities, but a catalyst for change on the timeline. Even she, the custodian of the Time Stone, could not fathom the reasons behind this phenomenon. What danger? Is it the purple potato demon seeking to eliminate me, or the Time Management Bureau coming to apprehend me? If I remain inactive, doing nothing, that is where true danger lies. The Ancient One possessed the Time Stone, enabling her to glimpse into the future, and with her wisdom, she comprehended matters beyond this universe. Her arrival, just as he had begun his endeavors, was hardly surprising after all. She was a figure with a script in hand. Their first encounter had been marked by candid dialogue, thus Ye Hua felt no need for concealment. The reason he possessed knowledge of these affairs lay in his identity as the omniscient and omnipotent sun god regardless of whether the Ancient One believed it. That was how he had initially introduced himself. When you gaze into the abyss gazes back at you. Did you not say that to manipulate time is to be toyed with by it? Perhaps it would be prudent for you to return home and accept the design of fate, as your presence here serves no necessity. Faced with an opponent he could not hope to defeat, and uncertain of her thoughts, the situation felt utterly bewildering. Even in the presence of S.H.I.E.L.D., Ye Hua would prefer to avoid meeting with the Ancient One. Regardless of her intentions toward him, the pressure she exerted was immense. Fear not, I harbor no ill will towards you. Otherwise, during our initial meeting, we would have made different choices, and I would not have agreed to your request to teach you the portal magic. So, after all these years, have you learned it? The Ancient One's purpose was unclear, yet her demeanor resembled that of a social visit, which was far from simple. Almost. Then what precisely are you here for? Despite possessing an advanced dark matter computer, he could not ascertain her sudden arrival, for individuals of her caliber would not visit without reason. The Ancient One smiled, remaining silent. The timeline of their world had shifted. What was once a normal continuum now shrouded in ambiguity with the arrival of this young man. Even she, who wielded the Time Stone, could not penetrate the ensuing fog. Their world had transformed, with every moment of the future altered due to Ye Hua's existence, generating a multitude of possibilities. This change was an enigma to her. Whether it was for better or worse, she could not tell. Just as she sought to explore the future, Ye Hua had suddenly vanished from the timeline at some point. This disappearance bore no forewarning, and the future of this world became indistinct. What had transpired? She did not know. Yet, change had occurred. The future was no longer clear and discernible. A future where outcomes could be readily seen differed vastly from one filled with uncertainty. Naturally, the Ancient One favored the latter. Even if the unknown represented uncontrollability, as long as Ye Hua harbored no destructive thoughts towards this universe, it mattered not who he was or whence he came. From the radiance and warmth he exuded, he resembled a newborn sun, brimming with hope. Perhaps the future would indeed improve. The Ancient One gently shook her head. The cycle of cause and effect dictates that your actions yield unforeseen consequences, which may be beneficial or detrimental. I am merely here to offer you a caution. There is no need for you to regard me with such concern. The disparity in power was stark, and as the Earth's guardian, she stood against intrusions from other dimensions. He undoubtedly qualified as an interdimensional being, making it difficult for him to engage in a calm discourse with her. The Ancient One spoke with complete ease, discussing matters of little consequence, and even providing guidance on the critical aspects of portal cultivation, while Ye Hua felt utterly uncomfortable. Imagine confining an ordinary person with a tiger in a cage. Even if the tiger refrains from attacking, one cannot maintain a tranquil demeanor. Fortunately, the situation did not spiral into chaos. After exchanging a few casual remarks, the Ancient One nodded in satisfaction, dissolving the mirrored space, causing the distorted fragments of architecture to vanish, and she departed. Ye Hua gazed in the direction of her departure, furrowing his brow in contemplation. System. Following his command, the genetic system promptly responded. Based on the Ancient One's actions and verbal analysis, she may be assessing whether the sun's light poses a threat to this world. Considering previous records in the database, the system concludes that she likely acknowledges the existence of the sun's light. Is that so? Ye Hua's expression remained serene. Ultimately, the disparity in strength was the crux. If he were to possess the fully equipped third-generation divine physique, supplemented by the celestial computer, even Thanos wielding the Infinity Gauntlet would pose no fear. Previously lacking the strength to instigate change, now, by merely upgrading to the second-generation super soldier physique and unlocking the dark dimension, his combat prowess and strategic capabilities would multiply exponentially. It seemed time to hasten his progress. The working capital of Hammer Industries has been discreetly transferred to a clandestine account, while Ye Hua has re-established contact with certain specialized distributors and successfully ordered a small quantity of the required materials. Some matters necessitate a personal visit, he remarked. How intriguing that such special goods cannot be dispatched via courier. Casting a glance at the computer screen, where the battle was nearing its conclusion, Ye Hua found himself losing interest. In this confrontation between Hammer Industries and Stark, Ye Hua emerged as the principal beneficiary, taking a significant stride towards becoming a true super soldier and even a god. With a smile, he closed his laptop and reclined comfortably on the sofa, poised to commence his next endeavor. Chapter 3. All set at the triangular headquarters of the United States, within the office of Director Nick Fury, located at 1 Wilshire Boulevard in Los Angeles, lies a pivotal hub for the entire Pacific Coast Internet. The personnel here are primarily tasked with addressing an array of bizarre occurrences on Earth, encompassing the safeguarding of global security, the management of superhumans and associated matters, the collection and analysis of intelligence, the development and application of advanced technologies, and the execution of covert operations. In essence, whatever others cannot manage, he can, and whatever others can manage, he still oversees. This is S.H.I.L.D. Director. The situation is as follows, spoke a striking figure with crimson curls, an air of aloofness, and an alluring physique. Yet, Nick Fury's concern lay not in her appearance. Natasha Romanoff, a level 7 agent of S.H.I.L.D., a former Soviet and KGB operative, known by the codename Black Widow, stands as one of the world's most exceptional spies, fluent in various languages and martial arts. Any task entrusted to her could be executed with confidence. However, tonight, an unforeseen complication had arisen. Fury stood within his office, adorned with expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, clad in a long black trench coat that exuded an aura of mystery and authority. The eye concealed beneath his eye patch seemed to harbor boundless secrets, and his inscrutable expression left much to the imagination. He remained silent, attentively listening to Natasha's mission report. At that moment, another woman, short-haired and seemingly indifferent, interjected, "Director, we are unable to trace the funds' whereabouts. There are no leads online. The criminal suspect, Hammer, and the liquidity in his company's accounts appear to have vanished into thin air. $600 billion. Neither a penny more nor less. This is a provocation. What shall we do next? The Security Council will not believe that the funds have simply disappeared." Maria Hill, characterized by her tenacity, decisiveness, calmness, and sense of duty, a level 9 agent, well-trained and experienced in espionage, possessed exceptional hand-to-hand combat skills and proficiency with various weapons. Her words served as a reminder to Fury that the collapse of Hammer Industries represented a significant opportunity, one that would undoubtedly entice many to seek a share. Yet, the vast sum of money had inexplicably vanished, leading to suspicions that he, as director, might be implicated in embezzlement. This was the most troubling aspect. Fury merely cast a glance at his two capable aides before his deep voice resonated. This matter is not as straightforward as it appears. It may involve a newly emerging force manipulating the flow of funds for some nefarious experiments. Rather than fixating on the monetary trail, I am more intrigued by whether this is the work of an individual or a collective that could render my most elite agents powerless, leaving no trace for us to pursue. Undoubtedly, whether an individual or a team, the ability to make $600 billion vanish under S.H.I.L.D. scrutiny cannot be overlooked. Such an occurrence signifies uncontrollable threats. However, he also realizes the necessity of such top-tier teams and talents in his operations. A fleeting thought of the Rising Tide organization crossed Fury's mind, only to be dismissed immediately. That group of buffoons lacks such formidable prowess. Slowly pacing towards the window, he gazed out at the bustling city and murmured, "Wait, let them reveal their true colors. I refuse to believe that the puppeteer behind this will simply let the $600 billion sit in a bank accruing interest. They will surely take action. Let our special operations personnel spring into action, utilizing big data to scrutinize and search the globe for suspicious individuals. He possesses the audacity and resources. The S.H.I.E.L.D. network spans the entire world, and even if it is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, they will find it. I am intrigued to discover who possesses the audacity to snatch this $600 billion from him. S.H.I.E.L.D. will undoubtedly pursue an investigation into the whereabouts of these funds. Yet Ye Hua remains unperturbed. Finalizing all materials for the upgrade is of utmost importance. The following day, reports regarding Hammer Industries emerged, laden with accusations of tax evasion, collusion with criminals, and supplying arms to terrorist organizations, totaling an astonishing 48 charges. He could very well face centuries behind bars. Truly, they are deserving of their reputation. A period of relative calm is likely to ensue, especially now that Thor has arrived on Earth, which will undoubtedly draw some attention. It is time to commence action. He has already established contact with certain sellers of specialized goods, presenting them with offers they find difficult to refuse. However, they insist on a face-to-face transaction at a location of their choosing for security reasons. No problem. Once the portal opens, he could traverse the globe in an instant. This capability is one of the reasons he no longer maintains a low profile. Should conflict arise, he can always make an escape, thereby enhancing his safety. As for the identity of the library owner, it is of little consequence. The library was merely established to alleviate boredom and facilitate the acquisition of useful knowledge. With staff to oversee operations, there is no need for his direct involvement. Long ago, he had already begun to gradually procure legally sanctioned experimental equipment and resources intended for legitimate research. Such items are not subject to regulation and do not attract attention. Yet that is no longer the case. Urgency is paramount. While placing orders online and awaiting the arrival of deliveries, he remained busy, reaching out to laboratories, armories, and individuals possessing the materials he required, assuring them he would personally complete the transactions. Of course, there were also goods from certain dubious channels. They attempted to cheat him, even failing to bring the goods, instead only producing carbon-based biological equalizers. Unfortunately, they chose the wrong adversary. There is no need to waste breath on those lacking a fair trading ethos. A swift fire would suffice to resolve the matter. Naturally, his current computational capacity is insufficient, necessitating reliance on Earth's networks. Otherwise, he could directly infiltrate via dark information. A golden portal opened, and in an instant, Ye Hua traversed thousands of miles, arriving at the colossal Salva dock on the African coast. One cannot deny the efficacy of the portal. At this stage, he cannot fly, nor can he construct a celestial computer, and he has yet to access the dark dimensions. Without the magical portal, such seamless and efficient travel would be impossible. However, this portal, after years of analysis, has ceased to be associated with magic. It is no longer a mere circle, which would be aesthetically displeasing, but rather an actual door. Several rusted and abandoned colossal vessels lie anchored in the vast mudflats, and without the need to decipher any hidden messages, their stronghold is readily apparent. I demand to meet your leader, Ulysses Crow. Who is this yellow-skinned monkey? Surely, he must be a lost child. Young man, do you even know where you are? As Night Hua approached, he was intercepted by several armed individuals, all sporting malicious grins. Thus, as a person of Asian descent, if one lacks the power to annihilate the earth, the Avengers will never accept you, for they will not permit you to become their hero. In recent days, amidst rampant trade, I have witnessed an abundance of racial discrimination. The individuals before me are not the first, nor will they be the last. To meet their demise in my hands. How intriguing. A glimmer of golden light flashed in my eyes as I calculated the solar energy infusion and release formula within them, instantly reducing them to ashes. What kind of monster are you? Damn it. Shoot, shoot. The remaining lackeys, filled with terror, began to fire wildly at Ye Hua. However, the bullets melted away before they could even reach him. With a smile, Ye Hua advanced, each step igniting a golden radiance beneath his feet, causing the steel plates of the cabin to melt as well. While ordinary caliber bullets might be immune, there was no need for them. A simple calculation sufficed. Everywhere his gaze fell, foes were transformed into fine dust, trembling and huddled together, no longer daring to obstruct him. Ulysses Crow, if you do not show yourself soon, your subordinates will perish. Ye Hua's indifferent voice echoed within the cabin. Who exactly are you? I do not recall provoking you. A figure emerged from the shadows of the second floor, maintaining a calm tone, yet unable to conceal the fear in his eyes. From the moment the gunfire erupted to Ye Hua's entrance into the cabin, no more than a minute had passed. Yet in that brief span, his numerous subordinates had been reduced to ashes, instantaneously evaporating, as even the steel plates and bullets dissolved. This was undeniably beyond the realm of human capability. As he felt the scorching heat wave envelop him, cold sweat trickled down his brow, and fear gripped his heart. May I inquire what business you have with me, sir? I will do my utmost if it is within my power. His prolonged survival was attributed to his discernment and courage, knowing whom to provoke and whom to avoid at all costs. The young man before him regarded him with disdain, as if a deity looking down upon mere ants, effortlessly incinerating his subordinates. Faced with such scrutiny, he doubted his chances of leaving alive and resolved to submit rather than resist. Had I known sooner, there would have been no issue. I have come to propose a transaction. Vibranium, I recall that I have already reached out to you. Unlike other special suppliers who merely request to meet at specific locations for transactions, this individual bluntly asserted that there was none available. Is it not you who has posted the information on the black market? You may deceive others, but not me. Now that I am here in person, should you dare to claim there is none again, I would not hesitate to collect the goods without payment. Upon hearing the term vibranium, Ulysses Crow's expression soured considerably. The stock of vibranium had dwindled, as he had previously sold a significant quantity to a major client. Yet, he remained uncooperative. It appeared that this time, I can indeed acquire it for free. Ye Hua remained silent, his expression a blend of amusement and intrigue, his aura increasingly oppressive, causing the temperature around us to rise sharply. Crow, sensing the shift, was alarmed and quickly attempted to smooth things over, suggesting they could discuss matters amicably. Very well, follow me. I do have some of what you seek. He dared not play any tricks, opening a compartment from the second floor as cabin, revealing neatly arranged devices containing over 20 containers of vibranium, emitting a faint blue glow. Each vial contained exactly 10 kilograms. Intriguingly, vibranium was in liquid form. You know, I have paid a hefty price for this substance. Each gram fetches tens of thousands of dollars on the black market, totaling billions in value here. Ye Hua chuckled lightly, his spirits lifted upon confirming the authenticity of the vibranium, effortlessly completing the transfer with a mere thought. Rest assured, I am indeed here for a fair trade. The money has already been transferred to your account. After a brief calculation, the collection commenced. Approximately 230 kilograms of vibranium would suffice for my research into suitable alloy metals for crafting equipment. You are a valuable partner. Should you continue to procure vibranium, I shall return for further transactions. With that, Ye Hua activated a portal and departed. Crow, still trembling from the encounter, gazed in the direction of Ye Hua's exit, murmuring to himself, "What on earth is this individual?" He had not expected the transaction to conclude so straightforwardly, and the fact that the other party had indeed paid left him bewildered. Following this incident, Crow resolved to treat every arriving client with utmost kindness, especially those whose origins were unknown and who approached him in such an enigmatic manner, for one can never discern whether they're dealing with a human or a monster. Chapter 4. Upgrades and enhancements after spending several days traversing the globe, all the materials required for the divine body upgrade had been meticulously gathered. The once spacious basement now brimmed with an array of sophisticated instruments, creating a rather congested atmosphere. Among them, the most prominent was a colossal gene sequencer, its silver-gray exterior shimmering with a cold light, resembling a mysterious envoy from the future. Beside it stood a high-speed centrifuge, which, upon activation, unleashed a whirlwind capable of swiftly separating samples. Amidst the meticulously arranged amplifiers, one can discern a heating module that has been specially modified, allowing for precise temperature control to ensure that the gene enhancement serum is birthed under optimal conditions. In a corner, a cryogenic freezer stands, and upon its opening, a chilling air rushes forth, housing the preliminarily processed synthetic agents intended for programming dark matter computational data. On the experimental table, an array of pipettes of various models stands in formation, akin to well-trained soldiers, capable of accurately drawing micro and even nanoliter quantities of liquid. Most of these instruments have undergone modifications to meet the necessary requirements and fulfill their intended purposes, albeit their utility may remain somewhat limited. As this is the inaugural attempt at production, one hopes for success. After all, even wealth cannot withstand wastefulness, and many materials here are scarce on Earth. After murmuring a quiet affirmation, Ye Hua calms his mind, confirming that all requisite materials are present without a single oversight. Before embarking on the genuine synthesis of the upgraded gene serum, he accesses the operational interface of the Sunlight system, retrieving the genetic system data for the second-generation Super Soldier's physical enhancement scheme and blueprint. The retrieval is successful, and data is being imported. Following Ye Hua's commands, the genetic system promptly responds, displaying his bodily data alongside the enhancement plan and the construction data for the dark matter computational plugin. It is as if a super sci-fi computer screen and keyboard materialized before him. Indeed, the super soldier is essentially a supercomputer. What he must now undertake is merely a software update and hardware upgrade. Ye Hua gazes intently at the control panel, his eyes unblinking, lest he miss any critical data. The information within the genetic system flows like a tide, transforming into the simplest binary code of ones and zeros. He must execute each step with precision, allowing for no deviation whatsoever. He initiates the matching of the serum component ratios. As Ye Hua issues commands, various instruments spring into action. The centrifuge spins at high speed, emitting a faint humming sound, while the indicators of the amplifiers flicker incessantly. It appears quite futuristic, yet the essence remains unchanged, a process of mixing, purifying, and refining, repeated until the criteria are met. The more technically demanding aspect lies in the implantation of the dark matter computer software update. But this task is facilitated by the complete data available in the genetic repository, requiring no intellectual exertion, merely a process of copying and pasting. After all, Sunlight represents a divine-level genetic engineering, embodying the intellectual culmination of a civilization. Its database houses the entirety of the solar civilization's genetic technology. What he aims to achieve is merely the enhancement of the divine body, augmenting the computational capability of the genetic engine and truly unlocking the dark dimension. Indeed, even to this day, he has yet to acquire the ability to enter the dark dimension, only able to perceive the dark matter world through the dark eye. This limitation arises from his inheritance of the Sunlight genetic engine, without having inherited the countless millennia of effort expended by the solar civilization to develop the dark dimension. This is akin to possessing the key to a vault, yet lacking the vault itself, rendering one in a state of discomfort, relying solely on one's innate capabilities, to the point where even conjuring a fusion energy sphere becomes a strenuous endeavor. Fortunately, one is not entirely bereft, for a vast database exists, chronicling the entirety of the solar civilization's knowledge. Otherwise, one might have merely been a figure of boundless potential, unfulfilled in this lifetime. As the mind drifted momentarily, the ultra-low temperature refrigerator abruptly sounded an alarm. Ye Hua's heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly approached to investigate. One of the semi-finished potions had experienced a slight deviation in data, causing a rapid increase in temperature. It appears that relying on pre-prepared solutions is not as effortless as it seems. Carefully extracting it, he placed it in the waste storage cabinet to control its reactivity and maintain its original state. There was no time to address it now. He proceeded to recalibrate and create an identical reagent, exhaling deeply as he returned to the control panel to continue the synthesis. One by one, commands were issued, and everything proceeded in an orderly fashion, without further incident. Several hours later, the upgraded gene potion was successfully synthesized. Within a thumb-sized test tube, a shimmering liquid radiated an extraordinary light, brimming with formidable energy, prompting a smile of satisfaction to grace Ye Hua's face. The next step was paramount. The reagent, valued at billions in raw materials, paled in comparison to the ability to unlock and construct a dark matter computer in the shadow dimension. Preparations were underway to harness dark energy, capture dark matter, replicate data, and build the dark matter computer, readying to input the program. With preparations complete, he commenced, carefully placing the golden potion in a designated location. His hands deftly inputted a series of intricate commands on the control panel, with the assistance of the gene engine. This step required minimal intervention from him. A torrent of data surged in, gradually correcting the potion structure. The progress bar moved exceptionally slowly. Even as the light of the sun, prolonged exertion rendered dark energy insufficient, and for the first time in many years, fatigue washed over him. However, all was worthwhile, for no unforeseen complications arose, and the dark matter computer program began to integrate seamlessly with the golden potion. As the final strand of the program was successfully implanted, the golden potion erupted with radiant brilliance, as if reborn. Success! Ye Hua, though fatigued, was exhilarated as he grasped this potion laden with infinite possibilities, his eyes alight with anticipation. The second-generation super soldier upgrade potion of the sun's light was complete. Should it be recorded? Yes, record it. Upon completion of the registration, Ye Hua understood it was time to utilize the potion to elevate his abilities. His body instinctively absorbed solar energy to restore his physical vitality, optimizing himself for the impending transformation. Taking a deep breath, he then infused the potion into his being, awaiting this moment for so long. A surge of searing energy coursed through him, akin to 1,000 rays of sunlight penetrating his form. Yet, as the light of the sun, the future solar deity, such energy enveloped Ye Hua in warmth and comfort. All the cells seemed to be ignited, fervently absorbing this surge of energy, and the body radiated a brilliant glow. It was not solely the energy from the genetic serum. Even the distant sun in the sky emanated boundless energy, continuously converging towards them. As a substantial influx of material energy occurred, aided by the genetic engine, a realm emerged that straddled the line between reality and illusion. This was the dark dimension, a personal sanctuary. It resembled an entirely blank expanse, currently minuscule. Yet Ye Hua felt an overwhelming excitement. The solar light genetic engine, undoubtedly a product of the future's third-generation divine body, represented the pinnacle of advanced technology. Yet without the support of the dark dimension, it would remain a mere imitation, forever tethered to its primitive form, devoid of true power. However, with the advent of the dark dimension, everything transformed. He could construct anything imaginable, empowered by the abundant energy and resources, infused with all the capabilities of the solar light. This was a portable realm, a universe composed of dark matter, brimming with infinite possibilities, capable of housing the intellectual and technological achievements of an entire civilization. The genetic engine of the super soldier served as the interface and terminal of the dark dimension within the real world. Once the dark dimension was expanded to a certain degree, an omniscient, immortal deity would be born. The enhancement of physical attributes would merely be a secondary outcome. As energy continued to be absorbed, Ye Hua sensed his awareness of the surrounding environment sharpening. He could hear the sound of cars several kilometers away and detect subtle cracks hidden behind walls, while his physical strength surged rapidly, his muscle fibers seemingly rewoven into something more resilient and powerful. He had indeed become stronger, a visceral realization. If the physical prowess of the first-generation super soldier merely represented the limits of humanity, then the second-generation super soldier transcended the boundaries of human capability entirely. Now, he could finally declare his invincibility. Even standing still, a barrage of tank fire could not harm him. Oh yes, it was time to soar. Yet, this was merely an enhancement of physical strength. Immersed in the exhilaration of his divine body's upgrade, Ye Hua was oblivious to the fact that others had already taken notice. Sir, I have just detected a nuclear energy reaction in the outskirts of Manhattan. Moreover, The magnitude of this reaction is continuously escalating. The artificial intelligence, Jarvis, triggered its alarm protocol upon detecting the nuclear energy reaction. Upon hearing this, Tony, who had been leisurely seated on the sofa, savoring red wine, was instantly taken aback. His eyes widened in disbelief as he inquired, "Wait, what did you just say? A nuclear reaction? In Manhattan? How is that possible?" It was essential to understand that Manhattan was one of the most prosperous and critical areas in all of New York. If a nuclear energy reaction truly occurred here, the consequences would be unimaginable. At this moment, Tony was engulfed in a whirlwind of confusion and astonishment, swiftly contemplating a strategy while suspecting that someone was attempting to replicate his reactor. Simultaneously, Nick Fury's expression of disbelief was no less pronounced than Tony's. His single, piercing eye widened in shock, as if he had envisioned an unimaginable scenario. Without delay, the director of SHIELD sprang into action. He deftly seized the phone from the table and promptly dialed Tony's number. During the brief interval of waiting for the call to connect, a torrent of thoughts surged through Nick Fury's mind, inundating him with countless questions. It was not Tony's doing. He too was tracing the source of the energy. This was dire. Thus far, only Tony had command over the miniature controllable nuclear fusion technology, excluding the deceased. Yet in Manhattan, right beneath his very eyes, a potent nuclear fusion energy reaction had suddenly manifested. If it were merely a mad scientist conducting reckless research, that could be somewhat acceptable. However, regardless of the circumstances, the emergence of nuclear energy reactions was never a positive development, particularly in Manhattan. Quick, utilize satellites to pinpoint the source of this nuclear energy. I must ascertain what has transpired in Manhattan immediately. We need to determine if irreversible damage has already occurred. Nick Fury bellowed, his gaze fixated on the large screen, veins bulging on his forehead as if he might ignite with fury. Even the chief of agents could not maintain his composure. After all, unchecked nuclear energy had the potential to obliterate anything, including lives. Nearby, staff members scrambled to operate various instruments and equipment, striving to expedite this urgent task, as a command center filled with a tense and oppressive atmosphere. Also, immediately notify all members of the Special Operations Team to mobilize. They must hasten to the incident site. As Nick Fury issued commands, he rapidly contemplated the myriad scenarios that might unfold. However, just as he had begun to speak, he abruptly halted, his expression growing gravely serious. If his fears were indeed realized, that someone had deliberately orchestrated a nuclear explosion, dispatching personnel to investigate would be anything but prudent, potentially plunging more individuals into extreme peril. Retreating would be the wiser course of action. Contemplating this, Nick Fury felt a tumult of indecision swirling within him, uncertain of how to proceed. It's vanished? How could this be? Nick Fury's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the staff in front of him, his voice involuntarily rising. He had just prepared himself for the worst, and now they were telling him it had disappeared. Is today April Fool's Day? Can nuclear energy simply vanish? Sir, that is indeed the case. All our monitoring devices and instruments indicate it has completely disappeared. The staff member replied, their face etched with anxiety and confusion, beads of sweat forming on their brows. Nick Fury nodded gently, his gaze sweeping slowly across the surrounding screens and data charts, as if he sought to uncover a thread of evidence to elucidate this bizarre phenomenon. Yet, everything appeared so normal, as though Manhattan had never endured this dreadful crisis. The surveillance footage revealed no anomalies. The streets, buildings, and crowd seemed indistinguishable from their usual selves. Another staff member, embodying a sense of survival after calamity, remarked on the sheer horror of a nuclear explosion, especially so close to them. Nick Fury took a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure, but his brow furrowed tightly, forming a deep crevice. He understood that this matter was far from straightforward. It concealed a significant conspiracy or an unknown force. Deploy the special forces to discreetly ascertain the site of the incident. I demand to know everything. Bring Norman Osborn to me. With his commands issued, SHIELD, agents sprang into action. Simultaneously, in the sanctum of New York, the bald sorceress, Ancient One, was also vigilant, her gaze seemingly piercing through layers of space. A deity of technological dimensions? Perhaps not quite yet, but he had already attained such potential. Chapter 5. Stepping into the limelight, a continuous influx of power and accelerated processing speed felt akin to having unblocked the meridian channels. No longer needing to operate in the shadows, numerous technologies driven by stellar energy were now within reach. Given a little more time, he could unleash solar storms upon the Earth's surface. Would anyone dare to oppose him? Solar technology, unparalleled in destructive capacity. The enhancement of computational power and the opening of dark dimensions allowed Ye Hua to infiltrate the digital realm effortlessly, grasping the unfolding events with ease. How intriguing, no longer fearful. Indeed, he had expanded. After all, he had grown stronger. In the face of Iron Man and S.H.I.E.L.D., he now appeared formidable. Rather, they should fear him. As long as Ancient One did not arrive, Thanos remained absent, and the Celestial Child was not born, he was terrifyingly powerful. With a flick of his wrist, a golden energy sphere materialized in his palm. A fusion energy ball formed directly from solar energy, a force comparable to a low-yield nuclear weapon without radiation. He could toss nuclear bombs at will. Not only S.H.I.E.L.D., but even Iron Man would think twice before provoking him. I'm a god. Haha. A moment of self-indulgence was enough. It was time to tidy up. He had initially planned to design weapons and armor today, but it seemed time was of the essence. The recent upgrade of his divine form, with solar energy channeled into the dark dimension, had caused severe energy fluctuations, prompting Iron Man and S.H.I.E.L.D. to take notice and approach. It is not surprising that they are curious. The energy of the sun is, after all, nuclear energy. Such a violent nuclear reaction would inevitably draw them in, regardless of whether it causes destruction or radiation. They approach with an attitude that embraces the philosophy of better safe than sorry. At this point, any attempts at concealment are futile. It appears that there remains a substantial amount of material sufficient to create 2 additional reagents. However, for me, it holds little value now. It could instead be utilized to fabricate a Solaris version of the super soldier gene engine. Even a simple gene enhancement serum would be advantageous, though I remain uncertain of its compatibility with ordinary individuals. If it proves feasible, it may serve as a promising avenue for cultivating subordinates, allowing the Solaris civilization to take root and flourish in this world. Yet, I am apprehensive of potential explosions. For ordinary individuals, there exists a possibility of achieving immortality and acquiring super genes, thus gaining extraordinary abilities such as pyrokinesis and hydrokinesis. It is worth noting that Morgana has engaged in such endeavors frequently. All it takes is to address her as queen. In truth, Solaris possesses similar technologies. Regrettably, given my current technological prowess and knowledge, the safe implantation of super genes into ordinary human bodies remains an almost insurmountable challenge. The issue of gene compatibility is pivotal. Should things go awry, I cannot afford to face the repercussions. Perhaps I shall defer this matter for another time. Super genes, even in their most rudimentary first-generation form, cannot be developed in collaboration with others. They would be unwilling to serve as test subjects. Human nature is complex, and I am disinclined to engage with them. Until I master the implantation of cognitive information, I shall remain the sole super gene warrior. Ye Hua meticulously organized the laboratory, categorizing all materials and destroying the vial of raw material extract that had posed a risk of explosion. Once everything was in order, he emerged from the basement, ready to greet the guests who would soon arrive. Jarvis, employ triangulation to pinpoint the location where the energy source recently manifested. Iron Man soared through the skies above Manhattan, his mind clouded with increasing suspicion. The emergence of a nuclear reaction was no mere coincidence, and its subsequent disappearance was equally perplexing. There had been no explosion, no radiation. Could it be that someone had illicitly replicated his arc reactor? Such an act would be utterly unforgivable, and he was determined to identify this thief. Once assured that all was tranquil in Manhattan and that there had been no nuclear detonation, Tony immediately donned his Iron Man suit, patrolling his domain. Concurrently, S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, led by Black Widow Natasha Romanoff, arrived to investigate. Unsurprisingly, they encountered one another outside the beach villa, which was the most likely site of the incident. Tony, Black Widow, greeted him first. The presence of Iron Man could considerably enhance the safety of their mission, though it might also risk being compromised by this arrogant fellow. However, Tony was less than appreciative, as their recent interactions had been far from pleasant. Let me see who this is. Ah, it appears to be the illustrious Agent Romanoff. Are you here with the intention of apprehending criminals? I apologize if that disappoints you, but it appears that the owner of this residence is a law-abiding citizen. Just moments ago, he conducted infrared and light scans, revealing that this villa is secure, with no suspicious energy signatures detected. It seems there is only one individual inside, who remains utterly unaware of their arrival. Yet, curiously, this villa was obtained through voluntary donation, with all documentation in order, yet the identity of the donor eludes us. The current owner is a man named Ye Hua. One wonders which fool approved the documents. Surely, he must have been bribed. The situation may not be as straightforward as it appears. The agent's instincts are keen, and Black Widow remarked, "Aren't you here because of the previous nuclear energy readings? Are you not inclined to investigate further?" Tony Stark, known as Iron Man, undoubtedly considers himself the smartest man in the world and places great faith in the judgments rendered by Jarvis. The earlier nuclear energy readings originated from this villa, and he is confident that his assumptions are not misplaced, though the reality may not be as simple as it seems. He now finds himself torn between the decision to fly directly inside or to knock on the door first. Norman Novick, who had recently conducted a psychological assessment of Tony, understood that beneath his arrogant exterior lies a sensitive soul, perhaps a remnant of his tumultuous youth. Even through the armored suit, she could perceive Tony's hesitation. After exchanging a few words through the earpiece, she instructed the tactical team to surround the area and stand by, then press the doorbell. Shortly thereafter, a handsome young man of Chinese descent emerged to open the door. "Hello, I hope my unannounced visit isn't too much of an inconvenience. Might we come in for a moment?" Tony Stark is adept at handling women, yet he feels a slight awkwardness in the presence of someone younger than himself. Mistakenly believing that the appearance of Iron Man at their doorstep would evoke surprise and delight, only to be met with indifference. Norman's eyes sparkled with insight. This was highly unusual. The name Iron Man is known worldwide, and with his billionaire status, no one should remain unmoved in his presence. Yet the young man before them, though wearing a faint smile, maintained an unusually calm demeanor. "Greetings, I am with the FBI," Norman stated, presenting her credentials. "I require your cooperation in an investigation." Ye Hua did not bother to examine the credentials. Instead, he scrutinized the red-haired beauty before him, with exquisite features clad in a form-fitting combat suit that accentuated her curves. The renowned Black Widow, a girlfriend shared among travelers, was well known to him. As for the credentials, they seemed little more than a piece of worthless paper. "Welcome. Please come in." In contrast, Iron Man appeared to be a mere accessory. The presence of the beautiful woman was far more captivating. As they entered the villa, Ye Hua smiled and inquired, "Would you like something to drink? Coffee or tea?" Before Norman could utter a word, Iron Man was already displeased. He perceived a slight against himself. Lifting his visor, and with a frown remarked, "Are you not aware of who I am? Why do I not see the surprise in your eyes?" He continued, "I cannot fathom how someone residing in New York could be oblivious to my identity. Or is it deliberate? Congratulations, if that is the case. You have undoubtedly captured my attention." Listening to Tony, Ye Hua found himself at a loss for words. Finally understanding why Black Widow had inscribed proud and arrogant on his psychological assessment. Surely, he could not believe the earth revolved around him. "Of course I know you, billionaire, playboy, genius scientist, Iron Man, Tony Stark. What, should I prepare a garland and cheer enthusiastically? The most hurtful weapons in this world have never been swords or blades, but rather words." Even if Ye Hua were to confront him physically, Tony would remain unscathed. Yet, faced with Ye Hua's nonchalant demeanor and his seemingly inevitable remarks, Tony felt a tightness in his throat, as if he were on the verge of asphyxiation. Indeed, children have a way of being utterly unlikable. However, Norman sensed something unusual. Ye Hua was exhibiting an unsettling calmness, far removed from what one might expect from a youth. "You knew he would come." While speaking, she scrutinized Ye Hua's expression, attempting to decipher something. "Of course you came for this." With a flourish of her palm, a golden energy sphere materialized. While Black Widow remained relatively composed, Tony felt an immediate sense of alarm, promptly sealing his helmet and aiming the palm cannon at Ye Hua. "What in the world is that? How did you conjure such a perilous object? Are you a mutant, or is this some form of technology?" His suit's internal indicators were flashing red, indicating a nuclear reaction. The intensity was rapidly escalating, signaling extreme danger. He understood nuclear fusion devices, but a nuclear energy sphere? To hold it barehanded? That defied all scientific reasoning. Tony's reaction rendered Black Widow unable to maintain her calm observation. Tony, what is wrong? What is happening? This is the nuclear energy reaction we detected earlier. What on earth? So, is this actually a nuclear bomb? A mutant? Some kind of technology? No one possessed the audacity to approach nuclear energy closely, especially without knowing if it might detonate. The atmosphere in the living room grew palpably tense. In Chapter 6, Alien Deity, the fusion energy sphere in Ye Hua's grasp transformed the two into wary adversaries, their expressions betraying mounting tension. If he had produced a nuclear warhead or some weaponized energy device, they might have felt fear, yet not dread, for they had anticipated such a scenario. However, the blatant display of an energy sphere pulsating with intense nuclear reactions was utterly unscientific. It is the unknown that breeds true terror. Ye Hua's face was perpetually adorned with a smile, the corners of his lips subtly raised, and his gaze imbued with profound significance. Do not be anxious. This is entirely safe. As long as I do not wish it, it shall not explode. You have come here for the nuclear reaction just now, produced by this energy sphere in my hand. Tony and Norman exchanged glances, finding the scene before them exceedingly unscientific, challenging the very fabric of their understanding. Ye Hua, without any apparatus, effortlessly cradled a nuclear fusion energy sphere, leaving them bewildered as to how he accomplished such a feat. Yet it appeared undeniably stable. What exactly is this? They pondered. Is it technology? Supernatural ability? The world was hardly tranquil. Stark Industries operated numerous satellites in the sky, and he was privy to many clandestine matters. Preconceived notions led him to suspect that Ye Hua might be one of those scientifically inexplicable mutants. Not long ago, a hammer had reportedly appeared in Mexico, prompting Coulson to investigate. A hammer plummeting from outer space. Could such a phenomenon be scientific? Tony sensed that his worldview was under siege. For instance, it was utterly implausible for someone to transform nuclear energy into a golden sphere and hold it barehanded. No, he shook his head with a smile. You may refer to me as the light of the sun god, here to safeguard you for the sake of friendship. As you can see, I am not of this earth, and I do not shy away from this fact. This is divine power, not mere superhuman ability. With that, he stowed away the golden fusion energy sphere. Tony felt a bit bewildered. He sought to discuss science. Yet Ye Hua spoke of divine power and even proclaimed himself a god. Black Widow, Norman, also found herself struggling to comprehend. She had assumed they were dealing with a mad scientist conducting nuclear fusion experiments, or perhaps a terrorist, or someone pilfering Iron Man's arc reactor, inadvertently causing a nuclear reaction leak. Who could have anticipated that the matter was more intricate than it appeared, entangling extraterrestrial beings who claim to be sun deities? I still cannot believe someone can wield nuclear energy barehanded. Or perhaps your hand is a facade, a high-tech prosthetic? Even if that were the case, it would still defy logic. No one could materialize nuclear energy into a golden orb and grasp it in their hand. Not even he could achieve such a feat. With your intellect, it is challenging for me to elucidate, Ye Hua remarked. What the fuck? Tony expressed his frustration. He prided himself on never resorting to vulgarity, considering himself a noble and elegant gentleman. Yet today he found it intolerable that someone dared to belittle his intelligence. You may strike him, berate him, but never imply that his intellect is in question. After all, he is the smartest person in the world without a doubt. And Tony firmly believed this. So, you are indeed an alien, here for the sake of friendship? Normanov managed to restrain Tony Stark from making a grandiose declaration, her professional acumen informing her that the person before her bore no intention of deceit. This was rather uncanny. Of course, deities were merely extraterrestrial beings exhibiting high-energy reactions. Moreover, there exists but one true God. I must inquire, why did a nuclear energy reaction occur not long ago? Were you conducting experiments? When you claim to protect us, what precisely does that entail? Normanov posed her questions, prompting Tony to fall silent, for both inquiries were notably pointed. If I were to say that I was using my abilities to cook a steak, would you believe me? As for that notion of protection, it is merely a literal interpretation, nothing more. Ye Hua appeared nonchalant, his demeanor reflecting an utter disregard for the two individuals before him. He chuckled, adding, "Surely you do not presume you have the right to question me? The so-called rules and laws you uphold bear no binding authority over me. My presence here to answer your queries is solely out of boredom. His casual yet formidable disposition revealed his extraterrestrial identity without hesitation, demonstrating a commanding presence. The potential strength of that nuclear energy reaction sphere remained to be explored. Very well, regardless of who you are, I have no desire to prolong this altercation. I suspect you harbor weapons of mass destruction. Please cooperate with the investigation. Tony Stark's patience had been exhausted, and he felt a growing irritation at Ye Hua's dismissive attitude. Iron Man assumed a combat stance, directing his palm cannon toward Ye Hua as an array of weapons materialized across his armor. Tony, wait. Normanov attempted to interject. How amusing. Ye Hua stood, confronting Iron Man directly, entering the Shadow Realm, activating Solar Light interface, analyzing target. Target classified as a divine river life form, equipped with combat-capable portable armor, featuring intermediate artificial intelligence and weaponry. Breaching time, 1 second. Ye Hua was taken aback by Tony's sudden inclination to strike, but with a technological gap spanning several eras. The AI Jarvis stood no chance against him. Breaching its firewall would require merely 2 seconds. I suggest you return home. Otherwise, incineration may become rather tedious. As he spoke, Ye Hua snapped his fingers, causing Iron Man to move autonomously. Wait, what just happened? You infiltrated Jarvis. Hey, friend, please halt. That was a misunderstanding, Tony exclaimed amidst the chaos, finding himself immobilized within his armored suit, which then exited the meeting room and took flight. What have you done? Normanov exclaimed, incredulous that Jarvis had been compromised, that Ye Hua had gained control over Iron Man. How could he have achieved such a feat with nothing more than a snap of his fingers, sending Iron Man soaring away? If it were magic, she might find it difficult to comprehend. If it were an intrusion of electronic networks, she could even suspect that Ye Hua was the mastermind behind the illicit funding of Hammer Industries. After all, breaching the information network of Hammer Industries is indeed a formidable challenge. It is nothing, merely a reluctance to truly incinerate him. Hence he was sent home. Engaging in combat with Iron Man is rather futile, given that he primarily relies on missiles and ion energy projection devices. Thus, I hacked into Jarvis and sent him home. Sharp intuition led Norman Novikov to discern that something was amiss, and this individual before her was cloaked in myriad secrets. Taking a deep breath, Norman composed herself and nonchalantly inquired, "May I pose a few questions?" "Of course," came the reply, "but after you finish, I hope you will refrain from disturbing me further." As for Ye Hua's words, Norman remained non-committal. Such matters were beyond her purview. "Pray tell, are you truly from an extraterrestrial civilization? If so, for where exactly? How might one explain the divine powers you possess? How did you arrive on Earth? And what is your purpose? Do you seek to establish diplomatic relations? Additionally, I'm quite curious about the origin of this villa. Was it a gift from someone? Recently, there's been a discreet transfer of funds from Hammer Industries. Was that your doing?" In response to the myriad inquiries posed by the Black Widow, Ye Hua provided the answers he deemed fit. In summary, he declared, "I am an alien, a solar deity, extraordinarily powerful, capable of unleashing energy spheres comparable to nuclear explosions at will. Do not provoke me." However, regarding the villa's origins, Ye Hua felt compelled to elucidate further. "Surely, you do not believe yourselves to be the masters of Earth. How amusing. The true decision-makers have never been you. My residence on Earth is permitted by the Ancient One, and this villa was, of course, a gift from her. It is also in consideration of her role as the guardian of Earth that I granted you the opportunity to inquire." When it came to betraying the Ancient One, Ye Hua felt no pressure whatsoever. After all, she often came to intimidate him for no apparent reason. "Even if you present yourself as benevolent, offering me houses, money, and portal technology, the disparity in strength is too great. Each time you come to share tea and converse, I perceive it as a veiled threat. It would be prudent for the Ancient One and SHIELD to find other pursuits rather than fixating solely on me. Well, you have gleaned nearly all that you can. It is time for you to depart." Facing Ye Hua's insistence on her departure, Norman hesitated, for her mission was to locate the nuclear energy reaction site and control the associated individuals. Should she apprehend Ye Hua? She sensed that such an action could lead to complications. "Sir," Norman began, but Ye Hua waved his hand, interrupting her, a cold smile playing upon his lips. "Do not attempt to test my patience. If you wish to know whether I possess the ability to resist, I can inform you right now. Above us, a satellite belonging to your SHIELD D is currently in orbit, and I possess the capability to neutralize it at this very moment. As he spoke, a golden sphere of fusion energy materialized once more in Ye Hua's hand. Calculating distance, channeling solar energy to maximize power, initiating wormhole algorithm. Calculation complete, preparations ready. The operations in the dark dimension are invisible to the ordinary eye. All she perceived was a faint golden glow in Ye Hua's eyes as he hurled the energy sphere skyward, a brilliant beam of light vanishing into the ether. What were you just doing? Tony had already confirmed that this energy sphere was nuclear energy, and now, with Ye Hua launching it, Norman knew instinctively that things had escalated significantly. Did I not mention my intent to disable ASHID satellite? You shall understand the situation upon your return. Kindly refrain from disturbing me henceforth. Farewell. With a wave, the door was decisively shut. That should make it clear to you that I am not to be trifled with. Chapter 7. The Investigation by SHIELD. Tony returned home in a state of bewilderment. His pride, the artificial intelligence Jarvis, had been infiltrated and commandeered with a mere snap of fingers. He felt as though he had yet to awaken, or perhaps he was ensnared in a dream. Such occurrences were utterly inconceivable. Jarvis, what transpired just now? My firewall encountered a brute force breach, granting the intruder control and excluding me from the interface, issuing commands to return your armor home. Control was only restored upon your arrival. Apologies, sir. The adversary's processing power was overwhelmingly formidable. I was utterly unable to resist. Listening to Jarvis's report, Tony inhaled deeply, his expression shifting with unease. Certainly, Jarvis could be compromised. SHIELD's insidious agents had executed such tactics before. Yet this was far too simplistic and improbable to gain ultimate authority and manipulate his Iron Man suit. It was simply unfathomable, terrifying even. The ease with which his armor was commandeered implied that he would be utterly defenseless before Ye Hua, potentially even turning against himself. No, I must return and uncover how this was accomplished. Sir, I strongly advise against such a course of action. It is exceedingly perilous. Tony hesitated momentarily, but resolved to return, convinced that Norman had yet to depart. At the very least, SHIELD retained some measure of strength. As he piloted his Iron Man suit back to the vicinity of the villa, he witnessed a golden beam of light ascend into the heavens, plunging him into silence once more. Recent data analysis indicated that it was nuclear energy. Upon further investigation, he discovered that this energy had obliterated a SHIELD satellite with an explosive yield equivalent to that of a conventional nuclear weapon. Striking a satellite from the Earth's surface with nuclear energy as a deterrent made it imperative for him to return and upgrade his systems and armor before proceeding. Otherwise, he would remain devoid of any sense of security. In the office of the highest command of SHIELD, within the Triskelion, Nick Fury, the one-eyed leader, found himself devoid of the usual composure that characterized him. His already dark visage seemed even more shadowed. An atmosphere of profound silence enveloped the room. This was not mere provocation. No, if someone were to raise a middle finger at you or utter some inflammatory remarks, it could be classified as provocation. However, when that individual possesses nuclear capabilities and can effortlessly obliterate your satellites, it transcends provocation. It becomes nuclear deterrence, a power capable of silencing all carbon-based life forms. I demand to know everything about him, be it a deity or an extraterrestrial. Nick Fury had encountered too many to be astonished. He had even witnessed and participated in battles against countless space warships. The pressing concern now lay in determining the appropriate approach towards Ye Hua and understanding Ye Hua's stance towards SHIELD and Earth. As orders were issued, SHIELD agents sprang into action. Is it easier to find a needle in a haystack or to deduce the process after knowing the outcome? The answer is evidently the latter. Even if the internet yielded scan information on Ye Hua, the strategy of employing sheer numbers to investigate and inquire could be utilized. With the mission target already established, failure to unearth any leads would render SHIELD agents obsolete. As anticipated, regardless of how formidable or well-concealed the enemy might be, through relentless manpower and resources, within just a day, comprehensive details about Ye Hua landed on Nick Fury's desk. Gazing at the mission report submitted by Natasha, Fury's singular eye once again brimmed with an unyielding calm, making it impossible to discern his thoughts. It is worth noting that, despite being a globally united organization endowed with advanced technology, they still relied on paper documentation for records and reports, perhaps out of fear of data theft. Nick Fury scrutinized the first page of the document. Unremarkable. Ye Hua, sun god, light of the sun, extraterrestrial, had moved to Manhattan approximately a decade ago, residing in a place reportedly gifted by the Earth's protector, the Ancient One. Remarkable. There existed an illicit organization unbeknownst to him. The report contained various societal proofs, academic records, medical documentation, and all manner of electronic or paper files. Ye Hua had maintained a low profile, operating a large library and possessing various tax documents, embodying the essence of a good citizen. Yet he was reclusive, devoid of friends, and had never experienced romantic entanglements. In summary, while the report contained issues, they were not insurmountable. Of course, what is visible on the surface is of little consequence. What remains concealed is of paramount importance. It is akin to a bikini. The exposed elements are trivial, while the concealed parts hold the true significance. Nick Fury understood that one of his most elite agents would not trivialize his duties with mundane matters. Thus he turned the page of the mission report. Goodness, even the shrewdest director of SHIELD could not contain his astonishment upon glancing at the contents. Within a mere 3 days, extensive travels across the globe had resulted in the procurement of vast quantities of rare elements and precious resources, expenditures surpassing $10 billion. Inclusive of materials requisite for nuclear weaponry, ample enough for a professional team to construct a nuclear bomb. Indeed, in this land of freedom, there seemed to be no limits. Even the most perilous items could be acquired. It appeared imperative for him to enhance oversight and management. As he continued to peruse, an array of rare elements and valuable resources was meticulously catalogued. This was not merely a matter of nuclear bomb fabrication. Setting aside the origin of the $10 billion, the notion of appearing in various regions of the world within mere days was implausible. Could it be that Ye Hua possessed the ability of rapid movement? Natasha Romanoff's report also mentioned that he had hacked Tony Stark's artificial intelligence, JARVIS, suggesting he possessed extraordinary hacking skills and that the fund from Hammer Industries had likely been siphoned off by Ye Hua. This matter was indeed significant. Yet when compared to his potential nuclear deterrent capabilities, capable of obliterating SHIELD satellites, it paled in comparison. With questions lingering, Nick Fury turned to the next page of the report, which provided a thorough assessment of Ye Hua's past experiences and character. He was described as reclusive and arrogant. Investigations revealed that he had no friends or companions throughout his life, and up until now, he had never engaged in a romantic relationship, struggling to integrate with those around him. This was merely a surface-level report. Furthermore, a notable issue arose. All information pertaining to his life before the age of 6 remained a blank slate. Nick Fury furrowed his brow and inquired of Natasha, "What do you assess his threat level to be?" The case of the stolen Hammer Industries funds could be considered resolved, and the recently discovered source of nuclear energy was identified. Rather than concerning himself with these matters, Nick Fury was far more intrigued by Ye Hua as an individual. Extraterrestrials and sun gods mattered little. What was paramount was whether he could be of use to him. Sir, he could pose a significant danger, showing complete disregard for our societal norms and laws. Moreover, his extraordinary arrogance differs from Iron Man's hubris. It emanates a sense of superiority. His interactions at school further illustrate his indifference towards those around him. I believe he fits the profile of a supervillain, with a threat level beyond measure. This is an exceedingly high danger rating, akin to that of the Hulk, indicating that stringent control measures must be implemented. Sir, I cannot shake the feeling that he exudes a profound lack of security, akin to a beast returning to nature, seeking to ascertain his position within the food chain. Otherwise, during our initial encounter, when we had yet to exhibit any overt hostility, he should not have first compromised Iron Man's armor, only to subsequently obliterate our satellite. This act was a declaration of sovereignty and a defense of his territory. It also served as a formidable warning, indicating his immense power. Norman Novikov's psychological evaluations have never been unfounded. Ye Hua exuded such an aura. Deeply insecure, he cloaked himself like a hedgehog, ready to bare his fangs at the slightest hint of threat. I understood. Natasha, a new mission awaits you. Nick Fury nodded, his mind racing with thoughts. Regardless, only through direct engagement could a comprehensive assessment be accurately made. As for the outcome, I merely hoped it would not be too dire. After all, the current perspective was still too one-dimensional. A deeper investigation was essential. On the other hand, Natasha was not mistaken. Following the alliance of S.H.L.D. and Iron Man, Ye Hua felt the pressure mounting. Previously concealed, he could no longer remain unknown. Strength was now a necessity for survival and tranquility. Ye Hua was diligently researching suitable applications of vibranium alloy and designing weaponized armor. The design of the Blazing Sun S armor leaned towards a vintage technological aesthetic. Although visually appealing, it did not resonate with him. However, he recalled the angelic armor from his memories, which was rather impressive. Just as he contemplated crafting the dark silver armor of the angel, a brilliant idea flashed through his mind. Why must he seek armor designs solely within the realm of super technology? The Emperor's armor was equally striking. Designed with elements from ancient emperors, this armor embodied the body of a dragon, the armors of an eagle, the shoulder guards of a tiger, the back armor of a mastiff, and the leg armor of a rhinoceros. It was armor bestowed by the sun, representing the might of a ruler. After all, he was the sun god. Could there be a more fitting armor than this? Determined to bring this vision to life, Ye Hua began sketching the designs of the Emperor's armor from memory. Regarding weaponry, although the Emperor's armor featured the Aurora sword and Aurora cloak, he was particularly fond of Kaisa's silver wings. For charging forth with a sword was not nearly as impressive as lounging on a sofa with sound systems blaring. Moreover, when paired with wormhole algorithms, the sharp silver blades would undoubtedly possess greater lethality than an equally matched sword. Thus, Kaisa's silver wings were also replicated, comprising a total of 144 silver blade feathers. Each wing needed to maintain smooth lines and exquisite details. When unfurled, the silver wings should resemble the wings of an angel, radiating a dazzling, mesmerizing silver light. It was now more fitting to refer to them as the silver wings of the sun god. In summary, they had to be magnificent. One could assert that possessing such a transcendent weapon would undoubtedly empower its wielder, leading them to victories without fail. Perfect. Based on the design of the Emperor's armor and Kaisa's silver wings, combined with the optimization schemes provided by the genetic engine, Ye Hua was exceedingly pleased with the style of the weapon armor. It merely required the appropriate vibranium alloy for its creation. Unfortunately, this world lacked adamantium, and vibranium was not referred to by that name. If only there were a formula for adamantium akin to Wolverine's claws, perfection would be within reach. Upon entering the dark dimension, Ye Hua accessed the Solar Light operational interface to analyze the atomic composition of vibranium and compute alloy ratio schemes. After several hours, he had conducted numerous experiments, yet the results were far from satisfactory. The strength of the vibranium alloy failed to meet the standards of a silver blade-level weapon. He wondered if dark silver existed in this realm. If it did, it could be utilized directly, sparing him the hassle. However, he suspected it did not, else it would have already gained renown. After saving the experimental data, he continued his calculations. It seemed he could only procure this limited vibranium, which could not be squandered. With unsatisfactory results, Ye Hua chose to pause temporarily. Having gathered sufficient data, the next steps would be entrusted to the genetic system. Chapter 8. Idle matters. It appeared that matters were finally reaching a conclusion. The divine body upgrade was complete, and the dark dimension had been successfully opened, albeit still minuscule and devoid of substance. Yet this was the essence of super soldiers and even deities. The next steps involved learning from the solar technology, accumulating resources within the dark dimension, and constructing various functional devices. For the time being, this would suffice to fend off the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. As for the hidden surveillance and the discreet placement of listening devices in the vicinity, Ye Hua chose to ignore them, confident that they would glean nothing of substance. The priority was to finalize his weaponry. Vibranium, as a versatile synthetic material, is more durable than steel while weighing merely a third of its mass. At the atomic level, its distinctiveness lies in its ability to form various unique bonds, accommodating a multitude of forms and functions. Its chemical multifunctionality allows for the efficient synthesis of specialized components at the nanoscale. The exceptional molecular structure renders it nearly indestructible. as its relatively stationary molecules lead to minimal conduction of heat and kinetic energy, enabling it to absorb and subsequently release heat, energy, and motion. However, the drawbacks are glaring. Under high-frequency sound waves, vibranium exhibits a passivation phenomenon, losing its inherent strength and resembling melting ice, thus forfeiting its protective capabilities. For vibranium to truly fulfill its potential, it must be fashioned into a vibranium alloy, preserving its advantages while discarding its shortcomings. Fortunately, the processing of vibranium is quite straightforward, contrary to any preconceived notions of difficulty, as it can be shaped into weaponry through methods akin to iron smelting. Otherwise, if something were to rely on neutron stars for heating and melting, or if it necessitated processing under ultrasonic conditions, how could the ancestors of Wakanda possibly have discovered and harnessed vibranium? However, to obtain exceptionally strong vibranium alloys or items of exceedingly high purity, specific environments are indeed required. This substance is, after all, a universal metal. The first purified vibranium liquid can react with nearly any element on Earth, resulting in what is termed an indestructible metal. Naturally, there are varying degrees of strength. Now that a direction has been established for weaponry, the vibranium alloy must be the hardest and strongest, as well as sufficiently sharp. Provided the material is suitable, a silver blade emerges as an excellent choice, and vibranium alloys are easily calculated through micro-wormhole technology. This world does not necessitate striking enemies on a genetic or conceptual level, at least not for the time being. Even formidable beings like Thanos or the Ancient One can succumb to a well-placed stab. Should weapons of silver blade caliber be crafted, complemented by wormhole algorithms, they would undoubtedly be invincible. However, synthesizing a vibranium alloy that meets these requirements is no simple task. Captain America's shield was born of chance, and its formula cannot be replicated. Other vibranium alloys fail to meet the standards for silver blades. Indeed, it is a wondrous metal. Neither SHIELD nor Wakanda has succeeded in synthesizing a similar type of metal. Observing the vibranium synthesis data pilfered from SHIELD and Wakanda, Ye Hua shook his head. Both SHIELD and the military possess vibranium and have consistently attempted to replicate Captain America's shield. Yet their efforts have been in vain. The strength of the alloys obtained falls far short of that shield. Even Wakanda has never synthesized such a metal, having only crafted the Black Panther suit from high-purity, raw vibranium. While there are numerous advantages, there are also significant drawbacks, as it succumbs to ultrasonic waves. It is indeed worthy of being Captain America's exclusive property. As Ye Hua perused the vibranium synthesis data analysis and experiments, a strikingly beautiful girl with blonde hair, blue eyes, fair skin, and long limbs approached him. Due to the unsatisfactory progress of the experiments, he had spent his days idly at home, so he decided to visit the library to refresh his mind and learn more about physics. "Hi, Ye Hua, what are you looking at?" she inquired. "What a beautiful armor. Did you design this game character? Or is it a model?" The young woman, named Bellamy Miller, was a frequent patron of the library, exuberant and cheerful, naturally taking a seat beside Ye Hua and leaning in closely. Of course, Ye Hua had always suspected her frequent visits were motivated by a desire for his company. He smiled and replied, "Oh, it's nothing, just a casual design since I had some free time." He casually closed the vibranium experimental file, and, just as the screen shifted, it displayed the design of his Emperor armor, which piqued Bellamy's interest. "I find it truly remarkable. This set of armor is extraordinarily striking, indeed. The complete Emperor armor is undeniably impressive, as I am well aware without your prompting. However, its practicality in real combat is rather inconvenient. Firstly, the dragon horns on the shoulders are excessively long, the mastiff's back is overly thick, the tiger's shoulders are disproportionately large, and the eagle's arms are somewhat elongated. Especially when paired with the Aurora shield on the chest, it significantly hampers agility. Fortunately, with the aid of the genetic system, I made some minor modifications, opting to forego the Aurora shield altogether. Additionally, the belt underwent a considerable redesign. I have no need for a button to turn, and that contraption must be discarded, retaining only the Taiji pattern in the center. After several revisions, it has transformed into an upgraded version of the initial design. Yet due to the overall lack of significant alterations, it remains exceptionally stylish. "Bella, did you come to see me for something?" if not the golden-haired beauty, sensed a dismissive tone in Ye Hua's voice and felt a surge of dissatisfaction. Can't you see that I deliberately came to strike up a conversation with you? Though discontent brewed within her, she still extended an invitation. Are you free tonight? I would like to invite you to my birthday party. Apologies, Bella, but I have prior commitments. Upon hearing this, the girl frowned, skepticism lacing her smile. Are you truly going to turn me down? I don't recall you ever having a girlfriend. I met someone online, and we arranged to play games together and chat through the night. Ye Hua replied with a chuckle. At this revelation, Bella's disbelief deepened. Goodness, you would rather pursue an online romance than engage with me? Is there something amiss with your taste? There is absolutely nothing wrong with his aesthetic sense. In fact, the standards of beauty across the globe are likely quite similar. With a tall stature of nearly 6 feet 3 inches, he stood out prominently in any crowd. The divine genes undoubtedly contributed to his appearance. His features were resolute yet gentle, with well-defined contours and smooth lines. Beneath thick eyebrows lay a pair of deep, luminous eyes that sparkled with wisdom and allure, akin to twinkling stars. Not only did he possess an outstanding exterior, but he also boasted a wealth of inner depth and talent, surrounded by enthusiastic American girls. I'm truly sorry, Bella, but I cannot attend your party. I wish you a happy birthday. Ye Hua smiled once more, declining yet another beautiful girl. Was a mere few decades of casual romance truly fascinating? Moreover, he and ordinary individuals were not even on the same conversational wavelength. Yet, he had not deceived her. He was indeed contemplating an online romance, and had already added Wanda, the future Scarlet Witch, a formidable force across the multiverse, to his friends list. If he were to pursue a girlfriend in this world, the Scarlet Witch would undoubtedly be his top choice. After exchanging a few idle remarks, Ye Hua maintained his refusal, and Bella had no choice but to leave in disappointment. It was not a matter of her beauty. Rather, they existed on entirely different conversational planes, and he had no desire for mere physical interactions, as that held little appeal. Ye Hua reopened the files on Vibranium, delving back into his research when his phone vibrated. A message from Wanda. Am I disturbing you? What are you busy with? In Sokovia, a girl named Wanda Maximoff, who had lost both her parents and had an older brother, was remarkably easy to locate. He effortlessly added her as a friend. At that time, she had just endured the devastating loss of her parents, harboring deep resentment towards Stark Industries. It was he who had accompanied her online, offering solace, which naturally fostered a fondness between them. Now, she worked at a bakery alongside her brother, occasionally participating in protests, and her life had barely returned to some semblance of normalcy, though it was merely temporary. A slight smile graced Ye Hua's lips as he replied, I have nothing to do. Just when I was thinking of you, your message arrived. It seems we share a remarkable connection. Have you finished your work? Yes, my morning shift has concluded, and I'm currently on break. In a small town far away in Sokovia, Wanda was enjoying her lunch while chatting with a longtime online friend, her face lighting up with an involuntary smile. To be precise, she was an exceptionally mature young woman. At least, her physique suggested as much. She possessed enviable legs, a voluptuous figure, and a curvaceous backside, embodying the sensual elements of womanhood in their entirety. Even in her work attire, her beauty remained unblemished. Sometimes, I pondered how wonderful it would be if we lived in the same city. That way, I could meet you in person. The distance from Manhattan to Sokovia was considerable, rendering such a long journey impossible for her alone. Setting aside the financial constraints, the circumstances on both sides left her hesitant to meet Ye Hua. After all, her familiar online boyfriend possessed an impressive physique and striking looks, not to mention that he owned a large library. It was evident that Ye Hua's living conditions were quite affluent, residing in a villa and driving luxury cars, a lifestyle far removed from that of a girl from the slums. Currently, she was not yet the Scarlet Witch. Apart from her brother, she could be considered to have nothing. Even if we are in different cities, we can meet online every day. Of course, if you wish to meet me in reality, that can be arranged. If you desire, I could purchase a plane ticket to see you right now. The message on her phone stirred something within Wanda, yet thoughts swirled in her mind, leaving her reluctant to agree too readily. She did not want Ye Hua to discover her residence in an impoverished area. Fearing disappointment might lead to the loss of this cherished friendship. Their exchanges online flowed naturally, with an effortless rapport, as time slipped away unnoticed. Meanwhile, Natasha Romanoff arrived at the library entrance. She had received a new assignment to infiltrate this library engage closely, and conduct a precise psychological assessment to gauge the level of threat. Only Nighthawk was already aware of her existence as a SHIELD agent. It was indeed perplexing how Nick Fury intended for her to blend in. After a brief inspection of his appearance, Norman Osborn entered the library, holding a recruitment brief. Chapter 9. Reluctance to remain obscure. Time, like a fleeting horse, sped by, and soon over a month had passed, ushering in the summer season. During this period, I had first completed the upgrade of my divine physique, and through relentless effort and repeated experiments, I successfully developed the most suitable formula for vibranium alloy, crafting the Imperial armor and silver wings. At last, my combat capabilities were presentable, as long as I did not encounter the likes of Agamotto, Odin, or the Eternals. I felt confident that I could hold my own against any challenger, significantly enhancing my sense of security. However, it was somewhat regrettable that a worthy opponent had yet to appear, someone who could allow me to showcase my skills and assess the extent of my newfound strength. Although this world is never devoid of formidable beings, they either possess overwhelming power beyond my reach or are too weak to provide a satisfying challenge. I sought a brawler who engaged in visceral, hand-to-hand combat, rather than relying on flashy, frivolous magic. At present, it seemed a fitting sparring partner was on the horizon. Moonlight cascaded like water through the window as Nighthawk, clad in a tailored black suit, sat upright in a sif, leisurely savoring his coffee. His gaze traversed the transparent floor-to-ceiling windows, taking in a vibrant cityscape outside, where skyscrapers towered and neon lights flickered incessantly, with vehicles darting through the streets like shooting stars. It appeared that something was about to begin. A subtle smile of anticipation graced Nighthawk's lips. I must reiterate, this world is indeed fraught with calamity. The people of Manhattan would likely not enjoy a restful night. Hey, Nighthawk, what a coincidence. Do you also enjoy coming here for coffee? I hope you don't mind if I join you. As he focused on the happenings within Dr. Samuel Stern's laboratory, a graceful and statuesque beauty approached. Nighthawk turned, smiling. Of course, please have a seat. Natasha Romanoff had successfully secured a position in library management, and intriguingly, it was at my behest. Curiously, she had just resigned from Tony's employ only to come serve as my secretary. Nevertheless, it hardly mattered. The vast library was not a place I frequented, and many staff members were responsible for its daily upkeep. For Natasha to frequently see her employer was not an easy task. She maintained a regular work schedule, never absent or leaving early, and she made no overt attempts to draw closer to me. This woman was a consummate professional, adept at playing her part. If one were unaware of her true nature, one could easily be deceived. After all this time, have you uncovered anything? Your mission was supposed to conclude long ago. Are you really going to follow me home? Ye Hua teased, his gaze unabashedly lingering on her. Her slender waist, elongated legs, and curvaceous form created a fluid and exquisite silhouette. With a strikingly beautiful face, her refined and three-dimensional features were accentuated by cascading red locks, bestowing her with an extraordinary allure and distinctiveness that set her apart in any crowd. In any cultural context, she would be deemed a beauty. If you find it necessary, I wouldn't mind. After all, attending to my employer's well-being is part of my responsibilities as a secretary. Natasha elegantly gestured for a nearby waiter. With a gentle smile, she requested, "Could you please bring me a rich cup of coffee?" "Thank you." Her voice resonated with the magnetic charm of a mature woman. At the same moment, she casually tossed her red hair, allowing the light to cascade perfectly over her exquisite visage and graceful figure. As a trained professional agent, Natasha understood that sometimes a mere glance, a subtle smile, or even a slight gesture could serve as formidable tools to breach an adversary's psychological defenses. In that moment, she was discreetly wielding this charm. "Your business interests are quite varied," Ye Hua remarked with a shake of his head and a smile. "But alas, it is evident that you are ill-suited for this. Though I possess a bus card, I have no intention of boarding your vehicle, nor do I wish to share the road with the Hulk and his ilk. The Scarlet Witch of the future is far more appealing. What brings you here?" "To observe the spectacle. I see no spectacle to behold." Indeed, she anticipated that Ye Hua would not appear here without cause, and she furrowed her brow as she gazed out towards the distant street. The long-absent Dr. Banner, or perhaps the Hulk himself, had resurfaced within this very city. Even if the military forbade SHIELD from intervening, they could not simply turn a blind eye. Many agents had gathered tonight, discreetly monitoring the unfolding situation, and she was merely one of them, dispatched to engage with Ye Hua. Do not fret. After all, it is merely a military exercise. Ross will find a way to manage it, and has an S.H.I.L.D. already prepared an emergency plan? I must warn you once more. What you're doing is illegal. Do not continue to provoke the authority of the law. And I must reiterate, without evidence. Do not speak recklessly. I could sue you for defamation. Do you wish for me to take down all of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s satellites? You wouldn't dare, if you truly desired war with us. I'm afraid S.H.I.L.D. is not yet qualified to engage in warfare with me. A single fusion energy orb, and your headquarters would be no more. At least until Nick Fury establishes the Superboy team, you are not in a position to threaten me. What is it that you intend? To ensure you do not disturb me in the future. Perhaps we can engage in some trade involving vibranium and rare elements. How does an antimatter bomb sound? As he spoke, Ye Hua expressed great interest in the armored figure they had recently transported back from Mexico. Since you are unable to derive any meaningful insights from it, why not bestow it upon me? Observing Ye Hua's nonchalant demeanor, Natasha furrowed her brow. This individual infiltrated S.H.I.L.D.'s database as effortlessly as one drinks water, and the troubling aspect is that no one is even aware of his presence, let alone able to thwart him. If it were anyone else, they would have been executed countless times to prevent the leakage of classified information. Yet, with Ye Hua S.H.I.L.D. could neither act nor dare to act. She had witnessed firsthand a fist-sized energy orb soar from Ye Hua's hand, followed shortly by news from headquarters of a satellite explosion, a display of nuclear devastation, striking a satellite at an altitude of 600,000 meters from the Earth's surface. Is that even conceivable for a mere human? Since then, Ye Hua's threat level had escalated sharply, as they feared that a moment of his displeasure might lead to the obliteration of S.H.I.L.D. headquarters. And now, what is this about an antimatter bomb? Surely, this must be a jest. Such a device is more terrifying than a nuclear bomb. Who would dare provoke such a perilous entity? Let the director grapple with that dilemma. In truth, we harbor no ill intentions towards you. Why not contemplate joining us? It would be mutually beneficial. Given your awareness of the Avengers Initiative, one might presume you would prefer collaboration with those of your kind, whether they be astute or formidable. An individual as dangerous as Ye Hua, capable of casually wielding nuclear energy, must be contained. The United States cannot permit such an extraordinary existence. Ye Hua displayed little enthusiasm for S.H.I.L.D.'s overtures. After all, he did not traverse realms merely to serve as your subordinate. To become a hero? What a ludicrous notion. I have no need for the adulation of fans, for I am a deity. Faced with Ye Hua's impenetrable resolve, Natasha found herself at a loss. No matter what she proposed or the benefits offered, he remained disinterested. The notion of incapacitating him and forcibly taking him was utterly out of the question. The deterrent power of nuclear capability is sufficient to instill fear in any carbon-based life form. The two sipped their coffee, each lost in their thoughts, engaging in a sporadic conversation when suddenly an explosion echoed down the street. Here comes the intrigue, as Banner was sedated and prepared for transport by helicopter. They believed the mission had been safely accomplished when Emil Blonsky threatened Dr. Blue, demanding to be injected with Hulk's blood and subjected to gamma radiation, thereby acquiring the power he so desired and culminating in his mutation. The abomination emerged, wreaking havoc on the streets, creating a scene of utter chaos. Hulk has appeared. That foolish general has certainly botched things up. Amidst the fiery explosion, a hulking figure of green, resembling the Hulk, yet appearing even more robust, adorned with spines, led Natasha to mistakenly believe that Hulk had manifested. This was the city center. Hulk's presence here meant that matters were dire indeed. She was in the process of reporting to her superiors, requesting reinforcements. No, this is not the Hulk. It should be Abomination. Ye Hua chuckled. This is the perfect punching bag I have chosen. The Hulk is unsuitable. He lacks intellect and grows stronger the angrier he becomes. I merely seek a worthy opponent. I do not wish to falter. What the hell? General Ross has conjured yet another monstrosity. Listening to Ye Hua's explanation, accompanied by distant explosions and cries for help, Natasha was taken aback. Sir, there may be two green giants. Indeed, I am currently with Ye Hua, he informed me. Understood. The CAF has initiated emergency refuge measures and is closed. As they walk down the street, Ye Hua, intrigued, wished to test his skills. Unlike the Hulk, Abomination retains his sanity, possessing a composed mind. His strength and speed are comparable to that of the Hulk in his prime. With him as a training partner, I can significantly accelerate my genetic development, shortening the time it takes to advance to a third-generation super soldier. Entering the Dark Dimension, activating the Solar Light combat version. The operational interface opened to analyze the target. The target originally belonged to the God River life form, but has now been modified using an unknown model of genetic serum, lacking a genetic engine. The primary means of combat relies on physical attacks powered by bioenergy. Strength reaches 80 to 100, with a speed of approximately 900 kilometers per hour, capable of withstanding large-caliber lethal firearms. Comparing this data with that of the Solar Light deity, it is recommended to utilize full-power fusion shockwaves to obliterate its corporeal form or sever its head and heart. Its critical vulnerabilities with a silver wing. Abomination was wreaking havoc on the streets. Just as Natasha finished reporting the situation here and prepared to join the special task force to address the incident, she noticed Ye Hua standing still, his eyes shining with golden light. What are you just doing? You aren't thinking of challenging him, are you? In such matters, both Natasha and SHIELD would be quite pleased to see this scenario unfold. Not only would it allow them to gain deeper insights into Ye Hua's true level of strength, but it would also enable a more intuitive, clear, and accurate assessment of his capabilities. The Dark Dimension's manifestations remain invisible to ordinary people. After analyzing the data on Abomination, Ye Hua grew increasingly satisfied with his durable punching bag. It seems I will not be needed for the time being. The helicopter used by Ross to transport Banner had not ventured far when Abomination had already smashed a few cars and demolished several buildings. Banner jumped from the helicopter. Very well, let them fight. It will further assist me in observing the combat data. Ye Hua smiled, while Natasha frowned at his words. Chapter 10. Abomination vs. The Green Giant. This station reports an urgent news flash. At this very moment, a terrifying monster has suddenly appeared on the streets of New York, rampaging and causing destruction. Please observe the live footage. Oh my goodness, this is not just one monster, but two, and they are indeed engaged in a fierce battle. Dear viewers, you cannot possibly fathom the intensity and magnificence of the scene unfolding before us. I am a reporter, risking my life to bring you this live broadcast. May God protect me. Previously, the emergence of the Hulk could be dismissed as a military exercise or mere fabrications from certain individuals. Both the military and SHIELD had ways to silence ordinary citizens with confidentiality agreements. However, that is no longer the case. Two colossal green behemoths are rampaging through the streets, their demolition prowess surpassing that of professional demolition teams. Buildings and vehicles crumble under their might as if they were mere paper. Explosions abound, creating a chaotic tapestry of destruction. Unlike the intense hand-to-hand combat scenes depicted in films, numerous vibrant streets have now been reduced to ruins. The elite forces and police summoned by Ross are utterly powerless in the face of the Hulk and Abomination. Their weapons seem laughably ineffective, and even armed helicopters are of no use as casualties continue to rise. Ordinary citizens are like straw, helplessly swept away as lives are mercilessly claimed. Where these two green monsters tread, death follows closely behind, leaving people with no time to escape. The deafening sounds of explosions resonate, mingled with terrified screams that pierce the night sky, casting a pall of fear over the entire area. Yet, in the midst of this harrowing spectacle, the eager journalists resemble sharks scenting blood, eagerly springing into action. Cameras in hand, they frantically capture the tumultuous clash of the two green giants, missing no thrilling moment. Moreover, these reporters exhibit a keen interest in the severe destruction and substantial losses resulting from this altercation, diligently tracking the battlefield's shifting trajectory. As time progresses, more individuals, oblivious to the peril, join this thrill-seeking throng. Whether driven by a desire for breaking news or sheer curiosity, they disregard their safety, yearning to witness this unimaginable confrontation firsthand. The situation has spiraled out of control, with countless videos uploaded online and thousands bearing witness to the chaos. Yet, the military and SHIELD persist in their efforts. Madam, it is extremely dangerous ahead. Please surrender your camera. No, I'm a legally protected journalist. You have no right to demand my property. What connection is there between danger ahead and surrendering my camera? None whatsoever. These despicable bureaucrats and agents still wish to obscure the truth, while as a dedicated journalist, I have an obligation to reveal the reality of this world to the viewers at home. Such dialogues echo in various corners surrounding the battlefield. The military and police have relinquished their attempts to confront the Hulk or the Abomination, for the formidable weapons they relied upon proved ineffective against the two titans. Rather than venture in a certain peril, it is deemed more prudent to maintain order at the scene. It seems that the Hulk is not in his prime, as he is being subdued by the Abomination, perhaps a consequence of having recently received a suppressant injection. Nevertheless, the Abomination's lack of pants is quite the eyesore. Standing atop a building, Ye Hua remains indifferent to the surrounding explosions, critiquing the clash between the two combatants. Each of them serves as an exceptional punching bag, exhibiting remarkable resilience and strength. However, the Abomination's lack of aesthetic appeal is overshadowed by the fact that he, unlike his cinematic counterpart, is currently endowed with certain attributes. The thought of a Germanic giant parading through the streets without trousers is indeed a distressing image, prompting a fleeting desire to withdraw from about. Interestingly, that flamboyant Iron Man has yet to join the fray. This is Manhattan, right under his nose. Could he be intimidated or perhaps obstructed by someone? It seems unfathomable that he might truly be afraid. After all, either of those two behemoths could dismantle the current Iron Man into mere components. The battle rages on, with the acrid scent of gunpowder permeating the air as the two green giants grapple amidst the fiery explosions, unleashing blows and colliding their massive forms, even clashing heads in a test of toughness, purely physical combat. While Ye Hua observes and analyzes the combat data, agents from SHIELD are scrutinizing him. Natasha, are you certain that Ye Hua wishes to confront the Abomination? Is that truly the name he has chosen? Phil Coulson muses over Natasha's report. Does he believe he possesses the capability to engage with those two monstrosities? The implications are troubling, if Ye Hua indeed harbors inhuman strength and combat prowess. The danger level has escalated significantly. This man, whose receding hairline defies gravity and who is perpetually adorned with a genial smile, finds his demeanor turning serious. If this is the case, then SHIELD may find themselves utterly powerless against Ye Hua. Perhaps there is no need for animosity. However, the immediate situation demands attention, as General Ross has truly complicated matters. The Hulk and the Abomination continue their fierce struggle, unaware that the Hulk's bioenergy is surging rapidly due to the Abomination's intent to murder Banner's girlfriend, inciting his wrath. As anticipated, after the Hulk clapped his hands to extinguish the flames consuming the helicopter, his fury catalyzed an exponential increase in strength, allowing him to counter the Abomination. He ensnared the Abomination in massive chains, even attempting to strangle him. But at the critical moment, his girlfriend intervened, kicking the near-lifeless Abomination before him, who then fled with the helicopter in hot pursuit. This thrilling battle has reached a temporary conclusion, and before the smoke can dissipate, journalists swarm the scene, eager to capture the first-hand accounts. As he watched Abomination being taken away by helicopter, Ye Hua hesitated for a moment, but ultimately refrained from intervening. The day was drawing to a close, and Abomination, having just endured a fierce battle, had yet to recover. It would be wiser to return home for rest and seek him out for practice the following day. With the curtain falling on the spectacle, it was time to retire for the night. As the portal opened, Ye Hua vanished from the scene, leaving the subsequent cleanup entirely beyond his concern. Upon arriving home, he playfully reached out to Wanda and sent her a message, which was promptly answered. "It's quite late. Haven't you retired for the night?" "Not yet. I've been thinking of you." "I too am thinking of you, my dear." The passionate and vivacious Eastern European girl was far from bashful. Instead, she expressed her emotions with fervor. "Are you still residing in New York? You must be busy with work now. How I wish we lived in the same city." Despite their long acquaintance, he had yet to meet his online beau in person. Yet, a twinge of apprehension lingered. What if their actual meeting led to disappointment? Upon receiving Wanda's message, Ye Hua raised an eyebrow. Her feelings were unmistakably laid bare. Although he could easily open a portal to her side at that moment, would not be a tad too beastly? Nevertheless, the thought seemed plausible. Western girls matured at an astonishing rate. Her figure was nothing short of perfection, curvaceous and alluring. She had even sent him a photo of herself clad in an orange bikini, sunlight illuminating her fair and delicate skin, showcasing her enviable physique. With beauty that defied her age, her youthful innocence intertwined with a hint of seduction, he replied, "How could it be? I adore you, my dear. Material possessions hold no significance for me. Yet," he added, "I'm presently unable to leave. Rolling in bed can happen any time. There is no rush for that at this moment." The two conversed late into the night. The following day, Ye Hua rose early, prepared to seek out Abomination for a sparring session. Upon reaching the vicinity of the previous day's battlefield, he discovered it had been cordoned off. S.H.I.L.D. Agents patrolled the area to prevent any investigations, while the military had secured several nearby streets, engaged in post-battle reconstruction efforts. A group of protesters had gathered, demanding the government disclose the truth regarding Hulk and Abomination, condemning the military's incompetence. Shaking his head, after learning from military intelligence the location of Abomination's confinement, Ye Hua took his leave. As for the ongoing discussions between the military and S.H.I.L.D. regarding the custody of Abomination, he could only smile and remain silent. Confidential documents indicated that Abomination was imprisoned in a frozen facility in Alaska, which conveniently fell under Ross's jurisdiction. At that moment, Abomination was frantically pounding against the glass confines of his prison. "No, let me out. You cannot do this. I became a monster to eradicate monsters. This is not my fault." Ross could discern that Abomination retained the rationality and cognitive abilities of a normal person, though he had yet to revert to his human form. "It is inconceivable that anyone would willingly release such a monster. I believe you should remain calm." Ross replied with an impassive expression. The abhorrence that sought to take the lives of him and his beloved daughter was utterly unforgivable. The abhorrence was destined to serve a life sentence here, not to mention that he had now transformed into a grotesque creature. "This cell is impenetrable, surrounded by a laser matrix. I strongly advise you to remain compliant." "Ross, you betrayed me. I do not deserve such treatment." Regardless of how vehemently the abhorrence raged, it was all in vain. At that moment, an unexpected golden portal appeared in what should have been an impenetrable sanctuary. "I too believe you should not endure such treatment. They wouldn't even allow you to wear trousers. Who are you, and how did you get in here?" In an instant, alarms blared throughout the base, and Ross felt a surge of trepidation as the unfolding scene exceeded his comprehension. Ignoring Ross entirely, Ye Hua nonchalantly opened a wormhole and tossed a pair of men's boxers into the glass cell. "Put on some clothes and then come with me." Hulk's elastic pants, crafted from a synthetic fiber infused with a proportion of spandex, exhibited remarkable stretch and flexibility, yet they paled in comparison to the pair he had given to the abhorrence. It could be considered an advance on the payment for his sparring partner. "Who exactly are you, and what do you intend to do?" As Ye Hua disregarded him and attempted to take the abhorrence away, Ross, despite knowing the situation was precarious, could not contain his fury. "I will give you one more chance to disclose your identity. Otherwise, I shall order you to be shot." A throng of soldiers encircled Ye Hua, and the atmosphere became suddenly tense. Chapter 11. The free boxing match in the desert in the S.H.I.E.L.D. office. Director Nick Fury supported his head with both hands, his shiny bald dome reflecting the light. His dark visage, though devoid of any outward signs of distress, certainly did not convey happiness. The extraterrestrial who claimed to be the sun god, the light of the sun, had become the subject of increasing scrutiny as more information reached Fury. At last, he felt a slight sense of relief. This individual's psychological evaluation was marginally normal. He was neither a madman nor someone intent on societal revenge or world destruction. He could engage in coherent dialogue and exhibited entirely healthy psychological behavior. Aside from a mild sense of insecurity and a perception of superiority, there was nothing particularly unusual. According to Natasha's mission report, there had been marked improvement in this situation of late. Furthermore, as investigations into those who had maintained close contact with Ye Hua over the years progressed, the evaluations were largely positive, depicting him as a humble and courteous gentleman. Additionally, the staff at the library held Ye Hua in high regard, considering him to be an excellent employer. His command over nuclear energy appeared to be manageable. After all, he had resided in Manhattan for many years without any incidents or explosions. This was, in fact, quite encouraging news regarding the funding of Hammer Industries. It has recently acquired a substantial amount of rare elements and materials from around the globe, while also eliminating certain gang members. In truth, this matter has become insignificant. What alternatives are there? Should he surrender those items or be imprisoned? Such notions are absurd. Engaging in combat with SHIELD satellites from the surface of the Earth, employing nuclear energy, is beyond his capabilities. He is not akin to the Hulk, who merely dismantles structures. If mishandled, it could potentially result in the annihilation of Manhattan, and who would bear that burden? Who would dare to assume such responsibility? Therefore, amicable engagement is of utmost importance. As long as he remains compliant, that suffices. Naturally, it would be even better if he refrained from indiscriminately infiltrating SHIELD's database. Initially, it seemed that matters would temporarily settle, but unexpectedly, he had just abducted Abomination from General Ross's cell, resulting in casualties among the soldiers. Nick Fury rubbed his temples, feeling a severe headache, and recognized the urgent need for a formidable team to address non-human incidents. Otherwise, entities like Nightingale truly leave him at a loss. What is the situation with General Ross? Are there significant casualties? Moreover, have our satellites made any discoveries regarding his whereabouts? In response to the inquiry from his superior, the ever-amiable Coulson appeared to be well prepared. General Ross is furious and is mobilizing the military. Fortunately, there were no fatalities among the soldiers during this prison break. They were merely injured, all from their own gunfire. Reports from the Sahara Desert indicate a nuclear reaction. Nightingale and Abomination are present, seemingly poised for a duel. Upon hearing Coulson's response, Nick Fury's mind began to race. Since they're no longer on American soil, could they not deploy a high-yield nuclear weapon to eliminate this threat? He voiced this thought, only to be met with immediate opposition from Natasha and Coulson. I do not recommend such an action, for he possesses a form of spatial teleportation ability with an extensive range, allowing him to escape long before a nuclear detonation could occur. Should he become aware of our intentions to launch a nuclear strike against him, the consequences would be dire. Commander, as you are aware, our cybersecurity system may as well be non-existent in his presence. Natasha Romanoff, having spent the most time with Nightingale, has gained some understanding of his capabilities. His portals appear almost magical, enabling instantaneous travel. Furthermore, Nightingale can generate nuclear energy at will, rendering him indifferent to the threat of a nuclear weapon. Over time, her perception of Nightingale has evolved. She is reluctant to resort to such extreme measures. Coulson concurs that launching a nuclear weapon would be imprudent, stating that based on Natasha's mission reports and psychological assessments, he is entirely capable of communication and cooperation, rather than being treated as an incessant threat. After all, he has resided in Manhattan for nearly a decade without causing any issues. As a man who has encountered extraterrestrials, the Asgardian god Thor, Coulson perceives them merely as extraordinary beings endowed with the ability to soar through the skies and wield immense power. Beyond this, they share an intrinsic similarity with ordinary humans. The once mighty Thor was subdued and vanquished by mere mortals. The so-called gods possess emotional needs, engage in conversations akin to ordinary individuals, and require sustenance and rest. This concept is not particularly difficult to grasp. Whether it be Thor or the sun god Ye Hua, they are fundamentally alike. If friendships can be forged through dialogue, why resort to conflict and enmity? Very well, let it be. Such simple truths are not lost on Nick Fury. He merely struggles to acclimate to the existence of people or circumstances beyond his control. In time, he shall adjust. I shall personally seek an audience with General Ross regarding his accountability for the monstrous altercations that transpired on the streets of New York. Furthermore, you are to promptly venture to the Sahara Desert to ascertain his intentions. And then there is the Abomination. Once the mission objectives were clarified, Coulson and Natasha sprang into action. Meanwhile, Ye Hua brought the Abomination to the heart of the world's largest desert. This vast expanse was unlikely to be disturbed by any external forces. Come now, unleash your power to the fullest. The Abomination possessed a logical thought process, yet could not fathom Ye Hua's true intentions. Who are you? Are you not afraid of me killing you? Rather than hastily attacking or fleeing, he regarded the figure before him with a fierce countenance. Very well, allow me to introduce myself succinctly. I am Ye Hua, though you may also refer to me as the light of the sun or the sun god. It was I who liberated you from your prison and bestowed upon you a pair of undergarments valued at millions of dollars. In return, you shall serve as my sparring partner in combat for the foreseeable future." As he spoke, Ye Hua summoned his armor, exclaiming, "Imperial armor, unite." A man remains youthful at heart until death. Even at nearly 40 years, his adolescent fantasies remain unvanquished. A brilliant beam of light ascended into the heavens, outlining the form of the armor with golden lines, which then materialized into pieces that flew to adorn his body, each segment clinking with a resonant metallic sound as they joined. Ye Hua strolled through the radiance. The strength of the Imperial armor is self-evident, and its entrance must exude style. In the blink of an eye, the brilliance faded, revealing a metallic armor imbued with majesty and assertiveness, an aura of kingship emanating forth. He did not don a helmet, lest others mistake him for a new Iron Man likewise. He lacked the Aurora shield upon his chest, as it had never been crafted. In truth, as the light of the sun, he possessed his own core equipment. However, he had not favored the armor blueprints stored in the database. However, the core technologies of the Dawn Blade and Zenith Shield can indeed be applied to the Aurora Sword and Aurora Shield. After all, even the most resilient metals possess a threshold for endurance. If they are merely hard without the ability to dissipate force, they will inevitably be shattered. The examples of the Meow Meow hammer and Captain America's shield serve to illustrate this. Yet, the vibranium alloy is unsuitable for weapon engines and does not conduct energy. If it merely serves as a multifaceted shield to enhance defense, then its necessity is entirely questionable. Likewise, if it cannot unleash sword energy, then what purpose does the sword serve? It would be more convenient to wield a silver wing. Thus, I must defer this endeavor. At that moment, the armor was no mere leather suit. It was form-fitting and snug. As the arms slowly rose, the surrounding sandy terrain was stirred by a powerful aura, creating waves of sand. The Abomination's eyes widened as he felt an unprecedented pressure bearing down on him. Knight, clad in Imperial armor, confidently declared, "Come, unleash your full strength, and let me witness your prowess." The Abomination, naturally unwilling to relent, let out a furious roar and charged forward, entering the shadow dimension. He activated the sunlight combat interface and imported the blazing sun fighting technique. The battle was imminent as the two clashed violently. The Abomination swung his massive fists, while Knight chose to stand firm, meeting the strikes head-on. A deafening sonic boom erupted in the air as their pure physical confrontation resembled an explosion of energy, stirring up layers of sand. With a powerful punch, he forced the Abomination to stagger back, fully unleashing his strength, for this creature was tough-skinned and not easily vanquished. The Abomination, however, was no pushover. He was a pure physical warrior capable of crushing any foe. For the first time engaging in a true battle, even with the assistance of the genetic system's calculations, the experience felt less than seamless. Yet, bolstered by the superlative defense of the Imperial armor, a sense of parity emerged. This was, indeed, an ideal sparring partner. Knight stomped his feet, leveraging the force to leap into the air, performing a full rotation before delivering a kick to the Abomination's head as he descended. The Abomination, incensed, intensified his attacks, and in a moment of carelessness, he managed to seize Knight, attempting to crush the armor. "Fool, this is an ultra-high-strength vibranium alloy, the hardest metal on Earth. Spare yourself the effort. You'd be better off honing your skills in physical combat." For the sake of this armor, I had nearly lost my hair in labor. Its defensive capabilities are beyond question. Simultaneously, the black, form-fitting metal-woven portions must be both supple and resistant to ultrasonic interference while possessing a degree of defense. Do you know the effort I invested? Even if Thanos were to approach wielding his massive blade, I would have confidence in creating a fissure in his weapon. Against you, mere Abomination, that simply will not suffice. Activating his genetic ability, Knight unleashed thermal fusion rays, his eyes radiating golden beams. In a flash of brilliance, he broke free from the Abomination's grasp, sending the creature hurtling away into the distance. There is no alternative. The Emperor's armor, forged from vibranium alloy, hampers my ability to unleash energy, which is one of the reasons I have chosen not to don a helmet. Is this truly all you are capable of? Come again. If you can defeat me, I shall grant you your freedom. Should you refuse to cooperate, I will end you here. Ye Hua taunted. The Abomination was incensed. Hulk had only nearly bested him. Yet he was not so brazen. This was simply intolerable. You will regret this. With a deep, resonant growl, the abomination lunged once more, but Ye Hua remained unperturbed, choosing to strike first. In this exchange, both fighters demonstrated an uncanny synchronization. The abomination ceased his attempts to restrain Ye Hua, while Ye Hua refrained from utilizing his energy beams to bully his opponent. You strike me with a punch, and I shall retaliate with a kick, a quintessential free boxing match. Their prowess far exceeded that of Captain America, and they felt no fatigue whatsoever. Ye Hua grew increasingly exhilarated, while the abomination was consumed by anger and despair. You claim this is not bullying? You leave me utterly defenseless. How am I to retaliate? So, you intend to use me as a punching bag, is that it? Correct. Chapter 12. The arrival of successive forces, a pure contest of physical might, the most primal and savage form of combat, unfolded in this vast desert. Untouched by the presence of others, with no risk of harm to anyone, for it was desolate, save for the golden grains of sand. Ye Hua thrived on the exhilaration. The abomination was undoubtedly the finest punching bag, bar none. Despite his strength being inferior to that of the abomination, the armor's enhancement rendered him impervious to harm. Overall, the battle was evenly matched, allowing Ye Hua to unleash his physical prowess and surplus energy without reservation. It was thrilling, a likely consequence of long-standing repression. However, the abomination held a differing perspective. He would rather return to his cell than serve as a punching bag. He was utterly unyielding. Even when he struck Ye Hua with full force, sending him flying hundreds of meters, he could inflict no damage, only to have Ye Hua eagerly return to demonstrate what true helplessness felt like. Even escape was not an option. Those weapons resembling wings, forged from daggers, were exceedingly sharp, capable of slicing through his flesh with ease, instilling a palpable fear of death. He was left with no choice but to accept the role of sparring partner. Hours must have passed, yet he felt as though Ye Hua was deliberately tormenting him. Even with his enhanced physique, he found it increasingly difficult to endure. What? Are you already fatigued? Observing the abomination sprawled on the ground, refusing to rise, devoid of his earlier rage and desire to flee, Ye Hua approached with amusement. This was indeed fundamentally different from the green giant Hulk. If engaged in combat of such intensity, Hulk would likely remain perpetually enraged and continue to fight. Perhaps it was their differing rationalities that set them apart. But what does it matter? This is simply exhilarating. It is no wonder that so many individuals, upon feeling discontented, choose to visit a boxing gym to strike a punching bag as a means of releasing stress. Indeed, it is remarkably therapeutic. It is the armor that I wear. If you possess the ability, remove it, for I cannot fathom that you would triumph over me. The entity known as Zengu muttered with disdain. This is far more disheartening than battling the Hulk, for it is not a fair contest, but rather an unidirectional assault. Ye Hua chuckled. Do you believe this armor is for my protection? In truth, it safeguards you. Without this armor, devoid of genetic prowess, in a mere physical confrontation, I may very well not be Zengu's equal. Yet, there are numerous methods to utterly obliterate him. Should my temper flare, I cannot guarantee that I wouldn't unleash a full-force fusion shockwave. Moreover, a punching bag must embrace its role. Whoever indicated that it was here for an equitable contest? Hey, do you not long to revert to your ordinary state? Even now, Zengu remains unchanged. It appears he cannot freely alter his form. According to the data analysis from the shadow dimension, his cells and genes are in a state of instability, not yet having completed their mutation, and his body is adapting to this transformation. This may very well be the reason he cannot revert to his human form. Listening to Ye Hua's words, Zengu grew immediately animated, inquiring repeatedly, do you possess a method? Can you grant me this power without transforming me into a monster? If you can accomplish this, I am willing to heed your every command, even to serve as your punching bag during training. In truth, not only do Ross Sh.I.L.D. and the residents of New York regard him as a monster, but he himself finds it difficult to accept his current visage. Please, he implored. Ye Hua smiled. No problem, I shall assist you. In reality, there is no need for intervention. According to the system's calculations, it will not be long before his genes stabilize, at which point he will naturally be able to switch forms freely. It is worth noting that during his incarceration of over a decade, Zengu had also mastered the ability to transform at will. This is far superior to the Hulk, for he possesses intellect. Unlike a brute that knows only destruction, he can be considered a successful case of a Hulk-like super serum. All right, We have rested sufficiently. It is time to continue. Ye Hua expressed great enthusiasm for the visceral combat, as he had never before wielded his power so liberally. The battle resumed. Just as the two engaged in a fiercely contested struggle, a resounding roar echoed from the sky. The Quinjet from S.H.L.D. was approaching. In fact, Ye Hua had previously noticed the S.H.L.D. satellite monitoring this location, but paid it no mind, for it was unnecessary. It simultaneously served to showcase his power. Yet, he had not anticipated their arrival would be so swift. "Commander, what should we do now? Should we prepare for battle?" Listening to the staff, Coulson felt utterly speechless. With just a dozen of them, how could they possibly engage in the battle below? Just look. Open your eyes and behold the swirling sands, the powerful strikes. I even suspect that flying a tad lower would result in being shot down. Observing the distant combat in the desert, Coulson was struck with astonishment. Just how formidable was this abominable combat prowess? Their analysis had indicated that it rivaled even Hulk. Yet he had not anticipated that Ye Hua could contend with it on equal footing. One must say, it is no surprise that he claims to be a god. Indeed, he possesses strength that ordinary mortals can scarcely fathom. "Coulson, we've been detected. What should we do now? Should we land?" With the arrival of the Quinjet, the battle below had ceased, clearly awaiting their approach. If it were just Ye Hua alone, Natasha would not hesitate much. However, there was still a super creature down below. Any unforeseen event could spell disaster for their strike team. "Let us descend. I believe they harbor no ill intentions." Coulson hesitated briefly before issuing the command, but only he and Natasha flew over in the jet. As he stepped off the aircraft, sporting a slick hairstyle and dressed impeccably, embodying the image of a successful individual, Ye Hua couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. The Marvel Traveler's novice village chief, the affable Coulson, was inevitably drawn into this encounter. He hadn't expected Coulson to be so audacious, especially with the abomination standing nearby. Yet here he was, boldly approaching. "Greetings, Mr. Ye Hua. It's a pleasure to meet you. I have heard Natasha mention you more than once." Faced with Coulson's natural familiarity and his immediate inclination to shake hands, Ye Hua remained non-committal, smiling as he inquired, "What does my so-called secretary think of me?" Coulson, ever the diplomat, offered only flattering remarks. Natasha, meanwhile, observed Ye Hua's armor with keen interest, casually asking, "Did you acquire so many resources merely to forge this suit? I must say, it's incredibly cool." She was aware of what she meant, and without confirming or denying, he merely shrugged. "So what brings you here? Am I disturbing you by boxing in the desert?" "Of course not." Coulson chuckled, adding, "We are merely here on General Ross's behalf to inquire about the situation. I wish to know why you removed Blonsky from prison." Before Ye Hua could respond, the abomination approached, filled with indignation. "Do you believe I should be confined in prison as well?" he exclaimed. "It was Ross who betrayed me, abandoned me. I am a distinguished soldier, decorated multiple times, sent to eliminate monsters. I became this way to fulfill my mission. None of this is my fault." The abomination was merely expressing his grievances, yet to the ordinary Coulson and his team, it was undeniably terrifying. Like a fierce tiger, regardless of whether it poses a threat to you, the mere sound of its roar can send you into a state of sheer terror. This reaction is instinctive, stemming from the dominance of the food chain. Both Coulson and Natasha are exceptional agents, seasoned by countless battles, yet they too can feel fear deep within their hearts. Ye Hua can even perceive their trembling bodies and the cold sweat trickling down their brows. "All right, everyone, please remain calm. As you can see, Emil Blonsky is the combat instructor I have engaged, and to avoid any misunderstandings, I deliberately chose this location. Rest assured, I deem him quite safe." Upon hearing this, Abomination scoffed, knowing full well that the reality was quite the opposite. He was merely there to serve as a punching bag. Coulson and the others were taken aback, astonished that this creature could articulate human speech and exhibited a clear logical thought process, all while seemingly intimidated by Ye Hua. However, he refrained from further inquiries and feigned calmness, remarking that he too believed General Ross had made grave errors, and the government would undoubtedly hold him accountable. Yet, he privately mused that General Ross's super soldier program appeared to have succeeded to some extent, retaining intelligence while acquiring immense power, yet regrettably transforming into a monster. This power had escalated to an uncontrollable degree. No one would permit such experimental creations to exist. Otherwise, An army of intelligent green giants would challenge the interests of those in power. Their ultimate desire was merely to replicate the success of Captain America. Indeed, in the eyes of all, Captain America stands as the epitome of a successful super soldier, powerful yet controllable, and not a monster. Ye Hua, lacking the ability to read thoughts, remained oblivious to Coulson's musings. After exchanging a few casual remarks, another figure arrived. "Oh, what do I see? Is there a party happening here?" Such a lively scene could hardly be complete without Iron Man. His absence during the battle between Hulk and Abomination was due to his engrossment in researching the next generation of armor. "What kind of technology is this? Are you so enamored with me that you crafted this suit specifically for me?" Initially, he intended to ignore Iron Man. But upon glimpsing the data of the newly developed armor, Ye Hua felt an inexplicable urge to confront him. Firstly, the armor boasted enhanced defenses and energy absorption capabilities, particularly aimed at nuclear energy, along with a significantly upgraded firewall for Jarvis. While this was hardly groundbreaking, being a product of technology from several eras apart, Ye Hua could still snap his fingers and send Iron Man back home. However, the fact that this new model was dubbed the Anti-Brat armor was simply intolerable. "So, is the illustrious Iron Man. You have arrived at the perfect moment. Are you interested in a duel?" It goes without saying that the primary purpose of his research on this armor was to counter Ye Hua, and having just completed it, he could scarcely wait to test its capabilities. "Certainly, I relish engaging in conversations with the youth. However, I have since refrained from further discourse." Night Venom and Iron Man stood at 3 distinct angles, gazing at one another, the air thick with impending conflict. Coulson and his team had arrived early, poised to commence a professional combat assessment. Chapter 13. A brief discussion. Night fixed his gaze upon Iron Man, his eyes gleaming with mockery and disdain. How audacious of Iron Man to label his upgraded suit as the Anti-Brat armor. Today, he would learn why the flowers bloom so vibrantly. Venom, in a fury, charged towards him, each step causing the ground to tremble. Grains of sand lifted into the air as he seemed unfazed by Iron Man's presence. Iron Man swiftly ascended, his palm cannon aimed squarely at Venom, for he believed it necessary to exhibit some gentlemanly conduct. The three parties were at an impasse, a chaotic skirmish on the brink of eruption. With a thunderous roar, Venom launched the first attack, barreling towards Night. Just as Venom was about to collide with him, Night activated his genetic abilities, precisely calculating the trajectory of Venom's assault, and with a nimble sidestep, evaded the blow. Did this brute not realize that his true intention was to confront Iron Man? In the next instant, he appeared behind Venom, delivering a powerful kick. Venom, taken aback by the pain, spun around to retaliate. At that moment, Iron Man soared into the air, unleashing a volley of micro-missiles that whistled towards the two combatants engaged in fierce battle. Night had been closely monitoring Iron Man's movements. Upon sensing danger, he swiftly dodged. While Venom was struck by several missiles, plumes of black smoke erupting from his form, redirecting his wrath. With a leap that soared several dozen meters high, he clearly had the upper hand against ground-based foes, bolstered by the formidable output of his arc reactor, allowing for rapid turns and high-speed flight while maintaining optimal performance. Iron Man deftly evaded and approached Venom, utilizing a laser cutter to slice at Venom's arm. Seizing the moment, Night sprang into action, pulling Iron Man down and raining a flurry of blows upon him. After several strikes, the surface of the iron suit bore numerous dents. Constructed of titanium alloy, it was rather mediocre in his eyes. Even in a purely physical confrontation, he felt confident in dismantling it. Night held a disdainful view. In comparison to his own vibranium alloy Emperor armor, Iron Man's suit seemed akin to mere trinkets. "Oh, really? Then let us see how you fare against this." Tony, observing that Night and Venom were engaged in a free-for-all, realized that Night was honing his combat skills without resorting to energy attacks. Was this not a waste of his preparations? Yet, the proud Tony would not take advantage. He landed on the ground, activating military combat protocols to engage both foes in close quarters. The outcome was, of course, predictable. He found himself questioning his very existence. The two adversaries before him were increasingly formidable, and even when alternating opponents, his iron suit was nearly deformed. His decision to refrain from joining the battle between Hulk and Venom had evidently been a sagacious one. It appears that the next enhancement of the battlesuit should focus on researching specialized alloys to augment its protective capabilities. In the sky, several Quinjet fighters soared, captivating Coulson and Natasha, while a group of elite agents conducted a battlefield analysis. The extraordinary strength displayed by these individuals, often referred to as gods, was indeed no exaggeration. Below, a sandstorm raged, reminiscent of divine beings engaged in combat, evoking a sense of awe in Natasha. Coulson, equally astonished by the trio's power, reflected on the ancient admiration for deities born from ignorance, realizing that they were merely individuals of immense capability. Iron Man was human, Abomination was once human, and Nightwing could be classified merely as an extraterrestrial life form. There's only one true God. In this age of technology and space exploration, the agents, particularly those of their caliber, would redefine even the most divine beings as high-energy entities. However, General Ross's super soldier experiment could be deemed remarkably successful, assuming Abomination retained a human form. Natasha refrained from commenting on Abomination, instead directing her attention to Nightwing, suggesting that rather than focusing on Abomination or the Hulk, they should concentrate their efforts on Nightwing. Presently, he could hold his own against Abomination and Iron Man using only his physical prowess, seemingly with ample strength remaining. His true combat effectiveness and destructive capacity were beyond imagination, especially since he could also unleash nuclear energy projectiles. The energy readings from various instruments indicated nuclear reactions, portraying him as a walking nuclear weapon. It was no wonder he referred to himself as the Sun God. Coulson nodded in agreement, acknowledging that Nightwing's actual combat rating could not simply be concluded from the current battle. They must also consider his mastery of nuclear energy orbs. As they exchanged ideas, the battle below raged on. As time progressed, Iron Man was the first to withdraw from the field, his stamina and energy waning, and his suit nearly reaching the point of failure. Nightwing and Abomination, however, showed no signs of fatigue, continuing their fierce confrontation. It was only as the sun set that this battle reached its conclusion. So, you brought Colonel Blonsky out of General Ross's prison to hone your combat skills? After the battle, the group gathered, and Tony promptly arranged for a Michelin chef and ingredients to be airlifted in, beginning their dinner in the desert. Coulson felt it necessary to reaffirm Nightwing's intentions, but faced with Abomination's fierce gaze, he quickly altered his phrasing, recognizing the imposing presence of the hulking green figure. Or do you think your S.H.I.E.L.D. agents can accompany me in training, or do you presume I intend to take him to cause destruction? Certainly not. Coulson smiled, attempting to engage in conversation with the Abomination. Overall, this case proved to be a more successful example of a super soldier than the Hulk. Aside from its grotesque transformation that defied aesthetic norms, it retained its reason and intellect, a rare feat indeed. However, the power it possessed could indeed pose a significant challenge. The Governing Council would never permit the emergence of rational abominations in large numbers, as this would undermine their authority and potentially disrupt the current societal structure. Have you considered how to proceed? How long will the training last? I don't know, Ye Hua replied, shaking his head. It was hardly feasible to return the abomination to its cell only to retrieve it when needed. Tony, however, displayed little concern over this. Casting a glance at the abomination, which savagely tore into a roast steak, he felt a deep-seated disdain. What did it matter if one possessed immense strength? It was merely a mutated monster. With an elegant swirl of his wine glass, he turned to Ye Hua, inquiring, I am more curious about the material of your armor. His own Iron Man suit, constructed from the latest aerospace materials, was nearing the end of its lifespan, while Ye Hua's armor bore not a single scratch, which seemed rather implausible. You often claim to be a sun god, yet I find that hard to believe. Surely, you must be an extraterrestrial instead. Why not share what alien worlds are like? In this day and age, extraterrestrial life was no longer a secret, and Earth was not the sole planet in the universe. Tony expressed profound interest in the existence of alien life. There is nothing much to say. Numerous civilizations and races inhabit this universe, even deities, as numerous as the stars in the sky. And what is your definition of a god? Mastery of supernatural powers, perhaps a longer lifespan? Not merely longer, but lifespans that surpass 1,000, 10,000 years, extending into eternity. Oh, so beings of great power that are immortal. If that is the case, I find little allure in it. It is merely an extension of life. If that qualifies as divinity, then it is hardly remarkable. If given the chance, I would indeed like to visit an alien planet to see if it resembles Earth. Once the veil of mystery was lifted, there would be little left to revere. Ye Hua sat calmly conversing with them, feeling little different from these ordinary individuals. I believe we could exchange insights on armor fabrication techniques. Also, the energy sphere you possess. Know that I have developed an arc reactor, a substance not found on Earth, which could be mutually beneficial. What do you think? Tony was envious of the strength of Ye Hua's armor and sought to comprehend how he harnessed nuclear energy with his physical form. Ye Hua shook his head. Your Iron Man technology holds no value for me, and you would not grasp my techniques. The technological disparity is vast. Iron Man technology is but a heap of refuse. Even Rocket Raccoon had remarked that Tony was merely a genius on Earth, and nothing more. Moreover, he employs dark energy propulsion technology, while solar fusion serves merely as a means of combat, rendering communication with him rather perplexing. Tony felt a renewed sense of intellectual affront. He staunchly believed that there was nothing in this world he could not comprehend. Nightingale paid him no mind and instead turned to Coulson, inquiring about the destroyer armor from Asgard, suggesting it might be worthy of his study. What purpose do you find in that artifact? To disclose the truth. It is merely a hollow shell, he replied. I intend to investigate the craftsmanship of the dwarves and the properties of that metal. The destroyer armor is undoubtedly forged by dwarves, likely utilizing URU metal, renowned for its excellent magical conductivity. I wonder if it could be combined with vibranium, thereby preserving the advantages of both materials. If successful, I might be able to create the Aurora Shield and the Aurora Blade. Presently, while the armor provided adequate defense, it hindered him from unleashing his full potential. Wait a moment, did you not mention Asgard? How do we shift from that alien wielding a hammer to discussing dwarves? Are we talking about Snow White's 7 dwarfs? Tony suddenly perceived a point of curiosity as he found himself particularly intrigued by life forms within the cosmos, especially those like Thor and Nightingale. Faced with Tony's incessant inquiries, Nightingale wearily shook his head. Very well, let me elucidate briefly to broaden your understanding. The world tree depicted in mythological narratives indeed exists. It is a tree-like cosmic nebula network. Within this immense nebula or universe reside 9 extraordinary planets, distributed among the branches and roots of this cosmic world tree, which Asgard refers to as the 9 realms. Beyond these realms, there are other special locales harboring life, and even other dimensions existing beyond the cosmos. As he spoke, Nightingale projected a simulated scene into the real world using the dark dimension. This visualization was crafted from his memory and understanding, thus requiring no precise calculations, making it quite simple to execute. The individuals felt as though they were immersed in a vast cosmic galaxy, captivated by Nightingale's account of the myriad civilizations and life forms existing within the universe, all expressing their wonder. In the face of cosmic civilizations, they realized how diminutive they truly were. Chapter 14. Ross's military operations following a desert soiree. Everyone felt a newfound sense of camaraderie. Nightingale was not difficult to approach. Often, he behaved much like an ordinary individual, exhibiting no significant differences. He merely harbored a sense of paranoia, wishing to avoid disturbances, while simultaneously demonstrating a willingness to foster a positive relationship with S.H.A.L.D. This was excellent news for the organization, as Coulson promptly conveyed that as long as Nightingale could ensure that Abomination would not unexpectedly rampage through the city, he would be willing to negotiate with General Ross on behalf of S.H.I.E.L.D., guaranteeing that no further disturbances would arise. He subtly implied that with such strength, there was little need for excessive vigilance or displays of power. At the same time, a promise was made to swiftly establish a residential base in the vicinity, for it would be rather unseemly to have the Abomination languishing in the desert. Surely, one could not expect him to take up residence in a hotel, could one? Such trivial matters did not concern Ye Hua in the slightest, as he readily acquiesced. Regarding Tony's curiosity about the remarkable defensive capabilities of his armor, Ye Hua spoke candidly, revealing that it was crafted from vibranium, which S.H.A.L.D. had in its reserves. There was no need to covet his own supply. In truth, the mere 200 kilograms of vibranium was hardly sufficient, and he was contemplating a visit to Black Panther's homeland, Wakanda. However, there was no pressing urgency for that at the moment. After all, the armor and weaponry had already been forged, and even with additional vibranium, he had yet to decide on its application. To integrate a weapon engine with optimal energy conductivity, it seemed that one would have to resort to utilizing URU metal or perhaps forego vibranium entirely. This matter required further consideration, as no immediate solutions presented themselves. If all else failed, one might resort to detonating a black hole to procure dark iron. Yet, it appeared that URU metal was still the more accessible option. The notion of employing numerous massive stars to cool the edges of a black hole, subsequently bringing the divine body close enough to engage in a chemical reaction with black hole matter, and extracting said material to forge supersubstances, including dark iron, was tantalizing. However, without the support of a celestial computer, even the light of the sun would be insufficient, not to mention the considerable time required for such endeavors. For now, it sufficed for him to steadily grow in strength, should the situation demand it. He could seize an Infinity Stone to present to Captain Marvel or prompt Nick Fury to contact her sooner rather than later, avoiding a last-minute reveal of his trump card. As for everything else, it was best left for another time. The multiverse was still a distant concern. In short, when the sky fell, the tall would bear the burden. Patience was key. As per usual, he opened a portal to the desert, preparing to face the abomination alone. One must admit, having the abomination as a sparring partner indeed accelerated his genetic development, akin to how ordinary individuals grow stronger through exercise. Yet, as he stepped through the portal, Ye Hua furrowed his brow. The horizon was engulfed in swirling sand, and the distant roar of engines resonated ominously. Before long, a multitude of armored vehicles approached, led by General Ross himself. He had brought an entire battalion, each soldier fully equipped with the most advanced automatic rifles, their metallic bodies gleaming with a cold sheen. The armored vehicles bore heavy machine guns, their elongated barrels resembling the fangs of a monstrous beast poised to devour. A few armed helicopters hovered above, their rotors stirring powerful currents of air, while missile launchers dangled beneath them. Upon witnessing the spectacle, Ye Hua immediately grasped that Ross perceived him as a threat, intent on eradicating it. How intriguing! A glint of cold light flickered in his eyes, and a subtle smile graced his lips as he allowed the military to encircle him. Creating such a grand spectacle, do you intend to apprehend me or eliminate me on the spot? Simultaneously, within the covert messages, the presence of Bronsky inside the armored vehicle has been revealed. How does Ye Hua perceive this? Is my sparring partner too afraid to emerge? Have you not incessantly lamented over Ross's betrayal? Why then, do you now seek to conspire with him? The howling winds and swirling sands envelop the surroundings, while helicopters hover above. Yet, Ye Hua's voice resonates clearly in every ear. Bronsky steps out of the armored vehicle, shrugs, and apologizes, stating that he too did not wish for this, but you have violated American law. The primary incentive being General Ross's generous offer to restore his reputation and grant him the treatment befitting a hero. And he is reluctant to remain here as a mere punching bag, as no one desires to be a target, enduring relentless blows throughout the day. Ye Hua scoffs coldly. You have betrayed my trust. Have you forgotten who rescued you from prison? Who assisted you in reverting to your ordinary state and mastering the power within you? At Ye Hua's inquiry, Bronsky feels a twinge of embarrassment. Indeed, he is no longer the hulking green monster. He has resumed his human guise and can perfectly control the monstrous power within him, all thanks to Ye Hua's assistance. However, it began with Prison Break. Then again, it was his own ability. And most importantly, Ross allows him to live as a hero, basking in the respect of others. And Ye Hua, I apologize, but we are not of the same ilk. I hear you are an extraterrestrial. I'm sorry. However, General Ross has assured me that he will not take your life. Huh, you nearly make me laugh in exasperation. What gives you the audacity to speak thus? Presently, apart from the Ancient One and the Eternals, I hold little fear of you wretched beings. As the army successfully encircles the area, and Ye Hua shows no intention of fleeing, Ross directly addresses him through a loudspeaker. Ye Hua, you have trespassed into a military stronghold, harmed my soldiers, and abducted Bronsky, who should be serving a sentence, thus grievously violating American law. I am compelled to arrest you for questioning. If you are wise, surrender promptly to avoid further complications. Yet Ye Hua remains composed, surveying the desert behind him, arms crossed, exuding an intangible aura of pressure, and slowly replies, General Ross, you have made a grave error in judgment and selected a rather unfortunate burial ground for you and your subordinates. They're already a group of the deceased. I do not mind exchanging a few more words with you to prolong your lives a little longer. However, General Ross remains unfazed, believing everything is under control, signaling the troops to advance, while addressing Bronsky, stating, "Colonel, it is time to prove yourself. To clear your name and attain the status of a hero, you must demonstrate sufficient loyalty and merit." Upon hearing the command, Bronsky hesitated for but a fleeting second before resolutely making his decision, unaware that this would ultimately cost him his precious life, nor did he comprehend the formidable adversary that lay ahead. His facial muscles contorted as his body began to swell dramatically, instantaneously transforming into a monstrous entity. He unleashed a thunderous roar that reverberated through the ears of the surrounding soldiers, and then lunged fiercely towards Ye Hua. How intriguing, truly captivating. Ye Hua's gaze sharpened, and like a flash of lightning, he deftly sidestepped the attack. The monstrous fist of the entity crashed into the ground, sending shards of earth flying. Seizing the opportunity, Ye Hua delivered a swift kick to the creature's midsection, causing it to pivot in pain, swinging its massive arms in retaliation. Ye Hua countered with an energy wave emanating from his palms, successfully intercepting the oncoming assault. In light of our training over the past month, and considering you have served as a rather commendable practice target, I shall grant you another opportunity. Withdraw now, and I may even pardon you. The creature, now thoroughly incensed by the term practice target, bristled with rage. You remain so arrogant. Without armor, you could never hope to match my strength. This assertion held some truth. Indeed, the creature's strength surpassed his own. The armor, however, was not merely a means of protection for Ye Hua. Since you insist on courting death, I shall oblige. With that, Ye Hua entered a state of combat readiness, realizing that there was no room left for dialogue. Engage Dark Dimension. Activate Solar Radiance combat mode. Input command code. Transport the Imperial armor. Import previous combat data. Combat mode activated. As the commands were executed, a golden radiance emanated from Ye Hua, outlining the shape of the armor. The components of the Imperial armor materialized: chest plate, shoulder guards, arm guards, and leg armor, each piece seamlessly attached to his form. Each junction of the armor sparkled with brilliant sparks, the resplendent golden light bursting forth. In that moment, Ye Hua resembled a deity of war, enveloped in a golden glow. He clenched his fists and, with a powerful stomp, the ground beneath him cracked as he advanced towards the creature. You may come to regret your decision today, but there shall be no second chances. With machine guns and cannons trained upon him, Ye Hua resolved to make them feel the searing heat of the sun. There existed no possibility of submission. Only annihilation would instill fear and convey the inviolable majesty of the divine. As Ye Hua drew closer, the creature felt the weight of overwhelming pressure for the first time, a harbinger of death. A flicker of fear ignited within him, yet he roared defiantly, bracing himself for the impending battle. Fire! At that moment, Ross commanded his troops to commence firing upon Ye Hua. Bullets rained down like a deluge, while vehicle-mounted cannons and rockets unleashed a relentless barrage. Such intensity of assault would rend even armored tanks to shreds, yet Ye Hua remained utterly unscathed. The mere presence of his armor rendered their attacks inconsequential. Now it is my turn. A beam of fusion light radiated from his eyes, directly striking the troops arrayed before him, igniting a tempest of flames and explosions, accompanied by a cacophony of anguished cries. In the midst of the chaos, the abomination lunged forth, yet Ye Hua advanced rather than retreating, transforming into a streak of light as he collided with the creature. They grappled fiercely, Ye Hua delivering a relentless assault of precise strikes aimed at the abomination's vital points, while the brute, relying on its immense strength, absorbed the blows and retaliated fiercely. Anger surged within him. This was nothing short of a death wish on Ross's part. To the abomination, this betrayal was undeniable, and thus it struck without mercy, unleashing the full might of its genetic engine. I rescued you from the depths of your confinement and even provided you with the means to wear clothing. Do you comprehend the duration of your imprisonment had I not intervened? I devoted time to perfecting a genetic stabilizer for you, enabling you to harness your inherent power sooner, and even optimize your genes to ensure you could wield this force flawlessly. And now you dare to turn against me? Such a mere punching bag was no longer worthy of attachment, yet before incinerating it, he needed to vent his fury first. Seizing the moment, Ye Hua concentrated all his might into a single fist and struck the abomination squarely in the chest, sending it hurtling several meters away, crashing heavily to the ground. The intense pain only fueling its rage further. Chapter 15. Wrath before today. When confronted with the abomination, he merely regarded it as an oddly grotesque creature, occasionally finding its hideousness oddly endearing. However, at this moment, gazing upon its visage, he was met with a sight so grotesque it sent chills down his spine, particularly the furious roars that echoed forth, piercing the air with an unbearable intensity that seemed to penetrate the very soul. It was akin to the irritation of relentless chatter when one's patience had run dry, inciting nausea. Ye Hua's discontent and wrath erupted like a volcanic explosion, the flames of his fury uncontrollably intensifying, all directed at the abomination before him. The genetic engine operated at full power, continuously unleashing the terrifying strength it possessed, determined to demonstrate the consequences of provoking him. The imperial armor, meticulously forged from vibranium alloy, shimmered with a chilling golden light, exhibiting unique energy absorption and release properties. Its exceptional molecular structure rendered it virtually indestructible, far from mere hyperbole. Theoretically, donning this armor would render one nearly impervious to any attack from adversaries. Thus, the abomination was, in Ye Hua's eyes, merely a super-resilient punching bag. The thought that it had chosen to betray him, engaging in such an egregious act of treachery by aligning with Ross against him, further ignited his fury. Even had it opted for neutrality, refraining from assistance to either side, he might have been less incensed. But since it dared to strike, it must be prepared to confront the specter of death. The majesty of the sun god is not to be trifled with. For one like Ye Hua, who is profoundly plagued by insecurity and harbors a tendency toward paranoia, such circumstances are undoubtedly intolerable and unforgivable. Only annihilation can quell the fury within. Observing that contempt fails to exert effective control over Ye Hua and is instead being rebuffed, Ross's expression grew grave as he commanded his forces to suppress Ye Hua with overwhelming firepower. Open fire. All of you, open fire. Shatter his armor and aim for his head. Armed helicopters hovered above, their rotors whipping up tremendous gusts of wind, while armored vehicles thundered forth, their mounted machine guns flashing with bursts of flame, unleashing a torrential downpour of bullets. Ye Hua scoffed, his imperial armor effortlessly deflecting the onslaught of bullets. Even his unprotected head remained impervious to such conventional weaponry. Yet, it was evident that Ross would not relent, as rockets trailed long tails of fire toward Ye Hua, their explosions illuminating the sky. Soon after, artillery readied itself, the shells howling as they descended. Ye Hua's gaze was frosty, but he chose not to swiftly extinguish their lives. They were merely insignificant pests, and he allowed them to continue their futile attempts. At that moment, contempt surged towards him once more. Ye Hua sidestepped, countering with a punch that sent contempt hurtling through the air. I've toyed with you long enough. Activating the solar gene engine, he analyzed solar energy. The analysis complete, he loaded the fusion shockwave algorithm, maximizing its power. Timing his strike perfectly, contempt was propelled skyward with a single punch, and before it could descend, Ye Hua swiftly harnessed dark energy to channel solar energy, gathering all his strength in his mouth before unleashing a torrent of nuclear fusion energy that struck contempt. The searing heat and tumultuous energy ravaged contempt's nearly indestructible form, launching it hundreds of meters into the air, where it lingered before crashing back down. When it finally hit the ground, it struggled briefly before succumbing, resembling a charred green husk, nearly cooked through, its body in tatters, the air thick with the scent of burnt flesh. Now, do you regret the decisions you made before? Amidst the gunfire, Ye Hua remained unfazed, striding directly to contempt. You should have made better choices. We could have even been friends. Faced with Ye Hua's indifferent demeanor and the glimmer of murderous intent in his eyes, contempt understood all too well what this meant. Please don't kill me. I realize my mistakes. I beg you, spare me. With its remaining strength, contempt pleaded in terror, struggling to rise, but it was beyond its capability. I've already granted you a chance. There will be no second. In the face of betrayal, there could be no mercy. Just as he prepared to deliver the final blow, a bright light streaked across the sky. An incoming missile locked onto him. Ye Hua's expression hardened, and he turned abruptly, channeling the energy of the gene engine, loading the wormhole algorithm, initiating the silver wing, and calculating the trajectory of operation has been completed. As Ye Hua extended his hand and pointed, a silver-white flow of light sliced through the air, moving with such velocity that it was imperceptible to the naked eye. The soldiers on the battlefield could only witness the shimmering trail of silver light. In an instant, their missiles were severed in twain, helicopters included, as if cleaved by an invisible force. To make a rather inappropriate jest, even the missiles had no time to react before their impending explosion. Only when the silver light returned to Ye Hua's side did they comprehend the nature of the phenomenon. A peculiar silver blade, approximately 30 centimeters in length and feather-like in design, hovered illogically behind Ye Hua. It was at that moment that the missiles finally realized their fate. They were indeed set to detonate. A blinding radiance erupted, accompanied by a heart-stirring explosion, releasing a violent surge of energy and visual shock into the air. The helicopter that had launched the missile exploded as well, scattering its remnants. The overwhelming force of the blast affected several nearby helicopters as well. No, please. Before Ross's soldiers could mount another attack, possibly still dazed from the earlier explosion, the abomination suddenly cried out in terror. I beg you, spare me. A blade of silver, if wielded by a master of wormhole manipulation, would render them invincible. Its sharpness and durability could enable an ordinary super soldier to effortlessly annihilate an entire fleet of spacefaring civilization, even extracting it from the bodies of adversaries. The current situation was merely a case of using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. After training for such an extended period, the abomination was acutely aware of its own physical data. The replicated silver blade, while not an authentic dark silver weapon, was still an unstoppable force. The remaining 143 silver blades were computed from within the abomination, instantly transforming it into a spiky hedgehog with sharp blades protruding from its body, gleaming with a chilling white light. Ye Hua raised his right hand slowly upwards, and the silver blades ascended alongside the abomination. Then at the moment his fingers spread wide, all the silver blades shot forth, and the abomination was utterly dismembered into hundreds, if not thousands, of pieces, creating a scene of gruesome carnage. The silver blades traced elegant arcs in the air, assembling behind Ye Hua to form a colossal pair of wings. Each blade was exquisitely crafted, the largest measuring 1.5 meters, while the smallest was 30 centimeters, all shimmering with silver brilliance under the sun. Ross, witnessing the spectacle, stared wide-eyed in terror, fully aware that he faced an unprecedentedly formidable adversary. Both the Hulk and the abomination were creations of his own making. He understood that kind of immense power, the might that mortals covet. The previous clash between the abomination and the Hulk had demonstrated that indomitable strength, that unbreakable body, which had once filled him with both exhilaration and despair. Yet now, that formidable creature, akin to a deity, was effortlessly slain by the individual before him, blood splattering and chunks of flesh flying. He began to truly feel terror, especially as it became apparent that Ye Hua had no intention of sparing them. In the throes of extreme fear, individuals often descend into madness, and thus they all obeyed orders, concentrating their firepower to attack him, employing every weapon at their disposal to utterly annihilate this demon. Ra screamed hoarsely. However, no bullet could draw near Ye Hua. Myriad streams of light intercepted all their firepower, exploding before Ye Hua. It must come to an end. Ye Hua scoffed coldly, his silver wings unfurling as he launched an assault on the enemies before him. With his silver wings passed, armored vehicles were severed as if they were mere tofu, soldiers within perishing before they could even utter a cry. Explosions, flames, and terror engulfed the battlefield. There was no escape, only fatalities and those gravely wounded, struggling in their last moments. In the face of all this, Ye Hua bore no trace of mercy in his eyes, only a calm resolve to kill. The battle was fleeting from the moment Ye Hua unleashed his attack. No more than 3 seconds had elapsed, and the battalion Ross had brought, well equipped with advanced weaponry, was entirely obliterated. Aside from a handful who still moaned amidst the explosions, none survived. Demon, you wretched demon. Demon, Ross roared, as Ye Hua approached him step by step, the immense pressure and panic driving him to the brink of madness. The armored vehicle he occupied was the sole survivor, intact and whole. Ross believed Ye Hua was deliberately toying with his psyche, aiming to instill fear and compel him to surrender. But he was a general of America. How could he yield to a demon? The overwhelming pressure had begun to fray Ross's sanity. He shoved aside the machine gunner, wielding a six-barreled monstrosity capable of shredding tanks, and unleashed a frenzied barrage at Ye Hua. Such a kinetic weapon proved utterly futile against Ye Hua, who advanced toward Ross, undeterred by the hail of bullets. "Do you have anything left to say?" The gun barrels glowed red and smoked, yet not a single hair on Ye Hua was harmed, leaving Ross in a state of utter despair. "Die, you demon!" In a moment of bewilderment, he drew his sidearm once more, taking aim at Ye Hua's most vulnerable point, the eyes. Bang! The bullet fell flat upon striking the eyeball. "Ha! Demon, you are indeed a demon." The handgun's bullet, fired at such close range, failed to even elicit a blink from Ye Hua, causing zero damage. What else could he be but a demon? "It seems you have nothing left to say." A silver blade hovered at his fingertips, and with a flick, it was sent hurtling toward Ross. The so-called General of America was, to Ye Hua, worth less than nothing. Chapter 16 reactions from all sides. Ross was utterly deluded, believing that they could confront the creature as they did with the Hulk, though the troops might suffer casualties. He expected some semblance of success. Perhaps the monster would be forced to flee in panic or be subdued by their overwhelming firepower, especially with the abomination supposedly on their side. He could not have anticipated the calamitous turn of events. The abomination, endowed with godlike strength, was being mercilessly beaten, exhibiting no capacity for resistance, only to be brutally slaughtered. He commanded his forces to unleash a barrage of fire, deploying every weapon at their disposal. Yet the outcome was dishearteningly swift. Within a mere 3 seconds, his pride, his elite cadre, was ruthlessly annihilated. He scarcely had the time to comprehend the unfolding devastation before his entire army lay in ruins. The air was thick with explosions and anguished cries, permeated by the acrid scent of gunpowder and the flickering flames of destruction. Despite his utmost efforts, he could not halt the advance of that figure, both divine and demonic. At last, it seemed all was drawing to a close. Confronted with the imminent specter of death, Ross felt an unprecedented calm wash over him, as if time itself had slowed, allowing him to perceive the shimmering silver shape before him, a peculiar metallic dagger. His journey from disbelief to madness, and finally to a serene acceptance, transpired in the blink of an eye. Indeed, Ross's perception had not faltered. Time had genuinely decelerated. The demise of the abomination was inconsequential. After all, it had turned against him despite his aid. He cared not for the creature's rationale. Betrayal was betrayal. If it did not sate his desire for retribution, if it did not serve as a lesson to others, then his days would be marked by misery, and those arrogant fools would surely perceive him as an easy target. As for the army Ross commanded, they were not even worthy of being considered enemies, merely ants, easily extinguished with a flick of his hand. In the blink of an eye, the battle was resolved. The entirety of the American Special Forces unit lay before him, without exception. Now, he was determined to eliminate the architect of this calamity. The identity he represented, along with the might of the American military, held no terror for him. Even if the Avengers were to be assembled, what of it? He could simply retreat to another planet and live freely, as long as those few exceptionally powerful individuals chose not to intervene. Ross had, in essence, courted his own demise. There was nothing more to discuss. With a snap of his fingers, the silver blade was sent soaring toward him, intent on ending his life. Yet at that moment, an unexpected shift occurred. Everything he perceived began to decelerate, including the trajectory of the silver blade. Furthermore, his thoughts seemed to be restricted as well, detecting an anomaly in the sunlight. It became evident that the surrounding space-time was experiencing an unknown disturbance, constraining his cognition. Due to insufficient computational capacity to resolve the situation, it was advised to activate the flare technology to forcibly breach the temporal interference. It has been observed that the current manipulation of solar flares remains beyond mastery. However, one can harness the full force of fusion shockwaves to breach anomalous space with a success rate of merely 25%. The genetic engine and one's own dark dimension remain unaffected. Only the corporeal form and cognition are subjected to the deceleration of time. Just as Ye Hua was about to issue a command, a sparking yellow circle materialized before Ross. The surroundings resumed their normal state. Ye Hua recognized this phenomenon as the unique teleportation magic circle of Kamartaj, which he had painstakingly deciphered over many years and subsequently applied through technological means. If all goes according to expectation, it is undoubtedly the Ancient One who has arrived. Upon the silver blade, traversing the spatial teleportation array, Ye Hua found himself bereft of control, the distance now stretching across light years. In the blink of an eye, as time around him returned to its normal flow, the Ancient One indeed emerged from another teleportation magic circle, appearing right beside him. With a sigh, she remarked, "You have already stirred quite enough trouble. It is time to cease." Presently, Ye Hua feared no one, but there were a select few he could not contend with, and the Ancient One was indeed among them. The recent display of time manipulation was far beyond his current capacity to resist. This was a blow from the very fabric of rules, completely subverting the law of conservation of energy. Only void or anti-void abilities could stand against it. Naturally, Li Weiying had conducted research and amassed data regarding the void, yet he lacked the capability to create such means, let alone implement them. Supreme Sorceress, what brings you here? Are you preparing to save someone? If she were to affirm, he would readily comply, for one who understands the times is indeed a wise individual. At present, he found himself utterly powerless against her. Unless she desired to meet her demise, or her lifespan were to conclude, it was exceedingly challenging to eliminate a being of such celestial prowess in this universe. "No, I am here to assist you." The Ancient One, clad in a yellow robe and sporting a prominent bald head, bore an earnest demeanor. If he were to take his life, matters would spiral out of control, and the future could become exceedingly grim. "I am here to prevent you from making further errors." She could not constantly monitor Ye Hua. However, his unique ability to manipulate solar energy made him particularly conspicuous. She had inadvertently sensed the disturbance in energy, prompting her hasty arrival. Ye Hua's elimination of the abomination and ordinary soldiers held little significance in the grand scheme, for the government would invariably fabricate suitable justifications to deceive others or themselves. Yet, should General Ross be slain, the ramifications would be profoundly different. As a general of the United States, his elevated position meant that even as an ordinary individual, his demise would impact the broader narrative. Perhaps he could perish in an accident or a terrorist attack by ordinary citizens, but he must not fall at the hands of Ye Hua. If that is the case, the American government will not simply let this matter rest. They might even dare to unleash nuclear weapons upon their own land. Under pressure, the Shield Bureau would undoubtedly take measures against Ye Hua. Moreover, how could Ye Hua possibly remain passive, even without the time gem to foresee the future? She could surmise the chaos that would ensue should General Ross fall at her hands. Thus, she hurriedly arrived at the scene. "I trust you have regained your composure and quelled your anger. Let us conclude this matter here. After this lesson, they will surely think twice before provoking you again." Ye Hua chuckled lightly. "I only promised to live on Earth as an ordinary person, and for that, I sought a desolate place to hone my powers. However, he is now the aggressor, and I find it necessary to eliminate unnecessary troubles. So what are your thoughts?" Gu Yi maintained her calm demeanor, ever amiable. "I understand your perspective, but if you persist in this course, it will disrupt numerous balances. While you may not fear the American military, the chain reactions that could arise are unpredictable. Trust me, you would not desire such an outcome." Ye Hua paused for a moment. "Do you believe today's events will simply conclude here?" Of course, her word were not to be taken at face value, and Gu Yi, understanding this, replied slowly, "Our agreement can be nullified. As long as you do not endanger this world, I shall no longer interfere." Ye Hua furrowed his brow in contemplation. He knew that since Gu Yi had intervened, she would not relent easily, and her proposal was indeed tempting. No one wished to encounter someone they could not contend with, yet who could eliminate them at any moment. If Gu Yi ceased her interference and stopped her frequent visits, it would feel as if a chain had been broken. In contrast, Ross was utterly inconsequential. "Very well, let us proceed as you suggest. However, should such an incident occur again, I will not show mercy." Gu Yi nodded slightly, her intentions aligning with his. Without needing to draw circles, she activated the teleportation array, departing with Ross and leaving behind a battlefield that would gradually succumb to silence. Her silver blade falling from the sky. Naturally, this matter could not settle into tranquility so easily. Coulson arrived in a hurried flurry, only to find a scene reminiscent of hell on Earth. Flames from explosions, severed limbs scattered about, and not a trace of General Ross in sight. He realized the gravity of the situation. The entire Marine battalion had been decimated, over 900 souls, and fewer than 30 remain alive, albeit not necessarily salvageable. What a catastrophic loss. He could scarcely fathom what decisions the State Department would make, especially with General Ross now missing. Why did such events transpire? Do you comprehend the gravity of the situation? We have exerted our utmost efforts. Coulson's countenance darkened as he received the urgent command to rush over upon learning that the military intended to take action against Ye Hua, only to find that he had arrived too late. The scene was utterly grotesque, and Ye Hua would inevitably be branded as a terrorist, a threat that must be eradicated. Ye Hua waved his hand, interrupting Coulson, asserting that the present predicament was evidently a result of your inadequate performance. Did you not assure me that no one would intrude? Yet now, they have even turned my boxing sparring partner against me and sought to take my life. I was merely acting in self-defense. I trust you will handle this matter appropriately, will you not? As he spoke, Ye Hua opened a portal to depart, prompting Coulson to urgently inquire about General Ross. What has become of him? Ross is pivotal. Should Ye Hua eliminate him, the outcome is all too evident, leaving no room for de-escalation. He was fortunate enough to be rescued, but let this be the only instance. If anyone dares to fire upon me again, I assure you, not even your God can save him. Just before stepping through the portal, Ye Hua turned back, flashing a brilliant smile that was discordant with the surrounding devastation. I warn you once more, do not attempt to wield forces beyond your control, for it will only summon destruction. Farewell. Ye Hua's voice lingered in the air, yet all that remained were the remnants and shattered bodies. The flames danced across Coulson's face, casting ever-changing shadows. Chapter 17. An audience with the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. General Ross has finally paid the price for his arrogance and ignorance. Yet it has been confirmed that he is indeed alive and safely returned home. However, this is far from the end. He will face inquiries from a military tribunal and accountability from the federal government. The annihilation of an elite Marine battalion is an unfathomable and significant loss, and someone must bear the responsibility for this calamity. Those foolish politicians even demand accountability from Ye Hua, insisting on his immediate capture and trial. This is the most ludicrous joke I have heard all year. You have no idea what you're truly facing. Ross is inconsequential, and even this incident pales in significance. What truly matters is Ye Hua and his stance on holding Ross accountable. Indeed, this is the very concern that gnaws at Nick Fury. The imbeciles have failed to grasp the crux of the matter. There exists a stark distinction between possessing abilities and wielding an overwhelming power that is insurmountable. As Nick Fury replayed the combat footage brought back by Coulson and reviewed the statements of the survivors, he rubbed his temples. The Abomination, a creature capable of contending with the Hulk, was rendered nearly powerless in Ye Hua's hands. Reduced to mere pulp as an entire battalion was obliterated within 3 seconds. Such formidable combat prowess. It is no wonder he considers himself a deity. Moreover, the power to obliterate satellites from the Earth's surface and the command over nuclear energy is truly terrifying. How can you dare to entertain thoughts of accountability? Shouldn't you be more concerned about whether he might, in a moment of displeasure, unleash a nuclear energy sphere upon the White House, sending you all to the heavens? Especially with Ye Hua currently residing in Manhattan. Should he be thoroughly provoked, the consequences would be utterly unbearable for everyone and could even precipitate a catastrophic event. The satellite of S.H.I.E.L.D. that was completely annihilated already substantiates this claim. It is somewhat excusable that Ross, in his ignorance of Ye Hua's might, made such a foolish decision. However, given the outcome, how can you still contemplate capturing him? Have you lost your minds? What resources do you possess to apprehend him? Is it the current S.H.E.L.D. or the federal government? Such actions would only lead to further loss of life. This high-energy, high-combat alien entity is beyond the capability of ordinary individuals to confront. Do you understand? Who knows how much effort he has expended and how many brain cells he has sacrificed to temporarily quell this situation. Otherwise, Manhattan might already be submerged. Similarly, from the video, the bald woman who rescued Ross appears to be the Ancient One, the Guardian of Earth, whom Ye Hua had previously mentioned. Remarkably, S.H.I.E.L.D. possesses no relevant records or information about such a formidable individual hidden within their jurisdiction. Director Nick Fury strongly believes that they must swiftly gain control over a cadre of extraordinary powers. Individuals like Ye Hua and the Ancient One, who lack official recognition and disregard the law, must be contained or even disbanded, and all their unlawful possessions and tomes seized. They cannot be allowed to develop unchecked. Otherwise, it would be akin to having the nuclear codes in the hands of the enemy, leaving him in a state of constant unease, unable to eat or sleep. Director, everything is prepared. We can depart now. Upon seeing Coulson enter the office to report, Nick Fury reined in his composure, his displeasure mounting. How could the head of S.H.I.E.L.D. be obliged to personally bear gifts for a visit? The reason being, he had extended an invitation, yet it had been met with indifference. As the other party expressed no interest, showing no concern for the decisions made by the U.S. government. I toil and labor to resolve your troubles, and you offer no thanks. Yet here I am, bringing gifts to see you. Is there still a semblance of law? Is there still justice? Thus they set forth. Despite his lingering dissatisfaction, Fury knew he must meet Ye Hua. Otherwise, without a proper resolution, the federal government might stir up further troubles. As the director of S.H.I.L.D. ventured out, he was accompanied by a convoy of vehicles and a multitude of bodyguards. Nick Fury and his entourage swiftly arrived at Ye Hua's residence. Gazing upon the picturesque and comfortably appointed seaside villa, one cannot help but marvel at your exquisite taste for enjoyment. Surely, you do not believe that all is well and uneventful. Upon knocking on the door, Knight lazily swung it open, casting a glance at the gathering. Come in, he beckoned. Having anticipated their arrival, it was no surprise that the forces led by Ross had met with complete annihilation. How could S.H.L. possibly feign ignorance? Especially when Coulson had appeared genuinely astonished at the time. Yet, he had not expected such a large entourage to arrive all at once. Coulson, ever the amiable gentleman, donned a bright smile as he stepped inside. Mr. Knight, we are here today, firstly to express our apologies. Such incidents will not recur in the future. Additionally, we have brought the destroyer armor you wish to study, along with some rare and unique elements. He continued, our director would like to have a word with you. Raising an eyebrow, Knight observed several agents transporting items into the room, chuckling. Why so formal? You even come bearing gifts. Ross had initially provoked me. I merely acted in self-defense. As for other matters, I am rather disinclined to engage. However, being undisturbed would be most agreeable. Nick Fury felt a tightening in his chest. Indeed, Knight appeared utterly indifferent, implying that any provocation would meet with his formidable response. Is this grand villa your sole residence? It was only when the one-eyed director spoke that Knight acknowledged him, noting that aside from his singular eye, he bore no distinctive traits. After inviting a few to take a seat, he remarked with a smile, living alone is quite tranquil. What? Does the director intend to assign me a few agents as security? Certainly not, Nick Fury replied, shaking his head as he gestured for Coulson to open a briefcase containing 10 sealed vials, each a strikingly vibrant hue, each one distinct. These are exceedingly rare elements from Earth. I understand you have procured some in the past. I hope you find this gift to your liking. Daring to inquire, he continued, do you intend to utilize them to synthesize vibranium? I am curious about the source of your vibranium. Should you have an excess, I would be interested in purchasing some. The wing-shaped weapon wielded by Knight was undeniably enticing, effortlessly slicing through armored vehicles as if they were mere tofu. I also sought to acquire vibranium from you. It is unlikely you possess any surplus, Knight replied with a smile, neither confirming nor denying. He withheld the origins of his materials and refrained from disclosing his intentions for the rare elements. It appeared he was unaware of the news surrounding Claw's vibranium dealings, which was unsurprising. Otherwise, S.H.I.L.D. would likely have already intervened. Let us be candid. With both the destroyer armor and the rare elements at hand, what is your true aim? If this pertains to the Avengers Initiative, I must decline. I hold no interest. The destroyer armor was merely a spontaneous interest for research. Its necessity moot. If need be, I could simply venture to Nidavellir and procure the raw materials directly. As for the rare elements, they were merely components for the second-generation super soldier serum, of little use to myself. Although he desired many things, Ye Hua unequivocally declined to join the Avengers Initiative of S.H.I.E.L.D. Given that it was their first encounter, he refrained from elaborating further. Nick Fury, left with no choice, acknowledged that since Ye Hua was already aware of his intentions and had rejected them, there was little more to discuss. He merely expressed a hope that Ye Hua would abide by American laws while on Earth and refrain from resorting to violence at every turn. Should he encounter any trouble, he could contact Coulson immediately, who would assist him. Furthermore, they assured him that no further complications would arise in the future. Additionally, the notion of expecting a formidable extraterrestrial being to adhere to American laws was almost laughable. However, considering that Ye Hua had brought gifts and made no excessive demands, it was not a loss to verbally acquiesce, as he himself preferred not to resort to violence. Yet, he unexpectedly mentioned the need for a doctor, even bringing one along. Nick Fury, are you serious? You want this psychologist to counsel me, suggesting I have a psychological disorder? Ye Hua's calm demeanor rendered it difficult for Nick Fury to ascertain whether he had provoked him. The agents of SHIELD had studied Ye Hua, concluding that he exhibited symptoms of paranoia, a lack of basic trust in others, heightened sensitivity, and a tendency towards selfishness, seeking self-gratification. His arrogance, aloofness, disdain, and cruelty were perceived as defensive mechanisms. He likely believed that instilling fear in others would protect him, and maintaining an air of superiority would deter anyone from approaching him. This was a condition that required treatment. After a moment's hesitation, Nick Fury spoke again. Sir, we are all aware of your immense power. No one can harm you. Yet, I hope you can cultivate a healthy, psychological outlook. As with the recent incident involving Ross, there were undoubtedly more constructive methods to address the situation rather than annihilating everyone to demonstrate your strength. Paranoia itself is not frightening. What is alarming is a person wielding a nuclear weapon who might launch it at the slightest perception of threat. Would you not agree that such madness is indeed terrifying? Get lost. If someone shoots at me, I am justified in eliminating them. Are you afraid I might obliterate SHIELD? It seems you're the one suffering from paranoia. Ye Hua moved to the window, his expression indifferent as he gazed outside. I do not initiate conflict unless provoked. As long as no one disturbs me, I will not cause trouble. Yet, should any fool dare to challenge me again, I will show no mercy. In truth, the genetic system frequently reminded him of his cognitive dissonance. What had led to such a predicament? It stemmed from his vulnerability, being adopted from an orphanage, tortured by a perverse individual, and subjected to the terrifying visits of the Ancient One. Thus, he came to feel that there were always schemers lurking to harm him. Recently, the situation has markedly improved since the creation of the Emperor's armor and silver wings, particularly after vanquishing the abomination and annihilating the Marine Corps. This remarkable surge in strength has fostered a heightened sense of security, gradually mending this minor flaw, rendering the need for a psychologist unnecessary. Ye Hua maintained his composure and even offered a commitment, prompting Nick Fury to breathe a sigh of relief, deciding it best not to overly provoke the patient. We are immensely grateful to you, sir. We shall do our utmost to manage all factions and prevent a recurrence of such events. After discussing amicable coexistence and intentions to collaborate on advanced technologies, they hurriedly departed. Ye Hua observed their retreating figures, lost in contemplation. Could it be that he truly harbored a persecution complex? Even the agents of SHIELD had discerned it. Chapter 18. Compulsory Psychological Intervention in August. New York basked in sunlight as fierce as fire, with temperatures steadily rising, enveloping the city in a vast steamer. However, for Ye Hua, endowed with solar gene engineering abilities and capable of close proximity to stars, such sweltering heat brought him not discomfort, but rather joy. On this particular day, after finding himself at leisure, Ye Hua strolled leisurely to his private dock by the sea, clad in a loose-fitting white linen shirt and deep blue shorts. With flip-flops adorning his feet, he exuded an air of utmost relaxation. The dock was furnished with an exquisite sunshade and a set of professional fishing gear, as he intended to fish and rejuvenate both body and mind. The golden sands unfurled like soft silk before him, with fine grains shimmering under the sun's rays. A gentle sea breeze caressed him, carrying the ocean's distinctive fragrance. Birds chirped joyfully, while the sounds of insects harmonized, and waves continuously lapped at the shore, creating sprays of white foam like snow. In this untroubled realm, Ye Hua's spirit gradually found tranquility. Yet, amidst this serenity lay an ineffable sense of solitude. Despite being surrounded by a bustling world, he felt a persistent disconnection from everything around him. whether in the face of impending monumental events or his ever-increasing strength. Nothing seemed to satiate his inner self, leaving him to observe the world with the perspective of an outsider. In this world, he was utterly alone. It was not merely that he was a genetic engineer, but a traveler through realms. He wondered if other predecessors who traversed worlds experienced similar sentiments. That profound sense of belonginglessness, loneliness, desolation, and chill, was it perhaps a touch melodramatic? Shaking his head with a smile, he gazed out at the distant waves. Feeling akin to a solitary vessel adrift in the boundless sea, with nothing else to accompany him. Ah, look who I have discovered. A jet ski approached, piloted by a stunning blonde, her figure captivating, every inch of her skin radiating alluring charm. Especially her long, elegant legs, straight and powerful, with fluid lines as if meticulously sculpted, extending far beyond the average. Her slender waist, delicate enough to be grasped with a single hand, showcases a flawless curve, while her rounded hips, slightly elevated, seem to brim with endless allure. The bikini top snugly envelopes her ample bosom, accentuating her striking silhouette. Her alabaster skin gleams under the sun, radiating a captivating luster, as delicate as mutton fat jade, truly capable of dazzling brilliance. She is a mesmerizing enchantress, exuding an exotic charm. You have frightened away my fish. The beauty's visage is stunningly captivating, adorned with bright, deep-set eyes that convey confidence and an irresistible glow. Her straight nose and lush, crimson lips, with the corners slightly lifted in an alluring smile, create an enchanting visage. Don't be so dull. Why not join me for surf? If you perform well, I might consider letting you assist me with sunscreen later. The enchanting woman, poised and graceful, radiates confidence and charm as she sits upon the jet ski, her sapphire-like eyes blinking with a hint of suggestion. Her golden hair cascades like a waterfall down her back, flowing with the breeze, dazzling under the sunlight. It seems that fishermen, aside from failing to catch fish, can attract other delights, like a willing mermaid. Nightingale can assure that should he speak, this mermaid would undoubtedly acquiesce. For she is not an ordinary mermaid, but a siren of seduction. The kind of allure you might envision involves a beauty flaunting her grace and teasing incessantly, yet the true essence lies in the art of persuasion, undermining your will and soul. In the realm of stratagems, Nick Fury has undoubtedly gleaned some wisdom. Ashley Clark, a level 3 agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., has now ascended to level 7. Unlike the typical agents skilled in combat, assassination, and espionage, she belongs to the medical and administrative sector. With dual doctorates in psychology and criminology, she serves as her own psychologist. Otherwise, not just anyone could approach this villa. She can meet whomever she pleases. But anyone wishing to appear before her must gain Nick Fury's consent. After all, a psychologically unwell individual mingling with an unsavory crowd could lead to complications. Likewise, this beautiful psychologist has been strategically placed nearby by Nick Fury. She will invariably seek to draw closer through various means. What's this? Black Widow Natasha couldn't prevail with me. So Nick Fury has sent you instead? No need to exert yourself. I harbor little interest. Little interest? It seems there must be at least a modicum. As she spoke, she leaped from the jet ski onto the shore, confident in her physique and beauty, declaring that no one could resist her allure. With a gentle flick of her silky golden hair, she settled beside Ye Hua. I could discern that the assessment made by those solely trained for combat did not accurately reflect your essence. Though our interactions have been limited, the solitude within you is palpable. Moreover, that so-called delusion of persecution appears more akin to a fear of insufficient firepower. So, do you truly lack the means? Otherwise, your indifference towards me is quite perplexing. Indeed, no one should remain unmoved by her presence. In terms of beauty and allure, she undoubtedly surpasses even the Black Widow, likely eclipsing Wanda at her prime. After all, to be chosen by Nick Fury for seduction, one must possess exceptional charm. If Natasha cannot sway you, then perhaps a more enchanting figure should be sought. Nick Fury must be out of his mind. Does he believe I, the sun god, could be swayed by mere beauty? Pray tell, what is it that you desire? As a relatively competent agent, I have acquired knowledge in this area and possess the confidence to embody any character. While speaking, I cannot help but jest about my superior, questioning why, if I was meant to entice you, my identity was not concealed. It has only served to create distance between us due to my status as an agent. Otherwise, I should have secured your affections long ago. Are agents suited to be psychologists? Or perhaps psychologists should become agents? Regardless, her presence has become increasingly accepted. Would it truly be so wrong for you to admit your intentions to seduce me? It is as it is. Clark shrugged, lamenting the plight of agents, especially those as alluring as female operatives, who sometimes must resort to the exchange of their bodies to obtain intelligence. Do you know why Nick Fury did not have you conceal your identity? Why? Because, for an ordinary person like you, I need only a glance to glean your entire dossier, far beyond what is merely stored in a computer. Of course, this applies not only to ordinary individuals. In this world, they lack the superhuman genes to withstand the invasion of dark information. Up until now, the only person I cannot fully access in terms of dark information is the Ancient One, which is why she elicits such caution in me. Wow, really? That's impressive. Your performance is rather exaggerated. You just claim to be capable of playing every role. Let's not dwell on that. With that, Clark leaned closer. The remarkable softness and resilience of her shoulder palpable, her voice laced with charm. Since you know everything, why not play along as if you don't? You see, an orphan agent like me, raised by S.H.I.E.L.D., could never have the opportunity to engage in romance like an ordinary person. And you're my first field assignment. At 21, especially for a rapidly developing Westerner, one is undeniably delectable. Ye Hua turned to glance at Clark, who was resting on his shoulder. If one were unaware, one might mistake this for a playful lover's embrace. What a pity it is. A mere dalliance of bedchambers is far from my desires. Your genes may only afford you a decade or so of beauty and a handful of years of life. The thought of you aging, reeking of decay, utterly extinguishes my interest. Not to mention, in my eyes, you are fraught with imperfections. Ordinary individuals and supergenetic warriors are, indeed, two entirely distinct species. I fail to comprehend why the celestial beings would be enamored with mere mortals. Observing ordinary people from the shadow dimensions is akin to gazing upon flawed, genetically deficient specimens. Otherwise, with my attributes and appearance, I would have long been ensnared in the hedonism akin to Tony. You truly lack eloquence. Clark straightened her posture, feeling disinclined to rest on Ye Hua's shoulder any longer, for she discerned a palpable disdain emanating from his gaze. How infuriating to think someone could find her repugnant. Do you truly possess divine qualities? In your eyes, are all ordinary beings mere defects? Is this one of the reasons for your perceived superiority? No, it is because you are all characters in a comic, while I am merely an observer. If Deadpool were to appear, I might be quite willing to converse with him. In truth, I find myself slightly adrift in my own identity. Is this world authentic, or is it merely a comic? What then is Deadpool? And where do I fit into this tapestry? I still struggle to integrate myself fully. Presently, my thoughts revolve around gaining strength, then resting, ideally powerful enough to shatter dimensional barriers and explore the genuine world. My desires seem rather minimal, and after analyzing an individual through dark data, the sight of their numerous genetic flaws utterly dampens my interest. Very well, let this conversation cease here. You may proceed to report on today's mission. If it were merely casual banter or flirtation, I might entertain your company. However, should you persist in probing my psyche and seeking my secrets, there is no need for further discourse. No, allow me to accompany you fishing instead. My skills are quite remarkable, you know. Naturally, Clark would not squander the opportunity to be alone with her target, as it would aid her in fulfilling her mission. Furthermore, it is said that he is a deity, immensely powerful. Why engage in mundane entanglements with ordinary people for decades, when one could explore the differences with a god, rather than a task? It seems more of an intriguing challenge. Chapter 19. The assault of the psychologist without the loathsome training partner. Life reverted to its prior state of solitude, somewhat monotonous. In the absence of this entity, I found myself contemplating their absence. Of course, if a stunningly attractive blonde with striking blue eyes were to occasionally appear with absurd reasons to engage me in conversation, it wouldn't be quite so dull after all. This is a significant improvement compared to the previous solitude I endured. However, one must overlook her persona in the shadowy realms, which is fraught with imperfections and undeniable truths that are hard to face. After all, it is unreasonable to expect too much from ordinary individuals. Even though I was once an exceedingly mundane orphan laborer, the years spent as a super soldier have undeniably transformed me. Yet, when evaluated solely by the standards of the average person, she truly excels. Her astonishingly exquisite features resemble a divine masterpiece, meticulously crafted with precision. Her figure is strikingly alluring, with curvaceous lines that seem to be a celestial creation, her slender waist barely graspable, while her long, straight legs draw attention, complemented by a rounded, pert backside and a voluptuous bosom, all of which are undeniably captivating. Moreover, she possesses a vibrant zest for life, exuding a unique charm in her every gesture, perhaps a result of her specialization in psychology, which ensures that conversations with her are always engaging. Simultaneously, her erudition is remarkable. She is well-read and possesses profound insights across various fields, from literature and art to science and technology, and from historical culture to current affairs. She articulates her thoughts with extraordinary wisdom and talent. However, the most striking feature is her porcelain skin, radiant and translucent like mutton fat jade, shimmering under the sun with an enchanting glow. This fair complexion, in harmony with her beauty, elevates her presence to one of noble elegance, transcending the ordinary. Truth be told, despite knowing she's an agent with a dual mission from the SHIELD Bureau, I find it difficult to refuse her. Perhaps this is the epitome of seduction. The allure of the flesh is secondary, while the assault on the soul is paramount. It is akin to King Zhou's awareness of Daji's true nature, yet being unable to let go. Intriguingly, the genetic system's explanation for my reactions is rooted in the turbulence of puberty and the yearning for the opposite sex. It suggests that abstinence is the path to overcoming desire. A deity should embody rationality, impervious to the whims of lust. After all, I am nearing 40 across 2 lifetimes. What a jest! Could it be due to my lack of romantic experience? This notion is too daunting to contemplate, and I shake my head to dismiss it. In the face of Clark's almost unabashed invasion, Ye Hua maintains her composure, recognizing that, to her, I may merely be fulfilling disparate tasks for 2 masters. This is profoundly frustrating. Though I would be willing, it remains unattainable. However, Clark has a different perspective. Indeed, from the moment she received her orders, she was informed of her upcoming responsibilities, to assist Ye Hua in acclimating to this world, to help eliminate his psychological barriers, to become a law-abiding citizen, and even to acknowledge and serve the SHIELD Bureau. Another employer wishes for Ye Hua to proclaim the supremacy of the Hydra. If necessary, she must be prepared to sacrifice her own body, as is the resolve expected of an agent. Upon receiving the mission, she initially resisted, yet she understood that she truly had no right to refuse. Everything she possessed was bestowed by SHIELD, and they could just as easily reclaim it at any moment. Thus, she proceeded. However, the moment she laid eyes on her target, her anxiety and doubt evaporated. For what she beheld surpassed all her expectations. The target stood tall, exceeding 6 feet, even approaching 6 feet 3. His physique was robust, reminiscent of a warrior from ancient Greek mythology, with each muscle distinctly defined and contours sharp, exuding an aura of boundless strength. Looking further up, his face epitomized the standard of Eastern handsomeness, with sharp brows and bright eyes, a prominent nose, and lips that curled slightly upwards, hinting an elusive smile that captivated all who beheld him. Even more astonishing was the rumor that this man hailed from outer space, a being of divine stature. Such a mysterious and powerful background undoubtedly lent him an ineffable charm. Moreover, the director's approach to this matter was striking. There was no need to conceal her identity or employ underhanded tactics. She was to engage with Ye Hua as a normal psychologist. Naturally, closer rapport would be ideal. It was also made clear that regardless of the outcome of this operation, she could interact and communicate with her target without reservation. This implied that even in the unfortunate event of failure, she need not fear any danger or harsh repercussions. Conversely, should she achieve success, it would be a significant triumph. In addition, to ensure the smooth execution of this mission, SHIELD had arranged for her a lavish mansion adjacent to Ye Hua's abode, along with a substantial amount of operational funds. Such generous provisions were beyond what any field agent could hope for, leaving her feeling as though she were indulging in a funded escapade while simultaneously attempting to charm a superlative man. If the aforementioned conditions stirred her interest, the director's final assurance rendered her utterly unable to decline. Should she succeed in winning over Ye Hua and persuading him to serve SHIELD, or at the very least, to heed their directives to some extent, she would be free from DS service after signing a confidentiality agreement, allowing her to pursue the life she desired. The luxurious mansion and funds she currently enjoyed would then become her retirement reward. Furthermore, the highest echelons of authority offered similar guarantees. This was an opportunity too enticing to reject. She was still young, particularly with her beauty and figure. Rather than risk being assigned to a repugnant, balding, lecherous man due to her duties, she would much prefer to seduce Ye Hua. What was initially perceived as a task soon revealed itself to be a delightful blessing. After spending some time together, she discovered that he was, in fact, a rather charming young man, endowed with formidable strength, yet harboring an exceptionally fragile and lonely heart. She longed to embrace him, to warm him, and to envelop him in a bond of intimacy. In pursuit of a blissful life alongside this dashing figure, she recognized the urgency to act decisively. After a brief preparation, she adorned herself in a tantalizingly short skirt and a low-cut top, accentuating her curves like the undulating peaks of a mountain, a display of her ample allure. Arriving at the entrance of Ye Hua's villa, she rang the doorbell. "I brought some fresh, chilled fruits for us to savor together." Clark presented a fruit platter, artfully arranged with precisely cut apples, cantaloupe, dragon fruit, and watermelon, all exuding a refreshing chill beneath the sweltering sun, evidently having been chilled beforehand. However, upon stepping into Ye Hua's villa, she was taken aback. "Wow, are you planning to take a steam bath? Why isn't the air conditioning on? Or is it broken?" As she spoke, she busily searched for the air conditioning remote, clearly familiar with the place. "Honestly, there's no need to conserve energy for the government. Don't you feel the heat?" As a being of sunlight, he didn't even break a sweat. Heat, the sweltering summers and frigid winters posed no difference to him. He could even bathe in the sun and feel utterly comfortable. "Clark, why haven't you exhibited the awareness befitting a guest? Do you believe that your familiarity allows you to draw us closer?" Glancing at the fruit platter on the table, she shook her head, deeming his efforts futile. Clark, tugging at his collar as if trying to alleviate the discomfort of the heat, replied, "Not at all. At least now I can approach you." A mischievous glint sparkled in her eyes. Regardless of the method employed, her sole objective was to get closer to Ye Hua. Otherwise, what was the point of strategizing? After a few casual exchanges, noticing that Ye Hua hadn't touched the fruit platter, she stated her purpose. "I'm actually here to invite you to lunch. What do you prefer, steak or seafood? I highly recommend barbecued ribs, red wine prawns, and creamy clam chowder. I also know a fantastic Chinese restaurant in Chinatown that serves fish-flavored shredded pork, braised chicken, and scrambled eggs with tomatoes. What do you say? Shall we get a try?" As she spoke, Clark looked at Ye Hua with eager anticipation. While she could initiate the advance, she also needed his cooperation. Otherwise, her efforts would merely be a display of dragon-slaying skills without any real opportunity. Observing Clark's hopeful expression, Ye Hua furrowed his brow, hesitating momentarily before conceding. All right. His acquiescence stemmed not from the allure of the beautiful invitation, nor from an unwillingness to refuse, but rather from a realization that he had become somewhat reclusive over the years. Possessing a lavish villa and never needing to worry about finances, he found himself relying solely on takeout for sustenance. In addition to immersing herself in books at home, self-studying the mastery of dark energy and computer programming, her time was spent at the library, observing the world with an outsider's perspective. Having grown formidable, she pondered whether it was overly tedious to continue lurking cautiously. Perhaps it was time to stroll the streets like an ordinary person. "Wonderful. Please wait a moment. I shall change my attire." Ye Hua's exceptional agreement to her invitation brought immense joy to Clark. "I will return in 5 minutes." Though the woman claimed that changing clothes would only require 5 minutes. Such a time frame was hardly realistic even for a secret agent. This could be a groundbreaking date, an opportunity for her to genuinely step into Ye Hua's life. Hence, Clark took a refreshing shower to prepare herself meticulously. Her slightly damp, loose hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her skin, freshly washed, appeared exquisitely delicate, radiant with a glistening glow. The blue off-shoulder dress accentuated her figure, making her look exceptionally alluring. Gazing into the mirror, Clark felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Amen. Chapter 20. Learning to embrace life. Individuals from Western cultures tend to exhibit a relatively cheerful disposition and may express their emotions more directly and passionately. Actions such as hugs and kisses upon meeting might be perceived as romantic gestures. Clark considered this but refrained from such displays, knowing they could backfire. For now, a small victory sufficed. Shall we set off? By the way, I notice your garage has never been opened. Would you care to take my car? Ye Hua nodded, acknowledging that he possessed several sports cars, gifts from Yi along with his house. Yet he had never driven them, nor had he even filled their tanks. There was simply no need, as even trips to the library were quite close. Once he mastered the art of portals, the necessity for vehicles diminished. It was evident that he had become somewhat of a reclusive homebody. Thank you for your presence, allowing me to savor the luxuries of a millionaire. Without you, my modest salary would never afford me a beachfront villa or a luxury car worth millions. Clark sighed, reflecting on the harsh reality where only capital relished in enjoyment, while the toiling masses endured their struggles. Now, let us embark, O Divine One, to show my gratitude today. The treat is on me. After all, any expenses incurred here will be reimbursed by the Bureau, so I must ensure we make the most of this opportunity. Who knows when it will arise again? A beautiful woman with both charm and an amiable disposition was undoubtedly appealing to any man, and Ye Hua was no exception. Naturally, if she possessed extraordinary genes and the potential for divinity, it would be all the more splendid. With a playful chuckle, he remarked, "Is Nick Fury a heartless employer who would withhold your wages? In such a perilous profession as espionage, you ought to demand a higher salary." It is indeed rare for Ye Hua to indulge in jest. Clark felt a sense of satisfaction, knowing her efforts had not gone in vain. In truth, the director, though possessing a darker complexion, was quite attentive to us. Aside from various accident insurances, there were also generous death benefits. Otherwise, had he dared to exploit the agents, he would have been discreetly eliminated long ago, even if he were the king of agents. Well, speaking ill of the boss behind his back suggests you have already booked a ticket to Siberia to dig potatoes. How terrifying. Clark feigned a pitiful expression, pressing her hands together against her ample chest, pleading not to be reported. As long as you promise to keep my secret, I can agree to anything, no matter what. Hell, let us go. With the enemy retreating from the attack range, precise targeting became futile. Clark knew when to withdraw, and the two engaged in light-hearted conversation as they drove to the restaurant. The upscale establishment in Manhattan, New York, was reputed to be the most expensive in the nation, requiring reservations 3 weeks in advance. However, in the presence of S.H.I.D. agents, no obstacle seemed insurmountable by the time they arrived. Everything had already been arranged. Clark demonstrated how effortlessly public funds could be spent, as S.H.I.D. took care of all our living necessities. There were seldom occasions to use personal money. I recalled a previous visit with friends, where this unscrupulous restaurant nearly bankrupted me. The experience now felt entirely different. Clark savored the exquisite cuisine with elegance, her conversation always perfectly timed, creating an enjoyable atmosphere. Naturally, one could only trust Agent 01, especially with her being a double agent. Dining here indeed posed the risk of financial ruin, given the exorbitantly priced and rare ingredients, such as the hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of Roman Icani. This lunch was not something the average person could afford. Truly splendid. There is reason behind the high prices. Clark took a sip of red wine, her eyes narrowing in appreciation. Ye Hua nodded in agreement. Regardless of the cuisine, if the price is right, it is bound to be delicious. Some high-end ingredients are even delectable without any preparation. It seems I should venture out more to savor culinary delights instead of relying on takeout at home. Gourmet food can tantalize the taste buds and uplift one's spirits. Wouldn't you agree? I imagine the director would be pleased to hear you say that. As long as Ye Hua lives earnestly like a normal person, I believe Director Fury would have no qualms about approving a substantial food budget, perhaps even acquiring a few restaurants. Power and capital are often unreasonable, driving one to madness. After a brief hesitation, Clark asked, "May I pose a question?" "What is it?" "Please, go ahead." After organizing her thoughts, she inquired, "Why do you shy away from embracing this world? What makes you feel so isolated? Can we talk about it? Perhaps I may not be of assistance to you, yet at the very least, I can serve as a quiet listener." As both a psychologist and an agent, Clark embodies professionalism, and as a woman of profound sensitivity, she possesses the ability to perceive nuances that often escape others. Through their interactions over time, she has discerned the profound loneliness within Ye Hua, who adamantly refuses to accept and integrate into this world, resulting in a lack of security and a mild paranoia. He projects an image of strength and pride, boasting to Coulson about the vastness of the universe, deeming Earth and humanity as insignificant. This serves as a facade to mask his inner solitude and to safeguard himself. Is it because you cannot return home? Clark inquired, her demeanor shifting from warm and familiar to somewhat cautious. This might be an opportunity to delve into Ye Hua's inner world, yet it could equally pose a crisis for her. To touch upon another's vulnerable heart can provoke a fierce backlash. While this may not be perilous for an ordinary individual, facing a being of immense power, such as an extraterrestrial or even a deity, could lead to dire consequences. She had reviewed Ye Hua's dossier, and his formidable prowess was nearly unfathomable. Should he unleash his wrath, no one would be able to intervene, and it could result in calamity. Fortunately, Ye Hua remained motionless, merely pausing his meal, gazing at her with a calm demeanor. Even I must concede that you are indeed professional. In just a few days, you have glimpsed the depths of my soul. So why not tell me, will I end up eliminating you? Clark shook her head. I believe that will not be the case. You have begun to genuinely integrate into this world, have you not? Otherwise, even if I were to reside beside you, you would never afford me the opportunity to engage with you, nor would you have accepted my invitation today. I genuinely wish to assist you, and it is not merely a matter of duty. Ye Hua chuckled softly, refraining from comment. Regrettably, I currently lack the ability to directly read your thoughts. Otherwise, I would know precisely what you desire. Regardless of what you have endured, since you now dwell here, you must endeavor to embrace all that this place has to offer. Clark recognized that Ye Hua would not act against her, and with his emotions stabilizing, she continued. Your lack of action and your aloof gaze have rendered others hesitant to approach you, leading them to cautiously test the waters to avoid incurring your disdain and potentially facing your wrath. Yet, is this not a vicious cycle? The result of such a detrimental cycle is a pervasive sense of anxiety felt by all, including yourself. If you were merely an ordinary individual, no one would take notice, nor would they care. However, you are not. Every sentient being, to varying degrees, grapples with psychological issues due to the complexities of thought. The distinction lying in whether such issues pose a danger to oneself or to others. In truth, Ye Hua has also recognized that his mental state is less than healthy, which is why he has been engaging in self-assessments and adjustments through his genetic system. The situation has improved significantly. Otherwise, I would not be calmly seated here. Thus, your special mission is to penetrate my heart, allowing me to lower my defenses and recognize both you and S.H.A.L.D., subsequently working for Nick Fury in his Avengers Initiative? What? Clark is oblivious to the existence of the Avengers Initiative. Her clearance is insufficient. No, how could you think that? I merely wish for you to resume a normal life. Furthermore, my special mission is to entice you. Is it not apparent from my profile? The ensuing conversation flowed effortlessly as both indulged in exquisite cuisine while exchanging trivial banter. Ye Hua was acutely aware that, regardless of the world's authenticity or illusion, he had firmly established his presence here. It mattered not what circumstances had brought him to this realm or how he had inexplicably acquired the genetic engineering associated with the Super God Academy. Returning was an impossibility, at least for the foreseeable future. Since he had begrudgingly acquired the means for self-preservation and was compelled to remain, it was prudent to savor the passage of time, regardless of the reasons for his predicament or whether he was merely dreaming. Clark, I actually have something to convey to you. Please proceed. Women who are overly intelligent are often not favored by men. Clark chuckled, fully aware that she had successfully bridged the gap with Ye Hua. At the very least, he acknowledged her existence, perceiving her as a living being rather than merely a stranger or an outlier in his eyes. Did I not mention that I am a fairly reliable agent, capable of embodying every role, and as a psychologist, I could provide the utmost psychological satisfaction? Would you care to experience it? Clark was undeniably a stunning beauty, her left hand lazily propping up her chin while her right hand swirled a glass of red wine. Her captivating emerald eyes sparkled as they locked onto him, and her slightly upturned, long eyelashes fluttered enchantingly, captivating the soul. Chapter 21. Tony's invitation. Ye Hua was endeavoring to embrace and assimilate into this world with the mindset of an ordinary individual. Perhaps a portion of this was attributable to the influence of his psychological training, but who can truly ascertain? In any case, he was striving to live as a regular person. Naturally, In the face of Clark's relentless advances, he chose not to adopt a passive stance, as he was acutely aware of her ulterior motives and instinctively remained guarded. Moreover, within the shadows of information, the genetic defects of ordinary individuals were alarmingly numerous, making it difficult to engage with her without recalling those flaws, thereby dampening any genuine interest. In contrast to Clark, Ye Hua was far more eager to confront Thanos and overpower the Scarlet Witch of the multiverse. Wanda, who is yet to embrace her legendary journey, is merely an ordinary girl caught in unforeseen circumstances, living a life in which she works at a bakery and occasionally participates in protests against atrocities and the injustices of Stark Industries. So unremarkable is she that no one could fathom the extraordinary powers she would one day possess. Observing the now tranquil chat interface, Ye Hua smiles, realizing she is simply a girl striving to live, not yet the Scarlet Witch. She even hesitates to be late for work out of fear of a pay deduction. Should she offer her assistance? After a moment's contemplation, she decides against it. While the magic of the Scarlet Witch may be innate, it is likely intertwined with her circumstances and the prod of the Mind Stone. Otherwise, her true magical awakening could be delayed indefinitely. The chaos magic, with its multidimensional power, is beyond her capacity to assist. Let things unfold naturally. After concluding the remote conversation, she resolves to find something to occupy her time. At that moment, Happy delivers an invitation from Tony, presented in a notably formal manner. The essence of the message conveys that his Iron Man technology has made significant advancements, and he wishes to discuss it over lunch. Without hesitation, she informs him that she will arrive promptly. How intriguing! Just as she was contemplating whether to seek out Black Panther in Wakanda or Namor beneath the sea, this opportunity presents itself. Kamartaj is home to a cadre of melee-oriented sorcerers, whose prowess is commendable, but whose physical defenses are lacking. One misstep could lead to dire consequences, and she has no desire to encounter the Ancient One. Black Panther possesses resilience, but lacks other notable attributes. In contrast, she finds herself drawn to the underwater kingdom of Namor. His ancestors consumed aquatic flora resulting from vibranium, leading to permanent mutations. Namor, having undergone prenatal mutations, boasts formidable strength and exceptional physical defenses, making him a worthy opponent. As for other formidable beings, such as the Hidden Eternals, they either falter under blows or are simply beyond her capacity to confront, rendering them uninteresting. In the midst of her indecision about whether to seek Black Panther or Namor, Tony's eagerness for a challenge becomes evident, and she feels compelled to oblige him. Happy initially presumed the encounter would not proceed as smoothly, given Tony's prior warnings about Ye Hua's abrasive demeanor and unlikable nature. However, it now appears that she is, in fact, a polite and gentle young man of Asian descent, leading him to believe Tony might have been attempting to set him up. Inwardly chuckling at the thought, Happy expresses his anticipation for Ye Hua's arrival, confident that Tony will be pleased with her acceptance of the invitation. Ye Hua nods, accepts the invitation, and bids Happy farewell. Meanwhile, upon receiving the report that Ye Hua has indeed accepted his invitation, Tony is quite pleased, as this presents an opportunity to test the capabilities of his new armor. Once, with a mere snap of his fingers, Ye Hua effortlessly breached Jarvis's defenses and seized control of his Iron Man suit, an event that left a profound shadow in Tony's heart. Although the newly developed armor was not susceptible to Ye Hua's invasive abilities, it proved inadequate in combat, nearly being dismantled by the abomination and Ye Hua himself. Recognizing these shortcomings, Tony's relentless pursuit of improvements specifically aimed at countering Ye Hua's capabilities never wavered. "Ah dear, please make preparations. The illustrious Golden Flash will be visiting us," Tony announced. In truth, he held a certain degree of tolerance for Ye Hua. Otherwise, his inherently arrogant nature would never permit such an invitation. "Shall we prepare a feast of Chinese delicacies? After all, I have heard he bears the visage of Chinese," Pepper suggested. Her understanding of Ye Hua was limited. She only knew from Tony that he was a formidable being, supposedly extraterrestrial, capable of matching Iron Man in battle. Tony's continuous upgrades to his armor seemed intrinsically linked to this individual. "Tony, I believe it would be wise for you to refrain from donning your iron suit while entertaining guests, and perhaps avoid bestowing nicknames indiscriminately," Pepper felt compelled to advise further, recognizing that few had received such a formal invitation from Tony. "Nonsense. You do not grasp the situation," He might relish the opportunity to spar with me, Tony replied, thoroughly pleased with the latest adjustments to his suit. The newly engineered titanium alloy significantly enhanced its defenses, while Jarvis had assimilated global combat techniques and traditional martial arts curricula, allowing him to instantaneously transform into a battle-hardened fighter. Moreover, the incorporation of a robust energy absorption and conversion system was deemed essential, with a specially upgraded firewall operating independently, eliminating the possibility of Ye Hua's intrusion. Very well, go prepare lunch. I shall be merciful, he declared. The emergence of Ye Hua had accelerated Tony's pace in updating his suits, and this was already the 8th iteration. Aware that her entreaties would be futile, Pepper reached out to arrange the meal. Time flew by, and Ye Hua arrived punctually at Tony's seaside villa, perched on a cliff along the coastline, sprawling and offering breathtaking views of the ocean. The vicinity, entirely owned by Tony, ensured a high degree of privacy, a significant factor in his choice of location for their encounter. Here, any altercation would go unnoticed, unlike his own residence, surrounded by the mansions of others. With a direct portal, Ye Hua stood at the villa's entrance, not needing to ring the doorbell. Tony was already aware of his arrival. "Sir, your friend Ye Hua has arrived," reported the artificial intelligence, Jarvis. Upon opening the door, Tony greeted him in casual attire, his gaze laced with a hint of challenge. "Welcome to the illustrious abode of Stark, the radiant sun god," he proclaimed. As Ye Hua stepped inside, he surveyed the high-tech decor, and with a flicker of golden light in his eyes, he initiated a covert information scan, leaving him quite satisfied. The new generation of Iron Man armor, now officially named the Anti-Sun God armor, represents a significant technological advancement from Tony. Personally, I do not concern myself with Iron Man's technology, as it is far beyond my reach. Rather, I am more intrigued by the name itself. Had it been dubbed the Anti-Brad armor, I might have inadvertently dismantled his home today without waiting for the future. As for the nickname, I shall simply disregard it. After all, should not the sun god radiate in golden splendor? Having listened to Tony speak of you, I must say upon meeting you in person, you are indeed quite striking. Today, I have arranged for some exquisite Chinese cuisine, hoping it will suit your palate. Thank you, Miss Pepper. This is a gift for you. As he spoke, Ye Hua brought forth a beautifully crafted gift box. Oh my, what is this? Is it magic? Pepper exclaimed, astonished as items appeared seemingly out of thin air. For an ordinary person like her, this posed a significant cognitive challenge, vastly different from Iron Man's advanced technology. Noticing Pepper's surprise, Ye Hua chuckled. This is not magic. It is science. Wait, you call this science? That seems implausible, Tony interjected, immediately skeptical. He had long been aware of Ye Hua's seemingly irrational powers, capable of opening a distant golden portal. Although the current spectacle differed somewhat, he refrained from further inquiry. However, if you're going to speak of science, we must have a serious discussion. No one can flaunt technology in my presence. Micro-wormhole, transport technology. You can find information about it online, Ye Hua shrugged. Tony certainly understood what a micro-wormhole was. Information was readily available online, but it existed only in theory and science fiction. You mean the kind of wormhole that distorts space, connecting two different times and realms, also known as an Einstein-Rosen bridge? That is utterly impossible. Ye Hua shook his head, asserting, nothing is impossible, though your understanding is not entirely accurate. Micro-wormhole transport technology is challenging to achieve without the support of super genes, as it is difficult to perceive the dark dimension directly, thus hindering the proficient use of dark energy in micro-wormholes. Ye Hua preferred not to elaborate further on this matter. Seeing Tony eager for an academic exchange, Pepper quickly interjected. Thank you for the gift. I believe we should all begin our meal. Within the gift box lay a pair of unremarkable black gloves, which Pepper dismissed. However, Tony suspected that Ye Hua would not present an ordinary pair of gloves. He planned to seize the opportunity to investigate them further. These gloves are anything but ordinary. They are crafted from vibranium fibers combined with solar technology, a byproduct of my research on the Imperial armor. While deemed a flaw for the Imperial armor, in comparison to the Black Panther suit, they are vastly superior, surpassing it by several tiers, especially the ability to no longer fear high-frequency sound wave interference, which is utterly incomparable to ordinary vibranium. I have heard that Nick Fury has arranged for you a stunning beauty. How is it going between you two? I must say, that lady is truly remarkable. It is rather deplorable that Fury would resort to such cunning tactics. Allow me to tell you, the dining table soon overflowed with sumptuous dishes, all authentic Chinese cuisine, prepared by chefs of national banquet caliber. Tony, ever the chatterbox, could not help but tease about Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, masquerading as his secretary. Still unsatisfied with the situation. Although his interest had been piqued, he felt betrayed when she transformed into someone else's operative, denying him the opportunity for deeper engagement. Tony believed he had been played. Not everyone is like you. Regarding Ye Hua's words, Tony was rather dismissive. But trust me, my friend, once you savor that exquisite experience, your perspective will undoubtedly change. Ahem, Pepper Potts coughed lightly, prompting Tony to quickly amend his statement. Of course. I too value inner beauty and have long since maintained my integrity. The two had little in common, and their topics of conversation were scarce. Today's main objective was still to engage in combat. During the meal, Tony casually mentioned the new features of his armor, to which Ye Hua merely smiled in silence, indicating he had no objections. After the meal, Tony could no longer contain himself and asked, "Would you like to try my new suit?" Ye Hua shrugged, replying, "As long as you are confident." Quite the boastful one, aren't you? Then let us proceed. With a command from JARVIS, Tony donned the armor before Ye Hua, transforming into Iron Man Chapter 22. Vulnerable, the two made their way to an outdoor area where, upon donning the suit, Tony soared into the sky, showcasing an array of weapons in demonstration. I must remind you, this suit has been meticulously upgraded. Its power far exceeds the outdated models you have encountered before. So, why not hurry and don your gleaming armor? Tony was filled with absolute confidence. Even though Ye Hua's strength and speed were extraordinary, capable of emitting nuclear fusion energy, he believed that his suit was more than adequate to handle it. Ye Hua crossed his arms, analyzing Iron Man's data through dark algorithms, then nodded and smiled. My armor is forged from vibranium. If I were to wear it, it would undoubtedly be an unfair advantage. Thus, this shall suffice. The technology of a pre-nuclear civilization cannot harm me. Not even your arc reactor's energy cannon would achieve that. The current model of Iron Man's suit could certainly contend with the likes of the Abomination and rival Thor, yet it still fell short in comparison to his own capabilities. The technologically derived armor holds little authority in my presence. Moreover, its formidable weaponry relies on nuclear fusion for power. How could the sun's rays possibly be affected by nuclear fusion? Very well, what an arrogant little fellow you are. Then I shall be obliged to teach you a lesson. As the two conversed, Iron Man unexpectedly raised his right arm, aiming it at the ground where Ye Hua stood. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated his palm energy cannon, and a brilliant beam of light surged forth from his hand, hurtling toward Ye Hua. However, it is noteworthy that Iron Man had deliberately set the energy cannon to its minimum output. He had always regarded Ye Hua as relying predominantly on his stunning armor for defense. Yet, this time, Ye Hua was unadorned by that resplendent golden suit. Although there was a hint of condescension in his demeanor, Tony genuinely did not wish to harm Ye Hua. Ultimately, this confrontation was merely a friendly exchange of skills, not a life-or-death battle. Yet, despite the noble intentions, reality proved to be harsh. Tony believed that Ye Hua, in his confidence, would not evade the energy blast, and even if unscathed, he would surely appear somewhat disheveled. To Tony's surprise, Ye Hua extended his hand, effortlessly blocking the explosion of the energy cannon, without even a scratch to show for it. It seemed he needed to take this more seriously. Recognizing Ye Hua's formidable defensive capabilities, Tony swiftly dove downwards, entering the Shadow Realm, activating the Solar Flare interface, and initiating the blazing sun combat technique. With the activation complete, Ye Hua's demeanor shifted, readying himself for battle. As Iron Man charged forward, he unleashed a barrage of micro-missiles, which fragmented in midair, showering countless tiny warheads upon Ye Hua. The meticulously maintained expanse of lawn was instantly reduced to scorched earth, yet no one seemed to care. Wealth breeds audacity. Ye Hua, with a flicker of movement, surged forth with incredible speed, weaving through the gaps between the warheads like a phantom. Suddenly, he leaped and appeared behind Iron Man, delivering a powerful kick to his shoulder, throwing him off balance and causing him to tumble through the air. A sneak attack. I thought we were to spar in martial arts. Previous battle records indicated that Ye Hua lacked flight capabilities, so Tony had no intention of exploiting this, planning instead to dive to the ground and engage in hand-to-hand combat. The release of the micromissiles was merely to obscure Ye Hua's vision and disrupt his movements. Yet he had never anticipated Ye Hua's speed would be so remarkable. Iron Man quickly adjusted his posture, increasing the thrust from his back thrusters as he charged toward Ye Hua, simultaneously activating the Global Combat Response System for assistance. After a brief exchange of tests, both were poised for genuine combat. As Iron Man approached, Ye Hua remained unfazed, a faint golden glow emanating from him as he met the charge head-on. Upon their collision, an intense shockwave erupted. Ye Hua's fist struck Iron Man's chest, momentarily disorienting his internal systems. However, Iron Man swiftly retaliated, deploying an electric device from his leg aimed at Ye Hua's abdomen. Ye Hua sidestepped and countered with a knee strike, sending Iron Man flying. The display screen of Iron Man flickered with snowflakes, prompting him to retreat momentarily, awaiting system stabilization. It seemed he truly need not hold back. Iron Man mused, reassessing Ye Hua's prowess. Meanwhile, Ye Hua stood calmly, a gentle smile gracing his lips. If necessary, I can dismantle your armor within 10 seconds. I could meld it in a mere second and seize control in 3. For Super Soldier, as long as one can exert computational dominance, nothing unexpected should occur. At present, I merely wish to treat you as a punching bag. Well, it appears you are indeed rather unlikable, he remarked. Anti-Solar Deity Response System activated, Jarvis announced. Iron Man charged once more, this time opting for close combat rather than flamboyant attacks. The sound of clanging metal echoed as he confronted an unbearable reality. Ye Hua's body was as unyielding as steel, impervious to any assault. His armor, a crystalline iron reinforced through molecular restructuring and magnetic enhancement, layered over titanium and other metals, formed a resilient yet extraordinarily solid titanium alloy shell. Presently, it represented a metal of exceptional hardness, yet Ye Hua could still leave imprints, making it difficult to fathom how flesh could possess such defense and strength. I genuinely feel a twinge of sympathy for your future girlfriend. It's hard to imagine how you two will be intimate, Tony teased, only to receive an unabashed punch to the face, sending him flying. The damage report was thorough, with the internal display of the armor turning a vivid red. Sir, be cautious. There is a high-energy fusion reaction. Ye Hua cradled a golden energy sphere in his hand, grinning as he said, aren't you seeking the anti-solar deity? Then let us see how you fare against this. The nuclear fusion energy sphere, developed specifically to counter Ye Hua, was an opportunity he would not squander. Futile. Do you not realize what lies within my chest? Tony prepared himself as Ye Hua hurled the fusion energy sphere. You're courting death. Do you think all energy can be absorbed at will? As the energy sphere neared the surface of Iron Man's armor, Ye Hua smiled once more. With an explosion, the energy sphere detonated prematurely, transforming from energy into pure explosive force upon contact. The genetic engine allowed divine power to possess infinite potential, shifting at will. Combat data indicated that the anti-solar deity armor was utterly ineffective. A tremendous burst of fireworks erupted above the cliff, sending Iron Man hurtling through the air. Tony, Pepper, who had been watching the battle indoors, could no longer contain herself and rushed out to where Iron Man lay, crackling with electricity. A throng of bodyguards followed closely behind. Cough, cough. No need to worry. I'm fine. As the mask was lifted, the surrounding bodyguards retreated, while Tony's lips twitched in disbelief. The recent explosion had been ferocious, surpassing even the missiles he had developed, erupting without any forewarning right before him. What had happened to the promised energy attack? The explosion shockwave was utterly confounding. His armor lay in ruins, and even J.R.V.I.S. seemed to struggle with words. The battle could be deemed over. The disparity remained vast, rendering even combat techniques ineffective against Ye Hua. With a smile, Ye Hua approached, inquiring whether Tony still wished to explore the anti-solar armor. He offered to provide combat data free of charge. The explosion's force had been calculated accurately, well within the limits of Tony's suit. He had merely sustained minor abrasions. He was not one to concede easily, though he acknowledged the need to rethink his next upgrade. This incident was merely an unforeseen anomaly. Perhaps he never anticipated that the energy sphere would detonate so unexpectedly and uncontrollably. No, there can't be a next time. It's far too perilous, Tony. Pepper firmly opposed. While they had not sensed any danger during their close-quarter combat, the magnitude of the explosion was alarming. Had it not occurred in midair, It could have obliterated the mountaintop. Regardless, significant destruction had ensued around them. Pepper vowed that such a scenario could never be repeated. Listen to me. Aren't you friends? There's no need for such displays of emotion. Scholarly discussions hold far greater significance. Iron Man, though resilient, found himself lacking in endurance, and his human physique, even with armor, was insufficient. Ye Hua chuckled, assuring her, "Rest assured, Miss Pepper, I can fully control the intensity of my power. See, he is still alive and well." Yet, acknowledging her concerns, he added, "Of course, if you wish to continue researching the anti-solar armor and require practical data, I am more than willing to oblige." The last statement was directed at Tony, who stubbornly insisted that a new model of the anti-solar armor would soon be unveiled. Chapter 23. It's time to get down to business after a friendly sparring match. The curtain fell hastily. Ultimately, Iron Man was not particularly resilient, and his recovery capabilities were lacking. The damage to his suit would require time to repair. Such qualities were unbecoming of a proper training partner. It might suffice to occasionally educate him, persuading him to abandon the anti-solar armor project, but frequent combat could prove fatal. Yet, it could also accelerate his development of various Iron Man suits. Following their parting, Tony busied himself with upgrading his armor, while Ye Hua too remained occupied, intent on researching powerful explosive methods. Explosions were an art. Explosions were beauty. Presently, he considered the antimatter bomb to be particularly suitable. Vibranium truly was a versatile composite material. Once the right alloy formula was acquired, it could be utilized in nearly any context. In the underground laboratory, Ye Hua surveyed the devices he had recently crafted by hand, nodding in satisfaction. A high-energy particle collider, the size of a suitcase, along with a diffusion force field particle constrictor, constitutes merely a crucial segment of this endeavor. Of course, this represents my current limit, not that of the radiant sun technology. After all, antimatter is a weapon favored by spacefaring civilizations, yet for the era of super deities, it has become an obsolete relic. Fortunately, the Dark Dimension database holds the comprehensive technological advancements of the radiant sun civilization from inception to the super deity era, including knowledge pertaining to the void. We shall delve into that later. For now, the antimatter bomb suffices for my needs. It is not that there are no more formidable means of attack. It is merely that I currently lack the capability to learn them, hindered by computational limitations. At this stage, the most powerful fusion shockwave, even when maximally unleashed, would merely sink Manhattan. In the vast expanse of the cosmic battlefield, it would be insignificant, failing to guarantee safety. Entering the Dark Dimension, I activated the solar light control panel to retrieve data and prepare for a particle collision experiment, initiating the synthesis of antimatter. Once everything was ready, I commenced the experiment. The production of antimatter is exceedingly challenging. It is difficult to manufacture, capture, and preserve. Most critically, the energy required to create even a minuscule amount of antimatter is exponentially greater than the energy contained within that minuscule amount, rendering its further research almost devoid of value. Hence its obsolescence. But for the solar light, is energy a constraint? Connecting with stellar data and importing stellar energy sources, I issued the command. The solar energy flowed through my hands, continuously feeding the high-energy particle collider. The super accelerator propelled protons to immense energies, causing them to collide with the target, from which I sought out antiprotons. At this point, the proton deceleration apparatus commenced operation, slowing the antiprotons to nearly zero velocity. By combining the decelerated antiprotons with antineutrons and positrons, I could form antiatoms. It is well known that atoms are the fundamental particles of matter, composed of a nucleus and electrons, with a nucleus containing protons and neutrons. At this stage, the emergence of antimatter is merely a matter of time. The wait is worthwhile, as the seamless acquisition of technology and stellar energy renders the cost of antimatter production virtually negligible. Otherwise, with Earth's current technology, even if Tony Stark were to invest all his resources, he could scarcely produce a few grams, let alone utilize them, synthesizing anti-atoms into anti-molecules and subsequently into antimatter. The experiment achieved resounding success at this juncture. This antimatter would be contained within a magnetic confinement vessel, floating serenely, untouched by any magnetic confinement devices, before being placed into a specially designed shell. Thus, the antimatter bomb was completed. Remarkably, 1 kilogram of antimatter was encased within this small miniature shell, resembling an enormous cigar. Who could believe it? A caliber of 30, 170, and an explosive yield exceeding 43 million. Indeed, the ferocity is palpable. I have long desired to devise such a formidable weapon, whether casting it towards adversaries or bearing it on my person. It offers an unparalleled sense of security, an opportunity that eluded me until now, as I had yet to create these instruments. Presently, however, with the inexhaustible resource of stellar energy at my disposal, there is no turning back. I shall press on. It was only when the instruments began to flicker with a crimson light that I was reluctantly compelled to halt, for even with a vibranium alloy shell providing protection, the prolonged particle collision experiments proved too much for it to endure. The primary issue lies in vibranium's inability to conduct energy. The internal components are constructed from high-polymer aerospace materials, which cannot withstand extended operation. Additionally, the magnetic state changes in the magnetic materials and the instability of the electronic components presented further challenges. Such experiments afford no margin for error. A leak of antimatter would yield catastrophic consequences. Fortunately, I have amassed a sufficient quantity. Next, I must turn my attention to the launch apparatus. Although Wakanda possesses remarkable technology, it engages in primitive warfare. The rationale behind not using vibranium to manufacture projectiles, bullets, and firearms is evident. The notion of bullets that do not conduct energy is indeed intriguing. Therefore, neither my antimatter bomb nor its launching device can be constructed from vibranium. At most, a few components may incorporate it, but the bullets must be made from other materials. The launch device has long been designed and is now in the process of being constructed, a colossal Barrett sniper rifle that exudes a sci-fi aesthetic. Measuring an intimidating 2.5 meters in length, crafted from a novel superconductive material that efficiently conducts energy while accommodating the unique properties of antimatter. This sniper rifle operates on a solar energy propulsion core, capable of unleashing a sublight speed shockwave that can instantaneously launch the antimatter bomb, ensuring both precision and surprise in its strike. The weapon is equipped with an intelligent targeting system that autonomously identifies targets and adjusts shooting parameters. Imagine the terror of a bullet propelled at sublight speed, carrying antimatter within. What a fearsome force it would unleash. What appears as a sniper rifle is, in fact, a great Ivan, a thrilling prospect indeed. As I arm the highly precise sniper rifle and load the ammunition, my anticipation to test its power grows. With the opening of a portal, I am transported directly into outer space. The low-temperature, low-pressure environment of space poses no threat to me. Aside from the initial experience of suffocation upon my first arrival, I have since acclimatized. The sole drawback is my inability to fly, which is somewhat disconcerting. However, it matters little. I will design a wormhole circuit beneath my feet to effectively stabilize my form. Upon locating an appropriate target, I set up the sniper rifle. It is currently charging to 507-0100 with solar energy for instantaneous power. I take aim at a colossal asteroid in the distance and gently squeeze the trigger. A golden beam of light erupts from the muzzle, and the bullet, carrying 1 kilogram of antimatter, hurtles towards the asteroid like a meteor in flight. As the meteor approached, an almost blinding brilliance erupted, accompanied by a tremendous wave of energy that violently radiated outward from the center like a bomb. The meteor, in the face of this overwhelming force, shattered as effortlessly as fragile tofu, disintegrating into countless tiny fragments that scattered in all directions. Yet, the shockwave generated by the explosion did not cease. It continued to expand outward, creating visible ripples of energy that relentlessly impacted the surrounding space. In silence, with only the dazzling light and the obliteration that followed the complete release of energy, a meteor with a minimum diameter of 50 kilometers was utterly reduced to dust. Standing in place, Ye Hua felt the awe-inspiring power wash over him. This was indeed a toy worthy of a man, simply magnificent. Success! Ye Hua exclaimed, though alas, there was no one to share in his exhilaration, nor anyone to even be aware of it. After collecting the complete data, he activated the portal to return home. It must be said, the Kamatage portal was indeed impressive. As long as energy was available, one could traverse the entire galaxy at will. However, the portal he was currently using was not the original version. After analyzing the principles, he had developed a portal through the technology of the solar flare. Unlike the original, which allowed one to simply envision a destination, This version required precise calculations of coordinates and distance. Nonetheless, bypassing the need to calculate divine data and allowing himself to pass through made it far more convenient than employing a micro-wormhole. Otherwise, he would not dare to act so recklessly. Gazing at the sniper rifle and antimatter bomb, a powerful combination born from solar flare technology in his hands, Ye Hua felt immense satisfaction, knowing it would serve as a formidable weapon against threats. Just as he was admiring his powerful equipment, his psychologist, Clark, approached to inquire about the situation. Ye Hua, my apologies. The director just called, mentioning a nuclear energy reaction here, and instructed me to check on things. Recently, the SHIELD have been increasingly favoring Ye Hua in psychological assessments, and the one-eyed director had even demonstrated trust by withdrawing all agents and secretly dismantling surveillance equipment, leaving only Clark. Of course, he understood that agents and surveillance were mere formalities. It was better to display trust. Little did he expect that after only a few days of calm, Ye Hua had triggered yet another nuclear energy reaction. This was the heart of New York City. Couldn't he refrain from causing constant anxiety? It's nothing. I was merely experimenting with a new type of weapon. He should bother me less, Ye Hua replied. Am I supposed to set off a nuclear bomb here? Clark could sense that Ye Hua was quite pleased, and he seized the opportunity to gather more information. However, she was perplexed by the oversized, extravagant Barrett rifle. What purpose did it serve? After dismissing Clark, Ye Hua tidied up the underground laboratory and installed a security system. Previously, there was no need for it. Agents of SHIELD had never attempted to infiltrate the laboratory. However, given that I may soon embark on a distant journey, it is prudent to prepare accordingly. My supply of vibranium is nearly depleted. Should I venture to Wakanda or the underwater kingdom to replenish it? Chapter 24. Star Map. Ultimately, Knight decided against visiting Wakanda or the underwater kingdom, setting aside the certainty that they would not readily allow me to take their vibranium, which might lead to inevitable conflict. It would be unthinkable to threaten them with antimatter bombs. I am not a fiend, after all. Furthermore, it appears that I currently have no immediate use for vibranium. As for the destroyer armor from Asgard, I have finally comprehended its intricate atomic structure, which stands in stark contrast to the singular atomic nature of vibranium and cannot be repurposed. I shall first endeavor to acquire URU metal. It is possible that the destroyer armor, after being forged by the dwarves, no longer consists solely of URU. In any case, I have no use for it at present. Given this, I can afford to postpone my pursuit of vibranium, and since Wakanda will not flee, the timing of my visit is inconsequential. Now, it is time to commence the collection of materials necessary for upgrading the third generation of the divine body. Although I may not need them immediately, preparation is essential. Most of these materials are absent from Earth and will require a journey into the cosmos to procure. The materials needed for the upgrade of the second generation of super soldiers were readily available on Earth, obtainable with sufficient funds, thus I was never in a rush. However, I cannot afford to wait until the last moment to scour the universe for the next phase of upgrade materials. With recent events being sparse and my mastery of the principles of teleportation now solidified, coupled with a significant enhancement of my abilities, it is an opportune moment to explore the outside world. I trust that the Ancient One possesses the celestial maps and coordinates of this realm. It is improbable that she is only knowledgeable about Earth, while remaining completely oblivious to what lies beyond. In the heart of Midtown Manhattan, a seemingly ordinary old house serves as the secret base of the Sorcerer Supreme within the Marvel Universe, one of the pivotal nodes of the magical network. Safeguarding Earth from invasions by demons from alternate dimensions, primarily existing to confront the Dark Dimension's Lord, Dormammu. Beneath the surface, there exist many realms that are indecipherable, imbued with formidable energy. If I wish to avoid aimlessly opening portals, seeking answers from the Ancient One is undoubtedly the most effective course of action. Although I have no desire to meet her, I knocked on the door, but there was no response. Knight, are you here to see me? Please come in. Just as I hesitated about whether to journey to the Kamatage in the Himalayas, the door swung open. The Ancient One, clad in a yellow hoodie with a voluminous hood obscuring her face, exuded an air of warmth, her lips frequently curling into a smile. In the humble abode of the Ancient One, an extraordinary realm unfolded, with the surrounding space exhibiting unusual fluctuations. The items arranged in the grand hall emanated energy waves of varying magnitudes. The arcane artifacts defied scientific explanation, and their complexities rendered them uninteresting upon mere inspection. As she guided Ye Hua to a side room, the Ancient One removed her hood, revealing her distinctive bald head, and with a warm smile, inquired about the sudden desire that prompted Ye Hua to seek her out, noting that she had previously been reluctant to accept her invitations. In the presence of the Ancient One, whose wisdom and kindness were unparalleled, Ye Hua felt an undeniable unease. The disparity in their powers was one factor, but it was also the discomfort of residing in another's home, benefiting from their generosity, while harboring a profound suspicion of her. Now, she found herself in need of assistance. "Do not worry," the Ancient One assured her. "If there is anything you wish to discuss, do so freely. Even if your visit is merely for a chat, I welcome it." Recognizing Ye Hua's discomfort, she offered a gentle smile. "It is evident that you have undergone significant change. If you do not mind, consider this a conversation between friends." Possessing extraordinary perception and insight, the Ancient One discerned the careful facade Ye Hua had previously maintained, her false bravado. Eager to assist her, but uncertain how to proceed, especially since Ye Hua viewed her with such trepidation, she felt somewhat helpless. Despite her ability to guide students and offer counsel, dealing with a student who perceived every word as a potential threat posed a unique challenge. Thus, she often visited Ye Hua, manifesting her goodwill. After all, did she seem so idle as to frighten her for sport? Upon their meeting once again, the Ancient One sensed a remarkable psychological shift within Ye Hua, a promising development for both her and the world around them. "Esteemed sorceress, I have come today to seek your counsel regarding life-bearing planets within the solar system." With her arrival, any sense of hesitation dissipated, and she decided to inquire openly. The Ancient One nodded, casually sipping her tea. "May I ask how you intend to utilize information about these life-bearing planets? Because I require certain resources that are absent on Earth and can only be sought among the stars," Ye Hua replied, quietly awaiting the Ancient One's response. Her heart fluttering with uncertainty. The Ancient One, however, refrained from pressing further. She gently set down her teacup and waved her hand, conjuring a small portal through which a softly glowing tome floated into her grasp. "This should be the star map you seek, detailing locations visited by our sanctum sorcerers throughout the ages. It encompasses the entirety of the Milky Way and its fringes, including some unique locales, highlighting known life-bearing planets and the potential treasures they may harbor. Nonetheless, given the vastness of the cosmos, this map is not exhaustive. I hope it proves beneficial to you." Ye Hua took the star map, his eyes brimming with wonder and curiosity. This was a substantial tome. Upon unfurling the star map, he beheld a mesmerizing display of twinkling stars, intricate symbols, and intertwined lines, all exuding a distinctly magical aura. A casual glance revealed a wealth of information: the Shandar star, the Kree Empire, the Skrull Empire, the Chitauri, and the Sovereign Race, detailing everything from planetary appearances to demographic distributions, from cultural customs to the progression of civilizations, encompassing both technological and magical perspectives, along with descriptions of certain rare mineral sources. Yet the conundrum lay in the spatial coordinates and distances, which were articulated in arcane terminology and expressed through magical symbols. Did this imply that he would need to learn magic on the spot? As for the Ancient One wondered if there existed any intuitive data representation regarding these distances and coordinates, for Ye Hua was not particularly well-versed in magic. His own research into the analysis of magical teleportation technology had consumed a daunting 6 years, a delay that had hindered the enhancement of his divine physique. Was he to embark on that journey once more? Clearly, it was unnecessary. The Ancient One nodded, her hands weaving through the air to conjure a circular magic circle, sketching a rudimentary pattern that then radiated throughout the room, forming a rough depiction of the galaxy. From our perspective, employing astronomical units of measurement, the Ancient One was indeed a supreme mage, knowledgeable in both celestial and terrestrial matters, and equally adept at imparting wisdom to her students. Once she elucidated the magical symbols in detail, the task became significantly more manageable. "Thank you, Ancient One. This star map is immensely beneficial to me," Ye Hua expressed gratefully. The Ancient One clasped her hands together and replied calmly, "It is nothing extraordinary, merely a commonplace book. Its purpose is to impart knowledge to individuals. Though some areas may pose considerable danger, should you choose to explore them, exercise utmost caution. Thank you for the warning. I shall bear it in mind, Ye Hua acknowledged. Returning the star map, the Ancient One, intrigued, inquired, "Do you not wish to take it back for a more thorough examination?" "Not necessary. I have memorized everything." Ye Hua smiled. He had no need to decipher the magical composition of the tome or to calculate the accuracy of the data. Recording the information sufficed, especially with the Ancient One's detailed explanations. That is good to hear. Once business was concluded, Ye Hua realized he could not simply depart without further engagement. He had not even brought a gift. He lingered to share tea and conversation with the Ancient One, who regaled him with tales of the magical realm. She suggested that if he wished to learn, he could visit Kamar Taj. To this, Ye Hua shook his head. The entire luminous gene technology was already ample for a lifetime of study. There was little time left for the pursuit of magic. His extensive expenditure of energy and computational power in analyzing the teleportation portals stemmed from the necessity of self-preservation. The acquisition of other magical knowledge felt largely superfluous. However, Ye Hua's gaze lingered on the Ancient One's chest, upon the eye of Agamotto. This time stone, could it perhaps create a realm with a differing flow of time compared to the outside world? Would such a realm influence cognition and the acquisition of knowledge? If one could navigate through existence without any repercussions, wouldn't it imply the ability to harness the powers of the time stone, thus circumventing a millennium of trials? Suddenly, Ye Hua felt a surge of inspiration, pondering why he had not considered this before. As for the Ancient One, it remained uncertain whether the time stone possessed the capacity to create a temporal space with a languid flow that would not impede cognition. If one were to study within such an environment. In response to Ye Hua's inquiry, the Ancient One remained silent, merely casting a glance at the eye of Agamotto before offering a faint smile. What does this signify? Do all great figures enjoy speaking in riddles? Superhuman technology still adheres to the principle of time's irreversibility. However, in this realm, traversing time and space is commonplace, even extending across dimensions. Should it indeed align with his aspirations, mastering the entirety of the Radiant civilization's knowledge in a brief span would render him omniscient and subsequently omnipotent. While one may wield time, one is also subject to its grasp. Relentless pursuit is not always beneficial. It was evident that the Ancient One had no intention of permitting him the use of the Eye of Agamotto. Nevertheless, I shall repay the sorcerer's teachings in due time. You absorb the power of the dark dimension merely to prolong your existence. I can assist you, and once I acquire all the genetic knowledge of the Radiant, granting you immortality will be no challenge. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Ye Hua took his leave, embarking on an interstellar journey filled with uncertainties to seek out precious resources for the enhancement of his divine form. Chapter 25, Planet Xanderwood. You say he has vanished. A tone of disbelief echoed from the communicator, and Clark, feeling helpless, could only respond, "Indeed, Commander." After returning to the villa, he seemed to hastily prepare some items, then opened a golden portal and simply disappeared before my eyes. It has now been 24 hours since that event. Why are you only reporting this now? Commander, well, Nick Fury understood the necessity of not placing excessive demands on the psychologist. After all, she had performed commendably in her engagement with extraterrestrial beings. The other party possessed that inexplicable method of teleportation and frequently vanished. Yet this was the first instance where more than 24 hours had elapsed without reappearance. What did he say before his disappearance, and where did he go? He mentioned that no one was to enter his underground laboratory, or they would bear the consequences. As for his whereabouts, I'm not entirely sure, Clark replied candidly. In her directives, there was no requirement for constant surveillance of Ye Hua's movements, so, understood. Remain on standby. After disconnecting the call, Nick Fury furrowed his brow deeply. He too was beginning to exhibit signs of paranoia akin to Ye Hua's earlier delusions. After all, a formidable alien, perhaps even a celestial being, had just been rumored to have constructed an oversized Barrett rifle and then inexplicably vanished, especially before his disappearance. There had been a nuclear energy reaction at the residence, which naturally raised concerns. Had I known, I should not have summoned all the agents back. Even if they could not uncover anything, it would have been preferable to engaging in baseless speculation here. Please summon Coulson. Nick Fury hesitated, realizing that feigning ignorance was not an option. When confronting a formidable entity like Nightingale, exercising caution was paramount. Although Nick Fury was immensely curious about the underground laboratory that Nightingale had specifically mentioned, he ultimately refrained from issuing orders. Who could predict whether Nightingale would return unexpectedly or trigger unforeseen events? Observing developments would be the most prudent course of action. Unbeknownst to Nightingale, his abrupt departure had incited a stir within S.H.I.E.L.D. Even if he were aware, he would likely dismiss it with a laugh, considering their exaggerated reactions. After an elaborate explanation from Ancient One, Nightingale gained a general understanding of this universe's galaxy and had arrived on the technologically advanced planet of Xander. He had already been here for quite some time. Of course, this technological advancement was relative, approximately at the level of spacefaring civilizations. While Xander might not measure up to super civilizations, it was nonetheless quite renowned among most races in this universe, celebrated as a haven. Travelers from any civilization and any form of life, provided they arrived without malice, were welcome to linger on Xander and find their place within its realms. Handa, with its unparalleled inclusivity, had become a paradise for cosmic merchants, tourists, affluent individuals, prospectors, and even bounty hunters, gathering numerous civilizations and diverse races. Nightingale's journey commenced here. The cosmic star map provided by Ancient One was not meticulously charted for exploration. It merely depicted places previously visited by past sorcerers, resembling a biography, and could not encompass every life-bearing planet. Many planets were inhabited by singular intelligent races that were quite hostile to outsiders. In contrast, Xander was exceptionally suitable for a preliminary exploration of cosmic culture. However, there was one dilemma. Not all of the universe spoke English. At this thought, Nightingale displayed an amused expression. In all Chinese films, the entire universe spoke Mandarin. In all American cinema, the universe spoke English. Humanity had yet to escape its own subjective mindset to perceive the cosmos. But as he chuckled, the humor faded. He found himself ensnared in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, grappling with numerous cognitive and logical dilemmas surrounding him. Thus, his present challenge was the inability to communicate fluently with them. He would first need to decipher their language before learning. As for their universal language translation devices, the lack of data rendered him unable to create one himself. Surely, he could not resort to thievery upon arriving on another's planet. The Nova Legion boasts a remarkably advanced array of aircraft, coupled with the enigmatic Nova power, which strictly regulates the law and order of the planet Xander, serving as a swift and efficient enforcer. However, these matters pale in comparison to the pressing issue of personal finances. Engaging in primitive warfare with the most sophisticated technology, akin to Wakanda, presents a similar predicament. Their currency system is based on rare materials, functioning as a soft currency that embodies high intrinsic value alongside its representation of money. Alternatively, a more rudimentary method exists, bartering directly. The so-called digital currency holds no value. Once detached from one's race and planet, it garners no recognition and thus becomes obsolete. Consequently, even the desire to earn a little extra money is thwarted. Such backwardness is disheartening. After dedicating some time to listening and observing rather than speaking, Ye Hua managed to decipher and master hundreds of languages, while also discovering the most reputable private trading venues. The donor, an entity dedicated to safeguarding the privacy of buyers and sellers, primarily engages in facilitating the signing of sales contracts in exchange for a commission, a middleman profiting from the difference. Naturally, he also buys and sells items of value. For instance, in the future, Star-Lord intends to sell the orb through him. As he sensed someone approaching, the door opened automatically, revealing a space not particularly large, yet filled with an eclectic array of curiosities from across the cosmos. Within a unique storage device, 5 dazzling ribbons intertwined and collided within the confined space. Welcome. How may I assist you, sir? Are you interested in the high-energy materials that can only be gathered from the shattered cores of countless asteroids? A Xandarian with eyebrows sprouting from the top of his head approached, the proprietor of the establishment and the renowned donor, smiling as he appraised Ye Hua. Xander is remarkably inclusive, welcoming all who pose no threat. Indeed, I am interested. Ye Hua responded with a smile, pleasantly surprised to encounter such a superlative material so readily. That sounds splendid. I assure you, I will offer you a fair price. Upon hearing this, the donor's enthusiasm grew, as every potential transaction turned a customer into a friend. However, I may not have sufficient funds on hand, and I require various materials. Perhaps we could explore an alternative trading method? Oh, what trading method do you have in mind? Without hesitation, Ye Hua produced a metal block the size of a cigarette case. What is this? The donor, momentarily perplexed, sought to ascertain the item's origin and value. It is a 10-gram antimatter energy battery, widely applicable, pollution-free, and safe. I developed it myself. Antimatter, by any definition, is regarded as hazardous and is not easily manufactured or stored, making it a costly research product even for Xander. Moreover, judging by Ye Hua's extraordinary ability to conjure objects from thin air, it is evident that he is no ordinary character. I must first ascertain the authenticity of this claim. Although antimatter possesses numerous drawbacks, its value cannot be denied, and any rare item of worth is eagerly acquired here. Certainly, upon obtaining consent, the antimatter energy battery was dispatched to the basement, while the donor enthusiastically introduced his collection, even permitting a casual perusal. Indeed, this individual is a true embodiment of a space-faring civilization. Within the confines of his modest abode, I already discerned several materials I require. Before long, the donor's assistant arrived to report the findings. The antimatter energy battery was indeed as safe and reliable as Ye Hua had asserted, and it held considerable acquisition value. The donor nodded in acknowledgement and turned to Ye Hua, stating, "Sir, your item is commendable. I am willing to offer a price that would satisfy us both. However, 10 grams is rather insufficient and may not suffice to procure any of my collection here. Additionally, may I inquire how many materials you require? If the value aligns, I would consider this transaction. Some resources possess different nomenclatures, and their applications may be entirely distinct. Thus, I must ascertain which specific items I need through practical observation. As long as you agree to trade using this item, it suffices. My need for high-energy resources is not only varied in types, but also substantial in quantity. This will be a considerable order. Perhaps you could present me with a list of the resources you can procure." The donor exhibited no hesitation, merely curious about Ye Hua's origins and his need for such rare resources. Gazing at the tablet the donor provided, filled with an array of precious materials, Ye Hua meticulously selected and compared them. It was far from adequate. The resources required for upgrading to the third generation of super warriors would increase by a factor of hundreds, leading to some trepidation regarding future enhancements of the divine body. However, should I manage to acquire all the materials listed, it would undoubtedly save me a significant amount of time. Ye Hua annotated the materials he needed and added a few that he lacked, indicating that the more, the better, as this could evolve into a long-term arrangement. Upon reviewing the list, the donor's expression turned troubled. Some of these materials are exceedingly rare. Relying solely on this 10-gram antimatter energy battery would scarcely cover even a fraction. Regardless of Ye Hua's needs, the donor felt no concern, as it was not his burden to mine. There were plenty of marauders and bounty hunters eager to work. He merely needed to disseminate information and await his share. His only apprehension lay in whether Ye Hua possessed the means to cover the costs. You need not worry about that at all. I possess advanced antimatter technology, and I assure you that items such as the antimatter energy battery, which can be utilized through various avenues, will always find a market. Furthermore, for high-quality clients capable of providing a stable supply, I would even entertain a degree of customization. As far as antimatter is concerned, it is abundantly available to me. At worst, I can extract energy from a nearby star. As the conversation unfolded, Ye Hua produced several substantial antimatter batteries, along with a kilogram of antimatter explosives, prompting the merchant to twitch at the corners of his mouth. The sheer quantity of antimatter stored in his modest shop could obliterate an entire continent of the Shandar star if detonated. However, it was evident that Ye Hua possessed formidable resources, rendering any concerns about his ability to pay moot. After a thorough assessment and a round of haggling, the merchant finally nodded in agreement. "Very well, it's a deal. But I must caution you that these items cannot be delivered immediately. It will require some time." Ye Hua smiled slightly in response. "No problem, but I do need it expedited. I will return every few months." The merchant had a portion of materials available for immediate transaction, albeit not in abundance. He needed to post a task for others to assist in the extraction. After exchanging materials and leaving some antimatter energy batteries as a deposit, Ye Hua departed from the shop. He had ventured out to seek resources, and now that his objective was accomplished, there was no reason to linger on Shandar Star. Chapter 26. The Cosmic Sphere. The recordings of cosmic star maps by the Sorcerer's Organization of Ancient One are primarily biographical in nature, with many areas left unmarked and undocumented. Take, for instance, the colossal water sphere before him, Morag. However, Shandar Star has explored the galaxy for countless years and, having gathered most races of the universe, has hosted innumerable powerful beings temporarily, thus possessing a highly refined stellar map. Is the Cosmic Sphere located here? Since I have ventured out, it is only logical to take a look at the Power Stone. What would happen if I were to seize the Power Stone now, standing in the void of space? Gazing at this planet almost entirely encased in ocean, Ye Hua felt a surge of uncontrollable desire. The potency of the Infinity Stones is beyond dispute, albeit not as exaggerated as one might think, particularly in the case of the Power Stone. This gem grants its wielder mastery over all forms of power and energy they wish to command, while also harboring boundless energy that can bolster and enhance the effects of other stones. Utilizing this gem enables the user to replicate all physical superpowers, elevating their offensive and defensive capabilities to an invincible echelon. In simpler terms, it renders one unmatched in close combat. This is why Thanos was able to subdue the Hulk with a mere combination of strikes, undermining the notion that the angrier the Hulk became, the stronger he grew. Yet the reality seems less than ideal. Even with 5 stones in his possession, Thanos was held at bay by Scarlet Witch and ultimately crushed the Mind Stone with a single hand. Subsequently, with 6 stones, he was felled by Thor's axe, and later, he was brought to his knees by Captain Marvel. Moreover, within the Temporal Anomaly Management Bureau, the Infinity Stones are merely rocks. It appears their capabilities are not as exaggerated as one might assume. I have always been aware that the Space Stone is in the possession of S, H, I, L, D, and the reason I have not pursued research on it is simply that it is deemed unnecessary. Casually opening portals, I can traverse anywhere I desire, altering the spatial medium and harnessing the energy of the universe. Yet, for me, it feels rather superfluous. I can create portals now, and the technology of micro-wormholes can similarly transform spatial mediums. Infinite energy seems unnecessary for my needs. So the Infinity Stones? Mere trinkets? However, since this Power Stone is unclaimed, I shall take it for my amusement. I opened a portal to the surface of a planet, then plunged into the ocean. A certain cosmic organization attempted to absorb the energy of the Power Stone, but was met with disastrous backlash. The Power Stone was ensconced within a cosmic sphere, sealed in the desolate temple of Morag. Countless years later, due to global warming, Morag's civilization perished, submerged beneath the ocean, with the tides receding only once every 300 years. It is not yet the time for the tide to retreat, and it appears the news of the cosmic sphere has not yet disseminated. I wonder if Thanos is still searching for it. Ye Hua ventured into the depths of the sea, dedicating considerable effort to locate the ancient temple. The surroundings were eerily silent, save for the faint sound of water flowing as I moved. Through the azure waters, I glimpsed the softly glowing electromagnetic net, encasing the exquisitely carved cosmic sphere. As I approached the electromagnetic net, intending to breach it with unique methods, a shadow suddenly darted toward me. I swiftly sidestepped and discerned the assailant. A creature adorned with sharp spines, its eyes gleaming with a fierce light, resembling a small alien lizard or perhaps a diminutive dinosaur, albeit slightly larger than my hand. Too feeble, I thought, unwilling to linger. I casually launched an energy sphere, obliterating it, and turned my attention back to the cosmic sphere. Commencing analysis. The protective barrier is composed of pure electromagnetic force, with a feeble energy intensity. Decrypting success. The defense was rather simplistic, likely incapable of harming even my skin, as if it were intentionally placed here for retrieval. However, this metallic sphere containing the Power Stone is far from trivial. Initiating analysis of the metallic composition. Unnamed synthetic metal, exhibiting exceptional strength, with a high-energy reaction within. The algorithm is constrained, and the estimated completion time for analysis is 153 hours. What a jest. Over 10 years required. Time to depart. Observing the compromised electromagnetic net, I deftly restored it and fashioned an identical cosmic sphere to place within it. Solid and crafted for vibranium alloy. Guaranteed, for a millennium, impervious to wear. With the genuine cosmic sphere in hand, I departed without haste to examine it. As the analysis time exceeded a decade, what could it possibly yield? As for attempting to seize the Power Stone barehanded to test my physical strength, that would be sheer folly. Better to await my return to Earth, where I will dedicate years to research at my leisure. Where to next? The void, the cosmic mining grounds. It would indeed be intriguing to witness a head as large as a planet. With clear coordinates established, the portal opened, instantly transporting us. In many respects, this method proved far superior to the cumbersome Great Insect Bridge, requiring little more than a surge of energy to facilitate the journey. Good heavens, what an enormous cranium it is! In the distant, profound darkness of the cosmos, a colossal head looms, surrounded by dazzling, multicolored nebulae and speckled with shimmering lights, presenting a truly fearsome visage. To be precise, from afar, it resembles a skull. At the mouth and eye sockets of this cranium, there exist port-like openings, through which countless bizarre spacecraft bustle in and out, while numerous mining vessels diligently extract precious minerals. This unique and enigmatic locale is governed by the collector known as Tyven. Perhaps in certain multiverses, he is one of the ancient cosmic elders, existing since the dawn of creation alongside the 5 great entities of the universe, wielding tremendous power and an ageless lifespan. Yet, in this universe, he may merely possess longevity. He was injured by the Power Stone when Thanos, in his quest to seize the Reality Stone, nearly obliterated the entire void and destroyed Tyven's collection, forcing him to flee without even taking his treasures. It is said that Thanos dared not act until the likes of the Ancient One and Odin were out of the picture, yet he chose to confront the Collector directly, revealing Tyven's seemingly lackluster prowess, at least within this universe. The portal opened directly into the heart of the planet, allowing Ye Hua to witness chaos and revelry firsthand. Here, a cacophony of life thrived as diverse races mingled, including the Chitauri, Zeabarii, Skrulls, Kree, Ruffermend, Spartans, and Shandar, among others. However, a significant portion of these inhabitants were exiled prisoners and their descendants, with the comings and goings dominated by audacious prospectors and looters, rendering any hope for law and order utterly futile. This place is renowned throughout the universe as a lawless zone and serves as the largest black market trading hub, brimming with countless mysterious and ancient treasures. Within the immense skull of this interstellar behemoth, organic matter, bones, brain tissue, spinal fluid, and remnants of blood have, over countless years of evolution, transformed into rare and precious resources, commanding high value in both official markets and the black market alike. As Ye Hua weaved through the throngs of people, his senses were inundated with bizarre beings and a cacophony of sounds, punctuated by the occasional violent outburst where individuals were gunned down in the streets or groups exchanged fire. Suddenly, he felt himself become a target. A young man, fixating upon him, barked, "You there? Hand over your valuables." The leader, a creature with 3 eyes of an unknown race, growled menacingly. "Boss, this fellow looks soft and tender. I wonder if he might be quite delectable." A motley crew of peculiar beings offered their sinister commentary, stirring within Ye Hua unwelcome memories. Ye Hua's demeanor was icy, truly courting death. No sooner had the words left his lips than an energy sphere manifested in his hand, which he hurled forward. In an instant, it detonated. A superhuman. He possessed extraordinary powers. Kill him. Yet, the foolish assailants exhibited no fear. Instead, they raised their weapons and began firing at him. Energy weapons posed no threat, as long as they remained within the thresholds of his divine form. Calculating the target, he unleashed his might. Dismissing the rabble, he directly calculated the appropriate fusion energy within their bodies, which then incinerated them into ashes. "Next time, choose your opponents more wisely," Ye Hua taunted. The onlookers, however, were left in a stupor. They had barely begun to witness the spectacle before it abruptly concluded. One energy sphere obliterated a single individual, which they could comprehend, for there were indeed those with formidable physiques capable of withstanding bullets. But how was it that others were reduced to ashes with a mere flick of his hand? This defied logic and magic alike. Yet, the spectators understood that this unfamiliar figure was not to be trifled with. After a brief silence of a second or two, they dispersed, each returning to their own affairs, for in this lawless territory, such occurrences were all too commonplace. Everyone possessed a few flashy tricks up their sleeves. Chapter 27. The transaction, the collector Tyven was said to have existed for an unfathomable span, having discovered and established this place, where all within the void was under his dominion. Tyvan was also profoundly enamored with collecting items deemed worthy of preservation, ranging from mystical weapons to advanced technological devices, or even from diminutive creatures to entire civilizations. To this end, he constructed a museum dedicated to showcasing fascinating artifacts and life forms from across the universe over the eons. Within its walls lay an assortment of rare treasures and peculiar beings, including talking dogs and ducks. As Ye Hua sat in the bar, listening to the server recount tales of the void, he wore a contemplative expression. In this universe, Tyvan undoubtedly wielded no exaggerated power, yet he certainly was not a weakling. Thus, if I wished to procure certain items, where might I go? Since Tyvan is a collector with a passion for accumulation, he would not easily part with his possessions. Moreover, Ye Hua had no interest in the bazaar. He sought only resources and materials. That depends on what you require. All the minerals here serve Tyvan's interests, and there exists a designated marketplace for trade. Additionally, private factions from across the cosmos are present. Should one desire specific items, they could seek out the marauders. As long as one can afford their fees, those ruffians are willing to undertake any task. Beyond that, numerous other venues for trade exist. As the most renowned black market in the universe, it attracts all manner of outlaws and rogues. While Tyvan governs most industries, particularly mining, some private trading points remain, claiming that as long as you can pay, the entire universe is at your disposal. Even in the absence of resources at present, there will invariably be individuals who devise means to procure them. It is truly marvelous. Ye Hua felt a stirring within, pondering whether they possessed the means to acquire URU metal. If such a substance were attainable, then his journey would not have been in vain. He hoped to discover all the materials he required here. Departing from a bar, he made his way towards the official trading platform as indicated by the server. Along the route, an array of extraterrestrial beings traversed the space, including humanoids with 3 eyes and an intelligent race that floated gracefully like jellyfish. In summary, the diversity was astonishing. Upon reaching the so-called trading platform, he encountered a colossal metallic edifice, bustling with extraordinary activity. Just as Ye Hua was engrossed in observing his surroundings, a diminutive alien with blue skin approached him stealthily. "Welcome to the Tawan Group, the grand empire of collectors. How may I assist you?" The blue-skinned alien inquired softly. Intriguing. Prioritizing the matter at hand, Ye Hua articulated his intent directly. "I require some rare resources. Here is my list. I would also like to know what other items you have available, as there may be additional necessities." The blue-skinned alien glanced over the resource list, a grin spreading across his face. "It seems we have a significant client here, but the prices are not modest. Resources that could not be gathered all at once on Sandarstar could be found here. Not only minerals extracted from the craniums of deities, but also materials purchased from marauders and resold at inflated prices to those in need. Thus, the convenience was undeniable. Payment would secure immediate delivery. However, the costs were exorbitant. I wonder what your rates are for weaponry or energy resources. If feasible, I believe we could establish a long-term collaborative relationship. This list encompasses all the materials necessary for upgrading to the 3rd generation of super soldiers. Please revise the nomenclature according to your World-S terminology to ensure clarity. There is no concern for leakage, as this is merely a materials list. Furthermore, besides myself, no one else has the capability to produce the super gene upgrade serum. What was most astonishing was the actual availability of URU metal. Thus, there was no need to seek out any diminutive beings. However, the cumulative price of all materials was staggering. 1 kilogram of antimatter bombs was priced at 100,000, while the resources he required could amount to over 3 billion. Goodness, the cosmic spirit orb containing the power gem is only 40 billion. Indeed, we acquire all valuable items. But your weaponry must be of exceptional quality. The blue-skinned alien scrutinized Ye Hua earnestly. If this transaction were to be realized, he would indeed be a valued client. What about antimatter bombs? I also possess antimatter batteries. May I see them to ascertain a price? Of course. Ye Hua readily produced the antimatter bomb, prompting the blue-skinned alien to raise an eyebrow. An ability user? Or perhaps a superpower wielder? Nevertheless, it matters not. They are engaged in commerce, and such perilous items as antimatter bombs hold immense value. Furthermore, those capable of carrying such formidable devices are rarely to be trifled with. Soon, the test results emerged. Astonishing in their implications, Was it possible to bear a kilogram of antimatter so nonchalantly? Indeed, it was antimatter, and the technology was remarkably advanced, safe, and reliable. We require a test explosion to ascertain its true potency and determine a specific price, the blue-skinned individuals insisted. The benefactors of Shandar Star had not made such demands. Your requests are exceedingly numerous. No matter, you may depart at once. Given the substantial yield of the antimatter bomb, it was clear that testing could not occur within the confines of the celestial head. A journey to outer space was necessary, and personnel were dispatched accordingly. Once the blue-skinned beings had arranged for the team to conduct the test explosion in the void of space, they began to elaborate on their possession of rare materials. Thanks to this colossal cranial celestial body, we have produced numerous substances that are non-existent elsewhere in the cosmos. Ye Hua raised an eyebrow, intrigued. The blue-skinned beings continued, stating that among these materials was one called stardust sand, exceedingly rare, possessing miraculous properties for the enhancement of mechanical bodies. It remained uncertain if the guests would be interested. Ye Hua remained silent, evidently disinterested, prompting the blue-skinned beings to proceed with their pitch. They had also unearthed a unique crystal deep underground, which, upon refinement, revealed itself to possess formidable power, serving as a universal synthetic material for genetic agents. As Ye Hua listened, he contemplated whether these materials could be applied to his own research. Remarkably, there were indeed viable options, particularly those required after the third generation of super soldiers, which were crucial for their transformation into deities. Merely what the blue-skinned beings had mentioned and could offer for sale amounted to a dozen varieties. There were also numerous substances that required special items for trade, many of which lay beyond his access. This ethereal realm was undeniably a treasure trove. Ye Hua remained composed. While an abundance of resources was desirable, one must also consider the affordability. Just the materials for the third generation of super soldiers constituted an astronomical sum. Was he destined to labor incessantly in the creation of bombs? The thought of plundering this place was indeed tempting. Before long, the research personnel from the Tawan group arrived at the designated test site in outer space. As the antimatter bomb detonated, a brilliant radiance illuminated the dark expanse of the cosmos, and a powerful shockwave radiated outward. From the live footage and the successful test report, the blue-skinned beings were exhilarated. Sir, the power of your bomb exceeds all expectations. Should a stable supply be possible, we are willing to offer an exceedingly high buyback price. Their manner of address had shifted. Ye Hua's lips curled into a faint smile. Excellent. Then we may discuss the final price for the resource materials. In commerce, there is no deceit and no trade devoid of cunning. The ancients did not deceive me. The blue-skinned being's so-called high price, reflecting genuine cooperation, was set at 60,000 for a single antimatter bomb. Die, blue-skinned creature. In contrast, the benefactors from Sandar Star are far more sincere. Do you realize that if this were on Earth, it would take the collective might of the nation to create just one antimatter? Though it may seem inconsequential to me, and the so-called energy expenditure is a trivial concern, you cannot treat me as a fool. Damn greedy merchants. It appears I should explore other avenues. Perhaps someone will offer a more lucrative price. Ye Hua feigned departure, prompting the blue-skinned individual to hastily intervene, smiling. Sir, are you truly certain you can provide a stable supply? While they possess antimatter, the labor costs are exorbitant, and collecting it in space is inefficient. Overall, it proves of little utility. Since Ye Hua can ensure a steady supply, he is undoubtedly a valuable client not to be overlooked. 70,000? Very well. It seems that is not your desired price. 75,000. 80,000. Ye Hua remained silent. Discussing business and pricing is not suited for me. 90,000. The highest price I can offer, sir. You may find higher bids elsewhere, but you will never acquire all items in a single purchase. And some items only exist with us. Time is money, my friend. Reflect on this. I concede there is some merit to your words. But what if I wish to stuff an antimatter bomb into your mouth? The transaction proceeded smoothly, pricing this batch of goods at 3 billion altogether. Of course, it is impossible for me to dedicate myself to creating over 30,000 antimatter bombs. In the spirit of commerce, I agreed to produce various specifications of antimatter bombs, but increasing the yield will elevate the technical costs, thus necessitating a price increase. Ultimately, while the overall workload did not diminish significantly, the production quantity was reduced by 1/3. Over 17,000 antimatter bombs and several hundred antimatter batteries were exchanged for rare goods valued at 3 billion. Rascally merchants! I never anticipated a day would come when I must rely on weapon sales to procure goods. How frustrating. The online banking system is non-existent even in this void. Chapter 28. The reckless plunderers completing the resource order necessitated a substantial undertaking. I similarly required appropriate tools and an environment. After purchasing materials for constructing a particle collider in the void, I ventured to this desolate star region. It lay in eerie silence, only the occasional flicker of faint light hinting at the signs of past life. Yet, now it has become mere history. The star is nearing its demise, and the resources of the entire star system have been nearly exhausted. Even this planet, once habitable, now suffers from an extremely harsh environment. The entire star system teeters on the brink of collapse. Now begins the work. The universe, vast and infinite, perpetually oscillates between creation and destruction. The demise of a star system is truly not worthy of great alarm. Ye Hua skillfully maneuvered the required materials, commencing the construction of a collider. Each component's assembly must be executed with utmost precision. Any misstep could render all efforts futile. This creation is a product of the advanced solar technology, efficient and convenient. Nevertheless, it remains constrained by material limitations, precluding its repeated utilization. Even disregarding energy consumption, the fabrication of such a substantial quantity of antimatter, ultimately destined to serve as both weaponry and a power source, would incur costs exceeding 100 million. This estimation pertains solely to the prices in the void. If calculated on Earth, the figures would be unimaginable. As Ye Hua remained engrossed, audaciously siphoning energy from the impending demise of a star to fabricate antimatter, he sensed the approach of an unwelcome visitor. In the distance, the thunderous roar of spacecraft engines and their landing echoed, followed by the arrival of numerous bizarre vessels and armed figures on this desolate, forsaken planet. Raiders. Ye Hua furrowed his brow. They were a ruthless and despicable lot, aptly described as interstellar pirates. Driven by sufficient profit, they would commit any act. Their presence on this abandoned, seemingly valueless planet could only signify one thing. They were here for him, or more precisely, for the antimatter bomb. With a cursory scan of the information, Ye Hua discerned the origins and intentions of these marauders. How intriguing, he mused, a dangerous smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Boss, the intel is accurate. That individual is indeed on this forsaken planet. He possesses something valued at 3 billion. Quickly issue the command. Recently, an intriguing rumor had circulated in the void. The Tawan group was preparing a batch of rare resources worth 3 billion, seemingly to engage in a transaction with someone. The Tawan group had amassed a considerable stockpile of exquisite resources, merely awaiting a buyer's arrival. It was evident that this mysterious buyer, whether through monetary exchange or resource barter, would also possess something of equal value. 3 billion, a sum that would drive all raiders and bounty hunters into a frenzy. To put it into perspective, the high-energy batteries of the sovereign people were only worth hundreds of thousands to a million. Hiring an assassin to eliminate someone typically cost a mere few thousand. Even for the most wanted criminals across several nations, the bounties rarely exceeded the million mark. 3 billion, what a fantastical figure. Securing this batch of goods or wealth would guarantee a lifetime of opulent enjoyment. There could be no more lucrative and advantageous venture than this. Moreover, what is most exhilarating is that the enigmatic buyer appears to be an outsider, unassociated with any faction or formidable civilization, standing alone. According to credible sources, this individual hails from a planet known as the Blue Star, which is remarkably primitive. Even if he possesses extraordinary abilities, no one would feel intimidated. After all, in the vast cosmos, who among us lacks some unique power? If one cannot contend with the Tawan group, how could one possibly confront a mere outsider with a few peculiar talents? In this age of interstellar exploration, clinging to the notion of solitary combat is undeniably outdated. Countless individuals are already stirred with anticipation, eager to seize this lucrative opportunity. The leader has confirmed that there are no ambushes on this desolate planet, only one individual, who remains oblivious to our presence. The marauders are reporting to their leader, while others are clamoring to engage. Haha, splendid. I too have grown somewhat impatient and am prepared to launch a surprise attack. We must capture the target alive and extract the information we seek. Soon, 3 small spacecraft approached, encircling Ye Hua, who stood with arms crossed beside the incomplete collider, exuding an air of tranquility. As the marauders gradually closed in, various weapons were aimed at him. The chief of the marauders stepped forward, revealing a jagged grin. "You must be the one. I've heard you possess something worth 3 billion. Hand it over, and we might spare your life." He did not anticipate the situation would unfold so smoothly. Ye Hua replied with a cold smirk, "Interesting. I wonder where you acquired such information. A mere 100 or so marauders are hardly a match. Even the several concealed ships in the sky are insignificant." With that, Ye Hua raised his hand slightly, causing the surrounding space to ripple and relocate the unfinished machinery to safety. "Tell me, who divulged this information? I might consider sparing your lives." The marauders exchanged confused glances, pondering if he had been rendered speechless by fear. How could he fail to grasp the gravity of the situation, surrounded as he was by so many? It appeared he was unwilling to cooperate. The marauder chief displayed a cruel smile, while his underlings clamored, "Boss, stop wasting time with him. Once we capture him, we can extract any information we desire." At the command, several marauders charged at him swiftly. Ye Hua shook his head, his right hand moving slightly, as a pair of enormous metallic wings materialized from a distortion in the space behind him. Calculating silver wing flight trajectory. Calculation complete. The marauders before him were certainly not worth deploying the complete silver wings, but the ships above barely qualified. Did they truly believe they could deceive me with their full spectrum invisibility? As the wings unfurled, each blade gleamed with a chilling light under the sun, scattering like shooting stars towards the marauders. This is the sharpest of blades, elusive and unstoppable under the influence of the micro-wormhole algorithm. It effortlessly slices through the bodies of nearby marauders, and before they can even register the pain, their lives have already been extinguished. Fire! The marauder leader bellows, as hidden ships in the sky unleash beams of laser light, and the marauders on the ground raise their weapons to shoot. Yet, their efforts prove futile. Amidst the blinding radiance, Ye Hua has donned the Emperor's armor, rendering the ship's firepower ineffective, as he feels neither attack nor harm. Indeed, the defensive capabilities of vibranium are formidable. With silver wings radiating like flowing light, the marauders on the ground are swiftly annihilated as Ye Hua rushes towards the vessels above. The tips of his silver wings graze the hulls of the ships, slicing through them as effortlessly as cutting through tofu, resulting in immediate explosions and disintegration. A cacophony of screams, gunfire, and explosions fills the air. Although the marauders are numerous, they are no match for a super soldier, especially one wielding such a divine artifact as the Silver Wings, designed for exterminating minions. He is an invincible harbinger of death. Even an entire fleet would merely become a testament to his prowess. Witnessing this, the remaining marauders are struck with terror, having never encountered such a spectacle. One individual single-handedly engages in not just combat, but a massacre, obliterating dozens of ships and hundreds of lives. "Flee, flee," they cry. Yet, the Silver Wings slice through everything, leaving no possibility for escape. They cannot even initiate the maneuver to turn their ships. The sky erupts like a grand fireworks display, with flames and explosions taking center stage. As the last few ships are shattered by the Silver Wings, the marauders are completely vanquished, either slain on the spot or consumed by the fiery blasts. Ye Hua gradually retracts the Silver Wings, though one shard remains extended as he gazes towards the horizon with a smile. "Will you come to me? Or shall I summon you?" In a distant locale, a lone ship survives, but its owner finds herself with a silver blade pressed against her throat, her heart filled with dread. She has just witnessed the battle. A temporary alliance of marauders comprising hundreds of individuals and over 30 ships, an elite force among marauders, was utterly decimated in mere seconds, with none of the vessels escaping the carnage. It is essential to understand that the hulls of these ships are primarily constructed from ultra-durable alloys, capable of withstanding formidable impacts and assaults, even from asteroid collisions without sustaining significant damage. Yet, against such a flying blade, they appear as fragile as paper, offering no protective value whatsoever. Now, this very blade rests against her throat, having appeared out of thin air. She has no doubt regarding its sharpness, should she dare to flee. She would meet the same fate as the annihilated marauders. Despite the considerable distance and the absence of any communication devices, The words of that individual have reached her unmistakably. She was acutely aware that she might have attracted the attention of an extraordinary being this time, hoping that her mere act of observation, devoid of any aggression, would spare her from dire consequences. The spacecraft, instead of retreating, glided slowly towards her, coming to a halt not far off, for which emerged a half-human, half-machine woman. Her left arm was a fully exposed mechanical prosthetic, intricately detailed and radiating an aura of both technological prowess and raw strength. Adorned with striking blue skin that shimmered with a metallic sheen, and her eyes were entirely black, devoid of any sclera. Were it not for her facial features, her physique would have been considered breathtaking, curvaceous, with ample bosom and long legs, particularly her strikingly elongated limbs that added to her allure. She was Nebula, the adopted daughter of Thanos and sister to Gamora. It was utterly unexpected to encounter her here. Chapter 29. The Blue Sister. Initially, she had ventured into this enigmatic void merely to gather intelligence. However, fate seemed to delight in presenting unforeseen surprises, as she unexpectedly uncovered thrilling news. A transaction involving a staggering $30 billion worth of rare resources was imminent. Even more exhilarating was the indication that the affluent buyer resembled a plump lamb awaiting slaughter. Faced with such colossal temptation, numerous individuals with ulterior motives could no longer restrain their fervor, eagerly preparing to seize the opportunity. Naturally, she found herself unable to remain aloof. Thus, she discreetly trailed behind the first wave of covetous marauders, embarking on a journey to this desolate planet. Along the way, she meticulously devised various plausible strategies, seeking to unearth the optimal plan that would ensure her a bountiful return. Upon arrival, she refrained from rash actions, opting instead to conceal herself and observe the unfolding situation. After all, the marauders were numerous and formidable, while the lamb's strength remained uncertain. A hasty move could render her prey to others. Should she stealthily pilfer a portion of the resources amidst the chaos, wait for the marauders to weaken each other in a clash, and then emerge to reap the spoils? Or perhaps bide her time until the marauders had secured their gains before plotting to rob them? Each choice resonated with untold allure and potential. A treasure trove valued at $30 billion. This astronomical figure perpetually tugged at her heartstrings, stirring waves of excitement within her. Yet, just as she awaited the opportune moment with eager anticipation, the scene before her left her utterly astounded. The reality starkly diverged from her expectations. The marauders, who appeared to have the upper hand, met with abrupt and decisive failure. The lamb they had eyed possessed an unimaginable strength, sweeping through the arena with devastating efficiency, concluding the conflict in less than 10 seconds. Rather than a battle, it was more aptly described as a one-sided massacre. Gazing at the sprawled corpses and the seemingly innocuous extraordinary being, a chill coursed through her as her earlier enchanting fantasy shattered, replaced by profound anxiety. She must devise a means of self-rescue. Esteemed being, I do not wish to intrude. I merely happen to pass by and am entirely unacquainted with those who have offended you. As she descended from the spacecraft, Ye Hua retracted his silver wings. It was utterly unexpected for Nebula to appear in this place, and even more surprising that she knelt upon their first encounter. Observing his sister-in-arms, half kneeling before him, Ye Hua found himself at a loss for words. Whatever happened to the cold-blooded assassin and the ruthless accomplice of the Mad Titan? The sight of her frightened demeanor was quite disconcerting. In the silence that ensued, Nebula's anxiety deepened. I implore you to spare me. As recompense, I can offer a substantial amount of resources and assist you in procuring materials rarer than those found in the void. If it could be avoided, she truly did not wish to rely on her adoptive father's name. The formidable figure before her had struck a deal with the Tyvan Group for precious materials and high-quality minerals, hoping these offerings would secure her survival. Nebula endeavored to showcase her worth while maintaining her composure and poise. Killing me will yield you nothing. It is far more prudent for me to serve you and rectify this misunderstanding. I believe I possess greater value than those ineffectual marauders and can provide more resources. Her continued existence indicated that this powerful being had a use for her. As long as she held enough value, escape from this planet was within reach. Promises made were inconsequential, as they need not be fulfilled. She bore no qualms about exhibiting her submission. Ah, please rise. I had no intention to harm you, Ye Hua remarked. Ignoring her face, he noted her commendable figure, curvaceous and tall, standing at 186 centimeters, with legs that seemed to stretch endlessly below her waist. Pray tell, how did these marauders ascertain the value of my 30 billion worth? The details of this matter were hardly significant. Nebula exhaled in relief, realizing she was momentarily safe. Rising, she spoke. In the void, no secrets are kept. One can obtain any desired information with sufficient funds, and the Tyvan Group actively sells such intelligence. The Lawless Zone, a notorious black market in the universe, bears no regard for client privacy. Strength is the sole measure of worth. Very well, Ye Hua nodded. Your arrival is quite fortuitous, as I am in need of assistance. How about considering it a hiring? Given her apparent sincerity and obedience, it would be unwise to eliminate her, and he had no desire to confront Thanos so soon. Regardless of Nebula's significance to Thanos, should she be eliminated outside, he would undoubtedly be curious about the perpetrator. Certainly, serving you is an honor. Under the eaves, what choice did she have but to comply? Nebula's countenance remained serene, yet her mind was already strategizing. Then, what tasks do you require of me, my lord? I am Ye Hua. You may address me by my name. The task at hand is quite simple. Assist me in fabricating some equipment. There may be useful components among the remnants of these spacecraft. Gather them for me. Additionally, your own vessel contains equipment that may also be of use. To accomplish the creation of nearly 20,000 antimatter bombs is indeed a monumental task, one that cannot be achieved in a short span of time. The damage and upgrading of equipment rely solely on manual labor, which is exceedingly time-consuming and labor-intensive. Given the availability of labor at hand, it would be unwise not to utilize it. Nebula, proficient in mechanical engineering and modification, being a half-mechanical life form herself, is particularly suited for intricate tasks, thus reducing her own time spent here. Well then, let us commence our endeavors. Completing the work promptly will allow both you and me to vacate this place sooner. After assigning her tasks, Ye Hua busied himself, while Nebula, without any doubts or hesitations, executed her orders with remarkable efficiency, for she understood the futility of resistance. Cursed be the circumstances. It was only upon returning to the spacecraft to retrieve the materials Ye Hua required that she discovered her vessel had gone on strike, compromised by an intruder and with communication signals entirely severed. Her escape plan had crumbled. She had thought that, taking advantage of Ye Hua's momentary lapse, she could activate the spatial jump function and flee, but to her dismay, the spacecraft was no longer hers. No wonder he was unperturbed by her potential escape. On this desolate planet, leaving without a spacecraft was utterly impossible, and now she was incapable of seeking help from the outside world. Cursed be the day. With another curse muttered under her breath, Nebula reluctantly exited the spacecraft, pondering if there were any alternative methods for her departure. As she scavenged through the wreckage for usable devices and supplies, dismantling them only to reassemble according to Ye Hua's specifications, she kept a vigilant eye on him, knowing she could not simply resign herself to fate. She resolved to seize an opportunity to regain control of the spacecraft. Suddenly, amidst the ruins, she spotted a communication device belonging to the raiders. With some repairs, it could still function, unlike her own vessel, which was entirely cut off from signals. Discreetly, she concealed it, intending to send a plea for help to the outside world. Ye Hua, seemingly sensing something amiss, turned his gaze toward Nebula, admonishing her to focus on her work and abandon any mischievous thoughts. I assure you, I will not harm you, and once the task is completed, you shall be free. However, you must also bear the awareness of your status as a captive. Ye Hua chuckled lightly, finding it unnecessary for her to engage in subterfuge, especially regarding technological devices. The hidden communication device emitted a spark and was rendered inoperative. Come here, assist me in assembling these components. I am about to commence the formal process. The creation of the collider and collector, which included elements of solar flare technology, was beyond her assistance, yet she could fabricate and assemble simpler devices, significantly enhancing her work efficiency. Understood. Upon being discovered for her hidden communication device, Nebula felt no shame whatsoever. She complied wholeheartedly with Ye Hua's demands and began her labor, embodying the spirit of a diligent worker. Her inner thoughts mattered little. All she needed to do was refrain from causing disruptions. Soon, once all preparatory work was complete, Ye Hua employed his genetic abilities, utilizing wormhole transport technology to accomplish the final assembly. The components appeared to assemble themselves, as if conjured from thin air. Nebula beheld with astonishment, for it was her first encounter with such an assembly method. From her professional perspective, it appeared to be a particle collider, though there were many technical aspects that remained beyond her comprehension. What purpose did this serve? Soon, a situation even more astonishing unfolded before her eyes. Entering the dark dimension, she activated the solar energy operation panel to obtain stellar energy data. For the radiant sun, acquiring energy data from a particular star and utilizing it was as effortless as drinking water, an instinct embedded within its very genes. Without super genes or specialized equipment, one could not perceive the dark dimension, yet Nebula could discern the projection of real energy. Before her, Ye Hua extended his hand toward the sun in the sky, conjuring a projection of that very sun in his grasp. It was not merely a simple energy sphere, but rather a miniature sun, radiating fierce light and heat. Data was linked, the connection established, allowing him to wield the energy of that star at will. With sufficient computational power, he could unleash formidable might through his own body, and likewise accelerate its decay. This was the so-called stellar drive technology. Antimatter. So this was the resource valued at 3 billion? No wonder. Antimatter, with its unparalleled destructive power, could serve as both weapon and energy source, holding immense value throughout the universe. Yet, few were willing to produce it, as the cost outweighed the benefits. However, if someone could directly extract stellar energy to generate antimatter, they would be akin to a mobile money printing machine. Now, Nebula began to grasp the extent of Ye Hua's capabilities and reliance. He could not only wield those sharp weapons, but also command the power of stars. Could he be a deity akin to Thanos? No, even Thanos lacked the ability to directly siphon stellar energy with his own body. Gazing at Ye Hua, who radiated golden light, his presence was captivating, resembling a deity who commanded the sun above. Nebula displayed a contemplative expression, in comparison to the thoughts swirling in her mind. The emerging antimatter seemed less significant. At that moment, a distant rumble echoed, heralding the approach of a massive warship. A formidable fleet of marauders was arriving. Nebula felt a surge of joy. Perhaps this was an opportunity to escape Ye Hua. She remained discreet, opting to observe the unfolding events. Chapter 30. Nebula. After a period of diligent effort, the production of antimatter bombs and energy batteries began to fall into a routine, generating a steady output. In this endeavor, the assistance provided by Blue was invaluable. Her tireless and complaint-free contributions significantly alleviated Nebula's workload. As time passed, the goal of completing the transaction with the Tawan group drew ever closer. Regrettably, due to the limitations of the equipment materials, even if one were to disregard the energy considerations and could freely extract stellar energy, the conventional synthetic metal materials simply cannot meet the demands of prolonged use. Often, after producing merely 200 to 300 kilograms of antimatter each day, the equipment would require replacement, which is an egregious waste of time and effort. It was during one such instance that Ye Hua finally experienced the joys of being a laborer in this world. Meanwhile, the relentless raiders, akin to persistent flies, remained blissfully unaware of their impending demise, frequently arriving to disturb the peace. This motley crew of mediocre soldiers would present themselves with great bravado, yet in truth, they contributed nothing of value beyond a few inconsequential trophies and equipment of limited utility. Each skirmish concluded with relative ease. Nevertheless, their incessant harassment became increasingly irksome. After all, no one wishes to be perpetually interrupted by such bothersome individuals while engaged in work. If one were to discern any semblance of joy, it would likely be from the Nebula, who found immense value in what Ye Hua deemed worthless. Not every spacecraft meets a catastrophic end, and not all of the Raider's equipment is completely obliterated. Aside from the apparatus required for antimatter production, the accumulation of salvage materials was steadily filling her small vessel. Given the chance to sell these items on the black market, she would amass a considerable fortune, and she began to relish the tranquility of her laborious existence. Were it feasible, she would gladly remain on this desolate planet, leading a life of scavenging. There would be no deception, no incessant tasks, and no physical torment or unjust treatment. Most importantly, there would be recognition, equality, and camaraderie, such simple yet elusive concepts for her. Here, she merely needed to fulfill the tasks assigned by Ye Hua, assembling the relatively uncomplicated machinery, and she would invariably receive commendations, such as being called an excellent assistant. Initially, she felt lost, but now she yearned to maintain this status quo. She could temporarily set aside her hatred and forget everything, as if living within a dream, allowing her to feel alive. However, of late, those reckless raiders seemed to have developed a fear of this man and ceased their incursions. The required metals had dwindled, and the materials necessary for producing powerful electromagnetic forces and superconducting fibers were nearly depleted. Presenting the remaining materials before Ye Hua, the nebula spoke calmly, hesitated for a moment, then continued, "I know of a metal that excels in hardness, corrosion resistance, rust prevention, and toughness. If you require it, I can assist in procuring it. It is far superior to these alloys that become obsolete after mere use." "No need," Ye Hua replied with a smile. "The work is nearly complete. In the void, I initially sold some antimatter bombs and then procured materials for the manufacturing instruments. However, it remained insufficient to meet the consumption demands. I had intended to produce antimatter bombs while making repeated trips back to the void for more materials. A laborious endeavor that would take considerable time to gather the necessary antimatter valued at 3 billion resources. To my surprise, marauders frequently arrived, bestowing upon me equipment and resources, which expedited the completion time more than I had anticipated. Now I find myself nearing the final stages of this undertaking." Suddenly, Xingyun paused, having anticipated this day would arrive, though she had not expected it to come so swiftly. "It is indeed thanks to your assistance that I was able to produce a sufficient number of antimatter bombs and batteries in such a short span. My initial estimations had projected a longer timeline." Ye Hua chuckled softly, inquiring about the reward she desired. "As long as it is not excessive, I am amenable. Xingyun is truly remarkable, embodying a diligent and capable worker, uncomplaining and dedicated to her tasks. Regardless of her inner thoughts from the beginning until now, she has never shown signs of intending to sabotage the operation or abscond with the antimatter bombs. Perhaps it is because she realizes the futility of opposing me. Hence, she fulfills her duties with unwavering commitment, never voicing any inquiries. Such a diligent worker would surely be cherished by any employer. You came here initially for these antimatter bombs, did you not? Allow me to offer you some antimatter energy batteries. After all this time, you must have grasped their power and energy, which surpasses that of the Severian energy batteries. In the Tawan Corporation, their recovery price is 1 million. It would undoubtedly compensate for your hard work during this period." Ye Hua continued to extol the virtues of his antimatter batteries, which could easily overpower the Severians, being both cost-effective and of exceptional value. Yet, he failed to notice the hesitance in Xingyun's expression, as if she had something unsaid. "Is there something on your mind?" Xingyun shook her head, ultimately refraining from voicing her thoughts, knowing that once they departed this forsaken planet, their paths would diverge and they could never return to this moment. "What is it? Speak your mind. We are friends now, are we not?" As Ye Hua's words resonated, Xingyun's mechanical heart felt an unfamiliar stirring, a sensation beyond articulation. "Where do you intend to go next? You seem to have never shared your origins. Earth, what you refer to as Thailand Star. I came to the Void primarily for this batch of supplies. If you have time, you may visit me on Earth. There is no need for secrecy. In a few years, Thanos will launch an assault on Earth. By the way, before we part ways, I have a small favor to ask of you. You mentioned that Nebula agreed without hesitation, as Nightingale required her assistance, which suggests that they may frequently communicate in the future. Of course, the most significant aspect is the feeling of being needed. There are resources I seek from the Tawan Group, requiring exchanges of peculiar and rare items. The more resources available for upgrading the divine body, the better. Even if I cannot utilize them myself, I can utilize them to develop my subordinates, especially the materials necessary for ascension to divinity, which must be acquired swiftly. However, dedicating my time to crafting explosives here is already a considerable waste, making it improbable for me to traverse the cosmos in search of peculiar collectibles for Tawan. Nebula, however, is a more suitable candidate, proving to be more reliable than issuing tasks to marauders. Since it is all a matter of employment, it is more prudent to invest in someone familiar. Rest assured, the pricing will certainly meet your satisfaction. Additionally, here is a gift for you, facilitating our future communications. As he spoke, he handed Nebula a metallic polyhedron the size of a walnut. This is a quantum entanglement transmitter, enabling real-time communication with me, freshly constructed yesterday. It is specifically designed for summoning oneself and does not require additional receiving devices. Its transmission signal has been enhanced to be captured by my dark communications. Nebula gazed at the metallic polyhedron in her hand, a barely perceptible smile gracing her lips, an experience she had never encountered before. I understand now. What do you require? A great deal. I will upload the details to your spacecraft shortly. Very well. Sisterland's mood seemed to brighten, and she appeared more enthusiastic. After concluding a day's work, the two rested in her spaceship, albeit separately, as half-mechanical beings have little interest in intimacy, regardless of their long legs. Lying on the bed, Nightingale chuckled and shook his head. He swore he had never contemplated winning over Nebula. Yet this sister-lawn had unwittingly completed her own conquest. What a marvel the world is. Upon reflection, Nightingale understood the reason. Sister-lawn had endured a tragic life. Her home was destroyed by Thanos in her youth, subsequently forcing her to engage in battles with Gamora, where she continually found herself on the losing side. Her body was transformed into machinery, enduring the agony of dismemberment and modification time and again. Deprived of paternal affection from Thanos, sisterly bonds from Gamora, and recognition from anyone, she was perpetually the victim of torment and bullying. Due to Thanos' rigorous training and assignments, she had no friends in this vast universe. Others feared and despised her. Now, suddenly encountering someone who treats her differently, with fairness and devoid of viewing her as a killing machine, she naturally perceives him as distinct from others and feels drawn to him. It is no wonder so many Na'vi young girls can be deceived by a bowl of spicy hot pot from a golden-haired youth. He is unlike the ordinary people she has known, filled with mystery and intrigue. In comparison, Nebula's plight surpasses that of Loki, who has always lived under the imposing stature of Thor. At least Loki has the affection of his parents and the love of his brother. His frustration stems solely from his own perceived inadequacies, his unwillingness to remain a mere shadow, and his desire for admiration and applause. In stark contrast, Nebula possesses nothing. Poor child. In another room, Nebula tossed and turned, gazing at the resource list Nightwing had entrusted to her, occasionally furrowing her brow, at times smiling. The night before their separation was destined to be tumultuous. By dawn, her spaceship had restored full power and communication signals, and the two parted ways on the desolate planet. Nightwing proceeded to the Tyvan group, carrying an antimatter bomb for trade. He had already prepared the necessary supplies, ensuring a seamless transaction, successfully acquiring all upgrade resources for the third-generation super soldier. This space voyage could be deemed a resounding success. As for any prying eyes, it was unlikely anyone would dare to intrude. The marauders of the void, now avoiding him in fear, had been thoroughly intimidated. The thousands of marauder corpses scattered across the abandoned planet had earned him formidable titles such as Silver-Winged Killer, Marauder Nemesis, and the Ruthless Executioner of the Lifeless. Chapter 31. The Cad Who Deceived a Young Girl's Affection. Sokovia, nestled in Eastern Europe's interior, is a mountainous and resource-scarce nation. It resembles more a slightly larger city than a country. Moreover, it is rife with instability. The inhabitants struggle daily for survival, with ragged beggars and emaciated children pervasive in the streets, while various factions engage in both overt and covert conflicts, rendering the government almost a mere facade. Gunfire and crime permeate every corner of the city, with remnants of war-scarred walls emblazoned with slogans opposing atrocities and advocating for world peace. Yet such words hold no weight. Armed bandits continue to storm homes, seizing the last remnants of food. Surviving in this environment is truly challenging. Fortunately for the Maximus siblings, their lives have not been overly grim, thanks to their parents' friendship with the bakery owner during their lifetime. They have received care and found employment as exemplary workers in the bakery located in the relatively safe city center, the finest establishment of its kind. Upon entering, a rich, sweet aroma envelopes you, instantly providing a sense of warmth. The wooden shelves are meticulously arranged, and the transparent glass display case is bright and clean, showcasing freshly baked cakes of exquisite design and vibrant colors that delight the senses. This is the result of the diligent efforts of Peter's industrious sister, who ensures the shop remains spotless. The bakery offers a diverse array of products, from plump, adorable rolls to uniquely shaped toasts and breads filled with generous ingredients. While Peter may not be particularly enamored with his job, it at least guarantees that the siblings can eat their fill and stave off hunger. As an elder brother, He willingly exerted additional effort to care for his younger sister, who was born merely minutes after him. Despite her penchant for autonomy and her tendency to conceal matters from him, he remained devoted. For instance, 2 years prior, shortly after they had endured a devastating calamity and lost everything, his sister had made the acquaintance of a rather dubious character online. Gradually, it seemed she had succumbed to the throes of an online romance. Infuriating. A scoundrel, Peter longed to track down that individual and deliver a sound thrashing. His dissatisfaction with the cad who had deceived his sister emotionally was profound, yet the bond they shared rendered him powerless, as she staunchly defended her misguided affection. Fortunately, it was merely a virtual romance, and the situation was not irreparably grave. However, in recent months, his sister had become increasingly listless, her focus waning. As she habitually lowered her gaze to her phone, her countenance marred by disappointment and despondency. The once lively and spirited girl seemed to have lost her very essence, leaving him at a loss. After persistent inquiries, he learned that her online love interest had vanished, leaving her without a word for nearly 4 months. Initially, Peter felt a twinge of relief that his sister had recognized the deceit behind the facade, but witnessing her sorrow was an unbearable burden. Indeed, that wretched scoundrel had betrayed her trust and affections. He deserved nothing less than damnation. Determined to rekindle her spirits, Peter resolved to take action. During a break, he approached his sister, who remained engrossed in her phone. "Have you received any word from him? I believe you should let him go. He is not worth your time. Furthermore, Wanda, you must understand that he is not part of our world. Who knows if he has other girlfriends? Perhaps he has long forgotten your existence. Otherwise, why would he disappear? He is merely a cad seeking amusement online, and you need not take it to heart." Listening to her brother's words, Wanda frowned. "Peter, I won't allow you to speak of my friend in such a manner." His remarks clearly touched upon her unwillingness to confront certain truths. What could possibly warrant such an extended silence of nearly 4 months without even a single message? "Brother, you don't understand. Ye Hua is not that kind of person. I believe in him." Her eyes, though red-rimmed, shone with resolve. "He told me that he had important matters to attend to and that he would be unable to contact me for an extended period." "And how can you be certain?" "You have never even met," Peter replied, shaking his head in exasperation at his sister's unwavering obstinacy and naivety. "That is a lie, crafted to deceive an innocent girl like you. No, he would not deceive me. Though we have not met, our souls are in harmony." Wanda clutched her phone. The sole means of contacting Ye Hua, yet recently there had been no news from him. She surmised that he must be facing some difficulties, wishing fervently she could assist him. Indeed, young girls in love often lack judgment. Observing his stubborn sister, Peter opened his mouth to speak, but found himself at a loss for words. Could he be residing in Manhattan? After much hesitation, Peter made up his mind. "Wanda, you are my only family, and I truly do not wish to see you fall into despair. If by Christmas he still hasn't reached out, and you maintain your faith in him, then after the holidays, I shall accompany you to Manhattan to confront him and inquire why he has been so silent for such an extended period. Life is not merely a journey one can embark upon at will. Sokovia is far removed from New York City. The meager earnings from their work at the bakery barely suffice to ensure their sustenance, let alone support a long trek to an unfamiliar place. In any world, the impoverished constitute the majority, particularly in a destitute and tumultuous region like Sokovia, especially as they are 2 orphans of war. Perhaps their savings could cover a single bus ticket, but as long as you can muster the strength to rise again, nothing else matters." Wanda understood her brother's care. However, it was precisely because of this that she could not seek out Ye Hua, fearing the absence of food for the winter in exchange for merely a bus ticket. Moreover, what would it accomplish even if she went? Could Ye Hua accept a girl from the slums? She was not yet the formidable Scarlet, who could rend Thanos asunder, nor the one to vanquish the Kamatage, but merely an ordinary girl, utterly unremarkable. Her heart was sensitive, fraught with anxieties and uncertainties. Meanwhile, after returning from a void with a substantial cache of resources, Ye Hua had taken a moment to visit Xander, meeting with the donor and amending their collaborative agreement. With the resources for upgrading to the 3rd generation of super soldiers already secured, there was no need for excess, even though abundance is desirable. One cannot spend all their time creating explosives. Priorities must be established. Attention must focus on the upgrade resources required for the next phase. Once everything was settled, Ye Hua recalled he ought to reach out to Wanda, as he had initially thought he would return in 10 days or half a month. never anticipating it would stretch to nearly 4 months. In the blink of an eye, summer had given way to the snowy embrace of winter. She must be anxious by now. This was my fault. He retrieved his nearly depleted phone, which displayed hundreds of unread messages and missed calls. With nearly 1,000 notifications from messaging apps, the adorable girl was worried about him, her words imbued with longing and concern. She was still not the powerful Scarlet Witch. Without a moment's hesitation, Ye Hua swiftly dialed her number, eager to inform her of his return. Ye Hua's voice was laced with excitement and a hint of emotion, painting a vivid picture of the scene on the other end of the line. I apologize, Wanda. I neglected to bring my phone and did not anticipate that it would take so long. I'm sorry for causing you concern. There is no need for apologies. I have always known you have not forgotten me. It was merely inconvenient for you to reach out. How are things on your end? Had they gone smoothly? After a brief moment of dissonance in their conversation, Wanda quickly regained her composure, just as they always did when they exchanged pleasantries and shared snippets of their daily lives. Of course, everything went well. I just returned. How about you? Are you doing well? Not at all. I hadn't heard from you, and I thought you had forgotten about me. How could I forget my beloved little girlfriend? How many people have you said that to? During this time, it seems you've been preoccupied with pursuing other little girlfriends. That is unjust. Despite her efforts to appear indifferent and composed, a hint of a young girl's frustration emerged. She had anticipated questioning, anger, or perhaps tears that required his comfort. Yet everything remained surprisingly normal. Bro, what are you doing? Let me speak to him. No way. I have the right to know if the person on the other end of the line truly exists. Suddenly, a quarrel erupted on the phone, followed by the voice of a large boy. You bastard. How dare you contact my sister? Are you some kind of alien? Have you been off Earth for nearly 4 months? Please don't tell me your hometown is on Mars. You, Pietro Django Maximoff, Wanda's twin brother, Ye Hua thought, as he faced the relentless interrogation from her future brother-in-law. He wished to convey that he had nearly uncovered the truth. He genuinely had not been on Earth. His concern was not for himself, but rather for Wanda's feelings. I am sorry, Ye Hua. My brother. Forgive me, Wanda. It is entirely my fault for making you worry. Even if you were to punch me, it would be of no consequence. Pietro, overhearing the conversation, snorted derisively. Regardless of the circumstances, Wanda's spirits lifted, and the fellow displayed the requisite attitude of remorse, leading her to forgive him. What else could she do? As she retreated to a quiet corner, her face adorned with a long-awaited smile, he realized he had no leverage against that scoundrel who had deceived his sister's affections. Chapter 32. Busy after concluding his call with Wanda, Nebula rang him up. In contrast to Wanda, Nebula clearly had no pressing matters, given that they had only been apart for a mere few hours. Her reason for calling was quite simple. She wanted to confirm whether her communication device could reach him. Observing his blue sister still amidst the spaceship environment, Ye Hua chuckled softly. He truly did not expect Nebula to harbor any inexplicable fondness for him. Even the mere physical existence of a common life fails to ignite any semblance of desire within me, let alone that of a half-mechanical maiden. I regard her merely as a diligent tool. Soon, Clark arrived at the villa. You're back. After such a long absence, did you journey to another planet? Recently, there had been no news of Ye Hua on Earth, and it was uncertain whether he still resided there. All that was known was that he had visited a house in the lower city, hastily prepared some items, and then vanished without a trace. For an extraterrestrial being like Ye Hua, such a disappearance was hardly shocking. What piqued interest was the house he had visited. It was rumored that the agency had dispatched individuals to investigate, but the inquiry was soon abandoned. This matter, in truth, bore little relevance to her, as her objective was Ye Hua himself. Thus, she remained vigilant regarding the movements of this villa. Upon discovering Ye Hua's return, she promptly made her way there. I surmise you must have returned to your homeland, only to find no beautiful psychologist awaiting you, and thus you have come back. Am I correct? Observing Clark, clad in winter attire that concealed her figure, Ye Hua wore a faint smile. Indeed, I ventured to another planet, but it was not my homeland. There were matters to attend to. Having been away for such an extended period, the villa remained untouched, with Clark only occasionally appearing in the hall to check her presence. Ye Hua expressed satisfaction with the agency's actions. They could not help but be curious yet restrain themselves, which was commendable. I thought you had been reassigned? He had no need for a psychologist, and, after nearly 4 months of solitude, what was Clark still doing here? It seemed the agency had ample funds and cared little for waste. Clark frowned, seemingly displeased. What? I cannot comprehend what you're saying. Surely, having a beautiful girl awaiting your return should be a cause for joy. Residing in a luxurious villa with a private beach and dock, devoid of work-related burdens. Indulging in a life of opulence. Who could refuse such a prospect? The crucial point was that she need not conceal or alter her identity, especially during the 4 months of Ye Hua's absence. It seemed she had truly embraced all of this. What should I do? I seem to be falling in love with this life and do not wish to return to working for the agency. Please do not chase me away. As long as you promise me, I will agree to anything, she declared, activating the heating in the room, shedding her heavy winter clothing to reveal the form-fitting garments beneath. Her exquisite figure fully displayed. Ye Hua raised an eyebrow, inwardly lamenting how relentless this woman was, perpetually devising ways to entice me. Miss Clark, is your mission to employ the charms of beauty? Pray, I have only just returned and am quite fatigued. I lack the energy to entertain you. Ye Hua remarked with a bemused smile. A glimmer of insight flashed in Clark's eyes. Could it be that Ye Hua had developed a sense of humor? She playfully retorted, Not at all. I simply have a sincere affection for my current life, including you. Indulging in lavish feasts funded by public resources, residing in an opulent villa, devoid of work or obligations, and enjoying an early retirement. This was the ultimate dream of every agent. As Clark took a few steps closer to Ye Hua, an ethereal fragrance wafted from her. If she could secure Ye Hua's favor, everything she currently possessed could be hers indefinitely rather than just temporarily. More importantly, this might mean she would no longer receive assignments beyond Ye Hua. It was an immense temptation. Just then, Ye Hua's phone rang unexpectedly. It was a video call from Tony Stark. After a moment's contemplation, Ye Hua decided to answer. Look who it is, the golden boy. Are you back to celebrate Christmas? The moment Clark appeared on the screen, it signified that anyone who had been paying attention would know of her return, which was precisely why Ye Hua harbored a certain aversion toward her. Tony, if you keep giving me nicknames, I might just dismantle that worthless heap of metal you call a suit. Worthless heap of metal? This is an Iron Man suit. However, during your absence, I made numerous upgrades and even acquired vibranium from Fury, and I intend to give you a thorough lesson. Observing the two engaged in their video conversation, Clark bit her lip. She sensed that Ye Hua had an uncanny ability to escape the ambience she had created. Nevertheless, she refused to relent. If visual allure did not suffice, she would delve into psychological persuasion. It was evident, however, that Ye Hua had suddenly become more approachable. Enough of the chit-chat. Are you willing to sell your gold titanium alloy? I also require the experimental equipment from Stark Industries. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Ye Hua broached the matter of significance. There were numerous tasks ahead, researching new alloys, upgrading armor, developing the third-generation super soldier serum, and creating antimatter bombs to facilitate resource transactions with extraterrestrial entities. Indeed, the workload appeared to have suddenly multiplied, and the current residence was proving inadequate. Additionally, she needed assistance and a larger workspace. What do you need those items for? If necessary, I believe you could join Stark Industries. Let me think. Just tell them you're a fan of Iron Man, and I will ensure you receive a most satisfactory position. You could even bring your psychologist along. Moreover, you should be aware that Stark Industries is home to a majority of the world's scientific prodigies, be they passionate or aesthetically pleasing. You have yet to witness this. I presume, one must admit, it would be a tremendous waste. Facing Tony, who was about to impart the art of seduction, Ye Hua quickly interjected, Enough, Tony. If you refuse to sell that equipment, I can always seek assistance elsewhere. All right, what exactly do you require? At the very least, you ought to inform me of your intentions. I am planning to purchase an island for a vacation, just like that. Although many devices can be manually crafted, why exert oneself when ready-made alternatives are available? Moreover, Ultron's idea is quite commendable. Ye Hua also intends to acquire a small island to elevate into the heavens. However, the scale of such an endeavor is considerably greater than merely constructing a suit of armor. It is impractical to fabricate explosives on a daily basis. Well, it is indeed a splendid notion. You may discuss this minor affair with Miss Pepper at my company tomorrow, as I find myself lacking interest in such trivialities. Tony refrained from further inquiries, and Ye Hua mentioned that he needed a nanotech regeneration cradle. He heard that Dr. Zhao Hailuan from Seoul is your junior and friend. Could you assist in establishing contact? Certainly. I believe it would be beneficial for you to meet, as she is an exceptional woman. Tony readily concurred. Farewell. This individual is quite loquacious. It is difficult to fathom what the chatty Spider-Man and Deadpool must be like. Once Tony agreed to sell titanium gold alloy and experimental equipment, as well as to reach out to Dr. Zhao Hailuan, Ye Hua hastily ended the call. Are you planning to purchase an island for a vacation? There is no need for you to construct it yourself, as I know many resort islands exist. Perhaps I could accompany you to the island for Christmas. It is entirely commonplace for the affluent to acquire islands. But what would Ye Hua do if he ventured to an island? Would he follow? Would Ye Hua agree? This is the matter that concerns her most. With your intellect, it is quite challenging to elucidate. You may interpret it as my intention to build a residence on a deserted island. I require more and abundant resources, whether for upgrading my divine form or nurturing future subordinates. This villa evidently cannot fulfill such requirements. Constructing a base inspired by celestial computer design principles, and then elevating it into the sky is undoubtedly a brilliant idea. Determined to bring thoughts into reality, Ye Hua engaged in conversation with Clark while browsing online listings for islands for sale. The Caribbean? Might there be pirates there? However, that is of little significance. Soon, a small island, approximately 12 square kilometers in size and located in the Caribbean, caught Ye Hua's attention. This island was being liquidated by a bankrupt businessman who had initially intended to develop it into a luxurious tourist destination, but fell victim to various circumstances. The island's owner unfortunately became one of many such individuals. Thus, the island, having only recently established water and electricity, was now up for sale. Quite commendable. Upon acquiring detailed information, Ye Hua promptly decided to purchase it. The current owner indicated that he is also located in Manhattan and will prepare the transfer contract along with a lawyer. All Ye Hua needs to do tomorrow is bring the funds to finalize the agreement. The following day, Ye Hua first visited Stark Industries, where he successfully negotiated the purchase of equipment and titanium gold alloy with pepper pots. Furthermore, Tony mentioned that he had persuaded Dr. Zhao Hailuan to sell him a regeneration cradle. It must be said that aside from Tony's arrogance and penchant for casually bestowing nicknames, he is remarkably reliable in his dealings, providing all materials and facilities at cost price. However, he does not take responsibility for transportation to the island, as that incurs an additional fee. This poses no issue for me. I can simply create a portal for transport, thereby saving a substantial amount of funds to procure more materials. Subsequently, I met with the bankrupt businessman as agreed and joyfully signed the transfer contract. The only thing still lacking is vibranium. Should I venture to Wakanda or the Underwater Kingdom? Chapter 33. The approach of Christmas as the frigid winter winds ravage the earth. The world is enveloped in cold, save for the perpetually warm tropical regions near the equator. Yet, this luxurious seaside villa stands as an exception, its meticulously installed underfloor heating system continuously radiating a pleasant warmth, making the entire room feel as if it were basking in the gentle embrace of a spring sun. Within these walls, one is blissfully oblivious to the harsh drop in temperature outside, allowing the residents to don their favorite attire at will. Clark has been frequenting this place almost daily, exhibiting none of the typical guest demeanor, as if she were the true mistress of the abode. She insists on turning on the television, pulling me into her plans for Christmas, fully embodying the role of the lady of the house. Even shedding her outer coat, she unabashedly showcases her alluring figure, clad in a simple yet fashionable top, paired with exceedingly short shorts that leave her long, sensuous legs on full display, akin to a splendid work of art. Clearly, her intention with such attire is to capture someone's attention. Well done, my dear. You have successfully piqued my interest. There is no need for further efforts on your part, as I shall not be spending Christmas with you. Clark smiled at this remark, gracefully lifting one of her exquisite legs, bending it elegantly as her delicate, porcelain-like hand glided down her smooth thigh like a gentle butterfly. She caressed her firm calf before gliding toward the elegantly arched foot, ultimately resting on her charmingly rounded toes. Meanwhile, she tilted her head slightly, her gaze almost flirtatious, as if to inquire, "Would you like to touch?" Her voice dripped with endless allure. "Anything is possible if you simply ask," Clark suggested, as she leisurely draped her long, pale leg across my thigh. A subtle, intoxicating fragrance wafted through the air, suggesting she had bathed and adorned herself with a special perfume before her arrival. Her emerald eyes, shimmering with emotion, beckoned with a sultry gaze, unabashedly conveying a tantalizing implication. She realized that ever since Ye Hua returned to the villa, he had become remarkably more approachable. If one were to overlook his extraordinary abilities, it would be nearly impossible to discern any difference between him and an ordinary person. At most, he was merely an attractive Chinese gentleman. The transformation was profound. It was as if a lofty deity had descended into the mortal realm, and thus, she felt compelled to seize the moment. Strategize and conquer. I have been far too accommodating towards you, to the point where you can no longer distinguish north from south. Ding dong. Just as Ye Hua was about to speak, the villa's intelligent home system chimed, indicating a visitor at the door. Casting a glance at the sparking Clark, Ye Hua rose. Now you can't escape, Clark chuckled, wearing a mischievous smile akin to that of a little fox as he watched Ye Hua exit. When one can make a god bleed, the fear of him dissipates. When one can incite a god's desires, one becomes a god in their own right. Ye Hua opened the door to find Happy standing at the entrance, holding an exquisitely wrapped gift box. Hello, Mr. Ye Hua. This is a Christmas gift prepared for you by Tony and Miss Pepper. I hope you will enjoy it, Happy said with a grin. Ye Hua accepted the gift, expressing his gratitude politely. By the way, before I came, Tony specifically instructed me to have you open it on the spot and provide your feedback. Happy, well acquainted with Tony's character, suspected that this gift would be quite extraordinary. Ye Hua gave it little thought. He had just completed a significant order with Stark Industries, and it was unlikely that Tony would send a bomb for Christmas. Even if they were not friends, their relationship had not soured to that extent. Thus, he unwrapped the gift without even checking for hidden messages. To his dismay, upon seeing the so-called gift, he could hardly restrain the urge to confront Tony immediately. Looking up at the awkward Happy, Ye Hua, with a slight edge of anger, said, "Thank you, I truly appreciate this gift. Please convey to that Tin Man that he can go to hell." The gift itself was not problematic, a figurine of Iron Man. However, the Christmas card read, "It's evident you must be my fan. I hope you enjoy this little token. In the spirit of Christmas." He decided to refrain from visiting today. He would advise Tony to reinforce the figure, as the next time they met, he might inadvertently crush it. That arrogant fellow. Could he possibly think that the inspiration for my Emperor armor came from his grotesque iron suit? Absurd. As Tony's bodyguard or driver, Happy was oblivious to the notion of embarrassment. He attempted to offer an explanation, but Ye Hua waved his hand in dismissal, saying, "It's all right, I won't be upset. By the way, I haven't invited you in to sit for a moment." "No trouble at all. I have work to attend to." "Very well then. Wishing you a pleasant day. Farewell," Happy expressed, feeling somewhat weary in his role as Tony's protector and chauffeur. At that moment, Clark sauntered to the door, her figure striking and her golden locks framing her face, clad in nothing suitable for the biting cold. Such a stunning vision would undoubtedly draw the gaze of any onlooker. Happy glanced back and forth between the two, donning a knowing smile that only a man could understand. Not wishing to intrude further, he extended his best wishes for an unforgettable Christmas Eve before gracefully taking his leave. Clark, embodying the essence of a gracious hostess, retrieved 2 gift boxes from the Christmas tree for Happy to take as a token of appreciation. As Knight closed the door, he turned to Clark and remarked, "Even with my intellect, I cannot fathom your intentions. Are you so eager to offer yourself?" Clark, unfazed, stepped closer, attempting to caress Knight's cheek, only to have him evade her touch. The wisdom of a man, after all, often fails to comprehend the complexities of a woman's heart. "I too am puzzled by your hesitation. Regardless of your assumptions about my motives, you stand to gain nothing by resisting," she teased, her eyes narrowing playfully as she covered her mouth with a soft laugh. "Or perhaps you fear you might fall for me. You are clearly overthinking this." Knight replied with a resigned shake of his head before retreating indoors. Yet Clark was undeterred, her eyes sparkling with mischief as a new idea seemed to dawn upon her. Before she could act on her thought, the doorbell chimed once more, heralding the arrival of Coulson, her superior. "Am I interrupting something?" Coulson inquired, his ever-present friendly smile gracing his face. Observing Clark's scant attire against the chilling winds, and noting Knight's recent return indoors, he mused on the youthful exuberance of the pair. "No, Happy just delivered a Christmas gift from Tony Stark," Clark replied cheerfully, bypassing Coulson as she had no intention of accompanying him, eager to pursue her new idea. Coulson, far from obstructing her, welcomed the opportunity, recognizing the caliber of SHOE agents. If a woman could effectively engage Knight, it would be a fortuitous outcome. "Mr. Knight, Merry Christmas," Coulson greeted, barely curious about the woman's light attire or the reason behind it. His purpose for visiting was far more pressing. "Please have a seat," Knight invited. "It is indeed an entertaining Christmas this year." He smiled, reflecting on past holidays spent in solitude, each day a mirror of the last, devoid of distinction even during festive occasions. This year, not only had Tony sent gifts, but SHIELD had dispatched Coulson as well. Even if Tony's humor leaned towards the macabre, and SHIELD had merely provided a simple Christmas scarf, the sentiment was nonetheless appreciated. "Now, speak your mind. I trust you did not come solely for the sake of delivering gifts," Knight prompted after exchanging pleasantries, aware that Coulson had pressing matters to attend to as the soon-to-be director of the new SHIELD. "It is said that you have ordered a substantial quantity of industrial materials from Stark Industries and have also acquired a small island located in the Caribbean." With a chuckle, Coulson remarked, "You know, our director always likes to inquire about everything. He is eager to know what your plans are for the future." Casting a glance at Coulson, I scoffed. "Do I need to report my every move to SHIELD? I recall mentioning that I prefer not to be disturbed. It seems you have chosen to disregard my words." My dissatisfaction prompted Coulson to adopt a more serious demeanor as he quickly replied, "I believe you have misunderstood. SHIELD has no such intentions. We merely wish to see if we might be of assistance. If it concerns the construction of the island, I believe we possess more resources and connections than Stark Industries." Regardless of how amiable I appeared or whether I had shed my psychological barriers as reported to Clark, it was imperative not to forget my past ruthlessness and the power I wielded. Otherwise, the loathed remnants of bodies, divided between the military and SHIELD, would be the outcome. Even if the lion is momentarily dormant, the antelope should refrain from frolicking before it. We did not come to intrude without reason. Since you have purchased a considerable amount of construction materials from Stark Industries, SHIELD can also offer our services and establish a long-lasting partnership. Is that so? I smiled. The construction of the island base is not merely a trivial endeavor of crafting armor or researching antimatter. It demands a significant investment of manpower, resources, and finances, primarily in terms of materials. I had no intention of excluding SHIELD from my plans, and now that you have approached me, I shall not be impolite. I aspire to become the island's sovereign and create a maritime paradise. Tell me, what can SHIELD provide, and what do you seek in return?" Coulson was pleasantly surprised by the smoothness of the discussion. I had not declined, but rather inquired about the terms of collaboration. "Sir, we at SHIELD." After bidding farewell to Coulson, dusk had settled in, and both parties were content, having reached an agreement for mutual resource sharing. As I gazed at the villa, enveloped in a warm and resplendent glow from the surrounding lights, I smiled gently. The scene was markedly different from previous years. This world no longer felt solitary, nor did it reflect the monotony of the past decade. A colossal inflatable Santa Claus stood proudly in the courtyard, accompanied by charming figurines of reindeer. The grand entrance of the villa was adorned with an exquisite wreath, embellished with red ribbons and golden bells that jingled melodically in the breeze. Various stickers of Santa Claus, snowflakes, and reindeer adorned the windows, while instruments on the rooftop tirelessly produced artificial snow, delicately cascading throughout the villa, creating a winter wonderland. As night fell, it seemed as if this place had transformed into a castle from a Christmas fairy tale. All of this, of course, is attributed to Clark, who also embodies the reason for her existence. She has adorned the unchanged house with vibrant colors. Naturally, as a professional psychologist and an exceptional agent, she is not a mere gardener. It is implausible for her to single-handedly complete the decoration of the entire villa in just a few hours. However, a party company can accomplish this with a simple phone call, tailoring the celebration to your financial capacity. Mere decoration, after all. Similarly, a Michelin chef can prepare an extravagant Christmas dinner for you. Thus, it merely requires a couple of calls, yet I had never paid attention to such things before. Clark finalized the contract, settled the bill, and then smiled, asking, "How is it? Are you satisfied?" "What satisfaction? I have no need for such frivolities. Besides, how much credit do you deserve here? You signed the SHIELD bill." Yet, Ye Hua's smile seemed to betray more than his words suggested. Clark, undeterred, shrugged her shoulders. Well, you must need a special Christmas gift. As she spoke, she turned on the music. The cheerful jingling of bells filled the air. And it was only after she donned the fluffy rabbit ears that Ye Hua realized things would not be so simple. Indeed, when Clark shed the oversized Santa coat that wrapped her entirely, her true essence was revealed. I was curious about your attire. It turns out to be gift wrapping. Clark tossed her golden locks, the rabbit ears bobbing gently with her movements. Confident in her beauty, she could also sense Ye Hua's undeniable attraction. That was beyond question. Thus, once everything was settled and everyone had been sent away, it was time for her to launch her true charm offensive. What is the matter? Are you stunned? Her eyes, accentuated with makeup and long lashes, sparkled as if they could speak. Her full, crimson lips exuded sensuality. Master, do you like little rabbits? The playful licking of her lips was utterly tantalizing. Ye Hua admitted he was indeed somewhat captivated. The crop top, the ultra-short skirt, her curvaceous figure, the slender waist, and the elongated legs all shimmered under the lights, particularly that red ensemble, which radiated passion and vitality. The Christmas bunny girl was truly a force to be reckoned with. You truly are. Ye Hua turned away, unsure of what to say. Her fair skin required no stockings, she glowed, making it difficult for anyone to avert their gaze. It seems the master is quite pleased. Should we dine first or indulge in the little rabbit? As Clark approached, the sound of jingling bells echoed, a playful touch as she adorned a bell on her bow tie. The crisp chime rang continuously. Alternatively, the master might wish for the little rabbit's assistance. Clark drew near, extending her slender fingers to caress Ye Hua's chest. Just as she was about to make another move, Ye Hua seized her hand. Let us dine first. After all, one must not squander the delights of fine cuisine. He feigned composure as he approached the dining table. Having reached such a juncture, to refuse further would indeed warrant a visit to a psychologist, or perhaps a physician. Though she was merely an ordinary individual, perceived by super soldiers as possessing genetic flaws, this was not an immutable state. Her next ambition was to cultivate super soldiers alongside her own transformation. Since you were so eager to present your gift, I am curious to see what means you possess. Clark pouted, revealing no trace of disappointment, for she was aware that success was already within her grasp. Really? Am I not delectable enough? Clark laughed lightly as she approached the dining table, attempting to continue her flirtation. The two could hardly be described as loving, nor did they even harbor genuine affection. At most, they were merely drawn to each other's physicality. One was tall and handsome, while the other was youthful and beautiful. Ye Hua was a deity endowed with formidable power, while she was an elite agent nurtured by wield. Furthermore, there were neither psychological nor physiological barriers between them. In the interaction of such two disparate individuals, it was impossible for nothing to transpire. In truth, this was not something to be overly concerned about. A mere craving for the body can indeed signify affection, not necessarily inferior to a focus on deeper qualities. If one lacks external beauty, who would care to delve into their essence? A desire for the physical is often the true commencement of genuine affection, with the crucial factor being whether the other party is dependable and trustworthy. From her professional psychological assessment, it was evident that Ye Hua was indeed worthy, for why else would she pursue him so ardently? Wild merely permitted her proximity, demanding nothing rigid in return. It was precisely because she recognized Ye Hua's sense of responsibility and possessiveness that she sought to launch a swift offensive to secure him. Only in this manner could she avoid being assigned to other tasks after this mission concluded. Would never dare offend Ye Hua in such matters. In her essence, she was dispensable. For a remarkably beautiful female agent, her appearance was not as resplendent or heroic as it might seem. She would prefer to be regarded by wield as a mere pawn in a beauty scheme, eternally sidelined. At least Ye Hua was tall, powerful, youthful, and divine. During the meal, Clark occasionally cast smoldering glances at Ye Hua, deliberately brushing her foot against his calf, showcasing her feminine allure while igniting his desire. Her cool toes were perilously close to his sensitive area. Ye Hua glanced at her, urging her to behave. With a soft chuckle, Clark responded, "My dear master, are you preemptively replenishing your energy? My vitality is drawn from the stars. Are you certain you wish to experience the warmth of the sun? Ye Hua, unwilling to concede, retorted, I'm hardly a docile herbivore. Regardless of her intentions for approaching me, upon careful reflection, it is ultimately inconsequential. I shall simply indulge in the sweet exterior. I eagerly anticipate your performance. Clark's gaze was as tranquil as water as she gently savored a sip of red wine, seemingly relishing the unfolding of an impending passion. Let us test the notion that the enjoyment of exquisite cuisine can indeed elevate one's spirits. Even a turkey of mediocre taste can be rendered delightful, provided the price is right, as the extravagant preparation costs can transform it into something delectable. After the meal, Clark led Ye Hua to the center of the living room, where the music softened into a gentle melody. Leaning close to Ye Hua's ear, she whispered, Now, you may savor the little rabbit. With that, she tenderly embraced Ye Hua's neck and passionately kissed him. The fervor within her heart required no restraint as she delicately lifted Clark's pristine chin. Eager to discover what made tonight's Christmas gift so unique, Clark's face radiated with a captivating smile. You will soon find out. And thus, the two became enraptured in the enchanting Christmas atmosphere. Outside, the moonlight cascaded like a silken veil, gently enveloping the earth in its luminous embrace. Inside, however, chaos reigned supreme, with remnants strewn about as if a fierce battle had transpired. Amidst this disorder, a sudden, jubilant voice rang out. It was the charming Christmas bunny, exclaiming praises. Her voice was as melodious as a nightingale's song, filled with joy and excitement. As her words resonated, the commotion subsided, and the room fell into a brief moment of tranquil silence, with only the faint echoes lingering in the air. Are you not the sun god? I thought you could fight until dawn. You did not say that moments ago. That was then. The Christmas bunny is truly marvelous, and her once pale skin has now taken on a delightful pink hue, making her all the more enticing. Though it is not quite what I envisioned, lasting until dawn, your performance is commendable. A discrepancy? Let's try again. I wish to be on top. That will depend on your prowess. The sun's fervor will surely melt away. Clark is undoubtedly an extraordinary woman, with her alluring curves, skin that blushes with excitement, and the passionate spirit of Western femininity, rendering one utterly captivated. I now believe you are indeed a god, a divine man. Clark rested upon Ye Hua's chest, her body radiant in pink, slick with perspiration, making her feel as smooth as cream. This called for mercy. Nay, merely a half-time respite. Very well, a half-time break. I shall take you for a bath. From the living room to the bathroom, and then to the bedroom, Ye Hua unlocked numerous theoretical positions, practicing each in turn. It became evident that the physique of a super soldier is not easily matched by an ordinary woman. And only when Clark was utterly exhausted and unable to move did Ye Hua finally relent. As the clouds dissipated and the rain ceased, a subtle white light began to shimmer on the horizon, fulfilling her desire to fight until dawn. Chapter 35. A visit to Wakanda this Christmas was destined to be unlike any other, seemingly marking a new beginning, whether he wished it or not. Ever since he was approached by S.H.I.E.L.D. and Tony Stark, he was fated to engage with them, either actively or passively integrating into this world. In a single night, the once naive boy underwent a profound transformation into a mature man, a shift so abrupt and deep that it caught him entirely off guard. Ye Hua felt as though he had broken free from long-held shackles, indulging in unrestrained self-expression. Throughout the Christmas holiday, he immersed himself in an ocean of endless joy, unable to extricate himself. It must be acknowledged that Clark was undoubtedly an exceptional presence. She possessed an astonishingly perfect figure, each curve radiating an alluring charm. Her exquisitely beautiful visage resembled a breathtaking masterpiece that lingered in one's memory. Moreover, she possessed an uncanny ability to delve into the hearts of others, consistently capturing their most secret desires and needs, fulfilling them with impeccable precision. Thus, whenever he found himself in her company, Ye Hua experienced an unprecedented pleasure, his body and mind thoroughly enchanted. It is no wonder that so many foolish monarchs, despite knowing the ill intentions of others and their various ulterior motives, find it impossible to resist the allure of such beauty. Setting aside genetic flaws, Clark could indeed be deemed perfect. Of course, he was not a foolish monarch and would not truly succumb to the comforts of tenderness. With the holiday behind him, It was time to pay a visit to the king of Wakanda. The unexpected fortune of acquiring Ye Hua metal from the void was delightful. Now he merely lacked a substantial amount of vibranium for the development of new armor and the construction of an island base. In comparison, Wakanda might be somewhat easier to handle. Venturing into the Atlantic to seek Namor's underwater kingdom would not only hinder his combat abilities, but they might not be as amenable as the king of Wakanda. Just after the Christmas holiday, Ye Hua arrived at Wakanda's secluded location. It bears repeating that the portals of Kamartaj are indeed remarkably convenient. Without a cosmic computer, and lacking the sun-based genetic technology focused on time and space, one would find it impossible to go wherever one wished. As for energy shields, they're merely that. After all, being a pre-nuclear civilization, even if they are ahead of Earth's current technology, it is still limited. Observing the all-spectrum invisible energy shield, Ye Hua reached out to touch it, a smile spreading across his face. Indeed, the technology of Wakanda undeniably surpasses that of contemporary Earth. If they were to wholeheartedly desire to remain concealed and lead an untroubled existence, they could easily elude the majority of the world. Some of their advancements might even outshine those of Tony, who is often hailed as the most astute mind globally. Yet on a personal level, such a notion seems rather juvenile. They are merely distinguished within the realm of Earth. In comparison to the likes of solar technologies, or even when observing the vast tapestry of cosmic civilizations, they do not stand out as particularly exceptional. Ye Hua effortlessly deciphered the protective protocols and, without alerting a single soul, accessed all information pertaining to Wakanda through clandestine channels. A portal opened directly into King T'Chaka's study, where he intended to engage in a serious discussion. As a sovereign, T'Chaka was daily beset with numerous state affairs. He was far from a mere hidden nation. As was customary, having concluded his morning duties, T'Chaka sought solace in his study with a book. However, upon entering, he was taken aback to find an uninvited guest. Alarm surged within him as he regarded the stranger. "Who are you, and how did you come to be in my study?" T'Chaka inquired, his vigilance heightened. This young man was clearly not a citizen of Wakanda. His features bore the unmistakable marks of an Eastern visage, and he sat brazenly at the king's desk without rousing anyone's suspicion. "Answer the king." The Dora Milaje guards immediately assumed a defensive stance, spears at the ready, prepared to act at the slightest provocation. Observing the influx of guards surrounding him, T'Chaka, now shielded by their presence, felt a slight smile break upon Ye Hua's lips. "Your Majesty," Ye Hua addressed respectfully, "I harbor no ill intentions. I am Ye Hua, here solely to seek collaboration." T'Chaka furrowed his brow. "Collaboration? Why should I consider working with you? More pressing is how you gained entry here. Are you referring to the dome system? That holds little sway over me." Ye Hua replied with a smile. "Your Majesty, I am aware that your nation possesses the precious resource of vibranium, and I happen to possess distinctive technologies that could significantly elevate Wakanda's standing. For instance, I can offer advanced energy utilization techniques that far exceed your current capabilities, or enhancements to the nanosuits you are currently developing. Moreover, I can eliminate the vulnerability of vibranium to high-frequency sound waves." This young man, Ye Hua, seemed to regard both the king and Wakanda with an air of superiority. It was astonishing that someone could so brazenly belittle the might of a nation. Yet, the pride and confidence reflected in Ye Hua's gaze made it abundantly clear to T'Chaka that he did not hold him in high regard. Faced with a dozen soldiers wielding spears and blades, he appeared unfazed or perhaps even dismissive. T'Chaka pondered the source of Ye Hua's unwavering confidence, but the fact that he had infiltrated his study without causing a stir spoke volumes of his extraordinary capabilities. "Stand down your weapons," T'Chaka commanded, displaying the composure befitting a king. After a moment of contemplation, he added, "What you propose sounds intriguing, yet how can I be certain this is not a trap? You effortlessly breached our defenses, which is hardly a gesture of goodwill. Furthermore, we in Wakanda possess no surplus vibranium. It has long been depleted." Ye Hua spread his hands. "Your Majesty, such a claim might not even convince the International Security Council or the agents of SHIELD. If I had intended harm, you would already find yourself in peril. The reason I have taken the liberty to sit here is merely to convey that Wakanda's secrets are of no use to me, and the amount of vibranium I seek would not significantly harm Wakanda. Though I could resort to force or theft, such actions would diminish the stature of the sun god. Would they not? A thieving sun god? An invader? Such titles hardly reflect nobility. Thus, Ye Hua chose a more cumbersome approach, opting for discourse before unleashing a tempest. Your Majesty, perhaps you do not yet know me well, but I am quite familiar with Wakanda. I believe that even your goddess of the Black Panther would not refuse my request were she present today. Ye Hua smiled, but Chaka's demeanor immediately shifted to one of gravity upon hearing this. Although I am unaware of how you enter my study, should you dare to disrespect our revered Black Panther, you will undoubtedly face consequences. I swear it. The Dora Milaje, having previously sheathed their spears, now braced themselves for confrontation. At the king's command, they would subdue this intruder for his affront to their faith. Unlike the guardian of Wakanda, who has consumed the heart-shaped herb and donned the Black Panther suit, the goddess of the Black Panther represents the very essence of Wakandan belief. Though her existence has become a mere whisper of history, the people of Wakanda are acutely aware that their deity is not an ethereal figment, but a tangible entity that, after aiding their ancestors in establishing this land, has returned to the realm of the divine. The Black Panther is a true deity, unlike the imagined deities worshipped by the unenlightened outside their borders, and such sanctity cannot be desecrated. Disrespect your faith? No, that is not my intention. I merely articulate the truth. For I too am a god. As he spoke, Ye Hua's form radiated a resplendent light, blinding as the sun itself, brimming with warmth and brilliance, as if the sun had descended upon the earth. You may refer to me as the sun god. Your Majesty, how do you propose to treat a deity akin to your Black Panther? Though he had yet to ascend to true divinity in the eyes of mortals, he was already indistinguishable from one. With his recent surge in power, Ye Hua even felt confident in his ability to contend with the gods of this universe, such as Thor or the so-called Black Panther. Not to mention, at present, Wakanda had only a solitary individual clad in a feline guise, hardly a worthy adversary. I believe, Your Majesty, that you are indeed a wise individual. If you acknowledge the existence of the divine in this world, one should not dismiss the requests of the gods. Otherwise, the consequences of inciting their wrath are beyond the endurance of mere mortals. Once the blinding radiance faded, Chaka comprehended that, regardless of whether the figure before him truly embodied divinity, they were not to be trifled with by Wakanda. His royal experience indicated that this self-proclaimed sun god was not here for negotiations, but rather to issue a decree. Weighing the pros and cons, Chaka resolved to remain still, for vibranium was a treasure of Wakanda, and even as king, he held no authority to dispose of it. Moreover, how could he ascertain the truth of your words? Ye Hua raised an eyebrow slightly, suggesting, if your Majesty harbors doubts, would you require a demonstration? With that, Ye Hua waved his hand gently, summoning a radiant sphere of energy that materialized within the study. This orb exuded a mysterious and powerful aura, suffusing the air with an intensity of light and heat that felt as though it might ignite the very atmosphere. Chaka's eyes widened in astonishment, as if confronted by the sun itself, and the escalating temperature left him feeling as though he were on the brink of combustion. The Dora Milaje displayed visible trepidation, yet steadfastly remained by the king's side. Ye Hua continued, I command the power of the sun. Should I desire vibranium, it would be but a trivial matter. I could transform Wakanda into a molten hell's cape, eradicating all life here, without anyone discerning the source of such calamity. However, as I have stated, I seek only a fair exchange. Chaka fell into silence for a moment, then spoke slowly, even if you were a god or possessed divine abilities. Vibranium is the foundation of Wakanda. Unless you can assure an equitable return for Wakanda and guarantee that the outflow of vibranium will not invite disaster, I must consult with the elders before reaching a decision. In essence, he remained skeptical of his divinity and even more so of his purported capacity to annihilate Wakanda. Nevertheless, I have ample time for you to deliberate, Ye Hua said with a smile. Rest assured, Your Majesty, I shall not misuse vibranium nor divulge any information from this place. I will also assist in resolving the vulnerabilities of vibranium to sonic frequencies. Chaka scrutinized Ye Hua, finally exhaling a sigh of resignation. I hope you honor your promise, and then we may discuss the particulars of our collaboration. The corners of Ye Hua's mouth lifted. The negotiations were finally progressing in the direction he had hoped. Chapter 36. Artificial Intelligence and Nanorobots. Alas, is once again the dreaded hour of labor. Ye Hua grumbled to himself as he reluctantly activated the portal to the island. The vast ocean, golden sands, swaying coconut trees, soaring seagulls, and the cerulean sky accompanied by the rhythmic sound of crashing waves. Work is supposed to bring joy. Yet, upon stepping onto this tranquil island, far removed from the cacophony of life, Ye Hua could not help but exclaim, "What nonsense! How could this wretched job bring happiness?" The mere thought of the impending mountain of work left him utterly speechless. No, the sunlight, the solar deity, the greatest calamity in the known universe. The walking star energy control terminal did not traverse here merely to toil ceaselessly. The happiness of countless families should not come at the expense of my solitary sacrifice. This is utterly inconceivable. However, the mere thought of the tasks that lie ahead induces a headache. Yet, such is the unembellished existence of a super soldier. Without substantial backing and resources, soaring to great heights would be impossible. It is indeed worthwhile to endure initial hardships for the sake of future pleasures. With renewed determination, Ye Hua began to devise a plan in his mind. The first step involves the development of superconducting vibranium alloy, a task of considerable technical complexity. Even with the destroyer armor as a reference, despite countless data analyses and the revelation of the atomic structure of URU metal, and even possessing URU metal in hand, the actual experimentation has yet to commence. The compatibility of vibranium and URU metal remains uncertain as to whether it can yield the desired metal that meets my specifications. Next comes the crafting of the Imperial armor's weaponry. The intricate and complex structures require a comprehensive upgrade, along with the integration of weapon engines and dark matter computers. Yet, I remain unaware if the synthesized material from vibranium and URU metal can harmonize with dark matter, and whether successful implantation of the dark matter computer is feasible. Every detail demands the utmost precision. Moreover, I aspire to acquire the Imperial steed and the Golden Throne, and to create a gene engine to foster the budding of the solar civilization. Whether or not the super soldiers of the solar civilization will manifest, and my ability to produce a gene engine, are two distinct matters. It may be unnecessary, but it is imperative that I possess the capability. Then, there is the matter of constructing the island base. From site selection to planning and construction, every aspect necessitates my direct involvement, down to the minutiae of every blade of grass and brick. I hold high hopes for the establishment of this inaugural base, as it may serve as a framework and experience for future celestial combat capabilities. The creation of the third-generation Super Soldier Upgrade Serum is paramount. Even the slightest error could render all efforts futile. Only upon completing these tasks can I commence the production of antimatter bombs to finalize transactions with the Void and the donor for the acquisition of more resources. Similarly, Nebula cannot be expected to work for free. Despite our amicable relationship, she would not willingly toil to gather those elusive resources. Support from antimatter bombs and antimatter energy cells is essential for these endeavors. As for SHIELD, the technical demands are minimal and can be managed with little effort. Tony is also relatively easy to handle. As long as I share the principles of the weapon design schematics with him, he will confidently employ his brilliant intellect to explore further, without pestering me for a continuous supply like others might. Nevertheless, even so, with a multitude of tasks accumulating, it is evidently impossible to manage solely by oneself. One can no longer rely on the painstaking endeavor of manually crafting everything as before. It is imperative to seek a formidable assistant. Otherwise, one might truly wonder when these tasks will ever be completed. Working for others is a notion I shall never entertain. Only by having others toil can I maintain a semblance of joy. With a mere wave of my hand, the assorted resources and equipment that once cluttered the villa were swiftly transported. The multifunctional composite machining lathe produced by Stark Industries is indeed trustworthy, enhancing the range and efficiency of machine tools and facilitating multifunctionality. A single CNC lathe can perform turning, milling, and even grinding operations on a primarily milling machine. This is how I am able to manually forge the iron suit. However, that is merely the extent of it. After all, it is a relic of a pre-nuclear civilization. If not for the desire to ease future endeavors, it would hardly be necessary. Next, I turn my attention to the regenerative cradle and Dr. Helen Zhao's laboratory, a marvel of nanotechnology and biological reconstruction, which cost a significant sum. It was only due to Tony's long-standing friendship with her, coupled with my amicable relations, that she consented to sell it. But that is of little consequence. Although I could manually replicate these devices, why not utilize what is readily available? The integration of genetic engineering, nanotechnology, and intelligent systems is far too valuable to be confined solely to the medical field. Thus, I undertook appropriate modifications, merging it with Stark Industries' multifunctional machining lathe. It is time to commence. My first task is to create the perfect worker, which will undoubtedly facilitate subsequent endeavors. The perfect worker is a robot that does not tire, capable of operating round the clock without the need for sustenance, requiring only a recharge. Moreover, it harbors no grievances and diligently executes its duties according to predetermined protocols. In simpler terms, it is a robot. What I require is an industrial production and construction robot. Rendering a powerful energy core unnecessary. Solar energy suffices. Just a bit of sunlight allows it to function indefinitely. There is no more environmentally friendly or efficient worker. Furthermore, it does not necessitate an exceptionally robust mechanical body or offensive capabilities. Even the presence of such features is irrelevant, as I currently require it solely for construction tasks. The titanium alloy provided by Stark Industries serves excellently in this regard. Entering the shadow dimension, I activated the solar illumination control panel, generating a design blueprint for the nanorobots. I selected suitable motors, sensors, controllers, and other electrical components, establishing the circuit connections and control system architecture. An electronic data storage mechanical brain was employed for this purpose. The design scheme is currently being generated, and the plan has been completed. Please input the operating system, control algorithms, and human-machine interaction interface for the nanorobots. As commands are issued, a virtual digital keyboard materializes before Ye Hua, who begins to edit the core programming of the nanorobots. Super God technology has the capability to construct supercomputers at the atomic level, let alone nanorobots. One can bestow upon them unique thought processes and innovative abilities, ensuring that each nanorobot is an individual yet remains within a controllable range. The body is crafted from titanium aluminum alloy, easily disposable with a mere flame, rendering it unworthy of concern. The individual computers implanted within the nanorobots are merely photon computers utilizing photovoltaic solar cells. Simultaneously, their central control terminals exist in one shadow dimension, functioning merely as extensions. Thus, regardless of any arising situations, a mere thought suffices to obliterate them effortlessly. Whether to pursue upgrades in materials and technology will depend on future circumstances, yet must be undertaken within the bounds of one's capabilities and control. Fully engrossed in programming the software for the nanorobots, fingers dance swiftly across the virtual keyboard, generating lines of code. Adjustments are made to optimize the control algorithms, ensuring the robots operate efficiently without the risk of losing control, aligning with one's expectations. The generation of nanoparticles commences, initiating the 3D printing process for etching and replication. High-energy lasers strike the surface of the titanium aluminum alloy, causing the material to evaporate instantaneously, transforming into nanoparticles. Subsequently, under the preordained program, the raw materials within the apparatus swiftly decompose and reassemble, gradually forming minuscule nanorobots. Each robot is manufactured through nanoscale operations, culminating in a standardized size of 1 micrometer. These 1 micrometer robots are arranged and combined according to established algorithms, slowly coalescing into a white mist. Whether as individual nanorobots or in their current collective form, they appear as an irregular white fog. As for creating a beautiful robot, an animated doll, or a gemless illusion with vibranium, such endeavors are entirely unnecessary. The objective at this moment is to have them construct buildings and produce various experimental apparatuses, purely utilitarian. Moreover, nanomaterials can effortlessly change their shapes with additional configurations, which is also superfluous. The initial cloud-like state is quite satisfactory. When the time comes to elevate this small island to the skies, they can surround it, enhancing its majesty and sanctity, far superior to useless animated characters. Even if one were to develop a powerful artificial intelligence, it would need to be paired with weaponry and engines to achieve perfection. That matter can wait for another time. Soon, a mass of mist resembling cotton candy materialized, with instruments continuously producing nanobots. Ye Hua observed with satisfaction as the cloud of nanobots expanded before him, silently issuing a second command, to commence the exploration of the island's topography and delineate the most suitable areas for constructing various facilities. The nanobots dispersed like soldiers receiving orders, gradually drifting towards different parts of the island. Before long, data was relayed back. Ye Hua gazed at the precise topographical maps and analyses displayed on the virtual screen, a subtle smile gracing his lips. This process involved the practical operation of the robots, observing their behavior and performance, and checking for any programming errors, logical flaws, or subpar performance. Based on the issues identified during the debugging phase, modifications and enhancements were made to the program, optimizing control algorithms and parameters to improve the robot's response speed, accuracy, and stability. Clearly, Leon technology was trustworthy. The nanobots were entirely under his control and possessed autonomous thinking and decision-making capabilities. Subsequently, Ye Hua uploaded the future construction blueprints for the island to their central processor, commanding, "Begin by erecting the foundational building framework, starting with the laboratory. From this moment forth, commence autonomous replication until the construction requirements are met." In science fiction films, nanobots can replicate endlessly, relying solely on consuming steel without the need for external instruments or resources. Such notions are absurd and impossible. Firstly, they do not transcend the law of conservation of energy, and, moreover, they're merely nascent entities requiring time to learn. Their current knowledge is but what he has just imparted. Thus, Ye Hua prioritized transmitting knowledge regarding the construction of the island base. Soon, upon receiving the command, the white mist split in two and surged toward the designated locations. Countless nanobots collaborated. Some were tasked with transporting titanium alloy materials to commence the base construction, while others began to generate more nanobots. Observing the efficiently operating nanobots, Ye Hua smiled faintly, christening them as Cloud 1. Chapter 37. The Celestial City with the assistance of the nanobots. Everything became efficient and swift. The island was now enveloped in a thick, white mist, with innumerable nanobots resembling a tiny yet orderly swarm of ants surging towards various construction zones. Their roles were distinctly defined. Some transported building materials, others engaged in assembly, while still others autonomously controlled equipment to produce more nanobots. The entire island was rapidly taking shape according to his design. It resembled a scene from a science fiction film. As this island birthed a city seemingly from nothing, at least to the naked eye, an independent and powerful artificial system, paired with solar energy batteries, could operate tirelessly as long as sunlight was available, adhering to the programmed instructions. Furthermore, the nanobots could transform into various forms to fulfill diverse construction needs, effortlessly transporting super-heavy objects and swiftly relocating them to designated locations. The nanorobots directly engage in the construction of the base, adeptly interlocking building materials with a precision that renders any error nearly negligible. When it comes to the assembly of tangible materials, it can be said that nanorobots exhibit no flaws whatsoever. Projects that would typically require years to lay a solid foundation were completed in mere days, resulting in an extraordinarily robust subterranean structure, thanks to the collaboration of these microscopic artisans. The architectural framework above ground also took shape at an astonishing pace, with the nanorobots tirelessly toiling day and night, resembling indefatigable craftsmen. Moreover, during the construction process, Ye Hua discovered the extensive utility of the nanorobots. Their value extends far beyond merely creating a singular robot. With a continuous supply of resources from Stark Industries and SHIELD, it was not long before a fully functional island base, adorned with an intricately designed ancient aesthetic, stood before them. Every detail of its construction attested to the remarkable efficiency brought forth by the nanorobots. However, it remained merely a skeletal structure, having completed only the superficial construction of pavilions and towers, while the essential components, energy sources, data systems, and computational cores, had yet to commence. This task, however, was beyond the scope of the nanorobots. After a period of computational optimization, the ideal metallic composition had finally been determined, paving the way for the construction of weaponry equipped with a stellar resonance engine. URU metal, renowned for its superior energy conduction properties, was selected for the creation of magical weaponry, exhibiting commendable hardness comparable to the finest vibranium alloys. Yet, it was not without its imperfections. While vibranium does not conduct energy and boasts unparalleled durability, its molecular structure is susceptible to high-frequency sound waves, which can induce passivation, thus rendering it ineffective. Even vibranium alloys, though shielded from sonic disturbances, cannot leverage their superior energy conduction capabilities due to the inherent properties of their molecular structure. Conversely, URU metal excels in energy conduction and remains unyielding, yet it is vulnerable to destruction when subjected to energy levels exceeding its inherent limits. In simpler terms, its molecular toughness is insufficient, rendering it hard yet brittle, a propensity for fragility. Addressing the shortcomings of these two metals and developing a composite alloy that meets the necessary requirements is no trivial endeavor. However, a solution had already been conceived. Benefiting from extensive research on the destroyer armor, countless calculations and experiments had led to the discovery of a viable approach. The next step involved determining whether this metal can amalgamate with dark matter and be equipped with a dark matter computer. Should this prove successful, the complete Imperial armor could be realized, with the paramount objective being the celestial computer. Otherwise, all this effort would merely culminate in the construction of a house on a small island, standing within the towering edifice of the highest structure. Ye Hua initiated the most crucial step in establishing the energy core of the island base, harnessing the dark matter computer to drive a prototype of the celestial computer, effectively reducing its scale by several thousand times. Entering the dark dimension, I initiated the interface of Solar Radiance, summoned the ultra-simplified energy calculation version of the celestial realm, and retrieved all experimental data and results concerning vibranium and URU metal. This task has been accomplished. As Ye Hua manipulated the dark dimension, the Grand Hall illuminated with various data displays and screens. This is the realm of science. The alloy grades were established, capturing dark matter, calculating the probability of successful fusion, and assessing the feasibility and efficiency of implanting dark matter into computational systems. Ye Hua categorized the vibranium alloy he had mastered into distinct grades. The highest tier, of course, is the grade metal, which perfectly integrates the advantages of both URU and vibranium. The subsequent grade consists of vibranium alloy, synthesized from elements available on Earth, forming the most resilient metal, estimated to match the hardness of Captain America's shield, which is also the material of the Imperial armor currently adorning him. As for the other inferior products, they are deemed unworthy of classification. At this juncture, the objective is to synthesize even higher-grade metallic materials, which must not only be robust and energy conductive, but also capable of being implanted into dark matter computational systems, essentially serving as weapon engines. The genetic engine offers limitless potential to divine power, while the weapon engine bestows formidable destructive capabilities upon the armaments, marking the preliminary step towards the development of celestial computation. With the issuance of commands, 2 preliminarily processed metals were transported into the Grand Hall, accompanied by certain rare elements. The next phase is of utmost importance. The process of capturing dark matter commenced, facilitating the atomic-level fusion of metals. Ordinary biological entities perceive only the material realm, whereas super soldiers possess the ability to see beyond, into another sky, the dark dimension, the realm of dark matter. Within this expanse lies an abundance of dark matter and dark energy, constituting approximately 95% of the universe, which elucidates why the fundamental energy of super soldiers is derived from dark energy. Its sheer mass epitomizes the universe, representing an inexhaustible resource. Regrettably, dark matter does not equate to dark iron or dark silver. These are not artificially synthesized materials. To obtain such super materials, one would need to detonate black holes, a feat beyond my current capabilities, and this world may not even harbor the means to synthesize these two metals. Presently, I require only dark matter, which does not react with any tangible substances, yet governs the universe's progression. Some knowledge may currently elude comprehension, but this does not hinder methodical application. Inputting the fusion equation algorithm for dark matter and real substances, Ye Hua focused intently on the shifting data, while the surrounding virtual screens flickered incessantly, facilitating processes beyond the perception of ordinary life. The task necessitated precise operational capability, merging URU metal, vibranium, and other elements at the atomic level with high accuracy. Ye Hua first utilized a specialized apparatus to decompose the two metals into atomic states, subsequently directing nanorobots to arrange and combine them in a specific sequence. This was a novel metal that emerged only after countless trials and endeavors. This metal not only possesses the extraordinary hardness and stability of vibranium, impervious to high-frequency sound waves, but also inherits the remarkable energy conductivity of uridium, exhibiting exceptional molecular toughness that prevents it from disintegrating under energy overload. Now, all that remains is for it to merge with dark matter according to the solar algorithm, and the task shall be deemed complete. Suddenly, the data began to fluctuate violently, revealing an unprecedented stable value. It truly is possible, Ye Hua exclaimed with excitement. It is worth noting that what he was using was neither dark iron nor dark silver, nor was it any material recorded in the database that combined vibranium and uridium. Yet, to his astonishment, merging materials crafted for the solar weapon engine with dark matter proved successful. This supermaterial boasts an impressive strength. The newly forged alloy not only overcomes the shortcomings of both vibranium and uridium, but also integrates with dark matter, fulfilling the requirements for weapon engines and dark matter computers. Although the degree of fusion reached only 90, this was inconsequential. After all, in this world, no one would be foolish enough to think of attacking me with a mere 10 from the dark dimension, right? Gazing at the irregularly flowing black metallic liquid within the specialized apparatus, Ye Hua was filled with an indescribable joy. This was not merely a new metal. It represented infinite possibilities. Celestial computers, stellar energy-grade weapons, gene engines. These were the keys to creating a civilization. He commenced the construction of the energy core, inputting a simplified version of the computational programming. Instantly, countless miniature wormholes appeared within the Grand Hall, various materials calculated and transported as if conjured from thin air, rapidly generating core components and completing assembly. This was merely the decomposition and reassembly at the atomic level. Ye Hua designated this pinnacle of his technological achievements as level. The fully realized Emperor armor and the ultra-simplified Celestial fighter could now be initiated. Soon, a stable stellar energy core was generated. Algorithms were input, and the engine was executing 1050100. The engine was completed and data correction commenced, now finished. With the implantation of the dark matter computer, various data began to synchronize and operate, and the weapon engine officially commenced its operations. In an instant, the entire island base was illuminated with brilliance, the energy core connecting throughout the island. Powerful forces transmitting along special conduits to every corner. The newly constructed ancient-style architecture showcased entirely new functions under this influx of energy. Characters unlike those of this world emerged on the walls, marking the activation of the energy regulation device. Haha, I am a god. Gazing at the hollow metallic sphere before him, Ye Hua burst into joyous laughter. Super soldiers, even gods, are fundamentally reliant on equipment and technology. Only with higher tech gear can the actual combat power of super soldiers soar exponentially. And it is only with the Celestial Fighter's enhancement that one can truly be deemed a supreme deity. Although I may currently hold no significant position, this island base is merely a larger toy, entirely unrelated to fighter jets, let alone celestial bodies. In truth, if one were to draw a comparison, it is akin to a mere flame-level weapon. Possessing a supercomputing core, a stellar weapon can resonate with stars and, supported by ample stellar energy, easily shatter colossal interstellar warships or obliterate a continent. That is all it amounts to. If genuine combat celestial bodies represent adulthood, then my island base is but an ant. Yet, with the acquisition of this perfect metal, I can amass resources, and, as my strength and knowledge burgeon, I shall forge true celestial fighter jets and ascend to the status of an omniscient deity. The future is indeed promising. As the final component was installed, the entire island base seemed to come alive, powerful energy coursing through it. Ye Hua gazed upon his creation, his heart brimming with a sense of accomplishment. This base is poised to become a pivotal force in shaping the future. Chapter 38. A return to shield. A small island in the Caribbean has vanished, completely undetectable by existing communication and surveillance methods. It abruptly disappeared from satellite view. The disappearance of an island cannot go unnoticed by its sovereign nation or meteorological and geological observation agencies. Yet, just as they were preparing to take action and dispatch personnel for an on-site investigation, SHIELD provided a response. It was suspected that geological movements beneath the sea caused the island to plunge instantaneously beneath the waves. Whether you believe it or not, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s word is authoritative. The circumstances surrounding this mysteriously vanished island are now off-limits to any inquiries or disturbances. S.H.I.E.L.D. will conduct an investigation and will inform you of the results at the earliest opportunity. All you need do is wait. Consequently, this picturesque island, with its potential for tourism development, was marked as submerged by the Marine Bureau of its sovereign nation, and thereafter, it ceased to garner any further attention. Coulson, I am beginning to believe what you said. Coming here feels like stepping into another world. Nick Fury's single, I reflected profound astonishment. Coulson smiled slightly and said, Director, look over there. Following his gesture, Nick Fury beheld a distant sight shrouded in mist, enveloping various parts of the island. However, this mist was peculiar. It seemed substantial, swirling and roiling, even sprouting tendrils that transported construction materials and assembled grand edifices. He was acutely aware that this was no ordinary mist. It was an assembly of countless nanorobots, as Coulson had previously reported. Yet, witnessing it firsthand remained astonishing. Nanorobotic technology has evolved to such an extent, even Stark Industries technology could not possibly achieve this. Extraterrestrial technology. This universe is far more expansive than we can fathom. If I had not witnessed it with my own eyes, I would scarcely have believed it, Coulson mused. He had visited this place on numerous occasions, yet each visit seemed to redefine his understanding. Everything here surpassed the capabilities of earthly technology. Countless nanobots had, in just over 6 months, transformed nearly 3,000 square miles of island into a town reminiscent of a science fiction film. However, this was not a modern structure of glass and steel. Rather, it bore the intricate designs of ancient architecture, enveloped in a mist created by the nanobots, as if stepping into a celestial palace. The island featured a single broad, straight avenue leading to the Grand Hall at its zenith, while peculiar lights and shadows flickered intermittently around the various buildings. Resembling a holographic film or energy circuits, an enigma he could not decipher. The fusion of ancient architecture and advanced technology did not appear fantastical. Instead, it exuded an aura of Eastern mysticism. Viewed from the outside, it resembled a mythical city from an anime, with its design and style shrouded in mystery. Perhaps due to Ye Hua's resemblance to the Han Chinese, the signs and placards throughout the city were inscribed in Chinese. It seemed his current planet leaned closer to the essence of Huaxia culture. As agents, they often evaluated individuals or situations from multiple perspectives, akin to the habitual act of stepping through a doorway with the right foot. Yet today, he had stepped with the left, leading them to ponder the significance of such an action. Heavenly City, Nick Fury murmured, gazing at the 2 gilded characters above the city gate. This was not merely a sign, but rather a plaque, mastering the myriad languages of the world. The head of the agents could easily comprehend the meaning of those upright characters, yet such understanding inevitably led to deeper contemplation. Director, I believe Ye Hua is safe and that he is an ally of S.H.I.L.D., Coulson remarked, catching Fury's eye. Indeed, Fury responded. Otherwise I would not have made a special trip today. As they approached, energy circuits or defensive mechanisms activated along the city walls, and a golden orb of energy materialized, echoing Ye Hua's voice. Since you have arrived, do not linger at the entrance. Come inside. The entire island resonated with Ye Hua's voice, akin to an echo produced by a sound system. The heavy gates slowly opened, revealing a scene reminiscent of a celestial realm, with mist swirling at their feet. Let us proceed. He seems to be aware of our arrival. The nanobot-generated mist transformed into directional signposts, guiding their way forward, indicating that Ye Hua awaited them. In the research hall, Ye Hua observed the astonished expressions of the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents on the screen and smiled faintly. It had been a considerable endeavor. After over 6 months, this base had taken shape and was ready for operation. Now, it merely required the refinement of details and the integration of all programming into a cohesive whole. The ultimate minimalist combat, celestial body, while providing little enhancement to its computational power, is still capable of performing numerous intriguing tasks. For instance, on this island, it possesses an integrated sound system for communication and can keenly detect the slightest rustles of the environment. Additionally, it is equipped with stellar resonance and a flame-grade weapon core. wielding the power to annihilate stars. It can also assist in various mundane tasks, leaving one quite satisfied. Nick Fury and Phil Coulson advanced along the signposts, encountering a continuous stream of novel sights. However, they could only observe, as their latest detection instruments had all malfunctioned. The vast base was clearly visible, yet utterly undetectable, explaining why this island had vanished from satellite imagery. In fact, the instruments had ceased functioning the moment they set foot on the island. But it was only now that they realized it. Nevertheless, through experience and intellect, they discerned many anomalies. For instance, what appeared to be ordinary decorative lanterns were, in truth, energy collectors capable of absorbing ambient free energy, an almost exaggerated technology that should remain in theoretical realms. Moreover, the wooden door, impervious even to a dagger, left no mark, suggesting it was no ordinary wood. It was highly probable that this was a steel base transformed by technology beyond their comprehension into its current form. Before long, Ye Hua welcomed them in the reception room, deeming it unnecessary to convene in the main hall. "Welcome, my friends," he said with a smile as he rose to greet them. Nick Fury surveyed his surroundings and replied, "I appreciate you considering us friends. However, I must inquire why this place has vanished from satellite views. Have you employed some form of signal jamming? There is no need for secrecy. A simple explanation would suffice for me to address the Security Council. The building materials can autonomously block Earth's informational technologies." Ye Hua chuckled, adding, "I know your intentions. You cannot afford such materials, and even if I were to provide them, they are beyond the application of current Earth technology." He elaborated on the supermetal material fused with dark matter, which completely shields optical signals, used in the construction of weapon engines and energy cores, with each hull having its corresponding engine. When interconnected, they place the base under a unique force field, hence its disappearance. As for how you handle the council, that is not my concern. I trust you will find a way. Nick Fury's inquiry was merely a pretext. He sought the technology here, yet the truth remained that he could not afford it. "Very well, let us discuss our trade. You must have completed the combat suits by now." Observing Ye Hua's reluctance to elaborate further, Nick Fury opted to proceed with the matter at hand. Of course, Ye Hua snapped his fingers, and a silver briefcase was brought forth. The nanofiber protective suit is not only waterproof, but also resistant to oil and dirt, with the ability to regenerate damage to some extent. It is as lightweight and comfortable as ordinary textiles, porous and membrane-like, allowing air permeability and breathability while effectively blocking wind and filtering fine particles, providing a barrier against aerosols, biochemical weapons, and toxic substances. Donning this suit transforms one into a veritable superhero. There are a total of 5 pieces, all crafted according to your specifications, with a processing fee of 500 million, to be settled with rare elements. Thank you. When Coulson initially approached for a transaction, one might have presumed he sought some technology or weaponry. I was even prepared to offer the SHIELD dark matter energy cell, guaranteed to surpass Iron Man's reactor in potency. However, who could have guessed that SHIELD desired the abomination S undergarments? Truly remarkable. The vibranium alloy of nanoscale material is beyond SHIELD's manufacturing capabilities. Akin to Captain America's shield, it cannot be analyzed or replicated, yet they covet it, with extraordinary resilience and strength. Even rocket-propelled, armor-piercing rounds cannot harm the abomination S undergarments. If this alloy were to be widely utilized for protective suits tailored for well-trained agents, it would instantly create a super soldier. Naturally, Nick Fury was immensely intrigued. Well then, since these are merely failed prototypes from initial experiments, as long as you are satisfied, that is what matters. As for how much material I clandestinely profited from to construct the base, no one would ever know. With a technological monopoly in place, I dictate the processing cost, which must also include a processing fee. How would this work? Nick Fury opened the briefcase, revealing 10 neatly arranged silver coins, roughly the size of a $1 coin, featuring the emblem of the bald eagle and the full spelling of SHIELD on one side, while the reverse displayed a design resembling a gentleman's suit. This appears to be the final version of the nano-battle suit, crafted as per his request, intended for exceptional situations and unexpected encounters, tailored for specific individuals. Of course, there are more styles than just the suit. Each of these 10 nano-silver coins corresponds to a different clothing design. Nick Fury was quite pleased with Nightwing's approach of creating a device for storing nanoparticles in the form of silver coins, stamped with the S, H, L, D insignia. It is quite simple, fingerprint authentication. Nick Fury nodded in acknowledgement, glancing at Coulson as he decided to gift this nano-battle attire, valued at $2 billion, to his most exceptional and diligent subordinate. Chapter 39. The Avengers' Initiative. Upon donning the nano-battle suit, Coulson underwent an immediate transformation, as if it had been custom-tailored by a master craftsman. It fit perfectly, and from an external perspective, it resembled an ordinary suit, utterly discreet. The enemy would never suspect it to be a suit of extraordinary defensive capability. How does it feel? Coulson, well aware of Nick Fury's inquiry, promptly replied, "Apologies, sir, but I do not perceive any difference. It feels just like regular clothing, albeit more lightweight." Nick Fury certainly could not fathom that he had expended nearly $2 billion in valuable raw materials merely to fabricate an ordinary garment. "Shall I now test its capabilities?" he inquired. Nightingale had no objections, considering he was a significant financial backer. With a slight smile, Nick Fury proposed, "Let's first examine its defensive prowess." He gestured for his subordinates to fire at Coulson. He had faith in the $2 billion nanosuit, as well as in the shooting skills of his agents. However, Coulson felt a surge of apprehension. Numerous thoughts raced through his mind, yet he found himself at a loss for words, compelled to remain steadfast. The bullets sped toward him. Yet Coulson felt little impact, as if an invisible barrier shielded him. The bullets struck him as though they had collided with steel. Their tips deformed as they fell to the ground. Impressive protection, he mused, but what if faced with a stronger assault? As Nick Fury pondered this, he signaled for an even more potent weapon, causing Coulson to tense up. "That will suffice. If you wish to test further, do so at home and refrain from creating chaos here." He waved his hand, instructing the removal of scattered bullet casings. He remarked that this was merely a high-end garment with protective qualities designed to absorb and deflect a significant portion of energy, then release it. Beyond that, it held no further utility. After all, it was composed of a small amount of vibranium, iron, and other metals, supplemented by inferior products generated by solar technology. It was unrealistic to expect exceptional performance. Nevertheless, Nick Fury nodded in satisfaction, while Coulson exhaled in relief, knowing that the nanosuit's testing had been a resounding success. They now awaited its remarkable performance in actual combat. It was somewhat regrettable that it could not accommodate weaponry, for that would enhance its power. Nick Fury sighed as he looked at Nightingale, the implication clear. "Vibranium does not conduct energy, and my weapons are unsuited for you, primarily due to convenience. You could simply conceal a handgun. It would yield the same effect." "Very well. It seems we have no choice but to proceed this way." Nick Fury was reluctant to linger on the matter. He had ample time to experiment with the nanosuit's capabilities. "I have come to request your assistance with two matters. I require a special combat suit and a nanosuit capable of equipping an entire assault team." "Not an issue. You provide the materials, and we will adhere to the old pricing." Nightingale smiled, now having developed a fondness for the contract manufacturing industry. The $2 billion materials were utilized sparingly, with the remainder allocated for constructing a base and expanding the shadow dimension. Additionally, each nanosuit incurred an extra processing fee of $100 million. There was no need for him to intervene personally. The nanorobots could handle the task, as Chanching possessed a well-established process and assembly line. The profits were substantial. Neither money nor materials posed a problem for Nick Fury, who, if truth be told, might even surpass Iron Man in wealth. Is SHIELD intending to construct a space carrier? Not a problem at all. Countries are initially raising $100 billion. Among this, at least half will find its way into the private accounts of the SHIELD agency. Is it a problem for the agency to acquire several Harmony fighter jets? Not at all. The council allocates $10 billion, yet the actual funds that materialize might be less than 1/10 of that. After all, with considerable wealth comes significant influence, backed by the International Security Council. As long as money can resolve matters, nothing is deemed an issue. Does he not realize that this nanosuit is hardly worth $20 billion? How much of that has found its way into Ye Hua's pockets? The transformation of this small island into its current state can certainly be viewed as a covert yet robust support from the SHIELD agency. But what of it? As long as Ye Hua can be manipulated to serve his interests, money is merely an insignificant figure. Power, wealth, and beauty, these are his means to entice Ye Hua. Otherwise, what else on earth would pique the interest of an extraterrestrial deity? Furthermore, since you are already aware of the Avengers Initiative, I would like to extend an invitation for you to join our team as our weapons and equipment advisor. He has offered both wealth and beauty, which Ye Hua has accepted. Now what remains is power. Should you agree, I can grant you security clearance just below mine, giving you access to all resources of the SHIELD agency. You may not realize that making promises is universally applicable. Nick Fury displayed great sincerity. Ye Hua conceded that this proposition was indeed enticing. If the agents of the SHIELD agency were to scour the globe for resources on his behalf, he could confidently produce a fleet of celestial fighter jets and an army of super soldiers. Before Thanos arrives, let us take the initiative against him. However, working for them is out of the question, and the SHIELD agency could never fully serve his interests. The anticipated salary before employment would undoubtedly be significantly reduced by the time it reaches him. With arms crossed and an eyebrow slightly raised, Ye Hua queried, "Why should I join your so-called Avengers Initiative? I do not belong to this world, and there are numerous matters awaiting my attention." Nick Fury, undeterred, urged, "Your abilities are formidable. By joining us, you could protect more people from supernatural threats. You possess advanced technology, while we have resources beyond imagination. Only through collaboration can we achieve a mutually beneficial outcome." Ye Hua scoffed, "You overestimate the SHIELD agency, and do you not have Tony as your consultant?" Nevertheless, considering the SHIELD agency remains a valuable partner, Ye Hua remarked that their current collaborative relationship is quite satisfactory as is, while he did not wish to alter this arrangement. He added, "Should you encounter an insurmountable evil force, I might lend my assistance, but the prospect of my long-term involvement in your plans is utterly impossible." Ye Hua's refusal was resolute, and this was not the first time he had declined the SHIELD agency's invitation. Nick Fury sighed in resignation, realizing he could not force the matter, and reluctantly conceded, "Very well, I hope that when a true crisis arises, we can count on your support." Nevertheless, such an outcome is rather commendable. How could an extraterrestrial being like Ye Hua, or even a deity, possibly function in the mundane capacity of an ordinary agent? As long as you do not create chaos or wreak havoc, and can appear when I require your presence, that suffices. It appears that the so-called gods are rather ordinary after all. At least their monetary and charming advances demonstrate efficacy. Upon receiving a blueprint handed to him by Nick Fury, Ye Hua raised an eyebrow. "Captain America, indeed, it seems you are well informed. We discovered him last week in the Arctic glaciers. He is still alive." Nick Fury nodded, revealing no secrets, for Ye Hua possessed an intimate knowledge of SHIELD, as familiar as one's own garden. Thus, there was no need to conceal Captain America's discovery from him, marking a pivotal moment in the formation of the Avengers. There was another motive for this visit, to gauge Ye Hua's perspective on Captain America. "We are preparing to revive him to lead the Avengers team. I cannot think of anyone more fitting." Indeed, Ye Hua chuckled. An alien prince, a thunderous god, a green giant when angered, a playboy and Iron Man. If one were to count himself as well, who could possibly lead whom? It would be a miracle if they could sit together without demolishing the place. As for Black Widow and Hawkeye, they are merely supplementary. "So, you wish for me to craft a nanotech battle suit for Captain America?" Ye Hua's expression suddenly turned peculiar. "What? Is there a problem?" "No. If Captain America dons a nanotech suit alongside Black Widow and Hawkeye, it would be akin to a novice village equipped with divine armaments. That unfortunate fellow, Loki, would undoubtedly question his existence, and the Chitauri would surely weep. Likewise, due to my own circumstances, Tony's Iron Man suits are frequently updated. The current Iron Man is undeniably formidable. Moreover, Nick Fury's aspirations are quite grand. In addition to commissioning Captain America's nanotech suit, he also seeks 30 standard battle suits for the SHIELD strike team, complete with helmets. He even inquired whether I possessed powerful weapons that could be wielded by ordinary individuals yet wield tremendous might. A comprehensive upgrade? A cohort of budget Black Panthers? Intriguing. Very well, it appears to be a substantial order, but do you possess sufficient vibranium? 1 kilogram of vibranium and other materials worth billions can only produce 5 sets of nanotech suits. No deception here. Bargaining is not supported. Ye Hua chuckled. envisioning a vast array of resources flowing in abundance. 1 kilogram of vibranium can only yield 5 sets of nanotech suits? Huh. Each suit requires less than 10 grams. After all, considering they're defective and subpar, one cannot expect quality. As for the weaponry, I have some ideas. A quantum energy rifle, powered by solar energy, capable of providing nearly limitless firepower, eco-friendly and devoid of pollution. Although the use of vibranium is not strictly necessary, it remains quite expensive. Indeed, the prevalence of individuals engaging in technological monopolies must have its reasons, primarily because it is immensely gratifying. You can exploit others to the brink, and they will still express gratitude. Upon hearing the news of the quantum energy rifle, Nick Fury's eyes sparkled. The price was inconsequential, but the key factor was its formidable power. You see, he was genuinely pleased. Ye Hua nodded, assuring him that the weapon would be more than capable of handling the majority of supernatural beings. As for the pricing, in terms of vibranium, our SHIELD agency has a limited supply. To my knowledge, these battle suits do not require an excessive amount of vibranium. Perhaps we can negotiate a purchase using alternative resources. That is out of the question. Without vibranium, we cannot manufacture such a plethora of equipment. In light of the substantial order, I may concede on less critical materials. But with a versatile metal like vibranium, I scarcely have enough for myself. Any little bit I can acquire is valuable. We cannot simply return to Wakanda and threaten the old king. That would be exceedingly rude. Nick Fury found himself at a loss. Ye Hua was adamant that 200 grams of vibranium were essential to fabricate a single set of nano-armor, leaving him to seek solutions elsewhere. He was curious about the source of Ye Hua's vibranium, as it seemed inexhaustible, but inquiries were met with silence. After a lengthy negotiation, both parties joyfully reached an agreement. Chapter 40. I have a plan. The transaction with SHIELD undoubtedly constituted a major order, further endearing Ye Hua to the head of the agency. If everything progressed as smoothly as anticipated, the precious materials siphoned off would exceed imagination, with nearly 99 of them being superfluous. He could allocate them as he saw fit. With these resources, he could effectively expand his shadow dimension by more than double. Moreover, with such abundant support, he could successfully establish numerous powerful technological frameworks. A truly formidable shadow dimension embodies the pinnacle of civilization's technology and wisdom. Many items and technologies may not be utilized, yet they are undeniably essential. Otherwise, how could one claim omniscience and omnipotence? For this reason, Ye Hua resolutely decided to meticulously craft a unique, unprecedented, and epic-making weapon for them. After all, it would be remiss to allow them to provide such resources without recompense. Thus, this weapon would not only feature remarkable characteristics, such as high efficiency and zero pollution emissions, but its design would also achieve a balance of compactness and imposing presence. Simultaneously, its inherent power would be astonishing, leaving one utterly speechless. Noteworthy is the weapon's nearly limitless energy supply and inexhaustible ammunition reserves. A one-time purchase would yield lifelong benefits, enabling effortless navigation through even the most daunting challenges or complex situations. Integrating quantum physics with advanced nanotechnology, a miniature quantum energy core is embedded, employing quantum entanglement to convert ambient energy sources, such as solar and thermal energy, into high-density electrical power. This rifle harnesses the principles of quantum entanglement to achieve efficient energy conversion and storage, thus offering an almost limitless firepower output. In simpler terms, it stands as a perpetual motion weapon capable of leveling entire cities, a nuclear-level infantry rifle. Nick Fury, merely listening to its description, felt an overwhelming desire, almost drooling with excitement. However, a significant hurdle remained. He could not afford it. Crafted from lightweight composite materials like carbon fiber and titanium alloy, the embedded miniature quantum energy core technology comes at an astronomical price. Much like Iron Man's arc reactor, its production cost may not be outrageous. Yet the technological value is beyond imagination. Not to mention, this weapon promises perpetual motion and zero pollution, delivering nuclear-level power with every shot. Ye Hua generously offered a friendship price of 100 billion, asserting that he was not profiting from the deal. Regardless of my cost price, the current technological capabilities on Earth cannot produce such a groundbreaking super energy rifle. 100 billion truly seems like a bargain. Although SHIELD possesses substantial funds, this price remains somewhat excessive. Such strategic weapons cannot be deployed on a large scale. After all, nuclear weapons serve as deterrents rather than being handed out for every soldier to wield on the battlefield. I need to assess the situation and equip assault teams, rather than aiming for everyone to possess nuclear launch codes. Nonetheless, as the saying goes, even the smallest mosquito contributes meat. Technology is the primary productive force. Ye Hua indicated that as long as resources are in place, any weaponry requirements could be met. The quantum energy rifle you mentioned is sufficient for the present. Naturally, Nick Fury would not let such a strategic weapon slip away. It's merely 100 billion. For the sake of maintaining peace on Earth, the Council shall fund it. Ultimately, the two successfully reached an agreement, with the total value potentially soaring to 200 billion in resources, which SHIELD would expedite. The forthcoming supply delivery and our collaboration would be managed by Agent Clark. Rumor has it that the two have made substantial progress and even shared a bed, thus ensuring that each individual's talents are utilized effectively. Ye Hua, spending most of his time on the island, rarely returns to the villa, which is not conducive to nurturing their relationship. Nick Fury is entirely considering Ye Hua's best interests. Ye Hua shrugged. Compared to 200 billion in resources, this matter seemed trivial. After bidding farewell to SHIELD, Ye Hua proceeded to the research hall. Well then, it was time to commence work again. In this sci-fi-esque weapon development laboratory, the central massive display screen flickered with data, resembling the intertwining light of countless stars in the cosmos, while the metallic walls depicted energy circuits in a beautiful and resplendent manner. The nanocloud robots continuously emerge upon the workbench, akin to diminutive sprites dispatched throughout the small island, busily weaving between various instruments. Antimatter bombs and antimatter energy cells quietly rest nearby, exuding a disquieting aura. Yet, in truth, these so-called formidable weapons, the pinnacle of human technology, are of little significance within this laboratory, regarded by Ye Hua as mere currency for extraterrestrial trade. With the establishment of Tianqing, such trivial tasks can now be entrusted entirely to the nanorobots. The power gem, it seems, remains inscrutable in its composition and rules, requiring over a decade for elucidation. By then, it will be too late. On another analytical apparatus, a violet power gem hovers, temporarily uncertain of its purpose due to computational constraints. Unless one engages directly, clumsily wielding it might unlock the rules governing all powers and formidable physical defenses. Otherwise, it would be cast into a stellar energy furnace to extract its boundless energy as fuel. In comparison to infinite energy and the prospect of being a headstrong warrior, I find myself more inclined towards its principles, concepts, if you will. These are the fundamental tenets for crafting the Void engine, upgrading to the 4th generation divine body, and achieving immortality. At this stage of technology, we dwell in the realm of concepts. I hope that the next upgrade will expedite the analytical process, providing me with a profound insight into the rules and concepts surrounding the power gem. Next comes the weaponry. The alloy, a perfect amalgamation of solar technology, vibranium, and URU metal, is arguably the finest metal in existence. The production of the new Emperor armor has long been completed, as it requires neither excessive nor overly powerful dark matter computers. Efficient energy conduction and simple energy analysis suffice. Moreover, I possess the Aurora Shield and the Aurora Sword. These are the pivotal research projects. Currently, the construction of the weapon engines for both is nearing completion, and the fully realized Emperor armor shall soon be unveiled. Glancing around at the plethora of accomplishments, all painstakingly crafted from nothing, I acknowledge the invaluable contribution of the nanocloud robots. Standing at the center of the laboratory, I take a deep breath and declare to the air, initiate the nanocloud robot weapon manufacturing program. In an instant, the surrounding nanocloud robots swiftly converge, forming a luminous cloud. Entering the dark dimension, I retrieve data related to spacecraft-level civilization weaponry. The quantum energy rifle begins to generate its production template. As for the quantum energy rifle, there is little to elaborate upon. It is a straightforward replication. However, the high-powered individual combat weapon requested by Nick Fury poses a challenge. As the database contains only its name and origin, rendering it unworthy of storage space. It appears my abilities shall be put to the test. Ye Hua smiled, and soon ideas began to flourish in his mind. How about the Victory Hypergun? This sidearm, utilized by the Victory Squad to combat monsters, boasts both an appealing design and remarkable functionality. He commenced the generation of design blueprints. With the assistance of the genetic engine, the screen before Ye Hua was instantly adorned with the design of the Victory Hypergun. After making several modifications, he perfectly replicated its intended appearance from the series. Energy source and photonic conversion settings were established, and a scheme was generated. Data transmission began. Ye Hua issued commands, and the robotic cloud swiftly morphed, embarking on the construction of the weapon's framework. Here, all necessary equipment was available. As the nanobots moved with astonishing speed, within moments, a sleek energy pistol emerged, predominantly silver, accented with black and gold. Technology knows no bounds. Every concept can be transformed into reality. Ye Hua grasped the pistol, a smile playing on his lips. Victory Squad mobilize. Not only was the exterior faithfully restored, but I also equipped it with 6 types of energy magazines capable of firing energy rounds, lasers, freezing blasts, electric shocks, illumination, and signal flares. One must ponder the integrity of such ingenuity. Naturally, these were mere trifles. Once the commands were input, the nanobots could autonomously operate the equipment to produce the desired results. Ye Hua toyed with the Victory Hypergun in his hands before setting it aside, redirecting his focus to his prior endeavors in the laboratory. He proceeded to another section of the lab, where a special apparatus housed a sphere of golden liquid, an entity resembling a metallic orb, yet composed of various genetic data chains. This was the blueprint for the super soldier genetic engine of the solar flare variant. Genes, gene enhancement fluid, and genetic engines are worlds apart, especially the genetic engine, which presents an extraordinary level of complexity. Even the materials required are scarce on Earth, with only a fraction available. Were it not for the significant contributions from Blue Sister, along with the resource provisions from the Shandar Star benefactors and the Tawan Group, he would not have been able to commence the development of the genetic engine at this juncture. This, however, is merely a matter of materials. The enormous data that must be computed poses a true challenge. The weapon engine pales in comparison. Nonetheless, after considerable time, some progress had been achieved. Ye Hua approached the apparatus holding the genetic engine blueprint, scrutinizing the golden liquid intently. He understood that every genetic data chain was crucial, leaving no room for even the slightest error. He began to correct the data discrepancies to ensure compatibility with human genes without causing mutations. Ye Hua activated a nearby ultra-precise analyzer, placing the sample of the liquid within. The analyzer whirred to life, processing at high speed, while an array of data cascaded across the screen. What he sought was a flawless super soldier, not the mutated products resulting from Morgana's gene virus. The solar flare would undoubtedly ascend to greatness in this world. Ye Hua's gaze remained fixed on the screen, unwavering, as his mind raced to analyze and interpret the intricate and vast data before him. Chapter 41. Genetic Engineering, Genetic Engineering. Super soldiers, and even the divine can all be traced back to the primordial genetic enhancement project of the Divine River Civilization. This initiative aimed solely to augment biological functions and extend the lifespan of living beings. Through pure genetic enhancement, organisms could attain physical capabilities far surpassing their peers. This marks the inception of what is known as first-generation supergene technology. As interstellar travel progressed and technology advanced, the initial iteration of supergene engineering became inadequate. Thus, the gene engine was born, endowing organisms with extraordinary powers, enabling them to soar through the skies, traverse the earth, and manipulate the elements of wind, fire, and lightning, thus unlocking infinite potential within their strength. Super soldiers began to emerge as extraordinary entities, distinctly separate from ordinary humans, boasting lifespans exceeding a millennium. However, despite their advantages, super soldiers are not without their flaws. Firstly, the strength of biological genes has its limits. Infinite enhancement is unattainable. Secondly, the gene engine requires spatial accommodation within an organism. It cannot be overly burdened. The more potent the gene engine, the greater the genetic space required, rendering multiple gene engines impractical. This implies that multi-capacity super soldiers possess relatively low strength, often limited to a singular extraordinary ability. Moreover, activating the gene engine necessitates the consumption of biological energy. How much energy can a living organism harbor? Most crucially, and the most fatal flaw of super soldiers is their mortality. Upon death, a super soldier is reduced to nothing more than a decaying mass of flesh, leaving no remnants behind. The pursuit of immortality and greater power is an inevitable aspect of all life forms and civilizations. Hence, dark dimension technology was employed, giving rise to the nominally initial version of the divine. Imagine if a supportive device were constructed in the dark dimension, with its output port connected to a super soldier. Would it not enhance the super soldier's combat prowess once more? For instance, envision a large energy shield device crafted in the dark dimension, enveloping the surface of a super soldier with a protective energy barrier at all times. This would confer upon a diminutive biological entity the defensive capabilities of an interstellar battleship. By replicating the functional components of an interstellar battleship within the dark dimension and setting the output port on the super soldier, one could successfully bestow upon a living organism the performance characteristics of an interstellar vessel. How powerful is that? Off the charts indeed. Thus, the third generation of super soldiers was born. Yet, even then, they were not divine, as they remained susceptible to death and could still be defeated. The concept of divinity arose from the successful implementation of the third generation super soldiers, leading the scientists of the Divine River civilization to propose an even more audacious vision. If the integration of weaponry and devices into the dark dimension could endow super soldiers with the capabilities of such weaponry, what about other technologies? Gene repair devices possess the ability to heal ailments and injuries. Theoretically, through continuous cellular repair, an organism could achieve immortality. If such devices were also constructed in the dark dimension, it would be possible to create super soldiers who are truly immortal. The central database encompasses all the knowledge of the Divine River civilization. If this knowledge were to be replicated and placed within the shadow dimension, it could potentially give rise to an omniscient super warrior. Consequently, various technological devices from the civilization could be constructed within the shadow realm, allowing for the creation of an all-powerful super warrior. What would be the implications of endowing a super warrior with the attributes of immortality, omniscience, and omnipotence? It would mean that the Divine River civilization has successfully birthed a deity. From that moment forth, the hyperdivine universe transitioned into an era dominated by the shadow dimension. The other powers developed, such as the King Smite, serve merely as auxiliary support for the output of the shadow dimension, akin to varying engine outputs and performances among individuals. However, the differences are minimal. Initially, there was no hierarchy among the gods. After all, they were all immortal oddities, rendering distinctions unnecessary. It was not until the angelic civilization's divine, Kaisha, first comprehended the super gene code that could sustain the immortality of the gods and applied it to the few angelic warriors in herself, achieving ultimate eternity, that she delineated a clear definition for super warriors and gods. The first generation of super warriors, through pure genetic enhancement, allowed beings to attain physical qualities far superior to their kin. The second generation of super warriors, equipped with genetic engines, enabled beings to harness natural energy. The third generation of super warriors employed shadow dimension technology, extending their genetic makeup to its utmost limit. The first generation of divine bodies, based on the third generation of super warriors, deciphered the super gene code, resulting in immortal super warriors. The second generation of divine bodies built upon the first, expanding into the shadow dimension to a significant extent, producing immensely powerful super warriors. The third generation of divine bodies possesses immortality, omniscience, and omnipotence, comparable to an entire civilization, encompassing all its wisdom and technology. In regard to super warriors and gods, she established a just order. At that time, Kaisha was already the king of the gods. And since the angelic civilization's technology was at the forefront of the universe, there were naturally no objections. Everyone accepted her classifications. Life entails both birth and death. The angels are free to adhere to their own rules, but they need not interfere with us. Similarly, the discovery of the supercode was not exclusive to the angels. Figures such as Kiran, Karl, and the Radiant Sun civilization also discovered and mastered it. This conceptual code could be disseminated throughout the universe, allowing for regeneration wherever sufficient energy and matter exist. During her rebellious phase, Morgana forsook the angelic city and, utilizing this technology, birthed the demon civilization, defying the angels' just order and thus being deemed evil. Of course, this was of no concern to her, as she sought to develop a super warrior genetic engine that harmonized the ideologies and beliefs of the radiant sun, angels, and demons. After all, in this world, I am the supreme deity of technology. Who could possibly challenge me? Ye Hua busied himself in the laboratory, surrounded by the blinking lights of various intricate instruments. The development of the genetic engine had reached a critical stage, and every piece of data was of utmost importance. The core program of the gene engine undergoes alteration, modifying the cognitive logic. Loyalty and bravery are paramount. A super soldier must remain steadfastly loyal to the sun god, to the celestial city, and to their duties. In the face of any decision rendered by the sun god, one must possess the courage to take responsibility, to dedicate oneself, and to sacrifice if necessary. Once an ordinary individual is implanted with the blazing sun version of the gene engine, it becomes their lifelong conviction, the sole reason for their existence, rendering any possibility of doubt or rebellion utterly inconceivable. Otherwise, one might question the purpose behind expending such tremendous effort and vast resources. Was it merely for amusement? Such methods are hallmarks of a demonic civilization. The implantation of thought information, the violent destruction of original genes, and even the obliteration of former life forms. Hence, Morgana is deemed a demon, for she desecrates the sanctity of life, forcibly altering the trajectory of existence, ensuring that demons can never transcend Morgana's intellect. With their future potential laid bare, the blazing sun adheres to the traditional method of creation, wherein the gene engine is implanted during the embryonic formation within the mother's womb. It is precisely for this reason that the blazing sun does not require any modifications. In contrast, the angelic beings adopt a selective model. Following the ascension of Keisha, a multitude of female angels have retired in pursuit of love and beauty, selecting from the offspring of these angels and providing resources to unlock their angelic genes. The Super God Academy invests substantial time and resources in fine-tuning the super genes, ensuring their transmission through successive generations of ordinary individuals until adaptation and integration are achieved. However, if one wishes to rapidly acquire super soldiers, it appears that demonic methods are the only recourse, allowing life to adapt to the super genes rather than forcing the super genes to accommodate the implanted life. As for the potential for mutation or catastrophic failure, only through the attempted implantation can one ascertain the outcome. The opening of the gene engine to access the dark dimension privileges, connecting to the dark dimension network, and sharing the ability to absorb stellar energy and release flames is the pivotal step. The second-generation super soldier gene engine, a pseudo-third-generation super soldier, references the methodology of angelic civilization, where the construction of the dark dimension has consistently been the sole domain of the divine Keisha. The dark dimension required for the super soldiers can be profited from one's own dark dimension. A networked approach to dark dimension construction can lead to more concentrated resources and an expedited civilizational progress. In truth, the blazing sun initially employed a similar methodology, albeit with deficiencies. The flaw being that once the mainframe goes offline, all subsidiary units cease operation, rendering the dark dimension super soldiers negligible. This explains why, in the absence of a supreme deity, the entire civilization of the blazing sun could not contend with the likes of Sun Wukong, who lacked celestial battlecraft. Later, they adopted a strategy where the supreme deity retains half of the resources while the remainder is distributed among others to construct their own dark dimensions. This approach ensures that even in the temporary absence of the supreme deity, combat effectiveness does not drastically diminish, thus preventing exploitation. I, however, harbor no such concerns. I am the entirety of this endeavor. If I were to go offline, what value would a super soldier hold? The endeavor to co-create a shadow realm, subsequently sharing the privileges of its utilization, serves to enhance control, with a singular individual dictating the entirety of civilization's affairs. This is precisely the reason Morgana refers to Kaisa as a dictator. Knight finds this approach remarkably fitting for himself. The technology of the blazing sun, the management of angels, and the cultivation methods of demons are ideally suited for this tumultuous world, enabling the swift acquisition of a formidable cadre of super warriors. By integrating all data, the construction commenced. A golden energy sphere began to flicker, with genetic codes flowing like a torrent, merging seamlessly with all programming and settings until a gradual stabilization was achieved. Was success attained? Within a specialized apparatus, a metallic energy sphere hovered in midair, seemingly composed entirely of data and genetic codes. The core of the genetic engine had been successfully constructed and stabilized. The blazing genetic engine, powered by stellar energy, possesses the ability to unleash flames. The external manifestation of this capability holds little significance. As long as permissions are granted to the genetic engine, it will harness the power of stellar energy. By unlocking the technical permissions, its divine capabilities could unfold into infinite possibilities. The crux lies in whether this genetic engine can maintain stability. Further data analysis is essential, for only after integrating the genetic engine can one ascertain its suitability. Gazing at the genetic engine, which could arguably be deemed a success, Knight's mind began to contemplate a notion. Chapter 42. Unexpected delight with the research and development of the genetic engine achieving a pivotal success. The Super Warrior Project, which had consumed vast resources, could finally be formally initiated. The mere thought of soon possessing a cadre of unparalleled, indomitable, and fiercely loyal super warriors ignited an indescribable thrill and anticipation within him. However, a crucial step remained to be addressed: acquiring detailed data post-integration of the genetic engine. Only through an in-depth analysis and study of this authentic data could the potential for rekindling the blazing sun civilization in this world be definitively established. Undoubtedly, this represents the fulcrum upon which the entire plan's success or failure pivots. Otherwise, even if a super genetic engine were created, its worth would be nullified if it could not be flawlessly integrated into the genetics of ordinary individuals in this world. Upon reflection, it seems there is little cause for excessive concern. Given the current data at hand, this genetically engineered creation stands as a paragon of perfection, devoid of any conspicuous flaws or risks, at least from his perspective. Even should unforeseen circumstances arise, the most probable scenario would likely involve compatibility issues between the Earthling's genetics and the engine. However, such challenges are not insurmountable. At worst, they might lead to certain individuals experiencing genetic mutations during the transformation process, potentially resulting in the emergence of non-human entities. This is hardly significant, as there inherently exist notable discrepancies in the biological genes among different species. To completely mitigate the effects of such differences, it suffices to continuously refine and modify the gene engine throughout subsequent experimental processes, rather than hastily seeking individuals to evaluate the adaptability of the gene engine. It is more prudent to await an opportune moment. Considering the timeline, now that Captain America has been unearthed, Loki should soon be leading his army to invade Earth. Only through the trials of life and death can one's exceptional character be truly revealed. And it is through the computation of large-scale population data that we can identify super soldiers who meet our precise criteria. After all, if individuals implanted with the gene engine already possess the admirable traits we seek, it is far more acceptable than attempting to alter a person's behavior directly, as they would hardly notice any significant change or discomfort. Thus, let us proceed with preparations. When the Chitauri army descends, we shall surprise the world. As for whether the Ancient One will have any opinions on this matter, that could be addressed in due course. We may only need to wait a few more years until the Ancient One and Odin have passed, and then we shall see who dares to interfere. Returning to the topic at hand, the Super Soldier program and the resurgence of solar civilization are merely ancillary. Their primary purpose is not to assist in our battles, but rather to provide a backdrop for a deity of stature. Likewise, the construction of a dark dimension comparable to an entire civilization and the development of celestial computers cannot all be accomplished single-handedly. If that were the case, one would be perpetually traversing the universe in search of resources, spending every day in the laboratory on infrastructure. Tasks such as these, which can be delegated to subordinates, certainly do not require personal involvement. With the successful case of the Flame Gene Engine data stored, the potential for countless more is now at hand. Provided the resources are adequate, there is no difficulty in reproducing such endeavors. We shall now initiate the next research project, transforming the Imperial Steed into a dragon. As for collaborations with S, H, I, E, L, D, or dealings with aliens, the technological requirements are too low to necessitate direct involvement. Nanobots will handle everything. As Nightingale prepared to explore the transformation of the Imperial Steed, the Dark Dimension detected quantum communication. This was communication I had permitted, capable of accessing dark messages. Nebula, long time no see. Upon the appearance of Blue Sister's holographic projection, Nightingale greeted her warmly. Regardless of Nebula's disposition or character, she has undeniably proven herself to be an exemplary worker, having gathered an impressive array of resource information and trades for me in just half a year. Without her contributions, relying solely on the limited resources produced on Earth would make it impossible to develop the gene engine and weapon engines, let alone facilitate the rapid advancement of my current projects. Are you on a spaceship? How are you executing missions across the universe? Nebula nodded subtly, a barely perceptible smile gracing her lips. Yet the joy she harbored within was not for the ears of others. She craved affirmation and recognition, but alas, she could never surpass her sister. Within the dominion of Thanos, she felt eternally ensnared as a loser, a forsaken one. Others in the cosmos regarded her with fear and disdain. Wherever Gamora was present, there was no place for her. In stark contrast, Ye Hua offered her a sense of significance and psychological solace. Steeling herself, Nebula spoke, "I have located 2 stars of identical mass that will collide and merge. I am uncertain of your intentions, but if you wish to witness this event, you should hurry." What? You found them so quickly? Upon hearing this, Ye Hua's interest was piqued. "Share your coordinates with me. I shall come at once." Upon receiving Nebula's cosmic location, Ye Hua cast aside all her research, calculated the coordinates, and promptly opened a portal to Nebula's spacecraft, for this matter held great importance for her. Right there, the two exchanged no pleasantries. Nebula's task-oriented nature prevailed as she pointed to the immense brilliance ahead. The tremendous gravitational forces of the 2 stars had locked onto each other, with their eventual collision likely to occur within hours, days, or even years. I am somewhat perplexed. What is your purpose in seeking such stars? Wait a moment. I shall explain later. There was no time for elaboration. Ye Hua's sole desire was to ascertain whether these were indeed the stars she sought, and if they could fulfill the requirements for the creation of supermaterial. Entering the Dark Dimension, she began to gather stellar data. After the formation of the universe, matter coalesced under the influence of gravity, giving rise to stars, planets, and galaxies. Under the same gravitational forces, they would also collide. On this grand cosmic stage, countless galactic collisions may have transpired, possibly in a relatively short time frame. The 2 stars before them were likely ejected from their respective galaxies during a collision, cast away by gravitational forces, thus becoming rogue stars. This, however, was of little consequence. What truly mattered was that the trajectories of these 2 stars were perfectly opposed, and their mass, formation time, and combustion rates were astonishingly similar. This indicated that she need not intervene. She merely had to await their collision. Marvelous. These are the stars I require. Nebula, thank you. How about a warm embrace? After acquiring the data of the 2 stars, Ye Hua was genuinely elated. Nebula had bestowed upon her a magnificent surprise. Finding stars that met her criteria without external interference was no small feat, particularly amidst the vastness of the universe. It required a stroke of luck, more elusive than finding a needle in a haystack. Though the nebula experienced a flicker of emotion, it ultimately found itself unable to express its feelings. Casting a fleeting glance at Ye Hua, "What exactly do you intend to accomplish?" "For a substance known as the super-energy factor," he replied. "The collision of stars is not merely an explosive bang or a swift fusion. Rather, it involves a complex interplay of surrounding materials and gravitational forces. When 2 stars approach one another closely, their gravitational pull disturbs the surrounding matter, leading to phenomena such as the formation of material clouds and the ejection of jets. These occurrences may persist for an extended duration until the matter redistributes and attains a new equilibrium. Subsequently, the 2 stars may either merge or pass by one another. When stars of equal mass collide under the right conditions, a plethora of supersubstances is generated, one of which is the super-energy factor. While this factor holds little significance for the universe or the super warriors, serving merely as a form of energy, it is of immense value to the Solarians, who harness stellar energy technology as it accelerates genetic development. In the realm of fantasy literature, it could be likened to a cheat device for rapid cultivation, uniquely bound to the user. To elucidate further would complicate matters unnecessarily. Suffice it to say that the collision of these two stars will yield an energy factor that can significantly shorten my path to strength. Given my current capabilities, I am not yet able to fabricate such a substance independently. Nebula, you have truly been of tremendous assistance this time. Without being a genuine third-generation deity, lacking the support of celestial computers and the comparable dark dimensions of entire civilizations, I cannot manipulate the movements of stars. To acquire this energy factor, I must rely on fortune. As it stands, our luck, whether mine or that of the nebula, seems remarkably favorable. It matters not, as long as it serves your purpose, Nebula responded, maintaining a calm demeanor, though internally she felt a sense of fulfillment. This interaction allowed her to feel valued and needed by Ye Hua, alleviating her perception of being merely a killing machine. And how do you plan to collect that factor? She inquired. My ship cannot approach too closely, and as they are on the verge of collision, the surrounding gravitational fields are chaotic. To venture into their gravitational range recklessly could lead to destruction. At that moment, Nebula's vessel remained at a considerable distance, yet to enter the genuine gravitational influence. From afar, it resembled two luminous ping-pong balls interlinked in the dark cosmos. Of course, the two stars had yet to initiate their collision, a process that would still require several days. Rest assured, I have my methods, Ye Hua replied with a smile. When it comes to harnessing stellar energy technology, we Solarans do not claim the first position. Even the angels would not dare to assert such a title. As pioneers in genetic engineering, capable of approaching stars under any circumstances, our prowess is not mere rhetoric. Chapter 43. A bountiful harvest in the vast expanse of the universe. Two colossal stars approached each other at an astonishing velocity, their gravitational forces intertwining and distorting the surrounding space. As the distance between them gradually diminished, material from their surfaces was torn away, giving rise to magnificent stellar storms. Yet this was merely the interaction of gravity. The true collision of the stars had yet to commence. How beautiful, murmured Nebula, captivated by the breathtaking spectacle of the cosmos, a beauty she had overlooked until now. Although the scene of stellar collision was not yet unfolding, the immense gravitational pull had already drawn the two massive stars closer together. A torrent of energy erupted outward in the form of light and heat, resembling an opulent fireworks display igniting in the depths of space. The already warped fabric of space appeared as a crumpled silk, with light bending into extraordinary arcs within it. The scene was akin to the dawn of creation, with resplendent illumination piercing the dark void of the universe. Standing side by side within the spacecraft, they gazed at the distant stars, which from afar resembled two fervent ping-pong balls entwined. Ye Hua smiled, reflecting on the marvel of stars as the most wondrous celestial bodies in the universe. Their existence infused the dark cosmos with light and hope, playing an irreplaceable role in the continuity of life. As a being of solar light, his profound love for stars rendered this spectacle indescribably magnificent and beautiful. He gazed intently at the stars that drew closer together, lost in thought, driven by an instinctive yearning. Indeed, the universe was replete with breathtaking vistas, contingent merely upon the company one kept. Nebula glanced at Ye Hua with a subtle expression, hesitating for a moment before speaking. There is something you may need to be aware of. Your planet, Earth, has drawn attention and may soon face invasion. Upon hearing this, Ye Hua raised an eyebrow, realizing that Loki, Thor's unfortunate brother, had evidently made contact with Thanos. It was surprising that Nebula would divulge such information, yet it was also somewhat expected. I understand. There are many powerful beings on Earth who do not fear war. Ye Hua chuckled lightly, refraining from further inquiry, and Nebula, too, chose not to elaborate. Above all, you must exercise caution, she warned. How should I put it? Nebula clearly harbors feelings for me, perhaps even a nascent concept of affection. As my acknowledgement of her efforts and dedication has bestowed upon her a warmth she has never experienced before. Such a seemingly mundane matter has become serious to her, intertwined with her upbringing and Thanos' deliberate influences. However, despite this, I shall refrain from divulging further, as I do not wish to attract Thanos' attention just yet. Since Nebula is a cyborg, her mind has been transformed into a specialized memory storage unit, allowing Thanos to access any of her memories at will. In such circumstances, it is exceedingly difficult to place genuine trust in her, even if she harbors affection for me. Ye Hua shook his head and sighed, lamenting the poor child. What is the matter? Noticing Ye Hua's expression of pity, Xingyun could not help but inquire. It is nothing. By the way, I have a gift for you. Regardless, Xingyun had indeed rendered me a significant service this time. Otherwise, locating 2 stars on the verge of collision amidst the vast cosmos, while adhering to my specific criteria, would have been an endeavor more challenging than finding a needle in a haystack. As he spoke, Ye Hua retrieved a finely crafted butterfly knife from the base on Earth. The blade shimmered with a cold metallic luster, and intricate, enigmatic patterns adorned the hilt, resembling a masterpiece of art. What is this? Xingyun asked. Her curiosity piqued as she gazed at Ye Hua. This is a butterfly knife, specially forged for you. It is made from the same metal as my silver wing, and it is incredibly sharp. I hope you will like it. Ye Hua smiled as he presented the butterfly knife to Xingyun. Taking the butterfly knife, a glimmer of surprise flickered in her eyes as she gently caressed the blade. A gift? Ye Hua's silver blade was extraordinarily sharp, slicing through a spacecraft as effortlessly as one would cut through paper. A blade of equal caliber, like the ice blade, was impossible for anyone to refuse. Why have you suddenly gifted me this? Is it a reward? It seems these 2 stars are of great significance to you. Indeed, this matter holds immense importance, and you have been of tremendous help. Ye Hua's gaze was tender and sincere. If you must consider it a reward, then so be it. Deities are not forged in a day or two. In the past, the Liang star hastened the emergence of a new supreme deity by amassing resources during Raina's childhood, elevating her to the 3rd generation of divine bodies in a remarkably short time, and equipping her with a perfected dark dimension. However, the consequence of such an endeavor was that Raina became a wandering star, unable to control her own powers due to her genetic development and knowledge reserves. Later, during the calibration of the Solar Light gene engine, the Liang civilization discovered a supermaterial that could only be generated through stellar collisions, effectively addressing this issue and accelerating the development of super warrior genes. In simpler terms, it served as a cultivation cheat. I believe that once I acquire this energy factor, I will swiftly ascend once more, rather than spending nearly a decade to meet the promotion requirements as in the past. Thus, my sister Lan is truly reliable. She has brought me a tremendous surprise. Xingyun's cheeks flushed slightly. Thank you. This is the best gift I have ever received, whether as a reward or a present. This was indeed her first experience receiving such a weapon, capable of cleaving through spacecraft and extraordinarily sharp, leaving her thoroughly satisfied. Xingyun played with the butterfly knife, twirling it, yet her eyes unconsciously drifted towards Ye Hua. Sensing her gaze, Ye Hua smiled gently. A girl adept at wielding a butterfly knife was undeniably impressive. The moment had arrived. Before long, the 2 stars of equal mass collided under the influence of gravity, resulting in a true cataclysm. The brilliance emanating from the collision is extraordinarily radiant, illuminating vast expanses of the dark cosmos. The intensely heated material from within the stars is cast outward, resembling blossoms of flame blooming in the void. Their hues ranging from searing white to profound red, intertwining and merging. Beneath this exquisite splendor, small asteroids and clouds of dust are instantaneously vaporized, transformed into the tiniest particles that blend into this luminous spectacle. Subsequently, a powerful shockwave propagates into the far reaches of the universe, stirring even the coldest nebulae into tumult, as if announcing the lingering might of this grand collision. I shall remain here. I must collect the energy particles, for they will soon appear, Ye Hua stated, donning the upgraded Emperor's armor and securing the helmet. Wait, do you mean to go there now? Nebula exclaimed, attempting to dissuade him. She had initially believed Ye Hua intended to gather the materials ejected from the stellar collision at the periphery of the galaxy. However, it now appeared he sought to approach the colliding stars themselves. What madness is this? Fear not. I possess means to contend with it, he replied. In ordinary circumstances, he could even take a bath in the sun, yet the immense energy unleashed by the collision of 2 stars rendered such proximity unattainable, posing a significant challenge, fraught with peril. However, fortune favors the bold. After all, he lacked a celestial computer and could not afford to wait a century or more to ascend to divinity. By then, the opportunity would be long gone. As Ye Hua donned his armor, the weapon engines absorbed the force of the stellar collision, allowing him to approach the surface of the star unscathed. When the 2 stars finally collided, the entirety of the universe seemed to ignite. A tremendous release of energy generated intense brilliance and shock waves that radiated outward. The cores of the stars fused together, creating an even larger celestial body. During this process, the internal materials of the stars were subjected to extreme compression, with temperature and pressure rising sharply. The newly formed star commenced nuclear fusion, unleashing an abundance of energy and light. Simultaneously, the energy particles he sought began to manifest amidst the high temperature and pressure. As the materials within the stars reacted with their surroundings and resonated with the solar light engine, achieving a fragile equilibrium. Now is the moment. Enter the dark dimension, activate the solar light interface, and commence the capture of super energy particles. Select direct injection into the divine body. Suddenly, as a torrent of searing energy surged into his being, Ye Hua felt as though he were on the verge of combustion. The intensity of this heat was unbearable, even for the solar light. Yet, the benefits were monumental. His genetic development was accelerating. Exhilaration surged through him, a euphoric sensation akin to consuming experience elixirs. An indescribable feeling enveloped him. Pain engulfed his entire body like a raging inferno, as if every inch of his skin and every bone were being scorched in torment. However, amidst this nearly unbearable agony, a subtle yet extraordinary pleasure began to emerge. Although his body felt as though it were engulfed in flames, enduring relentless torment, it did not immediately grow stronger. Yet, the crucial development of his genetic potential was quietly advancing, akin to an experience bar in a game, accumulating gradually and stirring within him a sense of anticipation and longing for the future. Perhaps, with just a little more perseverance, he could achieve a qualitative leap, transforming into a more formidable entity. Ye Hua gritted his teeth, aware that he currently lacked the means to initiate a stellar collision, thus rendering the super energy factor elusive. Missing this opportunity could mean an indefinite wait for another chance at divine ascension. Therefore, he must endure the pain. As time elapsed, the newly formed star began to stabilize, radiating immense energy and light outward. Its brilliance illuminated the surrounding galaxies, becoming one of the most resplendent entities in the cosmos. Unfortunately, the super energy factor ceased to manifest once the star stabilized. In truth, it only appeared at the moment of stellar core collision and fusion. Nevertheless, this grand collision birthed numerous new elements and substances, providing essential conditions for the evolution of the universe and the emergence of life. Naturally, Ye Hua seized the opportunity to gather resources, collecting some rare materials along the way. This must be what it truly means to be divine. Observing from the spacecraft, Xing Yun could not help but exclaim, as the gravitational and magnetic fields surrounding the stellar collision had been disrupted. The immense energy shock capable of rendering all equipment inoperative or even obliterating it. She could not accurately discern Ye Hua as presence and worried for him. However, now that the stellar collision was nearing its conclusion and the formal fusion had commenced, following the initial energy explosion, everything in the vicinity slowly returned to tranquility, albeit still influenced by the unstable magnetic field, allowing her to observe Ye Hua's movements. Yet, the transmitted images remained somewhat blurred, with even the armor Ye Hua wore rejecting exploratory signals. Perhaps, in this universe, only Thanos could stand beside him, gazing at the indistinct visuals. Ye Hua was on the surface of a newly birthed star, seemingly collecting something, prompting Xing Yun to ponder deeply. In her understanding, Thanos was the most powerful existence in the universe, one against whom no one could stand, not even those who claimed to be divine. Yet, perhaps Ye Hua truly had the potential to confront Thanos. After all, the energy generated from that stellar collision was indeed capable of annihilating everything. Yet Ye Hua remained unaffected, standing boldly on the surface of that star. Even Thanos might not be able to achieve such a feat as for the so-called Dark Five. They were utterly incomparable. They could hardly adapt to the space environment like ordinary beings. Ye Hua was a being on par with Thanos, equally invincible and formidable. Nebula contemplated this, a clandestine plan fleeting through her mind, but she soon shook her head. To her astonishment, she found herself hesitating. She glanced down at the butterfly knife in her hand, sighed, and with a shake of her head, resolved that, unless absolutely necessary, she did not wish to involve Night in her struggle against Thanos. For in the vast cosmos, the only one who truly acknowledged her was the beauty residing within her heart. However, armed with such a sharp dagger, even she could potentially bring Thanos to his demise by surprise. In this world, aside from the deities governing the rules, no one could evade the inevitability of physical death. A knife plunged into the heart would spell doom for anyone, Thanos included, at least in Nebula's understanding. Given Knight's presence and her inexplicable desire to keep him out of her vendetta with Thanos, Nebula resolved to act independently. Should she survive, she envisioned a life spent in pursuit of her desires, living freely alongside her beloved, even if it meant traversing the universe in search of resources for him. Nebula gazed into the distant horizon, where the golden armor shimmered like a deity, embodying the warmth in her heart. Knight remained unaware of what his sister was contemplating. After a considerable time spent gathering all useful materials, he returned to the ship where Nebula waited, exuding a newfound, formidable aura, radiating brilliance. Upon seeing him safely return, Nebula exhaled in relief. "You have returned at last. I scarcely know how to express my astonishment. You dared approach in such circumstances." Knight smiled reassuringly. "There is no need to worry. I am well aware of my limits." As he spoke, he began to examine the unique materials he had just collected. First was a super energy factor that could be directly integrated into his body, akin to a cheat code, significantly shortening the time required for his ascension to godhood. Perhaps soon, his genetic development would meet the demands for advancing to the third generation of super warriors. Secondly, there were some super materials generated from stellar collisions. Though they were not immediately useful, they were crucial for the solar light gene. Such a bountiful harvest was entirely thanks to his sister, Nebula. Knight cast a grateful glance at her, which she perceived as exceedingly tender, causing her to feel suddenly self-conscious. Chapter 44. The successful acquisition of the super energy factor stirred within Knight an overwhelming joy, illuminating his face with a radiant smile. This not only signified that he was one step closer to realizing his dream of evolving into a third-generation super warrior, but it also heralded that he could, in a remarkably short period, elevate his genetic development to its pinnacle, thus ascending to true divinity and liberating himself from the confines of mortal death. Initially, this goal was anticipated to require decades, perhaps even centuries of arduous effort. Yet now, with the aid of the super energy factor, the path to divinity would be greatly expedited. In this vast universe, which stands on the brink of chaos and disorder, strength undoubtedly emerges as one of the most pivotal elements. Only by possessing formidable power, ascending to the status of a true deity, and constructing various auxiliary equipment within the shadowy realm can one engage in equal discourse and competition with a myriad of elite beings scattered throughout the cosmos. Otherwise, even a fleeting appearance on this grand cosmic stage could result in being effortlessly obliterated by those godlike entities, akin to ants beneath a boot. In summary, this universe is fraught with peril. Not everyone is as unconcerned as the Ancient One, who, as long as Earth remains intact, will not intervene. In this regard, the seamless acquisition of the super energy factor can be attributed to Sister Blue, whose contributions are nothing short of monumental. Reflecting on this, Ye Hua gazed appreciatively at Sister Blue beside him and earnestly declared, "Xingyan, I truly owe you a debt of gratitude this time. I must once again sincerely express my thanks. Should you ever require assistance in the future, rest assured that I will do everything within my power to fulfill your requests." Upon hearing Ye Hua's heartfelt words, Sister Blue could not help but smile gently, responding softly, "It seems that this super energy factor is indeed of great significance to you. But there is no need for further thanks. You have already expressed your gratitude." Being with Ye Hua fostered a sense of fairness and being needed, which she cherished deeply. It was difficult not to develop fond feelings for him, and thus she preferred to keep him uninvolved in her entanglements with Thanos. Once she had completed her tasks, perhaps a different life awaited her. The usually cold Xingyun had managed to smile, albeit with a somewhat awkward and stiff expression, revealing her pitiable nature. A thought suddenly surged within Ye Hua. "Xingyun, have you ever considered regaining your physical form? I mean your original body, not a modification. I possess a means to achieve this, and perhaps it could even endow you with great power." Although this course of action might attract Thanos' attention, Ye Hua was willing to take the risk, given the immense assistance Sister Blue had provided. After all, the Ancient One was not expected to perish anytime soon, and by the time she departed, he might very well have ascended to godhood himself. As long as he remained on Earth during this period, he harbored no fear of Thanos. Ye Hua's proposition stirred Sister Blue's interest. If feasible, who would willingly transform most of their body into machinery, devoid of warmth and feeling? Yet, her affairs were not yet concluded, and she could not allow Thanos to perceive anything amiss. I have grown accustomed to it. I do not need it. Thank you. Sister Blue shook her head in refusal, unwilling to delve further into the matter. Ye Hua, understanding her stance, refrained from pressing the issue but added, "If you ever change your mind, feel free to reach out to me." Sister Blue had not embarked on this journey due to any task from Thanos. After all, the Mad Titan did not seek to obliterate planets and half-lives every day. Her current wandering across the universe stemmed primarily from her own motivations. Subsequently, Ye Hua extended an invitation to Sister Lan to accompany him to the Void Realm. Since they had ventured out, it was an opportune moment to exchange some resources, particularly as much of what Sister Lan had gathered was indeed the requisite trading items for the Void Realm. Ye Hua opted not to utilize a teleportation portal. Feeling no urgency with time, he wished to experience the transformations brought about by the super energy factor. Meanwhile, Xing Yun piloted the spaceship, relishing the unique interstellar journey. During their time together among the stars, Ye Hua noticed Sister Lan's peculiar fondness for the allergen, an alien fruit resembling a white radish, sweet and crisp, with a texture reminiscent of an apple. Their interactions in the cosmos were delightful, unaware that significant events were unfolding on Earth. Under the cloak of night, Nick Fury, the director of SHIELD, received an urgent report and hurried to a secret base located 300 meters underground, where research was being conducted on the cosmic cube, originally utilized by Hydra for weapon creation. However, an alarming situation had arisen on a uniquely designed experimental platform. The cosmic cube emitted a brilliant blue light, continuously releasing gamma rays, its energy spiraling into chaos. How dire was the situation? Without hesitation, Nick Fury inquired directly of the personnel present. Coulson, the primary supervisor, promptly replied, "The worst part is we have no understanding of the current condition. If it is a door, it can be opened from both sides, suggesting that the issue may not lie on our end. Sir, prior to this, no one had approached it, and there was no possibility of tampering." Hawkeye was also reporting on everything he had observed. Nick Fury was oblivious to the precise nature of the incident, yet his seasoned instincts as the king of agents warned him that matters were far from simple. Observing even the physicist Silvager, who was equally bewildered, grappling with the problem at hand, Nick Fury prepared to issue the command to shut down all power, secure the cosmic cube, and retreat. However, before he could finish his directive, a sudden upheaval occurred. The cosmic cube unleashed an even more potent surge of energy, shaking the entire base violently. As Hawkeye had noted, if it was indeed a door, it could be opened from both sides. The blue rays emitted by the cosmic cube solidified some 10 meters away, swiftly forming a blue spatial tunnel. From this portal emerged a figure wielding a spear, eyes glinting with cunning, a smirk of derision gracing his lips. As fate would have it, this being whom Silvager referred to as Loki, the brother of Thor and a malevolent deity, seized the cosmic cube, turned Hawkeye against his allies, and ruthlessly slaughtered many of his subordinates. The battle was overwhelmingly one-sided, with SHIELD agents unable to contend with the onslaught. Nick Fury once again acutely felt that divine beings were beyond the reach of ordinary mortals. Thus, to confront a god, only a god could suffice. What? He has not returned yet? Damn it! The island possesses the ability to block signals. Yet it is no match for the sheer number of agents from SHIELD who could easily deploy additional operatives nearby. However, when he managed to reach Clark, residing on the island, he was informed that Ye Hua was not present. Since his last disappearance, he had not returned, making it apparent that he could not be relied upon for the time being. Very well, I understand. Notify me immediately upon his return. After hanging up the phone, Nick Fury let out a deep sigh. Faced with supernatural forces, even the formidable SHIELD seemed utterly powerless. His urgency to establish the Avengers intensified. Now, with the so-called sun god, Ye Hua, not a viable option, the only course of action left was to deploy a trump card and promptly assemble the Avengers. In a desolate factory in Russia, Black Widow was engaged in an investigative task, immersed in her preferred method of interrogation. At that moment, a call from Coulson interrupted her. Bound to a chair, she tilted her head, capturing the phone handed to her by the suspect, and frowned. "I am busy. Return to headquarters immediately," Coulson instructed. "Barton has been compromised." Black Widow's expression turned serious. "Hold on." In New York, in an empty boxing training room, a strikingly handsome man with blonde hair and blue eyes was relentlessly pummeling a punching bag. Beads of sweat glistened on his well-defined muscles, each punch sending the bag swaying. His gaze was intense, suggesting an inner turmoil. Finally, with a forceful blow, he shattered the bag, sending it flying several meters away, scattering sand across the floor. "Can't sleep?" It was only natural for someone of Captain America's caliber to warrant Nick Fury's personal recruitment. Meanwhile, Tony, clad in his iron suit, was underwater installing a specially designed arc reactor onto an underwater power conduit. The reactor illuminated successfully, integrating with the Stark Tower's dedicated power grid, heralding Stark Tower as a new benchmark in energy innovation. Just as he was returning to the tower to celebrate with Pepper over a bottle of champagne, he heard J. A.R.V.I.S. "Report, sir, your phone. My program has been modified by someone." "Oh, damn it. Why am I always getting hacked?" When Coulson appeared, Tony knew there was no good news in store. Each original member of the Avengers had a dedicated contact, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, this irreplaceable and vital organization within the Marvel Universe would indeed be successfully assembled. However, Ye Hua, who also held significant importance in Nick Fury's mind, remained unreachable. In fact, even Tony Stark was somewhat indifferent. While he acknowledged the situation, he had no intention of heading to S.H.I.L.D. for work. Only two individuals were genuinely persuaded, Captain America and Dr. Banner. But it mattered little, as long as they could assist when the time came. The next day, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s airborne aircraft carrier ascended, scouring the globe for the elusive Loki, while Nick Fury had not forgotten to reach out to Clark. "Has Ye Hua returned yet?" "He has left behind numerous robots. Yet cannot the customized equipment we requested be delivered to us first?" The weight of those two words, Nick Fury, hangs heavily. With the impending battle, the much-anticipated gear remains conspicuously absent, which is simply unacceptable. It is one thing not to locate Ye Hua, but the equipment is clearly on the island, all constructed from the resources I provided, yet it remains withheld from me. Truly vexing. As for the robots, Clark shares a sense of helplessness. While their artificial intelligence is indeed sophisticated, giving one the illusion of conversing with a real person, they lack understanding. Their sole response is that the master has not given any instructions, leaving them without authority to act. Even she, upon arriving on the island, is confined to the reception area. Any attempts to wander would be deemed an intrusion. Even when discussing their relationship and the collaboration between Ye Hua and S.H.I.L.D., the nanobots remain indifferent, as if programmed without any semblance of intelligence. But then again, they are machines. Very well. Let it be known that upon his return, I must be informed immediately. Nick Fury finds himself at an impasse, with the master absent. Even the most powerful and intelligent steward cannot make decisions in the master's stead without directives. A headache ensues. Rubbing his temples, Nick Fury acknowledges that, despite the significance of the equipment associated with Ye Hua, locating the malevolent god Loki is of paramount importance. At least Captain America and Iron Man are not mere decorations. Meanwhile, while S.H.I.L.D. busies itself with tracking Loki across the globe, Ye Hua is equally productive, returning from the void and the planet Xander with a substantial cache of supplies, ensuring that infrastructure development can proceed without hindrance for an extended period. The realm of technology indeed differs from the path of cultivation, often leaving one feeling exhausted and overwhelmed. Shaking his head with a smile, he recognizes that such is the nature of a technological deity. Clark has arrived. The nanobots lack quantum or dark communication capabilities. Even when their mainframe is in a hidden dimension, once they venture light years away, they exist in a state of disconnection, able only to execute their preset functions. It seems this aspect requires an upgrade. Clark, dressed in a professional outfit, wears glasses despite not being nearsighted, exuding an urban charm laced with professional allure, particularly accentuated by her bare, alluring legs. "I had thought you had forgotten me, as we have not been in contact since that time." In response to Clark's warmth, Ye Hua does not recoil, embracing her, but soon discerns her unusual demeanor. "What is wrong?" he inquires. "Nothing. Just let me take a look," she replies. Upon hearing this, Clark raises an eyebrow, initially wondering what Ye Hua intends to do, only to witness a glimmer of golden light in his eyes as he frowns in deep contemplation, conveying an air of seriousness. This, in turn, causes Clark to feel insecure, for she is well aware that Ye Hua is not one to feign mystery. Am I in the wrong? Indeed, I have erred. I completely overlooked the matter of genetic radiation. Super soldiers and ordinary humans are, in essence, two distinct species. The inherent genetic radiation is far more extreme than nuclear radiation, particularly as I possess the gene of solar light. Close contact with ordinary humans will inevitably lead to mutations or annihilation. The reason Clark has yet to manifest any symptoms is merely that the genetic radiation has not yet reached a critical threshold. Fortunately, this has been discovered in time. There is still hope for you. Ye Hua smiled, suggesting that it might even enhance your perfection. Perhaps in my earlier desperation, I only focused on the visual impact, subconsciously neglecting her genetic flaws. However, now everything is subject to change, for I have developed a genetic engine, and I am in need of experimental subjects. You need not leave. You shall reside on the island henceforth. Naturally, Clark was pleased and in accord with this, yet her concern for her own body prevailed. Is there something wrong with my body? Why can't I perceive it myself? Explaining this is somewhat complicated. I shall tell you later. For now, I must conduct a thorough examination of your body. In truth, this differed from what Clark had envisioned. Ye Hua did not lead her back to a room, but rather to a laboratory. Loki has arrived, having seized the cosmic cube. SHIELD requires my assistance, as well as bespoke equipment. Just wait. Compared to the intimacy I have already shared with Clark, SHIELD is of little consequence. Chapter 45. Choices. The concept of genetic radiation may seem like a formidable dilemma, yet in practice, it is not as challenging as one might imagine. Otherwise, how could the celestial maidens dare to engage in romantic pursuits with mortals, even proclaiming the so-called eternity of true love? After all, if resolving the issue of genetic radiation were truly insurmountable, the maidens would surely hesitate to approach mortals. For super soldiers, all matters in this world ultimately reduce to mere variances in data. Given sufficient time and patience, by continuously adjusting experimental parameters, one can gradually narrow and ultimately eliminate these discrepancies, rendering even the most complex issues manageable. At this moment, Clark slowly descended from the experimental platform, her exquisite visage marred by confusion. She furrowed her brow and inquired, I genuinely cannot comprehend what is amiss with my body. Why do you appear so grave? As if the situation is exceedingly dire? Indeed, prior to this, she had not perceived any anomalies within herself. Even after undergoing the series of examinations and treatments described by Ye Hua, she remained oblivious to any unusual occurrences. Throughout the process, she was enveloped by a singular, radiant beam of light, and then she beheld Ye Hua seemingly conjuring something from thin air. However, due to Ye Hua's swift movements and enigmatic techniques, these actions transcended Clark's comprehension, leaving her utterly oblivious to the specifics of what her counterpart was undertaking. Lacking the support of super genes, she could not even perceive what Ye Hua was doing. In essence, everything appeared to be perfectly normal to her. Gene radiation. My genetic composition far surpasses that of an ordinary individual, endowed with radiative capabilities. Close proximity to me could induce unknown mutations in others, even leading to the collapse of their genetic chains. Nevertheless, this is not deemed a significant issue, as it has already been resolved. Radiation. Is it nuclear radiation? She was aware that Ye Hua wielded the power of solar and nuclear energy, even referring to himself as the sun god. While she did not grasp the intricacies of gene radiation, she was well versed in the concept of nuclear radiation. These are fundamentally two distinct matters. Ye Hua chuckled, assuring her that there was no need for concern, as everything was now in order. Listening to his words, Clark felt a mixture of confusion and delight. It seemed Ye Hua was genuinely concerned for her well-being. She stepped forward and, with a breath as fragrant as orchids, inquired whether this meant that henceforth she could cease to worry. Ye Hua smiled once more. In my eyes, you still exhibit numerous genetic deficiencies, and I was indeed quite famished at that time. Oh please, I do not believe I possess any deficiencies. You have incessantly spoken of genes, and I took the liberty of brushing up on the subject. Genes essentially dictate a person's appearance. With my beauty, who could possibly possess genes more superior than mine? Who instilled you with such confidence? Hydra, perhaps. Nonetheless, in terms of ordinary life forms, Clark could indeed be deemed exceptional. All right, you make a fair point. For an average person, that is indeed commendable. However, I could elevate you to an even higher echelon of excellence. Would you care to contemplate that? Whether it be S, H, IEL, D, or Hydra, or any ulterior motives she may harbor, are of little consequence. For upon receiving the implantation of the gene engine, one would become her spiritual devotee, fundamentally altering their cognitive framework, rendering betrayal an impossibility. The implantation of cognitive information and the reconfiguration of one's worldview is no mere act of brainwashing. With that, Ye Hua gestured, conjuring a golden energy sphere in his palm. This was the gene engine, possessing the power to command the sun. Once implanted, you would acquire divine abilities akin to mine. However, the cost would be that you would become my follower, my sole spiritual guide henceforth. Simultaneously, I cannot ascertain whether it may yield adverse effects, such as transforming into a monster or, perhaps, resulting in an explosion. Clark gazed at the golden energy sphere before her, which appeared as though genetic strands were intertwining, resembling a dazzling array of data. Are you suggesting that this object can grant me powers akin to yours? Moreover, it possesses the extraordinary capability to transcend the limits of mortality, effortlessly granting one the prospect of a millennium-long existence, eternally preserving one's current beauty, and even achieving immortality. Upon hearing this, Clark's heart raced. The allure of longevity, perpetual youth, and even eternal life is an irresistible pursuit for all living beings. Is it truly attainable? Are you not concerned that I might betray you? I cannot fathom that a mere night spent by your side would suffice to obtain such gifts. What price must I pay? In the face of the temptation of immortality, Clark managed to maintain her composure, which is commendable. Did I not mention earlier that once I accept, I shall become your divine entity? At that point, even if I were to urge you towards self-destruction, you would harbor no thoughts of resistance. Thus, the price of immortality and everlasting youth would be the relinquishment of freedom. Life would no longer belong to oneself. Akin to being a puppet, without needing to delve into Clark's thoughts, Ye Hua was already aware of her musings. It appears that even you, as a psychologist, suffer from a form of paranoia. Of course, if you wish to perceive it this way, that is entirely your prerogative. My version of the genetic engine is designed as such. I reiterate, my desires and intentions are two separate matters. Although I would not treat the future super soldiers receiving the genetic engine as mere servants, any potential danger must be eradicated in its infancy. You have ample time to contemplate this. Moreover, the genetic engine is still not fully refined, and should it lead to your destruction, I would be unable to recover. It is indeed a matter that requires consideration. Life is precious, yet freedom holds a greater value. Why does it feel akin to making a pact with a seductive demon? You, the sun god, cannot possibly be an evil deity. Clark's gaze was peculiar. Do you possess freedom while working at S? H? ILD? Demon? What sort of demon is this? Such a mindset. It's merely a matter of changing employers. How can one lack freedom? The evil deities of the East are beyond your comprehension. I have yet to harness the sun to obliterate the earth. So how could I be deemed a malevolent god? How do you know what I am thinking? Mind reading. Clark was taken aback by Ye Hua's words. Just a trivial tactic. Without the means to read thoughts or implant cognitive information, I would not have pursued the genetic engine. For all super soldiers aside from myself, their strength is inconsequential. Obedience is paramount. Enough of this for now. Your purpose for being here revolves around the equipment, does it not? This is but a minor detail. As he spoke, Ye Hua brought forth the order placed by S. H. ILD. Nano battle suits. Victory hyper rifles, quantum energy rifles. You may take them with you now. How should Clark respond? After all, she is somewhat different. Ye Hua was willing to grant her the autonomy of choice. Or perhaps this is a test. I understand. Clark inhaled deeply, suppressing the myriad thoughts swirling within her mind. The director wished to see her, yet she had never fathomed that immortality and eternal youth could be so readily attainable. In comparison, power seemed rather trivial. However, the prospect of losing her freedom and becoming a slave to Ye Hua filled her heart with turmoil. Indeed, there is no such thing as a free lunch. She required time to ponder her situation thoroughly. The cosmic cube, after all, was never a possession of S. H. IELD. If it were to be seized, then so be it. She had no desire to assist Nick Fury in cleaning up the ensuing chaos. Moreover, she was not a combatant, merely a weapons consultant. She had intended to experiment with the stability of the gene engine during the invasion of the Chitauri, and thwarting Loki seemed futile. Besides, there was no necessity to intervene in a cosmic civilization that could be dealt with by a single nuclear warhead. Very well, let it be, she concluded. Return to Nick Fury and assure him that I believe they can manage. If the situation exceeds SHIELD's capabilities, I shall intervene appropriately. It seemed there was no other course of action. Clark nodded in agreement. In truth, no one expected Ye Hua to stand by for orders from SHIELD. It was rather implausible to think an extraterrestrial deity would heed earthly commands. What they sought was merely a promise that, should the situation escalate beyond SHIELD's capacity to resolve, Ye Hua would lend his assistance. Ultimately, Clark gathered her equipment and prepared to depart. Casting a final glance at the gene engine, now restored by Ye Hua, her eyes filled with conflict. After walking a short distance, she suddenly halted. Regardless, I will give it serious consideration, she declared before hastening away. Ye Hua watched her retreating figure, shaking his head slightly. He understood that this decision was profoundly challenging for Clark. With a wave of his hand, the gene engine vanished from sight as he murmured, I hope the next time we meet, you will make the right choice. In all honesty, she was an exceptionally remarkable woman, compelling enough to captivate anyone. The genetic flaws she faced were easily rectifiable, yet sometimes one's own choices hold paramount importance. Although he could forcibly implant the gene engine within her, he valued her autonomy above all, otherwise it would be in vain. Upon Clark's return to the SHIELD helicarrier, Nick Fury eagerly inquired about the meeting. Clark relayed Ye Hua's words faithfully. After a moment of contemplation, Fury acknowledged, he is correct. For now, we must rely on our own strength. In the days that followed, Clark frequently pondered the alluring prospect of immortality alongside the dread of losing her freedom. Engaging in SHIELD affairs, she quietly delved into research on genetic matters, striving to discover a solution that would allow her to attain formidable power and eternal life without becoming a mere puppet. Yet, this proved to be no simple task. With each profound contemplation, her internal conflict intensified. Chapter 46. Are you acquainted with the sun god? Although I had consented to Clark's request to reside on the island, I was still burdened with my own tasks and hurriedly departed, equipped with the gear I had prepared long ago. Sometimes, one's abilities truly pale in comparison to the significance of choices. I had granted her an opportunity, and it was now up to her to seize it. Otherwise, our connection would amount to no more than 3 to 5 fleeting years. My feelings for her have never transcended mere affection. The transient nature of a few years of intimacy is insignificant when juxtaposed against the vastness of divine existence. She was merely a minor adversary from a novice village, yet she approached the situation with such gravity. With a chuckle, I dismissed any thoughts of joining the fray at SHIELD. Let us not even discuss Captain America, Thor, or the Hulk. Even a host of inferior versions of Black Panther would be sufficient to make the Chitauri question their life choices. If I were to confront them with a fusion blast, would they be invading or seeking punishment? Never mind. I shall focus on my own affairs. Loki's invasion, accompanied by a band of miscreants, hardly warranted my concern. As a dual-wielding assassin, a single energy sphere could incapacitate them all. I, the illustrious sun god, ought not to diminish my stature by bullying them. I graciously accepted the substantial supplies delivered by SHIELD and saw them off. It was quite the toil for them to linger outside the island for several months, merely to deliver resources to me. Truly commendable, they were good souls. The programming of the nanobots required further refinement. They had neglected to receive the supplies first, leaving them adrift at sea for such an extended duration, a waste of fuel. Yet, these were trifles. Fortuitously, I had previously returned from the void in Xander with a significant cache of resources, and now SHIELD had sent additional cargo ships, enabling the mass production of the gene engine. Since Loki's arrival on Earth, he had only frolicked for 2 or 3 days. If I wished to experiment with the stability of the gene engine amidst the chaos, I needed to expedite the process. Entering the dark dimension, I activated the sunlight interface and retrieved the data for the flame gene engine. Scientific endeavors are often fraught with challenges. However, once a successful prototype is established, replication becomes a matter of mere copying and pasting. I commenced the capture of dark matter and began the generation of the flame gene engine. As the operations progressed, the dark dimension shimmered with light. Although following the prescribed steps alleviated initial design time, each phase was crucial and demanded absolute precision. The creation of super soldiers indeed consumes vast resources. It is no wonder that every true deity requires the sustenance of an entire star system's resources. Merely producing a gene engine rivals the advancement of a third-generation super soldier. Moreover, this is just the gene engine. Even when implanted in an ordinary individual, it remains in an activated state. To achieve strength and maximize the gene engine's potential, an immense influx of resources is necessary. The benefits, however, are evident. It is recyclable and reusable. As long as I refrain from promoting their upgrades, I shall send them all to work. These resources will eventually be recovered. Once they have repaid their loans, I will then consider upgrading them based on their military contributions. How delightful! At last, another flame gene engine has been successfully birthed. It radiates a fierce yet steady glow, heralding the dawn of new power that is destined to alter the existing paradigm. Ye Hua smiled with satisfaction, aware that this was merely the beginning, and that more challenges and surprises awaited him in the future. Let's proceed. Workers, the spirit of labor. For workers are indeed the elite among men. The divine technology differs from other pantheons. The immortality of the supreme deity and the continuity of civilization hinge upon the deity's ability to create other gods and super warriors, rather than relying solely on the supreme being to reconstruct the entire civilization alone. Such a task would exhaust even a god. For instance, the queen ant serves as the nucleus of the colony, responsible for laying eggs to bolster the ant population, while a multitude of small ants, each with distinct roles, construct the anthill. Just as with the supreme deity, one cannot expect the deity to single-handedly seek resources, advanced technology, and forge equipment. The technological accumulation of a civilization cannot possibly be replicated by a solitary individual. Moreover, a civilization with only one god cannot truly be considered a civilization. The emergence of a cadre of super warriors is indispensable. This is precisely why I have opted for an angelic civilization's mainframe management approach in the construction of gene engines, employing cognitive information implantation from the outset to rewrite target thoughts and even introduce necessary parameters. Simply put, safety is paramount. I am everything. Ye Hua diligently worked overtime to produce more gene engines. Time was of the essence, for the Chitauri army was rapidly approaching. He needed to deploy an adequate number of gene engines before the invasion to gather comprehensive data for the next phase of upgrades and modifications of this model. Meanwhile, the entity known as Loki, the malevolent god, had come to Earth not only to seize the Tesseract from DS research, but also to slay and abduct numerous individuals. Initially, one might have expected him to retreat and plot some insidious scheme, but astonishingly, within less than a day, he brazenly reemerged. There was little to deliberate. The Avengers were mobilized. In truth, it was only Captain America who responded. Dr. Banner was inherently feeble, and the Hulk within him represented an unpredictable variable. Thus, Nick Fury could never allow him to engage in combat. As for Tony Stark, the sun god Ye Hua, he was entirely unmanageable, his assistance contingent upon his whims. That sufficed. As long as he indicated willingness to assist, it would be adequate. Nick Fury anxiously monitored the visuals relayed from the scene, fervently hoping that the weaponry provided by Ye Hua would prove effective. Yet, can mere mortals truly triumph over deities? The outcome often defies expectations. Captain America, leading 30 elite soldiers clad in nano battlesuits and wielding victory hyper rifles, surged forward. And Loki surrendered in a most extravagant fashion, leaving Iron Man without even a moment to intervene. Bring him back. With that command issued, Nick Fury felt a slight sense of relief. He was increasingly impressed by the extraterrestrial technology, combat suits worth billions of dollars that even gods could not overpower. Indeed, otherwise, Nightwing would have been trifling with him. Director, we have a situation. What now? A being from the realm of gods has kidnapped Loki. Captain and Tony have already pursued him. As Natasha relayed the report, Nick Fury felt a flutter of anxiety. He had scarcely enjoyed a moment of triumph when yet another crisis emerged. I understand. I trust they will resolve it. What else can we do? Mobilize the strike team. Fury now held immense confidence in this squad. After Iron Man engaged in a brief scuffle with Thor due to the misunderstanding, the situation was clarified, and Loki was escorted aboard S.H.I.E.L.D.S. aerial carrier. Loki commanded a vast Chitauri army loyal to him, and he sought to incite war. I was there to thwart his ambitions. Once the misunderstanding was resolved and Loki was detained, Thor boarded the carrier, prompting S.H.I.E.L.D. to extend an invitation to him. Thor readily accepted, delighted to join the Avengers. It is worth noting that his journey to Earth was motivated by his desire to reunite with his girlfriend Jane, while also capturing Loki and preventing the Chitauri from invading Earth. Initially, Thor felt uncertain, for he was but one man, and he understood Loki's cunning nature would make him difficult to capture. Surely he was concocting some nefarious plot. Moreover, the whereabouts of the Chitauri army remained unknown. While Thor was unafraid, the situation was indeed troublesome. Just as he was about to doze off, a group of fools claiming to be from S.L.D. arrived, offering him a pillow and inviting him to join the Avengers. Assessing their capabilities, he deemed their assistance in guarding Loki against the Chitauri army beneficial, granting him more time to seek affection from Jane. As for any obligations that might arise from joining S.H.I.L.D., he had no qualms, though he made it clear he intended to take Loki back to Asgard for judgment by their father deity. Should they wish to contact him for assistance or to fulfill any duties, they should certainly call him. Earth must possess such devices. Whether Asgard did was beyond consideration. Thus, a gathering of individuals commenced. "You are a god. Have you heard of the sun god?" Black Widow inquired suddenly, leaving Thor momentarily puzzled. Without hesitation, he replied, "Of course. There are many deities in this universe. Are you referring to the sun god Ra? Or Apollo? Or perhaps Adam?" It seemed that myth and legend were not merely fabrications after all. Before Thor's arrival on Earth, the inhabitants believed him to be a mere figment of imagination. Yet, here he stood before her. The name Ye Hua, too, belonged to a deity, a solar god endowed with the power to command the sun. "Tony, ever the skeptic, interjected Madam. I reckon that fellow merely wields nuclear energy." The arrogant Iron Man had never held faith in gods, particularly after having encountered two self-proclaimed deities, whom he regarded with a degree of indifference. In contrast, Ye Hua incessantly spoke of technology, a name unfamiliar to him, perhaps a divine title celebrated on some obscure planet. This universe teems with countless races and deities. Take Asgard, for instance, revered as gods by others. The emergence of yet another obscure deity hardly raised an eyebrow. "No, he is here on Earth. I assumed you would be acquainted. Is that so? I would indeed be intrigued to make his acquaintance." Thor remained unfazed. Those unacquainted with the divine might worship, but fellow gods were another matter entirely. Listening to their conversation, Nick Fury remained impassive, contemplating the necessity of inviting Ye Hua. Thor had joined the Avengers, and surely the solar god could as well. Compared to the Asgardians, who could appear and vanish at will, Ye Hua, who resided on Earth albeit occasionally disappearing, seemed a more suitable candidate for recruitment. Chapter 47. The demise of the good-hearted Coulson. Initially, everything proceeded as planned. The instigator, the malevolent Loki, had been successfully captured and confined. The next steps involved retrieving the Tesseract, thwarting Loki's nefarious schemes, and rescuing Hawkeye. This unexpected invasion appeared to be nearing a resolution without significant peril, and the Avengers team, albeit begrudgingly, was beginning to take shape. Yet, events often unfold in unforeseen ways. Much like the ease with which Loki had been captured, catching everyone off guard. Suddenly, the traitorous Barton launched an ambush on S.H.I.E.L.D.S. helicarrier, devastating its propulsion system, plunging the situation into dire straits. "Hill, what's the current status?" "The number 3 engine has shut down. If we lose another engine, we will plummet. We must dispatch a team for repairs immediately." "Stark, did you hear that?" "Understood, I'm on it." "What about Dr. Banner and Thor?" "They're in the 4th level lab." "Oh no, dear heavens." The situation deteriorated rapidly. The sudden attack triggered a sense of danger within Dr. Banner, causing him to transform into the Hulk, who then engaged Thor in combat. "We cannot allow them to remain aboard the ship. The Hulk will obliterate everything. Send in the escort fighters to divert his attention." Compared to Barton's assault on the helicarrier, the Hulk posed the greatest threat, an uncontrollable nuclear force capable of disassembling the craft within moments. In an instant, chaos engulfed the entire mothership, resembling a battlefield where gunfire erupted from all directions. Fortunately, the situation was not as dire as it seemed. Thanks to Stark's timely intervention and the fact that Barton was not there solely to wreak havoc, the aerospace carrier did not plummet, preserving the lives of all aboard. However, the Avengers, a team he had painstakingly assembled, were swiftly disbanded before they could even prove their worth. Banner and Thor were nowhere to be found, and the captured criminals had escaped, leaving behind nothing but disarray and despair. Agent Coulson, how are you? Wake up. When Nick Fury finally located Coulson in the cell where Loki was detained, he found him lying on the ground, unconscious. Thankfully, the situation was not as grim as it appeared. His most capable subordinate was still alive. As Coulson gradually regained consciousness, he murmured an apology, lamenting his failure to prevent Loki's escape. It is not your fault. How do you feel? Nick Fury's concern for Coulson's well-being was genuine. The turmoil caused by Barton had already created significant challenges for SHLD, and although Natasha had apprehended him, the full scope of the situation remained unclear. If, at this critical moment, his most trusted assistant were to face an unfortunate fate, it would be an immeasurable loss. Rest assured, sir, aside from a slight dizziness, I am well. In truth, Loki had indeed intended to kill him after his escape. But with the cosmic cube being stolen and a war with the gods looming, Nick Fury had preemptively equipped a team with nanosuits. Loki's spear failed to claim his life, not even piercing the protective layer of the suit. However, in a fit of rage, Loki had struck him against the wall, causing him to lose consciousness from the impact. You ought to be grateful to him, otherwise SHIELD would have lost an exceptional agent today. It was clear whom Fury referred to. Now that Coulson was unharmed, it was time to address the aftermath. Loki would not relent easily. Sir, I have a plan. If we do not provide them with some motivation, they will never comprehend the essence of unity. They are like a house of cards, easily toppled by the enemy. Just as they are now. Coulson's proposal resonated with Fury's own thoughts. His instincts as a master agent had already alerted him to the intricate and precarious internal dynamics within SHIELD, along with threats that remained unknown to him. Why not seize this opportunity to covertly assign Coulson to establish a special operations team? It might prove invaluable in the future. However, tragically, Coulson met his demise at Loki's hands and was carried away by the medical team. When Nick Fury sorrowfully sought out Captain America Steve Rogers and Iron Man Tony Stark, he held a grim token in his hands, a photograph of Captain America stained with blood. This was found in his pocket. Perhaps he will never have the chance to seek your autograph again. I have lost my most exceptional confidant. Our communication systems have now failed, and we are unable to locate the Tesseract, Loki, or Banner and Thor. I feel utterly powerless, adrift like a blind soul in the heavens. Steve, clutching the blood-stained photographs, recalls how just recently Coulson had nervously sought his autograph, leaving him with a tumult of emotions. Tony, too, fell silent. The Tesseract. Indeed, our intention was to harness it for the creation of formidable weapons. Yet, I had wagered on a more perilous scheme, the Avengers Initiative, to assemble the world's most brilliant and powerful individuals who could protect our planet far better than mere weapons. Coulson believed in this until his last breath. He trusted that when we needed them most, the Avengers would unite to confront foes beyond our capacity to defeat. He believed in the existence of heroes. Upon hearing this, Stark could no longer remain still. It was at this moment that the Avengers coalesced into a true force. Shortly thereafter, Stark, clad in his Iron Man suit, was the first to depart the Airborne Command ship, followed by Captain America, Natasha, and Barton, who likewise took to the skies without approval. They located Loki. Communication was promptly restored. Director, those photographs were stored in the cabinet, correct? And the rocket launcher cannot penetrate the nanotech suit. We have tested this, have we not? Hill, the deputy director with security clearance, second only to Nick Fury, possessed an intimate knowledge of SHIELD. Nick Fury did not respond directly, but emphasized that in the face of looming threats, they required such motivation to unify. Hill had gleaned the answer she sought. This is in your hands now. Prepare a helicopter for me. I must meet with Nightwing. This is the most critical moment, and we need him now more than ever. With Coulson gone, I refuse to believe he would hesitate to assist me. If Nightwing could join this operation, there's a chance we could retain him within the Avengers team. Coulson's demise must be utilized to its fullest potential. That is the mindset of a true agent. Understood, Director. Travel light. Loki has yet to appear, and the command ship's communication remains unresolved, rendering him temporarily unnecessary. We must seize this fleeting moment to invite Nightwing to partake in the impending battle. In Nick Fury's mind, Nightwing resembled a deity. After all, the ability to dismantle HIL-DS satellite from the surface of the Earth was undeniably extraordinary. Upon returning to the island, time was of the essence. And Nick Fury had no inclination to dwell on fantastical scenes. He headed straight for Nightwing. What? Coulson is truly dead? This cannot be right. Did you not grant him a nanotech suit? If he were donned one, even Loki could not strike him down so easily. I do not underestimate him. Even subpar vibranium alloy would likely prove ineffective against Loki. Unless a direct assault to the head occurs, resurrection seems quite improbable, does it not? Are you suggesting that I should orchestrate the revival? Perhaps I should provide Coulson with a genetic engine? Lately, my time has been consumed with the urgent task of fabricating this genetic engine, leaving little room for other concerns. At most, I merely glance at Stark Tower to see if a portal has opened. Thus, the happenings aboard the celestial mothership remain unknown to me, and I have little interest in them. Unless an unforeseen event arises, it is likely to follow the script. Indeed, an unexpected occurrence has transpired. Consequently, I commenced the retrieval of Nick Fury's covert data. And now, you dare to deceive me in front of my very eyes. Attempting to enlist my aid for your Avengers initiative? Nick Fury, you are quite amusing. A couple of years ago, I would have had to scour the internet and infiltrate SHIELDS database just to ascertain the events unfolding. But now, a mere glance at you reveals all your secrets, and if I so desired, I could rewrite your cognitive understanding to perceive yourself as a black-skinned swine. Engaging in cunning games before me is a grave underestimation of our technological prowess. Telepathy? Clark seemed to have mentioned something akin to that. And you possess the means to grant immortality? She certainly divulged a great deal to you. I chuckled. Yet I am certain she did not reveal that her true identity is, in fact, Hydra. When the deception was unveiled, Nick Fury displayed no sign of embarrassment, nor did he seem particularly concerned with whether I truly possessed the ability to bestow immortality. After all, it is not a necessity for him at this moment. The pressing matter at hand is to mitigate the threat posed by Loki, especially since Thor has indicated that Loki commands an army of Chitauri. You promised me that you would intervene when the situation became dire. Now is that critical moment. An alien army is poised to invade Earth, and I require your assistance. Certainly, I replied with a casual shrug. Not only can I aid you, but I can also summon a cadre of super soldiers to join the fray. A mere Chitauri army is hardly a formidable challenge. Nick Fury was taken aback by my ready acquiescence. Yet the notion of gathering a legion of super soldiers led him to ponder whether I intended to transfer personnel from my own planet to Earth. Would that be assistance, or merely a form of invasion? I maintain that your involvement alone suffices. I have no desire for Earth to become a battleground for extraterrestrial forces. What I do is of no concern to you. You requested my assistance, and I have consented. Now, you may return to the celestial mothership and observe the unfolding drama. It is truly perplexing to discern the hierarchy. When I grant you the courtesy befitting the director of SHIELDS, you assume authority. Yet in the absence of such deference, you are but a mere mortal required to kneel before me. Do you truly believe you can command divinity? It would be more fitting for the Ancient One to engage in dialogue with me, arriving with high hopes, yet departing in disappointment. Nick Fury found himself regretting his decision to seek out Ye Hua. It appeared that Ye Hua had no intention of collaborating with SHIELD, persistently adhering to his own whims. The situation seemed poised to evolve in a manner that Fury found undesirable. One had to wonder what his motives were in sending beautiful women and resources. Alas, it seemed the time had come, but before that, a meeting with the Ancient One was necessary. After dismissing Nick Fury, Ye Hua smiled. In this world, only the Ancient One commanded his serious attention. The Eternals were indifferent to such matters. He pondered whether implanting super gene engines into ordinary people would be perceived by the Ancient One as an incursion from another dimension. Nevertheless, he resolved to consult with her. If they could not reach an accord, He would return to his infrastructure projects and wait for the Ancient One to step down before advancing his super soldier initiative. Chapter 48. A meeting with the Ancient One. In truth, from the moment he entered this realm, the timeline became akin to a disturbed river, destined to provoke profound upheaval. Although events that seemed inevitably fated continued to unfold along their original paths, much like a meticulously choreographed play, subtle changes reverberated like pebbles cast into a tranquil lake, creating ripples that spread far and wide. Take, for instance, the death of Coulson. Many believed it to be the cruel hand of fate, yet it was in reality a clever strategy concealed behind the scenes. From today onward, the subsequent timeline would likely diverge entirely from its intended course, and this world's narrative would be penned by me. As the supreme sorceress tasked with safeguarding the Time Stone and defending the world's tranquility, the Ancient One's stance and attitude towards these unfolding events are of paramount importance. Should she oppose my forthcoming actions and deem them a malicious incursion from another dimension, I would find myself at a loss for how to counter her. It seems that only after her demise could I proceed with my super soldier program. Confronting the Ancient One directly? That would be sheer folly. Although she was ultimately felled by a mere dagger, it was due to her finding a successor and her own unwillingness to continue, weary from the burdens of Dormammu. Otherwise, as a being of celestial caliber, Ye Hua harbored doubts as to whether even his divine lineage could contend with her in a direct confrontation. I recall that you're not particularly fond of my presence. The morning sun bathed the balcony in golden light, where the bald supreme sorceress stood watering the flowers. Appearing as an ordinary person, is there something you need? Nothing of great importance. Merely a visit to see if I am among the future Avengers. Ye Hua smiled. What do you mean by not liking to see me? It is clearly fear of encountering you. Regardless of the circumstances, when faced with an imbalance of power, it is exceedingly challenging to foster a sense of security. Moreover, during their initial encounter, the Ancient One harbored genuine intentions of eliminating me. How then? Could one engage in a calm and composed conversation under such conditions? However, as for the present, surely you do not believe I spend my days merely engaged in infrastructure development on the island, crafting gene engines and upgrading Imperial armors? Incorrect. The inaugural official project of the island's construction is, in fact, the weapon engine, the stellar reactor designed for stellar-level potency. Although I remain no match for you, and you possess the capability to vanquish me, do not doubt that should I find myself outmatched, I might very well upend the table. Attempting to manipulate me, I will not be so effortless any longer. If necessary, I could obliterate the Earth, leaving no room for any of us to play. With resources in abundance, there exists no reason for alarm. Armed with the ace of upending the table, I shall bid farewell to the Ancient One. Ye Hua is indeed formidable. Time travel, traversing to the past, could it truly be as simple as that? Under the aegis of transcendent technology, time is nearly impervious to such traversal. Quantum space travel indeed embodies the uncertainties of quantum mechanics, yet it defies scientific rationale. If it were as uncomplicated as that, transcendent technology would undoubtedly wield it far more adeptly. The Ancient One shook her head, asserting that time does not function in such a manner. This universe is interwoven with countless timelines. Each decision spawns an array of outcomes, even generating innumerable universes. At this juncture, the Ancient One gazed at Ye Hua. He was unlike any other. Within the infinite multiverse, he did not exist. Ye Hua was confined to the present moment and place. Only upon making a choice would outcomes manifest. Otherwise, the future remained a blank slate. Furthermore, the future of this world has already undergone slight alterations due to Ye Hua's existence. Indeed, I too yearn to witness whether the destined events and visitors will still come to pass. Time, in its relentless march, undergoes transformation at every instant. The Ancient One's gaze drifted into the distance, imbued with wisdom and weariness. Given that time is perpetually in flux, have you ever desired to alter forthcoming events or change the future? I once endeavored to do so, yet time is sacred. Whenever one attempts to modify events, they manifest in alternate forms. Those who seek to manipulate time will find themselves deceived by it. The Ancient One sighed and shook her head, seemingly fatigued by her own impotence. Nevertheless, she possessed extraordinary wisdom, discerning Ye Hua's intentions through mere words. Do you wish to change something as well? Ye Hua nodded in affirmation, candidly admitting, "Indeed, I aspire to create beings in this world akin to myself. Likewise, I am curious to know how you perceive my existence. An interdimensional visitor or a deity from another dimension? Ultimately, it is due to the Ancient One's formidable power and her role as the supreme sorceress safeguarding Earth from interdimensional incursions that her stance holds paramount importance. Though I now possess the ability to upend tables and obliterate the Earth, it is merely a last resort. If it were within the realm of possibility, Ye Hua would prefer that Gu Yi refrains from obstructing him. You are unlike the other deities from alternate dimensions. In fact, one might say that when you arrived in this world and unveiled a sky invisible to ordinary mortals, this realm acknowledged your existence. And you became an integral part of it. I am aware that you have been on guard against me from the very beginning. There is no need for such caution, for this world has long accepted you. Even if one day you were to truly ascend to the status of an alternate dimensional deity, I would find myself powerless to expel you, let alone extinguish your essence. Unlike other deities from different dimensions, your presence does not constitute an invasion. However, I do hope that you will not disappoint the universe's expectations of you." Gu Yi's gaze was serene, her smile gentle, yet Ye Hua found himself perplexed. "What do you mean? Please do not speak in riddles. The sky unseen by ordinary eyes, is it referring to the dark space inhabited by the shadow dimension? Goodness, does this imply that I indeed wield the power of a dimensional deity? It sounds rather grand. Yet why has there been no perceptible change? Everything remains as it was, functioning normally. The title of dimensional lord or deity. This is it? You will come to understand in due time." With a moment of hesitation, Gu Yi added, "However, sometimes change does not equate to improvement. One must be prepared to face the consequences of disrupting the timeline." "The Time Anomaly Management Bureau?" Ye Hua inquired with curiosity. Gu Yi merely smiled, offering no further explanation. The Time Management Bureau does not seem to exhibit overwhelming power, aside from their ability to traverse the multiverse at will. It appears that once matters reach their jurisdiction, the established rules cease to apply. Beyond that, it is rather unremarkable. Nevertheless, it is of little concern, as the saying goes. The boat will find its way once it reaches the bridge. As long as Gui does not oppose me, all issues shall remain non-issues. When challenges arise in the future, I shall address them or deal with those who create them. Therefore, are you truly planning to refrain from intervening in my actions henceforth?" Upon hearing this, Gu Yi nodded, stating that as long as you do not wish to bring about the destruction of this world, I shall not interfere. "We have made an agreement, have we not? Excellent. The blazing sun shall rise to greatness once more, starting from this very day. I am indeed curious to see what you intend to do and what transformations you will bring to this world." Now it is Ye Hua's turn to speak in riddles. As he replied, "You will soon discover. Since Gu Yi does not intend to meddle, there are currently no issues at hand. However, from her words, it is evident that potential troubles may loom in the future. Moreover, I truly possess the potential to become a dimensional lord. An intriguing prospect, the shadow dimension." The two engaged in light conversation, while Ye Hua awaited the moment of the Chitauri invasion. Akin to what Morgana had said, only civilizations that have undergone nuclear baptism are truly suited to become demons. In a similar vein, only through the panic of war, amidst the terrifying dance between life and death, can the latent virtues that typically remain obscured be illuminated, thus awakening the potential within individuals, making them more apt candidates for the implantation of genetic engines. Presently, the entirety of New York is on the brink of transforming into a reservoir of talent. The moment is nigh. Before Ye Hua's words could fully dissipate into the air, a dazzlingly bright blue beam shot skyward. From a distance, the pillar appeared as a straight line piercing the heavens. At an altitude of 10,000 meters, a colossal azure portal opened. Within mere minutes, the skies above New York became saturated with an innumerable throng of Chitauri soldiers. These extraterrestrial warriors, piloting hovering shuttles, swarmed through the streets and alleyways of New York, unleashing a relentless barrage of fire and merciless slaughter. At this early hour, with the sun just beginning to ascend, most citizens of New York remained ensconced within their homes. Countless individuals were jolted from their slumber by the unexpected sounds of artillery and explosions. As they drew back their curtains, the world outside had morphed into something unrecognizable. The streets and alleys teemed with flying aliens, brazenly firing upon the roads. Within a brief span, traffic descended into chaos. Countless flames erupted, illuminating every corner of New York amidst the cacophony of screams and the piercing sounds of destruction. Help! Oh no! A group of radiant young women, once indulging in breakfast and preparing for their daily routines, had no time to flee before being struck by searing lasers. In the aftermath of the explosions, remnants of limbs and blood stained the ground, turning a patch of grass crimson. But this was merely the beginning. More vessels surged in from all directions, and the indiscriminate fire from energy weapons ignited numerous trees and bushes in the park. Smoke and explosions, flames and blood, coupled with the panicked throngs of humanity. In an instant, they transformed New York City into a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. Chapter 49. The Battle of New York as the head of a covert operation. Nick Fury's desire for control was undoubtedly at its zenith. Upon witnessing the Avengers act without prior consultation, he surmised that Tony must have located Loki's whereabouts. He promptly issued orders to restore communications and surveillance, seeking out Ye Hua without delay. However, it appeared that events were about to unfold in ways he had not anticipated. Ye Hua seemed disinclined to offer assistance. In fact, the implications of his words suggested he might even introduce additional complications. When Nick Fury, consumed with apprehension, returned to the helicarrier, the situation had indeed escalated dramatically. A massive transdimensional portal had manifested above Stark Tower, and alien beings armed with energy cannons poured forth like dumplings, wreaking havoc indiscriminately. Deploy the S.H.I.E.L.D. strike team immediately, Fury commanded. Arriving at Stark Tower first were Hawkeye, Black Widow, Captain America, and Iron Man Tony, who found themselves embroiled in a desperate struggle. The four of them were hopelessly outnumbered compared to the endless tide of Chitauri emerging from the portal. Their efforts were but a drop in the ocean, merely stirring a few ripples against the overwhelming sea of adversaries. His only reliance now lay with the SHIELD strike team clad in nano-battlesuits. Nick Fury sighed, wishing fervently that Nightingale would refrain from complicating matters at this juncture. Had he known, he would have never sought him out. However, this was hardly the moment for such concerns. He had no means to restrain Nightingale and was utterly unaware of his current whereabouts. Meanwhile, Manhattan was engulfed in chaos, with the relentless Chitauri forces spreading in every direction. The ordinary military and police stood powerless against them, as the Chitauri moved with astounding speed. The clash of spacefaring civilizations against a pre-nuclear society indeed unfolded with a crushing dominance. Standing on the balcony of the New York Sanctum alongside the Ancient One, Nightingale observed the distant battle, his heart a void of emotion. When life can be quantified and digitized, requiring only the right energy and resources for recreation, it loses its value, its preciousness. To those not recognized by me, they're merely a complex and vast array of data. This is the mentality of a demon. But who would care for me? There are no righteous angels in this world to define my moral compass. Glancing at the Ancient One beside him, Nightingale remarked with a smile, "It seems the future versions of them will not be arriving after all." The battle had been underway for some time, yet in New York, every whisper of movement was under his covert surveillance, revealing no sign of the future Avengers arriving. Perhaps they had discovered an alternative method. The Ancient One observed Nightingale, contemplating that if there were anything that would prevent the future Avengers from traversing the timeline to seek the stones, it would surely be Nightingale's alteration of events in the future. Alas, she was destined to remain ignorant of this. Even with the Time Stone, she could not glimpse Nightingale's future. What a pity! I have no desire to meddle in future affairs, nor am I interested in their outcomes. However, I do not wish for you to interfere with my forthcoming actions. Noting the Ancient One's silence, Nightingale began his search across New York for a suitable candidate to implant with a genetic engine. The Ancient One was genuinely curious about what Nightingale intended to do next, something that could potentially reshape the future. As Tony Stark found himself in dire straits, he naturally thought of Nightingale, questioning why he was not lending assistance in such a critical moment and why even Thor was nowhere to be found. Were those gods truly so irresponsible? Amidst Tony's murmurs detected through dark channels, Nightingale smiled faintly. If he desired my help, it would not be so simple. After all, I was preparing to aid in their fight against the malevolent alien invasion. Suddenly, amidst the throngs of nearly 10 million, Nightingale spotted an individual who perfectly met his criteria. An elderly New Yorker, nearing the end of his days, exhibited a remarkably tranquil data fluctuation, devoid of any fear of death, resembling an enlightened sage who accepted the present with serene composure. Fairness, justice, courage, and an unwavering willingness to face death and sacrifice. Indeed, admirable qualities. Alas, before I could implant the genetic engine within him, he was effortlessly eradicated by the Chitauri, meeting a swift demise in the process. It seems I must expend additional resources. Rarely does such a fitting candidate present themselves. It will be a grave misfortune not to seize this opportunity. Reviving an ordinary individual is a trivial expense in the grand scheme of things. Entering the shadow dimension, I activated the solar interface to acquire the target's complete genetic data, preparing to reconstruct the body and implant the fiery genetic engine. Unlike ordinary mortals, Ancient One could perceive the operations within the shadow dimension, recognizing that it diverged significantly from her previous understanding of malevolent deities. The power of Ye Hua radiated warmth and strength, imbued with hope and light. This was not a divine essence of destruction, but one of creation. Much like the sun, under its illumination, all life flourishes and thrives. Perhaps the future indeed holds promise. Ancient One chuckled softly, following Ye Hua's gaze to the elderly man, a pure soul, having traversed the myriad experiences of life. He had seen through the illusions of life and death, attaining a profound understanding that granted him peace. Such a high-quality soul, if anchored in faith, would undoubtedly be guided into the realm of the divine. Regrettably, this man lacked faith, and thus the destination of his soul remained uncertain. Was Ye Hua intending to resurrect him and lead him onward? Ancient One cast another glance at Ye Hua's shadow dimension projection, shaking her head. You are not yet qualified for such endeavors. Seizing a soul from another's grasp is no trivial matter. Ancient One remained silent, harboring no intentions to assist. As Ye Hua delved into the man's genetic data, she observed the workings of Ye Hua's shadow dimension. Intriguing. Souls were they? But a luminous form transcending the corporeal realm, merely a segment of data governing the spirit. We, the technological gods, have never concerned ourselves with notions of the soul. Everything is data. Unfortunately, the data of that deceased elder had been lost. Even if I were to expend resources to revive him, it would result in merely a soulless automaton. That simply will not do. Initiating stellar energy infusion to enhance computational output. Calculate, calculate, calculate. The absence of a celestial computer is indeed a hindrance. There is little hope from the heavenly city, and my own computational power far surpasses its capabilities. The development of a celestial computer must be prioritized, as Ye Hua fervently sought to recover the crucial data lost upon death. Ancient One perceived that he was attempting to combat the laws of this world with his still maturing dimensions, seeking to usurp the rightful claim to that soul. This was a significant oversight on Ye Hua's part. In this world, aside from souls that naturally dissipate, all others possess an inherent belonging. However, it appears he has succeeded for now. The calculations have been completed, the genetic data is being reorganized, and the implantation of the flame gene engine has commenced to restore the divine body, with an estimated completion time of 1 minute. Once an ordinary old man, he was slain by extraterrestrial invaders, an event that would typically go unnoticed amidst the chaos, where every moment witnesses death, leaving no time for concern over who lies lifeless by the roadside. However, suddenly, a brilliant golden beam of light surged into the sky, enveloping the man's corpse, instantly captivating the attention of many. What is that? Look, the body is levitating. My heavens, he seems to be growing younger. A miracle. Is this divine intervention to save us? He has been redeemed. Some knelt in reverence. Sir, there's a nuclear energy reaction 20 kilometers to the southeast. Nuclear energy? Has the golden boy arrived? Upon hearing the mention of nuclear energy, Tony immediately thought of Ye Hua, and the distinctive golden beam of light reinforced this connection. Thor, too, gazed towards that direction, sensing something extraordinary as a god. Attempts to contact Ye Hua were met with silence, while others ventured closer to investigate. Yet, the passing Chitauri were incinerated into ashes without cause, deterring many from acting recklessly, while a greater number continued to kneel in awe of the miracle. In the dark dimension, Charlie Targaryen arrived at a mysterious realm, where the surroundings were tranquil, as if time itself had ceased to flow. Ethereal clouds swirled like delicate veils, exuding an indescribable sense of transcendence and solemnity. In the distance, a magnificent temple emerged, radiating a soft, sacred light, seemingly beckoning every soul filled with reverence. Am I not dead? Have I, in death, arrived in the divine realm? With a heart full of awe and excitement, Charlie approached the grand entrance of the temple. The colossal stone doors towered into the clouds, adorned with ancient and enigmatic runes and patterns, narrating the infinite mysteries of the cosmos. As a deep, sonorous rumble resonated, the stone doors began to slowly part, releasing a powerful yet gentle force that seemed capable of cleansing all distractions from the mind. Stepping into the temple, he found the interior vast and profound, with towering stone pillars standing like giants, supporting a dome that sparkled like the starry sky. At the far end of the temple, upon a splendid golden throne, sat a deity clad in golden armor. A radiant brilliance emanated from his being, blinding yet irresistibly alluring, compelling one to draw near and prostrate in submission. Ultimately, Charlie knelt slowly, bowing his head, daring not to offend. Great deity, I never imagined I would be summoned by the divine after death. Though a skeptic of the divine, such disbelief falters when confronted with the presence of the divine itself. Particularly in the dark dimension, following the implantation of the gene engine, the atmosphere exudes absolute authority and unparalleled divinity, fulfilling every individual's fantasies of the divine. Not to mention that at the moment of genetic implantation, their thoughts had already been irrevocably transformed. Your remarkable qualities have profoundly moved me. I shall bestow upon you extraordinary power and eternal life. Go forth and battle with the glory and radiance of the blazing sun. I am the sun god. The divine voice echoed within the temple, resonating like a mighty bell, yet as gentle as a whisper, directly touching the heart. After a considerable time, Charlie gathered his courage, raised his gaze toward the luminous figure, and spoke. O great deity, I have lost my way in this mortal realm, tormented by suffering. It is my utmost honor to receive your guidance and redemption today. Your humble servant shall forever worship you and proclaim your wisdom and kindness to the world. The deity fell silent, almost amused. Was this man not an atheist, one who did not believe in gods? Moreover, the thoughts I implanted in him were not meant to lead him to such fervor. How is it that he understands the rites of devotion better than I? The sudden stillness of the divine figure filled Charlie with anxiety, unsure if he had spoken amiss, and thus he humbly prostrated himself on the ground. Go forth. In an instant, the surrounding brilliance vanished, and after a fleeting moment of blindness, Charlie found himself in another extraordinary realm. Welcome to the Radiant Sun's Gene System. Chapter 50. For the Glory of the Sun God. The communication from the dark dimension was, in truth, a connection of the spirit, but merely a fleeting instant. When Charlie opened his eyes again, it felt as though he had traversed a lengthy journey, from life to death and back again. A most wondrous experience. Even now, he could scarcely believe whether it had been a dream. Yet, the revitalized vigor of his body, the inexhaustible surge of power, and the newfound knowledge swirling in his mind continually reminded him it was no dream. He had been favored by the sun god, rescued from the brink of death, and endowed with extraordinary strength. With a humble demeanor, Charlie bowed to the sun above, then knelt upon the ground. I give thanks to the great sun god for granting me a new life. I, Charlie Targaryen, hereby vow that your servant shall forever remain by your side. Basking in the radiance of the sun god, my body and soul shall belong to you. As Charlie knelt in anticipation, the onlookers in the distance erupted in astonishment. He lives. He has truly come back to life. He claims it is the sun god. Do gods truly exist? O sun god, save us. Faith is a curious thing. It costs nothing to believe, particularly in the sight of many. An elderly man, nearly bald and nearing death, seemed unlikely to survive the impending doom of alien invaders. Yet, this very man, or rather, this corpse, was enveloped in a golden beam of light and visibly transformed. First, his injuries healed, then he became youthful and handsome. And now he had indeed returned to life. A miracle. This is a miracle. At this moment, none who witnessed the event would doubt the existence of the divine. Otherwise, how can one explain the scene before us? It must surely be a manifestation of a great and benevolent deity. The sun god has descended upon the world, his radiance illuminating our path. Only by venerating the sun god can one attain salvation. The compassionate sun god shall bestow upon us the strength to combat malevolent extraterrestrials. As Charlie rose, he began to emit a glow reminiscent of the sun, gentle and non-blinding, akin to a luminous bulb. In a display to demonstrate the power granted him by the sun god to vanquish evil, he casually unleashed a fusion energy sphere, incinerating several Chitauri soldiers instantly. However, due to his inexperience with divine power, he mismanaged the energy output, inadvertently leveling a building in the process. This spectacle further inflamed the fervor and excitement of the surrounding crowd, who flocked to Charlie's side, whether they were there to worship the sun god or to seek refuge. Perhaps both motivations intertwined. In the distance, Ye Hua observed Charlie's charlatan-like antics, bemused as he prepared to evangelize. Wasn't he this fellow originally devoid of faith? How adept he had become at deceiving and preaching. Moreover, it seemed I had not introduced these peculiar elements. Little did he know, disbelief stemmed from the notion that no deity existed. Yet upon witnessing a true God, particularly one capable of saving his life, granting formidable power and restoring youthful vitality, one would undoubtedly embrace faith without hesitation. Even if I had not implanted such notions, Charlie would likely exhibit the same fervor. Regardless, establishing a cult of the sun god may not be a bad idea. It appears the gene engine is quite stable, thus it can proceed. Throughout this affair, there was no mention of Ancient One, who, at this moment, was furrowing her brow in contemplation. What is it? Do you perceive any issues? Ancient One merely shook her head in silence. Was Ye Hua preparing to establish a sect and vie for faith? While that was of little concern, the crucial point remained that he could usurp souls that rightfully belonged to others. Note the term usurp. Ye Hua is not yet the true master of dimensions, lacking the authority to command the souls of others. Troubles are likely to arise soon. It is of no consequence. However, you must be prepared. Perhaps in the future, a deity may seek retribution from you. What do you mean? Just now, you appropriated a soul that was destined for another. With that said, the rest lies in Ye Hua's hands. He has already acquired the capability to obtain such qualifications, and sooner or later, due to disputes over interests, he will find himself at odds with certain deities. As long as the earth remains intact, let the gods resolve their own conflicts. The reason she intervened to stop Ye Hua and save Ross was that at that time, Ye Hua's mindset was not mature. Even trivial matters could sway the larger picture. Had the S, H, I, El, D fallen to Ye Hua, there would be no Avengers today, and even Iron Man would have been lost in that incident. Thus, after Thanos snapped his fingers, who would resurrect everyone, if not for the sudden surge in population, leading to the unhealthy birth of celestial beings? The Eternals might not have successfully prevented the emergence of deities. At that point, Earth would inevitably face the fate of destruction. But will the future Avengers truly not come? There are far too many uncertainties, and even she, the guardian of the Time Stone, finds it increasingly difficult to discern the truth. How exhausting. Ye Hua furrowed his brow. Souls, I almost forgot that this world does not permit the arbitrary resurrection of individuals, especially those of exceptional quality, who are often coveted by demons and gods alike. Well, it appears I have inadvertently stirred up trouble once more. Regardless, let's continue. If they want to seize, let them seize. As long as they do not trouble me now and grant me ample time to develop, I can always engage in a divine battle in the future. The strongest shall reign supreme. Resolving to this end, Ye Hua felt emboldened. The gods from alternate dimensions could not descend upon Earth, with the esteemed Ancient One watching over. Hela, too, was imprisoned, and the other deities governing souls, aside from the conceptual entity of the goddess of death, seemed unable to contend with me for the time being. Gods, figures that have never appeared. I doubt that any would dare to confront Earth while Ancient One still lives. Moreover, with the limited souls on Earth, it hardly warrants a grand mobilization. As he entered the dark dimension, he began a large-scale search. Unexpectedly, the very Ancient One he had long been wary of became an invisible shield. Very well, I shall endeavor to treat you with more courtesy in the future. A valiant police officer, a black man who sacrificed himself to protect others? Soon, data across New York began to be retrieved, and as the fervor of war spread, individuals meeting his criteria began to emerge in droves. However, let me reiterate, this sun god does not harbor prejudice against black individuals. The reality is that Compared to other races, there exist greater genetic deficiencies among you. This is one reason why Ye Hua has consistently regarded Nick Fury with disdain. Genetics essentially dictate the entirety of an organism's characteristics. If you're unattractive or dark-skinned, then discussions about genetics should be avoided. This is not discrimination, it is a fact. Although he himself did not care for this optimization of genetic resources, if better options are available, why would one choose you? If you have died, then so be it. A beautiful Italian woman, a tourist of Chinese descent, along with the countless hours of overtime, had only managed to create 7 genetic engines. Hence the necessity to select the best among the best. Without exception, aside from Charlie, the other 6 were all handsome men or stunning women. Do not inquire further. It is all about genetics. Let's commence. With a command from Ye Hua, the dark dimension began to deploy the genetic engines. And 6 golden beams of light once again illuminated the space. The chosen individuals were instantly enveloped in radiance, their bodies undergoing wondrous transformations. The once delicate features of the Italian maiden now bore an added air of sanctity, while the young man of Chinese descent exuded an enigmatic Eastern charm. In this moment, they transformed into extraordinary beings, the objects of universal admiration, inevitably causing quite a stir. However, soon after, an anomaly arose. A disarray of data emerged from the dark realm, accompanied by alarming warnings of information conflict. How could this be? It was utterly unexpected. Ye Hua found himself momentarily stunned. The creation of the gene engine had been meticulously crafted according to the teachings within the Solar database, with further refinements made to accommodate the genetic traits of Earthlings. While mutations were understandable, even an explosion could be accepted, but data disarray. What could possibly have gone awry? Observing the 6 individuals who had subsequently been implanted with the super gene engine, he noted their transformations. Some had ballooned to 3 meters in height, their forms resembling flowing lava. Others were engulfed in flames. Yet others emitted an extraordinarily potent genetic radiation. In any case, they no longer resembled humans. Damn it! Could it be that they had not yet perished when the gene engine was implanted? Had their souls not been extracted? Yet all their genetic data had been read, including the segment governing their consciousness. How could this happen? Ye Hua furrowed his brow, rapidly analyzing the data within the dark dimension, particularly the vast segment concerning the soul. But everything appeared to be in order. This was outrageous. Not only was Ye Hua bewildered, but the crowds of New York were equally perplexed. As was the director of SHIELD. What was happening? Could this be yet another of Ye Hua's creations? I knew it. I knew there would be complications. Nick Fury's gaze was fixed on the footage relayed from the scene, his expression growing increasingly grim. Charlie could still be deemed a miracle. As he proclaimed the solar deity's glory, Nick Fury recognized this as a maneuver orchestrated by Ye Hua behind the scenes. Ye Hua had mentioned that a batch of super soldiers would come to assist. If they were all miracles like Charlie, it would undoubtedly be splendid. But now, were they all hellish flame demons risen from the abyss? They were even more terrifying than the Chitauri. For the glory of the solar deity. Roar. Kill. It was hopeless. Ye Hua rubbed his aching forehead, realizing it would be best to retrieve them immediately. Otherwise, the great and benevolent solar deity would soon be transformed into a malevolent god. Nonetheless, it must be said that despite their unappealing appearances, the combat prowess of the transformed individuals remained undiminished. Once engaged in battle, their capabilities surpassed all expectations, causing the Chitauri forces to falter. Observing the battlefield, Ye Hua contemplated the implications. If future recipients of gene engine modifications were to assume such frightful forms, he might as well descend into hell and become a demon himself. No, the image of the solar deity must not be tarnished in such a manner. He issued the command to terminate the dark dimension support for these 6 individuals. Let them valiantly sacrifice themselves in this battle to defend Earth. Otherwise, I would have to personally retrieve them. Devoid of superpowers, they were merely the newly awakened generation of super soldiers. Yet one could still believe that the Chitauri army could be vanquished. Chapter 51. A Dance of Demons. What has transpired? At the moment when those 6 individuals, implanted with gene engines yet inexplicably mutated, fervently cried out for the supreme glory of the sun god and recklessly charged forward, they suddenly sensed an anomaly. In that instant, they had become indistinguishable from the most grotesque of monsters, perhaps even surpassing them. Their bodies were engulfed in raging flames, with one individual soaring to heights exceeding 3 meters. More astonishingly, their forms were composed of flowing, molten lava, resembling a colossal magma giant emerging from the depths of hell, akin to the chilling demons of legend. Beside him stood another figure, similarly surrounded by fiery light, though maintaining some semblance of human features. Nevertheless, all 6 had undergone bizarre mutations, and faced with such cataclysmic transformations, they found it difficult to accept the harsh reality of their inhuman existence. Their ordinary garments were utterly incapable of withstanding the searing heat of the flames. For the glory of the sun god, to eradicate the invaders, the divine would assist us, despite the confusion and trepidation swirling within them. The explicit battle orders from the sun god compelled them to charge forward without hesitation, even if they had become grotesque beings. This was an instinctual drive rooted in their very genes. What manner of monstrosities has that individual unleashed? Have demons from hell been set loose? As long as one does not possess a human appearance, regardless of strength or wonder, they are categorized as monsters or demons. Tony gazed at the 6 fiery fiends rushing onto the battlefield, momentarily at a loss as to whom he should confront. The destruction they wrought was not lesser than that of the Chitauri army. Flames consumed everything in their path. Where's Ye Hua? Why has he yet to make an appearance? Shouldn't he be managing his subordinates? It was evident that this was Ye Hua's doing, for the energy radiating from these fiery creatures was nearly identical to his own, predominantly solar and nuclear in nature. Not to mention their incessant cries for the glory of the sun god. What does that fellow intend to achieve? Who is Ye Hua? Shouldn't these beings be here to assist us? Meanwhile, Captain America, Steve, listened intently to the voices in his earpiece, curious, for he was still unfamiliar with Ye Hua. Of course, one could also include Dr. Banner. The sun god they spoke of, the nanofiber combat suits we now donned, were crafted by Ye Hua himself. Natasha promptly elucidated that she believed these flame beings were undoubtedly here to assist us. It was evident that the 6 individuals, regarded by them as fiery demons, were conjured by Ye Hua, and they exclusively targeted the Chitauri. This formidable force exhibited immense destructive potential. The convergence of these 6 seemed to instigate a counteroffensive against the Chitauri army. Thus, we ought to engage in a collaborative effort. In the face of an overwhelming extraterrestrial invasion, it is imperative to unify all available strengths. Even the flame beings, resembling monsters, may serve as allies. We must close the portal, otherwise, this war shall never cease. Just as Steve was about to devise a battle strategy, Banner arrived leisurely on a small motorcycle, signaling that the situation had deteriorated significantly. Steve smiled. Dr. Banner, your timing is impeccable. We require your assistance. Is it time for a meeting? The assembly of the Avengers and the fiery demons conjured by Ye Hua lightened Tony's tone considerably. Prepare yourselves. I have brought gifts. No sooner had he finished speaking than Iron Man soared in from the distance, with the Leviathan beast trailing behind. Doctor. Banner glanced back at the others before striding toward the Leviathan, feeling a simmering rage within. The Hulk had emerged. As the Avengers assembled, Steve swiftly finalized the battle plan and reached out to the 6 flame beings. In truth, despite their unconventional appearance, they were quite communicative and indicated their intent to aid the Avengers in combating the alien incursion. With a thunderous roar, Hulk charged first into the Chitauri ranks. Each leap he took reverberated, sending nearby Chitauri soldiers sprawling. Witnessing Hulk's valor, the 6 flame beings instinctively adjusted their course, fighting alongside him. The path of Hulk and the flame beings was strewn with chaos, engulfed in smoke and explosions, with little to hinder their advance. The Chitauri army began a rapid retreat. Conversely, the S, H, I, D strike team, despite their costly enhancements, including nano-suits and Victory Hyperion rifles, could only make minimal contributions on the periphery of the battlefield. After all, their capabilities were merely at the level of ordinary humans. And with the Chitauri's individual flying machines aiding them, the speed of their aerial maneuvers was beyond the effective control of the S, H, L, D strike team. Even the enhanced physique of a super soldier appeared ineffective against the Chitauri forces. With a casual motion, Ye Hua dispatched a nearby Chitauri flying vessel, shaking his head with a smile. Should one conclude that the Chitauri army is weak, or that the super soldiers are exceedingly strong, I have revoked their access to the dark dimension. They are merely the first generation, recently awakening the gene engine, capable only of instinctual gene manipulation. Besides relying on their inherent flames, they cannot even manifest energy orbs. Such limitations render them incapable of overcoming us. How can one have the audacity to invade Earth? Were it not for the ceaseless and fragmented onslaught of the Chitauri army, we might have already been driven back. The Avengers, a formidable ensemble comprising 30 agents clad in nano-combat suits, along with 6 first-generation super soldiers, present an opulent lineup. Yet, they are merely low-level adversaries. Deploying such an overwhelming force against them renders it difficult for an uninformed observer to discern who the true invaders are. It appears that these 6 individuals will not be retreating anytime soon. Each possesses strength akin to that of Captain America, accompanied by inherent fire damage. Unless they are subdued by gunfire, they are unlikely to perish. Especially when united, the Chitauri stand no chance against them. Soon, Ye Hua ceased to monitor the battlefield, contemplating whether to rebuild the situation from scratch or to analyze the critical data necessary to restore them to their former selves. Both options seemed equally viable, as he had already uncovered the fundamental cause of their mutation. The genetic permissions surprisingly included elements beyond his control. However, this posed no significant issue. A swift acquisition would suffice. Compared to the battle, the activities of Charlie were far more intriguing. Ye Hua chose not to involve him in the conflict, but instead directed him to safeguard civilians, curious to observe how he would propagate his doctrine. Are those flame wielders also a blessing from a sun god? Someone inquired. Why have they become so fearsome? This is merely a fade. My deity is benevolent, accepting all who revere him. This too serves as a trial. What sort of trial? Charlie was at a loss, unaware of why some, blessed by the sun god, had transformed into monsters. Nevertheless, it was clear that the sun god was righteous, and so were his followers. As for the trial, or any other matters, let your imagination run wild. Although Manhattan had devolved into the primary battlefield, chaos engulfed the entirety of New York, with crossfire erupting everywhere, rendering all locations perilous. Yet, remaining by Charlie's side felt remarkably secure, for he bore the divine power bestowed by the sun god. Unlike those flame wielders who had to rely solely on physical strength in combat. Consequently, a large crowd gathered around him. Could you enlighten me about the sun god? If I survive this ordeal, I too wish to honor the sun god. While they had never encountered the sun god, Charlie was a living testament to divine grace. Who would not desire to regain youth and vitality, particularly those who had entered their twilight years? As I gazed at Charlie, their eyes sparkled with fervor. Longevity and youth are desires that no sentient being can resist, willing to pay any price to attain them. In comparison, divine power seems less significant. One must first possess life to acquire anything else. I too wish to honor the sun god. I wonder how one might receive his call. If I possessed extraordinary powers, I could venture forth to battle and protect everyone. The youth are particularly captivated by Charlie's striking visage, enhanced as if by a masterful filter, and his ability to vanquish extraterrestrial foes with a mere gesture. How dashing, how exhilarating. If one cannot be handsome or cool, then longevity holds little significance. The essence of life lies in its breadth rather than its duration. My deity is benevolent, and his radiance illuminates every soul. I shall serve as his messenger, embracing every believer of my God and disseminating his glory to the world. Upon returning from the brink of death, Charlie became a steadfast devotee of the sun god, believing that his revival was a divine mandate to spread the teachings and illuminate the world with the sun god's brilliance. Why else would he be tasked with safeguarding the innocent rather than engaging in combat? No follower has ever received a divine summons and returned to life, only to hear the voice of the divine once more. The sun god exists in truth, and he who has received divine revelation stands closest to the divine. My deity, Ye Hua, chuckled at the prospect of establishing a cult of the sun god. After all, he requires numerous followers, and ordinary individuals have their own worth. Should one aspire to become a super soldier, possessing eternal youth and extraordinary might, one must toil diligently. Those who seek unearned rewards, like today as idlers, will find no place in the future. The method of gathering countless super soldiers and millions of ordinary people to support my endeavors is indeed feasible. Though it was a spur-of-the-moment idea, Charlie's fervent missionary zeal delighted Ye Hua immensely. Life has grown rather mundane. A touch of mischief now and then can be quite refreshing. As time passed on the battlefield, this sudden invasion was nearing its conclusion. Chapter 52. The foundation, the Chitauri army surged forth like a relentless tide, their speed catching everyone off guard. However, this seemingly endless conflict came to an unexpectedly swift resolution. When the Avengers discovered the means to close the portal, the battle could be declared over. Close the portal immediately, Steve commanded without hesitation. His gaze fixed firmly on Black Widow, fully aware that as long as the portal remained open, the ceaseless influx of Chitauri forces could render the fight interminable. Just then, Tony urgently interjected, "Wait, Captain. A nuclear missile is hurtling towards us, but fear not. I have a plan for where to redirect it." Upon hearing this, a sense of dread enveloped the group. Could those utterly foolish politicians truly be so deranged as to launch a nuclear strike upon their own nation? Would they disregard the millions of innocent civilians in New York City and the soldiers engaged in battle? Were their minds truly so clouded? Fortunately, the situation had not yet spiraled beyond redemption. In a breathtaking display of speed, Iron Man seized the nuclear bomb and unhesitatingly plunged into the portal. Witnessing this scene, Ye Hua could not help but smile faintly, pondering to himself that this so-called great battle could finally come to a satisfactory conclusion. The battle for New York was trivial. From the very beginning, Ye Hua had regarded it with indifference. What was there to fear from a civilization that could easily be incinerated with a mere flicker of flame? His gaze then fell upon the 6 peculiar super soldiers, each engulfed in flames, yet steadfastly carrying out their orders to combat the Chitauri. To simply reduce them to mere data would not sit well with him. Firstly, they were not dead. Secondly, they had families, unlike Charlie, who was a solitary figure. The world was not overflowing with orphans. It appeared that he would have to exert a bit more effort. In the spirit of humanitarianism, Ye Hua resolved to assist them in resolving their data disarray, allowing them to become true super soldiers, at the very least to bid a proper farewell to their families. Perhaps this would also facilitate the development of the solar cult on Earth. After all, having already seized one soul's allegiance, he was not overly concerned about claiming a few more. Having made up his mind, Ye Hua cast an amused glance at Ancient One. The council members orchestrating these events had decisively ordered the deployment of the nuclear bomb, a decision that perhaps bore some of his own influence. After all, it was not merely an alien invasion. There were also 6 fiery demons involved. Yet to actually unleash a nuclear bomb upon their own country was indeed audacious. Had he truly eliminated Ross back then, would they have dared to strike him with a nuclear weapon? The outcome would have been predictable. The SHIELD and the American government could very well have been obliterated by his own hand. Did they forget that he harbored a persecution complex? Chuckling to himself, he concluded that there was little else to be done here. The greatest achievement of this endeavor was the validation that the solar gene engine could be seamlessly integrated into Earthlings, and the so-called data disorder was not a significant issue, merely trivial matters. As for the Mind Stone and the Cosmic Cube, it was best to leave them undisturbed for now. He had yet to fully comprehend the Power Stone. Acquiring additional useless stones would only attract Thanos' scrutiny without yielding any benefits. Furthermore, Wanda needed the stimulation of the Mind Stone to formally or prematurely master chaos magic, which might also relate to Hydra's experiments. It was prudent not to interfere further. As the portal opened, Ye Hua approached the 6 super soldiers. Initially, they regarded him with caution, but soon they knelt respectfully before him. My God! Though this was their first true encounter with Ye Hua, their genetic instincts informed them that the figure before them was the Sun God, the bestower of their extraordinary powers, deserving of their lifelong devotion. My God! The towering figure of the 3-meter-tall lava giant hesitated, uncertain whether he should voice his desires to the deity. The other 5 companions mirrored his apprehension, appearing equally reluctant to speak. Fear not. This is merely a minor mishap. You shall return to your human forms. Knight reassured with a smile, raising his hand to open a portal. Let's proceed. There is no need for our involvement in what follows, and I shall assist you in regaining your normalcy. Now that they had truly met and he had decided to retain them, there was no need to maintain the pretentious demeanor of a god, for such an act would only lead to exhaustion in their future interactions. Beyond being programmed by the gene engine to exhibit loyalty, obedience, and an unwavering commitment to never betray, their subjective thoughts remained largely unchanged. Excitement bubbled within them at the prospect of the Sun God granting their restoration, yet curiosity lingered regarding their destination. Would they be taken to the realm of the divine? However, as the god refrained from revealing this, they dared not inquire. At last, it seemed to be over. Just as the enormous portal was about to seal completely, Iron Man successfully plummeted through, while the destruction of the Chitauri mothership rendered the remaining Chitauri on Earth incapacitated. Victory in battle was achieved. Observing the footage relayed from the scene, Nick Fury pondered the absence of the 6 fire demons. Throughout the Battle of New York, Knight had not revealed himself. Thus few had noticed his presence. Even S.H.O.D. was unaware of whether he had been on the battlefield, and they could not establish contact. Yet, he was undoubtedly monitoring the conflict. The sudden appearance and equally abrupt disappearance of those 6 fire beings served as evidence. And wait, there was one more. The individual named Charlie, extolling the radiance of the sun god, remained near the battlefield. Could it be that his apparent normalcy was the reason Knight had not taken him? As for the propagation of faith, it seemed insignificant, considering the multitude of churchgoers in America. The addition of a sun god cult would not matter much. But could it truly be that simple? The sun god, Knight, was undeniably real, having performed miraculous feats, including resurrection and rejuvenation. It was clear that once the sun god cult was established, it would likely spread like wildfire. Hill, keep a close watch on this Charlie. I want to know every detail about him. Knight had chosen to isolate him. What could he possibly want from him? S.H.I.E.L.D. appeared to lack the capacity to restrain him, let alone intervene, yet it was imperative to understand Charlie's every move to formulate an appropriate response. Understood, sir. The post-war reconstruction would be managed by dedicated personnel, and New York City gradually returned to its former vibrancy as people began to rebuild their homes. However, the legends surrounding this great battle quietly began to circulate. Knight chose not to concern himself with such trivial matters. The critical issue was to comprehend why the data governing their dominant thoughts had caused the super soldiers to mutate. Otherwise, it would be utterly cumbersome and deplete energy and resources to eliminate a person first, then decipher genetic data, seize the soul, and subsequently arrange for resurrection. Such a process is far too intricate. A sophisticated gene engine implantation program ought to be efficient and swift, devoid of such convolutions. No need for alarm. It will be resolved shortly. For the first time, I possess subordinates, and I am their revered deity. Their reverence and awe-filled expressions leave me with little experience. I cannot perpetually remain aloof, speaking only in the first person. I suddenly feel a hint of pressure. However, they are merely here for employment. They are new recruits to the company. I guide them directly to the genetic research laboratory, gesturing for one individual to step onto the examination table. Without hesitation, he strides forward, driven not only by an instinctual obedience to genetic commands, but also by the deity's unexpectedly gentle and approachable demeanor, which starkly contrasts with their preconceived notions. Entering the dark dimension, I activate the Solar Light operational interface and commence the retrieval of all genetic data. Allow me to uncover the underlying issue. Ye Hua fixates intently on the operational interface, where an array of complex data codes flicker and pulsate. As the data retrieval deepens, he discerns that the problem lies within an encrypted sequence during the gene fusion process. This segment, which should have fostered stability, inexplicably introduces interference. Is it due to my lack of authority over their souls? The database of the Blazing Sun had not mentioned such a phenomenon. If I wish to avoid eliminating them and subsequently expending resources for resurrection, I must thoroughly decipher this encrypted data. It seems akin to cracking and stealing passwords. His fingers dance swiftly across the virtual keyboard, decrypting and rewriting the sequence that Ye Hua deems erroneous. The 5 individuals beside him, bewildered and tense, dare not breathe, pondering whether this pertains to their ability to return to normalcy. Yet, why does the solar deity before them diverge from their imagined divine figure? This scene appears more reminiscent of a science fiction narrative, grounded in science rather than sorcery. Ye Hua casts a glance, but lacks the inclination to explain why his divine self appears somewhat different, wholly absorbed in addressing the anomalies within the genetic data. Fortunately, for a super soldier, decrypting data is merely a fundamental skill. After considerable effort, Ye Hua exhales in relief, having resolved the issue. He reinstates the gene data integration process, and a gentle radiance envelopes the super soldier, harmonizing the chaotic data within, rendering his strength more controllable. As the glow gradually dissipates, he reverts to his original, normal state. To be precise, he has returned to the most vibrant form of his life, enhanced by an extraordinary allure. His visage is strikingly handsome, his physique robust, akin to that of a bodybuilder. The other super soldiers, witnessing this transformation, are filled with astonishment and reverence. Ye Hua promptly addressed their data disarray, restoring the 6 super warriors to their full capacity. "We are eternally grateful for the divine grace," they chorused. Ye Hua waved his hand, urging them not to be overly formal, suggesting instead that they should settle here and live well. He mused that they ought to be diligent workers for him. Moreover, after a brief interaction, they would come to understand the distinction between the deities of their imaginations and his true nature, which did not require worship for believers. Workers should possess the mindset of laborers. However, their propensity to kneel indicated a lack of comprehension of what it meant to be a super warrior. He was not the divine figure they envisioned. He reflected on whether he had inadvertently programmed any peculiar settings into the genetic engine. He believed not. "Very well. I grant you 6 months to reunite with your families and attend to life's trifles. From that point onward, you shall be my warriors, and that singular identity alone." "As you command, my lord," they replied, kneeling once more. Chapter 53. After the war, after successfully teleporting the 6 individuals back to a post-war New York, Ye Hua generously allotted them a full 6 months to cherish time with their families, basking in the joy of reunion. At first glance, this half year seemed ample. It would pass in the blink of an eye. After all, he had assigned them another significant task, to delve deeply into and master their unique abilities. Thus, the half year appeared rather fleeting. Though he had granted them limited access to the dark dimension, it was akin to confronting an entirely new game. One might be able to pick it up and play immediately, yet mastering it and achieving remarkable results proved to be a formidable challenge. The answer was evidently negative. For this reason, Ye Hua did not harbor excessive expectations for their rapid transition into a state of industrious efficiency. The precious 6-month respite was intended to allow them to bid heartfelt farewells to their loved ones and to dedicate ample time and energy to exploring how to harness their exceptional abilities flawlessly. Only when both objectives were successfully achieved could they hope to evolve into capable laborers, contributing their strength to the construction of the radiant sun civilization. In essence, they were to wholeheartedly and diligently labor toward the establishment of the dark dimension, a realm comparable to a civilization. With this thought, Ye Hua couldn't help but smile slightly, chuckling softly. "Look at me, far too benevolent, even understanding the need to grant such an extended break to my employees. Truly, I am not a competent employer. The success of the gene engine heralds the advent of countless super warriors, allowing me to truly relax once they fully comprehend what it means to be a super soldier. As the sun god, I shall simply bask in the fruits of my endeavors." Ye Hua felt elated. Yet, it was precisely at this moment that he detected a communication attempting to reach him. The construction of Tianqing has extensively utilized dark matter, which inherently possesses signal-blocking capabilities. Unless a communication is expressly permitted by me, it is virtually impossible to connect. As anticipated, it was Nebula. "What's the matter, Nebula? Is there something you wish to discuss?" Ye Hua inquired, smiling as he beheld the holographic projection of Nebula. "Nothing particularly urgent. However, I have recently stumbled upon clues regarding unique material that might pique your interest." On the other end, Thanos had received news that the Chitauri army's invasion of Earth had failed, resulting in the loss of a significant cosmic stone, which incensed him greatly. Nebula, however, was indifferent to the fate of Earth or the Chitauri. She was rather pleased with Thanos' failure, though she was curious about Ye Hua's well-being. Despite knowing he was a godlike figure, the Chitauri posed no threat to him, yet Nebula still yearned to see him at the earliest opportunity. Crafting a trivial excuse to leave Thanos' sanctum, she contacted Ye Hua, feeling a sense of relief upon confirming his safety. "What material do you speak of? Is it among the resource list I provided you?" Since their acquaintance, Nebula had furnished him with a plethora of resources, contributing significantly to the development of Tianqing. "Not exactly," she replied. "It's not from the resource list. I've merely discovered some leads. However, Thanos' influence is vast, and having conquered numerous life-bearing planets, my exposure to various resources is substantial. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to efficiently procure an array of peculiar items for Ye Hua in exchange for supplies from the void." "Oh, if it's not from the resource list, then my interest wanes," Ye Hua remarked, as he did not currently require anything else. They conversed for a while before concluding the call. How on earth can I acquire resources from the void? Nebula pondered, as the items she sought were primarily intended for trading various resources from a void. The head of the deity was undoubtedly a treasure trove for super warriors who needed vast amounts of resources. Unfortunately, Tawang had no intention of selling it just yet. As for the deity group, there exists one currently gestating within Earth, rumored to be at its core. Yet no trace of its presence could be found, likely concealed in another dimension. Additionally, there was the remaining brain on Ego's planet. She wondered if it could yield the resources needed and whether she stood a chance against him. As Ye Hua immersed himself in his thoughts and contemplated strategies involving the celestial beings, his communicator suddenly chimed. It was a mobile call, and upon glancing at the caller ID, he was taken aback to see it was Wanda, her communication signal having been deliberately modified and permitted by him. Upon answering, Wanda's anxious voice resonated through the line. Ye Hua, we have all heard about the incident in New York. Are you all right? Hearing her concern warmed Ye Hua's heart, and he responded with a smile. Rest assured, I am not a combatant, so I am, of course, perfectly fine. Although less than a day had passed since the onset of the New York conflict, news of the alien invasion had spread like wildfire, far beyond the control of Hield. Upon hearing Ye Hua's voice, Wanda sighed in relief. That's a relief. I was quite worried about you, but due to some circumstances, I couldn't reach out sooner. Leaning back in his chair, Ye Hua curiously inquired, is something amiss? If there is anything I can assist you with, do not hesitate to ask. Oh, it's nothing. Wanda's hesitant tone piqued Ye Hua's curiosity further, prompting him to delve into the shadows and extract information. The speed of her actions was unexpected. What? Nothing at all. Their conversation flowed casually. Yet as more dark information was unearthed, Ye Hua's expression grew increasingly peculiar. In nearly a day's time, much could transpire. While the New York battle had concluded, the aftermath was far from over. Not to mention, Thor had proclaimed the Cosmic Cube's sovereignty, yet rather than returning to Asgard, he had chosen to indulge in affection with his girlfriend, Jane. Furthermore, the Mind Stone had not fallen into Hield's hands at all. Instead, it was swiftly transported from a New York battlefield to a concealed base of Hydra in Sokovia, where experiments were promptly organized. One might have expected it to be sent to Hild for appearances before a discreet swap, but it seemed they had chosen to forego even that pretense. Nick Fury had received word that the stone was intercepted en route back to Hild by a mysterious entity, and he was furiously investigating the matter. It appeared that during the time, Ye Hua had resolved the data disorder of the super soldier. Many intriguing events had unfolded. Meanwhile, after much hesitation, Wanda mustered the courage to ask, we have known each other for several years now, haven't we? I mean, with New York in ruins, if you have nothing pressing, would you consider coming here? Her tone shifted to one of determination. Indeed, I wish to see you, my dear. Hydra aimed to utilize the Mind Stone for human experimentation, necessitating subjects for their endeavors. They had reached out to the Maximoff siblings under the pretext of providing them with the power for revenge against Tony Stark, a guise for their ulterior motives. Of course, Wanda and her brother were not Hydra's sole targets. Many others were ensnared in their web. Wanda, upon learning of the New York incident, had delayed reaching out due to this grave situation. After absorbing all the hidden information, Ye Hua contemplated, my library has been forcibly demolished, and the subsequent issues of compensation and reconstruction will undoubtedly entail numerous matters to address. She was already prepared to participate in Hydra's experiment. However, her own presence stirred uncertainty within her heart. Uncertain of her survival, she wished to see herself once more before that moment. If that were the case, Ye Hua was at a loss as to whether she should meet her. The emergence of the Scarlet, which was undeniably linked to her tragic fate. Otherwise, amidst the infinite cosmos, there would not be just this singular Wanda piercing through the multiverse. Ye Hua's words were, without a doubt, a rejection, leaving Wanda profoundly disheartened. She resolved to partake in the unknown human experiment, harboring another purpose, to strive to be worthy of Ye Hua, rather than merely an unremarkable girl from the slums. In truth, this was her principal objective. Yet now, could it be that even in a moment when I am determined to sacrifice my life for change, I cannot meet you for the last time? Certainly, nothing is more important than you. I recall saying that as long as you wish to see me, I can always come to you. What is there to hesitate about? Although I have always hoped for the Scarlet, which who pierced the multiverse. This cautious Wanda is also quite endearing, is she not? As for power, I shall endeavor to attain it. The chaotic magic resides within her. Even if my existence prevents Wanda from achieving that ultimate step, it matters not. Truly honoring the girl's sentiments is what matters. Upon hearing Ye Hua's affirmative response, Wanda's heart soared with joy. Then shall we meet tomorrow? I wish to see you at once. Ye Hua readily agreed. It seemed that Hydra had not granted her much time, since she had always perceived herself as an ordinary person. Why not meet her in the guise of an ordinary individual? After concluding the call, Ye Hua's gaze remained calm as she stared into the distance, with no one knowing what thoughts occupied her mind. However, the slight upturn of her lips suggested a pleasant mood. Chapter 54. Meeting an online friend, since Wanda always considered herself merely a wealthy Chinese entrepreneur and had specifically stated she would pick herself up from the airport. It would be rather inappropriate to open a portal directly. Sokovia is not too far from New York. A few hours by plane would suffice. Upon exiting the airport, she spotted a beautiful woman holding flowers, scanning the crowd as if searching for someone. Suddenly, her eyes lit up, evidently having found the person she awaited. Ye Hua, clad in a white suit and also holding a bouquet, was the prearranged signal for their meeting. Wanda approached with a smile, and there was no possibility of mistaken identity. Although this was their first encounter in the physical realm, they had long since exchanged photographs and even engaged in video calls online. She remained silent, quietly gazing at herself, her face radiating a gentle serenity, the contours of her delicate features illuminated in an instant. The definition of her lips was striking, and as she curved a smile, it was pure and sweet, an enchanting smile that could heal the soul. If one were to encapsulate her essence in a single word, sweetheart might be most fitting. Her green eyes sparkled with an extraordinary, captivating brilliance, shining like stars, yet they soon cast downward, glancing sideways with a hint of shyness. The two shared a silent gaze, until Night Hua broke the stillness with a smile, inquiring, "What troubles you, my dear? Is there something amiss?" "No, not at all. In fact, you are even more perfect than I imagined," Wanda replied quickly. This tall, robust figure, handsome enough to have stepped out of a fairy tale, was truly her online boyfriend? Even though she had meticulously prepared for their meeting, she felt a twinge of inadequacy in Night Hua's presence. Sensing Wanda's insecurity, Night Hua stepped forward and took her hand, exchanging flowers with her. "You two are extraordinarily beautiful. Come, my dear, shall we not linger here any longer?" There was little to be done. One could hardly contest the impact of superior genes on aesthetics, rendering one virtually flawless in appearance. Wanda returned to her home in Sokovia, initially expecting to encounter her brother, Pietro, only to find him absent. A brief scan of the situation revealed the reason. She had truly prepared extensively for this day. "I realize I have never shared much about my family with you. Are you perhaps disappointed?" Wanda felt a swell of anxiety. Were it not for her resolve to partake in that experiment, she would not have brought Night Hua home at such an early hour. But now it mattered little. It was uncertain if they would even survive. She yearned for Night Hua to witness her genuine self, hoping to create a beautiful memory. Disappointed? Not at all. "As long as you are present, it is the best place for me," Night Hua reassured her. "Wanda, you must believe in your own charm." Hearing this, Wanda smiled in return, acknowledging his flattering words. "By the way, after such a long flight, you must be hungry. I have studied Hua cuisine and hope it will suit your palate." Her home, while not exactly in disrepair, could hardly be compared to Night Hua's villa. The disparity was vast. Their first meeting unfolded without any awkwardness, as natural as a wife preparing lunch for her husband returning from a journey. To facilitate her movements, Wanda gathered her long hair and donned a large apron, bustling into the kitchen. Night Hua couldn't simply sit idly by. He joined in the kitchen to assist, helping to wash vegetables such as potatoes and rapeseed flowers. However, there were only a modest number of vegetables, and soon enough, he had finished washing them. Turning off the tap, he placed the clean produce in a plastic basin, announcing, "The vegetables are ready. I've set them aside." Wanda skillfully sliced carrots, and it was evident that her claim of having studied Chinese cuisine was a modest understatement. While her knife skills might not rival those of the masters, they certainly surpassed the average person's. It was remarkable for a Westerner to have acquired such proficiency in Chinese cooking, the reason for which was all too clear. "This is so wonderful. I've always envisioned this scene," she suddenly remarked. "What scene?" Night Hua, moved, casually inquired. "Just like this, us together in the kitchen preparing food. One person chopping vegetables while the other washes them. We discuss work, how exhausting it is and the challenges of overtime. My dear, yes, my lifelong dream, Wanda said, her tone filled with aspiration. I have always dreamed of being a housewife, to live happily with family, preparing breakfast for them in the morning, handing over lunchboxes as you head to work. I cherish those domestic chores, even if it means being busy all day. When you return from work, I'll be waiting at the door to take your coat. Then I'll ask, "You've worked hard, dear. Would you like to eat first, take a shower, or—" No matter what, after a day apart, a warm embrace is essential. Under Wanda's tender gaze, Ye Hua found himself somewhat overwhelmed. She was not merely a sweet girl, but rather a skilled huntress, weaving a delicate web of warmth from which no one could escape. It dawned on him that sincerity was indeed the most formidable weapon. "If that is your wish, I would be more than happy to have you as my housewife," Ye Hua said gently, embracing her. Yet, while she appeared youthful, was it truly the right choice? Their relationship seemed to draw closer in an instant, filling the kitchen with a relaxed and warm atmosphere. Soon, a table laden with authentic Chinese dishes was ready. "My dear, please give a try. This is my first attempt, so the taste may not be perfect." "No, it's already wonderful." This was the truth. In terms of home-cooked meals, Wanda's culinary skills were undoubtedly exceptional. "I'm glad you like it." As they enjoyed their lunch, Wanda turned her attention to her library in New York, inquiring about the alien invasion. She seemed eager to find a topic of conversation, and Ye Hua was more than willing to share trivial matters with her. After their meal, Wanda fetched a watermelon, taking on the responsibility of slicing it. Despite their modest living conditions, her presence seemed to exacerbate the situation. However, it was likely that she would soon no longer need to worry about making ends meet, and Wanda was indeed delighted to host him. As the two savored their after-dinner dessert while watching an old television, Wanda smiled knowingly, prompting Nightingale to curiously inquire about the source of her sweet smile. "My dear, you may not realize it, but this is the life of my dreams. As long as I can be with the one I love, that is enough," Lexicon responded. This sentiment was intertwined with her past. It harked back to a time when her family gathered after dinner to watch television, and Stark had delivered her a splendid surprise. "It takes so little to satisfy me. Henceforth, I shall be your protector. I will ensure you never suffer harm again." Of course, the experiments of Hydra were an exception, as she had already resolved to confront them. The Scarlet, which also needed to grow. "I'm not finished speaking," she added, satisfied with Nightingale's assurance. She gently suggested that she would take a bath first. "My dear, you cannot kiss me before you have bathed." She playfully pushed him toward the bathroom, insisting that they would talk afterward. Later, nestled in her beloved's embrace, they chatted about work and life. "Ah, my dear, are you preparing to launch a bold advance?" she teased. With time still on their side, they could not heed her playful suggestion just yet. They strolled through the streets, Wanda joyfully leading the way, exploring their surroundings. Sokovia, with its disarray and poverty, offered little in the way of entertainment, yet being with someone she cherished rendered the environment inconsequential, and time flew swiftly. As night fell, the inevitable arrived. Wanda's room, though not expansive, was impeccably tidy and exuded warmth. The simple wooden bed was flanked by a bedside table on the left and a dressing table on the right, while an ivory-white European-style cabinet stood at the foot of the bed. A bookshelf graced the wall adjacent to the corridor, and a desk was positioned beside it. Opening the glass door revealed a small balcony adorned with chairs and a table, complemented by a floor-to-ceiling window. It was evident that Peter cherished his sister dearly, providing her with the finest living conditions within his means. "This is my room," Wanda said, sitting on the edge of the bed, the soft mattress yielding slightly beneath her. "It's quite lovely," Nightingale remarked, approaching the bookshelf to peruse the well-worn volumes, each bearing signs of use and adorned with elegant annotations. Clearly, she was a girl who loved to read. "My dear, do you think I'm not beautiful?" Wanda asked. "No, Wanda, you are stunning, exceedingly so. You possess beauty, form, and grace. I truly admire you." "Then, my dear, what are you waiting for?" she challenged. "What do you think I am waiting for?" Despite Wanda's mature appearance, with her naturally flowing golden hair, deep-set brows, exquisite features, graceful collarbones, and rounded shoulders, all indicating that the time for harvest had arrived, there remained a significant obstacle. But the stakes are high. 3 years minimum, with the possibility of the death penalty. Even if I am a god and reborn into a land of freedom, it still feels rather peculiar. With a snap, Wanda dimmed the brightly lit room, switching to the bedside lamp, which cast a gentle glow over the bedside. instantly creating an intimate atmosphere. Do you still fail to comprehend my sentiments? If you choose to remain inactive at this moment, it would truly cause me sorrow. Presently, Wanda is undeniably a striking beauty. She rests at the edge of the bed, gazing over with her captivating eyes, each flutter of her delicately arched lashes enchanting and mesmerizing, ensnaring the soul of anyone who encounters her enchanting gaze. Wanda, the super soldier, grapples with genetic radiation issues. I wonder if your chaotic magic can withstand such strains, and what effects it might yield. Alas, I shall not place my hopes upon you any longer. Let me take the reins. If Night does not take the initiative, Wanda will certainly not relinquish her pursuit. Given the atmosphere, it would be a pity not to take action. Feeling that the moment is ripe, she gradually rises and approaches Night, her hands resting gently on his shoulders. What if it is our first encounter? All she needs to know is that he harbors affection for her. However, her slightly trembling hands betrayed her nervousness as she spoke. The long night stretches on, and sleep eludes me. I wish you a good evening, dear brother Night. This is how one would express it in Huaxia culture, I believe. In such circumstances, if Night remains utterly motionless, he truly cannot be considered a man. Once again, the moonlight cascades like water upon a beautiful and pleasant night. Chapter 55. A new mythos. Ye, an unremarkable wage earner, endures the daily grind of 996,007 work schedule. Once upon a time, he too dreamt of gallant attire and adventurous escapades. Yet reality wields a merciless blade, eroding the fervor he once possessed. Coupled with the responsibilities of supporting aging parents and young children, he is gradually transformed into a common member of the multitude, living the very existence he once dreaded. His mundane life continues unabated, perhaps destined to persist indefinitely. A few days ago, the company's owner, in a rare moment of benevolence, organized a team-building trip to New York City. He presumed that even if he participated, he would merely be tasked with serving tea and attending to others' needs. Yet unexpectedly, an alien invasion unfolded. A scene that seemed confined to the realm of science fiction materialized before his eyes. There was no time for contemplation. In a moment of peril, he shielded a child with his own body, perhaps sealing his fate in that instant. Farewell, dear aging parents. Farewell, beloved wife. Farewell, my cherished son. Though I owe you the deepest apologies, I trust you will understand my decision. Your son, husband, and father is not a mere obscure figure of little consequence. He is a hero capable of safeguarding others. However, awaiting him was not an abyss of darkness and death. Instead, he entered a magnificent temple, where a majestic voice resonated within his heart, dispelling the shadows and filling him with light and warmth. He was chosen by the divine, who acknowledged his courageous deeds and selfless devotion. As a warrior of the gods, he partook in the battle against the malevolent extraterrestrials. Though his appearance was initially difficult to accept, the divine later aided him, enhancing his handsomeness and charm. The sun god truly embodies a remarkable and benevolent deity. Most significantly, his visage resembles that of an Eastern person, making him feel extraordinarily close to the divine. Upon his return to the battlefield of New York, a plethora of strange knowledge flooded his mind, revealing the existence of another super warrior akin to himself, who was in the process of establishing a church devoted to the sun god. Ye promptly resolved to gather his entire family and invite them to join the sun god's faith. The sun god granted them 6 months to reunite with their loved ones, to learn and master their abilities. Thus, the location of their reunion bore no consequence. Moreover, as he had become a warrior and a believer of the sun god, it was only natural for his family to follow suit. Joining the sun god's church might even afford them divine blessings and powers. Alongside him were 5 others, each accompanied by their respective families, most arriving in succession at the designated meeting point. New York, Manhattan, was the site chosen by Charlie, where he intended to establish the Church of the Sun God, the temple dedicated to him, as they had all been fortunate enough to be chosen by the Sun God in this very place. Regardless of the conditions elsewhere, the construction of the temple must commence immediately and with utmost urgency. What? No way. Do you have any idea who I am? Don't mention money to me. I'm left with nothing but my financial woes. Upon Jin's arrival with his family, they witnessed a group of elderly men with gray hair quarreling amidst the ruins. One elder proclaimed, "When I was in power, you were still nowhere to be found. All of you leave. Let those who can manage come forward. This area, once thriving due to its prime location, had been reduced to desolation by the invasion of the Chitauri army. Many stood amidst the rubble or sat in wheelchairs, their hair gray, trembling as they engaged in heated debates, flanked by numerous bodyguards, each seemingly aligned with different factions. Another elder gestured towards a vast expanse, declaring, "This area belongs to our Sun God Church. I will provide ample compensation for those affected. No need for your concern." Furthermore, he insisted, "Do not tell me what is feasible or not. What I say goes." The task of post-war reconstruction in New York naturally fell to the government. However, these individuals were unwilling to adhere to the established plans. They had brought their construction crews and negotiated with the survivors to acquire a significant portion of the surrounding land. Those with wealth contributed financially, those with manpower offered their services, and those with connections leveraged their influence, all with a singular purpose: to erect a magnificent temple without delay. Yet, this approach contradicted the overall planning, placing the on-site personnel in a precarious position, as they dared not expel the elderly men nor even raise their voices in protest. To set aside their status as affluent merchants and retired government officials, each individual possesses an extensive network of relationships and familial influence, coupled with a significant control over societal resources. Given their advanced age and health conditions, no one dares to act recklessly. Whether they are nearing the end of their lives or suffering from ailments such as hypertension, heart disease, or even terminal cancer, a mere provocation could lead to dire consequences. A burden no one wishes to bear. Yin Jin was unaware of the circumstances that had transpired, but it appeared that he too was a follower of the Sun God, thus an ally. After ensuring the safety of his family, he sought out Charlie. They convened in a well-preserved dwelling amidst the ruins. Were those individuals outside recent converts to my faith? Halia Edwards, Dev Griffiths, Zelina Jones, Ellis Secula, David Brick, and Charlie Targaryen were gathered within the house, seemingly engaged in deliberation. "Yin Jin, your timing is impeccable," Charlie remarked. "We are preparing to construct the temple we envisioned during our divine summons, a sanctuary for the congregation of believers. Do you have any suggestions?" Charlie was undoubtedly the most occupied with matters concerning the Sun Goddess teachings, juggling the needs of the newly converted followers while orchestrating the church's establishment and future operations. However, it seemed that concerns regarding the temple's construction were now the least of their worries. "I have no objections. Only a grand and sacred temple is worthy of my deity's stature." The core members consisted solely of the 7 of them. As long as they remained unified, all be well. After Charlie detailed his plans, the others voiced no dissent, clearly indicating that the initiative to establish the Sun Goddess Church was under Charlie's leadership. "I believe there is another issue," Zelina Jones interjected. "The followers of my deity must be pure. We cannot allow just anyone to join, particularly those outside, who, aside from their wealth, possess nothing of value. Moreover, how can you make decisions on behalf of the deity?" In response, Charlie's demeanor grew serious. "Zelina, let me reiterate. I have not made any decisions for the deity. My God is merciful. He will not turn away anyone who wishes to worship him. This principle remains unchanged. If we were to reject those nearing the end of their lives, it would hinder our mission to spread the faith." Charlie asserted that he had made no promises at all. "If someone desires to join our faith, so be it. We are in need of more followers. God loves all mankind and welcomes every sincere believer. As for whether their financial contributions or efforts toward building the temple equate to sincerity, will God not heal their ailments, extend their lives, or even restore their youth?" Charlie maintained that he had never made such claims, nor had he ever implied them. All of this was merely the product of their own imaginations, unrelated to him. Thus, it appears that those individuals outside are indeed beseeching me to heal them. Listening to the debate between the two, Yin Jin came to understand the reason behind the congregation of so many elderly people. David Brick, on the other hand, chuckled and remarked that he perceived no issue with this. While such matters may pose considerable challenges for us, they're trivial for a deity. Should miracles continue to manifest, the faith in our God shall sweep across the globe like a tide. In truth, the very existence of the 7 individuals is a testament to the miraculous, instilling belief in the existence and omnipotence of the divine. Otherwise, the establishment of the Sun God sect would not have proceeded so smoothly, nor would it have attracted such a multitude of followers from the ruins. Youth, longevity, divine power. These elements can drive individuals to madness. It is evident that Nick Fury, standing at a distance, could also perceive this. He observed a group of elderly individuals, seemingly on the brink of death, now revitalized as if experiencing a second spring. This is a celebration. No one can thwart the establishment of the Sun God sect now. While a group of elderly individuals may pose little threat on their own, their power when united is formidable. Each possesses vast human, material, and social resources, with time running short and afflictions weighing heavily upon them. Who can predict the extent of their desperate actions? What exactly does Ye Hua intend to achieve? He cannot possibly prevent the establishment of the Sun God sect. How would he do so? By branding it as an illegal cult? In that case, Ye Hua would be deemed a malevolent deity. If SHIELD dares to take such measures, Nick Fury is certain that even without the 7 super soldiers rivaling Steve, the presence of these ordinary individuals would be enough to cause significant concern. Not to mention that the deity they worship is indeed real. Ye Hua is not someone to be trifled with. I must have a conversation with him. The power of faith is formidable, and the zealousness of its adherents is often fanatical. Countless examples exist of wars waged in the name of belief. The Sun God sect has not yet been formally established, yet it has already attracted a substantial cohort of resourceful individuals. Once their church is truly founded, it is unfathomable how many followers Ye Hua will command, to bestow life, youth, and strength upon others at will. Truly, he embodies divinity. However, this will disrupt the existing social order. As Nick Fury pondered these matters, he made his way towards the dwelling of the 7. Yet, Ye Hua was nowhere to be found on the island, and he could not reach him. Thus, his only recourse was to glean insights from his followers regarding the true nature and intentions of this so-called Sun God sect. Chapter 56. The cult is the beginning of a legend. The construction of the Sun God sect has been remarkably smooth, to the extent that one might say it has encountered no difficulties whatsoever. This is largely due to the affluent individuals, whose lives are waning and who are tormented by illness, yet possess resources beyond the imagination of ordinary people. They have already resolved potential issues and believe that once the temple is completed, the Sun God will summon them and bestow upon them youth and life. Apart from those who seek nothing more than survival, even at the cost of their fortunes, countless devotees gather daily upon this construction site, now a desolate ruin, where thousands converge. Charlie stands before the makeshift prayer room, a satisfied smile gracing his face as he gazes at the devout crowd. Yet, the weight of pressure upon him is considerable. Ye Hua is unaware of Charlie's burdens. However, he himself feels an overwhelming sense of ease and joy. This indeed seems to be an ideal scenario for meeting a friend online, sharing a warm lunch, engaging in heartfelt conversations about their lives, strolling down bustling streets, and ultimately spending a delightful evening together. Wanda, resolute and unwavering, has made up her mind to embrace the clandestine experiment. She has long understood that the frail and weak do not deserve the joys of a beautiful life. This truth was imprinted on her consciousness since childhood, when Stark Industries munitions ruthlessly obliterated her family. Recently, another alien invasion occurred, resulting in the destruction of Ye Hua's library amidst the chaos of war. Thankfully, Ye Hua remains unscathed and does not diminish her worth due to her humble circumstances. What more could she desire? She will survive and attain the powers promised by those individuals. She intends to wield that strength to protect her brother and her beloved, refusing to allow anything to threaten her cherished existence. This splendid evening, akin to a brilliant star, is embedded deep within her memories. That alone suffices. She is unafraid. After escorting Ye Hua to the airport and watching the plane ascend into the sky, Wanda is filled with sweetness and contentment as she reaches out to her brother. Peter, he has left, hasn't he? A calm voice emanates from the other end of the line, devoid of the usual threat of violence upon seeing Ye Hua. In fact, he has not even shown up, granting the two of them ample time together. Brother, where are you? I am coming to find you. I am ready. Had it not been for this situation, embarking on adventures together and mutually encouraging one another would have been ideal. However, now that his sister has found her place, Peter hesitates for the first time. Yet, he understands that he can never alter his sister's decision. She is an exceptionally determined young woman. After bidding farewell to Wanda, Ye Hua sits aboard the plane, gazing out at the sea of clouds, mirroring the gentle ebb and flow of her emotions. Unlike Clark, Wanda instills within him a warm sense of attachment as he eagerly anticipates their next encounter to continue this beautiful narrative. As for the experiments conducted by Strucker, in truth, there are no secrets on Earth that remain unknown to him, should he wish to uncover them. Indeed, this is the case in most instances. Hydra, under Strucker's supervision at the Sokovia laboratory, is not only intent on creating weapons with the Mind Stone, but also conducting human experimentation to facilitate the future implementation of the Insight program. Sokovia, a nation characterized by chaotic governance, has been embroiled in perpetual warfare, with protests ceaselessly echoing through its streets. It is all too easy to recruit a few unruly individuals from the crowd, perfectly suiting their clandestine agenda. Peter and Wanda remain blissfully unaware of the trials that lie ahead, having been misled by the agents of Hydra. They are now en route to Hydra's secret base, having established contact with its operatives. My role is merely to observe. There is no need to disrupt the emergence of the Scarlet Witch. From the experimental records and plans of Zemo, it is evident that the endeavor is doomed to failure, having already claimed numerous lives. Wanda's eventual success stems from the chaos magic that resides within her being. In their intimate encounters, Nightingale perceives the formidable power she possesses. The Mind Stone merely serves as a catalyst. As for Peter, it is likely his connection to his sister that affords him some advantage. Thus, they are able to undergo experimental modifications and attain extraordinary abilities. Nightingale chuckled softly, allocating a portion of his computational power to conduct comprehensive surveillance on Zemo's laboratory and the Maximoff siblings, thereafter opting for a passive role. He is rather intrigued to witness how multiversal chaos magic will be summoned. Upon returning to New York, he chose not to engage with the 7 super soldiers, but instead proceeded directly to the Celestial City. It appears Charlie has made commendable progress. In merely 2 or 3 days, he has already selected a location for the church and designed its architecture, even breaking ground for construction. A considerable number of affluent individuals have been drawn to assist him, healing the sick, restoring youth, and bestowing divine powers. These are not out of reach. Nightingale smiled. Previously, he had only crafted 7 genetic engines due to time constraints and resource limitations, leaving little room for more. Now, as Charlie proclaims, the Sun God is benevolent and mighty, imparting equitable love to every devotee. The thoughts, intentions, and identities of these followers are inconsequential. Once they accept the implantation of the genetic engine, they become mine. It seems that in just a few days, they have yet to master the use of the genetic engines. Attempting to communicate with me through the ritual of kneeling in prayer is futile. Upon reviewing their permissions in the Dark Dimension, I acknowledge my oversight. Although I granted them access to the Dark Dimension, information sharing, and technological resources, the extent of these permissions is minimal. At most, the 7 of them can share information amongst themselves and harness fusion energy spheres, unleash fusion shockwaves, and absorb stellar energy. Yet they lack even the most basic capability for dark information retrieval. Since the implantation of the genetic engines has been successful, I shall proceed to grant the necessary permissions in the Dark Dimension, transforming them into true super soldiers. As the Night Emperor gradually granted them access to the Shadow Realm. Within a makeshift prayer room formed from repurposed residential buildings amidst the ruins of Manhattan, Charlie's countenance grew serious. He suddenly found himself endowed with a plethora of knowledge, including methods for healing, even for terminal ailments. The majestic voice of the Sun God resonated within his heart, prompting Charlie to kneel in reverence, proclaiming, "My God, your humble servant awaits your teachings. If it is your desire to feel honored through such trepidation, then I have little to argue. You have performed admirably. It is now time to assist those in need. Is this not the very essence of the Church? To heal the sick and provide sustenance to the impoverished? Without such benevolence, why would anyone choose to believe in your deity?" Although he himself did not require their piety, the notion intrigued him. As for their aspirations for youth and strength, I shall select the most suitable individuals when the temple is completed. The more super soldiers, the better. Furthermore, only through genuine divine manifestations can one attract more followers. When that time arrives, there will surely be an influx of workers, and the earth will continuously supply resources. It seems a venture well worth the effort. Charlie felt exhilarated. He was indeed the one closest to divinity, for the Sun God had endorsed his initiative to establish a church. "My God, I have yet another request. What is the primary tenet of the church?" He need not delve into shadowy information. Merely perusing documents from the Shadow Realm sufficed to reveal recent events. Nick Fury inquired about the core doctrines of the Sun God faith and its future direction, to which Charlie evasively referenced the notion of divine love for mankind. In truth, the Sun God faith was devoid of any core doctrine. The Sun God had not conveyed such to him, nor had he devised one. Likewise, in order to preach to the world, one must elucidate the origins of the Sun God and the pantheon to which he belongs. Should the Sun God be a mere fabrication, he could easily concoct a mythos. However, the reality is that the Sun God exists. The Night Emperor had not prepared for such matters, and the Sun God faith was indeed a spur-of-the-moment endeavor. Is the doctrine of universal peace truly fitting? I am the most authoritative, just, and objective existence. My judgment shall be the epitome of fairness and logic, for this is the divine will. I possess the ability to assess and determine the fate of any individual or civilization. The notion of demonic freedom does not warrant consideration, and the doctrine of sacred justice, referred to as the Holy Kaisa by Morgana, seems most appropriate. As for the legends concerning me, you may craft your own narratives. I trust in your creativity. To create my own mythos, what would that entail? The genesis of the universe? Furthermore, it is not as if I am unknown here, should I exaggerate excessively. I would lose face, yet should I understate, I would risk diminishing my own significance. Now, it is entirely Charles' unilateral decision. What concern is it of mine? After imparting a simple indoctrination of the justice order he has distorted, he demands that they swiftly learn and master the knowledge and abilities inherent in the shadow dimension. For in half a year, he will guide them into the eternal divine realm to toil. Once summoned by the Sun God again, Charles is brimming with enthusiasm, ready to truly begin his grand aspirations. I, too, should preoccupy myself. These circumstances are temporary. Once the genetic engines are produced in mass quantities, many matters can be relaxed, and there will be individuals to take the examinations on their behalf. Initially, I possessed nothing and had to invest considerable time deciphering the principles of the portals. Now, they have everything readily available, merely needing to familiarize themselves with knowledge pertaining to genetic engines, without the necessity of development or creation. I believe half a year should suffice. The numerous resources acquired from the Void and the planet Shandar, along with a substantial contribution from SHIELD, allow for other constructions to be postponed while further genetic engines are manufactured. Once the ranks of super soldiers swell, I shall no longer need to concern myself with every detail. What employer does not relish the fruits of others' labor? Work, what a futile endeavor. Yet, all initial constructions must still be executed by me, the proprietor. Chapter 57. Clark's choice. The days of toiling alone are merely transient. Diligent individuals inevitably transform into bosses who need not labor. Although this may not be the most fitting description for myself, the reality is quite similar. With the successful birth of 7 super soldiers, Ye Hua can already envision a scenario where many more super soldiers will soon join the ranks. Technological deities have never demonstrated formidable strength in isolation. Even if they possess great power to engage in combat independently, they require robust back-end data support. To achieve a divine-level construction of the shadow dimension solely by oneself is utterly impossible. It is a taxing and time-consuming endeavor. Should one dare to attempt such a feat, a millennium would scarcely suffice to materialize. Where could there be a millennium to spare? The pressing issue is that in no more than 10 years, Thanos will inevitably be compelled to take action himself, and following that, there is the Celestial Assembly. How can there be so much time left for oneself? The opportunity will have long since passed. Though I could collect the Infinity Stones and create a gauntlet to snap my fingers for an advantage, Thanos would not simply allow me to acquire all the Infinity Stones with ease, especially with his vast army at his disposal. Moreover, the Ancient One would certainly not grant me the Time Stone. Even when Doctor Strange ultimately chose to relinquish it, it was predicated upon Thanos' overwhelming strength. To aspire to achieve father-level power or divine-level construction of the shadow dimension in a decade, relying solely on oneself, is a futile calculation. It is evidently unattainable. Thus, the emergence of super soldiers is inevitable, and many more must arise to assist in the construction of the shadow dimension. Thus, one can rapidly augment their strength within a short span. Although the Sun God sect may seem like a convenient endeavor, It may ultimately facilitate the control of Earth's resources and serve as a reserve for super soldiers. For now, it is prudent to set aside other developmental aspects and concentrate resources on manufacturing the gene engine, which is of paramount importance. Consider it a preliminary investment. Moreover, Charlie should be granted certain permissions to allocate resources, enabling him to wield his divine powers to heal and save lives. Ye Hua chuckled. What the ordinary person regards as a lifelong pursuit is, to him, trivial, akin to Morgana's philosophy. Faith is all that is required. Resolute in his decision to mass-produce gene engines and select suitable candidates to become super soldiers who will gather resources and construct various instruments in the Shadow Realm. Ye Hua immersed himself in the creation of the gene engine. He accessed the data for the Flame gene engine, renaming it to version 10. Due to issues with the dominant cognitive genetic data, it was evident that the previous version of the gene engine had not been entirely successful, necessitating further refinement. In a laboratory, he busied himself amidst precision instruments glowing with light, their intricate circuits resembling a neural network intertwined. As the data was analyzed and compared with 7 successful cases, Ye Hua swiftly discerned a novel implantation model. If applied to the gene engine, it would enable super soldiers to autonomously decode that segment of genetic data upon initial activation. However, this method still required formidable computational support. This was not a significant issue. By directly linking to the Shadow Realm and utilizing my gene engine for calculations, the concern over resource consumption would be negligible. With a sun of such grandeur in the sky, how could I, the illustrious light of the sun, possibly lack energy? This is merely a temporary measure. Once the celestial computer is constructed, it will assume this computational role, or should super soldiers evolve to my level, they could fully harness the computational power of the second-generation super soldier gene engine, supported by the Shadow Realm, thereby achieving the same capability to decode the genetic data. Thus, the new version of the Flame gene engine commenced production. After extensive calculations and experiments, the new data program proved viable, prompting Ye Hua to begin consolidating the data to produce the updated gene engine. The Flame gene engine version 20, the Solar Military Batch gene engine, was originally designed for the Divine River body, and any minor discrepancies fell within acceptable error margins, allowing the gene engine to self-adjust. The chaos in the data and resultant mutations, when employed, personally stemmed from the flaws of this world. Indeed, there exists a deity overseeing the data pertaining to biological souls, a concept absent in the realm of super deities and thus not considered. However, all is well now. As for whose soul was appropriated, that can be addressed later. Perfection. Observing the freshly crafted genetic engine, Ye Hua felt an immense sense of satisfaction. With adequate resources, he could manifest as many super soldiers as he desired. Just as Ye Hua was preparing to utilize his current resources for the large-scale production of the genetic engine, Clark reappeared on the island, with a face full of regret. He lamented, "Ye Hua, is it too late for me to have second thoughts? Once she had the opportunity to become an extraordinary being, yet she relinquished it, only to realize now the folly of her earlier decision." The establishment of the Solar Deity Church was flourishing. She had witnessed it firsthand, where thousands of devotees gathered daily, all worshipping Ye Hua. To these followers, Ye Hua was akin to the divine, a figure more godlike than any deity, for he could bestow upon his worshippers vitality, youth, and strength, rather than mere psychological solace. She had also seen 7 extraordinary individuals, including Charlie, who had received the blessings of the solar deity, handsome men and radiant women, all transformed from ordinary mortals, including an elderly man whose life was nearly at its end, now restored to his youthful prime, as if beauty itself had stepped forth from a painting. Rejuvenation, eternal youth, extended lifespan, and divine power. These devotees were willing to sacrifice everything to construct a temple in pursuit of such gifts. What had she been hesitating for? As Ye Hua had articulated, she feared losing her freedom, yet working for SHIELD, under 2 masters left her with little true autonomy. Moreover, without Ye Hua, her existence was inconsequential. She could not refuse missions assigned to her. From their very first encounter, she had resolved to entice Ye Hua. But for what purpose? Was it not to escape SHIELD and Hydra, to no longer be controlled by others? It was solely due to Ye Hua's exceptional kindness and the gravity with which he presented matters that she had lost her sense of judgment. Observing those 7 recipients of Ye Hua's divine gifts revealed no discernible differences in their thoughts, save for their profound reverence for him. This was comprehensible, for Ye Hua had granted them youth, strength, and even life itself. If they were to be governed, why not by Ye Hua, a striking figure endowed with divine capabilities? Such considerations, once dismissed, now filled Clark with deep regret. Had she accepted his offer at that moment, perhaps she would have become the mother of gods in a new mythos. I was mistaken. I beseech you for another chance. Without needing to read between the lines, Ye Hua discerned her profound regret and turmoil. Smiling gently, he replied, "It is not too late." Clark's eyes widened in astonishment. "Really? But I have missed the initial opportunity. Can you truly forgive me?" "Ah, it seems I have overthought matters. There is no question of forgiveness. As I have stated before, regardless of who you are, your intentions, or your thoughts, once you're integrated with the gene engine, you become mine." Ye Hua gently patted her shoulder, assuring her, "Do not worry. You're different from them. Are you not, my psychologist?" With a smile, he continued, "I have just completed a technological upgrade. The Flame Gene Engine version 2.0 is significantly more refined and stable than its predecessor. Given your physical constitution, you can undoubtedly endure it, and it will instantly grant you everything you desire. However, after that, you will belong entirely to me. Have you truly contemplated this decision?" Ye Hua observed Clark with a playful glint in his eyes. The reason for insisting on her choice was that she was indeed special. Regardless of the circumstances, she would be considered his. The cognitive rewrite that accompanies the gene engine's implantation pales in comparison to the sense of accomplishment, or perhaps conquest, derived from her voluntary allegiance. Otherwise, it would seem somewhat unsatisfactory, a lingering regret. Clark clenched her fists, declaring, "I have already made my decision." With a charming smile, she added, "Besides, I have long been yours, have I not? Being under your control has its merits." After a teasing remark, Clark adopted a serious demeanor, stating, "In fact, I possess another identity." She had come here under the pretense of a separate mission, intending to pledge her loyalty and restore her image in Ye Hua's eyes. In truth, Ye Hua paid little heed to whether she was a hydra or an octopus. Once the gene engine was implanted, her fundamental thoughts would be rewritten. Moreover, during our first encounter, I was already aware of your identity. The lengthy detour was merely a means to achieve conquest. Whether her desire stemmed from an aspiration for eternal youth or from being captivated by her own allure was of little consequence. Clark candidly revealed her dual identity and her long-standing intentions towards him, as if pouring out beans from a bamboo tube. A wise choice. What you gain will far exceed what you lose, Ye Hua remarked with a smile as he led Clark into the laboratory. As a golden beam enveloped Clark on the experimental platform, the surrounding instruments emitted a gentle hum, and data scrolled swiftly across the screens. Although improvements had been made, theoretically preventing any issues, the new version of the gene engine had yet to produce definitive data. For a technological deity, data was paramount. Thus, practical verification was essential before mass production could commence. With the successful implantation of the gene engine and all data indicating normalcy, without any mutations, Clark felt an unprecedented surge of power coursing through her body. She excitedly waved her arms, and Ye Hua looked on with a satisfied smile. As the saying goes, if there are tasks, the secretary will handle them. If there are none, cough. In the future, there will undoubtedly be an abundance of super soldiers. Even without the need for management, issues of betrayal will not arise. However, certain systems, promotion rules, the construction and maintenance of the Sky City, along with resource collection and distribution, will necessitate that I personally address many minor matters. Clark, who hails from SHIELD, is undoubtedly capable of assuming roles such as secretary or assistant, alleviating burdens for her superior. She has asserted her professionalism and ability to excel in any capacity. Chapter 58. The Concerns of SHIELD. This feeling is exhilarating, akin to being reborn. Have I undergone any transformation? The implantation of the gene engine has been remarkably successful, propelling Clark into the realm of super soldiers, endowing her with extraordinary strength. However, her primary concern is not power, but rather her appearance. Observing her reflection on the central screen, Clark smiles, and Ye Hua chuckles, recognizing that for women, beauty is an irresistible allure, particularly the allure of eternal youth. You are already beautiful. Ye Hua is exceedingly pleased with the current Clark. Her genetic flaws have been rewritten, enhancing her already remarkable beauty to a point of perfection. I can hardly fathom that this is truly me. Thank you, Ye Hua, my deity. Upon encountering Ye Hua again, a look of respect and obedience glimmers in her eyes, a genuine sentiment arising from within to the extent that her mode of address has transformed. An instinctive response shaped by her genetic programming. She believes this is how it should be. Henceforth, you need not serve S-H-I-E-L-D. Your loyalty to me alone suffices. Understood. After the initial surprise subsided, Clark sensed a difference, yet struggled to articulate it. The rewriting of her cognitive perception was evident. I assign you your first task. The island has numerous shortcomings, and with more super soldiers slated to reside here, even the issue of meals requires resolution. This matter is entrusted to you. Once you familiarize yourself with your capabilities, you will assist me in managing the heavenly city. Understood. The alteration of cognitive perception does not signify a change in subjective consciousness. Rather, it has merely redefined certain aspects and implanted new ideologies. Though questions linger in her mind, she feels an intrinsic compulsion to comply with Ye Hua's commands, devoid of any inclination to dissent. Even her desire to utter Ye Hua's name is involuntarily accompanied by the term my deity. This is the design. A super soldier is akin to a supercomputer. Ye Hua refrained from further developing the gene engine and instead guided Clark around the island, allowing her to choose a residence in the living area. After all, she is being cultivated as an assistant and must comprehend every facet of the heavenly city. Moreover, without ascension to godhood, one cannot entirely rely on energy for sustenance. Basic needs must be met. Previously, she had been solitary, free to dine wherever she pleased with the opening of a portal. Once the super soldiers relocate to the heavenly city, will a canteen not be necessary? Such mundane matters are best delegated to Clark. As Nick Fury of S-H-I-E-L-D set foot on this island, which is transforming the global landscape, he contemplated his chosen residence and future life. The gentle sea breeze caressed him as he donned his iconic black trench coat, his single eye reflecting sharpness and depth. His footsteps were steady and purposeful, as if driven by a profound mission. Tiansheng. Upon seeing these characters once more, Fury's thoughts deepened. For he had come with the intent to confront the burgeoning sun god sect in Manhattan. This cult had recently flourished, its ranks swelling daily, predominantly comprising affluent businessmen and retired politicians wielding substantial societal resources. He astutely sensed the potential crisis lurking beneath this phenomenon, fearing that such growth could disrupt the fabric of social order and trigger uncontrollable upheaval. After all, desperate individuals seeking youth and longevity might resort to anything. And should Ye Hua take any action, the consequences could be dire. In the reception hall, Ye Hua welcomed him, yet Fury's brow furrowed with concern as he gravely stated, Ye Hua, you must be aware of the situation regarding the sun god sect. The situation is spiraling out of control, and I hope you can intervene to restore order. The behaviors of these followers have drawn considerable scrutiny. If left unchecked, society may descend into chaos. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of gold flashed in Ye Hua's eyes. After processing the underlying message, he smiled nonchalantly. I fail to grasp the severity you speak of. Aren't they behaving themselves quite well at present? There is no necessity to intervene. After all, they are all participating willingly. Since one has S-H-I-E-L-D taken it upon itself to regulate the beliefs of churches and the populace? Are you truly unaware or merely feigning ignorance? The followers of the sun god sect are growing exponentially like a snowball gathering momentum. In just a few days, there are already tens of thousands of devoted and fervent adherents, convinced that by following you, they can attain youth, longevity, and power, sacrificing everything in their pursuit. Such fanatics occupy more than half of the congregation. The elderly, who control immense societal resources and have little time left, are numerous. Should Ye Hua genuinely grant them vitality, it is foreseeable that even more will flock to the sun god sect. When such a multitude converges, trust becomes elusive. Even now, they have posed considerable challenges for the government. A significant portion of resources has been funneled into temple construction, delaying the post-war reconstruction of New York to a troubling extent. I am not opposing your establishment of the church, But could you possibly regulate its numbers and refrain from indiscriminately bestowing them with power and longevity? Should those who possess wealth be granted the gift of prolonged life? Do you comprehend the magnitude of impact this would have on society? The impoverished will remain forever stifled, and the existing social order will be compromised. This is merely one aspect. What is paramount is that no one wishes to see Ye Hua wielding such a force capable of altering the very fabric of our world. In a mere span of days, an uncontrollable trend has emerged. What lies ahead is almost unimaginable. Nick Fury, I believe you have forgotten that I am a deity, and you have never held a right to make demands of me. Rather than concerning yourself with the mundane, you would do well to regard me. The consequences of inciting my displeasure will undoubtedly surpass those of the present. Observe the situation. Defiance and disregard for authority. Who dares to let you wield the burgeoning power of the church? Rubbing his temples in exasperation, Nick Fury demanded, "What do you truly desire? Is it not possible for us to coexist amicably?" He felt he had exerted every effort and displayed utmost sincerity. "If power is what you seek, then join S.H.I.E.L.D. I can grant you the second highest authority, just beneath mine. You accepted a Clark, did you not? When I sought your assistance in capturing Loki and combating extraterrestrial threats, you were nowhere to be found, and instead, you conjured 6 fire demons. Subsequently, you established the Sun God cult, amassing a considerable following that has seized an abundance of societal resources. The Security Council is already restless. I'm constantly managing them, even personally financing the reconstruction of the library destroyed by the Chitauri, placing it among the first tasks to be addressed. Having done so much, I now merely wish for you to oversee the Sun God cult's followers and cooperate with my endeavors. Yet you respond with such an attitude." Fury felt a sense of injustice and frustration. He had exhausted every means to appease Ye Hua, only to find himself disregarded. Why the aggrieved demeanor? Ye Hua chuckled softly. Perhaps this is what is meant by a lack of desire leading to strength. I have no need for your assistance, yet you persistently seek my favor, naturally placing me on a pedestal as a deity. Rest assured, I have no intention of exploiting the church for any purpose. This universe is vast. While your vision is confined to earthly matters, particularly fixated on this small corner of America, super soldiers akin to Charlie will emerge in due course. But I assure you, they shall not disrupt the societal order you perceive. In fact, they will seldom grace Earth, as I intend to guide them to the grand stage of the cosmos. As for the management of the church, since they are but ordinary people, employ the law that governs the common man to restrain them. I am the Sun God, tasked solely with overseeing super soldiers. The church, composed of mere mortals, does not require divine intervention for governance. When the distance between mortals and deities narrows, the divine's emotional facets become visible, sowing seeds of doubt within their hearts. The divine is destined to remain exalted and unattainable, demanding endless tributes from mortals while bestowing occasional blessings. This is how reverence and sincere faith are cultivated. As Loki aptly remarked, you yearn to be governed. Nick Fury listened to Ye Hua's words. Although it was not what he had anticipated, it was not without merit. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke slowly. They revere you. If you do not step forward to guide them, it will be exceedingly difficult to restrain them solely through ordinary laws. Ye Hua crossed his arms and raised an eyebrow slightly. Then it will depend on your capabilities. If you cannot even resolve the issues of ordinary people, I shall begin to doubt your competence as the head of a covert agency. Very well. As long as Ye Hua ensures that he and his super soldiers do not interfere with the development of the solar sect, Nick Fury took a deep breath, recognizing that further contention would be futile. Let it be so. The invasion by the Chitauri has sounded an alarm for us. I require a batch of more potent weaponry. He added, of course, it must not be of nuclear caliber. Ye Hua gently raised his hand, and a projection materialized, displaying designs of several new weapon types. No problem. Whatever your needs, I can fulfill them. This batch of weaponry will employ the latest energy technology, far surpassing the previous models. However, we must renegotiate the price. For clients providing resources, Ye Hua's demeanor immediately became more agreeable. Naturally, Nick Fury possessed his own sense of magnanimity. After all, the funds were not his to dispense. Weighing the pros and cons, he replied, "Very well. I will seek approval from my superiors. But you must guarantee timely delivery and adherence to quality standards." It cannot be like last time when the nanosuits were delivered only at the last moment. Ye Hua nodded in agreement, sealing the deal. By the way, I must inform you that Clark will no longer be working for SHIELD. She is now my employee. This development had been anticipated. In fact, it was preferable for Ye Hua to retain Clark entirely, as SHIELD was abundant with talent and truly did not lack for a beautiful woman. Without any hesitation, Nick Fury nodded in acceptance. As he departed, he found himself contemplating whether he should arrange for a cadre of attractive female agents to handle negotiations with Ye Hua in the future. Chapter 59. Faith time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, several months had passed since the Battle of New York. The reconstruction efforts were largely complete. Most strikingly, in the Upper Manhattan area, a grand and sacred temple, imbued with a strong sense of science fiction, had risen from the ground. The Temple of the Sun, this nascent sect, shone like the sun at dawn, drawing countless devotees to its cause, and no one could impede its ascent any longer. As the first rays of morning light had yet to fully pierce the dense clouds, the city remained enveloped in a hazy slumber. Yet the temple had already welcomed its followers. The doors of the church opened silently, as if gently welcoming every soul yearning for communion with the divine. The faithful, who had long awaited this moment, began to step into the church, their footsteps light and reverent. Dressed mostly in simple attire, their faces bore expressions of hope and awe for the new day ahead. A strikingly handsome young man, appearing no older than his 20s, held tightly in his grasp a pristine tome entitled The Codex of the Blazing Sun. He strolled towards the front rows, accompanied by 2 men and 4 women, all equally handsome and beautiful, as if their allure had reached the pinnacle of human potential. Gazes were drawn toward them, brimming with desire. The vast hall, devoid of seating, symbolized the divine fairness bestowed upon the faithful as the sacred radiance illuminated every individual present. At the forefront, a grand dais displayed a resplendent figure clad in golden armor, a regal creation forged entirely of pure gold. An atmosphere of solemn reverence permeated the cathedral, and in the soft morning light, the colorful stained glass depicting the solar deity's triumph over evil seemed to come alive with motion. Although the sanctuary was expansive, it could only accommodate a limited number of attendees, leaving many more waiting outside for their turn to enter. Clad in a dignified robe, Charlie, with a kind and benevolent visage, was the first to kneel. "Let us bow our heads and commence today as prayer," he intoned, his gentle voice resonating in the stillness of the cathedral as he opened the sacred text, inspired by the solar deity and personally crafted under divine guidance. The congregation closed their eyes, bowed their heads, and clasped their hands before their chests. In that moment, the church fell into such profound silence that only the faintest sounds of breath could be heard. A young mother sat beside her small child, gently holding his tiny hand as she guided him into the realm of prayer. Charlie led the assembly in supplication, his voice steady and imbued with strength. "We navigate this intricate world, beset by numerous temptations and challenges. The solar deity shall bestow upon us wisdom and courage, enabling us to uphold our faith and make righteous choices." The believers silently echoed the pastor's words in their hearts. Some furrowed their brows, seemingly confiding their troubles to the divine. Others wore faint smiles, their faces alight with tranquility and peace, as if they had already felt the deity's comforting presence. An elderly woman, her lips quivering slightly, whispered, "Oh my God, I am advanced in years and my body is frail, yet since I learned of your magnificent existence, my faith in you has never wavered. I hope you will protect my family, granting them health and happiness." Meanwhile, the young mother prayed for her child in her heart. "Oh God, my husband perished in the invasion of extraterrestrials, and my only son is my utmost treasure. Please guide him along the righteous path, instilling in him kindness, integrity, and a brave heart." Though the child did not fully comprehend every word his mother uttered, he mimicked her posture, eyes tightly shut, his expression earnest. Ah, how intriguing! Is this the essence of faith? Amidst the throng, Ye Hua absorbed the surrounding undercurrents, not only hearing the innermost thoughts of the congregation, but also sensing a peculiar energy seeking to converge upon him, connecting to the shadowy dimensions. This was precisely why he had come to witness this phenomenon firsthand. The boundaries of science culminate in metaphysics, and the realms of metaphysics ultimately return to science. Yet, The potency of faith is not devoid of peril, especially for a being of technology, such as myself. Ye Hua murmured to himself while perusing the records pertaining to faith. In the realm of the super-divine, be it angels or demons, or the blazing sun and the river of the underworld, beneath the supreme deity exist not only their own civilizations, but also dominions over numerous lesser civilizations, naturally accompanied by countless followers and beliefs. In this regard, the angelic civilization undoubtedly ranks first, with the faith in justice permeating nearly the entirety of the known universe. However, subsequent research revealed that all deities refuse to harness the power of faith, as it is a form of idealistic energy. Each believer harbors desires. Even those who appear to seek nothing are, in truth, driven by needs once faith is invoked. If the deity continually satisfies the demands of the followers, there would be little issue, rather aiding the development of their inherent genetic abilities. Yet, once the power of faith is connected to the dark dimension and the needs of the believers cannot be met, the ensuing negative emotions may lead to a convoluted data state in the dark dimension or even a system crash. Even without such complications, the more faith energy that is integrated, the greater the consumption of computational space. In summary, the drawbacks outweigh the benefits. Indeed, in any realm, while faith may appear to offer numerous advantages, its disadvantages are profoundly significant. Ye Hua chuckled, contemplating the creation of a prayer receiver to facilitate communication with the believers. As the prayers drew to a close, Charlie raised his voice. "O Divine, we entrust this new day into your hands, whatever awaits us. We steadfastly believe you will walk alongside us. O Divine, O Lord." The followers responded in unison, their voices resolute and powerful. Indeed, the power of faith cannot be utilized. Among his followers, there were those who prayed to the deity, with many sent as spies from various churches. Among the tens of thousands, all sought life, youth, and strength, while a select few pleaded for their families. Ye Hua shook his head, realizing they were all here to make wishes. As they lifted their heads and opened their eyes, sunlight streamed through the stained glass, casting a kaleidoscope of colors upon the church floor. The believers rose, exchanging smiles and nods, and with the tranquility and strength garnered from prayer, they slowly exited the church, stepping into the new day. Upon turning around, Charlie immediately spotted Ye Hua among the crowd. The sun god had descended right before him. As Charlie excitedly approached to kneel, Ye Hua promptly halted him. "I merely came to observe, and you have done exceptionally well. Not just well, it has been truly remarkable. You have transformed the order of justice to the point where even I feel a blush, nearing the stature of a creator deity. Surely, this is not what the order of justice should embody. The code of the blazing sun, how intriguing." He had merely stolen a moment to lazily venture out and witness the state of the sun god sect firsthand, and there was nothing further to address. Charlie had accomplished all that he could. After gesturing for him not to suddenly rush over and kneel, Ye Hua led Clark and the first group of worshippers exiting the temple for prayer. "Come, weren't you just planning to purchase some daily necessities? It has been a while since we ventured out. Allow me to accompany you for a stroll." Remaining on the island to develop the gene engine had been quite isolating. Although Clark's company made it considerably easier, Ye Hua still felt an irresistible urge to explore the outside world. It was one thing to see his followers with his own eyes, and another to grant himself a reprieve. "Shopping, you say? That sounds splendid," Clark exclaimed with delight. Though the island boasted an abundance of resources and supplies could be procured in bulk and transported, he believed that some items were best chosen personally. Otherwise, the experience would lack much of its joy. The prospect of shopping alongside Ye Hua thrilled Clark immensely. As they strolled through the bustling marketplace, an array of shops adorned the streets, vibrant with life. The atmosphere had returned to normalcy, and the aftermath of the New York battle seemed to fade away. Suddenly, a peculiar little shop caught their eye, displaying crystals that emanated a blue glow. Intrigued, Clark approached, while the shopkeeper enthusiastically proclaimed that these were extraterrestrial minerals capable of enhancing the human energy field. Ye Hua leaned in for a closer look, inwardly amused at the notion that these were merely ordinary glowing stones, a ruse to deceive Earthlings. However, Clark appeared genuinely fascinated, prompting Ye Hua to reluctantly purchase one as a keepsake. "Can't you discern what this is?" Ye Hua chuckled, teasing the S-H-I-L-D agent. "I refuse to believe that a mere shopping trip has turned you into a curious child." "Of course I know," Clark replied, "It is merely a beautiful stone. If it were truly an extraterrestrial mineral, SHIELD would never allow it to be publicly available. People vary in their knowledge and understanding." Clark, possessing considerable intellect, had a mastery of the gene engine that surpassed others like Charlie. He had long since grasped the ability to read subtle cues. Often, a mere glance was enough to discern the origins of many things. "And why did you buy it?" Ye Hua asked as Clark gently wrapped his arm around him. Smiling tenderly, "What does it matter? What is important is who you are with." Ye Hua smiled back, appreciating the sentiment. After months of companionship, he had adjusted the settings of her gene engine to conceal certain attributes, making her appear unchanged. Otherwise, she might have found herself instinctively referring to him as my god or feeling oddly intimate. Such a reality would indeed diminish much of the enjoyment. "Let us procure some food and indulge in a grand meal," Ye Hua suggested. "I don't quite understand how it happened. Despite following the instructions precisely, the food I prepare still lacks flavor. I wonder how Charlie and the others fare in the kitchen. Otherwise, the island's dining may become a pressing issue. Then let us strive to master portal technology, allowing us to dine in New York whenever we wish," Ye Hua chuckled. "Though I could independently research the energy pill of the blazing sun, it seems unnecessary to squander resources. After all, the biological energy issues could easily be resolved with a simple bowl of rice. Why complicate matters?" It wasn't until I implanted the gene engine that I realized there was so much more to learn. If I were to pursue a degree, I would likely possess an entire room filled with doctorates by now. With laughter, the two strolled into the food court, where handsome men and beautiful women invariably attracted the attention of those around them. Clark sifted through a selection of fresh fruits. At that moment, a group of ruffians deliberately approached, seemingly intent on harassing Clark. As Clark was about to retaliate, Ye Hua gently restrained her, a flicker of golden light glinting in his eyes. With a subtle motion of his fingers, a small puddle suddenly appeared beneath the feet of the intruders, causing them to slip and fall in disarray. Witnessing this, Clark erupted into laughter, her spirits undampened as she took Ye Hua's hand, resuming her selection of daily necessities and savoring this rare moment of leisure. Occasionally allowing oneself to unwind can undoubtedly elevate one's mood. Chapter 60. The Ascendance of the Divine Kingdom in this world. The Earth would not cease its rotation for the absence of any individual. The sun would continue to rise each day, as usual. The alien invasion in New York seemed to have been abruptly forgotten, with ordinary people continuing their daily routines, as if extraterrestrials and deities bore no significant relevance to their lives. In truth, this was indeed the case. Beneath the surface, however, lay a complex tapestry of unseen machinations. Of course, the well-being of New Yorkers held little significance for Ye Hua. To a deity, it was merely trivial matters. After a tour around the Solar God Church in Manhattan, Ye Hua immersed himself in work, diligently crafting the gene engine while collaborating with Clark to strategize future developments. Despite having gone to bed late the previous night, he had only managed a few hours of sleep. Yet Clark felt no fatigue. On the contrary, she radiated vitality and enthusiasm. As the morning sun bathed the earth, Clark awoke, careful not to stir, primarily to avoid waking the man slumbering beside her. Last night, he had held her as they slept, or rather, embraced her as they chatted afterward. He must have been utterly exhausted. This thought brought a smile to Clark's face. The sleeping Ye Hua was, in fact, quite adorable. She recalled the events of the previous night, including the plans Ye Hua had shared, and squinted her eyes in contemplation. The solar god, revered by over 100,000 believers, lay in her bed, a feeling that was truly indescribable. Perhaps a millennium or even 10,000 years hence, she would play a remarkable role in a new mythological tale. Clark longed to gently caress the man who had bestowed upon her such honor, yet feared waking him from his slumber. "Good morning." Ye Hua stirred awake. "Good morning, my dear. What are you gazing at? The more I look at you, my beloved solar god." Night Hua found himself at a loss for the appropriate expression, eventually settling on a faint smile. "What time is it?" he inquired. "8:30, came the reply. "Oh," Night Hua acknowledged, realizing he had indeed slumbered far too late the previous night. After a brief pause, Clark asked, "Shall we get up?" "No rush." Night Hua chuckled lightly. Since the implantation of the gene engine, Clark exhibited not a single flaw, captivating Night Hua utterly. He felt quite fatigued and had no desire to rise. Their relationship had already ventured into various territories, and having explored every facet of intimacy, he felt no hesitation in holding Clark close, whispering sweet nothings, and drifting back into slumber. The sensation of being embraced by Ye Hua was simply exquisite, an irresistible allure for Clark. Now that she had attained everything she desired, her mind was devoid of any ulterior motives. She merely relished the warmth and tranquility of his arms. It was not until after 9 that they finally stirred from their repose, with Clark preparing breakfast. Her culinary skills were rather lacking, as she strictly adhered to the recipe, producing something that was edible but far from delectable. Is it truly time to commence? Ye Hua pondered aloud, sipping his rice porridge. Indeed, he affirmed with a nod. I had initially allotted them 6 months to reunite with their families. And, considering the passage of time, it seems we are approaching that mark. During this half-year, they had essentially grasped the capabilities of the gene engine and were prepared to embark on their official duties in the Sky City. You have spent the longest time here and possess a deeper understanding of the super soldiers. You must realize that this Sky City is merely a FAAD. Aside from its star-grade weaponry, it lacks any other substantial function. Clark, having been by his side the longest, had developed a profound comprehension of both the Sky City and the super soldiers, undoubtedly influenced by his teachings. She was now fully capable of assuming the role of secretary within the Sky City as a super soldier. Very well, but there remains a question. Must we truly go to such lengths? I feel it is entirely unnecessary. It is indeed necessary, Ye Hua replied with a mysterious smile. Do you not all wish to witness a miracle? Today, let the entire world behold the might of the sun god. After all this preparation, if there is no sign of action, it would be akin to donning fine garments only to stroll unnoticed in the night. After breakfast, Ye Hua proceeded to the weapon research hall to finalize preparations, retrieve the data on the angelic battle armor designs, access the data for the solar warrior armor. A super soldier cannot be without a stylish suit of armor. As for the Emperor armor series, one was sufficient. It would be preferable for the other super soldiers to don standard issue designs. The female super soldiers could simply replicate the armor of the female angels, silver armor adorned with gilded mini-skirts and knee-high battle boots, both visually stunning and striking. As for the male soldiers, any standard set from the solar warriors would suffice. In terms of weaponry, a Tang Dao would be adequate. Before long, the designs for the 2 standard armors materialized before Ye Hua's eyes. Commence generation. The material is crafted from titanium gold alloy, and the weapon engine is not presently under consideration, as there is no immediate need for combat. Aesthetic appeal suffices, and potency is of little concern. Upon entering the command, the remainder is entrusted to the nanobots. Time remains ample, and Ye Hua casually glanced at Wanda, who was undergoing experiments in Sokovia, everything appearing normal. As noon approached, the Grand Hall, possessing the highest authority in the Celestial City, came into view, an edifice modeled after the sanctified conference chamber of the divine Kesha. Upon the imposing dais stood not angelic wings, but a throne of gold. Clark stood below, his expression imbued with excitement and yearning. From this day forth, the legend of the sun god shall never wane. At 12 o'clock, the proceedings could commence. Ye Hua seated himself upon the golden throne, activating the genetic engine capabilities and linking to the core computational engine of the Celestial City. Entering the dark dimension, identity confirmed. Sunlight Ye Hua. Engine activation. Charging countdown initiated. 3, 2, 1. Solar energy replenishment commencing. As the countdown reached its conclusion, the entire Celestial City emitted a terrifying stellar energy, converging into a resplendent beam of light that soared upwards, piercing the heavens. In that moment, every ray of sunlight, having traversed 700 light years, seemed to be drawn towards the energy core of the Celestial City by Ye Hua's hand. Simultaneously, the light across the earth dimmed abruptly, plunging into night. At noon, a time typically drenched in sunlight, an inexplicable phenomenon unfolded without warning. The once azure sky appeared to be swiftly drawn into a black curtain by an unseen giant hand, and the world was abruptly engulfed in profound darkness. The sun was nowhere to be seen. Only a distant, dazzling beam of light reached from the earth to the heavens, seemingly extending into the depths of the universe. Except for the hemisphere of the earth that was already cloaked in night, people emerged from their homes in droves, filling the streets and squares, their faces etched with terror. confusion and fear reflected in their eyes. No one comprehended the gravity of the situation. What has transpired? An eclipse? A calamity has befallen us. That beam of light appeared to traverse the entire cosmos, connecting earth and sky. Its brilliance rendered it the singular focus of the world, starkly contrasting the surrounding darkness, emanating a soft yet enigmatic glow akin to a summoning from an unknown realm. The air surrounding the beam seemed to distort, wisps of air swirling around it in a dance. Before this terrifying yet awe-inspiring spectacle, gasps of astonishment echoed among the crowd. Some stood frozen, paralyzed by fear. Others fled in panic, desperate to escape the unknown threat, while some clasped their hands in prayer, murmuring incantations to hasten the end of this nightmare. In that direction stood Ye Hua, within S-H-I-E-L-D. Nick Fury experienced an unprecedented sense of dread stemming from the unknown. This was no nuclear deterrent, nor a manifestation of formidable divine power. The heavens have shifted. This is a celestial upheaval. He possesses the ability to command the very forces of nature. The data indicates that the sunlight directed towards Earth has been entirely absorbed by the island where night resides. What is his true intention? Nick Fury felt a profound sense of fear and confusion. He had thought he had overestimated Night's capabilities, yet it appeared he had underestimated them once again. The consequences of humanity losing the sun are self-evident, and now, regardless of the circumstances, he must ascertain Night's motives for such actions. The members of the Avengers required little summoning. Confronted with such an enigmatic global crisis, they hastened to the point of origin. As Iron Man soared toward their destination, he jested, "This sun god truly loves to make a grand spectacle. It seems he has never enjoyed a moment of tranquility." Captain America replied solemnly, "Regardless, we must first understand his purpose." Steve, not well acquainted with Night, had already prepared for battle before their departure. Though Tony was jesting, he too recognized the gravity of the situation. Soon, as they arrived near the City of Heaven, Clark intercepted them. "I apologize, everyone. The City of Heaven is currently charging and will absorb all of Earth's solar energy within the hour to complete its activation. However, this will not affect the Earth's environment. So please rest assured." Observing Clark, adorned in resplendent armor, Captain America grew serious. He sensed the formidable strength of this woman. "We need to see Night. He has instigated global panic and must be stopped." "I am currently unable to meet with you," Clark replied with a smile, blocking their passage to the City of Heaven. "Furthermore, I must inform you that should you dare to disturb him, the United States will be charged by the second for sunlight in the future." Clark cast an amused glance at Captain America. "Surely, you do not wish for such an occurrence, do you?" Tony remained quiet, sensing the gravity of the situation. Yet, he believed that Night would not truly endanger the Earth. With keen interest, he inquired, "If I recall correctly, you used to be an agent of S-H-I-E-L-D, right? Has there been a change in leadership? Are you now a follower of the sun god?" Night sat upon a high platform, extracting various pieces of information from the dark messages. "I could directly draw upon stellar energy, yet I choose not to. This is the manner befitting a deity." He warned, "If you dare to disturb me again, sunlight will no longer be granted to you." In stark contrast to the panicking crowds around the globe, the followers of the sun god, upon hearing that their deity intended to elevate the divine kingdom and that the sacred light was about to descend upon the world, felt no fear. Instead, their fervent faith ignited further. In the assembly square, the crowd erupted with enthusiasm. Those who were already devout were now moved to tears. An elderly man, his hands trembling as he raised them toward the heavens, proclaimed passionately, "This is the will of the divine. It is the moment of glory we have long awaited. The divine kingdom descends to bless us with eternal light." Young followers clenched their fists, their eyes ablaze, fervently chanting the holy name of the sun god, their voices merging into a resonant chorus that seemed capable of piercing the very heavens. Their faces flushed with fervent faith. Their hearts unwaveringly believed in the omnipotence of divine power, perceiving the exaltation of the kingdom of God as the ultimate reward for their loyalty. Mothers held their children tightly, their eyes brimming with solace and resolve, softly whispering to their little ones, "We shall witness the greatness of God. Beneath the radiance of his kingdom, you will forever find happiness." In the face of a global phenomenon where the sun vanished, the Ancient One, the eternal family, and all extraordinary beings concealed within the earth were stirred. turning their gazes toward the direction of Ye Hua Island. Chapter 61. Ascension, a marvel beyond imagination. He truly is a deity. The night descended like an endless expanse of black silk, weighing heavily upon the earth. This was not merely the setting of the sun, but an absolute absence of light, devoid even of starlight. Looking skyward revealed only an infinite darkness. Ye Hua's act of absorbing the sun's energy plunged the world into a profound and endless night, save for a resplendent, colossal beam connecting to the heavens, resembling a tangible golden pillar. Just as Ye Hua was aware of the many extraordinary beings hidden on earth when the sun god sect was established, many also became cognizant of the existence of a sun god among them. At this moment, extraordinary beings concealed in every corner of the world began to reveal themselves from their hiding places. Some stood atop towering rooftops, others in deep valleys, or lingered at the summits of ancient castles, all wearing expressions of shock and awe. A figure draped in a black robe tightened his grip around his staff, murmuring to himself, "Such immense power, I fear I could scarcely aspire to attain it in a lifetime." His eyes sparkled with a complex radiance, a mixture of reverence for Ye Hua's formidable strength and an uncontainable yearning. The sun god sect, it seems, warrants a visit. In the distant east, a group of extraordinary beings skilled in qigong sat together, their expressions grave. An elder among them stroked his beard and sighed. This power transcends the bounds of our understanding. This world is on the brink of an unprecedented transformation. In the Amazon rainforest, a member of the Eternal family stood atop the canopy, his gaze seemingly piercing through the vast expanse of space, his face etched with profound seriousness and contemplation. A new god is about to be born in this world, and his faith will surely eclipse the other deities whose miracles have long remained dormant. One can only hope this will not bode ill for us. In the New York temple, the Ancient One stepped onto the street, his gaze calmly fixed on the distance. Then, turning to observe the worshippers of the sun god sect, none could discern his thoughts. The extraordinary beings, who often stirred the winds of fate from the shadows or disguised themselves as ordinary folk, felt like mere ants before the celestial phenomena created by Ye Hua. Though powerful, they could not turn day into night, silently speculating on the monumental impact this upheaval would have on the world. Daylight swiftly transformed into night. This extraordinary spectacle plunged the world into an abyss of fear. In a time of urgency, governments around the world sprang into action, while research teams mobilized en masse to unravel the enigma behind this bizarre phenomenon. In the cities, streetlights and vehicle headlights flickered on, feebly dispelling the sudden, encroaching darkness. On the streets, faces were etched with panic as people clung to one another. Whispers of disaster mingled with beliefs in miracles. The media continuously reported, showcasing identical astonishing scenes from across the globe, where once bright skies were swiftly engulfed by shadow. Scientists raced against the clock in laboratories, meticulously analyzing the diverse data collected. Astronomers fixated on their telescopes, geographers sought to provide scientific explanations, and physicists diligently dissected the energy fluctuations of the light beams. They all understood the urgency of unraveling this mystery. Otherwise, humanity would continue its descent into an unknown abyss of fear. More crucially, no one knew if this was indeed a calamity or how long it would persist. Humanity could not survive without the sun, nor could it bear the consequences of its loss. Action must be taken. If this continued, unimaginable disasters would surely ensue. Tony was acutely aware of the staggering energy amassed from the sunlight received globally every second. If measured in coal, the energy the sun provided to Earth each second equated to that released from the combustion of 5 million tons of coal. Now, night had gathered all this energy, and far too much time had elapsed. The total energy reached an alarmingly formidable value, instilling in him a deep fear of impending danger. Listening to Clark, I was reluctant to confront the night, but this was no longer a personal matter. If even a fraction of this energy were mismanaged, the consequences would be catastrophic. A forcible entry was impossible. The entire island was enveloped in a formidable energy field. They needed to persuade Clark to allow them to meet with the night, to halt this perilous endeavor, regardless of its intentions. Although Knight had previously bestowed upon him nanotechnology that revolutionized his armored suit, and had recently assisted in curing Pepper from the dire virus, this was not the time for personal favors. As time passed, Iron Man prepared for battle. I suggest you remain rational, Clark remarked with a smile. The powers of my God are far beyond what you perceive. I have already warned you. If you wish for the United States to bask in sunlight without incurring a fee per second, then cease your impractical actions. Fearless, Clark was no longer an agent of S.H.I.L.D., nor merely an ordinary individual. She was a warrior of the sun god, fiercely loyal to the night alone. If necessary, she had confidence in her ability to contend against Iron Man, Captain America, and a group of ordinary individuals clad in nanotechnology. If you wish to fight, then come forth. With that, Clark procured a katana, and even her armor was freshly forged. Observing Clark, who appeared ready for battle, everyone was left in a state of uncertainty regarding whether to engage, particularly the agents of S.H.I.L.D., who were utterly perplexed. How is it that you have just changed your superior, yet seem not to recognize anyone at all? Seated upon the throne, Ye Hua possessed an acute awareness of all external circumstances, yet had no time to concern himself with them. The moment of witnessing a miracle was at hand. As the power engine activated, the previously tranquil sea began to ripple, the formidable energy surge causing the surrounding waters to churn as if boiling. First, a deep rumble echoed, resonating like a roar from the depths of the earth. Subsequently, the bottom of the island began to shimmer with an otherworldly golden light. A dreamlike glow spreading through the water. The radiance intensified, illuminating the vicinity as brightly as day, transforming the sea into a mysterious golden hue. What was happening? Those, like Tony, who were barred from entering the heavenly city by Clark, could not comprehend the unfolding events. Yet Clark understood all too well. Recognizing the urgency, he hastily retreated into the heavenly city. As the light grew stronger, the island began to sway gently, with fragments of sand and stone cascading from its edges into the sea, creating splashes. Gradually, the island began to rise above the water's surface, the light at its base forming a colossal energy column that lifted it upwards. The sea breeze howled, stirring the trees and leaves of the island into a frenzied dance. The island ascended higher, as beneath it, the water formed a massive whirlpool, white frothy waves soaring into the air. Surrounding seabirds took flight, squawking and circling the rising island. As the island broke free from the sea level, the surrounding light softened. Ye Hua commanded the activation of the energy barrier, and countless nanobots converged to create a dense, white mist enveloping the heavenly city. From a distance, the ascending island resembled a mysterious paradise suspended between heaven and earth, with the verdant flora thriving under the sun's rays, and the outlines of its futuristic structures becoming vividly apparent, akin to a fantastical and majestic painting. Simultaneously, the stone lions at the entrance of the heavenly city emitted a golden glow from their eyes, having been recently upgraded as faith receivers to store spiritual energy and connect with believers. Within the sun god temple, the emperor's armor, crafted from pure gold, radiated a crimson light as Ye Hua's voice resonated throughout the hall, akin to a chorus of three. My followers, I shall raise an everlasting kingdom that shall never descend, and I will guide you to a realm of freedom. As Ye Hua's proclamation echoed, armor materialized around Charlie and 6 others, who then ascended into the sky before the astonished onlookers. The sun god, our deity, has descended. The divine being guided them to the celestial realm. Mortals ascended. This was the ascension. However, this was not true flight. Rather, it was an illusion created through calculations and the enhancement of energy, rendering them as if they were soaring. Only algorithms enabling sublight speed flight are regarded by the esteemed Leon technology as the true essence of aerial capability. Such speeds scarcely surpass those of commercial aircraft and hardly constitute genuine flight. However, the general populace holds a markedly different perspective. This scene is undeniably breathtaking, reminiscent of ascension in broad daylight, as 7 individuals radiate resplendent golden light, soaring ever further toward the luminescent column that beckons into the depths of the cosmos. In this moment, they genuinely perceive the existence of the solar deity they revere, endowed with unparalleled might. Do you presume this is the conclusion? Nay, my devoted followers, I have witnessed your fervent faith, and I have resolved to bestow upon you extraordinary divine power, enabling you to fulfill the tasks yet unfinished. As the voice of Ye Hua reverberates, the sky gradually returns to its normal state, first with the emergence of starlight, followed by the advent of dawn. As sunlight cascades upon each believer, akin to the gentle caress of the divine. Within this radiance, ailments are vanquished from their bodies, and they feel invigorated, as if rejuvenated. Simultaneously, 7 individuals erupt with golden light, transforming into super warriors. This is the divine power granted by my deity. Praise be to my God. The 7 kneel in prayer, expressing gratitude for the bestowed blessings, while those ordinary souls who have not received divine power gaze on with envy, as if lamenting, "Why not me?" Yet, without exception, their faith intensifies, as though the silhouette of the divine realm materializes before their eyes. They yearn to immerse themselves within it, to become part of the divine radiance, spreading this fervent belief to every corner of the world, so that all may bask in the glory of the solar deity. Ah, how intriguing! Ye Hua chuckled softly, choosing to divert his attention from these followers. Though he desired numerous super warriors, there was no necessity to manifest hundreds or thousands all at once. Patience is key. After all, such blessings do not come without cost. The continuous display of miracles serves to affirm the reality of the solar deity, surely enough to eliminate their doubts and inspire them to follow in earnest. Then, if you do not offer sacrifices or tributes, how may I discern your sincerity? How can I ascertain the steadfastness of your faith? Therefore, hasten to gather all the resources of earth for me. The greatest contributors shall be the next to receive divine power. The celestial city gradually ascends, hovering above the solar orbit, enveloped in a mist of nanoclouds. Only at this moment can the celestial city truly be termed as such, elevating a small island to the solar orbit. What could be the intent behind this? How was it accomplished? Was it merely to showcase divine might? The onlookers are perplexed and apprehensive, but confronted with Ye Hua's formidable power, they find themselves powerless. After all, such strength is capable of harnessing the sun's energy from across the globe, and it has lifted a 12-square-kilometer island into the sky, truly reminiscent of a deity. Ye Hua gazes upon the 7 super warriors who have arrived in the celestial city, contemplating his grand plans for the future. He aims to lead more super warriors deeper into the cosmos, and the events of today are merely the beginning. Chapter 62. Affairs of the Celestial City. The Celestial City ascended to a sun-synchronous orbit, situated several thousand kilometers from Earth. Such a distance appears to be an insurmountable chasm for the ordinary individual, unless one were to embark on a rocket, or possess the ability to open a portal like the Ancient One. Few could ever hope to reach this realm. It can truly be regarded as a place of profound isolation, as if it exists within an entirely different world. The name Celestial City is indeed fitting at this moment. It resembles a mysterious castle suspended in the void of space, emanating an aura of awe. Nanobots swirl around this magnificent edifice like clouds of purest white, akin to ethereal veils, weaving a dreamlike tapestry. The billowing sea of clouds ebbs and flows, sometimes drifting lightly, at other times coalescing into fantastical shapes. At times, they partially obscure the celestial city, creating an enigmatic ambience. At other times, they disperse, revealing the city in all its unrestrained glory, showcasing its majestic splendor. A radiant energy barrier envelopes the entire celestial city, continuously absorbing solar energy, resembling a golden pearl whose brilliance rivals the stars scattered across the firmament. Indeed, even from the surface of Earth, one might behold this golden star. Ye Hua stood serenely within the celestial city, his gaze fixed upon the immense blue planet, Earth. He felt an unparalleled sense of joy. All matters had gradually found their rhythm, and the number of super soldiers would continue to rise. As for resources, the Void and the planet Shandar currently suffice to meet demands, undoubtedly providing robust support for the celestial city's growth. Ye Hua harbored a firm belief that in the not-so-distant future, this celestial city would transform into a true heavenly realm. At that time, the blazing sun would become the path of heaven, and this universe might operate under the rules he had set forth. And I shall embody the will of heaven, the deity who governs all. Of course, realizing this grand vision would require considerable time, and first, it was essential to subdue the powerful beings and celestial deities within this universe. Though it may seem somewhat unrealistic at present, the future holds promise. Without lofty ideals, what distinguishes one from a mere fish on the shore? Amassing resources, deploying troops, constructing dark dimensions, and engaging in celestial combat. The goal is to first confront Thanos, and subsequently deal with the juvenile celestial deities. To make this universe my private dominion. As Ye Hua's ambitions soared, Clark approached him. My lord, in accordance with your directives, and considering the circumstances of the super soldiers and the solar deity cult, I have devised a system of rewards and punishments for your review. The documentation has been uploaded to your dark database. Clark is undeniably an exceptional woman. Within a short span, she had adapted to the life of a super soldier and was capable of undertaking assistant duties. It seems you have dedicated considerable effort during this time. Ye Hua praised her while accessing the dark information. Indeed, Clark had received the super gene engine implant later than the other 7, yet her progress was unparalleled, far surpassing that of Charlie and the others. There was simply no other way. If one does not wish to be superfluous, then one must strive even harder. Clark smiled and stepped forward, gazing at the azure planet. In your mythos, I aspire to be a presence that can eternally accompany you, adorned with a title, rather than merely an ordinary warrior. A new mythological system is bound to take shape, and it is already emerging. In Ye Hua's plans, the number of super soldiers will increase, ultimately evolving into a divine civilization, which signifies the advent of more exceptional individuals. Should she wish to maintain such a relationship as the closest aide to Ye Hua, it is only natural that she must exert greater effort. That day will surely come. Ye Hua smiled as he meticulously reviewed the reward and punishment system devised by Clark, or rather, the employee regulations. Indeed, whether a civilization or a force, it can be likened to a colossal corporate entity. Without a system of rewards and penalties, it would disintegrate into disarray. The enthusiasm of employees is directly correlated to their salaries, bonuses, and benefits. Thus, a corporate environment cannot exist without such a system. Even though one can alter the mindset of super soldiers, compelling them to fight for their convictions and to heed one's commands without hesitation. What are the pathways to promotion? What are the punitive mechanisms? It simply would not do for all matters to fall solely upon the shoulders of this deity. Although I am not yet a supreme deity and currently possess only 8 super soldiers, one must always consider the long-term perspective. Indeed, your devised plan is nearly flawless and ready for implementation. Presently, the reward and punishment system crafted by Clark is remarkably comprehensive, encompassing super soldiers in both the heavenly city and on Earth, as well as the ordinary followers of the Sun God sect. As the heavenly city develops and thousands of super soldiers emerge, this system can be expanded to include military merit. I understand. Clark nodded, acknowledging that as the number of super soldiers increases, many issues will become apparent. For now, it is merely a rudimentary reward and punishment system. In the future, perhaps a model akin to national governance could be employed. Ye Hua smiled slightly. Of course, within my database lies the perfected administrative system of the solar civilization, along with its rules of rewards and penalties and pathways for military promotion. The reason for entrusting this task to Clark is merely to cultivate her and establish her authority. After all, she is my appointed Minister of Internal Affairs. For now, this will suffice. What of David? David Brick, originally a hydraulic and mechanical engineer, possesses considerable expertise in the management and operation of daily life support systems. Super soldiers are not gods. They too require sustenance and care, especially now that they are several thousand kilometers into outer space, relying on self-sufficiency. Currently, only David has a defined work direction. He is performing admirably, having restructured certain residential areas, and the responsibility for food has also been delegated to Ella. While others are still familiarizing themselves with the intricacies of the celestial city, it is believed that they will soon immerse themselves in various tasks. Ye Hua nodded in agreement, recognizing that it has only been a little over half a year. They have only begun to grasp their inherent abilities and cannot be expected to perform miracles just yet. Perhaps a grand battle would be beneficial for them to truly master their skills. Ye Hua mused as his gaze drifted back to the azure earth. Before the celestial city ascended, Iron Man Tony had engaged in a confrontation with Killian, the researcher of the Doomsday virus, ultimately curing his post-traumatic stress disorder. Now, in the year 2013, it seems the time has come for the Reality Stone to make its appearance. The Power Stone remains an enigma, as he is unable to decode its vast data, rendering it somewhat useless in his possession. However, the Reality Stone piques Ye Hua's interest immensely. With this gem, One can manifest any dream. All scientific laws and natural principles become trivial before its power, as it can effortlessly alter the rules. The reality stone allows for the erasure and modification of reality, transforming thoughts, fantasies, and dreams into tangible existence. In his view, this bears a striking resemblance to the principle behind the void engine. The radiant sun indeed possesses a void engine. However, due to the divine Kaiser's prohibition on studying the void, and with their primary deity, Reina, yet to fully mature, the void engine has not been formally equipped. Nonetheless, this does not imply that the radiant sun has ceased its research into the void. They have not only conducted studies, but have also amassed comprehensive data, dubbing it the celestial canon. With the celestial canon in hand, their words become law, a fitting reflection of the radiant sun's ethos. Since it is currently unfeasible to derive insights into the rules by studying the power stone, what might be achieved by harnessing the reality stone? While it may not function in isolation, he possesses a power stone, and, if necessary, he could even procure the mind stone. Furthermore, the Dark Elves are unlikely to relinquish their scrutiny of the reality stone, as they are utilizing it for training purposes. Contemplating this, Ye Hua conveyed that their primary focus should now be on mastering flight capabilities and combat techniques, as a confrontation is imminent. To reiterate, flight below the atmosphere at speeds inferior to commercial aircraft does not equate to true flying. However, it suffices to contend with the Dark Elves. Very well, I shall relay this directive. Now, you may return to your duties. After sending Clark on his way, Ye Hua began to sift through the clandestine data of Earth. Where has Jane, Thor's beloved, vanished to? The current super soldiers remain somewhat unreliable, as they struggle to adapt even to the essentials of space. They require sustenance and oxygen. Elevating the celestial city into the cosmos certainly elevates its prestige, yet it also presents numerous challenges. It appears that upgrades to their equipment are necessary, lest they find themselves incapable of combat in the void of space. Perhaps it is best to resort to titanium alloy for now and don a helmet. Soon, Ye Hua found Jane Foster, who is currently in London, England. Recently, she had discovered some unusual celestial phenomena, with the corresponding gravitational anomalies located near Stonehenge. Fortunately, she had a sudden insight. Otherwise, the reality stone might have ended up in Asgard. The convergence of celestial bodies altered the spatial structure, resulting in numerous unstable micro-wormholes. Fascinating. After accessing the dark data, Ye Hua immediately opened a portal to London, intending to seize the reality stone while perhaps also delving into the principles of the convergence of the Nine Realms. Chapter 63. Astronomy enthusiast. Even though the celestial city now boasted super soldiers, it seemed of little consequence. Certain matters still required personal involvement. Regrettably, they were struggling to return to Earth, and entrusting this task to them made Ye Hua uneasy. Unlike other infinity stones, the reality stone could not be wielded independently. Any unforeseen mishap could easily lead to disastrous consequences given the limitations of a mortal body. As Ye Hua strolled through the streets of London, he audaciously accessed the dark data. It appeared he had indeed arrived at an opportune moment. Thor's girlfriend, Jane Foster, had crafted a device capable of detecting gravitational anomalies on Earth, primarily to ensure she was the first to notice when Thor returned. This device was designed based on the energy and gravitational anomalies created by the Bifrost arrival on Earth. However, by a twist of fate, she had stumbled upon the peculiarities of celestial convergence. The abnormality of the spatial structure caused the micro-wormholes to become chaotic, even briefly forming a massive worm bridge. No wonder. Ye Hua's eyes shimmered with golden light as he analyzed the spatial structure while making his way toward the area with the most potent fluctuations of spatial energy in the city. The closer he approached his destination, the more intense the sensation of distortion became. In his dark vision, the surrounding scenery resembled a crumpled painting, with the outlines of buildings becoming indistinct and light bending in an eerie manner. Extremely perilous. Naturally occurring worm bridges differ vastly from those constructed by man. The former require no calculations of divine data and can transport individuals to unknown regions, even risking being torn apart by unstable micro-wormholes. Ye Hua halted, his brow furrowed, as the space before him resembled a shattered mirror, filled with flickering entrances to micro-wormholes. Those entrances occasionally exhaled faint energy fluctuations, akin to the breath of an unknown realm. Looking up at the sky, Ye Hua sensed something amiss. Having just glimpsed nearly the entirety of the universe's galaxies, he wondered if he was experiencing an illusion. He promptly entered the dark dimension, capturing the fleeting images he had just witnessed. Upon retrieving the vision that had briefly flashed before his eyes, Ye Hua felt astonished. It truly resembled a tree-like nebula network. This must be what the Asgardians referred to as the World Tree. It is not a true sighting, but rather a projection caused by the overlapping refraction of space. The World Tree, perhaps? A tree-like nebular network that nearly connects the entirety of the universe? Celestial bodies converge, and the 9 realms intersect as fleeting memories flicker in his mind. Ye Hua's gaze gradually brightens. Perhaps there exists a clever method for constructing a cosmic dark network. In the realm of the super gods, there is no such entity as the World Tree, and the cosmic nebulae are independent and non-interfering. Yet in this universe, there exists an energy network that links all cosmic nebulae. Indeed, it must be some form of energy convergence that has taken on a tree-like structure, connecting nearly the entire universe. If he could decipher this energy form, it would vastly conserve resources in establishing a cosmic dark network. How intriguing! As the impending celestial convergence and intersection of the 9 realms approaches, Ye Hua finds himself increasingly captivated. Soon, they arrive at an abandoned factory, where the gravitational forces have spiraled out of control and the surrounding micro-wormholes are exceedingly unstable. Remarkably, a few children are playing here, seemingly oblivious to the grave danger they are in, as if they have stumbled upon something extraordinarily fascinating. Meanwhile, Jane Foster hurries with urgency, her friend struggling to keep pace beside her. In the sky, there appears to be a subtle distortion, a faint manifestation of abnormal gravity. The wind whistles past their ears, almost urging them to hasten their steps. Just moments ago, her friend Daisy Louise informed her that the instrument she had crafted was blaring incessantly, seemingly detecting areas of gravitational anomaly. Although this is a scientific research endeavor, it is also possible that her boyfriend has arrived on Earth, prompting Jane to rush over immediately. At last, upon reaching the site, the instrument in her hand reveals unusual data parameters. A peculiar energy fluctuation is present. Jane gazes intently at the device. While it does not yield the desired energy readings akin to a rainbow bridge, it may still represent a significant research breakthrough. Taking a deep breath, she attempts to glean clues from the chaotic energy and gravitational fields, while Daisy and the intern quietly unpack various experimental equipment nearby. Are you here for research as well? Upon approaching, they too notice the children who have yet to leave. Yes, Jane begins, only to realize something is amiss. Wait, are you suggesting that others have come here as well, and are conducting research? Indeed, that big brother just went up and shooed us away, one of the children replies, feeling somewhat wronged, for they were the ones who discovered this place first. What a dreadful adult. Well then, it seems we have arrived a step too late, Jane remarks, turning back to the children, advising them that this area may indeed be unsafe and that obedient children should return home. Although no danger has yet manifested, the gravitational anomalies and even energy reactions warrant that the children be removed from the vicinity. At the heart of this abandoned factory lies a vast open platform, seemingly unfinished. As they ascended the levels, they discovered Ye Hua, who had arrived prior to them, albeit with his back turned and devoid of any tools, giving the impression that he was not there for research purposes. "Hello, excuse me, you are quite handsome," exclaimed Daisy, Jane's friend, as Ye Hua turned around. "Greetings," Ye Hua replied with a smile. "How may I assist you?" "That is not right. Should I not be the one asking first? Should he respond to my inquiries?" "Greetings, I am an astrophysicist. Recently, we detected gravitational anomalies here and came to investigate. Is your purpose the same?" Jane sought to ascertain whether he was a peer or an agent of S.H.L.D. The former could pose as a competitor, while the latter might directly appropriate her research findings. Jane harbored significant apprehension regarding S.H.I.L.D. "No, I am merely an astronomy enthusiast," he replied, observing her in turn. Contrary to portrayals in media, Jane was indeed quite stunning, embodying an elegant demeanor. Her emerald eyes deep as the ocean and as pure as the finest gem, with hair that shimmered like gold. A rare beauty that could easily captivate even the god of thunder. "Ah, I see." Jane relaxed, realizing he was neither a rival nor a S.H.I.L.D. agent. "Have you made any discoveries here, sir?" she inquired while directing Daisy and her assistant to set up equipment to detect gravitational forces. Daisy leaned in, handsome. May I know your name? If you are an astronomy enthusiast, I have a plethora of equipment you could utilize. I'm certain you would find it satisfactory. Jane cast a subtle glance at Daisy, hoping her friend would become infatuated at such a moment. However, the man was indeed striking. Had she not been involved with the god of thunder, she might have found herself intrigued. Ah, I am Ye Hua. Pleased to meet you, he replied. By the way, are you also a follower of the solar deity? Daisy, brimming with enthusiasm, inched closer, leaving Jane with little opportunity to interject. Noticing the keychain of an imperial armor hanging from Daisy's waist, Ye Hua was at a loss for words, having recently neglected to follow developments regarding the solar deity. How have you managed to establish such a presence around here? He asked. Are you familiar with the solar deity? Daisy inquired. After all, it's hard not to be aware of the global phenomenon of the prolonged night. Everyone is now speculating that Earth is on the brink of entering a dual-star era, where one can even discern the floating celestial city in the night sky through a telescope. The solar deity must be an extraordinarily powerful being. I wish to ask him to enhance my beauty and perhaps reduce my bust size a little. Indeed, it is undeniably grand and abundantly fruitful. Seemingly aware of Ye Hua's gaze, Daisy remarked, You may not realize that having an ample bosom comes with its own set of drawbacks. Passionate Western women, unacquainted with the notion of restraint, launch fervent pursuits once they identify a desirable target, particularly someone as dashing as Ye Hua. Missing such an opportunity would be a lamentable loss. It is challenging to find suitable lingerie in ordinary stores, not to mention the wait. Oh, the wait. Prolonged standing often leads to aching backs and necks, with a habitual forward tilt causing discomfort. Each day feels like bearing a burden, and one must be cautious not to hunch over. In vehicles, fastening the seatbelt necessitates the effort of extracting it from between one's bosom. Engaging in sports like tennis or volleyball becomes nearly impossible, as every jump and run sends jolts of pain through the chest. Walking proves inconvenient as well. One cannot glance down to see their feet or the ground beneath them. In the workplace, one cannot indulge in a moment of laziness by resting on the desk. Instead, one can only lay their arms upon it. Tell me, is this not a multitude of disadvantages? What do you wish for me to say? Do you believe it appropriate to discuss such matters during our first encounter? Daisy proudly accentuated her ample bosom, seemingly unperturbed by Ye Hua's potential opinions, even anticipating them. I suspect that a faithless devotee like you shall find the sun god unyielding in granting your wishes. With a light chuckle, Ye Hua shifted his attention to Jane, inquiring, So what discoveries have you made? Daisy, yearning for attention, nearly pressed herself against him, deliberately swaying her generous curves to capture his gaze. For the moment, Jane remained noncommittal. Compared to Daisy, she retained a rational demeanor. There was no way she would divulge her research findings to a stranger she had just met. Ye Hua, unfazed, had been present long enough to grasp the situation, yet he had yet to uncover the energy veins of the world tree or the location of the reality gem's seal. Now that the protagonist had arrived, it seemed the tale was poised to unfold. Chapter 64. Profound knowledge within the expansive confines of an abandoned factory. Jane Foster was engrossed in her experiments, casting various objects from above and patiently awaiting their descent, meticulously documenting gravitational wave data in an unending cycle. It was astonishing to discover a stable gravitational field here, intertwined with the principles of wormholes. Jane was exhilarated by all her findings. Should she unravel the mysteries of this place, she might very well become the next laureate of the Nobel Prize. Meanwhile, Daisy directed her full attention towards Ye Hua. Her ample assets accentuated as she approached with a swaying grace, the intoxicating scent of her perfume enveloping the air. Her bright, expressive eyes blinked playfully, concealing a myriad of flirtatious thoughts, as a barrage of questions erupted forth. What is your profession? Do you currently reside in London? If time permits, shall we share a drink? She tilted her head slightly, a meaningful smile gracing her lips, her eyes brimming with unabashed desire. Each utterance, each glance, was laced with implication, her intentions to seduce glaringly apparent. Ye Hua frowned slightly. In terms of seductive prowess, you are utterly outclassed by Clark, and the overwhelming scent of your perfume is quite discomforting. I apologize, but I am merely passing through and may not have the time to join you for a drink. As I spoke, I instinctively took a step back. Oh, that's all right. You're not leaving immediately. Surely there is time for a drink? Observing Daisy's demeanor, it was clear that if Ye Hua consented, she would eagerly accompany him home tonight. The corners of Ye Hua's eyes narrowed. Could she not perceive that my refusal was abundantly clear, yet she still sought to close the distance? Super soldiers undoubtedly possess a formidable allure for ordinary individuals, not solely due to their striking appearance, but also for genetic reasons. However, aside from your stature, it is difficult for me to regard you with any greater esteem. I am simply not interested. In truth, it was not merely the force of attraction at play, but the chaotic nature of the micro-wormholes here had caused alterations in the spatial structure, allowing gravitational influences from other locations to affect this one. To extricate himself from Daisy's entanglement, Ye Hua took the initiative to engage in conversation with Jian. Are you familiar with the worm bridge theory? The reason objects thrown here reappear in a cycle is due to the disruption of micro-wormholes, forming a transient and unstable worm bridge. This is, in fact, exceedingly perilous. Moreover, the distributed worm bridges resemble a labyrinth, devoid of any discernible pattern. What was connected just a moment ago might lead elsewhere the next. Wormhole theory. Are you suggesting that actual wormholes have manifested here? Ye Hua's assertion left Jian astonished. What equipment did you use to observe this? I was merely deducing. With our current technology, we are incapable of detecting the existence of wormholes. How is it that you seem to perceive them? Indeed, this is certainly not a mere issue of gravity, as otherwise, one could not explain why objects reappear cyclically. The concept of a worm bridge is something I've only encountered in fantastical tales, where one shouts to the heavens and is whisked away by a rainbow bridge. Yet, I hesitated to mention this, fearing Ye Hua might not understand. Her newfound interest in wormholes stemmed from those very implausible tales. Little did she anticipate. This man named Ye Hua appeared to possess considerable knowledge. What do you believe is the cause of these anomalies? A friend of mine posited that the movements of celestial bodies have caused some to align in a straight line, resulting in gravitational interactions that indirectly affect the Earth, or rather, the very spot where we now stand. Ye Hua nodded slightly, his gaze penetrating and deep as he stared ahead, as if transcending layers of space. An air of calmness and confidence enveloped him as he spoke. This universe is vast and infinite. The movements of the stars adhere to certain laws. Gravitational interactions can indeed affect the Earth, but what lies beyond that? Jian, intrigued, began to elaborate on black holes and the evolution of galaxies, delving into theoretical concepts in an attempt to challenge Ye Hua. Yet, Ye Hua merely listened quietly, and once Jian finished her exposition, a faint smile graced his lips as he began to respond methodically. From the birth and demise of celestial bodies to the enigmatic dark matter of the cosmos, each of his insights was unique and profound, every explanation clear and lucid. When it comes to understanding the universe and scientific discourse, all of humanity combined would pale in comparison to the prowess of a super soldier. After all, this transcends mere temporal concerns. Jian listened in increasing astonishment, her eyes wide with wonder, her admiration swelling like a tidal wave, reminiscent of her university days when a professor lectured her, eager to jot down every word. In truth, she was doing just that. Jian never anticipated that Ye Hua possessed such profound insights into the realm of modern science. His voice, deep and magnetic, continued to elucidate the mysteries of a universe, as if he himself were a living tome of astrophysics. Just as Jian became engrossed in his discourse, her device emitted a series of beeps. Apologies. She glanced at it, momentarily taken aback by the readings. The last time she encountered such data was indeed in Mexico. Daisy approached, her eyes gleaming with mischief, reminding Jian of her boyfriend, urging her not to lose her composure. Jian dismissed her infatuated friend. Their interaction had merely been an academic exchange, and it was no fault of hers that Daisy could not contribute. Besides, could she not discern the apparent lack of interest from Ye Hua? I apologize, I must check this out. The readings align with the energy fluctuations associated with the appearance of the Rainbow Bridge, suggesting that my irresponsible boyfriend may have shown up, Jian exclaimed, eager to ascertain the situation. Ye Hua nodded with a smile, signifying his understanding. He too noticed the anomaly. The ether was sealed by the Asgardians, and its presence mirroring that of the Rainbow Bridge was hardly surprising. The question now was whether he should follow her. The temporary wormhole connecting to an unknown planet had opened, and the ether was there, with the reality stone within reach, which was precisely the purpose of his visit. However, upon reflection, Ye Hua conceived an even better idea. Enhancing a situation is far less impactful than providing aid in times of need. The Asgardians lacked the means to extract the ether from Jian's body. In some respects, they were less capable than a raccoon. When it came to technological prowess, even Rocket Raccoon could extract the ether from Jian with a simple injection, and so could he. This was the confidence derived from a culmination of knowledge that spanned several eras. Given this, wouldn't it be better to have Thor owe a favor? With this thought, Ye Hua smiled faintly, deciding to temporarily refrain from acquiring the reality stone and instead focus on Jian's every movement through the fleeting connection of the worm bridge. He intently observed the surrounding dark data displays, a flicker of curiosity crossing his gaze as the data differed from his expectations. Could it be due to the celestial bodies not yet aligning? Turning his attention back to Jian, he noticed her figure materializing on an unknown planet, stepping into a dilapidated and dimly lit great hall. The air within was thick with the scent of months of stagnation, oppressive and eerie. Towering stone pillars stood resolutely at the center of the hall, resembling ancient and enigmatic totems. Jian, filled with curiosity, unconsciously drew closer to the pillar, each step stirring the silent dust and producing faint sounds. As she approached the pillar, the surrounding air seemed to thicken. Suddenly, a surge of crimson light emanated from the pillar, swirling around Jian for a moment before it surged into her body. She promptly fainted. How intriguing. It truly appeared to be seeking a host, almost as if possessing intelligence. With this realization, Ye Hua felt an unsettling strangeness. The Infinity Stones indeed could not be understood through ordinary reasoning. What are you saying? Daisy inquired curiously. Where did Jian go? I do not know. Ye Hua replied with a smile, harboring no intention of retrieving Jian just yet, silently observing everything instead. For if he were to bring Jian out now, how would Thor notice her disappearance? How would he rush to her side, thus allowing Ye Hua to have him indebted? The space itself posed no danger. The real threat lay merely in the ether consuming Jian's vitality, which was insignificant to him. Once the ether was extracted, he could even grant her eternal life. Cancer? Was cancer? The brilliance of the Sun Technology Company claimed that such a word did not exist. Surely Thor desired a young and beautiful girlfriend who would never age. The question remained, how much would he be willing to sacrifice for that? As time passed slowly and Jian still did not return, Daisy grew anxious and summoned the police. Meanwhile, light years away, Thor, having quelled rebellions and cleaned up the mess left by his unfortunate brother, returned to Asgard. He immediately sought out Heimdall, the guardian of the Bifrost. Heimdall, has there been any change in the Nine Realms? Thor greeted him with a smile, fully aware of why he was there, yet maintaining the demeanor befitting a prince. Reluctant to appear too eager, little did he know that he could only rely on Heimdall's eyes to glean information, as he himself could neither see nor touch it, allowing Heimdall to claim all the advantages. One wonders if Thor had ever contemplated this dilemma. What if, while he had Heimdall observe Jian, she happened to be bathing? How would that situation be resolved? Fortunately, Heimdall is an upright knight and a qualified guardian of Asgard, who would not engage in such trivial matters. At that moment, Thor arrived at the Rainbow Bridge, as usual, but Heimdall suddenly informed him that he was unable to see Jane Foster. This could only mean one thing. Jane Foster was no longer on Earth. Instantly, Thor became concerned for his beloved's safety. He resolved to journey to Midgard immediately to ascertain her well-being. As a prince and the first heir of Asgard, he possessed certain privileges. Thus, under Thor's earnest insistence, Heimdall reluctantly activated the recently repaired Rainbow Bridge, transporting Thor to his cherished Midgard. Chapter 65. The first encounter with the Thunder God time trickled by, and several hours had elapsed since Jane Foster had stepped into the ancient, abandoned temple that housed the ether. At this moment, aside from being rendered unconscious due to external forces, her physical condition remained relatively stable. Nighthawk harbored no significant concern for Jane Foster's predicament and had no intention of retrieving her just yet. After all, she did not appear to be in any mortal danger. It sufficed to wait for the Thunder God to arrive and then successfully extract the ether by leveraging his goodwill. He stood silently, lost in thought, gazing up at the sky, secretly speculating, given the passage of time. Asgard must have learned of Jane Foster's sudden disappearance and her absence from Earth. Reflecting on this, Nighthawk couldn't help but recall Heimdall, the gatekeeper of Asgard, who possessed a pair of extraordinary eyes. It must be said, his eyes were indeed remarkable, capable of perceiving events across the 9 realms and nearly the entire vast universe. This led Nighthawk to ponder whether, at this very moment, Heimdall was observing his every move through those eyes. He mumbled to himself, yet felt no sense of being watched. Neither his own clandestine messages nor the surrounding environment indicated any signs of surveillance or detection, which left him perplexed. Was it that Heimdall's technological prowess surpassed his understanding? Or was he merely employing his natural visual abilities to observe the world, without the aid of any special energy or means? Should the opportunity arise, it might be worthwhile to visit Asgard to study Heimdall's eyes, though he wondered if Heimdall would consent to such an inquiry. By the way, there should be another observer in this universe. What was his name again? Nighthawk was in no rush, even taking the time to document the spatial data for future research on the World Tree Network. Meanwhile, Daisy was anxiously fretting, her worries spiraling out of control, to the point where she lost her appetite for casual conversation and even called the police. This clearly illustrated her genuine concern for her friend's current situation. However, why did she include me in her inquiries? Did I really come across as a villain? Just as castaway objects reappear, the spatial structure here is inherently unstable. Jian, in her state of unconsciousness, has been transmitted back once more. Ye Hua was the first to discover her, yet she appeared perplexed, seemingly unaware of the preceding events. Upon Jian's emergence from the abandoned factory, she was greeted by a throng of police officers, a look of bewilderment etched upon her face as she sought out her friend. "You cannot possibly tell me you called the police?" Jian exclaimed, her frustration palpable. "What else could I do?" Daisy replied, asserting that her actions were solely motivated by concern for Jian's safety. However, Jian did not afford her the opportunity to elaborate, responding with irritation. "Then you shouldn't have called them. If you involve the police, they will notify the FBI and agents from SHIELD will descend upon us, turning this place into a no-go zone. We have discovered a stable gravitational field, and there are no competitors. You have no idea what this entails." Once Jian had calmed slightly, Daisy, with a hint of exasperation, remarked, "Jian, you have been missing for 5 hours. What else was I to do? I was genuinely worried about you. If you don't believe me, you can ask him," she added, gesturing toward Ye Hua, who nodded in acknowledgement. "What?" Jian's confusion deepened. She genuinely seemed to have no recollection of the events that had transpired. Is this the ether? Such potent energy, far more active than the Power Stone, Ye Hua mused, a faint glimmer of golden light illuminating his gaze as he scrutinized Jian's physical state. Although he was unable to decipher the bizarre, colossal data within the dark dimension, he could directly observe Jian's condition, including the manifestation of ether within her. Crimson tendrils of energy infiltrated her body at a deep level, assaulting each of her cells akin to a virus. Jian's vitality waned like the sands in an hourglass, rapidly slipping away. If this continued, she would surely not survive beyond 3 days, succumbing to life-threatening exhaustion, and it was likely that her future ailments, including cancer, were linked to this incident. Fortunately, you encountered me, he thought. Could it be that Asgard truly lacks the capabilities to address even cancer? Even a makeshift Asgard established by a group of refugees should possess some means of treatment. Perhaps the skill points are misallocated? While observing Jian in the dark dimension, Ye Hua devised a plan to extract the ether, with the potential to restore her vitality and even preserve her youth indefinitely. Just then, the sky darkened ominously, and a light rain began to fall. "Here it comes." In the distance, Thor descended to Earth once more via the Bifrost, his gaze fixed on Jian, intentionally or not, drawing attention to himself. Ye Hua nodded with a smile. The rain was peculiar, for no droplets fell around Jian. Noticing the anomaly, she turned and found her longed for Thor gazing intently at her. In the narrative, the scene unfolds with Thor not having the opportunity to slap Jane due to their prior encounter in New York, where he visited her to explain his return to Asgard to address the troubles left by his brother. It is reasonable to assume that Thor, having remained on Earth for several days, would indeed find time to see his girlfriend unless he was entirely indifferent. This is Jane's boyfriend, after all, the Norse god of thunder. Daisy approached, seemingly undeterred in her pursuit of him. "I know," Ye Hua smiled. "Wait, why aren't you getting wet?" Daisy, having just spoken, noticed Ye Hua's peculiarity. The rain seemed to circumvent him, leaving him dry even now. As Jane embraced Thor, they were interrupted with a warning that they were trespassing on private property and might face arrest. Wait a moment. After Jane went to negotiate with the police, Thor's gaze fixated on Ye Hua, his azure eyes reflecting wariness. Although he did not recognize Ye Hua, he sensed the immense power within this man. Coupled with Jane's sudden disappearance, Thor's mood darkened like the overcast sky. Ye Hua appeared calm, smiling, seemingly unperturbed by Thor's vigilance. Yet internally, he pondered if Thor was perhaps envious, thinking he was there to flirt with Jane, given his aggressive demeanor. Both men had unspoken words. Their eyes locked as they drew closer. Thor spoke first, his voice deep and menacing. "Who are you? Why are you beside Jane? And what is the source of your formidable power?" His tone carried an undeniable authority, each word resonating with the echo of thunder. Ye Hua furrowed his brow slightly, responding in a soft yet resolute voice. "I am Ye Hua, the solar god." His tone was gentle, yet imbued with an unwavering firmness. "I merely came to investigate the disturbances in this space and happened to encounter you." The solar god? Thor's skepticism lessened, though his gaze remained fixed on Ye Hua, scrutinizing him. Despite not knowing Ye Hua personally, he had heard tales of the solar god. Previously, on the SHIELD helicarrier, Black Widow Natasha had inquired about him, and during the battle in New York, beings reminiscent of fire demons had proclaimed their allegiance to the glory of the solar god. "I don't recall a deity like you existing on Earth. Furthermore, you shouldn't be the solar god among the 9 realms." Ye Hua stood composed, allowing Thor to examine him, arms crossed, exuding an aura of calm and confidence. "Questioning my identity as the solar god might be acceptable coming from your father, but from you it lacks substance. The universe is vast, and there are certainly existences unknown to you. Earth is no longer the same as it was millennia ago. Is it so strange for deities to appear? Thor has matured significantly and would no longer engage in baseless provocations. His concern now lies in the sudden appearance of an unfamiliar man beside his girlfriend. You claim your presence here is coincidental. Does Jane's recent disappearance bear any relation to you? Naturally not. She seemed to have ventured to another realm. In this tense atmosphere of confrontation, the air crackles with an invisible tension, as if a spark could ignite at any moment, with no one knowing what the next moment might bring. A conflict could very well ensue. Yet, it is precisely during this moment that Jane, amidst her altercation with the authorities, suddenly radiates an intense surge of energy, propelling everyone around her away, leaving only Ye Hua and Thor unaffected. "Jane!" Thor rushes to her side. "What has happened to you?" Jane, of course, is oblivious to the cause of her condition, unable even to recall her entry into the temple. Feeling as if every inch of her skin is being scorched by an inferno, her cells silently wailing under the onslaught of some unknown energy. Her complexion grows increasingly pallid, beads of sweat cascading down her forehead, dampening her disheveled hair. Her lips tremble, struggling to articulate words, yet failing to produce coherent sounds. The distortion of the spatial structure here suggests she has encountered something on the unknown planet she just visited. Thor remains unaware of the realities regarding the Reality Stone and the Ether. He too believes Jane has been infected by something until Odin reveals the truth. Thus, I see no reason to divulge the details to you. I can assist her. If you trust me, follow me. I have matters to discuss with you as well. As he speaks, Ye Hua explains that the affliction within Jane is consuming her life force, and Asgard cannot aid her. Even if they possess a method to extract it, they cannot replenish what she has already lost. If you wish to prevent Jane from perishing, I am currently the only one capable of helping her. There is no obligation for me to assist. We need not continue this conversation. Even if Thor does not believe in my capability, should he take Jane to Asgard and discover that extraction is impossible, he will inevitably come seeking my aid. That will suffice. With that, Ye Hua opens a portal and, with a considerate gesture, refrains from closing it immediately, observing whether Thor will follow. Chapter 66. The flourishing cult. Upon returning to the celestial city, after a brief wait, it became evident that Thor had not followed. Ye Hua shook his head, gazing at the vanishing Rainbow Bridge. The mechanics of the Rainbow Bridge are akin to that of the Great Worm Bridge, fundamentally connecting 2 points in space-time to facilitate rapid transdimensional travel. However, In comparison to the Great Worm Bridge, the Rainbow Bridge is rather impractical. Firstly, in terms of energy consumption, the Rainbow Bridge does not adhere to a fixed route. Each activation demands immense energy support, whereas the technology behind the Great Worm Bridge is a one-time construction that offers near-perpetual benefits, eliminating the need for substantial energy input with each use. Moreover, concerning the matter of safety, the Bifrost does not recognize individuals during the transportation process. Everything within its vicinity is invariably transported away. Was it not in this manner that Hela simultaneously admonished Air and returned to Asgard? In stark contrast, the Great Serpent Bridge boasts an exceptionally high level of security. Those lacking the requisite permissions are unable to traverse it. Should one attempt to force their way through, they would be obliterated at the atomic level. How ludicrous! To think that I am still not believed. Knight stood with his hands clasped behind him, his demeanor serene, the edges of his garments gently billowing in the breeze. He remained poised within the celestial city, undisturbed by the shifting clouds that danced above, his tranquil heart untouched by any turmoil. Although the reality stone was not yet in his grasp, he felt no urgency. It was Thor who should be concerned. Everything remained well within his control. With a subtle tilt of his head, his gaze seemed to penetrate the layers of mist, reaching toward the cosmic expanse, toward the direction where the Bifrost had vanished. The dilemma posed by the ether, or rather, the highly volatile reality stone, was not one that Asgard could easily resolve. Otherwise, Thor would not have needed to orchestrate a scheme to retrieve the ether from the Dark Elves. Faced with the gradual weakening of his beloved, he would undoubtedly exhaust every means at his disposal. With Asgard's advanced technology, he would be acutely aware of how perilous Jane's situation had become, and for her safety, he would inevitably lower his pride to seek assistance. It was a pity, a tragedy could have been averted. Had Jane been with him at this moment, instead of having gone to Asgard, the Dark Elves would not have invaded, and Thor's mother, Frigga, would not have perished. Such unfortunate circumstances. Knight shook his head once more. As for informing Thor in advance to prepare him, I am afraid I bear no such obligation. Assisting you voluntarily and you beseeching me for aid are not equivalent exchanges. Contemplating this, a faint smile played at the corners of Knight's lips. He gently lifted his hand, catching a falling petal, gazing at it for a moment before allowing it to drift away on the wind. It was as if this delicate petal mirrored a pawn in the current situation, with its ultimate trajectory entirely within his anticipation. Regardless of whether Thor ultimately arrives or not, the celestial convergence is imminent, and here lies Midgard. The Dark Elves' plans can only succeed if executed in this very place. The Dark Elves will come, and they shall arrive bearing the reality stone, which is all that is necessary. One need only wait patiently for events to unfold in accordance with his design. With time to spare, Knight settled within the Grand Hall, directing his gaze toward his devoted followers. Before the Temple of the Sun, in New York, the throng bustled with fervor as devotees from various lands congregated with profound reverence. Their eyes sparkled with a fusion of zeal and awe, as though the entirety of existence revolved around this sacred edifice that embodied their faith. Praise be to our God. Gratitude to the sun. Grant me redemption. O great sun god. The followers engaged in fervent conversation, enthusiastically reaching out to newcomers with curiosity, their words imbued with wonder at the miracles they had witnessed. Indeed, there is no need for them to recount the tale. The existence of the sun god is widely acknowledged across the globe. When the world was engulfed in darkness, only a resplendent beam of light illuminated the earth, heralding the rise of the sun god's divine realm. On clear nights, one could observe this celestial kingdom floating in the cosmos through a telescope, encircled by wispy clouds and radiating a sacred luminescence. No one harbored doubts about the deity's existence, for the sun god resided high in the vast expanse of space, gazing benevolently upon all creation. Most significantly, the sun god is both compassionate and forgiving, embracing any worshipper while generously bestowing blessings upon them. O great sun god, your devoted followers present offerings, yearning for your continued protection. Within the magnificent temple, throngs of worshippers come daily to pray, including many drawn by curiosity. They gaze solemnly at the golden armor in the temple's center, their expressions filled with reverence and awe as they prostrate themselves in worship. Whispering incantations, their low and mysterious prayers coalesce, traversing time and space through the faith receivers, reaching the celestial city. Subsequently, the devotees begin to present their offerings, not mere fruits, but a variety of minerals sourced from the depths of the earth. With utmost care, they extract shimmering metallic ores from specially crafted containers and place them upon the altar before the temple. Among these minerals, one emits an enchanting azure glow, reminiscent of a sapphire, yet it is, in fact, an extraordinarily rare blue silicate mineral containing barium and titanium. Another piece sparkles with a kaleidoscope of colors, seemingly harboring endless energy, a unique crystalline mineral seldom glimpsed even by geologists. Each mineral embodies the followers' deep respect and fervent wishes for the sun god. They firmly believe that these precious offerings will earn them the deity's favor, granting them divine power, longevity, and eternal youth. The afflictions of illness have long been banished from the lives of the sun god's adherents. As the specially designed altar begins to radiate light, the rare minerals placed upon it are transmuted and transported to the celestial city's resource repository. However, this is not the end. The principle of give and take is the path to longevity. Once this batch of offerings vanishes, the helmet of the emperor's armor seated upon the throne emanates a golden-red glow, an intangible force responding to the quantity of tributes offered by the followers. Grateful for the deity's blessings, may your light forever shine upon the world. Feeling a gentle warmth akin to a spring breeze, a devotee experiences newfound benefits and begins to sincerely express praises. Observing this spectacle akin to a live broadcast, the figure of the night prince chuckles, finding it remarkably easy to manipulate. Has this, perhaps, manifested the perpetual mechanism of the faithful, the simple emotional energy conversion and separation device, harnessed by the emperor's armor of the solar deity and further transformed by the two stone lions at the entrance of the celestial city, has established a divine magic network system propelled by the power of faith. The faith energy contributed by the followers is purified and filtered into a gentle energy that the human body can absorb, subsequently return to them. The only cost incurred is the modest resources spent in the initial construction of this system, after which the devotees can achieve a perpetual cycle of acquiring all manner of resources from earth. Truly, I am a genius, Ye Hua mused, observing the increasingly devout followers. Beyond the affluent and powerful who can contribute substantial resources at once, the strength of ordinary believers should not be underestimated. Even small contributions accumulate into a vast ocean. It is akin to the principle of every person in the world donating a single penny. With 100,000 followers, even a modest offering from each would amount to. Cough, cough, that won't do. Gazing at the warehouse, overflowing and continuously replenishing with various materials, Ye Hua's deep eyes reflected satisfaction and composure, a genuine smile gracing his lips. These resources represent power, the very foundation upon which I shall ascend as the supreme deity, constructing the dark dimension and celestial computer. What initially seemed a fleeting thought has indeed played a significant role. Relying on arms trading? Absurd. Such a massive influx of supplies could hardly be rapidly amassed even by national powers. Yet now, an unceasing tide of resources flows in. I am confident that over time, the influence of the temple will expand and the number of followers will increase day by day. At that point, in their quest for strength and eternal youth, they will willingly offer the majority of Earth's resources to my warehouse. As for the fate of Earth or humanity, I must regretfully state that such considerations are beyond my purview. After all, I am not of this world. The earth does not belong to me, and thus I bear no obligation to protect it. In high spirits, Ye Hua turned his gaze back to the solar temple in New York, where banners symbolizing the solar deity fluttered in the wind, resonating as if calling the faithful. A steady stream of worshippers came to pray, each offering something in return for immediate blessings, although not as transformative as the divine messengers favored by the solar deity, who were instantly rejuvenated with divine powers and eternal vitality. They were still able to dispel ailments and strengthen their bodies. They firmly believed that faith in the solar deity would lead to redemption. By offering more sacrifices, they hoped to one day earn divine favor, thereby receiving eternal life and godly power. The solar deity would guide them towards a hopeful future. Miraculous signs were manifest before their eyes, with immediate returns for their offerings, causing the followers of the solar deity to grow exponentially like a snowball. It appears I must appoint someone to manage the warehouse, for leaving everything piled together is hardly sustainable. Gazing at the towering piles of various supplies in the warehouse, Ye Hua's spirits lifted considerably. Even the minor displeasure stemming from Soul's distrust dissipated. As for the followers, their matters seemed trivial. I have already returned the useless power of faith to you. What more could you desire? While an abundance of super soldiers would be advantageous, not everyone has the opportunity, so you shall have to wait. It was at that moment that Ye Hua sensed an unusual surge of energy emanating from the temple. His expression sharpened as he rose to his feet. Who could this formidable figure be? One from whom he could not glean comprehensive dark information. He murmured to himself. The Sun God sect was flourishing rapidly, proclaiming its acceptance of all believers, illuminating the world like the sun itself, thereby allowing anyone to join or visit. Recently, some extraordinary individuals had sought to make contact with him, but Ye Hua had chosen to ignore them. However, this peculiar figure clad in a strange black robe was different. He could only decipher a fragment of dark information from him. Furthermore, this individual exuded an aura of darkness, as if he were utterly out of place in this world. How intriguing, Ye Hua whispered. Through the faith receiver, he endeavored to decode the man's dark data, curious to uncover the identity of this enigmatic being. After all, the only individual he had previously encountered who eluded his comprehensive readings was Ancient One. Chapter 67. The demon, this black-robed figure, was none other than the infamous Lord Mephisto from the depths of hell. He beheld the magnificent Sun Temple and a multitude of followers before him, particularly the 7 leaders, with a glint of greed in his eyes. What perfect souls they possessed! Though still slightly flawed, lacking a sense of naturalness, they were already approaching perfection compared to the souls of ordinary mortals. As Mephisto observed the 7 divine envoys conducting their prayers, he nearly drooled. It had been ages since he had encountered such high-quality souls. The Sun God. How audacious to dare seize souls and followers that rightfully belong to me. However, if you were to offer the souls of these 7 in exchange, perhaps I might forgive you. This Lord of Hell had once basked in glory. By all accounts, long ago, all the souls of Earth's beings should have belonged to him. Yet, reality was often rife with drama and unforeseen events. One day, an entity claiming to be God emerged, boldly declaring an intention to contest the Lord of Hell for those precious souls and the devout faith of the people, positioning himself as a being beneath the divine. Soon after, a human sorcerer appeared from nowhere, audaciously accusing the great Lord of Hell of not belonging to the dimensional reality of the universe and vowing to banish him. Not content with mere words, this arrogant sorcerer painstakingly constructed a so-called holy temple, hoping to resist the encroachment of hellish forces. Confronted with a relentless series of provocations and oppressions, the fury within the Lord of Hell is palpable. This wretched band of miscreants, destined for eternal torment, has not only usurped his rightful souls and faith, but also branded him as a malevolent villain. Yet, he finds himself powerless. For the realm of hell does not reside within the fabric of the real world. Once these miscreants sever the ties to hell's power, his presence in the earthly realm would yield little strength. Unable to retaliate, he has no voice in this matter. Little did he know, the onslaught of adversity was far from over. Shortly thereafter, the bellicose Asgardians chose to join the fray. These arrogant interlopers descended upon Earth, brazenly claiming to protect peace by expelling the frost giants, all while unceremoniously annexing this planet into their dominion. Even more egregiously, to secure their hold over souls. They waged a brutal war, conquering a distant realm of death solely to harvest the souls of the deceased from Earth. Thus, the Lord of Hell, Mephisto, found himself ensnared in a desperate predicament, utterly isolated and besieged. Then came the deranged sorceress, Ancient One, who took it upon herself to champion the fight against demons and aberrant dimensions. Deities such as Agamotto and the Asgardians merely sought to prevent him from claiming his souls and faith, but this madwoman was truly capable of inflicting harm upon him. He recalls, with bitterness, the time centuries past when a magical network, intended to shield the central realm from interdimensional forces, faltered, allowing him to attempt a genuine descent. He was met with a thorough beating from that lunatic across the dimensions. It is a tale steeped in sorrow. Even the recollection of it stirs a profound resentment within him. How could he endure the incessant bullying from these younger beings? He bore it in silence. What choice did he have? His powers stemmed from hell, confined here and unable to manifest even a fraction of his true strength. Unable to fight back or be heard, he resorted to stealthily seeking breaches in the magical network, transforming to traverse to Earth, spreading his faith while occasionally whisking away a few valuable souls. Is there a more pitiful and beleaguered demon than he? There is none. Yet now, an unexpected solar deity has emerged, one whose divinity remains unrecognized by the cosmic order, seeking to seize his souls and followers. Enraged, Mephisto declares, after all, he is a lord of a dimension. How dare they so brazenly bully a demon? If they possess courage, let them challenge him in hell. They do not dare. They are merely a cadre of cowardly schemers lurking in the shadows. Despicable indeed. Seizing the rare celestial convergence that occurs once every 5,000 years, not only did spatial boundaries in the real world blur, but the delineations between dimensions also grew indistinct. Thus, Mephisto resolved to confront this newly emerged deity. However, upon arriving at the cult of the solar god, his perspective shifted. Indeed, this wild god, unacknowledged by the forces of the world, bore no semblance of power derived from the cosmos. However, the souls of these 7 individuals are indeed imbued with a delectable essence, representing a highly sophisticated composite material. Deities bearing the title of the sun typically exude an aura of light and sanctity, inherently repelling the forces of darkness. Yet, Mephisto failed to perceive even a hint of such power as he boldly entered the temple, his disdain for the sun god growing in his heart. Concealed within the throng, the demon Lord Mephisto emanated a chilling yet avaricious glow from his eyes, fixating on the devotees present, particularly the 7 formidable warriors leading the prayers, whose eyes sparkled with greed and cunning. For a deity of technology, all that exists in the world is mere data, and souls are no exception. Thus, they can be altered at their fundamental code to enhance perfection and excellence. Although such souls do not arise naturally in Mephisto's view, they nevertheless represent an irresistible temptation, akin to the most exquisite sustenance and superior materials, persisting with his verbal seduction in an attempt to forge a demonic contract. He found his efforts futile against the super warriors, for their core cognition had been rewritten during the implantation of their gene engines, rendering them loyal solely to Ye Hua, with no possibility of allegiance to another. Is this not a breach of martial ethics? All the while, Ye Hua observed the performance of the figure in the black robe. Though he could not fully read the dark data, he could surmise its origin. To think one might resort to underhanded tactics when unable to deceive is rather dismissive of my capabilities. Meanwhile, an alarm suddenly echoed from Ye Hua's dark dimension within the heavenly city, indicating an incursion of unknown information laden with malice, attempting to rewrite the data of one of the super warriors' dark realms. The power of magic had long been familiar to him. The Ancient One had imparted knowledge of portals, inherently linked to the magic of this world. At this moment, the force invading the dark realm bore a striking resemblance to magic. Of course, this was not a true invasion of the dark realm, yet any attempt to alter the cognitive data of the super warriors could be considered an incursion. Though technology and magic may exhibit similarities in the manifestation of power, they are fundamentally distinct, rendering such efforts futile. Ye Hua chuckled softly. The data of the dark realm is paramount. What use is it to brainwash the super warriors? Nonetheless, he could not allow Mephisto to act unrestrained against his super warriors. It would suggest that he feared him. With a mere thought, the dark realm swiftly corrected the cognitive data of the super warrior, restoring it to normalcy. Spare yourself the effort. My people are not easily swayed. Would you care to engage in a conversation? In a flash of radiant light, Ye Hua opened a portal within the heavenly city and instantaneously appeared outside a CAF near the sun god's temple. Entering the CAF, he extended an invitation to the figure in black. How intriguing! Mephisto observed the restored super warrior and the whispers echoing in his ears, a quiet smirk forming on his lips. These exquisite souls are ripe for harvest at any moment. What truly matters is the origin and the power of the solar deity they revere. Since I have been invited, why not take a closer look? Not long after, a figure clad in black robes approached the CAF entrance, exuding an air of mystery and enigma. The robed individual slowly entered the CAF, their gaze locking onto Ye Hua. In an instant, they discerned this being as one unlike any mortal, harboring immense power that was both radiant and fervent. As anticipated, This was no conventional god, devoid of divine stature. Mephisto sauntered leisurely to the opposite seat. Ye Hua, with a piercing gaze, confronted the figure. Who are you, and what brings you to my temple? Strangely, despite an impression of weakness, barely surpassing that of an ordinary human, Ye Hua found it impossible to decipher all the shadowy data surrounding him. The robed man let out a deep, resonant laugh, reminiscent of echoes from the abyss. Do you not recognize me? Truly, you are woefully uninformed. Mephisto's demeanor radiated arrogance. He now envisioned grander ambitions, not merely coveting the followers of the solar deity, but the solar god himself. I am the lord of the underworld, the king of demons. Mephisto, leaning forward slightly, he declared, You have offended me. Such an affront warrants death. However, if you submit, I may grant you forgiveness and bestow upon you true divinity. Huh, I thought you were someone of consequence. It is merely you, Ye Hua retorted, bewildered. Are you still in slumber, uttering nonsensical words? If this were your hell, perhaps I would regard you with some reverence. Yet this is Earth, and as an aberrant demonic entity from another dimension, you lack the means to even manifest here. What right do you have to speak so boldly? Do you dare to challenge me, as I could easily incinerate you in an instant? He continued, amusement dancing in his eyes. What audacity brings you to New York, right under the watchful gaze of the Ancient One? Are you not afraid she will seek you out? Upon discerning the identity of the robed figure, Ye Hua felt a surge of relief. It was no wonder he could not access all his shadowy data. To traverse to Earth while concealed from the Ancient One's sight required formidable stealth, something Mephisto evidently lacked. In Ye Hua's perspective, concealing one's presence equated to shrouding shadowy information, a notion that bore striking similarities. The mere mention of the Ancient One incited his ire. You have seized the souls and followers that rightfully belong to me. Wait a moment, when did I ever take your followers? Mephisto began to protest, but Ye Hua interrupted. If you are suggesting I may have seized souls, I could concede that point, but followers? His gaze shifted towards the direction of the solar temple. To his astonishment, the shadowy data revealed that indeed some demonic followers had defected. Charlie had once proclaimed the love of the divine for all humanity, welcoming anyone who chose to embrace the solar deity, regardless of their prior misdeeds or origins in paganism. As long as they now pledged their faith to the solar god, they will be considered part of the family. Furthermore, other deities have never manifested miracles, while the sun god frequently bestows divine power, granting youth and longevity, healing ailments, and responding instantly to sacrifices. Consequently, the followers of the sun god have become a remarkably diverse group, with many adherents having defected from other sections. Mephisto gazed intently at Ye Hua, as if questioning his reluctance to acknowledge the truth, deeming him a despicable and shameless individual. So what? After grasping the situation, Ye Hua felt indifferent. Having already seized souls, what difference would the capture of a few followers make? After all, your true form cannot descend here. Would you dare to bite me if you were dissatisfied? Mephisto furrowed his brow, directing his gaze at Ye Hua, his voice low and laced with temptation. Ye Hua, if you sign this contract with me, declaring your allegiance and surrendering the souls of those 7 individuals, I shall grant you boundless wealth and unparalleled glory, bestowing upon you true divinity and the power to govern all. You will no longer be constrained by those mundane rules. All your desires will be realized. In due time, the entire 9 realms shall bow before you. Is this how all demons entice people? Ye Hua scoffed. A contract? Wealth? Power? Beauty? Strength? If that is all there is to it, Nick Fury would surpass you in skill. However, I am quite intrigued by this notion of true divinity. Chapter 68. Thor's request. Ye Hua never anticipated that the first visitor would be the infamous and cunning Mephisto. This being, often referred to as a demon or devil, possesses a manner of operation that is truly elusive. Gazing at the demon before him, Ye Hua has long suspected that Mephisto might be mentally unhinged, and that rumors about him were exaggerated. The only offerings he provided were those temptations typically associated with demons, whether it was supreme power, world-destroying strength, or even genuine divinity. Ye Hua merely found amusement in his proposals, remaining utterly unaffected. As for the so-called demonic contract, Ye Hua met it with scornful laughter and disdain. Is this all he has to offer? To call himself a demon is utterly ludicrous. Ye Hua mused internally. If he seeks souls, why not simply harvest them directly? Why go through the trouble of crafting elaborate contracts, laboriously fulfilling the other party's unreasonable demands while waiting for the inevitable day of their breach? Such conduct is profoundly juvenile, and the efficiency is pitifully low. When he inquired about the purpose behind the demand for souls, Mephisto solemnly replied, "Those premium souls could significantly enhance my power in the mortal realm. They are high-grade materials for crafting top-tier equipment and magical items. How about it? Are you intrigued? If you surrender the souls of those 7 super warriors to me, I will fulfill all your wishes. I could even grant you a divine role from the depths of hell and teach you how to wield souls." As he gazed at the seemingly serious demon Mephisto, who attempted to seduce others into surrendering their souls through primitive means, Ye Hua coldly retorted with a single word: scram. This was hardly a villainous demon or an evil antagonist. He was, in fact, a benign figure, scarcely qualifying even as a minor evil practitioner. Nevertheless, their initial encounter ended on an unpleasing note. Ye Hua, however, harbored no concerns. To put it plainly, Mephisto, who was merely possessing a mortal to operate on Earth, was hardly worthy of his attention. One wondered what superior materials hell might possess. A high-quality soul is merely a segment of data. I could artificially create a superior soul for trade. Truth be told, had hell possessed scarce resources, Ye Hua would have leaned towards negotiating with Mephisto, but alas, he had been obsessively fixated on my super soldier, and even on me personally, which justly led to his isolation in hell. Casting a glance at the sun god's adherents, including the newly initiated 7 super soldiers, Ye Hua shook his head. Their foundation was still far too weak. For the time being, Mephisto's affairs could be disregarded. Should he dare to cause trouble, I would simply eliminate his earthly representative, the vengeful knight. It must be noted that Mephisto truly fell short. Just look at the employees he has recruited. None remained loyal. Poor demon. Meanwhile, far away in Asgard, Thor stood before a magnificent hall, the resplendent light illuminating his face, which was etched with regret. Only now did he comprehend the peril of the entity within Jane. It was a weapon crafted by dark elves millennia ago to combat the celestial palace, and now it was consuming Jane's life. If this continued, Jane would surely not survive much longer. Observing his increasingly frail girlfriend, Thor furrowed his brow, clenching his fists until his knuckles turned white from strain. The problem was, they could not extract this entity. There must be a way, there must be, Thor whispered, his voice imbued with determination. How could he simply watch Jane be eroded by the ether, growing weaker by the moment? Recalling Ye Hua's words, he realized that Asgard could not assist her. If he wished to prevent Jane's demise, only I can save her. I will take you back to Earth now, and seek Ye Hua's help to extract the ether. Thor truly regretted his earlier decisions. Had he known, he would not have subjected them to such turmoil. Yet, one could hardly blame him. Asgard ruled over the 9 realms, being gods of unmatched power, with both technology and magic far surpassing that of this universe. As a wealthy scion of divinity, with a throne awaiting his ascension, how could he trust a stranger on the street? Under those circumstances, he could not possibly have entrusted Jane to Ye Hua for treatment. Only now did he recognize his error. It turned out that the celestial palace was not omnipotent, and even his father could not extract the ether. It seemed the ether had fused with Jane's very essence. All that remained was to hope that Ye Hua could indeed assist Jane. Heimdall, take us back to Earth. No. Proceed directly to Ye Hua's location. You should be able to ascertain his whereabouts. After confirming that the celestial palace could not cure Jian, Thor promptly resolved to seek Ye Hua's assistance, unwilling to allow his beloved to remain in a weakened state. Heimdall nodded without hesitation, immediately activating the Rainbow Bridge to transport Thor and Jian away. Before long, the heavenly city where Ye Hua resided came under attack. What is happening? As the demon's vengeance arrived so swiftly, a colossal beam of energy struck against the light barrier, yet it failed to create even the slightest ripple. The heavenly city remained steadfast. This was not the sort of light barrier that could merely withstand a nuclear blast, nor one that had been discarded by the radiant sun. It was an enhanced defense technology on par with the top-tier temporal shields of angelic civilization. Not only did it defend against physical assaults, but without the proper authorization, spatial wormholes could not be opened upon its surface. Thus, in his haste, Thor collided with the light barrier, resembling a massive gecko. Upon witnessing this, Ye Hua nearly burst into laughter. Thor and Jian were deities, Such a collision posed no threat to them, as they could survive in the vacuum of space. However, his immediate concern shifted to Jian. Fortunately, she seemed unharmed. The ether within her safeguarded her. The crimson energy dispersing not only absorbed the impact, but also temporarily extricated her from the harshness of the void. Ye Hua, upon recognizing Thor, he waved his hand, creating an opening in the light barrier. Thor swiftly cradled the unconscious Jian, leaping into the heavenly city. You claim you can heal her, correct? Jian had succumbed to unconsciousness once more, and Thor, anxious about her condition, hastily began to relay her ailment. Rest assured, I shall do my utmost. Ye Hua smiled and nodded. Indeed, the situation unfolded as he had anticipated, with Thor returning in search of aid. Thank you. Although Thor harbored doubts about Ye Hua, he found himself compelled to seek his help, a source of embarrassment etched upon his face, revealing a hint of inner conflict. Subsequently, he placed his right hand upon his chest, lowered his proud head, and bowed to Ye Hua, saying, I should not have doubted you. I apologize, please forgive me. It is no great matter. Ye Hua raised an eyebrow, taken aback by Thor's solemnity. Truly, he was a prince of the celestial palace, capable of both taking up and letting go, brave enough to acknowledge his errors, embodying a certain regal demeanor. Ye Hua returned the gesture, clasping his fists in salute, and replied with a smile, It is quite all right. Had I been in your position, I too would have hesitated. Let us proceed. First, we must take Jian to the laboratory, where I need to examine her to determine the appropriate treatment. Thor, preoccupied with concerns for Jian, followed Ye Hua into the laboratory, cradling her unconscious form. Ether is a weapon, is the Dark Elves. Thor candidly shared the findings from the Celestial Palace, hoping this information would aid Ye Hua in his treatment. At present, the ether was consuming Jian's life force. Ye Hua nodded, responding, I am aware of what you have shared. In fact, I was the one who first informed you that the ether would devour Jian's vitality. I am fully aware of the situation, and from here onward, I shall take charge. There is no urgency in negotiating terms with Thor. Even if we merely forge a friendship, the most pressing matter remains the healing of Jian and the acquisition of the Reality Stone. Even if it serves solely as a means to cover medical expenses, it would suffice. Entering the Shadow Realm, I activated the sunlight interface to analyze the target. Ye Hua gazed gravely at Jian, who lay upon the experimental table, his eyes fixated on her pallid visage. He meticulously scrutinized her condition through the data derived from the Shadow Realm. The presence of ether within her body was alarmingly intricate, akin to an invisible assassin lurking in the darkness, stealthily eroding her vitality. A mortal frame simply could not withstand the energy of ether after successive eruptions. Jian's body was nearing its limit. Fortunately, the issue was not insurmountable. He was confident in extracting the ether from her system. After a brief moment, Ye Hua began to methodically devise a treatment plan. First and foremost, a specialized apparatus was required, one capable of delicately separating the ether without adversely affecting Jian. Upon formulating the plan, he retrieved various materials from the storage room, commencing the construction of a device designed to isolate the ether. There was no need to administer an injection. It could be drawn out like a magnet, as the ether resembled a substance with mass. Soon a palm-sized, square device specifically engineered for the absorption of ether was completed. Placing it upon Jian's chest, the device activated under the influence of dark energy, gradually drawing out the crimson mist of ether. This was indeed ether. Observing the Reality Stone being so effortlessly procured, a faint smile graced Ye Hua's lips. Chapter 69. Healing inside the laboratory, various instruments flickered with a dim glow, the atmosphere tense yet silent. Thor stood before the control panel, his gaze fixed intently upon the transparent container and the still unconscious Jian. Ye Hua had indeed succeeded in extracting the ether from her body. Yet, why had Jian not yet awakened? Compared to the ether, Thor was far more concerned about Jian's condition. As anticipated, employing scientific methods to extract the ether from Jian's body proved to be relatively straightforward. Perhaps it was due to its classification as a high-level magical material, possessing certain unique properties that Asgard could not safely remove it through magical means. There was no cause for alarm. She was simply too weak and needed a rest. Ye Hua smiled, his gaze fixed upon the gathering crimson energy in his hands. It appeared more as a tangible substance than merely energy, and it had yet to assume the form of a gemstone. A peculiar wave of energy radiated through the air, and the monitoring devices within the Shadow Realm continued to register fluctuating data, akin to the Power Stone. Its core data was substantial. However, considering the current form of ether and its readings, it bore a closer resemblance to a technological product, which perhaps explained why he was able to extract it using scientific methods. This entity is exceedingly perilous. I strongly advise returning it to the temple for resealing. Noticing Ye Hua's keen interest in the ether, Thor could not help but furrow his brow and remind him, "You may be unaware, but my father once informed me that remnants of matter existed prior to the formation of the universe. During the dark age of the cosmos, the Dark Elves reigned supreme. Their leader, Malekith, harnessed the darkness to create a weapon, the ether particles, which possessed the ability to transform various substances into dark matter. These particles incessantly seek suitable hosts to inhabit, drawing energy from their life force. Malekith intends to use the power of the ether particles to plunge the universe back into darkness." As he spoke, Thor's pride swelled. "Fortunately, my grandfather defeated Malekith, thwarting the Dark Elves' malevolent schemes, which has allowed this universe to enjoy peace for millennia." His expression radiated a sense of triumph, as if proclaiming, "We as Guardians are formidable guardians of this universe. Without our efforts, peace would not reign as it does now." With precise execution, the ether was fully extracted from Jane, manifesting as a shimmering scarlet mist, guided into a designated containment device. After all my exertions, is it merely to reseal the reality stone? What an absurdity. After securing the ether, Ye Hua smiled. "It is precisely because it is dangerous and a formidable weapon that I must study it thoroughly. Well, it would be prudent to prevent such occurrences in the future. I am deeply intrigued by its data. Let it remain with me for the time being." Without allowing Thor a chance to retort, Ye Hua continued, "Jane's life force has been significantly drained by the ether. If not promptly replenished, her lifespan will be greatly diminished. You should take her below to rest. I will devise a means to restore her health. Clark, please escort them below to rest." "Yes, my lord." Thor furrowed his brow, fully aware that Ye Hua's intentions were devoid of any selfish motive, and he would never covet the weapon of the Dark Elves. Moreover, Ye Hua had just assisted Jane. If he sought any recompense, the treasures of the Celestial Palace were at his disposal. Yet, the ether is far too dangerous to remain. If destruction is not feasible, at the very least, it must be sealed to prevent further harm. However, Ye Hua's demeanor clearly indicated a desire to retain the ether for research. Thor refrained from further commentary. After all, Ye Hua was also immensely powerful, having accomplished what even his father could not in extracting the ether. He could only hope he could indeed manage the power of the ether. Once the ether was extracted, all problems would be resolvable. What life force merely indicated was cellular damage, easily remedied. Desiring eternal youth and millennia of life, one must pay. Indeed, the ether is a man-made construct. Although the superficial data may differ, traces of technology are evident. This fluidic weapon possesses intriguing properties. Has it been imbued with magic? Why does it seem like there's still a signal being emitted to the outside world? Is it the spicy chicken shreds receiving this signal? Jane has yet to awaken. She deserves some private time with her partner. Meanwhile, I can record some data and delve into the ether and later converse with Thor about the treasures of Asgard. Soon, Jane gently roused from her slumber, feeling a heavy fog clouding her mind and her vision slightly blurred. As she slowly blinked, her consciousness began to return, revealing Thor by her bedside, gazing at her with deep concern. His azure eyes were filled with worry, his brow furrowed, but upon seeing Jane awake, his tense expression eased somewhat. "What has happened to me?" Jane's voice emerged weak and hoarse, as if she had not spoken in ages. Thor promptly took her hand in his tone soft yet tinged with relief. "It's all right now. Everything has come to an end. We are in the outer space of your Earth, in the celestial city where the sun god, Nightlight, resides. He has already extracted the ether from you." From a moment Jane descended into the celestial city via the Rainbow Bridge, she had remained in a deep slumber. Only now, as she gazed at her awakened girlfriend, did Thor truly breathe a sigh of relief. Jane struggled to recall the events that had transpired, her mind flooded with chaotic images. The strange power that had shadowed her felt like an incessant invasion of her body and spirit, akin to a haunting dream. The icy stillness in that dream sent a shiver down her spine. Noticing her discomfort, Thor gently propped her up against the headboard and poured her a glass of warm water, offering it to her. Drink some water. You will gradually feel better. Jane accepted the cup and took a few slow sips. The warmth of the water coursed down her throat, infusing her chilled body with a semblance of warmth. Thor remained by her side, holding her hand tightly, speaking softly as if to convey strength and reassurance. It seems you are awake. Nightlight knocked gently before entering. It's you? My goodness, the sun god worshipped in New York is you. You're the sun god? Jane exclaimed, astonished at Nightlight's presence. The sun god, with over 100,000 devotees, seemed no different in person. So, we are indeed in the outer space of Earth. It appeared the ether was not only siphoning her life force, but also clouding her thoughts, leading to disarray and gaps in her memory. Indeed, we are in the outer space of Earth, a place of breathtaking beauty and pleasant climate. If you wish, you may take a stroll outside. After all, few have the opportunity to experience such a marvel. Nightlight smiled, then added, but before that, I must administer further treatment. As an astrophysicist, Jane could not refuse the chance to observe Earth from space, even if it meant doing nothing. With that, Nightlight elegantly waved his long fingers, and in an instant, a cascade of soft, radiant golden light erupted from his palm. The golden light, like playful sprites, shimmered with an extraordinary warmth, flowing towards Jane. The boundary between technology and magic has never been distinctly defined. Otherwise, how could one describe it as divine power? Under the radiant golden light, the damaged cells within Jane were visibly mending at an astonishing pace. The once dull and lifeless cells revived with vibrant vitality, becoming full and resplendent. Simultaneously, her muddled thoughts and memories were restored to clarity. As the golden glow gradually faded, Jane slowly opened her eyes, filled with joy and gratitude towards Night. It was simply incredible, akin to experiencing a rebirth. It is no wonder they say the followers of the sun god have distanced themselves from illness. Was that some form of advanced technology or the divine power wielded by your gods? Jane discerned that Night, unlike the thunder god, possessed a broader array of methods, almost godlike in his ability to bestow a sense of renewal with a mere wave of his hand. If you're interested, you may stay in the celestial city for a few more days. After a brief exchange, the astute Jane realized that Night had come to speak with Thor. I am quite well now. If you wouldn't mind, I would like to take a walk and experience the sensation of seeing Earth from outer space. Certainly, I will have Clark accompany you. Thor had remained silent until Jane departed. Then he rose, placing his right hand over his heart in a gesture of gratitude, thanking Night for healing Jane and offering his assistance should there be any need. Thor was not foolish. His hammer could resolve most issues, which made him somewhat unaccustomed to engaging his intellect, presenting a somewhat amusingly simple-minded demeanor. It was evident that Night sought to speak with him, and he could not disregard the matter of Jane's healing. There is no need for such formality. We are friends now, are we not? With a shift in tone, Night continued, if you truly wish to express your gratitude, how about granting me a vein of URU metal? After all this circumlocution, it was clear he sought the resources controlled by Asgard, with URU metal being the foremost. With the impending increase in super soldiers, various constructions would need to be prioritized: weaponry, armor, the celestial city, celestial computers, and the shadow realm, all of which require high-quality metals. The matter of vibranium is manageable, whether it be from Wakanda or Namor's underwater kingdom. They are relatively easy to deal with. If you were to collaborate with me, it would naturally benefit us all. But should you prove uncooperative, do you believe I wouldn't unleash a solar flare upon you? However, acquiring a substantial quantity of URU metal would be no simple task for Asgard, as the Dwarven realm is under their dominion, and URU metal is exclusively designated for Asgard's use. Relying on the meager URU metal smuggled from the Dwarven realm through the void would soon fail to meet their demands. Thus, seizing this opportunity to secure a considerable amount of URU metal became imperative. After all, Thor, the god of thunder, appeared more amenable to negotiation than his father, Odin. Chapter 70. The foolish son of the landlord. URU metal is exclusively sourced from the Dwarven realm of the Dark Wilderness, specifically from the mountains of Nidavellir. It is the sole location in the universe where this extraordinary metal is found. Apart from its remarkable hardness, its most significant attribute is its capacity to be imbued with magic. URU possesses exceptional energy conduction properties, capable of amplifying the user's power to a certain extent. Much like Thor, who, though still young and yet to awaken the Odin force, can merely produce a spark of electricity on his own. However, with the aid of Mjolnir, he can unleash thunderous lightning. Thus, it is quite fitting that he is referred to as the god of the hammer. Although he synthesized a new metallic alloy from URU and vibranium using solar technology, the absence of magical enhancement diminished its ability to amplify the user's energy. Nevertheless, the new alloy of URU and vibranium remains the finest metal he could procure at this stage. Consequently, a substantial quantity of such metals is required to construct solar technology. The more, the better. Thor raised an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise crossing his features, and the tension in his demeanor dissipated, replaced by a nonchalant smile. With arms crossed over his broad chest, he let out a hearty laugh, proclaiming, "I initially thought you sought artifacts from the celestial treasury, but it appears you merely desire some metal materials." His laughter resonated like thunder in the spacious chamber. With a grand gesture of his hand, he exuded an air of generosity and ease. "This matter is straightforward. Rest assured, upon my return to Asgard, I shall promptly instruct King Eitri to allocate a URU metal mine to you." Thor's tone brimmed with camaraderie, as if this were not a matter of great consequence. "Should you require assistance in forging weapons, I can also arrange that. Is URU metal precious?" "Undoubtedly. Otherwise, it would not be exclusively reserved for the divine realm of Asgard, who even conquered the dwarven world to assert their dominion. However, the production of this metal is not as scarce as one might think. Many high-ranking warriors in Asgard wield weapons crafted from URU, valuing its ability to be enchanted and to amplify their strength. As for the availability of URU metal, there is likely an abundance, considering that nearly all Asgardian warriors are equipped with weapons made from it. One might question the notion of scarcity. Therefore, in Thor's perspective, Ye Hua's request for a mere mine seemed trivial. Given that he had healed Jian, Thor was prepared to venture into his father's treasury. Should Ye Hua desire any artifact, Thor's readiness to comply with such generosity, offering a URU metal mine with a mere wave of his hand, brought immense joy to Ye Hua. He inclined his head slightly, a sincere smile gracing his face, and clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, "In that case, I extend my heartfelt thanks to your highness, Thor." Thor waved his hand, took a few steps forward, and gently patted Nightingale on the shoulder, expressing his courtesy. "Should there be any further needs in the future, feel free to voice them, as long as they fall within my capabilities." "Certainly, for any matters concerning you, Thor, I shall take up the responsibility without hesitation," Nightingale solemnly promised in return. "You, the simpleton son of the landlord, I truly cherish your sincerity as a friend." Thor assumed that the treasures of Asgard were the artifacts within Odin's vault, yet Nightingale placed little value on them, stating, "I can forge weapons of great power myself." What he truly regarded as valuable were the resources amassed by Asgard during its long reign over the Nine Realms. Even if those resources were not currently in Asgard's possession, a mere command would suffice to acquire them, for that was the true essence of strength. Moreover, aside from URU metal, they undoubtedly possessed other resources that were not particularly rare. The once simple-minded Thor now appeared increasingly satisfactory in Nightingale's eyes, bold, magnanimous, and unconcerned with trifles, evoking a strong desire to call him brother-in-law. "In that case, you must share half of Asgard's resources with me." Thor gazed at Nightingale, pondering quietly. Although he was unaware of Nightingale's intentions for such a vast quantity of URU metal, he surmised it was merely for crafting weapons and armor. Noting that there were several capable subordinates within his celestial city, Thor did not press further, remarking that securing a single URU metal mine was a trivial matter. In his view, there were certain things among friends that did not necessitate exhaustive inquiry. Being able to assist each other would naturally deepen their friendship. By the way, the celestial convergence phenomenon is approaching rapidly, and it would be wise for you to prepare. Despite my recent campaigns across the Nine Realms, where I have quelled many restless individuals, one cannot guarantee that no one will attempt to create chaos on Earth during this time. The Nine Realms operate upon the tree of life in the cosmos, revolving around the central realm in a manner akin to the relationship between Earth and the Sun. Every 5,000 years, they align in a straight line, a phenomenon known as celestial convergence. During this period, the borders of the realms experience turmoil, allowing for unimpeded passage. Could his brother truly possess such formidable abilities to incite a rebellion across the Nine Realms? It was merely a few discontented souls seeking to stir trouble during the rare celestial convergence. Thor then took his hammer and informed those individuals to behave, or they would face his wrath. I understand. Nightingale chuckled. If anyone dares to cause disruption, they shall find me no easy adversary. It was no wonder, then, that only a dark elf had emerged to instigate trouble. Evidently, those intending to cause chaos had already been dealt with by Thor. I've been meaning to ask, how old are you this year? The celestial convergence and the invasion of dark elves were all anticipated occurrences, nothing extraordinary. The ether now rested in my possession. If need be, I would simply allow them to come and seize it. How formidable could the remnants of the dark elf forces truly be, if they could be handled by Thor alone? 1,500 years, what of it? Thor, intrigued, pondered why Ye Hua inquired about his age. Asgardians enjoy an exceedingly prolonged lifespan. By Earth's reckoning, I am scarcely yet 30. Have you considered, however, that Jane is but a mortal, her lifespan fleeting? Ye Hua shook his head, feigning a sigh. Asgard must possess a plethora of rare resources, and the 9 realms under its dominion undoubtedly harbor many assets of value. The URU metal mine, those are the funds required for Jane's treatment, a gift willingly bestowed by Thor himself. If one seeks to procure additional resources from Asgard, relying solely on such goodwill is woefully inadequate and rather unbecoming. As for trade, it seems Asgard lacks any need for my humble expertise. Super soldiers, Asgardians are inherently warriors. Powerful weapons, the Bifrost serves as an interstellar cannon. Advanced technology, I am yet unable to devise such marvels. Thus my focus must shift to Jane, Thor's beloved. Standing before the window, a gentle breeze tousled his golden locks, drawing his gaze toward Jane, who was laughing heartily with Clark not far off. Suddenly, he fell silent. Sunlight cascaded upon Jane, illuminating her exquisite silhouette, her radiant smile akin to the warmth of a spring sun. Yet, in that moment, Ye Hua's words stirred a melancholy within him. Jane, a mere mortal, has a lifespan of but a century in the grand tapestry of an Asgardian-esque existence. That fleeting century is but a whisper, a mere blink. Recalling his father's stern visage and resolute words, even the initial refusal to treat Jane, Thor understood the rationale behind his father's disapproval. For the ruler of Asgard, a mortal with a brief life cannot walk alongside a deity blessed with the gift of time. This concern transcends legacy. It is a contemplation of Asgard's future. Is she not beautiful? Thor's gaze remained steadfastly affixed upon Jane, his heart in turmoil. He loved her, cherished her kindness, bravery, and captivating spirit. Yet, he was compelled to confront the harsh reality. I can only treasure each moment spent with her, safeguarding her from peril. That must suffice. Thor inhaled deeply, his eyes reflecting a blend of resolve and resignation. He is a god, yet not omnipotent. The brevity of mortal life is an unavoidable truth. As for transforming Jane into an undead being to accompany him eternally, such thoughts had never crossed his mind. Is it truly enough? Ye Hua chuckled softly. Thus, in comparison, I am more akin to a deity, for even the ancient ones sought to extend her life by drawing upon the powers of the dark dimension, incurring a heavy burden of debts. Now, you need only expend some inconsequential resources to remain with your beloved for eternity. Would you care to learn more? Ye Hua's demeanor was serene, exuding an air of mystery and composure as he fixed his calm gaze upon Thor, speaking in a deep yet clear voice. Thor, you may not yet be aware of my ability to bestow longevity upon mortals. If I were to grant you eternal youth, a lifespan that surpasses millennia, an extraordinary power, how do you intend to repay me? Upon hearing this, Thor's eyes momentarily flickered with shock and astonishment as he fixed his gaze on Ye Hua, attempting to discern the veracity of his words from his expression. To his knowledge, even his father, Odin, could merely bestow blessings upon mortals, not grant them lifespans akin to that of the gods. Ye Hua slightly lifted his chin and continued, however, this is not without conditions. You need only to offer some modest resources in return. Thor furrowed his brow, swiftly weighing his options within. Eternal youth, an extended life, an immense power. Could this truly be real? What exactly were these so-called modest resources? Thor remained oblivious. Yet the temptation was overwhelmingly enticing. The prospect of remaining forever with Jien, free from the looming specter of aging and mortality, was a compelling proposition that left him struggling to refuse. What do you mean by resources? Thor could not help but inquire. A subtle smile graced Ye Hua's lips as he slowly uttered the names of several rare items. Thor contemplated, realizing that while these resources were indeed precious within the cosmos, they were not unattainable. In fact, Asgard currently possessed many of them, making Ye Hua's proposal seem less outrageous by comparison. After a moment's reflection, Thor took a deep breath and fixed his determined gaze on Ye Hua. Very well, I accept your offer. Thus, an agreement was forged. Ye Hua nodded slightly, a glimmer of barely perceptible light flashing in his eyes. A transaction had been established, though this was merely the beginning. Ultimately, every transaction evolves into trade, and it appeared he must soon procure items that the Asgardians required. How about a method to grant mortals longevity, allowing them to appear more divine? Or perhaps technology for instantaneous resurrection. Though Asgardians could live longer, they were still mortal. Wouldn't such technology be enticing? As for the price, well, that could be negotiated. Chapter 71. Odin's thoughts. The celestial city was resplendent, with rolling clouds, as Thor and Jien strolled together, the gentle breeze caressing them as they gazed toward Earth. Jien, I must return. With Jien's issue now resolved, it was time for him to head back to the Celestial Palace, if only to inform his father of Ye Hua's proposition. Moreover, there were more pressing matters that required his attention. Naturally, what delighted Thor the most was that Jien's lifespan was no longer a concern, which meant his father had no reason to impede their relationship. The yearning for his father's approval of his beloved made Thor wish he could return to Asgard immediately. Are you truly in such haste to depart? Jien felt a pang of reluctance at Thor's impending departure. It always seemed to be this way, with their moments apart far outnumbering their time together. Even long-distance relationships did not compare. The celestial convergence is about to commence. I must return at once to prevent any disruptions. Only then can I protect you from the dangers I may inadvertently bring. All right, I understand. Jien had grown accustomed to this. After all, she had fallen in love with a prince from myth. Rest assured, once I have concluded this busy period, we shall be together forever, I promise you. With the arrival of night, the greatest obstacle concerning lifespan between the two will no longer impede them. They will naturally have countless moments to share in the future. Thor chose not to reveal this delightful news to Jane, intending instead to surprise her later. Must we part ways now? Without the ether, Jane cannot survive in the void of space, and Thor is unable to return her to Earth. Thus, they must summon night to open a portal. I must take my leave. Remember not to venture to the convergence point of the 9 realms again. It is perilous there. With those words, Thor turned, his gaze resolute as he called out to Heimdall. In a flash of brilliance, Thor's figure gradually faded amidst the radiance of the Bifrost. This day has been truly wondrous. First, a visit to the celestial palace of Norse mythology, and then to the sun god's abode in the cosmos. Jane still feels as though she is in a dream. However, if she would be so obedient, she would no longer be the Jane we know. After Thor's departure, she promptly contacted her close friend and assistant, immersing herself once more in the study of stable gravitational fields. Returning to the grand hall of the celestial palace, Thor hurriedly made his way to the throne room of his father, Odin. The chamber exuded a solemn grandeur, with Odin seated upon the throne, his gaze profound. Thor spoke candidly, declaring, "Father, during my recent journey to Earth, I encountered an extraordinary individual, the sun god Night. He possesses immense power and a noble spirit. In light of the turbulent currents within the universe and the lurking dangers, I believe our celestial palace could collaborate with him." Observing his grown son, Odin contemplated his thoughts, and as he opened his mouth to speak, he already understood. With a slight nod and a contemplative gaze, he inquired, "Did you not bring back the ether?" "Very well." Thor's urgency to return was also due to matters concerning the ether, for it was an artifact sealed by his grandfather and rightfully belonged to Asgard. Furthermore, it is an exceedingly dangerous object, possessing the power to plunge the entire world back into darkness. "Father, I believe Night is trustworthy, and he has the capability to control the ether. After all, even you could not extract it from Jane's body, could you?" Thor gazed unwaveringly at his father, his expression earnest. "I recognize the value of having such a friend, one who embodies justice and strength. Our celestial palace will gain a formidable ally in facing potential crises, perhaps enabling us to safeguard the peace of the universe." It is rare for Thor to place such trust in another, willing to vouch for him. This is well. The path ahead must be traversed by Thor himself. In this vast universe, few can truly stand beside him. Even kings are often solitary. The support of a friend may indeed alter the course of the future. No, it has already changed. Odin's won. I remain calm as still water, seemingly imbued with the wisdom to see through all things. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly spoke, then let it be so. As long as you believe he can safeguard the ether and refrain from using its power to endanger the 9 realms, he may keep it. The reality stones are ill-suited for coexistence. After all, there are already several gems on Earth. One more does not matter. The future courtyard shall become the epicenter of cosmic chaos, and Odin, now aged and nearing the end of his days, wishes to refrain from further interference in Asgard's affairs to prevent greater upheaval. Let everything unfold naturally, adhering to established rules. Thor, I hope you can shoulder the burdens of the future. Odin has long foreseen Asgard's destruction and the turmoil of the cosmos. Unlike the Ancient One, he chooses not to meddle in the course of events. He merely seeks to prevent Asgard from descending into deeper chaos, even if its ruin is inevitable. Hope must be preserved. Perhaps a peculiar thought suddenly emerged in Odin's mind. Nightingale appears as a future filled with uncertainties, manifesting on this timeline. Should he choose to alter anything, that future would indeed be a genuine transformation, rather than a mere reenactment in a different form. It is curious, as if fate is unable to find him. Perhaps Asgard is not fated to perish. After Odin ceased to concern himself with the ether, Thor knelt before Odin's throne, his demeanor earnest and solemn. Father, I have something of great significance to share. Thor gently raised his gaze, a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. Nightingale possesses a method to grant mortals thousands of years of life, and he has promised me that Jane shall enjoy a lifespan akin to mine. In exchange, I pledge to provide him with a mine of URU metal. Odin remained seated upon the throne, his expression serene, though his slightly narrowed eyes revealed that he was attentively listening. Thor continued, Father, gods too are not eternal. Given your advanced age, perhaps he could extend your life as well. This is of utmost importance. Gaining your approval for Jane is more crucial than the ether, collaboration, or the mines. Moreover, my father truly is aging and requires frequent slumber to restore his vitality. Although Nightingale has not assured me that he can grant longevity to gods. How can we know without attempting? As Thor spoke, a flicker of surprise crossed Odin's eyes, quickly replaced by calmness. He rose slowly, descending the throne with measured steps to stand before Thor. Odin gently placed a hand on Thor's shoulder, his voice deep and resolute. Thor, the laws of life have their own course. Even if such miraculous abilities exist, we must not rely on them frivolously. The glory and legacy of Asgard rest upon our own courage and strength. Thor furrowed his brow slightly, seeming to disagree with Odin's words. But father, if you could regain your youth, perhaps Asgard would flourish even more. Odin gazed deeply into the distance, as if envisioning Asgard's future. Prosperity does not hinge on fleeting strength. We must adhere to our hearts and principles of justice. Asgard has its own path to tread. Thor is still too young. He knows too little. In this universe, no one is immortal. The more powerful one becomes, the more finite one's life is, and such destinies cannot be easily altered. Unless one ceases to be dependent on this universe and ventures into another dimension, troubles are undoubtedly bound to arise. Much like the sorceress of Earth, who siphoned power from the dark dimension to prolong her existence, she has drawn the gaze of Dormammu upon this world. Should there come a day when she can no longer withstand Dormammu, not only will she face certain demise, but the world itself will be plunged into an even greater conflict. Such is the cost. Asgard will find itself in turmoil after his demise. A consequence of his earlier belligerence, he cannot allow the merciless hand of fate to reach his son. Mortal lives and souls are exceedingly fragile. While minor changes may not seem significant, Odin merely shook his head. Death is not an end, but a pause for rest, a passage into Valhalla for eternity. Thor, your path ahead is still long, and it is time to learn to approach matters like a king. Odin's words eluded Thor. Was not living a good thing? He had never witnessed his father display such indecisiveness before. As for any potential collaboration you seek with him, that is a decision for you to make. Although Thor may have sacrificed many of Asgard's precious resources for the sake of a woman, as the chosen heir, Odin would not retract his support after Thor's agreement. Within the celestial city, Night Sky was meticulously analyzing the data of the ether. Intriguingly, it resembled a signal transmitter more and more. No wonder the Dark Elves were aware of its emergence. This wave-like phenomenon was undoubtedly intended for the Dark Elves. Should it be intercepted? The arrival of Dark Elves matters little. Their strength is likely insufficient to breach the city's defenses. A basic physical enhancement plan for Jane will suffice. Focusing solely on extending her lifespan, the genetic engine is unnecessary, lest it alter her cognition, which would surely provoke Thor's wrath. It is merely a trivial matter. Yet, how can the ether be transformed back into a reality stone? I have already made my wish. At least grant me some sign of progress. Must it be absorbed into the body? The Dark Elves seemingly made no wishes for it. This poses a conundrum, for the ether is a creation of the Dark Elves, forged from reality stones and dark power, akin to a protective shell encasing the reality stones within this crimson fluid, allowing beings to possess it directly. Yet, it cannot alter reality. The process of reverse engineering is indeed cumbersome. No, the celestial computer must be developed without delay. Previously, the computational power of the genetic engine sufficed for most matters, but the challenges I face are becoming increasingly complex. Without the celestial computer support, I find myself at a loss. I cannot ascertain whether Thor's promised deposit of URU metal will materialize. Surely there will be no unforeseen complications. URU metal and vibranium are essential, as they pertain to the key to my future grand constructions. I cannot afford any mishaps. Ye Hua gazed at the ether, a slight frown creasing his brow, his gaze wavering and uncertain. Though he remained oblivious to the news from Asgard and the fate of Thor's mother, he harbored a hope that the realm would experience fewer tribulations. Only in such a scenario could Thor's promise of the URU metal mine be fulfilled without delay or complication. This matter was pivotal to the timely construction of my celestial computer. Thor, do not falter on your promise, lest I truly consider you as my brother-in-law. Yet, the specifics remained as elusive as the twinkling stars in the night sky, fraught with uncertainties. For now, one could only await the unfolding of events. Chapter 72, Prelude to the Dark Invasion, What is Destined to Come will inevitably arrive. The phenomenon of celestial convergence, peculiar to mortals, unfolds with the regularity of a cosmic wheel every 5 millennia. No being can thwart this inevitable conclusion, for it adheres to the immutable laws of nature governing celestial bodies. Within the hallowed halls of the gods, in Asgard, symbolizing dominion over the entire universe and the 9 realms, Thor had just concluded a conversation with his father. At this moment, his spirits soared as sunlight breaks through the clouds, joy evident in his demeanor. Regardless of the circumstances, this exchange seemed to have imbued him with the poise and grace befitting a crown prince, along with newfound confidence. At least for now, his father's interference had notably diminished. However, the most joyous news for Thor undoubtedly lay in the prospect of Jane securing an extension of her lifespan, allowing her to remain by his side eternally, free from the burdens of their age difference. Surprisingly, his father raised no objections to this matter, not even offering a single word of dissent. Such silence effectively amounted to tacit approval. For Thor, the prospect of spending eternity with his beloved while receiving his father's endorsement was the epitome of happiness. After all, he was still merely a prince, pursuing sweet love rather than the weighty responsibilities of a future where he would inherit the mantle of the god of thunder following the passing of his parents. Upon exiting the celestial palace, Thor felt a deep gratitude towards Ye Hua. Had it not been for Ye Hua's assistance in extracting the ether particles for Jane and his promise to grant her a lifespan akin to his own, this idyllic vision might have remained a mere fantasy, perhaps never to be realized. In comparison, what value did the URU metal mine and other trivial resources hold? Hence, to ensure his beloved could swiftly transcend the mortal cycle of life and death, securing a lifespan equal to his own, Thor was resolute in fulfilling Ye Hua's needs first. The carefree and jubilant prince of the divine realm had long since cast aside thoughts of the celestial convergence and the potential threats facing the 9 realms, solely focused on expediting Jane's liberation from the trials of mortality. After all, had he not already battled through the 9 realms, dealing with those restless souls? There are no issues at hand, Celestial convergence is merely a natural phenomenon for Earth, and it is unlikely that anyone would dare to seize this opportunity for invasion. In the resplendent realm of Asgard, Thor stands tall, his cape gently billowing in the breeze, his gaze imbued with unwavering determination. To put it plainly, nothing holds greater significance in his heart than his beloved. Should any kingdom foolishly dare to challenge the majesty of Asgard, they shall be subdued with ease. These are merely trivial matters. Meanwhile, within the technologically advanced confines of the celestial laboratory, Ye Hua is engrossed in his research on the ethereal particles. His focused gaze is locked onto the crimson glowing particles before him. At last, he has made progress. While ethereal particles are not equivalent to the reality stone, their data, though extensive, is not insurmountably complex. So it is. If he can simply dismantle this program, the reality stone should come into view. Surrounded by an array of flickering instruments emitting various hues, Ye Hua finds himself immersed in a world of scientific innovation. Data flows like a torrent, and he furrows his brow, concentrating intently on the floating virtual screen before him, his hands deftly dancing across the control panel as commands are continuously input. As time passes, despite the arduous nature of deciphering the ethereal particle data, success is still within reach, primarily due to the absence of a celestial computer. Otherwise, such technological byproducts should not pose such a challenge. To others, ethereal particles represent a formidable weapon capable of eroding and transforming the world. Yet to Ye Hua, they are but the most useless of entities. If one wishes to revert this universe to a realm of darkness, detonating the sun would be far more efficient than the tedious disassembly of all matter. In terms of ethereal technology, the Dark Elves are not lacking. They merely misapplied their resources, perhaps constrained by their reliance on the power of the reality stone. As he begins to cross-reference the data, deconstructing and reconstructing the reality stone, Ye Hua radiates brilliance, linking the dark dimension to stellar energy, initiating the reverse programming. With each command issued, the genetic engine hums to life. And under the influence of stellar energy, a multitude of mysterious characters materialize beside him, reminiscent of the universe's inception, a comprehensive analysis of the ethereal particle data. Everything around him seems to respond to an invisible force, and the ethereal particles within their container begin to undergo wondrous transformations. Crimson lights flicker, akin to stars igniting in the night sky. The fabric of space begins to warp and reorganize as the reverse reconstruction process unfolds methodically. As time progresses, the tangible crimson energy gradually disassembles and reassembles. At the zenith of this luminescence, a gem radiating exquisite brilliance slowly emerges. Its surface shimmers with ethereal hues, each flicker seemingly harboring boundless mysteries as the reality stone gradually reveals its true form. The surrounding light appears to be drawn to it, coalescing around it, enhancing its resplendence. It has been achieved. Indeed, it is possible. Initially, I held no substantial hopes, merely experimenting with the study. To my astonishment, after attempting to decipher the data of the ether, the reality stone indeed materialized. Ye Hua gazed intently at the reality stone, his expression a blend of surprise and solemnity. Unlike other gems, the reality stone cannot be wielded independently. Therefore, should I continue to unravel its data, or grasp it alongside the power stone to test the effects of a wish? I pondered whether the physique of a second-generation super soldier could withstand the energy surge from two infinity stones. Perhaps they are not merely sources of energy. After much deliberation, Ye Hua remained undecided about personally testing it. Since acquiring the super factor, my genetic development has accelerated significantly, allowing me to advance soon. There is no need to take unnecessary risks at this juncture. It would be prudent to wait until I ascend to divinity, at least as a third-generation super soldier with demigod qualities, before attempting to master the infinity stones. Why court danger unnecessarily? The laboratory was enveloped in silence, the flickering light casting shadows over Ye Hua's furrowed brow and contemplative visage. His gaze fell upon the reality stone, emanating a strange glow from its distant container. His heart in turmoil. This artifact possesses the power to grant wishes and alter physical laws, nearly akin to a void engine. Even without the assistance of other infinity stones, it can temporarily modify rules within a certain range, classifying it as a weapon of rule. Ye Hua yearned to test its might immediately. However, after a prolonged moment of hesitation, he subtly shook his head, relinquishing the thought of taking such a risk. It was utterly unnecessary. This Infinity Stone not only harbors immense power, but also unknown rule-based forces. What if it were to go awry? It would be quite ludicrous. Since it is already in my possession, the prudent course is to analyze its rules gradually, transforming them into comprehensible techniques and powers. A technological deity must prioritize data. When faced with the unfamiliar, one must always study before application, avoiding reckless endangerment. I am confident that once I construct a celestial computer, deciphering this vast data will not prove overly challenging. Perhaps I might even develop an upgraded version of the Void Engine. With this thought, Ye Hua inhaled deeply, calming himself swiftly. Rather than succumb to curiosity and touch the reality stone, he focused on recording data. While Thor of Asgard busied himself gathering resources, Ye Hua immersed himself in the study of the reality stone. Yet, danger was stealthily approaching. On an unknown planet, a malevolent force intent on conquering the universe was stirring, seeking to disrupt the existing tranquility. They were the Dark Elves. The signal of the ether particles had vanished. Could it be that those beings from the divine realms sealed them away so swiftly? Impossible. Our most formidable weapon is not so easily sealed. The Dark Elf leader, Malekith, proclaimed that something unexpected must have occurred. The ether particles have re-emerged, and he is fully prepared to pay a considerable price to assault Asgard and seize them. However, the ether has inexplicably returned to Midgard. Yet, before he could take any action, the ether vanished once more. This can only indicate that it has been sealed again, or that their weapons have been destroyed. The latter is highly improbable. Thus, it must be the former, which is absolutely intolerable. He has lurked for millennia, awaiting this opportunity, and he cannot afford to miss it. The last known location of the ether was Midgard, and it must be reclaimed to restore the homeland of the Dark Elves. The time is ripe. As the celestial bodies at the heart of the 9 realms align in a precise manner, it marks the moment when the cosmic distances are at their closest. Should the ether particles be utilized in Midgard at this juncture, it would enable a simultaneous corruption of the 9 realms and indeed the entire universe. He missed this chance thousands of years ago, and he shall not allow another misstep. He must journey to Midgard and reclaim the ultimate weapon that belongs to the Dark Elves, returning this world to the Age of Darkness. Malekith promptly resolved to venture into Midgard to uncover the truth. As time progressed, the convergence of the 9 realms deepened, and those unstable spatial wormholes had evolved to allow free passage through them. It is within such circumstances that the army of Dark Elves descended upon Earth without warning. Chapter 73. The onslaught of the Dark Elves. The phenomenon of celestial convergence has officially commenced. When 9 specific celestial bodies within the cosmic world tree network align along a defined trajectory, the gravitational forces will connect the spatial wormholes, leading to extreme instability in the spatial structures between realms, thus presenting an unprecedented opportunity for beings to traverse boundaries. However, such opportunities often come hand in hand with disaster and war. Recently, Thor has fought across the 9 realms, quelling many restless rebellions, yet he has forgotten the Dark Elves, who certainly would not relinquish their watch over the ether due to fear of Asgard's might. That powerful weapon rightfully belongs to the Dark Elves and must be reclaimed. Malekith stood upon the bridge of the Dark Elf mothership, enveloped in dim light, with only the faint glow of machinery illuminating his and his fellow Dark Elves' pallid faces. Set forth. While the denizens of the divine realm have yet to reseal the ether, we must hasten to Midgard and reclaim our weapon, Malekith commanded coldly. One of his subordinates held a shard of crimson crystal, his expression darkening with uncertainty. This fragment of the ether, when embedded within a living being, can forge formidable, cursed warriors. Moreover, it possesses the ability to sense the location of the ether's core. Yet, not long ago, that sense vanished, dissipating in Midgard. Could it be that the denizens of the divine realm have once again sealed the ether away? Malekith's most capable assistant inquired with a hint of confusion. Did you not mention that the ether was taken to Asgard? Surely they are aware of its rebirth. Malekith frowned, recalling their failure thousands of years ago. This is our final opportunity. Regardless of what the denizens of the divine realm have done to the ether, it must once again be within our grasp. I cannot afford to wait another 5,000 years. At any cost. In the dimly lit command chamber aboard the flagship, Malekith's pallid visage betrayed no emotion, save for the cold, resolute gleam in his eyes. His voice, deep and chilling, resonated like falling ice. Order all fleets to traverse the wormhole and advance at full speed towards the last known location of the ether. Any who dare obstruct us shall meet their demise. His words echoed within the vast chamber, imbued with an unmistakable finality. For the hope of the Dark Elves. In the previous war against the denizens of the Divine Realm, the Dark Elves had nearly faced annihilation. Should he fail to achieve his ambition of using the ether to corrupt the Nine Realms and revert this universe to a dark age, he might never have another chance. How intriguing. Could this substance be the crimson crystal employed by the Dark Elves to forge cursed warriors? After reversing the ether, the reality stone materialized, accompanied by a plethora of diamond-shaped red crystals, a manifestation of magical power and technological achievement. Though potent, it exacted a toll of life, rendering its strength somewhat lackluster. Indeed, a bit of a burden. Of course, this limitation was relative. Nightingale, for one, held such things in utter disdain. With hundreds of red crystals now available for energy, the Dark Elves seemed to regard their warriors as mere expendables. Was there truly no better way to acquire power? Observing the once consolidated ether, now rendered immobile and fragmented into numerous diamond-shaped crystals, Nightingale chuckled softly and shook his head. After separately securing the reality stone and the inert ether particles, he recalled the matter of celestial aggregation. There were numerous projects to investigate. Since the reality stone was now in his possession, he could afford to take his time deciphering it. For the moment, he would prioritize the cosmic tree network, which would benefit his future endeavors in establishing a cosmic dark network. As he prepared to journey to London, a multitude of dark figures suddenly emerged in the distance. Ah, the Dark Elves? They have arrived with remarkable swiftness. His gaze sharpened as he looked up to see a massive fleet approaching through the void of space, resembling a herd of black beasts charging towards the city of heaven. My God! With the acute perception of a super soldier, the Dark Elves' arrival disturbed Clark and the others. Do not fret, prepare for battle. Nightingale smiled, instantly ascending to a high vantage point in the city, his gaze piercing as he fixed it upon the encroaching fleet of Dark Elves. Though Clark and her companions are merely a generation of super soldiers with formidable physical prowess, the enhancement from the Shadow Dimension renders their true combat capabilities impressive. It presents an opportune moment for training. Observing the 8 individuals who swiftly donned their weapons and armor, Ye Hua nodded in anticipation of the Dark Elves seeking confrontation. The last signal from the ether vanished here. Malekith, with a grave expression, regarded the imagery relayed from the mothership. A colossal island structure floated in space, seemingly composed of golden radiance, akin to a resplendent star illuminating the surrounding darkness. This was not the handiwork of the Divine Realm. Regardless, the ether must be reclaimed. Standing in the command room of the mothership, Malekith's eyes glimmered with an eerie green light as he fixated on the celestial city ahead. Only by retrieving the ether could he seize the opportunity presented by the convergence of the 9 realms to corrupt them, conquer this universe, and lead his kin back to the Age of Darkness. He commanded the fleet to advance at full speed. Malekith's voice resonated in the command room, imbued with cold resolve and devoid of hesitation. In the celestial city, Ye Hua observed a massive cosmic mothership emerging from the distant depths of the stars. Its surface cloaked in black scales, reminiscent of a monstrous beast crawling from the abyss. Such a vessel, its technological prowess barely reached the pinnacle of aerospace civilization. Aside from a few Dark Elves, most possessed only slightly superior physical attributes compared to the Chitauri. As he accessed the Dark Elves' covert data, Ye Hua felt a wave of reassurance. Perhaps he need not intervene personally. These 8 super soldiers could likely handle the situation themselves. Warriors, the foes before you hail from the depths of the universe. Dark Elves intent on invading the celestial city and reverting the cosmos to the Age of Darkness. The time has come to prove your loyalty. Seize your swords and crush them. Ye Hua's voice echoed throughout the celestial city, imbued with an air of authority. Yet, he had no intention of engaging directly. For my deity, for the glory of the Sun God. As the Dark Elf fleet approached the celestial city, a fierce battle erupted. Clark donned the helmet that would allow her survival in the vacuum of space, boldly launching from the city to confront the enemy. Now, this is becoming intriguing. With minimal functional disparity, smaller beings are naturally more agile and destructive. In essence, super soldiers are akin to cosmic warships. empowered by their shadow dimension. Clark and her companions surged through space, boldly clashing with the Dark Elf fleet, momentarily gaining the upper hand. Indeed, even though this was their inaugural combat experience, their performance was commendable. However, the weaponry and equipment still left much to be desired. Ye Hua watched with great interest, summoning the Golden Throne. Silver wings unfurling at either side, leisurely seating himself upon the throne, nodding and smiling in approval. Now this is the demeanor befitting a deity. Otherwise, if I, the sun god, must personally confront every minor adversary, it would lack a certain elegance. The miscellaneous fish naturally require the assistance of smaller soldiers to be cleared. My only task is to provide them with support. Their performance has been commendable. After some time, I shall upgrade your equipment. Weapons and armor crafted from titanium alloy are inadequate. Aside from their aesthetic appeal, they serve little purpose. The mothership of the Dark Elves possesses formidable defensive and offensive capabilities, making it challenging for the super soldiers to inflict any effective damage. Malekith sneered aboard the mothership, although initially caught off guard. He had anticipated the difficulty of this battle since he first beheld the celestial city floating in space. Therefore, he had prepared a secret weapon, a formidable armament forged from dark energy. Fire! At Malekith's command, a colossal beam of dark energy erupted from the cannon, hurtling towards the celestial city. Wherever the beam traversed, light was extinguished, leaving only an abyss of darkness and despair. Humph, still insufficient, he scoffed. Even the annihilation cannon cannot breach my energy barrier. What do you think this is? In the face of the dark energy cannon's threat, Ye Hua remained seated upon his throne, utterly unmoved. The intertwining of black and gold erupted in a dazzling brilliance, yet the energy barrier did not even ripple. As time passed, the offensive of the super soldiers began to wane, primarily due to the damage sustained by their armor, rendering them incapable of enduring the rigors of combat in space. Return. Ye Hua's voice resonated throughout the celestial city, echoing into the dark realm of the super soldiers. With a mere gesture, the silver wings soared from the celestial city, swiftly downing several spacecraft, providing cover for the super soldiers' retreat. Malekith, you have chosen the wrong opponent. Ye Hua, seated upon his throne, with 8 super soldiers standing by his side, spoke with palpable disdain. At this juncture, Malekith was acutely aware of the celestial city's might. It was a force that rivaled even that of the divine realm. But what of it? He scoffed coldly. Do you think you can hinder me? Surrender the ether, or I shall spare no effort to annihilate you. Who granted you the audacity to utter such threats? Do you fancy yourself Odin? Ye Hua did not respond. He merely concentrated his power, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to Malekith. Entering the dark realm. Calculating silver wings, flight trajectory. Calculation complete. A mere cosmic warship, devoid of an energy shield, was utterly inconsequential before the Silver Wing. Prepare to meet your demise. In the vastness of space, the Dark Elves' fleet, numbering in the hundreds or thousands, loomed ominously like a cloud of ink, advancing menacingly towards the celestial city. Yet, they remained blissfully unaware of the fate that awaited them. As the flight path of the Silver Wing was finalized, it unfurled behind him in an instant, transforming into a cascade of silver light, akin to a surging silver wave, sweeping towards the Dark Elves' fleet. Wherever the Silver Wing passed, the Dark Elven vessels were cleaved apart, followed by a thunderous roar, as ship after ship burst into fragments. The shattered hulls scattered across the cosmos, transforming into countless radiant shards, resembling a grand yet tragic display of fireworks. Quick! Initiate defense. Retreat, fall back. The Dark Elves gazed in terror at the unfolding scene, unable to comprehend the nature of this weapon, which, devoid of any operator, could effortlessly assault foes in the void of space. Their cosmic warships, once formidable, crumbled like tofu before the relentless cascade of silvery light, offering no chance of resistance. Some vessels attempted to flee, while others launched futile counterattacks, yet none could alter the dire circumstances. This was a grand display of cosmic fireworks. Chapter 74. The mischievous demon, the Dark Elven army advanced with ferocity, yet their fate was destined to culminate in ruin within the celestial city. Indeed, the silver wings of this weapon became increasingly adept in their use, a source of growing delight for Ye Hua, who smiled knowingly. Although he could have unleashed a flare bombardment, allowing the Dark Elves to experience the sun's searing embrace and the artistry of explosion. The sheer satisfaction of manipulating the enemy's demise from his throne with but a flick of his finger was unparalleled. Clark and her companions stood respectfully at Ye Hua's side, their gazes filled with awe and admiration for the figure seated upon the throne. They had just endured a grueling battle against the dark elven fleet, each exerting their utmost effort, yet achieving little success. Instead, granting the dark elves the opportunity to bombard the celestial city, a dereliction of duty on their part. Yet now, confronted with such a multitude of warships and a formidable enemy, they witnessed their utter fragility in Ye Hua's hands. The sky was ablaze with silver light as enemies fell like stars, incapable even of retreat, while explosions and sparks filled the void. Throughout, Ye Hua remained seated, never once stepping outside the celestial city. His divine power instilled dread in the adversaries, and his godly presence commanded their submission. This was a battle characterized by a staggering disparity in strength, unfolding with an almost crushing dominance, as the dark elven assault was completely obliterated beneath the silver wings. As the dark elven mothership shattered and the dust settled, no enemy remained, only a ravaged battlefield. Ye Hua slowly lowered his hand, his expression calm as ever. Clark and the other super soldiers exchanged glances, each reflecting the same astonishment. They had never witnessed such a potent and composed force. Ye Hua stood like an insurmountable mountain, evoking profound reverence within them. Clark inclined slightly, her tone steeped in respect. My God, how shall we proceed? Shall we eliminate all of them? While no cosmic warships escaped, remnants of dark elves survived amidst the wreckage. How intriguing! Though their strength was not particularly formidable, they had somehow adapted to the space environment. Ye Hua's eyes glimmered with golden light as he observed the surviving dark elves with keen interest. Much like the Chitauri, whose strength was negligible, yet managed to thrive in the void of space. Was the Ebony Throat strong? Surely it was, having bested the later Doctor Strange. Yet could not survive in space. What a curious paradox. The world is indeed peculiar, and it is not uncommon for various races to exhibit their own peculiarities. Cleanse the battlefield, annihilate them all, commanded Ye Hua with a chilling resolve. The Dark Elves, who had previously posed significant challenges to Asgard and Thor, proved utterly ineffective against him. Their assaults could not breach the defenses of the celestial city, and their fortifications crumbled before the silver-winged weaponry. Thus, it was evident they had come merely to meet their demise. The celestial convergence, the Dark Realm. This was a rhythm that had ended before it even began. Upon receiving the order, Clark and the other 7 super warriors launched their offensive once more. Bereft of the protection of the cosmic battleships, it became yet another one-sided harvest. Leader, we must find a way to retreat, or our race will face total annihilation here, one dark elf urged. As the dark energy cannon's attacks were thwarted and their most formidable weapon failed to penetrate the celestial city's defenses, the morale of the dark elves began to wane. The man seated upon the golden throne effortlessly decimated their entire fleet, and the dark elves were now enveloped in dread. Malekith realized that their plans had irrevocably failed, leaving no possibility of recovery. This was the most formidable adversary he had ever encountered. Even the denizens of the divine realm could not instill such terror in the dark elves. Is there any chance left for us to retreat? He pondered. And where could we possibly flee? Watching the slaughter of his kin, his heart bled, and his eyes burned with anguish. He had believed that the reemergence of the ether was a long-awaited opportunity. He was prepared to pay any price to plunge the universe back into darkness and allow the dark elves to dominate the world. Now, however, he had unwittingly led them to the brink of extinction, extinguishing any glimmer of hope. As Malekith surveyed the desolation around him, with only a handful of his kin clinging to life amidst the wreckage of their ships, he could not escape the inevitable fate of death that awaited them. His heart was consumed by despair and fear, leaving no room for thoughts of vengeance. That man was insurmountable. Yet, just as he was about to relinquish all hope, a deep, alluring voice resonated within his mind. Pray, beseech the great demon king. I shall lead you from peril and grant you the power of retribution. It was the voice of Mephisto, the demon renowned for his manipulation of souls and pacts. He promised Malekith that if he prayed devoutly, Mephisto would aid them in escaping this dire situation and even bestow upon him the strength for revenge. Malekith knew well who Mephisto was, a malevolent deity from another dimension. Anyone who dared to bargain with a demon was unlikely to find a favorable outcome. He hesitated, fully aware of the cost of such a deal. Yet, what did he have left to lose? His soul was already forfeit. If vengeance could be attained, he was willing to engage in a pact with the demon. The instinct for survival surged forth, igniting the flames of retribution within him. In the realm of darkness, a desire to dominate the 9 realms surged. Discarding the essence of the ether and all else, his singular aim was to personally extinguish Ye Hua's existence. A frenzied flame flickered in Malekith's eyes as he resolved to beseech the demons. I implore you, deliver my kin from peril and grant me the strength for vengeance. An astute choice. The voice resonated once more. With the complete annihilation of the Dark Elf fleet, those who had sought refuge amidst the remnants of their warships could not escape the harvest of the super soldiers. This confrontation could be deemed concluded. The minor antagonist Malekith, entwined in the cosmic convergence, was of no consequence to Ye Hua. Seated upon the throne at the apex of the celestial city, Ye Hua gazed into the distant starry expanse, his heart brimming with reflections. Had he not, in some measure, attained the power to influence this universe? Yet perhaps it was premature to claim such authority, for the Dark Elves were truly insignificant, and many entities within this cosmos held greater might. Nevertheless, the future appeared promising. As he observed the 8 super soldiers swiftly cleansing the battlefield and reaping the Dark Elves, Ye Hua increasingly felt the necessity to fabricate additional genetic engines, thereby producing more super soldiers. Retreat swiftly. An unforeseen and ominous black mist began to materialize in the void of space, rapidly encroaching upon the recently contested battleground. Upon discerning the strangeness, Ye Hua urgently commanded Clark and the others to withdraw. What is this? A stellar flare bombardment. Regardless of the peculiar circumstances, no challenge could withstand the might of an energy sphere. A powerful flare bombardment was imperative. The explosion's resplendent brilliance enveloped the entire battlefield. Yet once the light faded, Ye Hua furrowed his brow in concern. Vanished? By the gods! In response to Clark's bewilderment, Ye Hua too was at a loss, as events had unfolded with alarming swiftness. Accessing the dark data of the scene, despite the situation appearing to be under control, a portion of the Dark Elves had managed to escape, instantly darkening Ye Hua's mood. Meanwhile, in London on Earth, the Ancient One had detected an extraordinarily potent and malevolent magical disturbance. With her keen perception and extensive experience, she swiftly pinpointed the source of this dark magic to be Mephisto. Though the nature of the demon's machinations remained unclear, the emergence of such formidable dark energy demanded her attention. Countering interdimensional incursions was her duty and mission. The Ancient One traced a circle and instantaneously materialized before Mephisto, who had just completed a spell. It seemed as though he had anticipated her arrival. His signature sly smile adorned his face, and upon seeing her, his eyes reflected not surprise, but rather provocation. What nefarious scheme are you concocting this time, Mephisto? The Ancient One's gaze bore into him with intensity. Mephisto erupted into a cacophonous laugh. Ah, Ancient One, you are perpetually so tiresome, always intent on thwarting my endeavors. I am merely engaged in a minor transaction. The Ancient One replied sternly. Your transactions are invariably accompanied by calamity and suffering. I shall not permit you to wreak havoc upon this world. Mephisto disdainfully shrugged. Do you truly believe you can thwart me as easily as before? The celestial convergence phenomenon had indeed diminished the barriers between dimensions. Otherwise, he would not have been able to summon the formidable power that attracted the Ancient One. Now, he had accomplished what he set out to do, and his strength had notably increased. Mephisto was unperturbed and eager to test the capabilities of his old adversary. The Ancient One remained composed, unperturbed by his taunts. Instead, she swiftly formed intricate hand seals as mysterious luminescence swirled around her palms. Not to be outdone, Mephisto enveloped himself in a swirling mass of black smoke, intermittently flickering with eerie crimson light. The clash of magic erupted on the streets of London. Radiant beams intersecting as waves of energy caused the surrounding structures to tremble slightly. Drawing upon her profound magical expertise and unwavering conviction, the Ancient One gradually gained the upper hand, ultimately drawing Mephisto into the mirror dimension. Regardless of Mephisto's intentions, invoking such formidable hellish power warranted a decisive response. In confronting demons, particularly otherworldly malevolent deities, the Ancient One adhered to a philosophy of striking with conviction. Chapter 75, Crisis at the Temple in Manhattan, once the most vibrant area of New York. A resplendent temple dedicated to the sun god now stood as a sacred site in the hearts of many. This temple, adorned with retro-futuristic technology, rose majestically, its towering spire resembling a golden sword piercing the heavens, radiating a dazzling brilliance akin to the divine grace bestowed by the sun god, gently yet resolutely safeguarding every inch of the earthly realm. The temple's walls were meticulously constructed from massive blocks of marble, each stone seemingly imbued with profound significance. They bore intricate carvings chronicling the mythos of the sun god, meticulously crafted under the guidance of Charles and refined by others. The delicate patterns resembled animated musical notes, silently narrating the deity's supreme glory and formidable majesty. In essence, the sun god created this world, bringing forth light and hope, protecting every devout believer. In the square before the temple, a grand banner of the sun god fluttered triumphantly. Its vibrant, fiery red resembled a blazing sun, imbued with boundless warmth and power. Golden threads elegantly outlined the sacred emblem of the sun god, glittering like stars under the sun's embrace, drawing countless devoted worshippers from all directions to pay their respects. Yet, tranquility is destined to be shattered. What is that? Those in line to pray, or those who had just completed their offerings, soon noticed an uncanny phenomenon outside the temple. A billowing mass of black smoke surged forth, seemingly intent on engulfing the temple, within which glimmered countless malevolent crimson eyes, exuding a chilling aura that cloaked the scene in foreboding. Kill them all, leave no one behind. The Dark Elves launched an assault on the celestial city. Their plan to seize the ether tragically thwarted. Driven by a desperate yearning for survival and vengeance, Malekith fervently prayed to the demon Mephisto and forged a pact. At this moment, the desire for revenge dominated the Dark Elves, and under the influence of infernal powers, they had utterly transformed, losing all semblance of their former selves. Horns sprouted from their heads, and tails swayed behind them. Their grotesque forms were even more unsettling than their original appearances. Yet, Malekith was indifferent. The demon's seduction and the corruption of hellish energy consumed his thoughts, leaving only a singular obsession: to exact retribution on Ye Hua and obliterate his faith among mortals. Clearly, the Dark Elves had become mere pawns in the hands of the demons. Black smoke billowed like a tumultuous tide outside the Sun Temple, swirling and lingering ominously. As the smoke gradually dissipated, the hideous visages of the Dark Elves were laid bare before all. They had devolved into demons, their forms contorted, skin radiating an eerie glow, eyes ablaze with ferocity, exuding an aura of savagery. Demons. They were indeed demons, with horns atop their heads and tails trailing behind. Their bloodthirsty, crimson eyes and repugnant features unmistakably marking them as denizens of the abyss. The surrounding faithful gasped in horror. These demon-like Dark Elves, akin to ravenous wolves among sheep, unleashed a frenzy of slaughter upon the devout worshippers encircling the Sun Temple. This was vengeance, a complete and unrelenting reprisal, reminiscent of Ye Hua's earlier command to massacre the Dark Elves. They brandished their sharp weapons, and wherever they went, blood erupted in fountains. The faithful were thrown into chaos, their screams and cries intertwining, resonating through the heavens. Kill them. Annihilate them all. Avenge our kin. There were no words, no negotiations, only maniacal laughter and merciless carnage. Blood quickly soaked the ground before the temple, transforming the once sacred Sun Temple into a realm of horror and bloodshed. The Dark Elves appeared intoxicated by their murderous urges, reveling in their heinous acts. However, as they indulged in their rampage, a blinding radiance suddenly emanated from within the temple. This brilliance, imbued with searing power, surged towards the Dark Elves like a tidal wave, seemingly intent on vanquishing this malignant force entirely. Impudent fiends, from the depths of hell, how dare you affront the majesty of my God? Such transgressions are utterly unforgivable. 7 figures burst forth from the temple, newly ascended super warriors after the departure of Charlie and his companions. The foremost super warrior emanated an aura of chilling intensity, his eyes ablaze with fury and wrath. In a flash, he darted towards the creatures labeled as demons, his form a blur of motion. His muscles tensed, each fiber seemingly brimming with boundless strength, and his hands, as hard as steel, unleashed a wind of fury with each punch thrown. Even without the blessings of the shadowed realms, this individual, relying solely on his innate genetic prowess and the formidable physique of a super warrior, exhibits unparalleled valor and possesses extraordinary combat skills. His gaze betrays no hint of compassion. Each strike is executed with unwavering determination, as though he seeks to unleash the entirety of his inner fury upon these demons. No one dares to challenge the majesty of my deity. Not even Mephisto, that vile demon, would escape my wrath. He once implored the gods and beseeched the demons, yearning for those exalted beings to cure his son's affliction. Yet despair swiftly enveloped him, for deities never existed, and neither gods nor demons heeded his humble supplications. It was not until the emergence of the sun god that his son regained health, and he was bestowed with youthful vigor and immense divine power. From that moment forth, the sun god became the unwavering object of his devotion, and he would not tolerate any being, be it god or demon, that dared to offend the sun god's dignity, even at the cost of his own life. 7 super warriors, unenhanced by the dark dimensions, faced a legion of demons, vastly outnumbering them and bolstered by infernal might. An evident mismatch. Despite their utmost efforts, they could not halt the carnage, let alone repel the demons. Within the temple, a cadre of core devotees, clad in crimson and gold robes, their heads adorned with resplendent crowns, bore solemn expressions that radiated absolute piety and unwavering loyalty to the sun god. Leading them was an aged priest, whose visage was etched with deep wrinkles, yet his eyes blazed with the fervor of an undying faith. "O devotees of my deity," the elderly priest declared, ascending the steps of the temple with resolute strides, his voice resonating powerfully like a great bell, echoing across the square. "The radiance of the sun god serves as an eternal beacon, forever illuminating our path. He has endowed us with a sacred mission to safeguard this hallowed temple. Today, the malevolent demons of hell, akin to ravenous wolves, seek to invade our sanctuary and defile our beliefs. But we shall not retreat a single step. Even if it means shedding our last drop of blood, we must make them understand that the majesty of the sun god is supreme and inviolable. His banner stands as the backbone of our faith, untarnished by even a speck of dust. Thus, the composition of the sun god as followers is intricate. This elderly priest, once a believer in God, has since converted, for the divine was merely a source of spiritual solace, never manifesting in the mortal realm. While faith in the sun god yields tangible benefits, the longer one lives, the more one fears death. The more one learns, the greater the yearning for existence. As the actual authority among the common folk within the temple, he must set an example at this moment, demonstrating his sincerity to the divine, not merely seeking longevity. The great sun god gazes upon us from the heavens, his sacred light shielding us, to perish in defense of the temple, to uphold our faith. Surely the deity shall come to guide us. The fervent devotees harbor no fear of death, particularly those who worship at the temple of the sun. It is common knowledge that the sun god resides in a vast expanse of outer space, mere thousands of kilometers above them. A radiant star visible even in the night sky, the closest deity to the faithful. Moreover, he is the most benevolent. Upon death, the possibility of resurrection looms large, bestowing youth, vitality, and divine power, granting entry into the realm of the divine. The sudden onslaught of demons may, for many, represent an opportunity to transcend into the divine domain. Inspired by the words of the priests, the devotees united in a thunderous chant for the sun god, for the temple. Their voices resonated like thunder, shaking the earth itself. With fervor, the faithful seized their rudimentary weapons, some wielding wooden clubs, others dismantling tables, and a few brandishing small-caliber firearms. Despite the simplicity of their armaments, their eyes shone with indomitable courage as they charged towards the square, swiftly forming a regimented line beneath the banner of the sun god, resembling an unyielding steel bastion, prepared for the impending conflict. In an instant, the battle erupted, the clamor of battle cries reminiscent of rolling thunder, deafening in its intensity. The dark elves swung their sharp blades with ferocity, lunging at the devotees like ravenous wolves. Their movements were both brutal and agile, the blades slicing through the air with lethal intent. Though armed with only rudimentary weapons, the devotees, fueled by their unwavering faith in the sun god, resisted with the ferocity of tigers. A young devotee, his gaze resolute and daring, gripped his wooden club tightly as he confronted a towering dark elf. However, the disparity in strength was overwhelming. Even as he fell, his heart remained devoid of fear or regret, sustained solely by a steadfast belief, for the glory of the sun god, for the protection of the temple, even at the cost of his life. The allure of youth, longevity, and power, combined with fervent faith, rendered them a band of zealots. Alas, despite their ability to incite a terrifying tempest among ordinary folk, the devotees, undeterred by death, fell like straw before the dark elves empowered by infernal forces, casualties mounting relentlessly. Blood bloomed like vivid flowers upon the square's surface, staining every inch of land. Yet, their gazes remained as steadfast as iron, their lips murmuring incantations, continuously invoking the name of the sun god, as if drawing strength from their devotion. Suddenly, chaos erupted. The city of heaven, positioned in a geostationary orbit, afforded the technology of the solar empire the capacity to monitor global movements incessantly. The abrupt disappearance of the dark elves, coupled with the ominous appearance of black mist, left Night Flower bewildered, as he had yet to comprehend the cause before receiving an alarming signal from the faith receptor. The slaughter of his devotees was underway. Swiftly, he connected the signal, only to find his fury mounting. So, you cannot defeat me, and instead resort to slaughtering my devotees, is it? And you, Mephisto, old coin, I shall remember this debt. Though he had previously engaged with Mephisto, not fully extracting his data, he had nonetheless noted the attributes of his power. Now this group, resembling demons, but in truth dark elves, is suffused with the essence of the demon Mephisto. It has become evident that all mischief arises from these demons, and clarity dawns upon us. The dark elves are assaulting our sun temple. Prepare yourselves at once, and proceed to provide support. The temple is under siege, and ordinary devotees are being harvested like mere straw. Ye Hua immediately resolves to annihilate the dark elves before confronting the demons. Concurrently, he must hasten to prepare certain provisions. In a mere span of a few minutes, these ruffians have slaughtered numerous of my followers. As commanded, Clark and the others responded in unison, readying themselves for their descent upon the temple. Chapter 76. The deity observes his devotees. The aged priest stood beneath the banner, his demeanor grave and solemn. He raised his hands high, remaining oblivious to the surrounding carnage, undeterred by danger, as he uttered incantations in a deep and enigmatic voice. He was engaged in prayer, seeking communion with the sun god for assistance. The devotees were acutely aware that the sun god resided in the cosmos, not as a fleeting specter, perhaps even observing them at that very moment. Not only the venerable priest, but also many others around him, including those battling the demons, were fervently praying. O great sun god, you are the sovereign of light, the source of all earthly power. At this moment, the demons invade our temple, bringing with them boundless darkness and malevolence. Wherever they tread, despair reigns, and cries of anguish fill the air. We beseech you with utmost piety and reverence for your aid. Please, shower us with your brilliance, dispel the haunting darkness, and illuminate our path ahead. Grant us courage and strength to confront the demon's ferocity. With your searing flames, incinerate these vile beings, allowing peace and tranquility to return to this land. We vow to eternally follow your guidance, safeguarding this sacred ground in your name, serving your radiance. O great sun god, heed our prayers and respond to our calls. Whispers echoed, and the sound of prayers persisted, as the signal transmitted through the imperial armor upon the throne of the temple, piercing the heavens and reaching the celestial city. How increasingly formal this has become. Truly, he is a product of the church, even more professional than Charlie. Ye Hua chuckled, shaking his head. However, it seemed that this time the celestial city would have to expend considerable resources. It's a small company. An initial surge in investment is imperative. Entering the Shadow Realm. The interface for harnessing the sun's radiance was activated. As Ye Hua issued command after command regarding the operations in the Shadow Realm, the sky over Manhattan suddenly brightened. The sun appeared to swell, its fervent rays scorching the earth, a response from the sun god. Redirect the excess solar energy from other areas. Is it useful? Certainly not of great significance. But it looks magnificent. Golden beams cascaded down like raindrops, precisely enveloping the devotees. The radiant light, warm and gentle, resembled a pair of tender hands softly caressing the souls of every believer. They felt an immense and enigmatic force coursing through their beings, instantly invigorating their spirits. This was the power of faith, transformed and purified by the celestial city, now returned to them. Soon after, 8 more dazzling beams of golden light streaked down from the heavens like shooting stars. The golden radiance surged like tumultuous waves, blindingly brilliant, nearly rendering the onlookers unable to open their eyes. Amidst this breathtaking splendor, Clark descended, leading 7 super warriors clad in resplendent armor, wielding weapons that gleamed with a cold light. An invisible force emanated from their center, spreading outward, creating a searing heat wave and howling winds, leaving the gathered crowd momentarily stunned. The devotees were initially taken aback, but soon erupted into a thunderous cheer. "Warriors of the Sun God! Warriors of the Sun God!" A voice cried out from the crowd, filled with excitement and reverence. In an instant, a chorus of exultant shouts filled the air. "Praise the Sun God!" The elderly priest raised his hands high, tears shimmering in his eyes, fervently proclaiming, "Indeed, the Sun God is merciful. He responds to the prayers of his devotees and protects them, rather than being a mere clay idol. The Sun God has always been watching over his followers." Young believers leapt with joy, waving golden banners that symbolized the sun. "Great Sun God, your warriors have come to rescue us." This scene resembled the descent of divine angels to earth, destined to be etched in memory. "Sun God! Sun God! Sun God!" Every believer's face radiated fervor and joy. Their eyes fixated on the super warriors as though they beheld hope, the embodiment of their faith. In that moment, the very earth trembled with their enthusiastic cheers, as if paying the highest tribute to the warriors of the Sun God. In stark contrast, the Dark Elves felt a chill of dread at the arrival of the super warriors. Mere minutes ago, their vast fleet had been utterly vanquished, the very same beings ruthlessly slaughtering their kin. Even when driven by demonic temptations, even when clouded by vengeance and bloodlust, upon facing the super warriors again, the Dark Elves found themselves involuntarily retreating. "The majesty of my God is not to be challenged. Accept your fate of destruction." Charlie raised his weapon high, radiating a brilliant golden light. "For the glory of the Sun God, for the Sun God we fight." The believers gazed upon the figures of the super warriors, their eyes rekindling with hope, erupting into earth-shattering cheers. The battle was on the precipice of igniting once more, under the leadership of the super warriors. Everyone charged bravely toward the demons. The emergence of the super warriors brought forth a tidal wave of devotees, causing the Dark Elves to falter in panic. They let out piercing roars, yet could not conceal the terror that lay within. A fierce clash between justice and evil, or rather, a confrontation of faith, has unfolded. The battlefield is a cacophony of clashing blades and the deafening cries of battle, while the super soldiers shine like a brilliant beacon, leading their followers towards the path of victory. Chaos reigns. How much resource shall I expend? Within the celestial city, Ye Hua gazes at the reckless fervor of his devoted followers, his heart heavy with sorrow. Surely, they must intend to resurrect them. Otherwise, the struggle would lack purpose. With the arrival of Clark and others, the battle has reached a fever pitch. Amidst the turmoil, a dark elf has breached the defenses, charging towards the banner that symbolizes the Sun God, like a frenzied beast. An evil and cruel smile spreads across his face as he raises his sword aloft, its cold gleam reflecting his intent to sever the emblem of faith. They know there is no retreat or hope left. It seems the demons have abandoned them, and the warriors of the Sun God will not spare them either. In such dire circumstances, their only recourse is to exert their utmost efforts to sow chaos and undermine the Sun God's faith. At this critical juncture, a severely wounded follower drags his weary body forward, akin to a tenacious snail struggling to advance. With his final ounce of strength, he clings tightly to the dark elf's leg, as if grasping the very world itself, refusing to let go. Witnessing this scene, other followers rush in like moths drawn to a flame, using their bodies to shield the banner that embodies the beliefs of countless souls. They understand that this banner is a symbol of the Sun God, a vessel for their faith and the sanctuary of their souls. It must not be tainted in the slightest. Thus, this is but a spark the inception of a faith destined to spread across the globe, compelling all to labor in its name. If resources must be consumed, then so be it. Ye Hua is exceedingly pleased with the performance of these followers, their fervor bordering on the mindless, rendering them exceptionally competent tools. The duration of the battle was not lengthy. Over 30 dark elves, transformed by the powers of hell, did not escape. The last of the dark elves perished before the sun god's temple. Despite their heavy toll, they could not breach the defenses fortified by the faith and lives of the followers, nor could they defile the sacred banner. In the square, the followers lie exhausted upon the ground, their bodies marred with wounds, blood flowing like streams, staining their robes. Yet, their faces radiate pride and solace, for they have defended the temple of the sun god with their lives, safeguarding the dignity of their faith. The banner of the sun god continues to flutter defiantly in the wind, its colors more vivid and striking, as if recounting the heroic and poignant tales of its followers, bearing witness to their unwavering loyalty and love for the sun god until death. Such monumental events could not escape the notice of S.H.I.L. And with Stark Tower nearby, it was impossible for them to remain uninformed. However, by the time they arrived in haste, the battle had largely concluded, leaving behind a scene reminiscent of a hell on earth. The acrid scent of blood assailed the senses, nearly suffocating in its intensity. Thick crimson liquid flowed freely upon the ground, while lifeless bodies lay scattered haphazardly, a sight too harrowing to behold. An eerie silence enveloped the scene, broken only by the occasional whisper of the wind, reminiscent of the lamentations of departed souls. Even the most seasoned agents faltered, some covering their mouths in disbelief, their bodies trembling uncontrollably, while others stood frozen, eyes vacant, their minds blank. No words were spoken, and no one knew how to address the calamity at hand, for the number of the deceased was overwhelming. Only the fervent followers of the sun god maintained a fervor in their gaze, as if the fallen had found redemption. "This is undoubtedly a cult," someone murmured hoarsely. Far away, at the S.H.I.L.D. headquarters, Nick Fury observed the footage from the scene, enveloped in a profound silence that lingered. He had dealt with numerous religious cases, yet he had never encountered a tableau as grim as this. Even the most fervent of demon worshippers had not witnessed such carnage. It can begin now, just as uncertainty gripped everyone present. Ye Hua had already deciphered the genetic codes of the fallen devotees. The act of seizing souls bore only the distinction of being their first or countless attempts. Especially now that Mephisto had openly provoked him, the easiest souls to claim were undoubtedly those belonging to him. A golden radiance, soft as silk, cascaded from the heavens, enveloping the sky of Manhattan in a brilliant glow, dense and tangible. The gentle golden light, akin to a mother's warm hands, descended upon the earth, infused with boundless love and tenderness. Where it touched, the blood-stained ground seemed to be under a spell, as the horrifying crimson liquid gradually transformed into wisps of vapor, slowly evaporating under the golden embrace, the stench of death being gradually dispelled. The onlookers beheld this miraculous spectacle with awe and astonishment. "O sun god, great sun god, grant me, a humble servant, entry into the kingdom of the divine." The devotees, as if anticipating the unfolding miracle, knelt fervently, raising their voices in prayer, extolling the virtues of the sun god. As the golden light continued to spread, those who had succumbed in battle began to heal at an astonishing rate. Their faint breaths grew steadier and stronger, and the pallor of their faces was replaced with a rosy vitality. Surrounding the bodies of the deceased, a luminous aura swirled, as if a mysterious force was tugging at them, bestowing new life. In due time, some began to slowly open their eyes, the spark of life igniting once more within their gaze. "Praise the sun god. May your radiance forever shield us." The battlefield was suddenly filled with jubilant cheers, a cacophony that reverberated through the skies. Simultaneously, for those involved in this unforeseen event, whether deceased or alive, who displayed the most reckless fervor, Ye Hua decided to implant them with genetic engines. A series of golden lights erupted once more, heralding a celebration of miracles. Next, it was time to seek trouble with the demons. "Daring to provoke me, do you truly believe I am devoid of temper and easily bullied?" Chapter 77, The 9 Realms Interconnected. It appears your attempt to undermine his faith among mortals has ultimately come to naught. The Ancient One's gaze remained tranquil, emanating a mysterious and formidable aura that ensnared the demon Mephisto within this mirrored realm. Mephisto's already grotesque visage contorted further, akin to a dark night shrouded in ominous clouds. His eyes flickered with flames of anger and resentment, while his dark robes billowed without wind, conjuring chilling tendrils of black mist. Having been thwarted by Ye Hua's usurpation of his rightful soul and followers, and lured by the delectable souls of the seven within the Sun God Temple, he could hardly remain passive. Seizing the moment when the dimensional boundaries blurred, he unleashed the full force of his infernal power, intent on annihilating the Sun God Temple. If necessary, he would obstruct Ye Hua himself. As for the fate of the Dark Elves, he had never cared. They were mere pawns in his grand scheme. Yet, he had not anticipated that this madwoman, the Ancient One, would confine him here. What fueled his ire further was the knowledge that the souls of those Dark Elves, empowered by his demonic essence, would descend into hell upon their demise. Yet that scoundrel of the Sun God had reclaimed them. He had hoped to leverage the Dark Elves to dismantle the Sun God's faith among mortals while reaping a bounty of souls. Yet the situation had spiraled in an entirely opposite direction. In his futile endeavor, he had gained nothing and lost a considerable amount of power. The Dark Elves were utterly inept. Mephisto seethed, his teeth clenched, emitting a deep growl. Ancient One, you have merely delayed my progress. But how long can you truly hinder me? Even if you destroy this mortal avatar of mine, it will bear no consequence for me. You are but a mortal, destined to perish in due time. When that day arrives, I shall imprison your soul in hell. Listening to Mephisto's threats, the Ancient One felt no need to offer explanations. Her expression remained calm, yet her eyes radiated an unwavering conviction. Mephisto, the machinations of hell shall never prevail. The age of demons has long since passed. Mephisto scoffed, glaring at the Ancient One with malice, but feeling utterly powerless. Suddenly, his form began to shimmer with an eerie light as he sought to employ his final gambit to break free from this spatial confinement. The Ancient One immediately sensed the shift, her hands deftly weaving intricate seals, sending forth mysterious runes from her fingertips like golden threads, ensnaring Mephisto tightly. Do not waste your strength in futile struggles, Mephisto. Here, you cannot escape, the Ancient One stated coldly. Mephisto's thrashing gradually waned, his body constricted tighter by the runes. You fiend, I swear I will slay you. Mephisto could do little more than roar in impotent fury. The Ancient One merely chuckled lightly, choosing not to respond, and summoned a magical array to strike once more at Mephisto. Unable to overpower him, nor heed his words, that deranged woman deliberately confined his avatar within the mirror realm, preventing his return to hell, merely to torment and humiliate him. It was an egregious affront to a demon. Damn it, you all shall perish. Mephisto's agitation grew, cursing vehemently. If you possess the audacity, come to hell and confront me. Bullying my frail avatar is nothing but cowardice. Mephisto, consider this a mere warning. Should you dare to cast your covetous gaze upon earth, to meddle with the beings of this universe, I shall not hesitate to obliterate your faith among mortals, banishing you eternally to the hellish dimension. Depart at once. The Ancient One's gaze burned with intensity as she regarded Mephisto. Though her voice was not raised, it resonated with an undeniable resolve. Upon hearing her words, Mephisto initially wore a smug grin, believing the Ancient One intended to release him. However, in an instant, his expression froze, replaced by fury, for her command to leave was not what he had anticipated. The Ancient One swiftly formed intricate hand seals, and the magical energy surrounding her surged like a tempestuous tide. Radiant light expanded outward from her center, illuminating the entire mirror realm. The magical energies roared violently, imbued with an overwhelmingly dark essence. Wait, Mephisto attempted to protest, but the Ancient One offered him no further opportunity. With a decisive wave of her hands, the magical energy transformed into dazzling beams, hurtling towards Mephisto with unerring precision. The beams struck his avatar squarely, erupting in a thunderous cacophony. His form disintegrated like fragile foam beneath the weight of the potent magical assault. The hellish power that had been projected dissipated, akin to shadows banished by sunlight. You wretched fool! Mephisto bellowed in rage, struggling to resist. He was the Lord of Hell. As long as hell endured, no one could slay him. especially not when he was merely a fragment of his true self. Nonetheless, this encounter would cost him dearly, for he had invested a considerable amount of hellish power into this scheme to undermine the sun god's influence on Earth. Regrettably, the fragment of his power was utterly powerless against the Ancient One. As the final flicker of magical light extinguished, his avatar vanished completely, and the hellish energies were obliterated. You will come to regret this. Mephisto's last vestiges screamed in defiance, but the Ancient One remained unfazed. If Dormammu were to threaten her, demanding repayment or to imprison her soul, it would be a different matter entirely. However, a demon held no such rights or qualifications. Originally, with the aid of the temple's magical array, she could have easily banished Mephisto, but his manipulation of dark elves to slay countless mortals ignited her wrath. Knowing she resided in New York and was safeguarding Earth from interdimensional threats, Mephisto's audacity to act so brazenly was a clear sign of his disregard for her. And she was more than willing to impart a lesson to the demon. Faith converges into an ocean, and the divine presence descends. An entity, both a deity of dimensions and yet not entirely so, is on the verge of being born. After vanquishing the avatar of Mephisto, the Ancient One withdrew the illusory space, gazing towards New York as if her sight traversed vast distances. The radiance, emblematic of the sun god's faith, grew increasingly resplendent, transforming from the gentle, diffused glow of yore into a pure and fervent brilliance, almost tangible, surging forth like a tidal wave across the realm. Each ray of light encapsulated the unwavering convictions of the faithful, akin to a blazing flame that intensified with each passing moment. There was hope for a positive transformation. Casting another glance at the sky above London, where chaos was yielding to order and stability, the Ancient One shook her head and vanished, leaving everything as though nothing had transpired. The convergence of celestial bodies and the interlinking of 9 realms unfolded within the fabric of reality, a cosmic principle beyond her jurisdiction. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ye Hua discerned the peculiar nature of the power of faith. Initially believing that resurrecting thousands would deplete considerable resources, the outcome diverged from her expectations. To the Ancient One and Mephisto, it manifested as the light of faith, yet to Ye Hua, it appeared as an extensive and chaotic array of data. Curiously, this seemingly insignificant data proved instrumental in resurrecting the faithful and deciphering their genetic information, facilitating the process remarkably. Intriguing. It seems that I must dedicate time to further explore the power of faith. Time was of the essence, as trouble with demons could not be pursued for now. The phenomenon of celestial convergence was on the brink of officially commencing. Data feedback indicated that the spatial distortion in London had reached its zenith, and the barriers between the 9 realms were poised to be torn asunder. You remain in the temple, aiding the faithful in reconstruction and the restoration of order. Additionally, the newly emerged super soldiers require guidance. Originally, there had been plans to conduct an annual assessment of offerings, rewarding the most generous with genetic enhancements. However, unexpected changes unfolded. The sudden assault by dark elves, compounded by demonic machinations, left the temple's faithful grievously wounded. Consequently, alongside their resurrection, the genetic engines crafted during this period would be distributed, over 100 in total. They would be entrusted to Clark and her companions, once they acclimated to their genetic abilities. Tasks would soon follow. With this in mind, Ye Hua opened a portal to London, the nexus of celestial convergence. Soon, the sky began to unveil spatial passages, manifesting as colossal vortices within the atmosphere. Entering the dark dimension, she activated the solar light operational interface, initiating the analysis of spatial data and endeavoring to decode the world tree network model. The once clear boundaries abruptly became indistinct. The trajectories of stars intermingled in disarray, presenting an eerie yet magnificent spectacle. As the extraordinary phenomenon of celestial convergence unfolded, it felt as if the entire universe's space was folded together, compressing the distance of existence itself. At the nexus of the 9 realms, one can perceive a nearly complete model of the universe's world tree. It is no wonder that the Dark Elves sought to infiltrate the cosmos during the celestial convergence. The central courtyard is indeed intriguing. At this moment, the distances across the universe seem to compress into a singularity, yet mere observation is far from sufficient. The world tree essentially represents the cosmic nebula's intricate web, And while I am not yet equipped to decipher it fully, the data generated during the celestial convergence is presently adequate for my needs. Patience is essential. Constructing a cosmic dark network is no simple endeavor. As the 9 realms intertwine, not only have stable spatial passages emerged in the heavens, but the surrounding spaces have also been affected, leading to instability. Even in the absence of the dark elves, creatures from various realms have inadvertently found their way to Earth, emerging from nearby spatial rifts. In the streets, humans encounter bizarre beings, and fear quickly spreads through the crowd. Some collapse in terror, while others flee in panic, their sharp cries echoing through the chaos. The city structures suffered damage amidst the turmoil, shops reduced to disarray, goods scattered across the ground. Magic and attacks flicker in the air as beings from different worlds engage in instinctual or hostile confrontations, sparks flying in every direction. The previously orderly world has been plunged into unprecedented chaos at this moment of celestial convergence and interconnection of the 9 realms, as if heralding an impending storm that will engulf all realms, leaving those caught in its wake to confront an unknown fate. Chapter 78. The Realm of Death. Within a profound palace of an unknown dimension, Hela sits regally upon a throne forged from bones and black iron, her gaze fixed into the distance. It has been over 2 millennia. Her cold voice reverberates through the silent hall, seemingly freezing the air around her. The celestial convergence occurs every 5,000 years, blurring the boundaries between dimensions. This is her opportunity to escape this dark, damp, and lifeless domain. Yet she understands that such an opportunity may never come. Odin. Hela's voice rises in a chilling wail, imbued with deep resentment, as if it pierces through the dimensional barriers to reach Odin's ears. Unlike the palace where Hela resides, Asgard's celestial palace is resplendent, yet at this moment, it is occupied solely by Odin. Seated upon the majestic throne, the All-Father, though still imposing, cannot conceal his weariness. His single eye is filled with guilt and helplessness. The torrent of his eldest daughter's anguished curses crashes against him like a tidal wave. Why have you treated me so? Imprisoning me for years merely to uphold your absurd peace and order? Her voice reverberates in the vast palace, laden with endless sorrow and indignation. Alas, after all these years, do you still not understand? War will never truly yield peace. It is absurd. Without war, how could you ever claim the throne? Sighing deeply, Odin was enveloped by an overwhelming sense of fatigue. It was evident that this was not the first time he and his daughter had engaged in such a conversation across dimensions. Yet, he could not grant Hela her freedom, for her ambition was like a wild stallion, impossible to rein in. Her insatiable thirst for power had reached a frenzied pitch. If left unchecked, all of Asgard would plunge into an abyss of irretrievable darkness. He had to steel his heart, even if it meant hurting his own daughter, even if it necessitated imprisoning her for 2 millennia. Hela, everything I do is for the future of Asgard, for the peace of all its denizens. Odin's voice was low and hoarse, tinged with exhaustion and helplessness. For Asgard? Huh. What a grandiloquent justification. Hela laughed mockingly, her laughter laced with derision. Odin knew all too well that reconciliation between them had become an impossibility. Any further explanation would seem utterly futile. He could only silently endure Hela's resentment, hoping that one day she would comprehend his anguish and grasp the essence of peace. Unfortunately, Odin's gaze turned towards the 9 realms, towards Midgard. Since change had already occurred, perhaps he could still alter a few more things. With a hum, Odin dispelled Hela's voice, unwilling to confront the vitriol of his eldest daughter any longer. He raised the eternal spear high and cast it heavily to the ground. Instantly, Asgard trembled, and strange waves of energy spread rapidly outward, his divine power soon influencing Earth. The data was overwhelmingly vast, causing a throbbing headache. Ye Hua was engrossed in deciphering the colossal data generated by celestial aggregation, attempting to cleverly construct a universe-scale dark network, unaware that someone was plotting against him. What on earth? A peculiar spatial fluctuation appeared without warning, as if an invisible hand had disrupted the fabric of space. Intertwining distorted rays of light, Ye Hua felt himself spinning uncontrollably, his body drawn into this mysterious force. He scarcely had time to resist. Perhaps it was due to his genetic abilities, the occurrence was astonishingly swift. How could this be? He had clearly evaded the unstable wormhole space. In the blink of an eye, Ye Hua found himself in a dimly lit place suffused with an eerie aura. Frowning as he surveyed his surroundings, he noticed the air was thick with a ghostly blue glow, the ground uneven and exuding an ancient, weathered essence. Meanwhile, after completing his actions, Odin gradually leaned back upon his throne, the weight of fatigue deepening. It was evident that sending Ye Hua to Hela's prison was no easy task for him either. Now, it is up to you. Odin's gaze was profound as an abyss, shimmering with an all-knowing light. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a smile imbued with profound significance. That smile seemed to conceal countless secrets and schemes, eluding comprehension. A grave situation had arisen. Ye Hua surveyed his surroundings warily, and his expression quickly darkened, for he had lost contact with the dark dimension. In other words, am I no longer within the original universe? The sky is dim and devoid of light, and there are no stars. An oppressive silence envelopes this place, and once again, Ye Hua feels the unsettling grip of the unknown. He attempts repeatedly to connect with the dark dimension, yet each effort ends in failure. What would be the cause? The absence of safety breeds fear, compelling him to cautiously explore this realm in hopes of discovering a way back. Fortunately, this desolate and unknown void does not seem vast. Before long, a dark, decaying palace emerges before Ye Hua, exuding an icy aura. The crumbling walls are entwined with eerie vines, resembling countless twisted hands poised to stir in the gloom. Just as he approaches to investigate, a sharp sword darts toward him like a flash of lightning, prompting Ye Hua to swiftly evade. With a whoosh, it embeds itself into the stone bricks at the palace's entrance, the blade humming ominously. Following that, a heavy footfall resonates from within the depths of the palace, each step sounding as if it were treading upon the heart. Shortly after, a woman clad in tattered garments emerges slowly. Her pale skin is faintly visible, and her eyes emit a hollow yet profound glow, akin to two flames flickering in the darkness. Her long hair cascades chaotically over her shoulders, occasionally lifted by an unseen chill, adding to her spectral allure. Who are you? What is this place? I mean, no disruption. Can you tell me how to leave? The woman who stepped out from the dilapidated palace remained silent, advancing toward the embedded sword with deliberate steps, each movement causing the surrounding air to tremble. When she finally stands before the blade and reaches for its hilt, the darkness around her seems to be drawn toward her power, as if gathering in anticipation. Mortals need not know so much. This place cannot be entered or exited without Odin's permission. If you're sent by Odin, then there's nothing more to discuss. Hell, known for her capricious and volatile nature, feels a sudden surge of murderous intent, her eyes flashing with a bloodthirsty gleam. She fixes her gaze upon Ye Hua, a sinister smile curling at her lips, and without further ado, she lunges towards him with ghostly swiftness. Ye Hua furrows his brow, taken aback by her unreasonable aggression. She strikes without warning. He swiftly sidesteps, narrowly avoiding Hell's fierce attack. Although her initial strike misses, her assault shows no sign of abating. With rapid hand gestures, she conjures black spells that shoot toward Ye Hua like arrows. Lacking a dark dimension and stars, Ye Hua is compelled to harness his own energy, forming a transparent shield around him to deflect the incoming spells. Reluctant to engage in an unwarranted conflict, he calls out, "Enough. Do not act irrationally. I have merely stumbled into this place. Tell me how to depart, and I shall leave at once." Yet Hel remains unheeding, continuing her frenzied assault. With her hands swirling, she summons more dark swords, tearing through the very fabric of space, producing a cacophony of piercing sounds. Ye Hua, left with no choice, hurriedly responds to her relentless onslaught. Her form glided gracefully, akin to a swimming dragon, deftly evading Hela's relentless assaults while simultaneously seeking an opportunity for counterattack. In an instant, the space around them was ablaze with flickering lights and surging energy. Hela's strikes grew increasingly ferocious, yet Ye Hua remained composed, exhibiting no signs of panic. Hela's strength stemmed from Asgard, and under normal circumstances, Ye Hua, despite the enhancement from the Shadow Realm, would scarcely stand a chance against her. However, Hela had been sealed away for far too long, her power nearly depleted, and even her artifacts could not sustain her. Thus, the two engaged in a stalemate. After what felt like an eternity, they finally separated temporarily. "Who are you, and where is this place?" Ye Hua inquired, feeling relieved upon realizing that their strengths were evenly matched. Is he the one who sent you to your demise, and you are unaware of my identity? Hela retorted, her curiosity piqued. So who are you? Should I know you? And who is this he you mentioned? Ye Hua sensed that she was perhaps misunderstood and proceeded to explain why she had arrived at this juncture, all the while scrutinizing the enigmatic woman before her. Hela's visage was striking, emanating an extraordinary allure. Her alabaster skin glimmered with an eerie chill reminiscent of ageless ice, devoid of any blush, yet subtly radiating a mysterious sheen in the shadows. Her eyes burned like emerald flames, profound and frigid, seemingly capable of piercing through the very essence of one's soul, evoking a shiver down the spine. The slight upward tilt of her brows conveyed an inherent arrogance and indifference, as if all existence lay beneath her disdainful gaze. Her nose, elegantly sculpted, exuded a sense of determination, while her lips, a vivid crimson akin to fresh blood, stood in stark contrast against her pallid complexion, reminiscent of the lifeblood of countless beings. The faint curl of her lips bore a cryptic smirk, leaving one to ponder her true intentions. I am Hela, the goddess of death. With the realization that her opponent appeared genuinely uninformed, Hela proclaimed her title. Though her powers were currently curtailed, the prolonged engagement indicated that Ye Hua was indeed a worthy adversary, and the prospect of vanquishing such an opponent thrilled her. What? You are Hela? Then this is the realm of the dead. Ye Hua's astonishment was palpable. Hela, in her mind, should have resembled an old crone, yet here she stood, youthful and striking. Observing her attire, which harmonized perfectly with the image of Hela imprinted in her memory, it exuded an air of deathly majesty and enigma. Standing there with quiet pride, Hela donned a form-fitting black ensemble adorned with green patterns, embodying the essence of night itself, shrouded in a mystique that was unfathomable. This attire, reminiscent of her initial appearance, was tattered and filled with voids. Her pristine skin was laid bare, unreservedly exposed, appearing translucent against the black backdrop, akin to the first snow of winter, pure yet fragile. It is said that the raven-black tresses of the goddess of death, Hela, were once the crown of authority bestowed by Odin, each strand woven with the lamentations of the departed. Her form-fitting black robe, spun from the silken threads of the netherworld spider by the banks of Hel's river, is adorned with the arcane runes of the 9 realms of Norse mythology. Yet now, night perceives not a hint of the death goddess's formidable presence in her, but rather an allure reminiscent of a queen. The cascading dark hair, like a waterfall, gracefully frames her shoulders, harmonizing with the sleek black garment that accentuates the elegant contours of her physique. The heavy eyeshadow adds an enigmatic darkness to her appearance, rendering her akin to a formidable dark sorceress emerging from the abyss. An air of divine superiority, aloof from the mortal realm, emanates from her being. Yet she is indeed Odin's eldest daughter, the goddess who presides over death, a past that Asgard is reluctant to acknowledge. Her existence is a unique spectacle within Norse mythology, simultaneously invoking fear and curiosity, compelling one to delve deeper. Chapter 79. The battle with the goddess of death. In an instant, a celestial convergence phenomenon erupted. 8 colossal spatial portals materialized above London, as the once distant barriers between the 9 realms crumbled into chaos, as if fate itself had waved a hand, binding these mysterious and remote domains together. Concurrently, the spatial structure here became increasingly unstable. Not only the 9 realms, but also micro-wormholes scattered throughout the cosmos were affected. In a heartbeat, countless bizarre magical creatures emerged haphazardly from the streets of London, only to vanish mysteriously moments later. They varied greatly in form. Some bore sharp claws and fangs, others were encased in tough scales, while yet others could unleash raging flames or formidable bolts of lightning. These beings from a magical world intruded upon humanity's realm without restraint, leaving devastation in their wake. The once bustling streets were instantly reduced to ruin. Towering edifices collapsed with thunderous roars, and innocent civilians fled in terror, plunging the entire city into unprecedented chaos. In the face of such a sudden crisis, SHIELD showcased remarkable professionalism and rapid adaptability. Within moments, the highly trained agents mobilized, fully armed, and rushed to the battlefield in London. Among them, a young agent widened his eyes in disbelief as he beheld the clawing, grotesque magical creatures before him, frowning as he murmured, "What on earth are these things?" I've never encountered anything so bizarre. Is this truly the legendary magical creature Melee? Standing beside him, an experienced veteran agent, with a serious expression, unleashed a barrage of gunfire while responding loudly. Enough chatter, kid. Regardless of their origins, our priority now is to eliminate these creatures swiftly, protect the populace, and restore normalcy to society. However, as the battle raged on, the situation grew increasingly dire. These magical beings were not only numerous but possessed extraordinary strength, seemingly endowed with unimaginable powers and uncanny abilities. Despite the valiant efforts of the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., they found it increasingly challenging to completely thwart the enemy's advances. To make matters worse, developments had far surpassed the initial expectations and control of S.H.I.E.L.D. Since the Battle of New York, the world seemed to have been thoroughly disrupted by an invisible hand. Various supernatural phenomena emerged with alarming frequency, and bizarre creatures appeared in succession, leaving Nick Fury feeling increasingly powerless. "Clark, do you truly have no idea where Night Sky's gone?" he inquired. "I urgently need to see him, to engage in a serious dialogue and explore potential solutions to this crisis." In truth, Nick Fury had long wished to contact Night Sky. However, since that small island ascended into the cosmos, he had lost all means of communication with him. It was hardly feasible to simply board a rocket for no reason, and phone calls went unanswered. Now that he had finally encountered Clark, Nick Fury desperately hoped they could converse meaningfully. The recent assault on the Solar Temple in Manhattan by demons had left civilians with devastating casualties, where misstep could lead to dire consequences. Yet, Night Sky had resurrected them all, along with an influx of over 100 super soldiers. While this might bode well for the Solar Cult, for S.H.I.L.D., it represented a terrifying and uncontrollable force, particularly as the Solar Cult had rapidly evolved into a colossal entity. The horrific scenes and the fervent gazes of the devotees were jarring and indelible, sending chills down one's spine. If Night Sky wished for that fervent group to undertake any action, merely contemplating the repercussions was daunting. One cannot invoke the name of a deity lightly. The 8 super soldiers simultaneously turned their gazes towards Nick Fury, overwhelming him with pressure, prompting him to recalibrate his address. "Very well, solar deity. Where has your solar deity gone? I'm afraid my deity may be preoccupied with more pressing matters and cannot meet with you. If you have something to convey, you may do so now." At this moment, Clark was reluctant to engage with her former superior, as they were entangled in a significant predicament. The solar deity had vanished without a trace. Clark and Charlie, along with the 8 others, had lost access to the dark dimension and could not sense Night Sky's presence, which immediately instilled a sense of foreboding. Understanding the implications of this situation, they hastily made their way from Manhattan to the site of Night Sky's disappearance. Anxiously surveying their surroundings, their eyes filled with concern. "We have been unable to retrieve any information. According to the final records from the dark dimension, my deity seems to have vanished abruptly, possibly influenced by a spatial wormhole, transported to a distant planet." Helia Edward furrowed her brow as she gazed at the swirling spatial portal above. "I believe we should immediately venture into other worlds to search." Even without the cognitive enhancements of the gene engine, they understood the significance of Night Sky to the super soldiers. He was the supreme deity, the origin of all existence. The super soldiers could never afford to lose their supreme deity. The 8 of us entered the spatial passage, resolute in our determination to ascertain the current situation of my divine counterpart. Charlie's expression mirrored the gravity of the moment, yet their eyes were predominantly drawn to Clark. Unlike the others, Clark held authority surpassing all. In the absence of the sun god, she possessed the power to make all decisions within the celestial city. "Very well, let us embark at once. Regardless of the cost, we must locate my divine counterpart," Clark declared, her gaze unwavering as she stared into the mysterious, flickering light of the spatial passage. Without the slightest hesitation, she was the first to soar into the passage, vanishing within. Ye Hua held an unparalleled significance in her heart. Whether as the supreme god, the linchpin of super warriors, or the ultimate being of the dark dimension, none of that mattered. To Clark above all, he was the man she cherished dearly. No matter where this passage led or the trials that awaited them, she vowed to find Ye Hua at any cost. Meanwhile, Captain America, engaged in a fierce battle against magical creatures on the streets of London, furrowed his brow and remarked gravely, "The disappearance of Ye Hua suggests that the situation is far more dire than we imagined. This could trigger a series of repercussions." Iron Man, his brow furrowed as he tapped on his armored arm, concurred, "Indeed, we must devise a way to locate that fellow swiftly. Otherwise, Earth may plunge into an even greater crisis." With hundreds of thousands of fervent devotees and numerous super warriors rivaling Captain America, only Ye Hua could wield control over this formidable power. Should any misfortune befall the deity they revered, who could predict the actions of those zealous followers? Never underestimate the madness of fervent believers. Their fanaticism often surpasses that of terrorists. As everyone pondered Ye Hua's whereabouts and the potential consequences, a radiant beam of colorful light suddenly descended from the heavens. The crowd looked up to see Thor, the god of thunder, elegantly appearing amidst the shimmering rainbow bridge, his red cape billowing dramatically in the wind. "Ah, it seems I have arrived just in time." Thor chuckled, recognizing the invasion of Earth by beings from the Nine Realms. How could he resist joining the fray? Yet, his primary purpose was to inform Ye Hua that his father had consented to the deal with him. Thor was eager for Ye Hua to expedite the extension of Jane's life. Moreover, having come to Earth at long last, how could he not seek out Jane for a few days of tender affection? "Where's Ye Hua? Is he not here?" he inquired. "He appears to be missing." Unlike the others, Thor felt no concern. Based on his understanding of celestial aggregation phenomena, Ye Hua was likely caught in another realm, much like Jane had been previously. No need for alarm. That fellow is quite formidable and should not encounter any danger. Thor added that if Ye Hua had not returned by the end of the celestial aggregation, he would return to Asgard and enlist Heimdall's help in locating him. Little did he know that the orchestrator of the chaos was none other than Thor's father, while Ye Hua was currently engaged in a confrontation with his sister. In the sealed, unknown dimension of Hela, the sky perpetually exudes a dim and somber hue, rendering the passage of time almost imperceptible. Silence and void envelop the battlefield, where Ye Hua's garments lay tattered, yet his eyes radiate an unwavering determination. "Should you merely strike me with light, perhaps your intent is to extinguish my life. If so, it is of little consequence. Each shall rely on their own prowess. Do not presume that because you are Odin's eldest daughter, the goddess of death, I would refrain from ending your existence." However, Hela, perhaps due to her 2 millennia of confinement, has yet to fully unleash her powers. Now, having acknowledged her own worth, she dares to demand my submission, insisting I kneel and address her as queen. Such insolence is intolerable. I think it would be far more fitting for you to kneel and sing of your own conquest. Opposite Ye Hua stands Hela, the proud and strikingly beautiful queen with alabaster skin. Her long, raven hair cascades down her back like a waterfall, while her gaze is as frigid as ancient ice. "If you possess such capabilities, then perhaps it is not entirely out of reach," she remarks, her scarlet lips glistening as she speaks with an air of indifference and allure. Yet, she remains too inexperienced. Had she been in her prime, Ye Hua would surely be unable to withstand even 3 of her strikes. Nevertheless, a battle to alleviate the tedium of solitude is indeed a worthwhile endeavor. With a low growl, combat erupts once more in an explosive fury. Ye Hua's form flickers as he darts toward Hela like a phantom, his sword slicing through the air with a sharp whistle. This is the night sky sword, wrested from Hela's grasp. She perhaps finds such a duel exhilarating, hence her reluctance to summon or dissipate the magical forces entwined with it. Hela emits a soft grunt, her hands deftly weaving intricate seals as tendrils of black energy shoot from her fingertips, resembling black lightning as they surge toward Ye Hua. The energies collide violently with the sword's tip in midair, unleashing a blinding brilliance that rattles the very fabric of the surrounding space. Utilizing this force, Ye Hua spins midair and lunges once more at Hela. His sword dances like an agile dragon, flickering in and out of sight before and behind her, casting numerous shadows. Hela remains unperturbed, gliding gracefully through the sword's shadows, evading each strike with impeccable timing. Suddenly, she sweeps her arms, and countless black spikes erupt from the ground, hurtling toward Ye Hua with alarming speed. He deftly leaps into the air, escaping this lethal assault like a shooting star. However, as Ye Hua stabilizes himself, Hela has silently positioned herself behind him, conjuring a black blade aimed viciously at his back. Ye Hua, sensing the imminent danger, swiftly pivots, The blade grazes his garments, leaving a tear in its wake. He retaliates with a palm strike aimed at Hela's chest, which she narrowly deflects with her arm. Insolent wretch. They momentarily part, Hela's gaze growing even more frigid. Can I be blamed for this? We are not merely conversing here. Physical contact is commonplace in battle. Your eyes, I have decided, shall be preserved as a trophy. Imprisoned here for over 2 millennia, her powers have been nearly depleted, and now, due to the fierce battle, her energy was further drained. The black-green bodysuit she wore was gradually disintegrating, exposing her fair skin to the elements. Yet, there was no trace of panic or embarrassment in Hela's eyes. Instead, they burned with a fervent desire for combat. With a fierce roar, black energy surged forth from her being like a tumultuous tide, enveloping the entire unknown dimension in its formidable embrace. Ye Hua felt this immense power, and his expression grew more solemn. Taking a deep breath, he concentrated all his energy into his sword, which began to shimmer with a dazzling light. With a mighty shout, he charged at Hela, the sword tracing a brilliant arc, infused with boundless strength, aimed directly at her. Hela was undeterred, summoning her own Sword of the Night Sky to thrust towards Ye Hua. The clash of their blades erupted with an energy that cascaded like a volcanic explosion, distorting the surrounding space, threatening to shatter it apart, with ripples of force radiating outward. Both Ye Hua and Hela were thrown back by the impact of this energy. Without waiting to regain his footing, Ye Hua launched himself at Hela once more, and she, too, steadied her power to meet him. Once again, they were engulfed in a fierce struggle within this unknown dimension, where the shadows of their swords intertwined with the black energy. A dance of allure and peril. The outcome of this battle remained uncertain, as both were exerting every ounce of their strength. For neither wished to be the one to fall, knowing that defeat would mean kneeling in submission. Chapter 80. Suppressing Hela in this realm, time seemed to hold no significance. Devoid of the transition between day and night, and one could not sense the quiet passage of time. Only a pervasive chill, dampness, death, and desolation prevailed. The fierce battle between Ye Hua and Hela had raged for an indeterminate duration, with the shockwaves distorting the surrounding space, black fissures gaping like monstrous maws, poised to consume everything. Ye Hua's garments were long since stained a dark crimson with blood, strands of disheveled hair clinging to his sweat-drenched and bloodied face. Yet his gaze remained as sharp as a cold star, his grip on the sword unwavering, each swing imbued with a force that could topple mountains. Hela's once elegant black bodysuit was now tattered, resembling leaves battered by the wind, her ample fair skin starkly visible in the sanguine environment, a glaring contrast. Her eyes blazed with the flames of fury, her long black hair flowing wildly, each counterattack infused with lethal power. As the battle raged on, both were teetering on the brink of exhaustion. Ye Hua sensed his stamina rapidly waning, his genetic energy nearly depleted. Yet he understood that he could not afford to be vanquished by Hela, otherwise he would have no face to show the world. Seizing an opportune moment, he summoned his strength, pinning Hela beneath him. The tip of his sword pressed firmly against her alabaster neck, and bellowed, "Will you submit?" At this moment, Ye Hua's voice was somewhat hoarse, his bloodshot eyes fixed intently on Hela. He contemplated. This battle had dragged on for far too long. It must be concluded swiftly, lest he, devoid of stellar energy, ultimately succumb to Hela's overwhelming might. Hela, on the other hand, was engulfed in a tempest of anger and humiliation. For never in her life had she endured such disgrace at the hands of a man. The warm blood dripping from Ye Hua's wounds onto her delicate, fair skin felt akin to searing iron, causing her to tremble uncontrollably. Hela glared fiercely, gritting her teeth as she bellowed, "I will kill you. How dare you humiliate me in such a manner?" Her fury reached a boiling point. She was the goddess of death, the mightiest warrior of Asgard, who had once conquered the 9 realms. How could she bear such indignity, being bested by a mere man? This was a dishonor that demanded retribution. Ye Hua, observing Hela's wrathful visage, felt an unexpected surge of a different emotion, yet he swiftly cast it aside. With a cold laugh, he exerted a slight pressure, the tip of his sword drawing a faint line of blood across Hela's skin as he proclaimed, "If you concede now, I may spare your life. Otherwise, today shall mark your demise." Deep down, Ye Hua understood that although he held the upper hand, his strength was waning. Should Hela continue to resist, the outcome of this confrontation remained uncertain. Moreover, Odin was still alive. Regardless of whether he could defeat Hela, the repercussions of such an act were unpredictable. In this moment of inner turmoil, Hela felt the sharp sting at her neck intensify her rage to its zenith. Gritting her teeth, she thought fiercely in your dreams. I am the sovereign of death. How could I possibly fear it? You shall regret opposing me. Summoning her final reserves of strength, she unleashed a fierce kick aimed at Ye Hua's abdomen, exclaiming, "Die!" Surprised by Hela's tenacity, even in such dire circumstances, Ye Hua was caught off guard and struck. His body involuntarily propelled backward. He managed to stabilize himself mid-air, but stumbled upon landing, nearly losing his footing. Alarmed, he thought, "This woman is a battle maniac." Refusing to yield easily, the ensuing struggle would undoubtedly be more arduous. Can we not cease this? Continuing down this path serves no one, he lamented inwardly, aware that if he persisted, he might soon find himself singing the song of conquest. You are afraid? Then kneel. Seizing the opportunity, Hela sprang to her feet, her hands swiftly forming intricate seals as she chanted incantations, dark energy swirling violently around her. Let me show you the true extent of my power. Her voice resonated with an otherworldly chill, imbued with the essence of destruction. She resolved that the man who dared to offend her must perish, but not before enduring torment and humiliation. The dark forces surrounding her surged forth like a relentless tide towards Ye Hua, leaving an eroded path in their wake. As he beheld the encroaching darkness, Ye Hua's heart quivered with apprehension. He inhaled deeply, summoning his dwindling reserves of energy, and began to emanate a soft radiance that gradually coalesced into a colossal shield, enveloping him securely. Come forth. Let me see what your dark power can truly do. Night Hua bellowed defiantly, resolutely confronting the encroaching darkness, bolstering his own spirit. There can be no defeat. Death is not to be feared. What is truly terrifying is to kneel and sing of submission. If one of us must fall, it shall not be I. Just as the forces of both adversaries were about to collide, an unusual wave of energy emanated from the depths of this unknown dimension, as if some formidable entity were stirring from slumber. This disturbance caused both Night Hua and Hela to recoil, instinctively halting their attacks, their gazes fixed warily in the direction of the source. What manner of power is this? Night Hua furrowed his brow, filled with confusion and caution. Was this not the place where Hela was sealed? Surely, nothing else should exist here. Hela's gaze was icy. She was well aware of who was meddling in their confrontation, coldly asserting, whatever it may be, it must perish here. In the distant realm of Asgard, Odin stood silently within the celestial palace, his gaze piercing through layers of spatial barriers, fixating intently on the tumultuous battle between Night Hua and Hela in that enigmatic dimension. This was a strategy devised through millennia of contemplation alongside the goddess Frigga. Hela's insatiable ambition for power resembled a profound black hole, eternally consuming all in its path. Wherever she tread, the ominous clouds of war would loom over the Nine Realms. In her eyes, nothing could constrain her untamed spirit. While legends speak of the All-Father uniting the Nine Realms, it could be argued that it was Hela's formidable strength that subjugated them. In this vast universe, it seemed nearly impossible to find someone who could genuinely sway her heart. Until the emergence of Night Hua, Odin discerned a flicker of hope. At this moment, Odin's heart was a tumult of emotions. He gazed upon the combatants with a soft sigh, reflecting inwardly, I have done all I can for you. Hela, the next choice is now solely yours. His eyes revealed a blend of resignation and anticipation, hoping this battle might instigate a transformation in Hela, while fearing she would remain blinded by her lust for power. Hela was his eldest daughter. The bond of blood rendered him reluctant to witness her and Asgard's descent into ruin. If there existed a chance for change, he would undoubtedly be willing to grasp it. I hope you find a true home, rather than perpetually bringing war and calamity to the Nine Realms. That is not the conduct of a true sovereign. When Hela, driven by fury and desperation, unleashed the forces of death and darkness, Odin knew the battle must come to a close. He merely wished to introduce his daughter to a potential suitor, to teach her the ways of companionship and motherhood, desiring an end to the endless cycle of violence. Not to eliminate Night Hua, for who else could appear so suitably to alter the future's outcome? Thus, he was poised to intervene in this battle. Odin raised his hands, the runes pulsating in his palms, radiating a brilliant light, as divine power surged forth like a torrential flood towards the realm of Helaciel. The ancient and enigmatic ruins of Hela's prison flickered chaotically under the impact of Odin's divine force, their brilliance intertwining as if striving to break free from long-standing constraints. With the continuous infusion of divine energy, the runes emitted a dazzling light, causing the very fabric of space to tremble. Upon witnessing Hela, it became evident that this was all orchestrated by Odin. Regardless of his intentions, I shall remember this. After all, what else could be done? That wretch has little time left to live. At that moment, Odin's voice echoed in Ye Hua's ear. If you have the opportunity, do visit Asgard. I have prepared some resources you may require, as a form of compensation. An energy, woven from runes, surged forth, and Ye Hua made no effort to resist, allowing it to envelop him. He then turned to Hela with a smirk. You truly are fortunate. Otherwise, you would soon be kneeling before me. In the next instant, Ye Hua felt as light as a feather, with lights swirling before him and stars twinkling, a completely unfamiliar method of teleportation. Reconnecting to the dark dimension, identity confirmed. Sunlight Ye Hua. Welcome back. Commencing restoration of divine body injuries, replenishing stellar energy. Upon returning to the reality of the world, he successfully reconnected to the dark dimension, instantly restoring himself to peak condition. Yet, Ye Hua's expression remained grim. This incident served as a wake-up call. Even the establishment of the dark dimension does not render one invincible. For there are formidable beings in this world capable of transcending their divine data metrics, casting themselves into other dimensions and severing connections with the dark dimension. This predicament must be resolved swiftly. Chapter 81. The Oracle upon his return to Earth. Ye Hua distinctly sensed that a considerable amount of time had elapsed. The celestial convergence, an event that occurs once every 5,000 years, was nearing its conclusion. Ye Hua furrowed his brow and hurriedly summoned Clark and the others through the dark dimension communication system. Currently, his dark communication range did not extend beyond the galaxy. Otherwise, there would be no need to study the world tree and establish a cosmic-level dark network. Once the celestial convergence dissipated entirely, even if he reconnected to the dark dimension, Clark and the others would lose contact. Who knows where to find them then? Oh, my God. Ye Hua, are you all right? As soon as the dark dimension communication was established, concerned voices greeted him, particularly Clark, whose tone was filled with urgency and a tinge of relief. All is well. Hurry back, or I shall have to come find you, Ye Hua replied with a smile. Indeed, having a dedicated group of subordinates who cared for him was quite gratifying. Once this matter concluded, he should reward his diligent secretary appropriately. Ye Hua recounted in detail everything that had transpired during his absence from the dark dimension. At this moment, the streets of London remain in utter chaos. Various bizarre, magical creatures roam about, resembling a horde of directionless beasts. Thor, Iron Man, Captain America, along with agents of SHIELD, are exerting every effort to drive these extraterrestrial beings back to their respective realms. The commotion caused by my absorption of stellar energy to heal and replenish myself has naturally caught the attention of Thor and his companions. Thor, enveloped in crackling lightning, swiftly approached, a broad grin adorning his face, and exclaimed, "Oh, I thought you weren't planning on returning. Just look at your subordinates. They were all frowning earlier, appearing exceedingly worried." Though Thor is often boisterous, he harbors a genuine respect for Knight's prowess, being among those least concerned for his safety. While some regions among the 9 realms are perilous, Knight possesses more than enough strength for self-preservation, rendering unnecessary any unwarranted worry. However, Thor's primary concern lies with his girlfriend Jane's lifespan, a heavy burden in his heart. With a flushed face, Thor continued, brimming with excitement, akin to a carefree puppy. "My father has consented to our arrangement and has specifically instructed me to invite you to Asgard. In Thor's eyes, this is an unparalleled honor. Asgard, the realm of the gods, the hall of deities, extends an invitation from the All-Father himself. Such privilege is rare in the vast universe. This also signifies his father's acknowledgement of Night as the sun god, viewing him as a friend, which brings Thor immense joy." Yet, Night gazed at the exuberant Thor, feeling a mix of exasperation and disbelief. He silently mused, "How can this fellow remain so oblivious? Your father previously plotted against me for reasons unknown, and your sister inexplicably attacked me. Now, you dare to stand before me in such high spirits. Knight felt an overwhelming urge to unleash a solar flare in his direction. Had it been a few years ago, when his paranoia was yet unresolved, he would have undoubtedly acted on that impulse at their first encounter. I shot Thor a weary glare and replied listlessly, "I'm busy. I'm exhausted. All I desire is a tranquil place to rest and devise a solution to the issue of the dark dimension's tenuous connectivity. What need have I for Asgard?" Upon hearing Knight's words, Thor's smile faltered, his expression momentarily frozen. He scratched his head, appearing somewhat at a loss, and said, "Knight, this is my father's invitation. Are you truly not considering it? Asgard is a beautiful and wondrous place. You are bound to fall in love with it. Moreover, you wouldn't disregard the Allfather's invitation, would you? Especially since Asgard harbors many precious cosmic resources that you adore. This simply cannot be. I rely on you to extend Jane's life, so we may share lasting companionship. Why do you appear so disinclined? Have I offended you in some way?" Ye Hua rubbed his temples and sighed. "Thor, please extend my gratitude to Odin for his kind gesture. But I find myself devoid of the energy to travel to Asgard at this moment. As you are aware, I have just emerged from a fierce battle and require time to recuperate both physically and mentally. Once I am restored, I may contemplate a visit to you." He considered Thor a well-meaning but oblivious companion, not worth the effort of a disagreement. Thor nodded, a hint of disappointment in his demeanor. "Very well. I too wish you would come to Asgard. When you do, I shall ensure you experience the splendor of our realm. Furthermore, I have arranged the resources you requested. Surely, you must make the journey for that as well." His implication was clear. He must not forget the promise to extend Jane's life by 5,000 years. At that moment, Clark and her companions emerged from the spatial portal. "Well, I shall take my leave now to rest," Ye Hua declared, preparing to open a portal back to the celestial city for some well-deserved respite. Although his injuries and energy had recovered, an inexplicable battle with Hela had left him mentally fatigued. He needed to ponder Odin's intentions. Before he could take a step, two figures approached hurriedly, one tall, clad in a black long coat. His singular, irradiating sharpness was none other than Nick Fury. The other, adorned in metallic armor with an irreverent grin visible through his mask, was unmistakably Tony Stark. "Wait, Ye Hua, we need to talk." Nick Fury's steady voice resonated, though it was laced with an unusual concern. Tony crossed his arms, appraising Ye Hua with a teasing smirk. "Hey, golden-haired Adonis, no need to be so tense." Nick shot Tony a disapproving glare before continuing. "This concerns the sun god cult and the super soldiers. There are matters I wish to discuss, including the recent demonic assault on the temple. In short, we must converse." Ye Hua furrowed his brow, but ultimately consented to bring them to the celestial city, eager to hear their intentions. Yet, he soon regretted inviting Nick Fury. Thor, oblivious to the broader issues, was solely focused on when he could secure an extension of Jane's life, while Iron Man displayed considerable interest in the various technologies of the celestial city. However, Nick Fury, the head of the agency, seemed to lack clarity in his role. The sun god cult and a multitude of super soldiers required oversight to prevent unnecessary complications. Ridiculous. It was the demons who instigated the conflict, and I, the deity, am on the verge of waging a holy war against them. As for you, Nick Fury, simply await my command." Although the cosmic convergence event had concluded, its repercussions lingered. The strange magical creatures from the Nine Realms had not been entirely eradicated. Some remained undiscovered on Earth, leading to sporadic incidents. Such trivial matters were not Ye Hua's concern, for he had more pressing obligations. A gentleman avenges himself. 10 years is not too long. The sun god shall exact his revenge now. After a day of rest, spirits rejuvenated, the super warriors are poised to commence their official duties. Within the Sun Temple of Manhattan, following the recent demonic assault, the faithful have grown increasingly devout, with a rising tide of new followers joining the Sun cult. On this day, the devotees engaged in prayer, when suddenly, the Emperor's armor, seated at the altar, radiated a brilliant golden light. Through the faith receiver, Ye Hua surveyed the devout kneeling below in the celestial city, his voice resonant and solemn, echoing through the temple like a thunderous roar as he proclaimed the first official oracle. "O my faithful!" Ye Hua's voice carried an undeniable authority. "The shadow of demons has silently enveloped the world. Their malevolent beliefs spread like a malignant tumor, eroding the souls of the people and tainting this sacred land. As guardians of the light, we cannot remain idle. This oracle, the voice of the sun god, was heard by all the devotees, its grandeur reverberating throughout the hall. The eyes of the worshippers sparkled with joy and fervor as they lifted their heads, gazing reverently toward the altar. Among them were those who had just embraced the genetic engine to become super warriors, eager to fight for their faith and prove their worth. Wise elders, whose eyes reflected a yearning for the super warriors and loyalty to the divine, and gentle women, hands clasped in prayer, silently beseeching the light to dispel the darkness. The demon's faith is the source of lies and deception, a breeding ground for suffering and calamity. Ye Hua continued, his tone imbued with both anger and compassion. They seduce humanity with false promises, ensnaring souls in an abyss of despair. I implore you, eradicate the demon's faith from this realm and restore the light to this land. A young warrior, mustering his courage, knelt on one knee and proclaimed loudly, Great Sun God, we shall heed your command. For your glory, for the light of humanity, we shall battle the demons to the end. We would not hesitate to pay the ultimate price of our lives. Ye Hua nodded in satisfaction and replied, I trust in your bravery and loyalty. Yet, this will be a challenging struggle. The demons will not relinquish their minions easily. Remain vigilant. Wield the power I bestow upon you, and unveil the demon's deceit. At that moment, an elder rose tremblingly and inquired, Esteemed sun god, how shall we eradicate the demon's faith? They are deeply concealed among humanity. From where shall we begin? Ye Hua's gaze deepened as he spoke. The demon's faith often flourishes in the shadows, taking root in the vulnerabilities of a human spirit. You must delve into the world, spread my teachings, and illuminate the hearts of the people with the power of light. At the same time, seek out the source of the demon's faith, destroy their lairs, and leave no refuge for the demons. I shall send forth the mightiest warriors from the celestial city to accompany you and guide your path. Is it the most formidable? That remains to be seen. However, when it comes to the matter of evangelism, it is undoubtedly Charlie who is most suitable for the task. With hundreds of super warriors at his command, even without the support of the shadowy realms, he is surely capable of sweeping away the demonic faith among humanity. As long as Mephisto does not conjure forth dozens of malevolent knights, one must comprehend the consequences of provoking me. As the voice of Ye Hua faded into the ether, a beam of golden light descended from the heavens, illuminating the grand hall with Charlie's presence. By the divine decree, the radiance of my God shall illuminate the world, dispelling malevolence. The faith of my God shall permeate every corner of mankind. The faithful nodded in understanding, acknowledging the divine will. This is a holy crusade, perhaps akin to the historic crusades. It shall be a protracted and arduous journey, yet their hearts brimmed with hope and courage. For they believed that under the guidance of the sun god and his warriors, they would surely triumph over demons, restoring light and hope to the world. Thus, with unwavering conviction, the devotees departed from the sun god temple, embarking on a mission to eradicate the demonic faith and spread the glory of the sun god. Chapter 82. The warriors of demon slaying are on a campaign in the distant reaches of outer space. The celestial city began to radiate light, rendering even the daylight distinctly visible, as if two suns, one large and one small, had simultaneously appeared in the sky. The resplendent golden light cascaded like a torrent, converging upon the sun god temple, bringing with it undeniable supreme majesty and a solemn, sacred decree that struck deep into the souls of every devotee, filling them instantly with a profound sense of divine purpose and fervent passion. Within the grand and magnificent hall of the sun god temple, the core followers displayed expressions of fervent urgency. Their eager gazes were fixed upon the emperor's armor upon the altar, the radiant light shimmering from the throne, as if the grace of the sun god were flowing forth. Their voices resonated like the tolling of a great bell, echoing throughout the vast hall. Each word they spoke, with unwavering conviction, conveyed the sun god's irreverent will to the hundreds of thousands of congregants. Every syllable was akin to a blazing ember, precisely igniting the fervent flames of faith within the hearts of the faithful. An elderly priest, his face etched with the passage of time, yet his gaze ablaze with intensity, cried out hoarsely, Great sun god, your brilliance is like the first ray of dawn, destined to dispel all darkness from the world. Your power is akin to the surging tides, assuredly capable of washing away all evil and filth. The faith of demons is like a malignant tumor, recklessly proliferating in our world, voraciously consuming all in its path. As loyal children of the divine, we must heed the call of the Almighty, and like valiant warriors, uproot this source of wickedness. It was he, the aged priest who had once transitioned from the divine to serve in the temple, who had not been fortunate enough to become a warrior of God during the last demonic assault on the temple. Was it because his efforts had not been deemed sufficient? This opportunity must not be missed. The faithful listened intently to the impassioned words of the aged priest, their emotions ignited in an instant. They raised their arms and cried out, their voices rising like a surging tide, wave upon wave, cascading and overlapping as if to overturn the temple's towering dome that reached into the heavens. For the glory of the sun god, eradicate the demons. The shouts echoed throughout every corner of the temple, reverberating as if to break through the clouds, proclaiming to the world their unwavering loyalty to the sun god and their profound hatred for the demons. At the forefront of the crowd stood the divine messenger, Charlie, resembling a golden warrior emerged from myth, clad in resplendent golden armor that shimmered with radiant light. The exquisite engravings upon it seemed to be mystical runes inscribed by the sun god himself, emanating a powerful and enigmatic force. The sword in his hand reflected a blinding glimmer under the sun's rays, as if it encapsulated the wrath and majesty of the sun god. His face was stern and resolute, his gaze sharp as that of a hawk, surveying the fervent congregation before him. Warriors, followers of my god. Charlie's voice resonated with clarity and conviction, as if infused with a magic that penetrated souls. This is a sacred and grand war. A solemn moment, we officially declare war on the evil demons. It is also a solemn proclamation of divine dominion over this world. Let us raise the banner of the sun god, with fearless courage and unwavering faith. Embark on this glorious, sacred journey. Glory, glory. The response from the congregation was deafening, their eyes ablaze with fervor and determination, as if they could already envision the demons vanishing into ashes under the sun god's brilliance, and see themselves becoming favored by the divine through this holy war, attaining eternal glory. Thus, centered around the towering Sun Temple in Manhattan, a magnificent campaign commenced. Hundreds of super warriors spontaneously forged weapons and armor akin to Charlie's, like vanguards of a steel tide, their strides powerful and resolute, each step seeming to crush the hearts of their foes, their eyes revealing an unwavering courage. Countless followers closely trailed behind, a relentless wave surging forth, imbued with boundless devotion and fervor for the sun god, sweeping towards every corner of the world. Wherever they went, their passionate slogans resounded like war drums. The brilliance of the sun god illuminates every inch of darkness. The faith of the demons shall surely perish in the divine wrath. Each follower's face radiated a sense of sacred mission, standing tall as if they were the emissaries of the divine on earth, bearing the weighty responsibility of saving the world. Those who had once defected from the demon cult now became steadfast guides, leading the warriors of the sun god to a remote town, a gathering place for the demon's faith. In an underground cavern, a group of individuals engaged in a sinister ritual, chanting incantations, their eyes revealing madness and obsession. The atmosphere was dark and damp, suffused with a nauseating stench of decay, reminiscent of an abyss of darkness and evil. Oh, you poor souls, blinded by the malevolence of demons. A young devotee, his face a canvas of fury and disdain, pointed a trembling finger at the followers of the dark cult, shouting with fervor, "Abandon your wicked thoughts and embrace the redemption of the sun god. Otherwise, all that awaits you is endless suffering and eternal demise." Suddenly cornered in the cave by a throng of zealous adherents of the sun god, the demon worshippers were thrown into disarray, panic spreading among them. Yet one among them sneered, his eyes glimmering with a frenzied and twisted light. A tall, gaunt man emerged from the crowd, his voice hoarse yet piercing as he declared, "The so-called sun god is merely a figment of your self-deception. Such a deity has never graced this world, for he is not a true god. Our faith is the genuine power, the magnificent force capable of restoring peace to this realm." "Unrepentant fools," cried a powerful warrior accompanying the young devotee, brandishing his sword with a flourish, unleashing a golden arc of light like a bolt of lightning. As if commanded, the followers of the sun god surged forward, akin to fierce tigers descending from the mountains, charging at the demon worshippers. The young warriors led the charge, engaging in a fierce battle with the followers of darkness, wielding their weapons with valiant courage. The demon worshippers, however, soon found themselves overwhelmed. In the midst of the chaos, the elder of the sun god, as followers, seized the opportunity to share the teachings of the sun god with the onlookers, his warm words and heartfelt sentiments resonating deeply within their souls. Many, upon hearing his message, awakened to their surroundings, declaring their desire to join the ranks of the faithful, exclaiming, "You are numerous and heedless of the law, daring to kill in broad daylight. I wish to be among you, provided I am not counted among the demon worshippers. The sun god is great and merciful, his light illuminating the world and welcoming all sincere faith." With the mission accomplished, the elder felt a sense of satisfaction as he gazed upon those he had guided to the divine faith, a gentle smile gracing his lips. As the battle drew to a close, the unyielding demon worshippers were bound hand and foot, piled upon a pre-prepared pyre. The followers of the sun god encircled the heap, their eyes filled with fervor and devotion, igniting the flames. In an instant, a roaring inferno erupted, the intense heat warping the surrounding air, as if the wrath of the sun god was ablaze. This searing flame is the redemption from the sun god. A devotee raised his hands high, his eyes brimming with zeal and devotion, his voice rising above the crackling flames, declaring, "Let these wicked souls be purified in the divine fire. May their sins be reduced to ashes." As the flames grew ever fiercer, the wails of the demon worshippers gradually faded. Meanwhile, the followers of the sun god gathered around the bonfire, singing hymns of praise to their deity. Their voices soared, resonating in the night sky, as if proclaiming to the world, "The reign of the sun god is unstoppable." Such brutality, such direct judgment, reminiscent of medieval times, sent shivers down the spines of all witnesses. This is the essence of a war of faith. As long as you do not believe in the deity I revere, you are deemed a heretic. Your god is a vile entity, deserving to be bound to the stake. The successful obliteration of a demonic church has eradicated the foul faith within, yet this group remains undeterred. This is merely a small stride in the grand endeavor to extinguish the belief in demons. In the broader world, countless nests of malevolence await their destruction, and innumerable souls, ensnared by demonic deception, yearn for the salvation of the sun god's radiant light. The followers of the sun god continue their resolute march, tirelessly striving for the illumination of humanity. However, in the eerie and terrifying dimensions of hell, the demon king Mephisto, through the dark arts, keenly perceives the relentless purging of believers in faith by the sun god's teachings. His eyes, once ablaze with an eerie green flame, now blaze with a more ferocious intensity, akin to two fiery tempests on the verge of eruption. His colossal, contorted form trembles with fury, causing the very fabric of hell to quake. O sun god, you hypocritical false deity, how dare you display such arrogance? I shall ensure you pay dearly, and you will rue the day you opposed me. The demon king Mephisto's enraged roar reverberates like thunder from the abyss, laden with boundless wrath and resentment, echoing throughout every corner of hell. I curse you. The wrath of the demon king surges like a volcano poised to erupt, unquenchable. His furious voice rattles the entirety of hell, as if it seeks to rend this shadowy realm asunder. The lava within hell begins to roil violently, spewing forth like fiery serpents. Demons tremble in sheer terror upon the ground, emitting desperate wails as if the apocalypse has arrived. Amidst this cacophony of rage, a far more brutal war between gods and demons, faith and faith, looms on the horizon, heralding the impending clash. Chapter 83. All pressure on S.H.I.E.L.D. In the brightly lit conference room of S.H.I.E.L.D. The only sounds accompanying the rustle of documents are the oppressive atmosphere that pervades the space, hinting at an impending storm. Nick Fury, the seasoned king of agents, occupies the head of the conference table, his brow furrowed, revealing deep concern in his gaze, as if his single eye were peering into an unfathomable abyss. On the large screen, an incessant barrage of intelligence and imagery regarding the sun god cult flows like a tide, each frame disclosing the audacity and rampant nature of this nefarious organization. Maria Hill, Fury's assistant, stands nearby, her demeanor equally grave, resembling a frigid statue. save for her sharp eyes that betray her internal tension and worry. Director, the situation with the Sun God cult grows increasingly dire. Maria Hill's voice is low and resonant, each word striking Nick Fury's heart like a hammer. They propagate a banner of expedition to hell, purging demons, and illuminating the world with the Sun God's radiance. In just a few days, the number of followers has surpassed nearly 200,000 and continues to surge at an astonishing rate. Upon hearing this, Fury exhales deeply, as if to expel all the helplessness and anxiety festering within him. He was acutely aware that the solar cult had become a rapidly expanding malignancy. If left unchecked, it could plunge the entire world into chaos and turmoil. However, addressing this predicament proved to be exceedingly complex. Rubbing his temples in an attempt to sharpen his focus, he inquired, "What is the status of their armed forces?" Although Nick Fury's tone remained calm, it belied an underlying tension and gravity that was palpable. Maria Hill swiftly summoned a series of data and visuals, her fingers gliding across the screen with urgency. They possessed hundreds of super soldiers capable of rivaling Captain America. Her voice betrayed a subtle hint of shock and concern. This was a force of devastating potential, and the combat prowess of these super soldiers was astonishing. In just a few days, they had instigated numerous severe conflicts across the United States, inciting widespread societal panic. The scene shifted to the streets of America, where a congregation of solar cult devotees was conducting a so-called purification ritual. Flames roared, illuminating their faces, yet failing to conceal the fervor in their eyes. The atmosphere was reminiscent of a dark and brutal medieval era, with individuals ensnared by the cult's ideology, akin to lambs devoured by shadows. In a fit of rage, Nick Fury slammed his fist onto the table, his voice resonating like thunder in the conference room. "This is utter lawlessness. Who do they think they are? This is the 21st century, not the Dark Ages," he exclaimed. "The Solar Cult. Night King. What is his true intention?" Maria Hill continued, "Director, although they publicly target the demon worshippers and seem to have curtailed some criminal activities, their extreme measures have severely disrupted social order. More alarmingly, should they ever turn their ire towards the U.S. government, the consequences could be catastrophic." Lost in contemplation, Nick Fury envisioned a horrifying scenario, a throng of frenzied devotees storming the White House, plunging the entire nation into chaos. He understood that swift action was imperative. Yet, amid his fury, Nick Fury was compelled to confront a harsh reality. He could not employ drastic measures against the solar cult's adherents. The majority of these devotees were unarmed civilians, many of whom were affluent individuals, retired military and political figures, and members of powerful families. They wielded considerable influence. Any misstep could trigger an even greater social upheaval and crisis. It was precisely because of their backing that the solar cult's growth was akin to a snowball rolling down a mountainside, expanding exponentially with each passing moment. Simultaneously, there was Night King, the individual who had elevated a small island into outer space and proclaimed himself the solar god. He truly resembled a deity. Youth, longevity, strength, an eternally vibrant physique, and, crucially, the ability to resurrect the dead. These factors combined rendered the solar cult utterly unstoppable. Sensing Nick's apprehension, Maria Hill stepped forward, attempting to offer him solace and fortitude. "Director, this is precisely the source of our headaches," she continued, stating that within the solar deity cult, some individuals ostensibly preach the doctrine, but are, in fact, exploiting the fervor of the faithful for personal gain. Furthermore, the elevated social status and wealth of many among them significantly constrain our actions. Wait a moment. Are you suggesting that the followers of the solar deity cult are pursuing personal interests? Hill's words sparked a glimmer of realization in Nick Fury's eyes, plunging him into deep contemplation. He understood that this conflict transcended a mere struggle against the solar deity cult. It was also about how to approach Ye Hua. The reason he had yet to label the solar deity cult as a cult and resort to coercive measures was due to his consideration of Ye Hua's existence. If individuals within the solar deity cult were indeed pursuing personal gain and attempting to exploit the cult for certain ends, then Ye Hua would surely not remain indifferent to the cult's gradual decay and corruption, would he? He murmured to himself, if that is the case, perhaps he will intervene to put a stop to it. Fury's voice grew somber, as if he had resolved to take a certain course of action. The solar deity cult had already inflicted considerable damage upon societal stability and governmental credibility. They must be curtailed. At that moment, Black Widow Natasha hurried into the conference room, holding a recent intelligence report. Breathlessly, she announced, "Director, I've just received word that the solar deity cult is planning a large-scale propaganda campaign, intending to leverage media and the internet to extend their influence globally." Before he could peruse the report, the phone on the table rang abruptly. Fury swiftly answered, and a hurried, anxious voice came through the line. "Fury, the solar deity cult is orchestrating a massive propaganda campaign. They plan to exploit the upcoming retirement policy debate to further incite the emotions of their followers." The mention of the retirement policy tightened Fury's chest. He immediately recognized that the solar deity cult was attempting to intertwine political issues with religious belief to amplify their influence and reach. "Nick Fury, director of SHIELD, you must address the matters concerning the solar deity cult with urgency. Their actions have severely impacted the government's image and societal stability. If this continues, the public will lose faith in the government." Concurrently, the United Nations had reached a decision. If you do not swiftly dismantle this faction of fervent believers, they will take necessary measures. The tone on the other end conveyed tension and ire. It was all too evident what those measures would entail: forceful suppression, given that a segment of the cult's followers had already crossed the U.S. borders to propagate the glory of the solar deity in other nations. Fury inhaled deeply and replied, "Rest assured, Mr. President, SHIELD will spare no effort. We will expedite the formulation of a countermeasure to curtail the frenzied expansion of the solar deity cult." The weight of the pressure bore down on SHIELD. He needed to act swiftly. After hanging up, he immediately addressed Maria Hill. "Investigate how they intend to exploit this topic without delay. Simultaneously, contact major media outlets and social platforms. Ensure that our voices resonate. We must not allow the sun god cult to prevail." Upon receiving the directive, Maria Hill sprang into action, and the vast organization of SHIELD commenced its operations with full force, striving to curtail the expansion of the sun god cult. In the days that followed, Nick Fury and his team embarked on a formidable contest against the cult, seeking to thwart its reckless actions and audacious arrogance, while safeguarding the innocent followers and the populace from harm and entanglement. In this struggle, they confronted not only the devotees and armed forces of the sun god cult, but also grappled with various pressures, doubts, and challenges from the government and society at large. The magnitude of the obstacles they faced was almost unimaginable. The catalyst for the current predicament can be traced back to a baseless provocation by a demon in an inadvertent decree uttered by Ye Hua. In that fleeting moment, the insurmountable chasm between deities and mortals was laid bare. A god need merely part their lips to utter a few words, and like a boulder cast into a tranquil lake, they can stir tumultuous waves, reshaping the world's landscape and silently yet inexorably altering the destinies of countless individuals. Ye Hua sat poised in the celestial city, gazing down upon the earthly realm with the indifference of a divine being, observing all that transpired. The master of fate and the subject of fate, gods possess the power to dictate human destiny, whether it pertains to an individual's life and death, honor and disgrace, or the rise and fall of a nation or ethnicity. A deity can elevate an ordinary person to the status of a hero, or lead a prominent family and its influence to ruin. Yet humanity can only exist and thrive within the confines established by the divine, unable to autonomously determine the course of their fate. When life is reduced to mere manipulable data, it indeed loses its intrinsic value. Mephisto shall not relent. Yin, remain vigilant and monitor the condition of those super warriors on Earth. Should they encounter peril, guide them back to the celestial city. Extend assistance to Charlie if needed. I have granted you access to the weaponry of the celestial city. Understood, my god. Regardless of whether the demon instigates chaos, the might of the celestial city's annihilation cannon should suffice to thwart Mephisto's schemes, for he cannot physically manifest on Earth. A mere hellish knight. Surely over 100 super warriors can vanquish you, and I firmly believe the annihilation cannon can obliterate you. David, in the future, the number of super warriors in the celestial city will continue to grow. I shall provide you with blueprints to reconstruct the living quarters. ensuring the celestial city can be self-sufficient. Understood, my god. Ye Hua nodded and then turned to the two female super warriors beneath the throne, Haley and Dave. You two shall venture to Wakanda and the ocean depths to seek Atlantis. We require a substantial amount of vibranium. Understood, my god. These two, one a saleswoman and the other a business manager, should be well suited for negotiations. Exercise caution, as the depths of the sea may impact your combat prowess. Moreover, Namor is not to be underestimated. Should the need arise, do not hesitate to seek assistance from the Celestial City. Knight imparted these words and then turned his gaze towards the two female super warriors, Zelena and Ella. Accompany me to Asgard. There are locations within the galaxy where I previously amassed supplies that require your attention as well. At your command, my lord, they replied in unison. As for Clark, Knight finally turned to him, stating, upon my departure, all matters within the Celestial City shall be entrusted to your care. At your command, my lord, Clark responded, his gaze soft as he regarded the man seated upon the throne. Unlike others, he harbored a desire to remain by Knight's side. For now, that will suffice. You may take your leave. At your command. Once the others had dispersed, the grand and solemn hall was enveloped in silence, save for Clark, who remained behind. She stood quietly, her gaze fixed upon Knight. In that moment, Knight furrowed his brow, his eyes deep and focused, lost in contemplation. Clark felt a wave of tenderness stir within her, and she approached him with delicate steps, as if afraid to disrupt his thoughts. Quietly, she positioned herself behind Knight, extending her hands to gently rest upon his temples. Her fingers moved like playful butterflies, applying just the right amount of pressure as they began to knead. The sensation was soft and soothing, every press and rub imbued with a tender warmth. Have you made your decision to go to Asgard? Clark inquired softly, her voice reminiscent of a gentle brook, warm and melodious, echoing softly in the tranquil atmosphere. Knight raised his head slightly, savoring the comfort radiating from her fingertips. He exhaled slowly, as if releasing a portion of his inner turmoil with that breath. Indeed, a journey is necessary. There are resources we require, he replied, his tone steady and resolute. After this period of depletion, the resources in the Celestial City are nearly exhausted, especially the URU metal, which is crucial for our forthcoming development. Upon hearing this, Clark's hands paused momentarily before resuming their gentle ministrations. Asgard, the legendary Hall of Gods. I sense your apprehension. Even if their king personally extends an invitation, you need not feel compelled to attend. Her words were laced with concern, her eyes betraying a hint of worry. Knight pondered for a moment before responding slowly. There is nothing to fret over, rest assured. In truth, after such an extended time, he had long since come to terms with the situation. If formidable beings like Agamotto or Odin truly wished to harm him, they would not resort to such convoluted methods. Moreover, I have long since shed any delusions of persecution. Clark nodded gently, her hands continuing their rhythmic motion. I hope all unfolds as you anticipate. Her gaze was filled with care and determination. Knight turned to grasp Clark's hand, looking at her with a gentle warmth. Do not worry. I shall not place myself in peril. Remain vigilant here in my absence, and watch over the situation. Having made his decision, Ye Hua rose to prepare for his journey to Asgard. One must always be cautious. Understanding the super bomb was imperative. Chapter 84. A visit to Asgard with the decision to journey to Asgard made. There was no room for hesitation. For the occasion, Ye Hua chose a magnificent court robe adorned with crimson golden dragon patterns. It was resplendent and regal, seemingly radiating a mysterious aura, accompanied by the enchanting Zelena and the lively, playful Ella. Heimdall, what does Thor know? He knows nothing, and even less about the cosmic coordinates and precise distance to Asgard. Nevertheless, Thor reassured himself that whenever he wished to visit Asgard, all he needed to do was call out, and Heimdall would hear him. Sure enough, after calling out Heimdall's name, a dazzling rainbow bridge descended from the heavens to the celestial city. Let's embark. Ye Hua flicked his sleeve and stepped onto the rainbow bridge, the trio's figures shimmering and fading away in a burst of light. Far away in Asgard, Thor, the god of thunder, was already informed of Ye Hua and his companion's arrival through his guards. He stood gallantly at the end of the rainbow bridge, his golden hair billowing in the wind, firmly grasping the mighty Mjolnir. As Ye Hua and the others became more distinct, a warm smile illuminated Thor's face as he strode forward to greet them. Welcome to Asgard, Ye Hua. I knew you would come. Thor's booming voice echoed through the air as he clapped Ye Hua on the shoulder. He continued, I've already met these two in the Celestial City. Allow me to introduce you to my friends. With that, he waved to a group of equally formidable warriors behind him, all valiant fighters of Asgard. Thor's companions stepped forward, extending genuine greetings to Ye Hua and his friends. One burly warrior remarked, I have long heard of the sun god's esteemed name from Thor. It is indeed an honor to meet you today. Ye Hua smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. The pleasure is mine. I, too, have heard of the glory of Asgard's warriors, the mighty four under the thunder god. Who doesn't know of them? Before long, the group arrived at the resplendent and opulent palace of the gods. The palace walls were adorned with precious gems that sparkled with a kaleidoscope of colors under the sunlight. The grandeur of the divine hall was indeed as magnificent as rumored. As the grand doors opened slowly, King Odin sat majestically upon his lofty throne. His single eye was deep and commanding, as if capable of perceiving all that transpired in the world. Ye Hua and his companions entered the palace, their steps steady and resolute. Odin rose from his throne and scrutinized Ye Hua intently. At that moment, as Ye Hua's gaze met Odin's, the palace fell into a profound silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Thor gripped Mjolnir tightly, a mixture of tension and a hint of concern coursing through him. As the Prince of Asgard, he understood the significance of this moment. Regardless of Ye Hua's strength, this was a meeting of two sovereign deities, and should his father express any dissatisfaction with Ye Hua, it could lead to unforeseen complications. The palace guards stood erect, their gaze unwaveringly fixed upon Ye Hua's every move, muscles taut, ever ready to respond to any unforeseen circumstance. The maidens whispered among themselves, their eyes brimming with curiosity and awe. Some covered their mouths with their hands, quietly discussing Ye Hua's visage and demeanor. Others gazed at him with longing, as if irresistibly drawn in. The chronicler of Asgard diligently recorded all that transpired. Most of the gods within the hall maintained a calm demeanor, tinged with curiosity. Only a few exhibited fleeting glimmers of defiance in their eyes. But in such a solemn atmosphere, they quickly subdued their bravado. Odin's voice resonated deeply, echoing throughout the grand hall. Welcome, sun god, to Asgard. May you find a sense of home here. Ye Hua respectfully clasped his fists in salute, standing tall. It is an honor to meet the All-Father. I have long heard of Asgard's splendor and your esteemed reputation, and today it is indeed as the tales have foretold. Odin nodded slightly, a hint of appreciation gleaming in his eyes. The name sun god is renowned even in distant Asgard. The light and hope you govern are indispensable forces in this world. Ye Hua humbly replied, You flatter me, All-Father. It is the guardianship of peace by Asgard that commands admiration. The mutual flattery revealed their professionalism, dissipating the initial tension of the divine assembly. Their dialogue reverberated through the palace, and those surrounding them listened intently, none daring to interrupt the discourse between the two deities. Even though Ye Hua currently lacked the requisite strength, the atmosphere remained undisturbed. Thor perceived the moment was ripe and stepped forward with a smile. The banquet should commence shortly. Perhaps we could converse over drinks? Odin and Ye Hua exchanged knowing smiles and nodded in agreement. At that moment, Queen Frigga descended from her throne. Her gentle and affectionate gaze, akin to the warm sunlight of spring, fell upon Ye Hua. She regarded him with the scrutiny of a mother-in-law, examining him closely. Ye Hua stood tall and exuded an extraordinary aura, his every gesture radiating an innate dignity and elegance. As Frigga observed him, she internally approved, a soft smile blossoming on her face, radiating warmth and charm. With graceful steps, she approached Ye Hua and softly said, Sun god Ye Hua, I have long admired your name. To see you today is truly a delight. Ye Hua courteously returned the gesture, smiling as he replied, Your Majesty is too kind. It is my honor to be invited by the All-Father to visit Asgard. Indeed, Thor's mother was alive. Could it be that this was the reason for Odin's invitation? Had he not intervened, Frigga would have likely fallen to the Dark Elves by now. Yet the question lingered. How could Odin know of such matters without the Time Stone? However, Frigga's gaze held an odd quality that intrigued him. As she regarded Ye Hua, she nodded gently, her eyes filled with recognition. Subsequently, she turned around to face the bustling gods in attendance, her voice crisp and resonant as she declared, Let us commence preparations for the banquet, ensuring that the sun god feels the warmest hospitality of Asgard. The gods in attendance promptly obeyed, springing into action. This was a lavish feast. The celestial palace was alive with activity, resembling a meticulously functioning machine. Both the interior and exterior of the palace were adorned in exquisite splendor, revitalized and resplendent. Enormous crystal chandeliers cascaded from the dome, their dazzling light akin to a myriad of stars gently showering down, softly illuminating every inch of the floor and each corner. The walls were embellished with magical gemstones that emitted a mysterious and gentle glow, as if quietly narrating the ancient and legendary history of Asgard. In the banquet hall, a long dining table sprawled like a great dragon, laden with delicacies from across the cosmos. There were celestial fruits exuding rich aromas, their translucent flesh resembling meticulously carved jade. A single bite released a cascade of sweet juice, allowing one to savor the purest sweetness of the universe. Additionally, there were sumptuous roasted meats crafted from precious ingredients, sizzling and fragrant, enticing all who beheld them. The exquisite pastries appeared as masterpieces of culinary art, uniquely shaped and vibrantly colored, making them almost too beautiful to eat. Do not hold back. These are prepared especially for you. If you require anything else, please let me know, said Frigga, her gaze growing increasingly peculiar, while Odin sat solemnly in the principal seat, leaving Ye Hua perplexed about the intentions of this couple. The banquet of the gods, naturally, differed vastly from that of mortals, continuing until the night had fully descended, the stars twinkling like jewels embedded in black velvet. At this moment, Ye Hua, Zelina, and Ella, accompanied by Thor, entered the banquet hall with graceful and confident strides. Instantly, the melodious music flowed like a gentle stream, softly echoing throughout the hall. The gods rose from their seats, offering the most fervent applause and cheers in a grand welcome. Odin, seated in his resplendent robes at the head of the table, was joined by Frigga, who rose with a warm smile, her voice brimming with enthusiasm. My child, I hope this meticulously prepared banquet conveys Asgard's ardor and respect. Ye Hua clasped his hands in greeting, his face illuminated by a genuine smile. Your Majesty, this is truly a dreamlike realm, utterly astonishing. What is this? How is it that after this meal, even my title has changed? Are you attempting to recruit me? This was absolutely out of the question. Under the auspices of the goddess, everyone raised their crystal-clear goblets, expressing their warmest welcome to Ye Hua. Thor lifted his goblet high, his voice resonating like a bell. To the peace of the universe, to our friendship, cheers. Everyone drank heartily, the liquid flowing down their throats, igniting the passion within their hearts, intensifying the extraordinary atmosphere of the banquet. The atmosphere grew increasingly peculiar, as Ye Hua pondered. Despite being the sun god and the chief deity of a burgeoning pantheon with hundreds of thousands of followers on Earth, he truly did not warrant such fervent enthusiasm from Odin and Frigg. While the simple-minded Thor could be excused, the excessive warmth of Queen Frigg was rather perplexing. During the banquet, the warriors of Asgard showcased their remarkable skills to elevate the revelry. Some wielded sharp swords, their blades flashing like lightning slicing through the night sky. Others conjured dazzling spells, vibrant magical lights blossoming in the hall like a plethora of blooming flowers, eliciting waves of astonishment from the crowd. At the zenith of the festivities, the atmosphere reached an extraordinary fervor. Odin rose slowly, his steps steady, radiating a brilliance as if he embodied the entirety of Asgard's glory and might. Behind him, a guard reverently cradled a magnificent sword, which Odin accepted with grace. With unwavering determination, he approached Ye Hua, presenting the sword before him, proclaiming, Sun God, Ye Hua. This sword has been forged by the dwarf king himself, embodying the glory and strength of Asgard. Today, I bestow it upon you. May it aid you in safeguarding the light of the cosmos, rendering evil and darkness powerless before you. Ye Hua furrowed his brow, bemused by the gesture. Gifts should rightly flow in the opposite direction. He clasped his hands respectfully, smiling yet resolutely stating, Esteemed king of the gods, I am grateful for your generous gift. But I must decline, for I believe in the principle of reciprocity. Queen Frigg swiftly interjected, her demeanor warm and inviting, gently urging, Ye Hua, this is the king's heartfelt intention. Accept it, and you shall surely find yourself empowered in your quest to protect the universe. Ye Hua remained hesitant, suspecting that this couple had ulterior motives. Accepting this sword might lead him into troublesome endeavors. Could it be related to the impending doom of Asgard? Was Frigg alive because of him? And did Odin desire his assistance to shield Asgard from the wrath of the fire giants? He sincerely replied, "My queen, I appreciate your kindness, yet I am unskilled with a sword and lack knowledge of magical powers. If I were to accept it without the ability to wield it effectively, it would be a disservice to the king's noble intentions." Frigg gently shook her head, continuing to persuade. "Ye Hua, rest assured. This sword has been meticulously crafted for you by the king, and its power will undoubtedly reach its pinnacle in your hands. Do not refuse any longer." Unbeknownst to Ye Hua, this sword had been recently commissioned by Odin specifically to counter Hela's night sky sword. Otherwise, should Hela return to Asgard with her arsenal of divine artifacts, Ye Hua would stand no chance. Merely surviving Hela's lethal strike would be a stroke of fortune. Ye Hua, despite his reservations, ultimately conceded to accept the sword, swayed by Frigg's earnest entreaties and the relentless insistence of the single-minded Thor, thus reluctantly agreeing to accept Odin's gift. The gift has indeed been received, yet should any formidable matters arise, do not expect my assistance. The fire giant is colossal, capable of overwhelming even Hela, with a single strike capable of obliterating the very essence of Asgard. I shall take my leave. Nonetheless, I cannot shake the feeling that I have inadvertently attracted significant trouble. Chapter 85. Introducing a companion. The following day, the morning light of Asgard's celestial palace streamed through the intricately carved window panes, casting a gentle glow upon the lavishly adorned bed. Ye Hua stirred from slumber, his eyes still heavy with sleep. He turned his head, his gaze landing upon the golden longsword haphazardly placed at the bedside. The sword's blade bore exquisite patterns that shimmered like flowing sunlight by day and transformed into a resplendent river of stars by night. Truly magical. It is said to be the sword of the sun god, likely named because of its recent christening. A smile crept onto Ye Hua's lips as he mused. Whether in Asgard or through his own eyes, this magical sword undoubtedly qualifies as a divine artifact. Odin's generous gift and Frigga's warm hospitality certainly harbor some deeper intrigue. Today, I must attend to important matters. Yesterday's welcome banquet did not touch upon the subject of the URU metal mines and resources, likely due to different customs. Today, I must engage Odin in discussion regarding these matters. I hope the items I brought will pave the way for a long-lasting trade agreement. Ye Hua rose, stretched lazily, and sauntered to the window. He pushed open the window, and the fresh air, imbued with the unique fragrance of the palace garden, enveloped him. In the garden, exotic blossoms vied for attention, their vibrant colors swaying gently in the breeze, resembling a host of lively sprites. In the distance, a fountain splashed crystalline droplets, transforming into radiant rainbows under the sunlight's prism. Having just completed his morning routine, and while arranging his attire, he suddenly heard the sound of light, graceful footsteps approaching. The door was gently pushed open, and Frigga entered, adorned in a flowing light blue gown. The fabric was embellished with delicate gemstones that gleamed softly with her every movement. Her long hair cascaded like a waterfall over her shoulders, her countenance exuding warmth and kindness, her eyes reflecting both nobility and gentleness. "Ye Hua, did you sleep well last night?" Frigga's voice was imbued with unparalleled softness. Ye Hua inclined his head slightly, responding with respect. "Thank you for your concern, Your Highness. I slept very soundly. The bed in this palace is indeed quite comfortable." Frigga smiled, gliding gracefully to Ye Hua's side. "That is good to hear. I was worried you might find it difficult to adjust here." She then continued, "Since the morning is still young, would you accompany me for a stroll in the garden? It would allow me to show you the beauty of Asgard." Being personally invited by the goddess made refusal unthinkable. It was indeed an honor to walk alongside her in the garden. The two walked side by side along the garden path, the cobblestones beneath their feet meticulously clean. The flowers along the way bloomed vibrantly, and butterflies danced among the blossoms. As they walked, Frigga inquired, "Ye Hua, what do you think of Asgard? Are you finding life here to your liking?" "Oh, what do you mean by that? I've only just arrived yesterday. Why should I need to adjust to life here?" Though doubts lingered in his heart and Frigga's demeanor remained enigmatic, Ye Hua responded politely, "The Celestial Palace is indeed a dreamlike realm, one that I hold in great affection. Moreover, both His Majesty Odin and Her Highness the Goddess have shown me unparalleled kindness, for which I am profoundly grateful." Frigga nodded slightly and remarked, "I have heard that you have swiftly established a new pantheon on your own, garnering countless followers. Truly, a remarkable talent. Such individuals are always the focus of attention, no matter where they may be. Ye Hua humbly replied, "Your Highness the Goddess is too kind. I possess many shortcomings. My achievements are but trifles. Besides, Asgard is teeming with exceptional talents, and I am but a mere shadow in comparison." The implication was clear. If an invitation to join Asgard were to be extended, it need not be articulated. Odin and Frigga's demeanor suggested that they were not merely seeking a guest, but rather conveyed an air of expectation. Shaking his head, he chose to dismiss such thoughts. As they continued walking, Frigga shifted the conversation, saying, "Ye Hua, you must have met my daughter Hela, have you not?" Ye Hua's heart stirred, and an odd expression crossed his face. Could he have guessed correctly? Indeed, Odin would not have summoned him to Hela's place of confinement without reason. They had been awaiting him here. Observing Frigga's peculiar gaze, Ye Hua realized it resembled that of a mother-in-law scrutinizing her son-in-law, and he helplessly replied, "I have met her. Princess Hela is striking and possesses extraordinary strength, truly admirable." Frigga sighed gently, her eyes filled with maternal affection, and said, "Hela has always been strong-willed and fiercely independent. She dedicates herself wholly to training and battle, often disregarding matters of the heart. Yet, as her mother, I yearn for her to find a worthy companion. In other multiverses, Hela may bear different identities, but in this world, she is Odin's eldest daughter and Frigga's flesh and blood. No mother wishes to see her daughter confined in a dark prison, destined to live in solitude, only to face destruction upon gaining freedom. Raised by a witch, she was once the most powerful witch in the 9 realms, a sorceress endowed with prophetic abilities, knowing all that is to come, yet powerless to alter fate. For the pieces on the chessboard cannot change their course. The threads of destiny will always pull everything back to its predetermined path, resulting in the same events occurring in different ways, often at a greater cost. Yet, Ye Hua seemed untouched by the threads of fate, or perhaps he was truly an outsider. The changes he enacted were the only reasonable truth, as evidenced by his continued existence. Ye Hua discerned the implications in Frigga's words. Feeling a flutter of anxiety, he had never anticipated that Odin would summon him for an introduction to a potential match. No wonder they exhibited such strange behavior. Though he wished to avoid any association with Asgard's downfall, he maintained his politeness, saying, "Your Highness the Goddess, matters of the heart are governed by fate, and I believe Princess Hela will undoubtedly encounter her destined partner. Moreover, I have already found my beloved." Night Hua pondered. "Surely, there cannot be just one. You cannot possibly introduce your daughter to me now." Freya halted her steps, gazing intently at Night Hua, and remarked, "Night Hua, I truly believe you and Hela are remarkably well suited. You possess both courage and wisdom, while Hela is strong and independent. Should you unite, you would undoubtedly support each other and create a legendary tale that would echo throughout the 9 realms." Night Hua remained unfazed, hastily responding, "Your Majesty, I have only a shallow acquaintance with Princess Hela, and we harbor no mutual intentions. Perhaps we should refrain from discussing this further." Freya smiled, gently patting Night Hua's hand, saying, "It matters not. Emotions can be cultivated over time. I can see you are a good-hearted young man, and if Hela can accompany you, I shall be at ease. Perhaps this would render everything even more splendid. Wouldn't you agree? What can I say? I have already declined, have I not?" Just as Night Hua found himself at a loss for words, a hearty laughter resonated from afar. There approached Thor, clad in striking armor, striding towards them with vigorous steps. "Mother." Thor approached, first bowing to Freya, then turning to Night Hua, stating, "Night Hua, you are here too. Perfect. Come with me to the training grounds. I am eager to witness the prowess of your son Godsword." Sensing Night Hua's reluctance to engage further, Thor's timely arrival disrupted the atmosphere, prompting Freya to cheerfully declare, "Thor, engage in a friendly spar with Night Hua and foster your camaraderie." Odin and she had made this decision not solely for Hela, but equally for Thor. With Thor's straightforward nature coming to the rescue, Night Hua felt an immense relief. Smiling as he said, "Your Highness Thor, it is an honor to spar with you. I hope to learn much from you." Thor's lips curled into a confident smile. "I assure you, I shall show no mercy." Thus, the trio made their way to the training grounds. With a clash of thunder and flames commenced, drawing a multitude of spectators eager to witness the battle. In the grand and majestic arena of Asgard, the dust of combat began to settle. The fierce contest between Night Hua and Thor resembled a tempest that stirred the heavens and earth, leaving countless Asgardian subjects in awe. The divine weapon proved its worth. Even without mastery of magic, the authentic URU metal crafted by dwarves inherently amplifies the user's energy output. With this sword in hand, one could augment their strength by over 30%. It seems prudent to pay a visit to the Dwarf King to discuss the intricacies of forging. Thor, akin to a valiant lion, roared with laughter, throwing an arm around Ye Hua's shoulder, his voice booming. Brother Ye Hua, your skills are indeed impressive. This battle was akin to rich ale, thrilling and exhilarating. Ye Hua's lips curled into a smile. His eyes filled with respect as he cupped his hands in salute. Your Highness Thor, your valor is unmatched. To spar with you felt like reaching the pinnacle of the moon, granting me newfound insights into my own martial prowess. Being a guest in someone else's home, especially as a prince, one must utter the flattering words that cost nothing, ensuring everyone feels esteemed. The fervor of battle still lingering, Thor enthusiastically pulled Ye Hua towards the banquet hall. Stepping into the resplendent banquet hall felt akin to entering a dreamlike treasure palace. The dazzling crystal chandeliers sparkled like stars in the night sky. The long dining table was adorned with an array of exquisite delicacies. The roasted game, golden and sizzling with juices, exuded an irresistible aroma that made one's mouth water. The steaming ale, frothing in elegant goblets, promised delightful indulgence. Thor, with a grand flourish, seized a piece of meat the length of his forearm and bit into it heartily, mumbling, Brother Ye Hua, in Asgard, consider this place your home. Eat freely without reservation. Ye Hua, shedding his initial restraint, emulated Thor's hearty appetite. As they relished the sumptuous feast, they engaged in lively banter about their battles. Thor, swallowing a mouthful of meat, excitedly remarked, Brother, your spell in combat was both fierce and ingenious. I have never seen anything like it. Ye Hua chuckled and clarified, that was not magic but technology. Thor's eyes brightened with curiosity as he inquired, it seems quite intriguing. We must exchange insights on it when the opportunity arises. Ye Hua readily agreed, of course. After satisfying their hunger, a tall attendant clad in gleaming silver armor approached with measured steps, respectfully announcing, Lord Ye Hua, the great All-Father has learned of your remarkable battle with Prince Thor and summons you. Ye Hua adjusted his attire and replied with reverence, Thank you for the notification. I shall go at once. Following the attendant into Odin's palace, they entered a grand chamber dominated by a towering throne that emanated an aura of awe. Odin sat upon the throne, his gaze profound as if he could perceive the essence of all things. Ye Hua approached the center of the palace and clasped his fists, saying, I pay my respects to the All-Father. Odin nodded slightly, his voice resonant and deep. Ye Hua, I am aware of your strength and courage through Thor's accounts. You have traveled great distances to Asgard, undoubtedly with important matters to discuss. Indeed, it was time to address the crux of the matter. Ye Hua spoke earnestly, All-Father, while I possess unique cultivation methods and abilities that are uncommon, I find myself lacking in certain precious resources. My purpose in coming here is to seek some of Asgard's rare resources, particularly the URU metal mines, to enhance our strength and forge divine weapons. In exchange, I am willing to share our celestial city's distinctive cultivation techniques with Asgard, allowing warriors on both sides to benefit. Odin leaned back in his throne, his hands clasped before him, and after a moment of contemplation, he responded, Your proposal is indeed compelling. Asgard has always valued collaboration and exchange with other realms. I believe that through the exchange of resources and knowledge, both our sides can grow stronger. Moreover, I hope this can mark the beginning of our amicable relations, so that when confronted with common threats in the cosmos, we can stand united. Ye Hua felt a surge of joy. This was indeed a favorable outcome. He promptly bowed again, affirming, Rest assured, All-Father, I shall not disappoint your expectations. Assistance comes to those who are willing, and for those who cannot, it is only natural to offer no help. As for Hela, she is hardly worth mentioning. With the gentle Wanda and the alluring Clark available, not to mention the charming little fangirl Nebula for a change of pace. Why would one seek out that violent madwoman? After successfully concluding their transaction, Odin raised his hand and solemnly instructed the attendant beside him. Immediately arrange for the meticulous inventory of the resources required by the sun god and the URU metal veins. Prepare them diligently, ensuring delivery within the shortest time frame. Simultaneously, select the most elite guards to ensure safety during transportation, with no room for error. The attendant promptly acknowledged the command and swiftly departed to execute the task. Night Sky bowed again, his gratitude evident. "Thank you for your generous assistance, Divine King. I am confident our collaboration will shine like brilliant stars, illuminating every corner of the universe." Odin nodded slightly, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. "May our friendship and collaboration endure through the ages." "You may take your leave." Elated and filled with anticipation, Night Sky gradually exited the palace, summoning Zelena and Ella to accompany the celestial warriors in the inventory process. This was not a mere transaction, but rather a long-term exchange of benefits, at least until the destruction of Asgard. Night Sky was overwhelmed with joy, having long forgotten the matter of matchmaking. Chapter 86. Abundant harvest within the majestic and towering palace of Asgard, where crystal chandeliers cast a soft glow, illuminating exquisite murals and opulent decorations. Night Sky displayed a blend of expectation and excitement as he walked alongside the emissary sent by Odin to receive the supplies. "Esteemed guest, we have adhered to the Father God's arrangements and prepared some rather precious resources for you." One of the Asgardian attendants spoke first, his voice resonant and steady. With a wave of his hand, several attendants entered, carrying enormous boxes in a line. As the boxes slowly opened, a dazzling light burst forth. Inside lay energy crystals emanating a ghostly blue glow, harvested from distant galaxies' energy vortices, containing powerful and pure energy. Alongside them were peculiar ores shimmering with a rainbow of colors, said to possess miraculous healing properties and enhanced divine powers. Of course, what truly captivated him were not these seemingly useful functions. What a waste! You Asgardians dare to embed such precious genetic materials in your great swords merely for decoration. I hardly know how to address this folly. Night Sky felt a surge of delight as he stepped forward to examine these invaluable resources closely, his eyes filled with wonder. Such rare treasures have truly broadened my horizons. Asgard's generosity leaves me profoundly grateful. At that moment, another elder from Asgard approached, cradling several ancient, hefty tomes, their covers adorned with runes that shimmered with mysterious light. These celestial tomes record the origins of the universe, the secrets of magic, and the histories of countless galaxies, including descriptions of the world tree. I hope they prove beneficial to you. As Night Sky accepted the tomes and gently opened one, an ancient and enigmatic aura enveloped him. The words within the book seemed to spring to life, transforming before his eyes into vivid imagery that unveiled the vastness of the cosmos and the enchantment of magic. Had I known the accounts of the world tree were so readily accessible, I would not have wasted my time studying the convergence of heavenly bodies. Ye Hua remarked with a beaming smile. "This is truly a priceless treasure. I shall diligently study it and draw wisdom from its depths." Flattering words cost nothing, and Asgard is indeed exceedingly wealthy and generous. If this continues, I might genuinely consider becoming Thor's brother-in-law. However, a true surprise awaited him. The Asgardian warrior, who had been silent until now, slowly approached, his gaze filled with curiosity. "The Allfather has also promised you a special gift. In Nidavellir, the realm of the dwarves, there now lies a vein of URU metal reserved for you." With that, he handed over a metal token, which would grant him access to the URU mine from the Dwarven King. URU metal, one of the rarest substances in the universe, is incredibly resilient, capable of withstanding extreme temperatures and pressures, making it an excellent material for forging divine weaponry. Noticing the surprise in Ye Hua's eyes, the warrior smirked slightly and continued. "With the wealth of Asgard and the 9 realms under the Allfather's dominion, these resources are but a drop in the ocean. This mine is exceedingly bountiful. It is estimated to provide enough for you to exploit fully for over 300 years. Huh, I quite enjoy your disdainful demeanor." Not wishing to quibble with them, Ye Hua graciously accepted the token and sincerely expressed, "Please convey my gratitude to the Allfather for such a generous gesture, which has conveyed Asgard's sincerity and goodwill to me." Ye Hua could not help but reflect. The people of Asgard are truly good-hearted. Remembering Odin's previous machinations, he shook his head slightly. After all, in this universe, strength is the foundation of all. With the current power of the celestial city, it was far from sufficient to compare with Asgard, let alone with an existence like Odin. Although he possessed some capabilities, he was still unable to lift stars to strike down foes. In light of this, he resolved to graciously forgive Odin's earlier schemes. After all, Who would refuse such a mountain of resources? The guards, arranged meticulously by Odin, stood tall and serious, collaboratively transporting the precious resources, which had piled up like small mountains, onto specially designed conveyances to be dispatched to the celestial city via the Bifrost. Ye Hua, his robes flowing, stood quietly beside the Bifrost, smiling as he observed the busy and orderly scene. While he could certainly open a portal or utilize his transport abilities, confronting such a massive quantity of resources would inevitably be time-consuming and laborious. Thus, the Bifrost was far more convenient. After greeting Clark, who was far away in the celestial city, Ye Hua returned once more to Odin, respectfully clasping his fists and speaking earnestly. Esteemed All-Father, I shall forever remember your tremendous support, warm hospitality, and generosity during this occasion. Odin's countenance softened, and with a smile, he waved his hand dismissively. There is no need for such formality. Since you and Thor are friends, I hope you will engage with one another frequently in the future. He paid little heed to the trivial supplies. What truly mattered was the person of Ye Hua, who possessed the potential to alter the course of the future. After bidding farewell to Odin, Ye Hua, accompanied by Zelina and Ella, stepped onto the Rainbow Bridge. In an instant, the light and shadows danced, and he found himself within the dwarven kingdom of Nidavellir. The air was thick with a fervent and vibrant energy, as the colossal furnace blazed fiercely, casting flickering light upon the diligent figures of the dwarven blacksmiths, their rhythmic hammering resonating throughout the space. King Atri, towering and vigorous, approached with a brisk stride. Upon seeing the token in Ye Hua's hand, a flicker of displeasure crossed his face. The inhabitants of the Celestial Palace have already informed me. Welcome to Nidavellir. The URU metal mine you seek lies not far from here. There are no formalities or excessive words. Despite the abundance of URU metal within the Dwarven realm, so plentiful that it could never be fully extracted, giving away did not bring him joy. Following Atri to the mine, Ye Hua beheld the profound cavern, resembling a mysterious gaping maw of the earth. The URU metal emitted an ethereal blue glow, dreamlike and surreal. He extended his hand to gently touch the ore, his eyes brimming with wonder and admiration. Thank you for your generosity. Such a rich vein of, or is truly a rarity in this world, and immensely precious. It was clear that his people would frequently need to mine URU metal here, necessitating dealings with the dwarves. There was no need to act as if he owed them a debt. If you have matters to discuss, seek Odin. He has already agreed to assist. Nonetheless, it was essential to ease the relationship. Thus, Ye Hua lingered in the Dwarven Kingdom for several days, often seated beside Atri near the Grand Furnace, passionately discussing the intricate art of integrating magic into weapon forging. With focused attention, Ye Hua humbly inquired, King Atri, I have long admired the unparalleled craftsmanship of dwarven forging. Might you share your unique insights on the fusion of magic and metallurgy? Due to their appearance, dwarves were not particularly favored in the universe, so Atri's eyes brightened at Ye Hua's unexpected interest in blacksmithing. Enthusiastically, he replied, the union of magic and forging is akin to the harmony of yin and yang. The crux lies in precisely balancing the energies. Just as the flames within this furnace must seamlessly incorporate magical elements to imbue the weapons with soul, thereby creating truly extraordinary armaments. Ye Hua listened intently, nodding in agreement at intervals. Your insights are indeed enlightening. I shall diligently study them upon my return. His deliberate efforts to cultivate this connection would undoubtedly yield rewards. In the future, when he returned from mining, the dwarves had promised to assist, which was one benefit of his endeavors. Afterward, Ye Hua journeyed with Zelina and Ella to the Void and the planet Shandar. Along the way, Zelina, filled with curiosity like a child eager for knowledge, blinked her eyes and asked, my God, did you say you once traded resources here? Such a colossal head. The celestial bodies in the universe are truly peculiar. Ye Hua smiled patiently, explaining, this is not merely a celestial body, but the head of a divine being, the result of countless years of evolution after its demise. The responsibility of future material transactions has been entrusted to the two of you. The Void and Sandar Star are vital trade hubs within the galaxy. Thus, it is imperative for you to familiarize yourselves with the environment and trading regulations there, as this experience will greatly benefit your future endeavors. Ayla, with a resolute expression, nodded emphatically, assuring, rest assured, We shall dedicate ourselves wholeheartedly and live up to your expectations. After traversing the cosmos for several days, Ye Hua finally returned to Tianqing with Zelina and Ayla. Standing before the grand city gates of Tianqing, amidst the rolling white clouds, Ye Hua gazed at the magnificent architecture, overwhelmed with emotion. The rewards of this journey were substantial. Both Tianqing and the Dark Dimension could officially commence expansion plans, and the completion of the celestial computer was imminent. The future undoubtedly shone bright and resplendent. Chapter 87. The Gradual Divergence of the Solar God Sect. After approximately a month, they returned with a mountain of precious resources. Primarily, Ye Hua had longed to see Blue Sister again, and they explored the galaxy together, while Zelina and Ayla needed to acclimate to the trading practices of Sandar Star and the Void. At this moment, the warehouses of Tianqing were once again filled with ores emanating a mysterious glow and metals shimmering with an extraordinary luster. Ye Hua stood in the center of the warehouse, observing it all with a confident smile, his spirits buoyed. This substantial harvest promised a new era of development for Tianqing. Turning to Clark beside him, Ye Hua spoke, his voice tinged with uncontainable joy. With no one else around, she felt no need to adhere to formalities and stepped forward to embrace Ye Hua's arm, her eyes brimming with admiration and respect. This is all you're doing. Under your leadership, Tianqing will surely flourish even more. As she spoke, Clark gently swayed Ye Hua's arm, her tone laced with playful reproach as she pouted slightly. Ye Hua, you haven't really spent time with me in ages. Are you truly this busy? In her words, she intentionally pressed her soft form closer to Ye Hua's arm, the gentle sensation enveloping him. Due to the modifications made to her genetic engine, as long as she wished, she could communicate as freely as anyone else, without being unable to utter her own name. Otherwise, it would diminish much of the joy. Ye Hua, observing Clark's charming demeanor, smiled softly as he reached out to gently pinch her smooth, delicate face, teasingly saying, "Little greedy cat, can't you wait a moment longer?" "Very well. Considering how hard you've worked lately, after your bath tonight, come in my room. I will surely reward you well and ensure your utmost satisfaction." Upon hearing this, Clark's eyes sparkled with excitement, a shy blush adorning her cheeks. She bit her lower lip gently, wrapping her arms around Ye Hua's neck, and sweetly said, "You must keep your promise. If you dare deceive me, I won't let you off easily. Even if you are a god, I will make sure you won't rise again." Ye Hua chuckled, playfully tapping her nose. With such a declaration, I find myself rather intrigued. Shall I shower you with affection right now? Clark gently bit her crimson lips, her gaze becoming increasingly enchanting, like the shimmering waters. Amidst their flirtatious banter, the sun god church flourished splendidly, resembling an immense snowball that grew ever larger as it rolled across the earthly realm. Devotees poured in like an unstoppable tide, carrying with them an unwavering faith that all but obliterated the demonic beliefs. In the heart of major cities, new sanctuaries rose resplendently, their gleaming golden light reminiscent of the sun god's watchful eye, instilling awe in the hearts of the people. In the bustling square of a vibrant city, a missionary stood atop a lofty platform, fervently proclaiming the tenets of the sun god. His resonant voice rang out with fervor, echoing throughout the square. The sun god is the one true deity in the world, and his radiance shall illuminate every shadowy corner. As long as we earnestly believe in him, we shall gain boundless strength and be liberated from the demon's torment. The gathered followers, entranced as if under a spell, raised their hands in unison, exclaiming, "Praise the sun god. We are willing to dedicate everything to him." As time progressed, the faith in the sun god spread like a rampant vine, swiftly reaching every corner of the globe. The faithful not only immersed themselves in missionary work, but also actively engaged in the exorcism of evil. They were convinced they were the sun god's emissaries, entrusted with the sacred mission of purifying the world. However, the demons would not concede so easily. Though Mephisto could not physically descend to Earth, he devised an alternative scheme, tearing open spatial rifts in the hellish dimension and dispatching his minions. These little demons, like phantoms, stealthily infiltrated the human realm, possessing ordinary individuals. Chaos and terror enveloped the world in an instant. In a narrow alley, a young man suddenly collapsed in agony, his body convulsing violently, emitting spine-chilling howls. His eyes, bloodshot and filled with madness and despair, drew a terrified crowd around him, rendered helpless. Soon, a group of Sun God Church adherents arrived upon hearing the commotion. The leader, observing the stricken man, wore a grave and unyielding expression. With arms crossed, he coldly declared, "This man has been possessed by a demonic soul. He is beyond salvation and must undergo the Sun God's purification." Upon hearing this, the man's mother burst into tears, rushing to his side and clutching him tightly, pleading, "Please. He is merely ill, not possessed by a demon. Save him." The adherents remained unmoved, devoid of compassion, and continued, "Ma'am, do not cling to delusions. The power of demons is far too malevolent. Only through purification can his soul find release. Returning his soul to the embrace of the Sun God is the only path to eternal salvation." With that, the devotees forcibly pulled the man from his mother's grasp, preparing to bind him to the pyre. The mother struggled desperately, trying to thwart their intentions, only to be roughly shoved aside by the followers. "You demons! Let go of my son. He is innocent," she cried out, her voice a mixture of despair and fury. The devotees, however, remained deaf to the cries of the world around them. They ignited the fire, and the flames surged upward, casting a crimson glow upon the anguished face of the man. The onlookers, witnessing this scene, were seized by a profound sense of horror and dissatisfaction with the actions of the solar cult. They were utterly deranged. This was not a righteous church. It was evidently a malevolent sect. An elder voiced his outrage to the crowd. The people nodded in agreement, their faces etched with fury and discontent. "Indeed, I once held hope for the solar cult, but it seems they are no different from demons." Another sighed in resignation. "Is there no one to intervene? What has become of this world?" As the extreme actions of the solar cult escalated, an increasing number of individuals began to harbor feelings of aversion and resistance towards them. In several cities, tensions between the populace and the cultists intensified. That night, rejuvenated by the gentle rain, Clark radiated vitality, her fair skin adorned with a rosy hue, resembling a blooming flower in its prime. She languidly nestled in Knight's embrace, as if she had discovered the warmest haven. Knight tenderly caressed Clark's hair, savoring her softness and warmth, his eyes brimming with affection. The two remained entwined from dusk until deep into the night. Now, she felt too weary to lift a finger, merely wishing to listen to the steady rhythm of the man's strong heartbeat beside her. After a while, Clark lifted her head slightly, gazing into Knight's eyes, her own sparkling with happiness. Her lips parted gently as she whispered, "Knight, I love you." A smile graced Knight's lips as he lowered his head, planting a soft kiss on Clark's forehead, then tenderly replied, "I love you too, Clark." Their gazes locked, and in that moment, time itself seemed to stand still. Men often preferred to rest afterward, while women enjoyed sharing their thoughts in hushed tones. Clark was such a woman, and there was something she felt uncertain about conveying. Knight raised his head. "What is it? Speak freely." Clark took a deep breath and said, "The brutal and violent actions of the solar cult have incited strong discontent among the people. Under the guise of exorcism, they have harmed many innocent civilians. And in numerous cities, the conflict between the populace and the cultists is nearing an irreparable point. I fear this may tarnish your reputation." Clark hesitated. The solar cult was founded by Knight himself, even though he had entrusted her with the management of the celestial city and all powers regarding the cult. She could not issue any divine proclamations on his behalf. She could only reach out to other super warriors to restrain the cultist behavior. Yet this proved fruitless, as the number of devotees continued to swell, spreading across the globe. Those super warriors could not accompany each follower, and there would always be some zealous fanatics eager to wield flames in their quest to expel demons and return souls to the embrace of the solar god. Even the super warriors are not exempt from such paranoia. It is utterly absurd. The embrace of the sun god is not something she can possess indefinitely. What gives you the right to believe that merely setting a fire could grant you access to the sun god's embrace? Ye Hua frowned slightly. While I am aware that the sun god sect has long engaged in some extreme practices, I had not anticipated it had deteriorated to such a degree. Clark hastily explained, "Indeed, the situation is exceedingly grave. If we do not intervene promptly, it will undoubtedly hinder the spread of the sun god sect among mortals. Those who are unaware of the truth may come to perceive the sun god as a tyrannical deity. Perhaps this is the very conspiracy that the demons seek to realize. Moreover, the followers of the sun god sect are a mixed lot, with the Hydra infiltrating and exploiting the church for their own schemes. Clark has already ordered the covert execution of several individuals with ulterior motives who had secretly infiltrated the church. Yet, the situation remains dire. Speaking of this matter, a look of remorse crossed Clark's face. She had once been affiliated with the Hydra herself. Very well, it seems we cannot allow them to develop freely anymore. At the very least, those who wish to join the church must undergo scrutiny. Glancing through information regarding the Sun God sect, Ye Hua shook his head with a wry smile. Although he had always regarded the followers as mere instruments for tribute, if this trend continues, will I not transform the illustrious Sun God into a malevolent deity? There's another issue at hand. The vibranium resources overseen by Haley and Daff are manageable in Wakanda. Despite their exorbitant pricing, they are eager for the superior technology of the Sky City and have agreed to supply a limited amount of vibranium consistently. As for the specifics of quantity, that can be negotiated later. However, Namor's underwater kingdom has not only rebuffed trade with the Sky City, but has also harmed Daff, threatening war if we continue to disturb their tranquil existence. Oof. Ye Hua scoffed coldly. War? With a mere group of fish dwelling in the ocean? Do they truly believe that hiding in the depths of the sea renders them invulnerable? Hearing the displeasure in Ye Hua's tone, Clark recognized his mounting fury and promptly lowered himself in submission. Ye Hua relaxed his eyes, momentarily closing them in a state of contemplation, unsure whether his agitation stemmed from anger or deep reflection on the affairs of the underwater kingdom. Chapter 88. A declaration of war against the underwater kingdom as the divine leader of civilization, the illustrious Sun God. Ye Hua expressed that for a long time, a flame of peace has burned within his heart, dreaming of uniting with the great civilizations of the cosmos to embark on a journey of mutual cooperation and benefit. Whether this is true or not is of no consequence. What matters is that I sincerely sent envoys to the magnificent palace of the underwater kingdom, only to be met with frosty indifference and unabashed hostility. The principle of not executing envoys in times of war seems to elude them entirely. How impolite. Offer me no respect whatsoever. The next day, as Ye Hua sat upon his throne and heard of this matter, he was infuriated beyond measure, his eyes ablaze with wrath, and his fists clenched tightly. In times of conflict between nations, it is a fundamental principle upheld since ancient times, not to harm envoys. Their brazen and rude behavior is utterly intolerable. Ye Hua's voice reverberated through the palace like thunder, causing the ears of all present to resonate. The elite warriors, stationed on either side of the throne, their eyes ablaze with fervor, eagerly anticipated Ye Hua's every decision. Yen Jin stepped forward, clasping his hands in salute, and declared, "My lord, the underwater kingdom's audacity is intolerable. If we do not impart upon them the lesson they deserve, they shall only grow more arrogant, believing our heavenly city to be weak and easily bullied. I propose we mobilize our forces at once. When the sovereign is disrespected, the realm suffers. When the sovereign is insulted, the subjects perish. With a just cause, great accomplishments can be achieved. Such is the way of things." As a true patriot of our illustrious nation, Yen Jin was acutely aware of the intricacies involved, and his indignation compelled him to advocate for the destruction of the underwater kingdom. Ye Hua nodded gravely, his gaze resolute and unwavering, proclaiming, "Indeed, since they refuse to coexist peacefully and develop alongside us, I shall ensure they comprehend the excruciating price of their provocation against the blazing sun. Henceforth, we declare war upon the underwater kingdom. The blazing sun cherishes peace and prosperity. However, should they disregard reason, I shall demonstrate to them the essence of celestial justice." With a decisive word, the following day, Ye Hua immersed himself wholeheartedly in preparations for war. He understood well that battling beneath the waves differed vastly from combat on land. Those elite warriors, with their mere physical prowess, would struggle to unleash their full potential in the ocean's intricate environment. Thus, it was imperative that he first elevate his own capabilities. In truth, he had nearly fulfilled the requirements for advancement some time ago, yet was preoccupied with myriad responsibilities, and his genetic development had lacked the necessary refinement. Now, at long last, the time had come. Ye Hua arrived at the genetic laboratory of Liation City, where a soft blue luminescence enveloped the space and an array of intricate instruments flickered with enigmatic light, as if revealing the secrets of technology. The impending upgrade might demand considerable time. He instructed, "No disturbances shall reach me." Understood. Clark, ever loyal to Ye Hua's command, resolutely took his post at the laboratory door. Despite the scarcity of personnel in Heavenly City, entering the Shadow Realm, he accessed the solar light interface, summoned the upgrade plan, and commenced the creation of the genetic enhancement serum. Soon, As Ye Hua maneuvered within the Shadow Realm, countless resources were transported into the experiment, and the previously incomplete serum coalesced into a golden-hued liquid, gently swaying within the gene optimization chamber, seemingly brimming with boundless energy. The super energy factor proved to be an invaluable asset. In just a few short years, he had reached this pivotal juncture. Originally, the endeavor to upgrade to a third-generation super soldier would have required decades, if not centuries. Blue Sister's contributions were indispensable. Ye Hua smiled softly, his gaze steadfast upon the liquid within the optimization chamber, sensing the yearning that emanated from the solar light gene. He then shed his garments and reclined within. This marks the ascension to a quasi-divine physique, which, naturally, is not as simple as merely receiving an injection, as was the case during the previous upgrade. As the first drop of genetic enhancement fluid permeated his body, a powerful surge of electricity coursed through him, awakening every cell as if from a long slumber. Subsequently, remarkable transformations began to unfold within Ye Hua's physique. His bones emitted a sound akin to steel being forged, continuously reorganizing and strengthening under the influence of the genetic enhancement fluid. His muscles swiftly expanded, their contours becoming more streamlined and resilient, resembling exquisitely sculpted marble. His consciousness involuntarily delved into the shadowy realm, where he beheld his genetic strands resembling resplendent rivers of stars. The genetic enhancement fluid acted as a magical key, unlocking hidden doors deep within his genetic structure. Those dormant potential genes were activated one by one, unleashing formidable energy. He could distinctly sense his body evolving, every cell rejoicing in anticipation of this unprecedented transformation. As a third-generation super warrior, he was capable of pushing his genetic potential to its limit. More critically, it was imperative to upload his various data into the shadowy realm to achieve immortality. Otherwise, no matter how long he lived, he could still be vanquished. Of course, even as a third-generation super warrior with a quasi-divine physique, true immortality remained unattainable, for the uploaded data represented only the present moment and was not continuously updated. As the genetic enhancement fluid continued to flow into him, a golden radiance began to shimmer on the surface of Ye Hua's body, illuminating the entire laboratory like a sacred halo. His power surged exponentially, and a profound sensation of ascending to a higher plane of existence enveloped him. He felt as if he could perceive everything around him, even hearing the vibrations of molecules and the flow of energy. With each passing second, after a lengthy and arduous upgrading process, Ye Hua finally opened his eyes. His gaze had grown more profound and luminous, seemingly imbued with boundless wisdom and strength. An immense aura emanated from him. Even if a nuclear bomb were to strike, it could only leave him severely wounded. His capabilities had undergone a qualitative leap. However, there was no cause for excessive excitement. Everything lay within the realm of calculated data. Upon completing the divine physique upgrade, Ye Hua immediately set to work upgrading the weaponry for Clark and the others. He personally wielded the tools, combining vibranium and URU metal to forge the most advanced alloy of the time. This alloy was not only extraordinarily tough, but also capable of absorbing and releasing energy, integrated with a weapon engine that could harness stellar energy, thus creating the Blaze-class weaponry. He rallied the troops, preparing for an all-out assault on the underwater kingdom. Once everything was in place, Ye Hua arrived at the main hall to issue commands, his heart brimming with determination. He thought to himself, "This time, I shall thoroughly dismantle the underwater kingdom and seize all the vibranium. They have provided me with the justification to do so. They cannot blame me for this." Originally, the number of super warriors who were gravely injured while combating the demon worshippers and subsequently summoned to the Celestial City was merely a handful. Far too few to wage a war against the underwater kingdom, which lay thousands of meters beneath the ocean's surface, severely complicating military operations. I cannot simply open a portal to the sun's surface and evaporate the Atlantic Ocean. Such an act would plunge the earth into chaos, for I am no demon. With a raised hand, Ye Hua summoned the highest authority of the Celestial City, causing the entire realm to shimmer with resplendent light. With a gentle wave of his hand, golden beams of light surged forth like meteors, descending from the cosmos to envelop the super warriors who were fiercely battling the demon worshippers across the globe. These warriors, previously engaged in bloody encounters on various battlefields, wielded sharp swords to slay demons, unleashed vibrant waves of energy and piloted advanced aircraft in intense aerial pursuits against their foes. However, at the moment the golden beams descended, they felt an irresistible force calling them, compelling them to cease their actions involuntarily. "This is the call of our deity," one super warrior exclaimed joyfully, his eyes gleaming with unwavering determination. It appeared that a far greater conflict was on the horizon. Another warrior tightened his grip on his weapon, his voice brimming with anticipation. The golden beams enveloped them, instantaneously transcending distance, and in the blink of an eye, they found themselves within the grand and solemn hall of the celestial city. Adorning the entrance were the majestic characters, Ling Xiao. The super warriors emerged from the golden light, and in unison, they knelt, their gazes towards the throne filled with reverence and expectation. "Warriors!" Ye Hua's voice resonated powerfully, echoing like an ancient battle song throughout the hall. "The intrusion of the demon worshippers is merely the beginning. Beneath the profound depths of the ocean lies a far more formidable evil force, the underwater kingdom, that seeks to consume our world. They disregard peace and harm our messengers. Now, we have no choice but to fight. For the celestial city. For justice." The super warriors collectively proclaimed, their voices reverberating throughout the celestial city. "Excellent. I see your unwavering resolve for victory." Ye Hua nodded, and with a wave, golden light enveloped the super warriors who had just arrived. They were equipped with identical weapons and armor, though all but Charlie were crafted from titanium alloy. There must be some precedence, after all. "For the glory of our deity. Let the battle commence. Let the battle commence." The super warriors cried out once more, filled with confidence. "Warriors, this conflict may prove exceptionally arduous, but I believe that as long as we unite as one, we shall surely overcome our adversaries. Let us defend the dignity of the celestial city and safeguard the peace of earth with the weapons in our hands." Ye Hua raised his aurora sword, pointing towards the horizon. Onward. Ye Hua stood at the pinnacle of the Lingxiao Hall, his figure towering like a majestic mountain, his gaze infused with steadfastness and martial fervor. With the command of Knight Hua, the celestial city, which had been leisurely drifting in the profound outer space, was suddenly awakened in its entirety, its weaponry and engines primed for battle. One of the reasons for not directly opening the wormhole on the sun's surface was that it would be tantamount to bullying. The celestial city radiated an even more dazzling brilliance, shining with a mesmerizing golden glow, resembling a newly born sun, distinctly resplendent against the dark, boundless cosmos. The energy shield surrounding the celestial city trembled violently, erupting with splendid sparks, a manifestation of the surging energy. The colossal stellar thruster belched forth scorching flames of radiant energy, the colors resembling a burning aurora, intertwining reds, blues, and purples, illuminating the distant expanse of space. The trajectory of the celestial city mirrored a golden lightning bolt, creating a massive tail flame upon friction with the atmosphere, akin to a sun descending from the heavens. With unparalleled momentum, it surged fiercely toward Earth, its blade aimed directly at the Atlantic Ocean. Chapter 89. The Way of Heaven, the Celestial City, a divine realm in the eyes of countless devotees, sacred and magnificent, once again manifested before the world in a manner that shattered all preconceptions. It appeared as a dazzling, intensely radiant golden sun, racing at an extraordinary speed, like an arrow released from its bow, slicing through the tranquil heavens and hurtling towards Earth. The blazing flames illuminated the sky, and the immense, elongated tail flame traced a magnificent and awe-inspiring trajectory, reminiscent of a divine hand poised to obliterate the mortal realm. In a corner of Earth shrouded in an enigmatic atmosphere, a group of solar deity followers were engulfed in an activity bordering on frenzy. Clad in robes of gilded red, shimmering under the sunlight, each follower clutched a sacred artifact symbolizing their faith, murmuring incantations in deep, powerful tones, as if engaging in a transcendent dialogue with the divine. They were wholly absorbed, dedicating themselves to the eradication of demonic beliefs, their faces alight with unwavering determination and fervor. Suddenly, a young devotee inadvertently looked up at the sky, his eyes widening to the size of copper bells, his expression frozen in terror. A sharp cry shattered the previously fervent atmosphere. "Look, a meteor is falling from the sky." The crowd turned to follow his pointing finger, and in the distant heavens, a golden point of light appeared, like a meteor suddenly materializing, growing larger and brighter, as if it intended to ignite the entire sky. The devotees were momentarily stunned, filled with fear and confusion. An elder follower, trembling, pointed at the sky, his voice quivering. That is the celestial kingdom of the solar deity. Not long ago, the divine warriors were all summoned back to the celestial kingdom. And now, the divine realm descends upon us with such formidable force. Surely, something monumental is afoot. As his words hung in the air, a look of trepidation washed over the faces of the surrounding worshippers. Had we somehow failed, inciting the wrath of the sun god? A young female devotee lamented with a quiver in her voice, her body trembling slightly as the sacred artifact in her hand nearly slipped from her grasp. No, perhaps this is a divine revelation, a sign that the deity intends to descend and deliver us, proclaimed a middle-aged believer with unwavering conviction, a glimmer of hope shining in his eyes. In an instant, countless worshippers ceased their movements, as if time itself had paused. They gradually sank to their knees, their bodies hitting the ground with a heavy thud. With hands clasped in prayer and eyes tightly shut, their expressions were a blend of piety and anxiety as they began to fervently pray. The sacred name of the sun god flowed from their lips in a rhythmic chant, echoing throughout the land. Some pressed their foreheads to the earth, trembling slightly as if confiding their inner fears and anxieties to the divine. Others clasped their hands more tightly, knuckles whitening from strain, their prayers growing increasingly urgent as they sought to evoke a response from the heavens. Meanwhile, in distant corners of the earth, the scenario was starkly different. A colossal golden fireball loomed ominously in the sky, its brilliance akin to a multitude of piercing swords, striking down towards the earth and even overshadowing the sun's radiance. This spectacle sparked an uproar across the globe, plunging humanity into a state of sheer panic. In bustling cities, the throngs of people scattered like startled birds. A mother clutched her child tightly, her voice hoarse with desperation as she cried, "Don't be afraid, my darling. Mommy is here." The child's eyes were filled with terror and confusion, tears welling up as he clung to her neck, his body shaking uncontrollably. A young man dashed wildly down the street, shouting, "The apocalypse is upon us. Run!" Behind him trailed a frantic crowd, their footsteps chaotic and jumbled, pushing against one another in a frenzy, as if a single misstep could lead them to doom. In a remote village, the once tranquil hamlet was shattered by this sudden display. An elderly farmer stood on the ridge, staring vacantly at the sky, his hoe falling from his grasp as his mouth gaped open, as if he wished to speak yet could not muster a sound. A group of children darted about the village, their faces etched with fear as cries and screams reverberated throughout. At this moment, agents of S.H. I.E.L.D. exhibited palpable tension. They congregated in the brightly lit command center, where instruments flickered with a spectrum of colors. However, the data displayed by these devices sent their hearts plummeting. A young agent, panic-stricken, exclaimed, "How can this be? How could the city of heaven be hurtling towards Earth at such a speed?" Maria Hill furrowed her brow. Concern etched across her features as she replied, "We possess a comprehensive understanding of the city of heaven. It spans approximately 4 to 5 square miles. Yet now it approaches Earth at this staggering velocity. Should a collision occur, the consequences would be unimaginable." Another agent clasped his head with both hands. Despair etched across his face. The immense impact will trigger a series of unimaginable disasters. Earthquakes, tsunamis, volcanic eruptions that could potentially lead to the obliteration of our planet. What shall we do now? Commander, please issue an order. An order? What order should I issue? Nick Fury stood at the command center's window, his gaze fixated on the blazing golden sun in the sky, his eyes filled with hopelessness and terror. His hands were clenched into fists, knuckles whitening from strain, nails digging deeply into his palms. Yet he felt no pain as he struggled to devise a strategy. However, in the face of such formidable power, their intellect and technology appeared utterly insignificant and powerless. Determine its landing location. As he spoke, Nick Fury's voice grew hoarse, as if he were bearing the weight of immense psychological torment, preparing to resort to nuclear weaponry. This was their last recourse. Though he was uncertain whether it would prove effective against the celestial city, simultaneously praying that Ye Hua would not truly contemplate annihilating the world. In that moment, humanity appeared diminutive before an overwhelming force. Whether it was the fervent yet helpless prayers of the devotees or the anxious and despairing expressions of the agents, both seemed trivial before this immense power. The earth had transformed into a delicate plaything, manipulated at will by an invisible hand, poised to be ruthlessly destroyed by the golden sun at any moment. Ye Hua, of course, had no intention of destroying the earth. First and foremost, Ancient One would not permit such an act. He could have seamlessly descended through a micro-wormhole, but where would be the grandeur in that? After all, the sun's energy was abundant. It was merely a matter of style that mattered. In the vast expanse of the Atlantic Ocean, the celestial city stood majestically, akin to a towering peak from beyond the heavens, firmly anchored upon the surface of the sea. Beneath the celestial city, the underwater kingdom of Namor lay guarded by the relentless and surging waters. The palaces of the kingdom resembled slumbering behemoths in the deep sea, emerging as ethereal silhouettes amidst the shimmering waves, with structures woven from coral and gems exuding a dreamlike radiance. Within the celestial city's Lingshao Hall, Ye Hua resembled a stoic war deity, standing proudly before a colossal holographic display. His gaze was as piercing as cold stars, his voice deep and resonant as he issued commands. Activate the stellar energy docking. In an instant, the stellar energy core within the celestial city roared to life, its thunderous rumble reverberating throughout the entire structure. Initiate the celestial city's weapon engines. Following Ye Hua's command, every corner of the celestial city was engulfed in dazzling light. Power level 60. Ye Hua's voice bore no trace of hesitation or pity, as if it were the ruthless decree of fate. The terrifyingly potent stellar energy surged forth from the celestial city like a breaching dam, hurtling straight toward the ocean below. The waters, struck by this torrent of energy, erupted into a boil, colossal waves roiling and roaring, as if the sea itself were lamenting in agony. Construct the wormhole corridor. The final command was issued, and the intricate and arcane wormhole algorithm whirred rapidly within the super system of the celestial city. Streams of golden light surged forth from the depths of the celestial city, weaving a vast and enigmatic wormhole corridor in the ocean's depths. A breach appeared in the Atlantic, isolating the surrounding waters and laying bare the underwater kingdom of Namor for all to behold. The jewels embedded in the palace no longer radiated their enchanting brilliance. Instead, they resembled terrified eyes, witnessing the impending doom. The Sea King, now stripped of the ocean as protection, I shall see what prowess you possess. A cold smirk graced Ye Hua's lips, his gaze brimming with disdain and contempt for his adversary. Commence battle. With that proclamation, the flames of conflict were ignited. Ye Hua mused that he had gone to great lengths for this confrontation, arriving with a fierce momentum that left no room for negotiation. He resolved to first demonstrate his formidable might to his foes before broaching any discussions. Hundreds of super soldiers were already prepared for combat, dashing forth from the various exits of the celestial city like meteors, hurtling toward the underwater kingdom. They emanated a suffocating aura of power, their weapons glinting with a chilling light, akin to the scythe of the Grim Reaper, poised to harvest the hopes of life. Meanwhile, King Namor stood before the palace, his expression etched with terror and despair. Once, with the ocean's might at his command, he was undoubtedly the sovereign of the deep, his strength rivaling that of the current Thor. This was precisely why he had summoned the celestial city. Yet now, bereft of water, his power waned like a wellspring run dry, diminishing rapidly under the onslaught of the super soldiers. He appeared so small and helpless in the face of their overwhelming assault. With all his might, King Namor swung his trident, attempting to unleash waves of energy in defiance. However, these energy waves were as inconsequential as a breeze against a boulder in the face of the super soldiers' relentless attack. In but a single exchange, the 100 super soldiers encircled King Namor like a pack of ravenous beasts, their blades raining down like a torrential storm. The relentless assault carved his body, leaving it marred and bloodied, with crimson flowing like blooming flowers, tainting the surrounding waters with a shocking hue of red. Ye Hua watched the scene unfold, a wave of exhilaration surging within him. I may not measure up to the likes of Odin or Ancient One. I may be powerless against demons from hellish dimensions. But how dare you behave so arrogantly towards me? Since you refuse the prospect of a peaceful exchange and dare to declare war, let us embrace the conflict. The wealth and vibranium of the underwater kingdom shall soon be mine. From a moment the celestial city descended, the outcome of the battle was devoid of any suspense. The super soldiers surged forth like an unstoppable torrent of steel, swiftly breaching the defenses of the underwater kingdom. With Namor's demise and armed forces dismantled, the super soldiers stormed the palace, and the citizens of the underwater kingdom, faced with this overwhelming force, trembled and knelt in surrender. Chapter 90. Conquering Atlantis. You are indeed Adam. Your presence grows increasingly divine, your voice resonating with an echo that reverberates through the tranquil, yet oppressive underwater palace. Ye Hua sits majestically upon a throne encrusted with pearls, a radiant aura of gold emanating from him, his commanding presence spreading like a surging tide, rendering all who gaze upon him unable to meet his eyes. Before the palace, the remnants of the Talakani people are brought forth by fully armed super warriors, trembling as they kneel upon the ground. Their eyes, vacant and filled with terror and despair, betray their quaking bodies, akin to fallen leaves swaying in a tempest. The valor and pride of yesteryears have been utterly crushed by the brutal defeat. Indifferently, Ye Hua toys with the trident of the sea god, its jewels shimmering like profound abyssal pools, casting a mysterious and cold blue light that intertwines with the fervent glow surrounding him, illuminating his austere yet confident visage. This artifact, once a symbol of the Talakani's supreme power and authority, now appears to him as mere plaything. Adam slowly raises his head, his gaze akin to that of a cornered beast, ablaze with a fiery defiance, yet suffused with resignation and submission. He bites his lip until it bleeds, striving to steady his voice. Yes, mighty conqueror from the land, I implore your forgiveness. I am willing to bow before you with my entire kin, offering half of our kingdom as treasures and precious metals. A sardonic smile curves Ye Hua's lips, his gaze sharp as a blade. Half? Aton, are you still ensnared in the illusions of the past, failing to recognize your current predicament? I have come to this abyss not for a mere fraction of your wealth. Adam trembles at his words, fists clenched tightly, nails digging into his palms, crimson droplets seeping forth unnoticed. His eyes widen in fury as he glares at Ye Hua. Yet the overwhelming aura emanating from him acts as invisible shackles, rendering his silent resistance futile. In a mere 10 minutes, this band of formidable land dwellers swept through like a tempest, utterly decimating all resistance in Atlantis. Their king, once a figure that instilled fear throughout the underwater realm, perished in a recent skirmish. For the sake of his people's survival and a tranquil future, Adam knows he has no choice but to surrender. But that constitutes a significant portion of the kingdom's wealth. Should you seize it all, my people will be cast into despair, struggling to survive. Adam suppresses his anger, his voice trembling with frustration and helplessness. Ye Hua chuckles coldly, his laughter akin to the biting wind of a frigid night, chilling to the bone. Rising from his throne, he strides forward with a steady and powerful gait, each step echoing upon Adam's heart. Despair? We come with a love for peace and a spirit of mutual benefit. Yet you have arrogantly dismissed my goodwill. Today's predicament is merely the consequence of your own actions. Adam grits his teeth, humiliation washing over him like a relentless tide. Yet for the survival of his kin, he can only bow his head. We are willing to accept your rule. All that belongs to the underwater kingdom is yours. His voice is low and hoarse, each word resounding like a hammer, striking against his shattered dignity. Ye Hua slightly nodded, signaling his super warriors to enter the treasury of Atlantis and retrieve the wealth and resources accumulated over countless years. As for Adam, he held little significance. Were it not for the presence of many frail and vulnerable souls outside the underwater palace, he would not wish to act so ruthlessly. And today the Talakani tribe could have been declared extinguished like the Dark Elves. Watching this scene, Adam's eyes dimmed as night, filled with sorrow. A young warrior suddenly rose, his eyes blazing with fury, and bellowed, "We were once valiant warriors. How could we easily submit?" Ye Hua turned around, his gaze as frigid as frost, piercing like a blade towards the young warrior, a flicker of impatience crossing his eyes. With a casual wave of his hand, sharp, silver wings shot forth from his side, slicing through the cold, dark waters. The rebellious Talakani warrior barely had time to react before a flash of cold light pierced through his body. Blood blossomed in the water like a vivid flower, and in an instant, his life was extinguished. Surely, he would not be the only casualty. Many others harbored resentment. Before the super warriors, no thought could remain hidden. The surrounding Talakani people were rendered mute by this sudden display of bloodshed, fear spreading rapidly among the crowd. Those who had clung to a flicker of defiance were utterly crushed by the harsh reality, bowing their heads, too frightened to meet Ye Hua's gaze. Adam, too, was taken aback, his face turning pale, his body trembling slightly. He understood that Ye Hua was making an example, warning them against any thoughts of rebellion. Before absolute power, the vanquished could only choose to submit. In their current pitiful state, how could they dare speak of resistance? Should they persist in their folly? He would not hesitate to annihilate them all. The murderous intent in Ye Hua's eyes chilled everyone in the underwater kingdom to the bone. Ye Hua approached Adam, looking down upon him with an air of arrogance. From this day forth, the Talakani of Atlantis shall be vassals of the blazing sun, and you shall be their king. Adam lowered his head, unable to meet Ye Hua's gaze, his voice tremulous. Yes, I shall lead my people to heed your commands. Ye Hua casually tossed the trident of the sea god to Adam. Take this and pacify your people. Tell them that if they obediently comply, they will gain more than they lose. Adam caught the trident, its familiar weight filling him with bitterness and sorrow. Yet what could he do? He could only reply, Rest assured, I will keep my people in line. Ye Hua returned to his throne, his voice commanding, This matter ends here. Adam, fulfill your duties well, or your fate shall be worse than that of your king. Adam prostrated himself, bowing deeply, Yes, I shall obey your will. Under the formidable aura of Ye Hua, he deeply felt the insurmountable chasm that separates victors from the vanquished, his heart heavy with helplessness and sorrow, resigned to endure this cruel fate in silence. Perhaps Asgard was originally forged for the purpose of URU metal, conquering the dwarven kingdom just as he does today. And now, the celestial city, or perhaps the blazing sun, is only beginning to reveal its fangs. One cannot deny the vast richness of the ocean, its expanse far surpassing that of the land. Through the long passage of time and meticulous accumulation, it has undeniably transformed into a natural, colossal treasure trove. Over 100 agile and well-trained super warriors, upon receiving Ye Hua's commands, moved like diligent and orderly worker ants through the underwater kingdom. Among them, some struggled to carry heavy treasure chests brimming with dazzling jewels and priceless gold coins, each emitting a captivating glow of opulence. Others collaboratively lifted enormous metal blocks, glistening with a mysterious and peculiar light, as if concealing unknown powers. The transportation proceeded with remarkable orderliness, yet the sheer volume of treasures was overwhelming. Although micro-wormhole transportation could facilitate some logistics, not all materials could be so conveniently moved. Fortunately, the Celestial City was situated right above the Atlantic Ocean at that moment. After expending considerable time, they finally succeeded in transporting the vast treasures of the underwater kingdom back to the Celestial City. Among the myriad of splendid treasures, the most precious were the substantial quantities of vibranium extracted from the underwater realm. This rare metal possesses unparalleled unique characteristics and immense power, holding immeasurable value in both technological research and weapon manufacturing. Beneath the tranquil, profound surface of the ocean, the reserves of vibranium rival those of Wakanda. Ye Hua stood tall at the heights of the Celestial City, gazing down upon the mountain of treasures, his eyes sparkling with excitement and elation, as if he envisioned a glorious future for the Celestial City and the Shadow Realm. Beside him, Yanjin was brimming with enthusiasm and exhilaration, his voice laced with uncontrollable joy as he exclaimed, My God, this expedition has yielded extraordinarily bountiful rewards. With this vibranium and ample resources, the construction of the Celestial City and the Shadow Realm will undoubtedly ascend to new heights of splendor. Ye Hua nodded slightly, a smile of pride gracing his lips, his voice filled with confidence and grandeur. Indeed, with these invaluable resources, we need not worry about the metals required for the construction of the Celestial City and the Shadow Realm for at least several centuries. Moreover, the Talakani people can continue to gather underwater resources for us in the future. It seems that war, territorial expansion, and the conquest of others indeed bring immense benefits. This intoxicating sensation of sudden wealth is truly delightful. Just as Ye Hua reveled in the joy of victory, Nick Fury finally arrived in haste. clad in his iconic black trench coat, billowing gently in the soft breeze. He appeared both mysterious and austere. The glint in his singular eye radiated sharpness and concern, as if he were keenly aware of all lurking dangers. The Quinjet of S.H.I.E.L.D. approached the celestial city, requesting communication. Nick Fury's expression was grave, imbued with a touch of concern and worry. Ye Hua, what is your purpose in making such a grand arrival on Earth? Are you aware that this could potentially disrupt the fragile balance that exists here, bringing forth numerous unforeseen dangers? And that Sun God sect. In response to Nick Fury's rapid-fire words, Ye Hua chuckled dismissively, a glint of gold flashing in his eyes, as if he perceived something beyond the ordinary. He regarded Nick Fury with a tone laced with disdain. Nick Fury, perhaps you should focus on your own affairs. While Ye Hua remained unfazed, the super soldiers under his command were not. Many fixed their serious gazes upon Nick Fury, murmuring, "Mortal, how dare you utter the name of a deity?" Nick Fury's breath hitched, his brow furrowing in a tight knot, revealing a hint of helplessness and concern in his gaze. Nevertheless, he steeled his emotions and replied sternly, "Very well. Honorable Sun God, I trust you understand that Earth is our shared home. Your actions can cause unrest among many, jeopardizing the existing peace and stability." Ye Hua scoffed, brusquely interrupting Nick Fury. "Spare me your lofty ideals. However, I must forewarn you, or rather, those with ulterior motives. Beneath these waters dwell a race of mermaids, and from this moment forth, they are my vassals. It would be wise not to disturb them." Ye Hua's tone turned icy and severe, exuding an undeniable authority as if the very air around him had frozen. After a brief pause, he continued, "Otherwise, you shall certainly face the dire consequences of provoking me. The vibranium at the seabed now belongs to me, and the grand descent of the celestial city is bound to attract some scrutiny. Consider this a preemptive warning." Having said this, Ye Hua dismissed Nick Fury entirely, resolutely turning towards the central hall of the celestial city. Once more, the city radiated a brilliant golden light, resembling a colossal golden meteor streaking across the sky, swiftly returning to its original trajectory. Nick Fury stood silently, watching the celestial city recede into the distance, his heart heavy with profound concern. An assistant beside him quietly inquired, "Director, what exactly are the mermaids that Ye Hua mentioned? Should we send someone to investigate?" Nick Fury hesitated for a moment, a distinct wariness crossing his features, and replied cautiously, "Let us not act rashly for now." Meanwhile, in another location, the devotees of the Sun God beheld their divine realm once more shining with sacred light, ascending into the heavens as if witnessing a miraculous creation by the deity. They fervently knelt, hands clasped, erupting into waves of jubilant cheers. "Our earnest prayers have been heard. The deity has listened to our voices," one devotee proclaimed with fervor, imbued with joy and gratitude. "The deity shall continue to bless us. We shall remain eternally loyal to the divine." Another echoed, their face radiant with unwavering faith. In an atmosphere of fervent devotion, the influence of the Sun God sect appears to have grown increasingly solid and formidable under the sacred radiance of this divine realm. Nick Fury is acutely aware that S.H.I.L.D. must swiftly devise a practical strategy to counter the immense threat posed by the ever-growing power of Ye Hua. Chapter 91. The Military Merit Promotion System. After successfully subjugating the Underwater Kingdom, the issue of vibranium resources has been thoroughly resolved. Ye Hua stands within the storied halls of the Heavenly City, his gaze slowly sweeping over the towering piles of vibranium, which emit an otherworldly sheen, revealing a hint of satisfaction on his face. He slightly tilts his head, lost in contemplation, as memories of past negotiations for vibranium resources flood his mind. At this moment, he cannot help but reflect that such decisive actions should have been taken long ago. "My lord," one of his subordinates suggests, "Wakanda is but a small territory, yet it harbors significant vibranium reserves. Our strength is at its zenith. Why not seize the opportunity to acquire it all? This would undoubtedly ensure an abundant supply of vibranium and a more glorious future for the Heavenly City." Yen Jin, sensing Ye Hua's thoughts, cautiously steps forward, bowing to offer his counsel. Ye Hua furrows his brow, his gaze deepening with resolve. He slowly turns to face Yen Jin, speaking in a calm yet authoritative tone. While Wakanda possesses a wealth of precious vibranium, they are at least willing to sell it to us, maintaining a trade relationship. We must adhere to our principles and boundaries. We cannot unjustly launch an attack without cause. The heavenly city must stand for justice and benevolence. Jin, taken aback by Ye Hua's words, lowers his head, a glimmer of insight flickering in his eyes. The super soldiers, implanted with genetic engines, are programmed for loyalty and obedience, prioritizing Ye Hua's commands and the development of the heavenly city. Whether in the name of justice or malevolence, they will execute orders unconditionally. This influence is subtle yet profound. For now, there is no need to covet their resources, as the metallic supply is assured for centuries to come. Ye Hua gently waves his hand, his tone imbued with generosity and tolerance. Jin bows in acknowledgement. Time flows like a fleeting shadow, and before long, yet another Christmas approaches. Ye Hua stands atop the lofty platform of the heavenly city, gazing down at the well-trained, agile super soldiers below. They stand like a formidable wall of iron, precisely arranged, exuding an imposing presence. In a short time, they have adapted to life in the heavenly city and have been organized into a formidable military force. Due to his recent exemplary performance, Jin has been promoted to Grand Marshal of the heavenly city, commanding this army of super soldiers. His identity as a Chinese national fosters a sense of closeness. It seems the Sun God sect should also consider expanding its influence in China. Turning to Clark beside him, his eyes reflecting inquiry and deliberation, he remarks, "Clark, Christmas is once again upon us. I intend to grant all the super warriors a respite, allowing them to return home to celebrate the new year and reunite with their families. What do you think?" Clark was momentarily taken aback, but soon a look of agreement graced his face as he respectfully remarked, "Your wisdom is unparalleled. The super warriors and ordinary individuals exist in realms so distinct. They possess formidable strength and extraordinary abilities. Granting them additional time with their families will enable them to better comprehend the disparity between themselves and ordinary people, thereby fostering a greater appreciation for all that they possess. This will greatly benefit their growth and emotional adjustment." Ye Hua nodded, a look of satisfaction illuminating his visage as he replied, "Indeed, you are correct. Furthermore, I plan to integrate the reward system you previously proposed with the military merit promotion method of the Radiant Sun to devise a new and more refined set of regulations for the Celestial City." A glimmer of admiration flashed in Clark's eyes. After a moment's contemplation, he responded, "Your Holiness, your foresight is commendable. In this way, the super warriors will undoubtedly be more proactive in serving the Celestial City, striving for their honor and the future of their families. Under your leadership, the Celestial City shall undoubtedly stride toward a more glorious tomorrow. In truth, any system ultimately hinges on the principle that diligent labor yields rewards. As the secretary, steward, and caretaker of the Celestial City, Clark has consistently endeavored to refine its regulations. Ye Hua believes she has performed admirably, rendering unnecessary the adoption of the Radiant Sun's imperial system. One must possess a unique style of their own. Subsequently, Ye Hua convened the core personnel of the Celestial City along with all the super warriors, holding a grand and solemn ceremony in the city's square to officially announce the new military merit point system. The sun shone brightly, and colorful banners fluttered in the breeze. Dressed in a resplendent robe, Ye Hua ascended the platform with steady and resolute strides. His gaze swept over the expectant and eager faces below. Taking a deep breath, he proclaimed in a resonant and clear voice, "Ladies and gentlemen, from this day forth, the Celestial City shall implement a brand new military merit point system. Whether you undertake perilous and arduous tasks, efficiently complete various assignments, or tirelessly gather precious resources, you shall earn points commensurate with your contributions." The super warriors below looked up, their eyes brimming with curiosity and anticipation, yet silence enveloped the crowd. At this moment, a comedic interlude was necessary, and Charlie stepped forward to inquire, "Your Holiness, what exactly can we do with these points?" Ye Hua smiled gently and replied, "You may exchange your military merit points for all the precious resources and services that the Celestial City possesses. For instance, you can use points to upgrade your divine physique, enhancing your strength and abilities, thus better protecting the Celestial City and its people in future battles. You may also use points to apply for a super gene engine for your family, granting them extended lifespans, robust health, and enhance capabilities, freeing them from the burdens of illness and aging. At these words, the crowd erupted in excitement, a cacophony of discussions filling the air, as the faces of the super warriors radiated enthusiasm and exhilaration. The Minister of Foreign Affairs, Era, stepped forward and exclaimed, "My God, if this truly comes to pass, we shall exert every effort. I refuse to witness my parents age gradually, ultimately becoming mere remnants in a few decades. For the sake of my family, I am prepared to sacrifice everything, striving diligently for Tianqing to earn greater points." Knight nodded in satisfaction, his gaze resolutely sweeping across the crowd as he proclaimed, "Indeed, as long as you all strive, you shall undoubtedly create a brighter future for yourselves and your families. I hope everyone will actively contribute to Tianqing, continually enhancing themselves and realizing their own worth under this new system. Let us join hands to forge a more splendid tomorrow for Tianqing." Only a well-structured reward system can inspire employees to labor diligently. Relying solely on love for motivation is unsustainable. Subsequently, Knight granted all super warriors a holiday, allowing them to return home to celebrate the last new year, bringing this good news to their families and the Sun God Church. Speaking of the Sun God Church, it requires some rectification. While we must combat demonic beliefs, what is the meaning of your incessant sacrifices? At this rate, I might as well become a malevolent deity. I shall entrust this matter to Charlie, the one who originally founded the Sun God Church, who holds significant prestige within it, second only to myself. After Knight announced the holiday, many super warriors returned home. Even if they were solitary figures, they still had one or two friends to look after. Beginning next year, Tianqing will embark on comprehensive development, and the super warriors will no longer enjoy the freedom to depart. It could be 100 or 200 years before they have another opportunity to visit Earth, thus requiring them to settle certain affairs. On Earth, in a lavish living room of an opulent villa, a crystal chandelier cast a gentle glow, illuminating the somewhat faded family portraits adorning the walls. A middle-aged man, slightly portly with graying temples, was the head of this modest family. His eyes brimmed with eagerness and anticipation as he intently gazed at the father across from him, who appeared younger and more handsome than his own son. With lips quivering, he finally mustered the courage to ask, "Father, are we truly moving?" He spoke with evident conflict. "Father, this ancestral home harbors generations of our family's memories." As he spoke, his hand gently caressed the ornate armrest beside him, his eyes filled with reluctance. The super warrior father sat upright on the sofa, his posture straight and his gaze unwavering as he looked at his son, slowly responding, "Fool, has wealth clouded your judgment? Look at the affluent families surrounding the Manhattan Temple of the Sun, like wolves ready to pounce. Our meager assets are insignificant in comparison. Here, you wouldn't even be able to sip broth." The middle-aged businessman furrowed his brow, reluctantly retorting, "Father, our family has accumulated quite a bit of wealth and connections over the years. Perhaps with a little more effort, we could carve out a share for ourselves." The super warrior father shook his head in resignation, gravely stating, "You are far too naive. Which of those prominent families is easy to provoke? Furthermore, my God has established new rules, making it exceedingly difficult for another super warrior like me to arise. We must seek an alternative path and relocate to other cities that house the Sun God Temple, for perhaps there remains a glimmer of hope for you." The middle-aged merchant fell silent for a moment, his eyes reflecting a hint of reluctance. Yet, recalling the time over a year ago when he lay on his sickbed, teetering on the brink of death, only to later join the Sun God sect, witnessing a revival of his health, and then being favored by the Sun God during the demonic assault on the temple. Youth, longevity, divine power, if these could be obtained, then everything else could be cast aside. What is mere wealth? What does it matter to venture into unfamiliar territory to rebuild? With fiery determination, he finally declared, "Father, I understand. If we move to another city, will that grant me the Sun God's blessing?" The super soldier father rose from his seat, approached the window, and gazed out at the bustling streets that did not belong to them, saying, "The competition surrounding the Sun God temples in other cities is not as fierce. If you go, you can seize the opportunity. As long as your merits are sufficient, I shall implore the deity to bestow upon you divine power." At that moment, the young grandson, who had been quietly standing by, his eyes sparkling with curiosity, asked, "Grandfather, once we arrive in the new city, how shall we manage the Sun God Temple well?" Smiling gently as he ruffled his grandson's hair, he replied, "My child, first we must welcome followers and spread the teachings of our deity. Furthermore, we must devise ways to imbue the temple with unique allure to attract more worshippers. Additionally, there exists a rare metal known as vibranium in Wakanda, greatly favored by the sun god. Could you discreetly send someone to inquire about it? If we procure vibranium to offer to the sun god, our family's standing shall also rise." The merchant's eyes brightened as he remarked, "I see. The treasures acquired by the sun god and those voluntarily offered by followers hold different significances. If we can find vibranium to present, it would indeed be a monumental achievement." The middle-aged merchant nodded earnestly, saying, "Rest assured, Father, I shall arrange for someone to investigate immediately. Where there are people, there exists a realm of competition." The super soldier's ideology instilled loyalty to Ye Hua and the heavenly city, but did not alter their subjective perception of the world. Thus, to a certain extent, there remains human selfishness and rivalry, albeit for the sake of the sun god and the development of the heavenly city. Soon after, in the vicinity of the sun god temple in Manhattan, similar dialogues began to unfold among other small families and factions. In a simply adorned room, an elder super soldier addressed the younger generation. "Children, we cannot compete with those great families here. We must hastily gather our belongings and start anew in cities that possess the sun god temple." A young descendant, somewhat apprehensive, inquired, "Grandfather, can we truly manage the sun god temple well in an unfamiliar place?" The elder furrowed his brow and replied sternly, "We have no other choice. As long as you all work together and diligently manage in the new location, you will undoubtedly achieve something remarkable." The other descendants nodded in agreement. Thus, these small families and factions became busy, embarking on their journey to other cities with hopes and dreams of successfully managing the sun god temple. Chapter 92. The miniaturization of the dark dimension in this bustling world. Returning home to celebrate the new year is a cherished anticipation for many. As the super warriors revel in the festivities of Christmas, each harbors their own aspirations. Some delight in reunion. Others seek to fulfill grand ambitions, while a few clandestinely plot to procure vibranium from Wakanda. Knight observes the various behaviors of these super warriors with a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth, choosing to remain silent. The age-old adage, "Wherever there are people, there exists a realm of intrigue," holds true across all worlds and corners. Much like the demon civilization, under the unique brainwashing methods of Queen Morgana, all demons pledge unconditional loyalty to her, exhibiting a remarkable unity and unwavering allegiance. Yet beneath this facade, currents of strife and conflict persist. After all, their loyalty has been implanted as a mere thought, not a transformation into mindless automatons. Each individual harbors their own desires and ambitions, and even within a seemingly harmonious group, divergences and disputes are inevitable. Nonetheless, these matters are of little concern to Knight, who is wholly absorbed in his research on the miniaturization of the dark dimension. From the inception of the dark dimension, the celestial river civilization aspired to transform it into a portable storage space. However, due to cost constraints, a substantial amount of material energy is required to host a dark dimension. The endeavor was eventually abandoned when calculations revealed it to be unfeasible. Yet, Knight cannot relinquish this ambition. He intends to revive the technology. The celestial river civilization, with the aid of celestial computers and dark networks, can contact the dark dimension at any time, regardless of its location. After all, no one can cast them into another dimension. Even if the connection to the dark dimension were severed, it would rely on more powerful computational capabilities. After all, it is a contest of computational power, and none fear the other. However, this world is devoid of reason, often casting individuals into alternate dimensions, severing them from the main universe, rendering the dark dimension useless. Furthermore, lacking a comprehensive dark network that spans the entire universe, they cannot establish contact beyond the Milky Way. For the sake of personal safety, research into the miniaturization of the dark dimension must proceed expeditiously, ideally culminating in the creation of an infinitely large spatial ring, akin to a personal microcosm. The current predicament lies in the enormous consumption of energy and resources, coupled with a lack of technical support, rendering the realization of this goal exceedingly challenging. The celestial river civilization has been remiss. Even if they ultimately decide against utilizing the dark dimension as a portable space, They ought to have fully developed the technology. This is nothing short of a burden to me. Moreover, I inherit the knowledge repository of the solar civilization, which only documents such obsolete technologies without providing complete data. The challenge of invention and creation is vastly different from the mere replication of existing technologies. Night reclines comfortably on a soft couch in the garden, where a gentle breeze stirs, and the scenery is breathtaking, reminiscent of eternal spring. He cradled the magical tomes brought back from Asgard and the Dwarven Kingdom, poring over their contents in search of inspiration. The books meticulously chronicled the enchanted weapons forged by the dwarves, weapons that seemed to possess a life of their own, seamlessly merging with the user's body. Much like the armor of the Thunder God, Hellas Knight's Sky Sword, and the Crown of Power, these artifacts could integrate into one's very being. Ye Hua felt a stirring of longing within him, secretly contemplating how splendid it would be if he could incorporate the dark dimension into himself. Yet, such aspirations were far from simple. The conventional methods employed by super soldiers were clearly insufficient. If they were viable, the multitude of brilliant scientists from the Divine River civilization would have already undertaken such endeavors and achieved success. Perhaps magic, too, would struggle to enable the fusion of a dark dimension, brimming with infinite potential and capable of expanding to cosmic proportions into one's essence. In summary, the endeavor to miniaturize the dark dimension for personal transport posed an extraordinary challenge. Just as Ye Hua grappled with these concerns, Clark approached with a light-hearted gait, her face radiant with joy. She had opted not to return to Earth for Christmas, as she was originally an agent without family or friends. Would she seek out Hydra for the holiday? A splendid choice. A flicker of surprise and admiration crossed Ye Hua's eyes, prompting him to inquire about the progress of the data analysis for the Rainbow Crystal and the Sun God Sword. It has been successfully completed, Clark replied, lifting her gaze slightly, her eyes sparkling with allure and anticipation, reminiscent of a docile kitten yearning for its owner's affection and reward. Indeed, Clark was exceptionally talented. She had mastered the gene engine and accomplished numerous tasks with the assistance of Sky City. A satisfied smile graced Ye Hua's lips as he extended his strong arms, gently embracing Clark and bestowing a tender kiss on her forehead. Entrusting you as my secretary was the wisest decision I have ever made. In understanding the super soldiers, you are ahead of everyone else. His voice, deep and magnetic, made Clark's heart race. Nestled in his embrace, she savored his warmth and strength. Ye Hua playfully patted her rear, affectionately suggesting, "Come find me tonight." He was well aware that this was not the time for romantic indulgences. With the data and preparations complete, it was time to commence the experiment on the feasibility of miniaturizing the dark dimension. In his mind, this undertaking was of utmost importance, and any intimacy with Clark or rewards for her could be momentarily set aside. As Ye Hua entered the laboratory, he was greeted by an array of intricate instruments and enigmatic materials, the flickering lights seemingly heralding the commencement of a momentous experiment. Miniaturizing the dark dimension was an exceedingly formidable task, demanding immense energy and precise execution, for even the slightest miscalculation could lead to catastrophic consequences. He took a deep breath to calm his emotions and began to methodically prepare for the experiment. "Clark, assist me in retrieving the data and commence the construction of the wormhole corridor, utilizing rainbow crystals as the primary material," Knight softly instructed while inspecting the instruments. "Understood. Beginning now," Clark promptly replied. Knight nodded, immersing himself in the experiment. He murmured to himself, "First, one must accurately determine the size and shape of the dark dimension. It is akin to crafting a flawless frame for a masterpiece. Then, one must meticulously select the appropriate materials for miniaturization, as each material could be the key to success. Let me see where the PIM particles should be utilized and how they ought to be employed. The rainbow crystals, sourced from Asgard, serve as the essential material for constructing the Rainbow Bridge, possessing formidable spatial affinity. As for the PIM particles, it is straightforward. All the data is stored in the computer. A glance from the celestial city to Earth provided me with all the information, effortlessly facilitating the replication process. Now that all the necessary materials are prepared, it is time to commence the experiment of my conception. Clark, assist me in stabilizing the energy output. This step is crucial. We must ensure the energy remains stable without any fluctuations, Knight stated earnestly. Clark swiftly positioned herself beside Knight, deftly operating the various devices. her eyes intently focused on the data displayed on the instruments, fully concentrated on adjusting the energy output. She knew that each of her actions bore significant weight on the experiment's success. All preparations are complete, Clark murmured, her voice tinged with tension and anticipation. Knight nodded, inhaling deeply and with unwavering determination, initiated the production plan for the super-large spatial ring. As the program commenced, the instruments in the laboratory emitted a low hum. Under the dual influence of the dark dimension and the micro-wormhole technology, the rainbow crystals within the specialized container began to undergo a gradual transformation, slowly decomposing and reconstructing. Knight and Clark fixated on the container, scarcely daring to breathe, as if time had crystallized in that moment. It worked. It truly is possible. After a considerable interval, excitement flickered in Knight's eyes. This was indeed the legendary spatial ring. Although it currently resembled the size of a ping-pong ball with limited internal space. This was merely the experimental phase. Perfection was not required at this juncture. It genuinely functioned as he had envisioned, capable of accessing and storing tangible matter through the micro-wormhole entrance. Knight composed himself, stating, "This is merely the beginning. There remains more crucial work ahead. First, we must construct a super-miniature dark dimension within this wondrous spatial ring. Once the super-miniature dark dimension is successfully established, the next vital step is to achieve a stable connection with the super soldier. If this series of operations proceeds smoothly, and the connection between the dark dimension and the super soldier is stable and reliable, it will signify that we have surmounted a significant hurdle, paving the way for subsequent experiments. Prepare the quantum entanglement threads and commence the capture of dark matter, endeavoring to construct a dark dimension and establish an apparatus to harness stellar energy." Ye Hua's demeanor is focused and composed, each command emanating from his lips with clarity and force, his gaze reflecting an unwavering desire for success. Meanwhile, Clark diligently assists, executing each operation with skill and precision, his movements swift and accurate. The instruments in his hands seem animated under his command, perfectly synchronized with Ye Hua's directives. The various devices on the experimental platform shimmer with light, emitting a faint hum, as if celebrating this momentous experiment. As the data stabilizes gradually, the experiment progresses in the anticipated direction, slowly entering a new phase. Chapter 93. The Devil's Compromise in the Ominous and Terrifying Dimension of Hell. The blood-red magma churns like a boiling sea of blood, while the dark mist envelopes the surroundings like a ghostly veil. The acrid scent of sulfur pervades the air, intertwining with the incessant wails of anguish, creating an unending dirge of death that reverberates through this shadowy realm. At this moment, the demon Mephisto teeters on the brink of fury. Towering like a mountain, he exudes an aura of malevolence, his enormous demonic eyes ablaze with flames of wrath. His roar resonates like rolling thunder, echoing throughout hell and distorting the very fabric of space around him. Countless lesser demons tremble in fear, prostrating themselves, too afraid to raise their heads. For ages, Mephisto's insatiable greed has resembled a bottomless abyss, yearning to lure more fallen souls into his domain. For those damned souls are an unparalleled delicacy and a source of his ever-increasing power. However, for millennia, adversaries have arisen against him, making his existence increasingly arduous, and the influx of souls plummeting. Particularly egregious is the newly ascendant solar god cult, which has audaciously uprooted his foundation of faith and followers in the mortal realm. Once, those demon worshippers who trembled in his dark shadow and fervently prayed to him are now either subjected to fiery executions or coerced into repentance. Unforgivable, truly unforgivable. Mephisto bellows in fury, his colossal fist crashing into the ground, sending magma splattering in all directions. What infuriates him further is that the very Spectre Knight he had recently transformed, destined to be his loyal minion, has been seduced by agents of the mortal realm as if it were a jest. Just the thought of it sends piercing pain through his head, even as the Lord of Hell, an invincible being in this infernal dimension. Each generation of Spectre Knights appears to be his nemesis, inherently imbued with a rebellious essence, leaving him baffled as to where it all went awry. Yet, at this juncture, anger serves no purpose. Mephisto takes a deep breath, forcing himself to regain composure. For he knows he must confer with the solar god, who now commands the faith of the mortal realm. A new deity has supplanted the old, and the earthly faith has shifted from God to the sun god, who now reigns supreme. If he wishes to continue claiming the souls of mortals, he must concede. Thus, Mephisto employed the art of astral projection, harnessing the formidable powers of hell to extricate a fragment of his essence from his mountainous corporeal form, transforming it into a nebulous specter that pierced through the dimensional barriers and manifested in the celestial realm of the sun god. Upon his appearance, Mephisto's apparition immediately aroused the vigilance of the city's guardians, who, armed with sharp blades, stood ready for confrontation. Yet, being merely an illusion, they were rendered powerless. Soon, Ye Hua materialized before Mephisto, curiously appraising the sudden emergence of the Demon King, pondering whether this was an impulsive declaration of war. However, the dilemma remained that Mephisto could not truly descend upon the earth. Ultimately, Ye Hua received Mephisto within the grand and dignified Lingxiao Palace, where the ambience was illuminated with radiant light, exuding an air of sanctity and authority. Mephisto broke the silence first, his voice a deep and menacing growl, reminiscent of a demon's roar from the depths of hell. Sun God, your burgeoning cult stirs chaos among mortals and has usurped too many of my followers. You are brazenly challenging my dominion. Do you believe you can continue this unchecked? Seated regally upon his throne, Ye Hua gently rubbed a dragon-patterned ring adorning his left index finger. This ring was no ordinary piece. It was a spatial artifact crafted at great expense of resources and energy. By merging rainbow crystals and PIM particles, alongside the technology of solar innovation and dwarven magical forging, the space within theoretically could expand indefinitely. Furthermore, through successive technological breakthroughs, the dark dimension had been successfully miniaturized and integrated, rendering it portable. With a knowing smile, Ye Hua regarded Mephisto, his gaze laced with amusement, his tone gentle yet imbued with undeniable authority. Mephisto, you propagate fear and malevolence among mortals, trading in suffering and despair for souls. This is the true wickedness. I merely bring light and hope, providing humanity with new choices. Is it wrong for them to seek the light? Enraged, Mephisto roared, the very decor of the palace trembling under his thunderous voice. Choices? You are merely deceiving those foolish humans with illusory beauty. Those souls rightfully belong to me. Only in my realm can they find true sanctuary. In response, Ye Hua gently shook his head, speaking earnestly. People choose me because they yearn to escape the darkness you impose. True choice lies in the balance between light and dark, between good and evil. Should you persist in your obstinacy, you will only drive more souls away from you. Do you not yet comprehend this? Mephisto was momentarily taken aback, his patience waning, his voice resonating clearly throughout the hall. Enough. Your hypocritical words may deceive the ignorant mortals, but I did not come here to engage in such discussions. As the conversation shifted, his tone softened, and he remarked, we are all divine beings. There is no need to resort to drastic measures over trivial grievances. I believe that, akin to the ancient agreement between hell and heaven, we too can collaborate. Nightshade felt a surge of delight within. Ah, so you are indeed yielding. This indicates that for demons, perhaps souls and faith hold significant importance. Yet, he maintained an impassive facade, pondering for a moment before stating, I have no intention of opposing you nor of expelling you entirely. However, I'm curious about the resources available in hell. If you could provision me with some each year unconditionally, I would be willing to cease the eradication of demon worship at this moment. Mephisto furrowed his brows, his apparition trembling in anger. Are you suggesting I pay tribute? You insult me. How could I possibly accept such terms? I am the Lord of Hell. I shall not bow to you. Nightshade's gaze remained resolute as he waved his hand dismissively. This is not an insult, but a plea for peace among mortals. As you articulated, it is a collaboration. Consider it carefully. It would be mutually beneficial. Weighing the pros and cons in his mind, Mephisto recognized his inability to physically manifest on Earth and realized he had no leverage over Nightshade. However, the thought of conceding so easily was intolerable. After a prolonged silence, his expression shifting myriad times, he finally gritted his teeth and said, very well, I can acquiesce to your demands. But you must guarantee that you will not attack my followers on Earth, nor seize the souls that belong to me. Nightshade nodded gravely, asserting agreed, but you have no authority over the souls of those who believe in me. This is a fair exchange. Ultimately, they reached a verbal accord. Mephisto huffed, I hope you will honor your promise. Otherwise, I swear you shall regret it. With that, his apparition gradually dissipated, leaving only the radiant glow in the heavenly palace. Chapter 94. The Hydra's insight plan seated upon the golden throne, Nightshade exuded an air of majesty, his posture erect, countenance stoic, and his deep-set eyes seemingly harboring the cosmos itself. At this moment, he could hardly fathom that the self-proclaimed king of demons, Mephisto, would lower himself to seek reconciliation. Nightshade narrowed his eyes slightly, a sardonic smile creeping into his thoughts. This sly one was not so accommodating during our first encounter. This newfound posture likely stems from a pressing need for the power of mortal faith or those fallen souls. Shaking his head, he murmured to himself, well, after all, there exists a dimensional divide. I find myself powerless against him. Targeting merely those misguided by demons would only address symptoms rather than the root cause. It holds no true significance. Sitting up straight, his voice resonant and authoritative, he addressed Charlie, who stood reverently before the throne. Charlie, enlighten me on the current state of the Solar God Church. Upon hearing Nightshade's inquiry, Charlie promptly knelt, clasping his hands in deference, and replied, I report to you, my lord, that the Solar God Church is flourishing remarkably. The Guardian Knights stationed on Earth have effectively curtailed the majority of the previous overzealous actions of the followers. In this present day, they diligently strive to embody the principles of justice and peace that I advocate. Furthermore, not long ago, 3 temples symbolizing my divine radiance were under construction. I am confident that it will not be long before the faith in my divinity spreads across the earth. Ye Hua, upon hearing this, nodded with satisfaction and gently remarked, excellent. We are indeed the embodiment of justice, the guardians of peace. The previous actions of some followers were excessively radical, which does not align with our teachings. Such behavior must not occur again, lest others perceive me as a malevolent deity. These formidable warriors, however, were indifferent to whether Ye Hua was deemed a malevolent god. Whether it was expelling the worship of demons or collaborating with the Demon King, they harbored no dissent, remaining unwaveringly loyal to any decision made by Ye Hua. Charlie promptly responded, my lord's teachings are as enlightening as a divine revelation. It is those foolish followers who lack a profound understanding of your grand will. However, please rest assured, they have now found their way back and will diligently adhere to your teachings, striving to spread justice and peace with all their might. A subtle smile graced Ye Hua's lips, yet he quickly adopted a more serious demeanor, expressing his dissatisfaction. Recently, in our efforts to combat the demon worship, discord has arisen within the church. Factions have proliferated, and everyone is preoccupied with vying for power, neglecting their duties. What are these duties, you might ask? Naturally, it is to provide me with resources. I care little for the fates of those followers. Whether they seek power or act with cruelty, it matters not. However, to neglect the offering of sacrificial resources is a grave error. If you cannot procure resources for me, what purpose do you serve? Lately, the collection of resources from the Celestial City has noticeably diminished. Ye Hua's calm words, laced with discontent, made Charlie's heart tighten, prompting him to exclaim, my lord, do not be angered. It is my incompetence for not managing the affairs of the church properly. I shall convey your will immediately, instructing them to cease their factional disputes and focus solely on gathering resources for you. Ye Hua waved his hand, saying, go forth, and ensure they understand that the offering of resources is of utmost importance at present. Everything else can be set aside. Charlie promptly bowed and declared, I shall adhere to your will. He then rose hastily to relay Ye Hua's command. All of you may depart as well. Ye Hua gestured to the celestial guards who had gathered due to Mephisto's sudden appearance. Each to your respective duties. At once. In the present day, the Celestial City has fully entered a state of order, with all affairs operating smoothly. Within the city, Celestial Guard are tasked with ensuring its safety, while a group of super warriors is dedicated to the collection of resources, continuously supplying the materials necessary for the city's development. Additionally, there are individuals specifically responsible for managing various equipment in the Shadow Dimension and overseeing the expansion tasks of the Celestial City. On Earth, several Night Protectors are distributed, bearing the crucial responsibilities of communication and command relay, ensuring that the directives of the Celestial City are conveyed swiftly and accurately. In summary, the current realm of Tianqing has indeed evolved into a formidable power. Yet, it requires a greater number of super warriors for me to truly find tranquility. Within the grand and solemn hall, Ye Hua reclined on the golden throne, murmuring to himself. On one hand, the ambition of Hydra to dominate the globe has long been established, adhering to the principle of severing one head and birthing two. They firmly believe in their invincibility akin to the mythical Hydra, capable of rapid recovery and burgeoning strength even after severe blows. They contend that humanity must be rigorously controlled, resorting to any means necessary to establish an order that aligns with their interests. During World War II, they were subservient to Nazi Germany, aiming for world supremacy under the leadership of the Red Skull, leveraging advanced technology and nefarious schemes. Post-war, while Hydra ostensibly disbanded, undercurrents surged as they infiltrated their greatest adversary, SHIELD, colluding with internal traitors to create brainwashed super soldiers, deliberately inciting chaos and conflict, perpetually advancing their grand design for global domination. The Insight program stands as a robust guarantee for clearing obstacles on their path to world rule. This plan had been conceived within Hydra several years prior, now merely executed through SHIELD. Unfortunately, the plan has encountered some deviations. Since the Battle of New York, Captain America, Steve Rogers, has joined SHIELD and participated in operations, learning of the Insight program. Initially, this seemed inconsequential, for they would never discover that when the Insight program truly activates, it aims to utilize the helicarrier to eliminate all individuals detrimental to Hydra, thereby realizing their dominion over the world. Yet, as fate would have it, Nick Fury, the astute leader of the agents, perceptively sensed discrepancies in the Insight program, repeatedly delaying its implementation. In his final attempt to postpone the plan, he was assassinated by the super soldier known as the Winter Soldier, dispatched by Hydra. However, he managed to pass a disc containing crucial secrets to Captain America. At this juncture, Captain America, Steve Rogers, finds himself in a precarious position, wanted by SHIELD for the alleged murder of Nick Fury, and is compelled to go on the run. During this flight, he receives assistance from Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, and retired veteran Falcon, Sam Wilson. The trio resolves to unravel the enigma of the Insight program and avert potential catastrophe. Subsequently, they access the disc left by Nick Fury, uncovering vital clues that led them to Hydra's clandestine base. There, they discovered a supercomputer retaining the consciousness of Hydra leader Arnim Zola, who had succumbed to cancer. Zola revealed that post-World War II, Hydra had reconstructed itself through SHIELD, cultivating the super assassin, Winter Soldier, and that the Insight program was a colossal conspiracy. They intended to deploy this program through SHIELD's helicarrier, utilizing Zola's algorithm to conduct extensive data analysis on the global populace, deciphering individuals who might pose future threats to Hydra based on their daily habits and life trajectories, subsequently executing a thorough purge of these targets to fulfill their ambition of world domination. Upon fully grasping the truth, Captain America and his compatriots understood the urgency of halting the implementation of the Insight program. They were already in motion. As Nightingale perused the encoded messages of the past days, a subtle smile graced his lips as he leisurely savored his afternoon tea. The gentle afternoon sun bathed the bustling streets of the metropolis in a warm glow. Inside a street-side CAF, the large windows framed a scene of incessant traffic and a throng of passers-by. In a quiet corner by the window, Nightingale sat in serene contemplation, his gaze penetrating the glass to the distant sky, now shrouded in the ominous shadows of war. In the distance, 3 colossal aerial battleships loomed like steel mountains, suspended in the air. Their surfaces flickered with erratic lights, interspersed with bursts of explosions. The ordinary populace remained oblivious, mistakenly believing that the government was merely engaged in some new endeavor or had developed advanced equipment, even taking a measure of pride in it. However, Nightingale was acutely aware that this was Hydra heralding the impending success of their so-called grand scheme. At that moment, the familiar silhouette of Captain America entered Nightingale's line of sight. He moved with the agility of lightning, weaving through a hail of gunfire. The shield in his grasp shimmered with silver brilliance, each swing deftly deflecting enemy bullets before counterattacking, sending foes crashing to the ground. The team split into several factions. Captain America and the Winter Soldier engaged in a fierce confrontation aboard the S.H.I.E.L.D. aircraft carrier. Meanwhile, Black Widow and Falcon battled Hydra forces elsewhere on the carrier, sabotaging key equipment and disrupting the operational system of the Insight program. Nightingale observed the intense skirmish with a slight upturn of his lips, revealing a hint of sardonic amusement. He gently shook his head, murmuring softly, from today onward S.H.I.L.D. shall cease to exist. In his view, Hydra's members were hopelessly foolish, naively believing that by controlling the Council and launching these aerial battleships into space, they could dominate humanity and impose global subjugation. The Sword of Damocles? The Staff of God? Nightingale scoffed internally, deeming it a rather inept farce. Had they never considered that myriad hidden forces in this world could obliterate their plans? They seemed oblivious to the existence of those who toil daily, merely paying taxes. Had they contemplated the perspectives of the Ancient One, the Eternals, or the sacred eastern realms of Kunlun and Taro Village? Even Su Wonwoo's Ten Rings gang, with their so-called masters of exceptional skill, could dismantle Hydra's conspiracy in no time. To act without understanding the stakes was to embody the adage, the ignorant are fearless. Look at me. I am a god of the sun and have never uttered such hubristic claims of dominion over Earth, even while maneuvering a celestial vessel into a geosynchronous orbit. A gathering of ants, indeed, could be entertained by the spectacle. Taking a delicate sip of coffee, his gaze drifted to the horizon. Where was Tony? Why had he not joined the fray? Ye Hua furrowed his brow slightly, a flicker of confusion crossing his mind. It was unexpected that that individual would miss such a lively scene, especially considering he held himself in high regard as a guardian of humanity. Only after delving into the information regarding Stark Tower did he suddenly comprehend the situation. It turned out that Tony Stark had not abandoned the Iron Soldier project. At that moment, he was engrossed in research alongside Dr. Banner in the laboratory, focusing on the anti-Hulk armor and advanced artificial intelligence. No wonder he had not come to join the festivities. He was preoccupied with his own endeavors. Not everyone possesses the same inclination as I do, where simply accessing dark data suffices to acquire information. The Insight program of Hydra, of course, was conducted clandestinely, known only to a select few. It seemed that everyone had their own tasks to attend to. Ye Hua murmured, a hint of amusement glinting in his eyes. With the official arrival of the super soldiers in Sky City, they resembled a swarm of industrious bees, diligently undertaking the responsibilities of construction and resource collection. Meanwhile, he found himself idly at leisure after the dimensional space had been minimized, with little to occupy his time. Otherwise, he would not have had the opportunity to come to Earth for coffee and observe the commotion. Thus, it appeared that I can indeed afford to pass the time leisurely. Leaning back in a chair, he stretched and mused himself. Once one finds themselves idle, thoughts gallop forth like untamed steeds. Although Sky City was grand and magnificent, it felt rather desolate. Apart from the busy super soldiers, not even a single butterfly graced the garden. It seemed that Taro Village was home to phoenixes. One wondered if it would be possible to bring a few back. The mere thought of Taro Village ignited a spark of excitement in Ye Hua's eyes. That enigmatic place was said to harbor many mythical beasts recorded in the classic of mountains and seas, such as dragons, phoenixes, and cheilants. As a descendant of dragons in his past life, Ye Hua felt compelled to visit Taro Village and witness the divine dragons should the opportunity arise. As the illustrious sun god, is it too much to wish for a few phoenixes as companions? The more he pondered, the more enchanted he became, envisioning several phoenixes gracefully dancing in the gardens of Sky City. Since he had nothing pressing to attend to for the time being, he might as well indulge in bird keeping to refine his artistic sensibilities. A decision took root in his heart. The matters concerning the sun god cult and Hydra's Insight program were of little significance to him. In his eyes, these were mere trifles, easily resolved with a casual energy sphere. With a thought to act upon, he cast one last glance at the fierce battle unfolding aboard the aerial mothership, where the conflict raged on. Yet Ye Hua's thoughts had already drifted to the distant Taro Village. After adjusting his attire, he stepped out of the CAF with a light heart and promptly activated a portal to travel to Huaxia. Chapter 95. Dijiang in the Marvel Universe. There exists a rather extraordinary place known as Taro Village. The reason it appears remarkable to Ye Hua is that it is inhabited by mythical beasts found only in the classic of mountains and seas. Who wouldn't desire to raise a divine dragon or a few phoenixes as pets? The enigmatic village resembles a hidden pearl nestled within the depths of the ocean. Even Su Wenwu, a figure of immense influence and power, expended decades in a futile quest to uncover its whereabouts. However, for Ye Hua, this is not a daunting task. The dark data functions like an exquisitely intricate web, meticulously documenting every detail of existence, capturing the essence of every living being, anything that has genuinely existed in this world, regardless of its attempts to conceal or disguise itself, inevitably leaves behind traces, whether overt or subtle. Unless, of course, it has never graced this realm at all. Rewinding time to 2 decades ago, by a fortunate twist of fate, Su Wenwu arrived at the entrance of Taro Village, where he encountered Ying Li. Their eyes met, and love blossomed instantaneously, leading to their swift union as husband and wife. For the subsequent years, they resided on Earth together. At this moment, within the stronghold of the Ten Rings gang, there was a divine beast, Dijiang, that had accompanied Ying Li from Taro Village. Ye Hua approached the vicinity of the Ten Rings gang stronghold, his brow slightly furrowed as he perused Su Wenwu's notes on his exploration of Taro Village. Inwardly, he mused, with the knowledge that Su Wenwu had previously visited the entrance of Taro Village. Along with the clues regarding Ying Li and the presence of Dijiang within the Ten Rings gang, the location of Taro Village was no longer a mystery to me. Whether it is concealed within a mysterious, alternate dimension or hidden in a unique, enigmatic realm, as long as I locate the place where Ying Li first appeared, I shall be close to the entrance of Taro Village. Moreover, I can enlist Dijiang as my guide. To ensure the success of this expedition, Ye Hua resolved to bring along the divine beast Dijiang, who had emerged from Taro Village with Ying Li. After all, Dijiang's origins might prove invaluable, offering unexpected assistance at critical moments. With a wave of his hand, Ye Hua opened a portal, which led directly to the cell where Masterman was imprisoned within the Ten Rings gang stronghold. Who are you? How did you suddenly appear here? The abrupt emergence of the golden portal startled Trevor, who was languishing in his cell, filled with complaints. His eyes widened in shock, nearly popping from their sockets. Instinctively, he recoiled several steps, pressing his back against the cold wall, his face a mask of fear and confusion. Ye Hua narrowed his eyes slightly, casting a disdainful glance at Trevor, who resembled a comedic jester, eliciting no interest from him. His full attention was focused solely on the task of locating Dijiang. According to the precise readings of the dark data, Dijiang frequently traversed this area. However, upon stepping through the portal into the cell, Ye Hua found no sign of the divine beast. Ye Hua frowned, a hint of perplexity flickering in his gaze. Although the dark data clearly indicated its traces and even suggested the presence of other entities within this room, Dijiang remained unseen. What could be the reason behind this? Was it some mysterious spell or an arcane enchantment? He initiated a deeper scan of the dark data. Ye Hua commanded in a low yet resolute tone, his eyes shimmering with a golden light that seemed almost tangible, transforming him into a sophisticated instrument of detection. He meticulously analyzed every trace left by Dijiang from various aspects, such as energy feedback and spatial mediums. Anomalous mental data was detected in the surroundings, alongside a response of energy shielding. Soon, a series of alerts resonated from the dark dimension. As the data gradually unraveled, Ye Hua finally laid eyes on Dijiang, who was cowering in the corner of its cell. Its round body was covered in soft fur, glistening faintly in the dim light. 6 short legs trembled restlessly, as if ready to flee at any moment, while 2 pairs of feeble bird-like wings drooped limply, rendering it rather endearing, resembling a fluffy orb. At that moment, this little creature was watching him with vigilance. "Do not be afraid, little one. I am here to take you home," Ye Hua said, a gentle and friendly smile gracing his face as he slowly extended his hand, emanating a soft glow. Ignoring Dijiang's desperate struggles, he effortlessly summoned it before him. "Wow, you can see it. I thought it was just my imagination," Trevor exclaimed, his jaw nearly dropping in astonishment. His eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Dijiang in Ye Hua's hand. He attempted to approach Ye Hua to intervene, saying, "But I think you should put it down. It is terrified of you right now." Ye Hua cast a glance at Trevor, revealing a hint of impatience, and disregarded him. Focusing intently on Dijiang, he began to analyze the mental waves, deciphering language patterns and establishing a mental connection within the dark dimension. Moments later, he swiftly grasped that the reason those around could not see Dijiang was due to its slight ability to manipulate the mind and its inherent energy shielding capability. However, such tricks were trivial in his presence. Is this creature truly a divine beast? How weak? Ye Hua mused silently. Nonetheless, he gently reassured Dijiang, "It's all right. Do not be afraid. I'm here to take you home." Dijiang, upon hearing Ye Hua's words, still harbored a trace of doubt and unease, perplexed as to why this person could communicate with it without its consent. Tentatively, it projected a mental wave, asking, "Will you really take me home? You're not deceiving me, are you?" Ye Hua smiled and nodded, saying, "Of course, it is true. I never lie." He added, "I do not deceive beasts either." Dijiang still retained some semblance of its divine beast nature, at least displaying intelligence comparable to that of a child. The exchange between the two continued seamlessly. "It's all right. There is no need for a specific time or method. I possess alternative means to enter Taro," Ye Hua declared confidently, his tone imbued with undeniable assurance. Dijiang's eyes glimmered with a flicker of surprise, yet it soon regained its caution, tilting its head as it queried, "What means do you possess? It won't be dangerous, will it?" Ye Hua chuckled, gently patting Dijiang's head, and reassured, "Do not worry, there will be no danger." "Why do you ask where I am going?" "Of course, I am off to catch some pets," replied Ye Hua with a smile, addressing Dijiang's inquiry. Dijiang, upon hearing this, trembled in alarm and exclaimed, "You intend to capture the creatures of our village as pets?" "Absolutely not. They are my friends. You cannot take them." Observing Dijiang's anxious demeanor, Ye Hua couldn't help but chuckle, saying, "What is so wrong with being a pet? They eat, sleep, and are cared for by dedicated individuals every day." Suddenly, Dijiang conveyed a thought to Ye Hua through a mental wave, its voice laced with desperation. From its round and plump form, one could discern a pitiful expression. It even dared to threaten, puffing out its cheeks and attempting a fierce visage. Yet the effect was undeniably endearing. Ye Hua found it impossible to resist teasing. "If you don't take me along, do you believe I won't stew you into a pot of soup?" After successfully establishing a mental connection, the dialogue between man and beast became seamless. Ye Hua could distinctly sense Dijiang's fear. Its body trembled like a leaf quaking in the chill of the wind. "All right, seeing your adorably awkward self, I have no appetite for you. Let's depart for Taro." Ye Hua comforted Dijiang with a smile, disregarding its struggles. Just as Ye Hua opened a portal, preparing to whisk Dijiang away, the little creature unexpectedly clung tightly to Ye Hua's pant leg with its short legs, refusing to let go. It looked up with pleading eyes and said, "Please take him along. He is my friend, and I do not wish to part with him." Following Dijiang's gaze, Ye Hua noticed Trevor watching them intently from the side, and he frowned slightly, his tone tinged with impatience. "No, I cannot afford the burden of an extra. I'm not a burden. Please, take me with you. Morris is my friend, and I cannot be without him," Trevor urged loudly, his eyes brimming with earnestness. His voice quivered with the threat of tears, as if he might burst into sobs at any moment. Although he was unaware of who this person was or what they intended to do, he desperately wished to escape from the confines of this prison. "Very well, I can escort him home," Ye Hua finally relented, softening at Dijiang's persistent pleas. With a smile, he agreed. Ye Hua waved his hands once more, opening a portal to England, then turned to Trevor, saying, "Off you go. This leads to England." Without further ado, Ye Hua led Dijiang through another portal that led to Taro village. As they stepped through, a flash of light enveloped them, and the surrounding scenery swiftly twisted and transformed. When they reappeared, they found themselves in the lush bamboo groves of Sichuan, China. The bamboo forest stretched like a vast sea of green, creating a serene and tranquil world. Tall, slender bamboos stood upright, their leaves rustling softly in the gentle breeze. This was the very place where Ing Li first emerged into this world. The entrance to Taro village nestled within this verdant bamboo expanse. Stepping into the bamboo grove, sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground, resembling strands of golden silk weaving together. "The ground beneath my feet is soft and damp. carpeted with a thick layer of fallen leaves that rustled gently with each step. Deep within the bamboo grove, a delicate mist hangs in the air, imbuing the scene with an aura of mystery. The fog weaves between the bamboo stalks, rendering the distant trees elusive, reminiscent of an ethereal ink wash painting. Chapter 96. The beast and the small demon Ye Hua, accompanied by Di Jiang, stepped into the serene depths of the bamboo forest. The refreshing scent of bamboo enveloped him, and the soft rustling of the leaves seemed to whisper secrets. However, it wasn't long before Ye Hua sensed something amiss. Before entering the grove, everything around him appeared mundane, tranquil to the point where time seemed to stand still. Yet, as he ventured deeper along the winding path, his brows gradually furrowed. An inexplicable and peculiar atmosphere permeated this space. Its structure appeared both stable and unstable, reminiscent of a spatial wormhole, but not entirely so. The entire area seemed meticulously folded, giving the impression that the bamboo grove itself was a living entity, slowly and eerily shifting. The slender green bamboos moved like agile serpents, at times intertwining and at others gently separating, forming an ever-changing series of passages. The sound of bamboo leaves brushing against one another was not the ordinary rustle of foliage, but rather an eerie, conspiratorial whispering. As Ye Hua reached out to caress a nearby stalk, an unusual surge of energy pulsed through his fingertips, deepening his curiosity. Di Jiang, at Ye Hua's feet, rolled about playfully one moment and then hopped like a fluffy ball the next, looking adorably clumsy. Despite its small stature, this creature possessed a cleverness that was anything but innocent. It sought to capture Ye Hua's friends from Taro village as pets, a scheme Ye Hua could not allow to succeed. It was still too early to enter the village, and Di Jiang would surely be lost. It was best to keep him trapped here while Ye Hua made his escape. "Don't waste your efforts," Di Jiang proclaimed, tugging at the mental currents with a voice that echoed like a miniature adult. "This isn't the right time to go to Taro village. You won't find the entrance no matter how hard you try." A faint smile played on Ye Hua's lips as he regarded Di Jiang with interest, teasingly inquiring, "Oh, little one, do enlighten me as to why we cannot go now." Wobbling his rotund body, Di Jiang proudly replied, "Humph. At Taro village, we have rules. The path to the village only opens at specific times, much like during the Qingming festival. Furthermore, the entrance is cleverly concealed, guarded by icy mist and the bamboo formation designed to thwart those with ill intentions. The array will ensnare you and then devour you. Are you frightened? If you continue forward and fail to find your way, the bamboo forest will consume you. If you wish to live, you should turn back now." Di Jiang continued to frighten Ye Hua, deliberately stamping his short legs for emphasis. Observing Di Jiang's anxious demeanor, Ye Hua couldn't help but chuckle. "I should turn back? And what of you? Aren't you afraid of being devoured by the bamboo if you stay here?" Di Jiang was momentarily taken aback, his mental waves becoming disoriented, resembling a child caught in a lie. In his heart, he was anxiously devising an escape plan. Once he found himself ensnared by the bamboo grove, he would make a swift getaway, waiting at the village entrance for the passage to open. Upon his return, he would hasten to inform everyone that malevolent individuals were coming to capture them. Ye Hua seemed to have perceived Di Jiang's thoughts, chuckling to himself. "This little fellow possesses quite an imagination. A pet like this certainly piques one's interest. If I were to keep a horde of mindless beasts, I might as well go capture a giant panda." At that moment, it appeared they had indeed entered the true alert range of the bamboo formation, triggering defensive measures. The bamboo swiftly moved and reconfigured, transforming the once clear pathway into a complex labyrinth akin to a vast maze. Ye Hua surveyed his surroundings with keen interest, sensing a unique and mysterious force manipulating the entire scene. A formation, perhaps? Indeed, it differs from magic. Yet, fundamentally, all things adhere to a principle. Everything follows a discernible pattern, merely differing in the means of energy utilization. As Di Jiang observed Ye Hua ensnared by the formation, his eyes brightened, and he felt a surge of joy, quietly retreating a few steps to seize the opportunity to escape. "Little one, do you think you can run away? Save your effort. Come along with me to Taro village." Ye Hua suddenly spoke, his voice steady and commanding. Di Jiang, startled, froze in place and anxiously retorted, "I wasn't planning to run. You are a villain. You cannot come to our village to capture my friends." Observing Di Jiang's anxious demeanor, Ye Hua replied gently, "Rest assured, I will not harm the beings of your village. I am merely curious about the mysteries of Taro Village and wish to see it. Di Jiang, half convinced, gazed at Ye Hua and, in a childish tone, inquired, Really? If you dare to harm my friends, I will not spare you. Ye Hua smiled and nodded. I keep my word. If you're still concerned, follow me and witness whether I commit any wrongdoing. The little creature was indeed easily deceived, possessing wisdom, yet lacking guile. Within the confines of the bamboo formation, Ye Hua focused his attention, analyzing spatial structures, energy responses, and labyrinthine orientations to find the correct path. It was evident that this formation was not a natural occurrence, but rather a meticulously crafted construct. Thus, despite having the capability to incinerate it entirely, he preferred not to resort to such a crude means of destruction, as it would be exceedingly impolite. As Ye Hua delved into the shadowy dimension to decipher the bamboo formation, Di Jiang's petite wings flapped incessantly, filled with the urgency of escape while remaining vigilant. He mused inwardly. The villain before him, intent on capturing my companion, harbors an immense power, seemingly greater than that of the one wielding 10 circular rings as weapons. Calculating his next move, Di Jiang observed Ye Hua, who appeared immobilized by the bamboo, thinking, He is trapped. Can I seize this chance to flee? However, before Di Jiang could act, a golden thread of energy shot forth like a serpent, swiftly binding him in place. Di Jiang was suddenly agitated, shouting, Let me go, you rascal. What do you intend to do? Yet, Ye Hua appeared oblivious to Di Jiang's cries, immersed in his concentration on unraveling the formation, his brow occasionally furrowing and then relaxing. Despite not belonging to the same realm, they were still bound by the rules of reality. Before long, a dazzling golden glimmer flashed in Ye Hua's eyes, and a slight smile graced his lips as he remarked, It's nothing extraordinary. He then turned to the bound Di Jiang, his smile broadening as he teased. Come along, little fellow, it's time for a visit to your home. With that, he tugged on the golden thread as if leading a disobedient puppy. Di Jiang was infuriated, struggling desperately and repeatedly exclaiming, You villain, let me go. I am a divine beast. How can you treat me this way? This is outrageous. Ye Hua, unfazed, chuckled and replied, Precisely because you are a divine beast, you are worthy of being my pet. Have I not mentioned that I am the sun god? It is your fortune to serve as my pet. Otherwise, I would not even deign to look at the ordinary. Upon hearing this, Di Jiang's eyes widened in disbelief, retorting loudly, Sun god? What nonsense are you spouting? You are certainly not the sun god. The great deity, Shi is female, as everyone knows. According to the classic of mountains and seas, there was a woman named Shi in the land of Shi, the wife of Di Jun, who bore 10 sons. Being the mother of the sun, she drove the sun to rise in the east and set in the west daily, mastering the rhythm of time. Thus regarded as the highest-ranking sun god, Ye Hua, brimming with confidence, leisurely replied, Humph, what do you know, little beast? I possess my own unique prowess. Just obediently follow me. Di Jiang remained obstinate, continuing to struggle and declare, I do not believe you. You are nothing but a big bad guy trying to capture me and my friends. I refuse to be your pet. After unraveling the bamboo grove formation, Ye Hua led Di Jiang through the winding paths of the bamboo forest. This time, the surrounding bamboos no longer obstructed them. Instead, they parted willingly, revealing the entrance to Taro Village. Dragged along by Ye Hua, Di Jiang struggled all the while, muttering, You wicked person, let me go. I want to go home. I won't go with you. Ye Hua paid no heed, firmly holding onto Di Jiang as he strode forward. If you possess the immense abilities depicted in myth, I cannot possibly lead you as I do now, but at present, you are merely Di Jiang in appearance, lacking any remarkable power. So be obedient. It was not until Di Jiang caught sight of a fiery red maple tree in the distance that he ceased his struggles, inwardly lamenting, Oh no, this wicked person has indeed found the entrance to Taro Village. What shall I do? Why didn't he the bamboo grove trap and devour him? Could it be that this villain is truly the sun god? Alas, this is dire indeed. Di Jiang was enveloped in a profound sense of dejection, his diminutive wings hanging limply at his back, while Ye Hua wore a smug expression, continuing his stride toward the vibrant maple tree. It was as if he had traversed a veil of mystique, and the world before him was instantly transformed, resembling a breathtaking painting gradually unfurling. A colossal and stately maple tree loomed ahead, standing like a dignified guardian. Its fiery red leaf cascaded in layers, artfully arranged as if nature had poured forth its most vivid colors to create this magnificent tableau. A gentle breeze rustled through, producing a soft whisper, as if narrating the enigmatic tales of this land accumulated over centuries. Each maple leaf blazed with a brilliant hue, akin to flickering flames, dancing and swaying, infusing the serene surroundings with boundless fervor and vitality. Behind the maple tree, a modest yet vibrant waterfall meandered gracefully. The crystal-clear water cascaded from above like a pure white ribbon, descending lightly. As the water struck the rocks, it sent up sparkling droplets, scattering through the air like shards of jade, shimmering under the sunlight in a myriad of colors. Ye Hua gazed at the elegant and exquisite scenery before him, a flicker of anticipation stirring within him, reminiscent of a treasure seeker finally arriving at his destination. This must be the entrance to Taro, he murmured to himself. The sunlight gently caressed the water's surface, creating a sparkling mosaic that resembled countless twinkling stars guiding the way forward, igniting in Ye Hua an eager desire to step into Taro Village and capture the Fire Phoenix. Chapter 97. Taro Village. Ye Hua stood quietly before the splashing waterfall. Although this moment was not the opportune time to enter Taro Village, he remained resolute, pondering that the formation here could not possibly hinder him. In his view, all of this was merely a different application of spatial and wormhole technology. Initiating analysis of spatial structure, Ye Hua whispered softly, his eyes glimmering with a faint golden light as the gene engine resonated powerfully with the surrounding space. Streams of seemingly tangible wormhole data flashed rapidly before his eyes. Commencing data interpretation. As his words fell, an intricate spatial data map materialized within his dark dimension, with lines, symbols, and numbers intertwining like a mysterious labyrinth. Fully absorbed, Ye Hua's dark dimension and gene engine operated at high speed, swiftly processing the concealed information within the formation, diligently constructing a model of the hollow passage. Indeed, all powers and means in the world are fundamentally interconnected, Ye Hua mused inwardly. To him, the formation before him was nothing more than a vast and complex array of data formed by manipulating specific energies to alter the spatial structure. As long as he could find a way to disrupt the delicate balance among these data points, he could successfully unlock the passage to Taro Village. With that, Ye Hua's slender fingers danced quickly, and an ethereal dark dimension keyboard materialized before him as he adeptly began to decipher the formation at the spatial passage. The golden numerical runes soared like meteors into the space behind the waterfall, their radiant light colliding and merging with the data of the formation. In that moment, the waterfall rippled with layers of waves, and the flow of water began to gradually still. A passage, shimmering with an extraordinary luminescence, slowly emerged beyond the waterfall. How is this possible? A voice echoed with incredulity. It was absolutely inconceivable for outsiders to enter Taro Village. Di Jiang fluttered its petite wings, attempting to deter Ye Hua. Its eyes filled with panic and unease. Ye Hua's lips curled into a subtle smile as he remarked, "Did I not already inform you that I am the sun god? Such a trivial formation could hardly pose a challenge to me." With that, he turned to Di Jiang, amusement glimmering in his gaze. "Come now, do you not wish to return home?" Though Di Jiang possessed a degree of wisdom, its nature was fundamentally innocent. Upon entering the spatial passage, perhaps due to the prolonged absence from home, it appeared exceptionally exhilarated, casting aside its previous worries and joyfully rolling about on the ground, exclaiming with spirited mental waves, "We're almost home. Taro Village is beautiful, filled with verdant mountains and flowing waters, shrouded in mist, resembling a realm of enchantment. Moreover, the village is abundant with delectable fruits and wondrous places." Ye Hua nodded with a smile and inquired, "Are there others in the village with special abilities like yours?" Di Jiang tilted its head in contemplation and replied, "Indeed, there is one who can manipulate water, able to transform streams into various shapes. Quite impressive. There is also one who can converse with plants. As soon as it speaks to them, they grow tall and robust, bearing exceptionally sweet fruits." Suddenly recalling something, Di Jiang hurriedly added, "Could you refrain from capturing my companions as pets? I can offer you other things in exchange." It rolled playfully on the ground, exuding an endearing charm, its tone filled with earnest pleading. Ye Hua could not help but chuckle, remarking, "You little creature, you certainly possess a wealth of ideas." As their conversation unfolded, a glimmer of light appeared at the end of the passage. Without hesitation, Ye Hua stepped forward, instantly captivated by the scene before him. The space was remarkably vast, surrounded by emerald mountains, where lush trees cast dappled shadows, and mist wove through the valleys, resembling a breathtaking landscape painting. The air resonated with an aura of tranquility and harmony, akin to a hidden paradise. To contain Mount Sumeru within a mustard seed, and a mustard seed within Mount Sumeru, Di Jiang, like a long-absent puppy, joyfully bounded alongside Ye Hua, enthusiastically introducing the various beings and intriguing locales of the village. Amidst a vibrant array of blossoms, Ye Hua beheld a group of butterflies radiating a kaleidoscope of colors. Their wings fluttered gently, and wherever they passed, the surrounding air seemed to be imbued with a spectrum of hues, dreamlike and ethereal. Just as Ye Hua was drawn closer, Di Jiang hastily intervened, cautioning, "Those are the rainbow butterflies. Their brilliance is wondrous, capable of healing wounds and uplifting spirits. However, they are quite timid. If you approach them, they will surely take flight." Night Hua smiled and paused, saying, "So that's it. What a wondrous butterfly indeed." He thought to himself that his garden was in dire need of such a beautiful creature. Continuing onward, they arrived at the bank of a crystal-clear stream. Within the water swam a school of golden fish, their bodies gracefully darting among the aquatic plants with astonishing speed, resembling streaks of golden lightning. Curiously, Night Hua inquired, "What kind of fish are these?" With a sense of pride, Di Jiang replied, "These are golden spirit fish. They are remarkable. Not only can they sense danger in their vicinity, but they also have the ability to purify the water, making it exceptionally refreshing to drink. Consuming this water imbues one with a sense of vitality." Ingyist, Night Hua remarked, "What do they taste like? Are they delicious?" To Di Jiang, his words echoed like those of a dark overlord, prompting him to step back in fear and exclaim, "You actually wish to eat them? How atrocious!" Night Hua cast a glance at the seemingly terrified Di Jiang, who was, in fact, contemplating escape, and retorted, "Don't even think about running away. Are you all herbivores?" Di Jiang huffed, declaring, "Oof. Regardless, you are a villain." The divine beasts of Taro village were certainly not all herbivorous, and the denizens of this place did not all possess wisdom. Yet, each creature bore its own unique marvel, enveloping the realm in an air of mystery. After his escape plan fell through once more, Di Jiang sulkily drooped his small wings. Taro village resembled a rare gem lost in a mysterious and extraordinary realm, veiled by the passage of time. It appeared to be a paradise sculpted by nature's artistry, suffused with an enchanting and enigmatic aura. With a heart full of anticipation, Night Hua stepped into this mystical domain. Before reaching the gathering of villagers, he meandered through the serene woods, fortuitously encountering numerous mythical beasts mentioned solely in the Shanhai Jing. The first to capture his gaze was a qilin, towering at 2 to 3 meters in height. However, its appearance was vastly different from what he had envisioned. Clumsy in form, its scales lacked luster, and its fur was unkempt, completely devoid of the majesty and sanctity one would associate with a qilin. Instead, it appeared comical and grotesque. Night Hua couldn't help but shake his head, feeling a tinge of disappointment. As he journeyed onward, the creatures he encountered, if deemed divine beasts, would be more aptly described as extraordinary beasts. They varied greatly in form. Some were bizarre enough to instill fear, while others exhibited peculiar habits that defied common understanding. Yet regardless of the type, none evoked that transcendent, sacred aura Night Hua had anticipated, causing his hopes to dwindle. He mused, "May the fire phoenix not resemble a wild chicken, otherwise it would only be fit for the grill." His thoughtless comment sent a shiver through Di Jiang, who wished to distance himself from this terrifying villain. Not only did he seek to capture pets, but he also contemplated consuming the fire phoenix, which was truly alarming. As they continued forward, nearing the gathering place of Taro village, a group of fully armed warriors stood solemnly at the entrance. Each of them wielded swords and spears, their expressions imbued with a vigilant readiness, as if facing a formidable foe, forming an ostensibly impenetrable barrier that dutifully safeguarded this enigmatic village. Intriguingly, it appeared they were not welcoming me. Upon discerning the concealed intentions of those before him, Ye Hua's lips curled into a subtle smirk. a playful glimmer evident in his gaze, laced with a hint of disdain and provocation. When these villagers caught sight of Ye Hua and Di Jiang, they momentarily hesitated, astonishment flickering in their eyes. Soon, however, their countenances transformed into expressions of surprise and delight. An elder villager hastened forward, his gaze betraying both wariness towards the stranger and a deeper concern for Di Jiang. He scrutinized Di Jiang closely, his voice trembling slightly as he inquired, "Is this the very Di Jiang that once departed with Ingli?" Di Jiang, bubbling with exuberance, began to chirp excitedly upon hearing the elder's question. "It's me. I've endured tremendous trials. This wicked rascal has been nothing but trouble along the way." The elder, upon hearing this, turned his gaze toward Ye Hua, his eyes clouded with confusion, and asked, "Di Jiang, who is this individual?" Without missing a beat, Di Jiang embellished the narrative of Ye Hua's alleged misdeeds, declaring, "He not only plotted to turn me into soup, but also bound me with ropes, claiming he would come to our Taro village to capture divine beasts as pets. How dreadful! And just a moment ago, he even mentioned wanting to devour a fire phoenix." This little creature, while rather charming, prompted Ye Hua to cast a casual glance, causing Di Jiang to hastily retreat behind the crowd. Listening to Di Jiang's account, the elder's expression darkened instantaneously, reminiscent of the sky before a tempest. An ember of fury flickered in his gaze as he fixed his stare on Ye Hua, his tone turning menacing. "Young man, regardless of how you arrived here, our Taro village has always been unwelcoming to outsiders. However," he paused, inhaling deeply, "in light of your return of Di Jiang, I shall overlook this for now. Depart swiftly, and do not compel us to take action." This elder, who bore an uncanny resemblance to Yuan Hua, spoke with an air of vigilance and exclusion towards the intruder, his frosty tone serving as a warning to Ye Hua. Any sign of hostility would inevitably lead to conflict. Ye Hua responded with a derisive laugh, his eyes brimming with scorn, as if mocking the villager's audacity. "Is this how your Taro village extends its hospitality?" He intentionally downplayed his words, seeking to provoke the villagers further. He mused, since they were so unwelcoming, there was no need for him to maintain pretense. Should they treat him with courtesy, perhaps even offer him a grand feast, he might hesitate to admit his true intention of capturing pets. In the end, he might even negotiate paying some cost. Perhaps he could merely deceive a few fire phoenixes or pilfer some eggs for himself. But now, the charade was over. He was here to rob. "What sort of guest are you?" The elder's eyes widened in fury, his voice resonating like a thunderclap, shaking the very air around them. "In our Taro village, we have never welcomed outsiders. If you possess any sense, it will be prudent to depart swiftly and refrain from provoking me." A smirk danced on Ye Hua's lips, radiating a blend of audacity and disdain, his gaze brimming with confidence. "Humph, what can you possibly do to me? I am curious to see how you intend to obstruct my path." The elder, witnessing Ye Hua's brazen demeanor, was immediately consumed by rage, akin to a powder keg igniting. He bellowed attack. In an instant, a throng of warriors surged forth, brandishing their swords and spears like tigers descending from mountain. Each of them was skilled in martial arts, mastering ancient techniques and chi, each one a formidable opponent in their own right. Yet, Ye Hua stood unperturbed. With a swift movement, he navigated through the crowd, exuding an intense aura. With a mere flick of his hand, a golden flash erupted like lightning, instantly sending a warrior's spear flying. The warrior stared at Ye Hua in disbelief, terror etched across his features, as if he had witnessed an unimaginable phenomenon. This weapon was forged from dragon scales. Indestructible and razor-sharp, it had been shattered by the very individual before him. "With such meager skills, you think you can hinder me?" Ye Hua scoffed, his voice laced with an unsettling confidence. At that moment, several more warriors launched an assault from different angles. Ye Hua deftly sidestepped their attacks and delivered a powerful kick to one warrior's chest. The warrior screamed in agony, blood spewing forth, as he flew backward like a marionette with severed strings, crashing heavily to the ground, unable to rise for a considerable time. Too weak, given my current physique. Even standing still, this group could not breach my defenses. If I were to unleash my full power, a single energy sphere would suffice to annihilate them all. The elder, witnessing this, was taken aback. He had never anticipated Ye Hua's prowess. He shouted, "Everyone be cautious. Attack together. Do not let him escape." In that moment, the clashing of metal resonated continuously, akin to a fierce war song being played. "Is he even human?" one of the warriors from Taro village exclaimed, astonished that even their dragon-scale weapons could not pierce Ye Hua's palm. Such an absurdity was beyond their comprehension. Ye Hua maneuvered effortlessly among the crowd, his figure as graceful as a dancing dragon, continually evading attacks, eager to witness the wonders of Qi. Suddenly, he detected a slight opening in the elder's defense, and, in a flash, propelled himself towards the elder like an arrow released from its bow. The elder, sensing Ye Hua's charge, felt a pang of anxiety and hastily raised his sword to defend himself. However, against Ye Hua's straightforward yet formidable punch, he felt as though he had been struck by the tail of a divine dragon, an unstoppable force surging through him. The elder, who had been the most boisterous of them all, spat blood and was sent spiraling backward. Ye Hua gazed at him with a cold smile. "Now, do you still believe you can contend with me?" The remaining warriors halted, their eyes filled with fear and hesitation. They were torn between continuing the assault or retreating, and the atmosphere grew tense. Just then, a calm voice resonated from the back of the crowd. "Cease. Stop fighting." As the crowd turned to the source of the voice, a middle-aged woman emerged slowly from their midst. Her gaze was resolute and luminous, seemingly imbued with boundless wisdom and strength, exuding an aura that commanded undeniable respect. Chapter 98. Overwhelmed each year during the Qingming Festival, when the mysterious passage connecting Taro Village to the outside world quietly opens, skilled masters stand vigilantly at the threshold, guarding against unwary outsiders who might inadvertently trespass into this tranquil haven. However, this moment did not align with the predetermined time for the passage's opening, causing the guardians to lower their guard. It was only when the tall figure of Ye Hua appeared unexpectedly at the village entrance that they became aware of his presence, by which time a confrontation had already ensued. Ye Hua's ability to breach the village at such an inopportune moment was a testament to his extraordinary prowess. With a mere flick of his wrist, he dispatched several of the village's most dedicated and skilled martial artists as effortlessly as if he were uprooting weeds. His formidable strength instilled a sense of trepidation among the villagers, stirring waves of doubt and unease within them. In this tense standoff, a woman of remarkable poise stepped forward with measured elegance. Her demeanor was dignified, her eyes betraying a hint of vigilance and authority, reminiscent of a wise and steadfast guardian. She inclined her body slightly, her posture exuding grace, and spoke in a tone that, while courteous, carried an unmistakable weight of command. "May I inquire why this friend has entered our Taro village? We are not accustomed to welcoming outsiders, and I would kindly ask you to leave at your earliest convenience." Ye Hua's gaze settled upon the middle-aged woman before him. Clad in simple attire, she radiated a unique and enigmatic aura, as though she were one with nature itself. He pondered silently. Could this be the illustrious Yingnan, the aunt of Shang-Chi? It was said that she had inherited the power of the divine dragon and mastered profound Tai Chi techniques. Suddenly, a voice erupted from the crowd like a thunderclap. Why waste words with him? It is evident that he harbors ill intentions. Clearly a beast seeking to pry into our Taro village. Let us all act together and drive him away. The voice brimmed with anger and vigilance, akin to a lion roused from slumber, its roar shaking the very air around them. An elder, grievously injured by Ye Hua's blow, struggled to rise from the ground. His eyes burned with the flames of fury, like two pools of molten lava. Pointing at Ye Hua, he shouted hoarsely, "You villain, having wounded so many of us, you shall not escape easily today." Observing the unfolding scene, Yingnan furrowed her brow slightly. She understood well that the young man before her possessed extraordinary strength. The ease with which he had vanquished the village's elite left her with no absolute certainty of victory in combat against him. Nevertheless, for the sake of safeguarding the tranquility and harmony of the village, she inhaled deeply, her presence suddenly amplifying as she reiterated, "I urge you, friend, to depart swiftly and do not force our hand." A slight smirk graced Ye Hua's lips, conveying a mix of disdain and provocation. He regarded the indignant villagers before him and responded coolly, "What if I choose not to leave?" In his eyes, the strength of these villagers was rather unimpressive. Even relying solely on his exceptional physical prowess and exquisite combat skills, he estimated that he could effortlessly sweep them aside. Arrogant. Teach him a lesson. Having injured so many of us, he cannot be allowed to escape so easily. The villagers erupted in a cacophony of outrage, their fervor reminiscent of a swarm of agitated bees buzzing through the air. A few towering beasts, resembling lions, roared with a deafening ferocity, their cries echoing as if they could shake the very earth. At some point, Di Jiang had sought out reinforcements, hiding beside the swan and I, exuding an air of triumph as he observed Ye Hua, as if proclaiming victory. These swan and I, with bodies akin to mighty lions, claws sharp as blades, manes flowing, and scales glistening, exuded an imposing presence, almost divine in their majesty. Indeed, they were far more agreeable to the eye than a Qilin, suitable as guardians at the gates. Ye Hua nodded slightly, his tone relaxed, as though evaluating an ordinary object, wholly unfazed by the uproar surrounding him. Observing the scene, Yingnan understood that capturing the divine beasts of the village under such circumstances was now inevitable. She gracefully performed a Tai Chi initiation stance, her movements as fluid as flowing water, elegant and dynamic. With unwavering resolve, she declared, "Then it seems we must take offense." In an instant, the battle was set to ignite. Yingnan spun lightly, akin to a butterfly dancing amidst blossoms, her poise exquisitely beautiful. Her hands moved like nimble fish, tracing elegant arcs in the air, exuding a gentle yet powerful aura as they advanced toward Ye Hua. Those hands seemed to harbor endless mysteries, each movement drawing upon the yin and yang of the universe. Ye Hua slightly angled his body, his movements light and agile, reminiscent of a swift leopard, effortlessly evading Yingnan's initial assault. A glimmer of interest flickered in his eyes, and then he stepped forward with a ferociousness akin to a tiger descending a mountain, unleashing a punch with lightning speed, accompanied by a whistling gust of wind. Yingnan remained unruffled, her expression composed and tranquil, countering with a softness that neutralized Ye Hua's force. Seizing the opportunity, she grasped his arm, intending to use his momentum to throw him to the ground, her movements as seamless as flowing water. Feeling his arm caught, Ye Hua raised an eyebrow slightly, but responded with remarkable swiftness, twisting his body like a nimble dragon. Breaking free from Yingnan's grasp, he then accelerated the tempo of his attacks, raining down punches and kicks upon her, each strike imbued with formidable strength, as if aiming to utterly vanquish her. Yet, amidst this onslaught, Yingnan darted gracefully, akin to a light-hearted swallow, employing the circular techniques of Tai Chi to dissolve Ye Hua's assaults one by one. With each of Ye Hua's strikes approaching her, she artfully dodged while seeking opportunities to counterattack. Indeed, Tai Chi possesses its unique virtues. Ye Hua silently marveled, recognizing that each punch he threw was imbued with tremendous force, capable of inflicting grievous harm with the slightest contact. To everyone's astonishment, Yingnan was able to dissipate the force of her opponent's strikes and turn them into a counterattack. Ye Hua's interest grew deeper as he began to analyze her offensive techniques. The two engaged in a fierce battle, exchanging blows with remarkable intensity. Yingnan's mastery of Tai Chi appeared increasingly ethereal, as each of her movements seemed to embody the profound duality of yin and yang. Her hands flowed gracefully like willow branches swaying in the breeze, yet at times they struck with the precision of a sharp sword aimed at vital points. Her footwork was as light as a swallow one moment, and as steady as a pine tree the next. However, beneath her seemingly effortless exterior, she was acutely aware of the complexity of Ye Hua's martial arts, which appeared to amalgamate the strengths of numerous styles. Each strike carried the might to shatter stone, leaving her with no choice but to engage in a battle of endurance, unable to confront him directly. The immense pressure she endured was palpable. Suddenly, Ye Hua seized an opportunity and delivered a powerful kick towards Yingnan's abdomen. The kick was like a bolt of lightning, accompanied by formidable force. Yingnan swiftly retreated a step, crossing her arms defensively across her chest. When Ye Hua's kick connected with her arms, it felt as though he had struck cotton, the force significantly mitigated. Taking advantage of the moment as Ye Hua retracted his leg, Yingnan stepped forward with a stride reminiscent of a galloping steed, her palms pushing towards Ye Hua's chest. Her hand seemed infused with boundless strength, as if intent on propelling Ye Hua thousands of miles away. Ye Hua quickly leaned back to evade the strike. At that instant, Yingnan, like a nimble swallow, transformed her defense into offense, skillfully sidestepping Ye Hua's attack. Her movements were as enigmatic as a specter, eluding comprehension. In one fluid motion, she seized Ye Hua's shoulder and forcefully hurled him away. Ye Hua stabilized himself in midair and, upon landing, regarded Nan with a glimmer of admiration. "I did not anticipate your Tai Chi to be this formidable. I underestimated you," he said sincerely. Nan offered a slight smile in response, saying, "I am curious about your lineage, my friend. Our Taro village seeks no conflict. If you mean no offense, I kindly ask you to depart, for we wish to cease this struggle." Ye Hua erupted into hearty laughter, his voice ringing with vigor and bravado. "I haven't even warmed up yet. Do you genuinely believe you can match me? I have yet to unleash the energy within me. I am merely toying with you using my physical prowess and combat skills." However, his laughter gradually faded, replaced by a serious and solemn demeanor. "Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am the Sun God, Ye Hua." With his declaration, an overwhelming pressure descended from above, causing the very air around them to thicken. This weight was akin to an invisible mountain, rendering those from Taro village breathless. The warriors before him were instantly overwhelmed, collapsing to the ground, groaning in agony. A fierce Swanee charged forward, only to be pinned down by Ye Hua's hand upon its massive head, immobilizing it. The creature thrashed wildly, yet could not escape Ye Hua's grasp. Fear and astonishment filled the eyes of all who beheld him once more. Chapter 99. A culinary guide to the classic of mountains and seas in the Western classic of the classic of mountains and seas. It is recorded that there exists a mountain, Taiji Mountain, located 180 miles to the west. A river emerges from it, flowing westward into the shifting sands. This region is abundant with the exquisite WNYO fish, which resembles a carp with a fish body and avian wings, adorned with a blue pattern and a white head, boasting a red beak. It often traverses the Western Sea and frolics in the Eastern Sea, taking to the skies at night. Its call resembles that of a phoenix, and its flesh possesses a sweet and sour flavor. Consuming it induces a state of euphoria, heralding an era of abundance. Ultimately, Ye Hua fulfilled his desire to remain in Taro village, for the villagers found themselves unable to expel their unexpected guest. At that moment, he was engrossed in the pages of the classic of mountains and seas, absorbed in its depths, his demeanor defying description. Nan stood before a group of villagers, accompanied by several anxious villagers who lingered at a distance, their gaze fixed intently upon Ye Hua, as if he were an enigmatic presence that might bring forth peril at any moment. Currently, Ye Hua was tending to a steaming cauldron, where the WNYO fish bobbed in the boiling water, accompanied by the bubbling sounds of its preparation. Nan and the others wore expressions of concern, their eyes reflecting vigilance and unease as they whispered amongst themselves, apprehensive about what might transpire next. Finally, Nan took a deep breath and slowly approached. She scrutinized Ye Hua from head to toe, her eyes reflecting both scrutiny and a hint of reverence. Her tone laced with skepticism and inquiry. "Do you claim to be the Sun God?" Though her voice was soft, it resonated distinctly in the hushed atmosphere. The villagers of Taro village were not unfamiliar with the mythical beasts chronicled in the classic of mountains and seas, for in this mysterious and ancient land, the presence of wondrous creatures was an everyday occurrence. They traversed the mountains and forests or quenched their thirst to the streams, adding an air of mystique to this secluded village. Yet, to them, deities remained elusive beings, existing solely in the realm of legend. In reality, no one had ever truly witnessed the visage of a god. Even in their imagination, deities seemed perpetually distant. Ye Hua's lips curled into a subtle, confident smile, reminiscent of the sun's warm rays in spring, exuding both warmth and authority. He declared with unwavering certainty, indeed without a doubt. Although he was aware that his essence as the sun god might differ from the villagers' traditional perceptions, it did not diminish the nobility of his title. In Taro village, not all beings, whether human or animal, adhered to a herbivorous diet, much like the WNYO fish before him. Measuring over a meter in length and weighing around 10 kilograms, its peculiar appearance, akin to a carp yet adorned with wings, was decidedly extraordinary. Moreover, this WNYO fish lacked intelligence and fell within the realm of edibility. With a resigned sigh, Nan's eyes conveyed a glimmer of worry. Furrowing her brow, her voice tinged with confusion, she queried, "I cannot fathom why, Possessing such formidable power, you would deign to take interest in the beasts of Taro village. What is the purpose of your visit? Her gaze bore into Ye Hua, seeking answers from his expression. Regardless of whether Ye Hua was truly a deity, the formidable abilities and enigmatic methods he exhibited rendered the warriors of Taro village utterly awestruck. Moreover, he neither troubled the villagers nor did he, as Di Jiang had claimed, come to capture pets. Regarding Di Jiang's words, Yingnan harbored lingering doubts. How could such a formidable figure journey to the secluded Taro village merely to seize a few pets? Ye Hua maintained a smile upon his visage, a smile both gentle and enigmatic. He spoke calmly. I have heard that there are fire phoenixes in this place. I wish to take a few back for companionship. Ye Hua asserted that his intentions were purely to capture pets, devoid of ulterior motives. At most, he sought to verify the accuracy of the culinary references found in the classic of mountains and seas. The Taro village, isolated from the outside world, had inhabitants who knew little of external matters, perhaps even unaware of the existence of solar deity like him. Their lives were ensconced within their own small realm, focused solely on their immediate surroundings, especially when it came to a newly ascended solar god, such as Ye Hua. Yingnan furrowed her brow even deeper, her gaze betraying a hint of resolve. She straightened her posture and declared solemnly, all the divine beasts of Taro village are our companions. They're not merely playthings for the whims of others. Even if you are immensely powerful, we shall not permit anyone to take our divine beasts as pets. This is the duty of the Taro villagers. Her voice, though not raised, resonated with strength, as if proclaiming the determination of the villagers to Ye Hua. Ye Hua smiled gently, offering no reply, his smile seemingly concealing profound significance. When one's strength is overwhelmingly superior, the words of the adversary become inconsequential. Otherwise, how could he sit before the divine dragon pool and simmer the manta ray fish? Soon, the manta ray fish in the pot was thoroughly cooked. Ye Hua picked up a piece of fish, savoring it with exquisite care, and his eyes sparkled with delight. The taste was extraordinary. It possessed the texture of pickled fish while simultaneously embodying the sweet and sour essence of sweet and sour fish, with the flesh being exceptionally tender and delectable. This manta ray fish had been merely simmered in plain water, devoid of any seasoning, yet it yielded such a unique flavor, rendering all other fish in the world pale by comparison. Observing Yingnan's serious and vigilant demeanor, Ye Hua jestingly remarked, "It seems that my garden pond is still missing a member like the manta ray fish." At that moment, Di Jiang reluctantly approached, its round body rolling across the ground, carelessly depositing a heap of crimson fruits. The mental vibrations conveyed a tone of grievance and helplessness. "I have brought you the fruits you desired. Please, do not capture my friends again, nor harm the villagers. I know of even more delectable fruits. I can take you to them." Di Jiang's voice brimmed with entreaty, as if it had suffered great injustice. Ye Hua feigned a stern expression, pretending to be angry as he said, "You little creature, how dare you speak ill of me and seek allies? Hurry and find more delicious fruits, or I shall sample what your flesh tastes like." Though his tone was harsh, a flicker of amusement danced in his eyes. Di Jiang was instantly terrified, its round body trembling in fear as its short legs scurried in a flurry, rolling and crawling away in haste. The villain in question is truly formidable, proving to be a match even for the warriors and the mythical beast within the village. Di Jiang now harbors doubts about whether the slumbering dragon can vanquish him. For the safety of his companions and the tranquility of the village, he resolves to adopt a more accommodating stance. After relishing a sumptuous meal, the exquisite flavor of the fish lingers on his palate, prompting Ye Hua to recall the purpose of his visit to Taro village. Strangely, despite having spent some time here, he has yet to catch even a glimpse of the fire phoenix. With a slight furrow in his brow, a hint of perplexity dances in his eyes. Yingnan seems to perceive his thoughts and gently elucidates. The divine beast, the fire phoenix, does not reside within the village. By nature, they are proud creatures, preferring solitude and avoiding the company of others. There is a note of resignation in her tone, as she silently hopes that this overwhelmingly powerful Ye Hua does not bring calamity upon the village. "I can indeed assist you in addressing the soul-devouring beast," he remarks, casting a glance at the slumbering dragon at the lake's bottom and the seal behind him, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. "Is it true that only a dragon-scale weapon can eradicate the soul-devouring beast?" That only the divine dragon can suppress it? I find such notions laughable. It is merely that you and that dragon are far too feeble. Toss the soul-devouring beast into the sun. I refuse to believe it would survive. The reason he has yet to retrieve the guardian dragon of Taro Village for his own use is that he finds it somewhat unattractive, not aligning with his conception of a dragon. A playful smile tugs at the corners of Ye Hua's mouth as he expresses his curiosity. Might you take me to see the fire phoenix? I have heard tales of their breathtaking grace and extraordinary powers, and my curiosity knows no bounds. With your guidance, perhaps the fire phoenix will be less resistant to my presence. In the realm of dark data, he has already encountered the fire phoenix here, its feathers resplendent and multicolored. It resembles a crane, with the head of a rooster, standing 6 feet tall, adorned in splendid plumage and crowned with a magnificent feathered crest. Its wings are a tapestry of vibrant feathers, shimmering under the sun, casting an enchanting glow that captivates the heart. Strength is transient, beauty, however, is paramount. Fortunately, the fire phoenix here closely resembles his imaginings. Otherwise, he would surely return disheartened. Ye Hua has resolved that, should the fire phoenix resist, he would implant certain information within them and subsequently take them away. Yingnan is understandably skeptical of Ye Hua's ability to resolve the issue with the soul-devouring beast. Yet she hesitates before finally nodding. Very well, I shall take you there, but you must promise me not to harm them. Ye Hua nods with a smile. Fear not. How could I possibly harm them? He muses to himself that at most, he would merely bring them back to the celestial city as pets. For the fire phoenix here bears the closest resemblance to a divine beast, especially as they can manipulate flames. As they traverse the paths of Taro Village, Ye Hua observes his surroundings with curiosity, encountering numerous so-called divine beasts along the way, including the 9-tailed fox documented in the Shanhai Jing. Hailing from the mountains of Qingqiu, where the sun is rich in jade and the shadows abound in elegance. In the realm of mythical creatures, there exists a being resembling a fox, adorned with 9 tails and emitting sounds akin to that of an infant, capable of devouring humans without a trace of sorcery. Hence, one might jest that this is, in fact, a culinary manuscript. Knight Hua harbored suspicions that the reason the extraordinary beasts chronicled in the classic of mountains and seas were no longer visible in the world was due to the ancestors having consumed them to near extinction, leaving only those that, out of necessity, sought refuge in the secluded Taro Village. Alas, the 9-tailed fox, embodying cunning and intelligence, was far too astute to approach them. After an indeterminate duration of wandering, the two finally arrived at a profoundly serene valley. A delicate mist enveloped the valley as sunlight filtered through, casting golden rays across the landscape. Knight Hua inhaled deeply, savoring the subtle scent of sulfur mingled with the fragrant essence of flora. They had arrived. The fire phoenix resided within this valley, as Yingnan softly proclaimed. Following her gesture, Knight Hua beheld a vast expanse of volcanic rock deep within the valley, from which fierce flames intermittently erupted. Illuminated by the fiery glow, several majestic fire phoenixes soared gracefully through the air. These adult fire phoenixes towered over 2 to 3 meters in height, their bodies cloaked in vibrant plumage, red as fierce flames and resplendent as rosy clouds. Each feather shimmered with a dazzling brilliance, as if adorned with gold and rubies. Their elongated, splendid tails resembled ribbons of fire, tracing magnificent arcs through the air. The heads of the fire phoenixes were held high, crowned with a striking plume, akin to a blazing diadem. Their eyes sparkled with an intense sharpness, exuding an air of pride and majesty. Truly, this was the legendary divine beast, exquisitely beautiful and regal. Upon witnessing the fire phoenixes firsthand, Knight Hua was immediately captivated by their enchanting appearance. In his eyes, within the entirety of Taro Village, only the fire phoenix could rightfully be deemed a divine beast. Chapter 100. Taming the fire phoenix. According to the classic of mountains and seas, it is recorded, there exists a bird resembling a chicken, adorned with 5 colors and patterns. Known as Feng Huang, it does not roost without the parasol tree, does not feed without bamboo seeds, and does not drink without sweet springs. The fire phoenix before him, with wings as splendid as flames and a commanding presence, perfectly aligned with the mythological description. Knight Hua's gaze was instantly ensnared. He stared at the divine creature, a surge of indescribable excitement swelling within him. The dragon, phoenix, and Shilin have symbolized divine beasts since antiquity. Who could possibly resist their allure? He pondered. Unfortunately, the slumbering dragon and the wandering Shilin in Taro village seemed far too unappealing for him to consider as companions. Only the fire phoenix before him stirred his heart with increasing fervor. Unable to contain his admiration, Ye Hua stepped forward, yearning to behold the divine beast from a closer vantage. However, his movement alerted the fire phoenix. A resounding cry pierced the heavens, as one fire phoenix ascended from the sea of flames, resembling a blazing meteor. Wow, this fire phoenix is truly magnificent, Ye Hua exclaimed in awe. The fire phoenix was engulfed in a blazing inferno, its flames akin to the hottest magma, radiating a golden glow that painted the entire sky in hues of crimson. Its grand stature was remarkable, with wings spanning several feet, each feather seemingly forged from pure fire, shimmering with a dazzling yet perilous light. Its eyes resembled two blazing suns, exuding boundless wildness and untamed spirit, as if it were a divine beast from the primordial chaos. No, to be precise, it was indeed a divine creature from the ancient wilderness. Indeed, Ye Hua stood firm, a smile gracing his face. With a glance, he signaled Ing Nan to refrain from interference. He wished to engage in a meaningful dialogue with the fire phoenix that had boldly emerged first. The fire phoenix soared before Ye Hua, initially regarding him with a wary gaze before unleashing a torrent of searing flames from its mouth. Ye Hua merely smiled, gently waving his sleeve, effortlessly deflecting the flames back. The fire phoenix was undeniably intelligent, and its intellect was considerable. In that brief moment, it discerned that a formidable being had arrived in the village, primarily aiming to capture them as pets. However, to be made a pet for humanity? Such an affront was utterly intolerable. Infuriated by the ineffectiveness of its attack, it grew increasingly enraged. Once more, it spread its wings and ascended high into the air, then dove down with ferocious speed. During its descent, the flames surrounding it blazed with even greater intensity, forming a colossal vortex of fire, as if it intended to engulf Ye Hua whole. Ye Hua's lips curled into a confident smile. Unflinching, he stood his ground, ready to confront the flames. "Do not fear. I harbor no ill intent." He spoke softly, his voice imbued with warmth and kindness. Too feeble, it lacked any means beyond its inherent flames and the ability to spew fire. Moreover, the temperature of its flames was inadequate. "We fire phoenixes will never serve as pets to humans," came the indignant voice resonating through their mental connection. The magnificent fire phoenix soared, casting the sky ablaze with its fiery hue, and Ye Hua chuckled. "In truth, you have but two choices. Either accompany me willingly, or be subdued by my strength, and then accompany me. Choose wisely." Among all divine beasts, the fire phoenix resembled a true, celestial entity more than any other. And the more Ye Hua gazed, the more he found himself enamored and satisfied, deeming it an opportunity not to be missed. As for strength, that was not the crux of the matter. Beauty sufficed. The heavenly city required the embellishment of a fire phoenix. The fire phoenix comprehended his words, its fury intensifying. How vexatious! If Di Jiang possessed the intellect of a mere child, this fire phoenix displayed the wisdom of an adult, even exuding a defiant spirit. Enraged, the fire phoenix launched another assault, opening its massive mouth to gather an intensely scorching flame, which it then shot forth like a cannonball towards Ye Hua. Unfazed, Ye Hua conjured a transparent shield around his form. The flames collided with the shield, sparking a flurry of embers, yet the shield remained unyielding. "To follow a true deity is far more promising than remaining here," he declared. "Do you not yearn to soar through the cosmos? To fly towards the sun? How can one truly embody the title of the king of birds while confined within this meager space?" A faint smile of confidence graced Ye Hua's lips. "Regardless of the fire phoenix's willingness, it must accompany me, unless your Taro village possesses the strength to overcome me, a prospect that is evidently implausible. No matter your proclamations. We, the fire phoenixes, shall not yield." As the fire phoenix launched another assault, its resonant cries echoed through the heavens, flames cascading like rain. Yet they could not harm Ye Hua in the slightest. "Your flames are far too feeble. Follow me, and I shall enable you to reclaim the true essence of a divine beast." Words are futile It seems that only through submission can we engage in meaningful discourse. With that, Ye Hua became more earnest. Entering the dark dimension, golden rays of light erupted from the sky, enveloping the fire phoenix entirely. These beams, akin to ethereal serpents, swiftly entwined around the fire phoenix, creating a complex and enigmatic spatial cage. The fire phoenix struggled ceaselessly, its flames raging desperately to break free from the bindings. But how could its strength withstand such a force? Before long, the fire phoenix's power was nearly exhausted, and its struggles grew increasingly feeble. Ultimately, it ceased its resistance, the wildness and fury in its eyes fading away, replaced by weariness and submission. What purpose does implanting information directly into its mind serve? Surely, the thrill lies in conquering it. At this moment, Yingnan could no longer stand idly by and stepped forward to intercede, addressing the fire phoenix. This is Ye Hua. He hesitated briefly before continuing. He claims to be the sun god, merely wishing to take a few of your companions to his homeland to live, with no intention of causing harm to you. Yingnan felt powerless. After all, Ye Hua was exceedingly formidable and persistently proclaimed himself a deity. If sacrificing a few fire phoenixes could avert trouble for the village, it would be an ideal solution. The fire phoenix, upon hearing Yingnan's words, hesitated for a moment, glancing at Ye Hua as if contemplating something. If this individual truly is a god, then becoming his companion might not be so objectionable. After all, in many mythologies, divine beasts are often kept as companions by the gods, even serving as mounts or pulling chariots. This notion is not beyond acceptance. Rather, aligning with such a powerful figure could bring benefits to the entire clan. The earlier confrontation had already attested to Ye Hua's might. Are you truly a god? The sun god? Sensing the fire phoenix's submission within the dark dimension, Ye Hua smiled knowingly. Indeed, follow me, and I shall take you to dwell in the heavenly realm. Whether in cosmic computations or celestial battles, or even within the grandeur of the heavenly palace, it shall all be yours. As long as we can resurrect the pinnacle of the blazing sun civilization, is that not the very essence of the heavenly realm? Is that not the path of the celestial way? The fire phoenix appeared to be deep in thought, its heart swayed, and Ye Hua seized the opportunity to loosen his grasp upon it. After a while, the fire phoenix gracefully soared to Ye Hua's side, gently nudging his hand with its head. A wave of joy surged within Ye Hua. He realized that this majestic creature had willingly submitted to him, and to his surprise, it was far easier than he had anticipated. As he tenderly caressed the feathers of the fire phoenix, he could feel its warmth and power radiating through him. A wise choice, he mused. I shall allow you to become a true divine beast, wielding the power to devastate the heavens and the earth. Ye Hua chuckled softly. The fire phoenix nodded in agreement, emitting a clear, melodious cry. From the hidden realms among the volcanoes and the parasol trees, other fire phoenixes emerged, taking to the skies, seemingly eager to accompany him. Ye Hua gazed at the splendid assembly of fire phoenixes before him, pondering how many he should take with him. His eyes danced among them, captivated by their bodies ablaze with fervent flames and their graceful demeanor, stirring his heart. An answer swiftly formed in his mind. He would, without hesitation, take them all, leaving not a single egg behind. After all, such divine beasts as the fire phoenix were exceedingly rare. Even if he considered the unhatched eggs, their numbers scarcely exceeded 50. To miss even one of these breathtaking creatures would be a tremendous regret for Ye Hua. In addition to the fire phoenixes, Taro Village boasted other divine beasts and extraordinary flora. Ye Hua's gaze wandered among these treasures, beginning to make selective choices. He spotted the colorful light butterflies, their wings shimmering with iridescent hues, reminiscent of ethereal sprites. These light butterflies are intriguing. I shall take a few, Ye Hua murmured to himself. Next, his attention turned to a glistening pond, where golden spirit fish darted through the water, their scales sparkling like flowing gold. The golden spirit fish are also delightful. I shall select a few to take with me. Not far off lay an orchard, laden with sand fruit and jia fruit. The sand fruit exuded a subtle fragrance, reputed to ward off floods, while the jia fruit was vibrant and sweet. Ye Hua approached, examining the fruits closely. Whether or not they held the effects recorded in texts was irrelevant. What mattered most was their delectable taste, so he decided to transplant a few trees. Moreover, there were the exotic parasol trees, favored by the fire phoenixes as their resting place. Ye Hua contemplated that once the fire phoenixes departed, they would need a familiar habitat. Thus, he resolved to take the exotic parasol trees along to ensure their comfort in the celestial city. However, he found little appeal in some of the other divine beasts. The Dijiang, with its somewhat comical appearance, though a divine beast, did not align with Ye Hua's aesthetic preferences, leading him to dismiss it. As for the small lion-like creature, with its imposing presence and fierce demeanor as it grew, Ye Hua's lips curled into a slight smile. And a plan took shape in his mind, to bring back 2 of these small lion-like creatures and raise them to guard his domain, which seemed a splendid choice. In summary, aside from ensuring that he took all the fire phoenixes with him, Ye Hua was determined to gather a selection of the most visually appealing and delectable treasures. To the villagers of Taro Village, his actions appeared nothing short of a heist. The villagers gazed upon Ye Hua's bustling figure, their hearts brimming with a mixture of anger and helplessness. They dared not offend this formidable individual, for Ye Hua's displayed prowess was beyond their reach. And he even claimed divinity. The villagers could only seethe in silence, witnessing as Ye Hua selected their treasures. Yet, it was not an entirely brazen act of thievery. Ye Hua left behind the promise of the sun god, assuring that should Taro Village ever find itself in need, they could reach out to him, and the celestial city would send aid. After lingering for several days, Ye Hua departed Taro, his departure marked not by riches, but rather an array of divine beasts and rare fruits. Yimin silently observed Ye Hua's retreating figure, her heart weighed with concern. Yet she hoped he would treat the fire phoenixes with kindness. Chapter 101. A new league of Avengers in this tumultuous world. S.H.I.E.L.D. Once stood as a bastion safeguarding peace. However, Hydra had insidiously infiltrated every corner of S.H.I.L.D., their influence deeply entrenched, akin to dark vines entwining within the agency, siphoning its vitality and interweaving with its structure, rendering separation nearly impossible. Distinguishing loyal agents from those who had succumbed to Hydra's machinations was a task bordering on the unattainable. Each seemingly ordinary operative might harbor secrets unbeknownst to others. In light of such adversity, Captain America and Black Widow made a bold and resolute decision. They would publicly disclose the identities of all S.H.I.L.D. personnel to the world. This action detonated like a heavy bomb, creating a tumult worldwide. It proved effective in combating Hydra, as they could no longer exploit S.H.I.E.L.D.'s cover to execute their nefarious plots. However, this initiative also bore unavoidable repercussions. Those agents who steadfastly upheld S.H.I.L.D.'s mission to protect Earth and had not been tainted by Hydra's influence were now laid bare before the public eye. It is essential to recognize that members of organizations such as S.H.I.E.L.D. had their identities meticulously safeguarded. Exposure would spell disaster for them. S.H.I.L.D. agents who had long operated in the shadows, quietly safeguarding the world or undertaking perilous missions, now faced life-threatening exposure akin to Hydra's operatives. Moreover, a series of events unfolded, particularly Hydra's exploitation of S.H.I.L.D. to execute the Insight program, which aimed at purging any organizations or individuals deemed threatening to Hydra's presence within S.H.I.E.L.D. This plan posed a grave danger to many innocent lives and freedoms. Consequently, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s operational methods and legitimacy came under widespread scrutiny. Once regarded as a righteous force for global peace, it had now become perceived as a perilous entity due to Hydra's infiltration and its horrific schemes, leading the government to no longer trust S.H.I.E.L.D., branding it as a terrorist organization. Under the weight of public scrutiny and the government's unwavering stance, the dissolution of S.H.I.E.L.D. has become an inescapable conclusion. The American authorities have traditionally shown a fervent eagerness to eradicate organizations they deem threatening and uncontrollable. They will mercilessly dismantle such entities, seizing their assets and pertinent documentation. A ruthless tempest of interest division has engulfed the once glorious S.H.I.E.L.D. Overnight, this once mighty organization was branded as an illegal entity. The military swiftly intervened, and the government commenced comprehensive oversight, simultaneously embarking on the establishment of a new intelligence agency in an attempt to fill the void left by SHIELD's disbandment. In the wake of these tumultuous events, former director Nick Fury resolved not to manage the ensuing chaos any longer. He chose to conceal the truth of his survival, incinerating his old records and that iconic eye patch. Subsequently, he discreetly journeyed to Europe, transitioning his identity underground. Prior to his departure, Fury made a pivotal arrangement, bequeathing the directorship to Phil Coulson, in hopes that he would publicly bear the banner of SHIELD's revival. Although Coulson understood the daunting nature of this mission, he resolutely accepted the challenge, leading the newly formed SHIELD team on their arduous path to resurgence. The struggle between S.H.I.E.L.D. and Serpent would never cease. Once SHIELD agents moved like phantoms in the night, blending into the crowd, executing their guardianship of world peace under the guise of anonymity. However, as the insidious plot of Hydra infiltrating SHIELD came to light, the agents' identities were unexpectedly revealed, shattering their tranquil existence. Those whose identities had been exposed found themselves thrust into the eye of the storm. Walking through bustling urban streets, every stranger's gaze appeared to harbor lethal intent. Upon returning to their desolate homes, even the faintest sound could signal impending danger. They remained ever vigilant, their nerves taut as a drawn bowstring, ready to tremble at the slightest disturbance. Yet, they had long grown accustomed to the life of an agent, where mysterious missions, thrilling adventures, and brushes with death had become woven into their very essence. Their careers as operatives had shaped them, rendering the prospect of an ordinary life nearly impossible. At the crossroads of fate, many agents made divergent choices. A faction, armed with formidable expertise and extensive experience, successfully navigated the stringent vetting process of the newly established Sky Sword Bureau. In this new environment, they endeavored to acclimatize to the fresh regulations and workflows starting anew. Conversely, another group of agents received a clandestine summons from Nick Fury. This cohort had been meticulously selected and vetted by him, trusted for their loyalty and capabilities. In a concealed location in Europe, SHIELD reassembled under Fury's leadership. Meanwhile, Maria Hill made an unexpectedly significant decision. Following the incident of the Hydra invasion and the indifferent response from the government, she resolutely declined the olive branch extended by the military, carrying with her Nick Fury's final appointment and the ideals that resided within her heart. She boldly arrived at Stark Industries. Hill expressed her intentions to Tony, hoping that he would leverage his wealth, technology, and influence to assemble a new Avengers team dedicated to safeguarding Earth from extraterrestrial threats. Tony Stark, the flamboyant and arrogant genius, was naturally in full agreement upon hearing Hill's proposal. In his perspective, the entire world should indeed revolve around him, and the formation of a new Avengers team presented an exceptional opportunity to showcase his self-worth. Without hesitation, he raised both hands in approval and generously offered Stark Tower as the new Avengers base. Subsequently, Tony initiated his recruitment plan. Under the guise of hiring security personnel, he discreetly sifted through agents who had been dismissed by SHIELD, originally belonging to Nick Fury's faction. Within the interview rooms of Stark Industries, former SHIELD personnel arrived one after another to undergo Hill's scrutiny. Most of them possessed extensive experience as agents and unwavering convictions, as long as they passed the review and were willing to sign confidentiality agreements. They could secure suitable positions at Stark Industries. Although they were ostensibly security personnel, they were, in essence, still engaged in agent-related duties, merely under a different employer. Nick Fury, Coulson, Hill, and Tony split their efforts, embarking on a large-scale recruitment campaign. Utilizing the extensive network of contacts and intelligence he had amassed over the years, Nick Fury reached out to former associates. He sought out agents who had once achieved remarkable feats within SHIELD, sharing with them a new mission and hope. With each meeting, he ignited the fervor within the agents through his unwavering gaze and impassioned rhetoric. Coulson was tasked with re-establishing connections with previous informants. These informants, scattered across the globe, served as vital channels for intelligence acquisition. With his affable demeanor and professionalism, Coulson rekindled the confidence of those who had previously lost faith in SHIELD, and they expressed their willingness to contribute once again to the protection of Earth. Meanwhile, Hill busied herself coordinating various matters within the new Avengers Tower. She not only managed the onboarding procedures for new members, but also ensured the security and operation of the tower. Like an exceptional commander, she orchestrated everything with precision, providing robust logistical support for the establishment of the new Avengers. Tony, harnessing his technological prowess, crafted advanced equipment for the new Avengers. Day and night, he toiled in the Stark Tower laboratory, developing an array of high-tech weapons and gear. From sophisticated battle suits to intelligent aircraft, each piece of equipment bore the imprint of his intellect and diligence. Through the collaborative efforts of all, the nascent form of the new Avengers gradually emerged. The SHIELD team, led by Coulson, bore the visible banner, while Nick Fury operated from the shadows, akin to a seasoned hunter. With all plans unfolding in accordance with his expectations, he intended to make the military aware that they were akin to resilient cockroaches. Even if they seized their Trident headquarters, they could simply relocate and continue their endeavors. Furthermore, they would rejuvenate their new SHIELD initiative with vigor. In truth, the series of actions taken by Nick Fury and his associates to establish a new Avengers alliance had already aroused significant alarm within the military. Much like the undercurrents stirring beneath a tranquil lake, these seemingly clandestine maneuvers eventually created ripples on the surface, which were deftly noticed by the astute General Ross. He was eager to unveil the intentions behind Nick Fury's group's activities and to ascertain their true scheming. Consequently, he dispatched his trained agents, akin to hounds pursuing their prey, to closely shadow the movements of Nick Fury and his companions. However, these agents encountered numerous challenges during their mission. It was as if Nick Fury and his team were phantoms traversing through shadows, endowed with extensive espionage experience and masterful counter-tracking skills. Each time the agents managed to pinpoint their target, they were skillfully eluded at critical moments. After losing track of the targets multiple times, General Ross was left with no choice but to momentarily suppress his suspicions and set the matter aside. After all, given the current circumstances, the SHIELD positions held by those individuals had been officially revoked, and the government had also withdrawn its accusations against them. Moreover, Nick Fury and his associates had not exhibited any covetousness toward the reorganized Heaven's Sword Bureau, nor had they engaged in any illicit activities. Within the confines of law and regulation, General Ross found himself lacking sufficient grounds to continue harassing them. He felt like a warrior armed, yet without a target, filled with helplessness. Ultimately, he resorted to a pragmatic approach, persisting in sending operatives to covertly monitor Nick Fury and his group's every move. As it seemed there were no more effective strategies available. Amidst this orderly progression, Tony contemplated the necessity of Nightwing. How could the newly formed Avengers Alliance lack an individual of Nightwing's formidable combat prowess? If he could persuade Nightwing to join, they would instantly possess hundreds of super soldiers and a celestial base lingering in space. With a character akin to Nightwing's, he felt compelled to act. Tony decided he must journey to the celestial base to engage in a thorough discussion with Nightwing regarding this matter. Chapter 102. Soaring through space on the Phoenix, the resplendent figure of the Phoenix, akin to clouds ablaze on the horizon, unfolded its wings in a manner reminiscent of an exquisite visual feast. Its feathers, like flames, shimmered with an intense glow under the sun, exuding an air of nobility and elegance. However, there was a flaw in its beauty. It could not soar through the vast cosmos as the legendary divine beasts were said to do, nor could it even breach the atmosphere, let alone survive in the frigid expanse of space. Nightwing had meticulously crafted a cozy haven for the Phoenix at the southernmost point of the celestial base. In the distance, there lies a warm hot spring pool, its waters gently flowing and steam rising gracefully into the air. Surrounding this oasis are exotic sycamore trees and rare fruits transplanted from Taro Village. At the center stands an artificial volcano, its parched and desolate land cracked and barren, crisscrossed with fissures from which molten lava flows, akin to the red blood coursing through the veins of the earth. The lava moves slowly, emitting a deep, rumbling sound, occasionally splashing high sparks into the air. This volcano, constructed from stellar energy, is environmentally friendly and unpolluted, providing a splendid habitat for the fire phoenixes to roost and frolic. Observing these magnificent beings gradually adapting to their new surroundings, sometimes preening their feathers by the hot springs. At other times soaring across the celestial city in playful pursuits, Ye Hua's heart swells with contentment, yet his gaze betrays a hint of contemplation. Thoughts begin to form in his mind on how to enable these beautiful fire phoenixes to transcend their current limitations, ultimately becoming divine beasts capable of soaring through the cosmos. Standing beside the fire phoenix's habitat, arms crossed, Ye Hua muses aloud. Should I directly install gene engines for them? Or perhaps create a peak beast body? Yet, as this notion arises, he gently shakes his head, a flicker of hesitation crossing his face. It is crucial to acknowledge that upgrading the fire phoenixes to a peak beast body is no trivial endeavor. Not only would the process be time-consuming, but the resources required would be akin to an insatiable abyss, for a peak beast body is essentially a third-generation divine body. Moreover, should the upgrade alter the fire phoenix's exquisite and unique forms, Ye Hua would find that utterly unacceptable. There is no need for gene engines. The current state is quite satisfactory. He reassesses, realizing that a slight optimization of their genes, specifically enhancing their ability to thrive in a space environment, would suffice. As this thought crosses his mind, a smile graces Ye Hua's features, yet he acknowledges that the fire phoenix's inherent and distinctive flames also require modification. After all, if they were to venture into space and their flames were to extinguish, they would lose their original allure. What if we harness stellar energy? An epiphany strikes Ye Hua. For stellar energy embodies boundless power. If it could be integrated into the fire phoenix's genes, perhaps their flames would burn even more brilliantly in the vastness of space. Meanwhile, in the celestial city, everything operates with meticulous precision. Each department fulfills its role in an orderly fashion, relieving Ye Hua the need to oversee every matter personally. With a newfound resolve, he immerses himself in the gene laboratory, dedicating himself wholeheartedly to the study of fire phoenix genetics. Inside the laboratory, an array of sophisticated instruments glimmers with mysterious light, while the liquids in the reagent bottles refract a spectrum of colors under the illumination. Ye Hua sits before the experimental station, his gaze intently fixed on the fire phoenix genetic data displayed on the central screen. His fingers deftly tapping on the virtual keyboard as he modifies and recomposes certain fundamental genetic data of the fire phoenixes. However, just as he becomes engrossed in his research, a fleeting thought crosses his mind. Wait, it seems I have forgotten something important. Halting his actions, he furrowed his brows momentarily, then lightly tapped his head. A hint of embarrassment gracing his features. Oh dear, how could I have forgotten this? It seemed he had promised Thor to extend his girlfriend Jane Foster's lifespan by 5,000 years. Well, it appeared that the recent flurry of events had caused this oversight. Knight shook his head with a wry smile, temporarily setting aside his research on the fire phoenix, and resolved to devise a genetic enhancement plan for Jane Foster at once. In truth, it was not merely a matter of being busy. He had not thought of it at all. Knight recalibrated his focus, taking a seat at the laboratory bench. Deeply contemplating, there was no need to implant a genetic engine. A super soldier upgrade plan would suffice. He mused aloud. However, special resources must be incorporated to enhance her longevity. Swiftly, he summoned Jane Foster's genetic data, which she had left behind during her previous visit to the Celestial City due to an issue with the ether. Gazing at her genetic information on the screen, he began to formulate a preliminary plan in his mind. After all, regardless of Odin's disposition, Thor truly regarded him as a friend, and it would be remiss to neglect his girlfriend. There was no necessity to implant any cognitive concepts into her. Ensuring she lived for 5,000 years was all that was required, for that was all Thor asked. Given this, since she was not his super soldier, there was no need for her to possess a genetic engine. Survival for an extended duration was sufficient. Knight contemplated that 5,000 years of life was not a daunting task for him. Soon, he completed the bespoke genetic enhancement plan for Jane. He glanced at the hidden data from Earth and discovered that Jane was currently engaged in research in an ancient ruin. Well, a moment's delay won't matter. I shall present it to Thor when he next visits Earth, Knight reasoned. For Jane, whether it was a transaction or a favor, it was only fitting to bestow it upon one who could take charge. If Thor did not witness the genetic enhancement process firsthand, how could he validate the truth of Knight's claims? Knight sealed the prepared genetic potion and then returned to his research on the fire phoenix. His singular ambition was to enable the fire phoenix to soar through the cosmos, rather than confining it to the celestial city. He continued to toil in the laboratory, persistently experimenting with new genetic optimization strategies, merging stellar energy with the fire phoenix's genes. After countless simulations, he finally identified a viable method that would not alter the fire phoenix's form, yet would allow it to thrive in the vacuum of space. Carefully, he injected the optimized genetic sample into the fire phoenix's being, then patiently awaited the outcome. Days passed, and the fire phoenix, having undergone genetic optimization, now boasted feathers of even more resplendent hues, shimmering with a brilliance akin to that of stars. Each plume resembled golden essence, and its flames burned with an intensified, steady vigor, reminiscent of a miniature sun. Besides the emperor's steed, it appeared that a new, magnificent mount had emerged, and I decided to take it for a test flight in space. Onward, perched upon the majestic back of the fire phoenix, with a commanding call, it soared into the sky, its form both agile and graceful, effortlessly breaching the protective barriers of the celestial city and entering the vast expanse of the cosmos. In the boundless void of space, it glided freely, its flames resembling brilliant stars that illuminated the surrounding darkness, as if painting an exquisite tapestry across the universe. By the heavens, Tony Stark, donned in the newly forged Mark 39 Gemini suit, could not suppress an exclamation of astonishment. As he ascended into the cosmos, approaching the celestial city, the sight before him left his mind reeling. He beheld Ye Hua securely astride a colossal avian creature, soaring through the frigid vacuum of space with wild abandon. The creature's feathers shimmered with an otherworldly glow under cosmic rays, each plume seemingly forged from flames. Its wings stretched several meters in length, gently flapping in the void, creating ephemeral ripples of energy. Tony furrowed his brow, filled with perplexity and awe. A staunch advocate of science, he possessed a profound understanding of the universe's laws. The golden glimmering figure of Ye Hua, who always regarded himself as divine, possessed extraordinary abilities, allowing him to breathe effortlessly in the oxygen-deprived void of space, existing without any life support systems. While Tony found this remarkable, he could just about comprehend it, given the myriad of unknown forces in the universe. However, the appearance of this gigantic bird shattered his comprehension once more. In the zero-gravity environment of space, devoid of buoyancy and gravitational pull, what enabled the creature to flap its wings with such ease, as if soaring freely among the azure skies of Earth? Moreover, what confounded Tony even further was the raging inferno that encircled the avian being, its flames radiating brilliantly in the dark expanse of space. Where oxygen was absent to sustain combustion, how could such flames exist? Tony felt increasingly challenged in his understanding of the world. This was beyond the realm of familiar science. It must surely involve some form of mysterious magic at play. As Ye Hua reveled in the exhilarating flight aboard the Fire Phoenix, he noticed a metallic figure ascending behind him. Turning to investigate, he realized it was Iron Man. What had prompted Tony to venture into space? Ye Hua halted the Fire Phoenix. Curiosity piqued as he regarded the approaching Iron Man, Chapter 103. The dragon does not dwell with the serpent in the distant horizon. Ethereal nanoclouds swirled like delicate white veils, gracefully enveloping the towering palaces of the celestial city. The silhouettes of the palaces emerged through the mist, evoking a dreamlike scene, akin to a celestial realm detached from the earthly realm, tranquil and enigmatic. With no trivial matter to beckon him to the celestial city, Tony must have had something significant to discuss. He was disinclined to access information, instead eager to hear what he had to convey. He subsequently invited Tony into the celestial city, where Iron Man, adorned in his iconic red and gold armor, made a steady descent onto the plaza before the palace. He emerged from his battle attire, adjusting his tie with a confident yet courteous smile as he strode toward the palace. The fiery red bird and magical creatures could be explored at a later time. For now, persuading Ye Hua to join the Avengers he was assembling was of utmost importance. Inside the palace, Ye Hua sat majestically on the throne, exuding an extraordinary presence that radiated an aura of awe akin to an inviolable deity. His profound gaze remained serene, fixed ahead, awaiting Tony's words. As Tony entered the palace, he greeted with a hearty laugh. Ye Hua, there's no need for any formalities between us. I have something of great significance to discuss. Ye Hua slightly rose, his eyes calm and deep, reminiscent of a tranquil abyss, and replied coolly, "This is merely an ordinary reception space. If you perceive it as a slight or intimidation, you are mistaken. I am not that trivial. Now what brings you here?" Taking a deep breath, Tony's demeanor shifted to one of gravity. "Are you aware that S-H-I-E-L-D has collapsed? The current state of the Earth is in constant flux. Although Hydra has been exposed, it has not been eradicated. They lurk like a malignant growth in the shadows, perpetuating evil and conspiracy, ready to erupt at any moment and bring untold calamities to our world. Moreover, new extraterrestrial malevolent forces are emerging, armed with formidable technology and power, posing a severe threat to Earth's peace and safety." "Very well. I can surmise your purpose here," Ye Hua remarked, a faint smile gracing his lips as he listened intently to Tony's account without interruption. Drawing in another breath, resolve and a sense of duty glimmered in his eyes. "I have reassembled the Avengers, intending to gather the finest heroes and technological mind from across the globe. Together, we shall safeguard Earth's tranquility and protect countless innocent lives from the ravages of evil. I sincerely wish to invite you to join this team." Tony gazed at Ye Hua with fervent anticipation, hoping for his acceptance of the invitation. However, upon hearing this, Ye Hua's lips curled slightly, revealing a hint of disdain as he replied without hesitation, "I am quite content being the sun god, commanding hundreds of super warriors and tens of thousands of followers. You expect me to work for you? That is utterly absurd." Tony quickly waved his hands, insisting, "You are misunderstanding me. This is not about working for you. It's about collaboration, a united front to protect Earth. We have a comprehensive plan." As he spoke, he gestured enthusiastically, his eyes filled with visions of the future. "We will establish a global defense system, utilizing my technology and the resources left by S-H-I-E-L-D, to deploy surveillance devices and defensive weapons around the planet. Should an alien invasion or a resurgence of evil occur, we will be poised to respond immediately. Furthermore, we will create a hero training facility to cultivate more champions, empowering them to rise in critical moments." Ye Hua remained unmoved, seated upright in his position, his voice low and resolute. "Since you all possess such grand plans, why come to me? The safety of Earth is the responsibility of its own heroes. I have no time to indulge in your games of heroism." Upon hearing this, Tony furrowed his brow, feeling a distinct lack of respect for Ye Hua. He was accustomed to being the one who rejected others, not the other way around. Yet Ye Hua was an exception. Suppressing his discontent, he continued to persuade, "Are you truly not considering this? If we could unite, our power would be unparalleled. Together, we could explore the mysteries of the universe and confront unknown threats. Do you not fear that if Earth falls in a crisis, the Celestial City will also be unable to stand aside? We need your strength. Your joining us would empower the Avengers and better safeguard both Earth and the Celestial City." Ye Hua shook his head, responding, "You should understand before you came that an unequal partnership is unattainable. The Avengers cannot offer benefits to the Celestial City." He further stated, "If you come as a friend, I welcome you. If you wish for me to join the Avengers, there is no need to continue the discussion." Tony wished to say more, but Ye Hua had made up his mind. Coldly, he declared, "No further persuasion is needed. See yourself out." Both Nick Fury and Tony were, quite frankly, deluded. Why not seek Odin or the Ancient One to join the Avengers instead? They clearly did not grasp the principle that dragons do not dwell with snakes. Moreover, our ideals diverge. Why should I protect a Marvel Earth that is not mine? When the day arrives that the Earth is filled with my followers, only then will I safeguard it. Clearly, the two parted ways on unpleasant terms. Disheartened, Tony vowed never to return to the Celestial City, pretending he did not know Ye Hua. Meanwhile, the Earth, seemingly calm and peaceful, was in fact rife with undercurrents. A peculiar event was unfolding, as someone sought to lay claim once more to the temple of the sun god. The current director of S-H-I-E-L-D, Coulson, had just resolved a particularly challenging task, and had scarcely caught his breath when an urgent alert sounded. The monitoring system indicated that a striking female warrior from the Celestial Palace had descended to Earth via the Rainbow Bridge. Coulson furrowed his brow, pondering the implications. What could be the reason for this celestial warrior's sudden arrival on Earth? Is there yet another crisis from beyond our world? He recognized this warrior, having fought alongside Thor, the legendary land and harvest goddess Sif from Norse mythology. At that moment, she appeared near Death Valley in California, seemingly searching for something amidst the swirling sands. Furthermore, her arrival was anything but quiet, having incited considerable chaos along her path. Coulson understood that this matter could not be overlooked, and he must not allow the lethargic Sword Bureau to seize the initiative. He decisively resolved to act, stating, "We cannot afford to let the Sword Bureau take advantage. We must dispatch someone immediately to investigate." Under Coulson's leadership, the SHIELD team swiftly assembled and pursued the direction taken by Sif. Upon locating her, the team members, curious about the legendary goddess, regarded Sif with fascination, save for Coulson, who was already acquainted with her. Sif was adorned in a vibrant red linen undergarment, its bold hue seemingly narrating her fervor and resilience. Over this, she wore golden medieval-style armor that glimmered brilliantly under the sun, proclaiming her nobility and authority. In her right hand, she wielded a long sword, its blade shimmering with a frosty light, poised to strike at any adversary. Her left arm bore a small golden shield, intricately engraved with mysterious patterns. Coulson approached briskly, bowing in a gentlemanly manner before Sif, and inquired, "Esteemed Lady Sif, what assistance may I offer you upon your unexpected arrival to Earth?" Sif, her demeanor grave, lacked the luxury for idle chatter. For the longer she lingered, the more precarious her situation became. She stated directly, "I have come to apprehend a perilous fugitive from the celestial realm, Lorelei. She possesses a terrifying ability to manipulate the thoughts of men, rendering them her puppets." Coulson furrowed his brow, incredulity etched across his face as he probed further. "Could you elaborate? Is her power supernatural, or does she merely rely on her beauty?" Sif found herself at a loss for words, acknowledging that the answer lay within the realm of magic and innate talent. She recounted Lorelei's past transgressions with a hint of concern in her gaze. 6 centuries prior, Lorelei unleashed a torrent of bloodshed across the 9 realms, commanding armies to trample sovereign lands, usurp wise kings, and dismantle flourishing empires, leaving countless lives in ruin. Only when she was captured and imprisoned by the celestial realm did peace return to the 9 realms. Given her time, should she seize control of your nation's leaders, Coulson interjected, grasping the gravity of the situation. If Lorelei had indeed arrived on Earth and ensnared influential figures and military leaders, it would amount to a global occupation, far more catastrophic than Loki's machinations. We cannot allow such a calamity to unfold. We must expedite the operation to capture Lorelei. However, matters seldom unfold as planned. During Coulson's meticulously orchestrated capture operation, unforeseen complications arose. Lorelei had already ensnared numerous individuals and deftly evaded SHIELD's intricate traps, employing her beguiling abilities to sway Coulson's trusted lieutenant, Ward. Much like Loki, Lorelei's intent upon reaching Earth was to establish herself as its sovereign queen. Observing Ward, now completely under her thrall, Lorelei's lips curled into a smug and enchanting smile. She purred, "Ward, if you can procure a palace befitting my queenly stature and assemble a formidable army for my command to conquer Earth, I shall grant you pleasures unparalleled this very night." Ward's eyes, vacant yet ablaze with fervor for Lorelei, reflected his unwavering devotion. In his mind, the magnificent vision of the Sun Temple emerged unbidden. The grand architecture, the solemn and dignified atmosphere, and the formidable warriors who guarded the sanctuary. Where could possibly be a more fitting palace for the queen than the Sun Temple? The warriors there would undoubtedly become a powerful force in the queen's conquest of Earth, Ward mused. Upon learning that there existed a sun god on Earth, as mighty as Thor, Lorelei's eyes sparkled with excitement, as if she had glimpsed the pivotal step towards realizing her ambitions. With a delicate lick of her crimson lips, she schemed inwardly. If she could control this sun god, she would command an invincible army. The celestial city, floating in space, seemed tailor-made to be the queen's palace. I must make him fall at my feet, a tool for my conquest of Earth. Eagerly, Lorelei instructed Ward, "Ward, proceed to the Sun Temple at once. I want that lofty sun god to descend from his celestial abode and stand before me, like a devoted servant." Ward accepted the command and hurriedly led Lorelei towards the Sun Temple. However, matters would not unfold as Coulson envisioned, nor would they be as effortless as Lorelei hoped. The super soldier's every power lay under Night's command. How could he be controlled by another, whether in soul or thought, unless one possessed greater computational power? No one could breach his defenses without Knight's consent. Just ask Mephisto if he managed to reclaim his soul when I seized it from him. From the moment Lorelei set her sights on the Sun Temple, her fate was sealed. She was destined to falter before her enterprise had truly begun. Chapter 104. The wrath of Clark the Enchanting Lorelei was but a trivial speck of dust in this legendary world. Her existence was nearly negligible. The moment she set her designs on the Sun Temple, her failure was all but predetermined. Yet, Knight was somewhat intrigued by how she had escaped the Asgardian prison. Given that the Dark Elves had not invaded Asgard, having been annihilated on Earth, there should not have been any insurrection within the Asgardian cells. Moreover, the timeline was inconsistent. Nearly a year had passed since the celestial convergence, and even S.H.I.E.L.D. was on the verge of dissolution. Thus, upon receiving news of a super soldier being mentally compromised, Knight promptly issued orders to apprehend Lorelei. At that moment, within the imposing and majestic hall of the Celestial City, Knight sat upon the throne, a symbol of supreme power and authority. Clad in a resplendent golden robe embroidered with exquisite sun god motifs, he shimmered with dazzling brilliance under the radiant light of the hall. His countenance was stern yet handsome, his gaze deep as an abyss, seemingly concealing boundless wisdom and strength. He awaited the guardians stationed on Earth to escort the enchanting Lorelei before him. Before long, she was brought into the hall of the Celestial City, flanked by two super soldiers. She resembled a thorny rose, her figure graceful and enchanting, each step she took swaying with an alluring elegance, as if she were inherently endowed with an irresistible charm. Cascading like a waterfall, her golden locks fell freely upon her shoulders, shimmering under the light with a captivating luster. Her eyes, deep as sapphires, sparkled with allure and seduction. Beneath her high-bridged nose lay a pair of luscious crimson lips, slightly curled in a hint of provocation and disdain. Lorelei deliberately swayed her slender waist, gliding lightly to the center of the grand hall. She lifted her chin slightly, her gaze unabashedly roaming over Knight, before gently biting her lip and speaking in a voice as beguiling as a nightingale's song. "Oh, greetings, handsome and formidable sun god. You shine like the most resplendent star in the cosmos, radiating an irresistible brilliance that makes my heart flutter uncontrollably for you. May I draw nearer to converse with you? I assure you that I will divulge every piece of information you wish to know without reservation." With that, she gracefully moved forward, attempting to approach Knight's throne, each step deliberately accentuating her alluring curves. Even at this moment, Lorelei still did not perceive her defeat, for she believed that no man could resist her allure. Perhaps it was mere misfortune that the super warrior who brought her to the Celestial City happened to have no fondness for women. Even after thousands of years, Lorelei could not comprehend how a man could prefer another man over a beautiful woman. It was simply repugnant. Knight sat upon his throne, his demeanor as calm as still water, yet a flicker of disdain glimmered in his eyes. He coldly regarded Lorelei and spoke in a deep voice. "Get to the point. How did you escape from the Asgardian prison, and what has transpired in Asgard during this time?" However, Lorelei paid no heed to Knight's dismissal, continuing her advance while playfully touseling her hair, teasingly saying, "Oh, great sun god, why the rush? Wouldn't our conversation be more intimate and enjoyable if we were closer?" When she was but a few steps from Knight's throne, she was intercepted by Clark. Unfazed, Lorelei cooed, "You could gain so much more. If you are willing, I shall allow you to experience the utmost pleasure this world has to offer." Her breath quickened, warm and inviting, her eyes brimming with desire and temptation. Gazing upon the young, handsome, and divinely majestic Knight, who commanded such formidable power, Lorelei's heart raced, her sultry glances nearly overwhelming her. Only a man of such caliber would make conquest all the more thrilling. "Ah," Knight chuckled softly, a hint of disdain flickering in his gaze. The moment Lorelei drew near, he sensed an exceptionally sophisticated mental intrusion, attempting to subtly alter his perception. Ordinary individuals could not withstand her gaze. Otherwise, they would find themselves ensnared by her captivating charm. Does this feel familiar? Indeed, is this not the very essence of Su Xiaoli's fox demon genes? In the realm of the Super God Academy, Su Xiaoli possesses an enchanting power that can captivate any man. She is not a mere fox spirit. but her very genes are imbued with an irresistible fragrance that bewilders the mind. Interestingly, her fox demon lineage originates from the blazing sun. Thus, what can you possibly achieve in my presence? At this moment, while Ye Hua remains still, Clark, standing beneath the throne, is already consumed by rage. Clad in streamlined silver armor, she exudes an air of elegance, her golden hair cascading carelessly behind her. The beautiful goddess's eyes burn with a fierce fire, fixating on Lorelei, as if she longs to devour her whole. This shameless wretch dares to display such disgraceful behavior in this solemn and sacred hall, even attempting to seduce the deity within my heart. Truly intolerable. Clark seethes inwardly. Unable to contain her fury any longer, she strides forward, kneeling before Ye Hua, and proclaims loudly, "My lord, allow me to interrogate her. I shall employ every means necessary to extract all that she knows." Ye Hua nods in agreement, saying, "Very well. Once the interrogation is complete, hand her over to Sif. If we do not eliminate her, her abilities will remain a perpetual threat on Earth." Upon hearing this, Lorelei panics. While she can ensnare men, she is powerless against women. She immediately cries out, "Wait, why aren't you the one to interrogate me? Don't you wish to learn more intriguing things? If you fancy certain special implements, I would be more than willing to cooperate." Before she can finish her sentence, Clark can no longer restrain herself. With eyes wide like an enraged lioness, she lunges forward and delivers a resounding slap to Lorelei's face. The force of the blow sends Lorelei flying 10 meters, landing heavily on the ground with a vivid red handprint marking her cheek. Terrified, Lorelei gazes at Clark, ready to curse, but Clark has already rushed over, seizing her hair and yanking her up from the ground. With a fierce glare, Clark declares, "Do you think you are worthy of my lord's personal interrogation? You are nothing but a shameless, filthy wretch. Your feeble charms are laughable before my deity. You stand here in this sacred hall, defiling it with your presence." With that, she drags Lorelei towards the exit of the hall, for Ye Hua has granted her permission to interrogate. As Lorelei struggles desperately, she cries out hoarsely, "You cannot treat me this way. Sun God Ye Hua, come save me." Upon hearing Lorelei audaciously call Ye Hua by name, Clark's anger intensifies. She swiftly grasps Lorelei's throat, silencing her. This insolent creature dares to entice the deity within my heart before my very eyes. Perhaps it would be best to incinerate her. Clark thinks, even if Ye Hua enjoys some trivial games, it should be he who engages in them. Lorelei is nothing but a filthy wretch, even in this grand hall. Her presence is a desecration. Clark, born of a covert agent lineage, has never been a mere lamb. In the past, when the Solar God sect sought to eradicate the demon faith, she personally executed a considerable number of individuals, all under the shadows of manipulation. Only before Ye Hua did she transform into a vulnerable and easily deceived little rabbit. Ye Hua, seated upon his throne, blinked in bewilderment, pondering the sudden surge of her violence, for she was typically gentle. Was it perhaps due to the discomfort that plagued her during certain days of the month? Yet, he thought, as long as she finds joy in her actions, that is what truly matters. To Ye Hua, the affairs of Lorelei seemed ephemeral and utterly unworthy of concern. At that moment, his thoughts were occupied with two matters: how Lorelei had managed to escape the clutches of her Asgardian prison guards, and whether the goddess Frigga still thrived in safety. Although he remained indifferent to Asgard's fate, the life or death of Frigga had become intertwined with his own reflections. If the world continued on its original trajectory, did it not signify his utter impotence to effect change? For ultimately, everything would revert to the so-called correct timeline. As Ye Hua mulled over these thoughts, Clark approached, her expression radiating ease and delight after interrogating Lorelei. She conveyed to Ye Hua the good news. It had been discovered that Loki was the mastermind behind the prison escape plot. Fortunately, the incident had minimal repercussions, leaving Asgard stable and orderly, as it had always been. Even more reassuring for Ye Hua was the fact that Frigga remained unharmed. This implied that he indeed had the capacity to alter certain events. Upon hearing this news, a smile graced Ye Hua's lips, and he mused quietly. It seemed that as long as he did not intervene, even with minor fluctuations in the process, things would ultimately revert to their predetermined course. Could this be the self-correcting ability of the timeline? Contemplating the timeline naturally led him to the enigmatic Temporal Management Bureau, and he wondered when he might encounter them. Ye Hua felt a sense of anticipation, for those individuals possessed the remarkable ability to traverse the multiverse. Chapter 105. Leisurely time flowed like a gentle stream, silently traversing through the vast river of years, akin to a fleeting shadow, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Recently, everything seemed to gradually return to a state of tranquility and peace. Ye Hua, too, found himself increasingly at leisure. The desire to grow stronger and achieve divine ascension was not as simple as consuming a pill to reach the heavens, as depicted in fantastical novels. The path of the technological deity requires the sedimentation of time, the accumulation of resources, and a profound comprehension of the techniques at hand. Since his elevation to a quasi-divine physique, aside from constructing various auxiliary devices in the Dark Realm and transforming the Celestial City into a cosmic computer and combat entity, there seemed to be no other avenues to further enhance his strength. These tasks, however, had already been capably executed by the super soldiers. Thanks to the information-sharing mechanism of the Dark Realm, they had long since mastered their skills through prolonged collaboration and experience. Like a cohort of masterful artisans, they busily and methodically navigated the construction site within the shadowy realm, each movement executed with precision and adeptness, meticulously refining every detail. Concurrently, the grand endeavor of the celestial computer was gradually transforming from mere blueprints into a magnificent reality through their diligent efforts. The Celestial City, akin to a nascent star ascending in the cosmos, was continuously expanding and evolving under the tireless dedication of the super warriors. Its majestic silhouette was becoming increasingly distinct, steadfastly advancing towards its aspiration of becoming a true celestial battleship. Each morning, as the first gentle rays of sunlight softly illuminated every inch of the Celestial City, the melodious call of the phoenix heralded the dawn, akin to a delightful alarm clock, ushering in a new day for Ye Hua. He strolled leisurely to the southern part of the city, his gaze imbued with warmth and concern, carefully nurturing the increasingly resplendent birds. Subsequently, he would take his little companion out for a leisurely promenade, reveling in the tranquility of the moment. If the idle hours weighed upon him, he might fish by the pond, the sweet and sour flavor of the catfish being quite delightful. Alternatively, he could retreat to the laboratory, immersing himself in the study of power gems and reality stones. Regrettably, to this day, the analysis of the world's rules remains sluggish, hampered by inadequate computational power. Moreover, most of the time, Ye Hua resembled a revered talisman within the Celestial City, simply seated upon his throne, receiving the heartfelt worship and admiration of the populace. His presence served as a spiritual pillar for the Celestial City, bestowing endless strength and hope upon the super warriors. In terms of resources, the followers of the Sun God similarly harbored profound faith, yearning for divine blessings, and thus continuously offered various precious resources to the Celestial City, injecting formidable momentum into its construction. Dai Fei and Zelina led dozens of super warriors, traversing the galaxy to engage in amicable trade exchanges with diverse civilizations. They returned with a bountiful supply of resources, enabling the Celestial City's development to soar, as if it had sprouted wings and was soaring forward. Once, the Celestial City was merely an indistinct concept, and the shadowy realm resembled a barren desert, devoid of substance. However, through collective endeavor, the present Celestial City and shadowy realm had undergone a profound transformation. The current technological level had reached the heights achieved by the Sun civilization at the inception of its divine creation initiative. This was undoubtedly a momentous leap. Although all technological advancements could be acquired through mere replication, such achievements were undeniably rooted in the relentless toil and unwavering dedication of the super warriors. Reflecting on the past choices, Ye Hua mused within the Celestial City's garden, contemplating how, had he relied solely on himself, such monumental constructions would have been unattainable. Colorful butterflies danced gracefully amidst the blooms, like a flock of ethereal sprites, infusing the garden with vibrancy and life. Seated quietly on a bench in the garden, Ye Hua held a tome about the world tree, lost in the ocean of knowledge. His gaze was profound and tranquil, as if pondering the future trajectory of the Celestial City. Suddenly, he let out a gentle sigh, murmuring to himself that more super warriors were needed. At present, upgrading the existing super warriors was not a prudent course of action. On one hand, their genetic development was still insufficient, Even with a substantial investment of resources, achieving the desired results would prove elusive. On the other hand, the current super warriors demonstrated exceptional performance in various construction tasks and were entirely competent for their present duties. Limited resources should be allocated judiciously, rather than squandered on enhancing the capabilities of existing warriors. Ye Hua merely needed to gradually elevate himself to become the core strength of the Celestial City, while the other super warriors could serve as ordinary laborers, continuing to contribute to the city's development. Contemplating this, a slight smile graced Ye Hua's lips, and he slowly rose, his gaze directed towards the earth. If that were the case, the super warriors in the Sun Temple ought to return. He pondered silently. It had been nearly a year since he had envisioned nurturing a new batch of super warriors annually. This would allow them to pass the guardianship of the temple to deserving newcomers. The criteria for eligibility were self-evident. Those who could offer the most resources to the Celestial City would have the opportunity to receive the blessing of becoming super warriors. What use is faith when resources are the driving force behind the city's advancement? Ye Hua was currently ranking the contributions of the faithful over the past year, identifying the most suitable candidates for super warriors, with each temple producing only one. The Sun Temple had not fared well in its development within Huaxia. In contrast, Westerners found it easier to believe in deities, while Easterners were more demanding, imploring the gods to hasten their responses. Although they believed in the divine, they maintained a skeptical attitude, placing greater faith in human determination and ancestral reverence. Moreover, it was now the god of wealth who presided over matters of love, rather than the god of marriage. In summary, propagating the faith in Huaxia posed numerous challenges. Given this reality, the quota for super warriors in Huaxia must be increased. Youth, longevity, strength. If there are multiple precedents, I refuse to believe it cannot be achieved. As Ye Hua dreamt of one day transforming the earth into his private garden, the distant planet of Xander was shrouded in the ominous clouds of war. A long-standing and irreconcilable racial conflict existed between the Kree Empire and Xander, rooted in historical, cultural, and resource-related factors, akin to a volcano simmering beneath the surface, ready to erupt at any moment. The accuser, Ronan, was a radical warlord within the Kree Empire, driven by an ambition to expand its territory and establish dominance. Simultaneously, Ronan's family harbored a deep-seated enmity towards Xander. His father and grandfather perished in the protracted and brutal conflict with Xander, instilling in Ronan a profound hatred that consumed him, compelling him to seek the annihilation of Xander and avenge his family. This hatred festered within him like a malignant tumor, swelling and becoming the singular obsession of his life. Regrettably, the Kree Empire later forged a peace treaty with the planet Xander, a pact that shackled Ronan's quest for vengeance. Unable to accept this outcome, which he perceived as a betrayal of his lineage, he resolutely refused to comply with the Kree Empire's decision, rallying those loyal to him from his family. He boldly declared war against Xander. Despite Ronan's formidable strength, he realized that his solitary power was insufficient to vanquish the Nova Corps, who commanded not only the planet, but also the resources of numerous surrounding star systems. Thus, in pursuit of his aim to annihilate Xander, Ronan was compelled to seek the aid of a mightier entity, Thanos. The two entered into a collaboration and an agreement, placing Xander in the precarious position of facing two formidable adversaries simultaneously. Meanwhile, in a distant corner of the universe, Zelena and Daph were aboard a small spacecraft produced by the Celestial City, diligently gathering the latest intelligence on Xander. Zelena, slender and lively, radiated wisdom and determination. Daph, embodying grace, possessed long, lustrous black hair and a composed demeanor. As they delved into the history between Xander and the accuser Ronan, a spark of inspiration ignited within Zelena. Her eyes gleamed with excitement as she turned to Daph and exclaimed, "Have we not always yearned to ally with the Nova Corps? This might be an exceptional opportunity. Just consider, if we assist the Nova Corps at this juncture, their gratitude would surely pave the way for our collaboration." However, Daph furrowed her brow and shook her head, her expression grave as she replied, "Zelena, I beg to differ. Recklessly involving the Celestial City in the conflict among cosmic powers may not bode well for us. War is fraught with uncertainties. Once we are entangled, the Celestial City could face tremendous peril. We cannot jeopardize our entire establishment for fleeting gains." Daph continued for some time. "We have traversed the Galactic Empire, gathering resources for the construction of the Dark Dimension and the Celestial City. Our familiarity with Xander is substantial. The broker, while a private intermediary, can only provide limited resources. As our demand for various resources continues to escalate, the broker can no longer meet our needs. The true rulers of Xander, the Nova Corps, possess abundant resources and advanced technology, making them the most ideal partners moving forward. Nevertheless, we must not act hastily. Zelina gazed at Daph, offering a gentle smile as she lightly patted her hand. I understand your concerns. However, Xander is rich in resources and boasts advanced technology, being one of the most significant planets in the galaxy. Their protracted conflict with the Kree Empire over the millennia attests to their formidable strength. If their downfall were so easily attainable, there would be no peace treaty, and Ronan would not have waited until now to strike. Moreover, this is merely Ronan's personal vendetta. It does not yet escalate to a clash between two great empires. Perhaps our involvement would merely serve to enhance the situation. Zelina paused momentarily before continuing. However, if we seize this opportunity to collaborate with the Nova Legion, the benefits we reap will undoubtedly surpass those of ordinary circumstances. With the Nova Legion's support and resources, the advancement of our celestial city will be accelerated, enabling us to assist our deity more effectively. This is a rare opportunity that must not be overlooked. Daphne listened intently to Zelina's words, falling into contemplation. Deep down, she shared Zelina's perspective, yet her cautious nature made her hesitant to take the reins on matters involving cosmic power struggles. After a brief silence, she shook her head and replied, Zelina, I understand your sentiments. However, we do not possess the authority to make such decisions. I believe it is best to leave this to our deity. After all, the wisdom and foresight of our God far surpass our own and will lead to the most judicious choice. Zelina nodded in agreement, saying, of course. Do you think I would act unilaterally? With a playful glare at Daphne, she added, I merely wish to share my thoughts with you, not to report to our deity. I have faith that our God will guide us toward the right path. Thus, the two of them began to prepare to report to Ye Hua, hopeful for guidance from the divine. Chapter 106. Aid to Sandar Star. Once they received clear direction from the deity, empowering them to aid Sandar Star against Ronan. Zelina's previously anxious heart, burdened by her presumptuousness, sparkled with newfound clarity and resolve, akin to stars ignited in the night sky. Ye Hua, the sun god, stands as the supreme deity in the hearts of the super warriors. The affirmation from the sun god undoubtedly serves as the greatest motivation for them. Zelina was acutely aware of the mission and duty that lay ahead, striving to secure the utmost benefit for Celestial City. After all, their assistance to Celestial City was not an act of charity devoid of gain. In this interstellar trade, fraught with profit-driven maneuvering, she was destined to emerge as the pivotal figure in securing maximum advantage for Celestial City. Much like a shrewd and decisive chess player skillfully setting the board in the cosmic arena. Without a hint of hesitation, Zelina sprang into action, preparing to journey to Sandar Star. She exchanged a knowing glance with Daphne, conveying trust and camaraderie. Behind them stood a regiment of super warriors, each one standing tall like pines, their beauty reminiscent of angels. Their eyes sparkled with eagerness for the impending battle and unwavering loyalty to Celestial City, as though they were not mere mortals, but rather war machines forged of steel and willpower. In truth, from a certain perspective, that was indeed the case. The group sliced through the vast cosmic expanse like a finely honed blade, racing towards Sandar Star with astonishing speed. Before long, Zelina and her companions arrived at Sandar Star. This celestial body gleamed like a dazzling gem set against the dark backdrop of the universe, radiating an aura of unique technology and civilization. Standing upon this technologically advanced and enigmatic planet, Zelina's gaze was resolute, her lips curled in a smile as she gently adjusted her armor. Her gaze revealed an innate confidence and composure, as though she were not stepping onto an alien planet, but returning to a realm she knew intimately. With unwavering determination, she led her companions directly towards the heart of power on Xander. Along the way, they were met with the vigilant stares of the Xandarian guards. Yet Zelina and her entourage remained unfazed, their eyes exuding an undeniable authority, akin to that of sovereigns surveying their subjects, radiating immense pride and self-assurance. After a series of tedious announcements and an extended wait, Zelina and her party were granted entry into the grand and majestic assembly hall. The hall shimmered with brilliance, resembling daylight. The walls were adorned with flickering, ethereal lights that flowed like liquid, continuously shifting in color and form, as though countless sprites danced upon the surfaces. These lights seemed to embody a mysterious power, quietly narrating the ancient and illustrious history of the planet. Seated upon a towering throne was the supreme leader of Xandar, an elegant lady with silver hair, exuding an air of tranquility and nobility. "You claim to hail from the celestial city?" Her voice resonated, deep and authoritative, echoing through the spacious hall. Her tone brimmed with skepticism and caution, yet we as Xandar have never heard of this celestial city. "Do you truly believe that a mere handful of you can stand against the accuser Ronan? Are you jesting with me?" Zelena stepped forward, her posture graceful and dignified, a confident and serene smile gracing her face. Her voice was melodious yet imbued with an undeniable strength. "Madam, while the celestial city may be unknown to you, the power we wield surpasses your imagination. Our deity possesses supreme might, illuminating the darkest corners of the universe. Under the protection of the sun god, our warriors are endowed with extraordinary abilities. Should our deity choose to intervene, Ronan would be but a trembling ant beneath the sun." The supreme leader scoffed, her eyes brimming with disdain and doubt. "Humph, such grandiloquence. In this universe of the survival of the fittest, I trust only in tangible power. Ronan's forces are well-equipped and rigorously trained, and his flagship, the Dark Star, is formidable, capable of easily obliterating a small planet. What do you have to counter him? Mere empty words?" Standing beside Zelena, Daphne's eyes blazed like a roaring flame, filled with resolve and determination. Though calm and cautious, she understood that since it was the sun goddess' decree, it must be fulfilled without question. She stepped forward, her voice resonant and passionate. "Madam, your understanding is woefully outdated. The warriors of our deity are each masters of their craft, having forged iron wills and unmatched combat prowess through rigorous training and battle. Moreover, our deity wields even greater power, transcending conventional technology and magic, capable of altering the very course of the conflict. Collaborating with us from the celestial city is the wisest choice for the Xandarians." As she spoke, Dafe revealed a smile laden with significance. "I have heard that some among you wish to collaborate with the infamous Marauders. In my view, that would undoubtedly be courting trouble." The supreme leader of the Nova Legion furrowed her brow, her gaze sweeping back and forth between Zelena and Dave, as if attempting to see through them. Her fingers lightly tapped the armrest of her throne, producing a rhythmic sound that reflected her inner contemplation and hesitation. "So pray tell, what do you consider to be the appropriate compensation? I would advise against asking for too much, for I shall not acquiesce easily." These two envoys from the distant celestial city surely did not come without ulterior motives. However, as long as their demands were reasonable, she was open to consideration. Xandar Star is affluent. Zelena's gaze remained resolute as she met the supreme leader's eyes without flinching. "Honorable leader, we seek to secure a substantial and strategically advantageous territory on Xandar Star for trade purposes. Furthermore, in the future of interstellar commerce, Celestial City wishes to enjoy preferential cooperation rights, which will facilitate mutual economic growth and resource sharing. Additionally, we require a batch of precious resources to enhance our capabilities and effectively counter Ronan. Naturally, as a cost for assisting you with military deployment, Xandar Star must bear the full responsibility of our military expenses." Upon hearing this, the supreme leader's expression darkened instantly. Just moments ago, she had cautioned against excessive demands. Yet now they were requesting such a great quantity of resources. A flash of anger and dissatisfaction flickered in her eyes. "Your demands are outrageous, merely boasting about the might of Celestial City without any substantial evidence. And yet you expect so many benefits. How can I trust you so easily? How can I agree to such stringent conditions?" Zelena smiled slightly, unperturbed. "Madam, I urge you to reflect calmly. Without collaboration with Celestial City, what are the odds that Xandar Star can truly triumph over Ronan? His ambitions extend far beyond the conquest of Xandar Star. His sights are set on the entire star system. Should he succeed, Xandar Star will be plunged into an irreversible abyss, everything reduced to ashes. We, Celestial City, are your best choice in opposing Ronan. If you grant us the compensation we rightfully deserve now, after we overcome Ronan, Xandar Star will thrive under the protection of Celestial City, becoming the dazzling jewel of the entire star system. I assure you, Ronan will be no match for us." The supreme leader fell into deep contemplation, her eyes growing profound and complex, as if weighing the pros and cons. Her fingers continued to tap gently on the armrest, and time seemed to freeze within the stillness of the Grand Hall. After what felt like an eternity, she slowly raised her head, her gaze once again fixed on Zelina. Regardless of your origins or methods, I still cannot place my trust in you so readily. After a pause, she continued, very well. I can initially provide you with a portion of the resources as a condition for Celestial City's military support. If you can truly demonstrate your prowess in the battle against Ronin and exhibit the strength you claim to possess, I shall reconsider your other requests. Zelina felt a surge of joy within her. From the outset, she had no intention of securing such a vast array of resources without merit. Ultimately, it is strength that speaks volumes. Zelina maintained her composure and poise, sincerely expressing her gratitude. Thank you for your trust, madam. We, at Tiancheng, shall not disappoint you. We will prove our capabilities on the battlefield through tangible actions. Please await the results with anticipation. However, the final decision regarding the conditions I mentioned earlier rests solely with my divine authority. Thus, this tenuous negotiation regarding the fate of the planet Xander momentarily drew to a close. Chapter 107. The unopenable cosmic sphere, since being forcibly taken from Earth by cosmic marauders at the tender age of 9. Quill had matured into a seasoned rogue who referred to himself as Star-Lord. Under the guidance of his adoptive father, Yondu, he embarked alone to the desolate planet Morag in search of a mysterious cosmic sphere. After considerable effort, he finally acquired the coveted sphere, but his mind began to churn with schemes. Quill had no intention of relinquishing this valuable item to Yondu, as he was determined to claim the lucrative bounty for himself. Little did he anticipate that news of the cosmic sphere would spread throughout the cosmos, inciting various factions to frantically seek it out. Growing increasingly convinced of its immense worth, Quill prepared to sell it at a high price. Just as he was about to make his move, he unexpectedly crossed paths with Rocket Raccoon, Groot, and Gamora. With each harboring their own agendas, a disagreement erupted, leading to a fierce altercation that resulted in all of them being imprisoned on Xander. In the confines of the prison, they encountered Drax, a formidable warrior driven solely by vengeance after his family was slain by Ronin. Utilizing his comedic talents, Quill successfully persuaded the group to join forces for a daring escape. After their successful breakout, they formed a makeshift team, filled with anticipation as they ventured into the void, intending to trade the sphere and share the staggering bounty of 4 billion. Upon presenting the cosmic sphere to the collector Tyvan, who was equally eager, he accepted it and began, "My new friends, before the universe was forged, there existed 6 singularities. Following the Big Bang, all things were born, and the remnants of these singularities were gathered and refined into gems, known as the Infinity Stones." As he spoke, he placed the cosmic sphere on a specialized unlocking device. A mysterious smile gracing his lips as he continued. These stones can only be wielded by those of extraordinary power, once one masters their might. The annihilation of civilizations and the destruction of planets becomes as effortless as harvesting wheat. Wow, I'm nearly scared to death, Quill jested, deliberately acting the fool. I'm not interested in tales. Shouldn't you be paying me now? I traversed half the galaxy to be here, not to listen to your stories. Of course, as long as it contains what I seek, Tyvan replied with a smile. However, when Tyvan activated the unlocking device, he discovered that the cosmic sphere remained utterly unresponsive. He furrowed his brow, increasing the output of his tool, yet the spirit orb remained utterly unyielding. How could this be possible? Tawan murmured to himself, the smile on his face gradually fading. Rocket Raccoon, standing nearby, mocked, "Hey, old man, is your tool just that pathetic?" Tawan shot at a glare and retorted, "My tool is far more innovative than the thoughts in your head." A crowd gathered around the spirit orb, engaging in a cacophony of discussions. Gamora calmly speculated, could it be that this spirit orb has a unique activation method? Quill scratched his head and replied, "When I acquired it, I didn't notice anything particularly special about it." Despite their various attempts, the spirit orb remained obstinately closed. Ultimately, Tawan, in exasperation, sought out advanced detection equipment to conduct a comprehensive scan of the orb. The results astonished everyone. It was in fact a solid sphere devoid of the so-called Infinity Stone. Impossible. How could it be solid? Quill exclaimed in disbelief, his face flushed with rage. Are you trying to deceive us and back out a payment? Tawan, equally infuriated, shouted, you dare to swindle me with a solid sphere. Now, produce the genuine cosmic spirit orb, and perhaps I might forgive your insolence. The vibranium alloy initially developed by Ye Hua was undoubtedly the strongest metal that could be forged on Earth, rivaling even Captain America's shield in hardness. So, If we assume equal hardness and the same vibranium properties, which offers better defense, the shield or a solid sphere the size of fist? The answer was evident. This cosmic spirit orb, crafted from vibranium alloy, was simply unopenable, leaving both parties feeling deceived. Quill's face reddened as he shouted, "I went through tremendous effort to obtain this. It cannot possibly be fake." Gamora furrowed her brow, arms crossed, contemplating. If it is indeed fake, it might spare us a significant trouble. Suddenly, a deafening roar akin to rolling thunder erupted from outside, the sound of the spaceship's engines operating at high speed and the cacophony of landing. Quill looked up at the sky, his expression turning ashen, exclaiming, "Damn it, how could Ronan have tracked us down here?" The sky was densely populated with necrocraft, resembling a swarm of black phantoms, casting ominous shadows as they descended upon their location. These vessels glimmered with an eerie light, reminiscent of malevolent eyes, exuding a chilling aura. At this moment, Quill found himself with no time to debate the cosmic spirit orb with Tawan. Fleeing was the only priority. Nevertheless, before departing, he was determined to take the spirit orb with him. It was a prize he had risked countless dangers to secure, and regardless of its seemingly diminished value now, it remained his possession. As Ronan's massive flagship slowly descended nearby, its hatch opened, and Ronan stepped down with a confident, arrogant gait. Clad in dark battle armor, he emanated an overwhelming presence, unmistakably a formidable force. "Ronan, you have slain my wife and my daughter. Now, prepare to pay for your sins." An anguished roar erupted like thunder. Drax, bare-chested, bore hideous red welts that appeared particularly grotesque under the light. His eyes burned with fury, filled with hatred, as he brandished two daggers, charging at Ronan like a furious beast. It turned out that after consuming copious amounts of alcohol and clashing with Rocket Raccoon, a fire had simmered within him. The more he pondered, the more he felt oppressed, convinced that the entire universe owed him a debt. Star-Lord had previously promised to join him in avenging their losses against Ronan. Yet after their escape from prison, they traversed half a galaxy merely to profit from selling goods. For Drax, money held no significance. Revenge consumed his thoughts. Quill, witnessing Drax's reckless charge, immediately grasped the gravity of the situation and, infuriated, exclaimed, "Damn it! Drax, have you summoned Ronan? Are you out of your mind?" Meanwhile, Nebula had also zeroed in on Gamora amidst the chaos. Her eyes glimmered with resentment and jealousy as she strode menacingly towards Gamora, declaring, "Hand over the orb, or I shall kill him." With that, she drew her energy weapon, aiming it squarely at Quill. Nebula's animosity towards Gamora was deeply rooted. They had grown up together under Thanos' reign, and in the relentless competition, Gamora consistently bested her. Consequently, Nebula endured endless torment at Thanos' hands, undergoing partial modifications to her body, suffering immeasurable pain. In her view, her wretched and tragic childhood bore Gamora's unassailable responsibility. Quill, confronted by the weapon pointed at him, turned pale and waved his hands in protest. No, please don't do this. Listen to me. Why threaten her while aiming a gun at me?" Internally, he lamented his misfortune. The orb he had painstakingly acquired turned out to be a counterfeit, and now he had inadvertently attracted a multitude of adversaries. His luck was dismal. Suddenly, the atmosphere erupted into chaos, with gunfire and the sounds of combat intertwining like a fierce symphony, instantly transforming the scene into utter turmoil. Drax charged at Ronan like a mad bull, roaring with rage. The daggers in his grasp gleamed menacingly, each swing infused with his profound hatred for Ronan. However, Ronan regarded him with indifference. His armor remained unscathed by Drax's futile assaults. With a mere flick, he swatted Drax aside as one would a bothersome fly. Gamora and Nebula, the estranged sisters, engaged in an intense duel. Their figures darted through the battle like lightning, each movement swift and ghostly. Gamora, agile and precise, launched fierce attacks, forcing Nebula to retreat repeatedly. Yet, Nebula was undeterred. She cleverly utilized the support of Sakaran soldiers, occasionally striking back at Gamora. Her weapon shimmered with blue light as she lunged towards Gamora, who swiftly sidestepped and retaliated with a kick aimed at Nebula's arm, causing her to wince in pain, nearly dropping her weapon. Surrounded by a horde of henchmen, Star-Lord, Rocket Raccoon, and Groot found themselves in a precarious situation. Rocket, wielding his specially crafted weapon, unleashed a relentless barrage of gunfire, with bullets raining down upon their adversaries. Amidst the chaos, he shouted fiercely, "Die, all of you." Groot swung his robust branches, effortlessly toppling those who dared to approach. Not to be outdone, Star-Lord brandished his weapon, deftly maneuvering through the throng of foes as he sought an opportunity to support Drax and Gamora. The battle escalated to a fever pitch, the air thick with smoke and illuminated by bursts of flame. Quill and his companions seized a mining ship, preparing for their escape. Yet, Nebula seized a moment of opportunity, directing her fire towards the mining vessel piloted by Gamora. The rivalry between the sisters was one of mortal enmity, devoid of familial bonds. Powerful beams from the necrocraft struck the mining ship's critical points, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that scattered debris in all directions. In the ensuing chaos, Nebula snatched the orb of power. "No!" Star-Lord exclaimed in despair upon witnessing this. Gamora, exposed to the vacuum of space, could not survive for long. In a desperate bid to save her, he, like Drax, revealed their position to the Ravagers. "Here I am, come and get me." In a twist of fate, Star-Lord and Gamora were fortuitously captured by the Ravagers dispatched by Yondu. Satisfied with his acquisition of the orb, Ronan departed, leaving behind a desolate void. Though Tyvan's collection room remained unscathed, he observed the retreating Ravagers and Ronan's forces, shaking his head in resignation. This was merely a temporary cessation. The disputes ignited by the orb or the Infinity Stones were far from over. Chapter 108. The full army deploys within the majestic and resplendent hall of the Celestial City. Ye Hua sat quietly upon his ornate golden throne. Clad in a flowing black robe adorned with intricate golden embroidery, the fabric shimmered under the sunlight, casting an enchanting glow. His visage was both stern and handsome, with deep-set eyes reminiscent of the vast cosmos, seemingly harboring boundless wisdom and strength, exuding an aura of mystery and authority. Initially, he had merely tasked Zelena and Dyla with gathering rare resources from the universe, considering it a mundane affair, merely a routine transaction without high expectations. However, to his astonishment, they secured a significant agreement. The planet Xander faced dire peril as the accuser Ronan sought its annihilation. During their resource-gathering mission, Zelena and Dyla learned of this threat and made contact with the Nova Corps of Xander, which requested assistance from the Celestial City to thwart Ronan's reckless ambitions. Offering to compensate for the military expenses, leaning back slightly in his chair, Ye Hua clasped his hand across his chest, a faint smile playing upon his lips as he contemplated the prospect of sending aid to Xander to impede Ronan. Not to mention that the two great empires had already forged a peace treaty. This was merely Ronan's personal obstinacy. Even if the two great empires were to ignite a full-scale war, the current strength of Tianqing undoubtedly qualifies it to partake in this cosmic conflict. Beneath the throne, several individuals responsible for managing various affairs within Tianqing have assembled, their expressions solemn and respectful as they gaze upon Ye Hua, who is seated upon the throne. "What do you think about deploying troops to Shinar Star?" Upon hearing Ye Hua's inquiry, Yan Jin, standing below the throne, immediately clasped his hands and replied, "My lord, although our Tianqing boasts formidable strength, the endeavor of sending troops entails substantial expenses. I believe we must prudently consider the rewards for such an undertaking. As the Grand General of Tianqing, he must deliberate on the implications of war." Ye Hua nodded, acknowledging, "You speak wisely. The crux of the matter lies in the compensation Shinar Star can provide for our military assistance. I trust Zelena will adeptly manage this issue." When Zelena uploaded the grievances between Shinar Star and the accuser Ronan to the Dark Dimension database, it was no longer a secret for Tianqing. Everyone was aware that Shinar Star was seeking external aid to confront Ronan. Thus, Tianqing was likely to send troops in support. At this juncture, Tianqing was fully prepared and ready for deployment. Observing Clark, who stood below the throne with one hand over his chest, radiating pride and reverence, Ye Hua felt immense admiration. Clad in resplendent silver angelic armor, which exuded a strong metallic aura, it adhered closely to her body as contours, showcasing her feminine grace while exuding valor. The armor augmented her authority without appearing excessively cumbersome, with sleek lines that, paired with metallic combat boots, presented a remarkably capable image, epitomizing the valiant prowess of a female warrior. It was truly perfect. At times, Ye Hua even found himself requesting her to wear this armor to enhance their intimate moments. Clark's voice resonated within the Lingxiao Hall. "My lord, all personnel of Tianqing are now fully prepared, including the recently recalled Guardian Knights, aside from Zelena and Dyla, who are engaged in negotiations. Tianqing currently comprises a total of 119 individuals." Ye Hua listened intently, his gaze reflecting his appreciation for Clark's diligence. Taking a deep breath, Clark continued, "All personnel have been equipped with the latest weaponry and armor. Not only are they incredibly robust, but they are also outfitted with powerful weapon engines. Once engaged in battle, they can readily participate in large-scale cosmic warfare. Additionally, We have received promising news from Earth. After rigorous election and training, 28 loyal followers have accepted the gene engine and become Guardian Knights. Ye Hua nodded slightly, approvingly stating, "Excellent. With such loyal and formidable warriors in Tiansheng, what concerns could we possibly have about establishing our presence in the cosmos?" The divine endorsement and affirmation from Ye Hua undoubtedly instilled immense confidence in the super warriors. Clark's eyes sparkled with excitement as he lifted his head, exclaiming, "My lord. Even if Tiansheng were to be placed upon a cosmic battlefield, we would undeniably be an immensely powerful force, one that none would dare to overlook." From the intelligence relayed by Dyla and Zelina regarding the various factions and civilizations in the Milky Way, it is evident that Tiansheng can firmly position itself among the elite. I firmly believe that deploying our forces is entirely justifiable, not merely for the sake of resources, but to propel our city into the vast stage of the cosmos. Ye Hua nodded once more. Clark was undoubtedly aware of her intentions. Otherwise, she would not have articulated her thoughts so boldly. Gazing into the boundless expanse of a universe beyond the palace, it was as if he envisioned the future of our city as it gallantly traverses the cosmos. Indeed, Earth has become far too diminutive for our current aspirations. Remaining coiled within this sphere will yield no further development or opportunities. Charlie concurred, asserting, "Our brilliance is unparalleled. With our city's newfound strength, we ought to expand our horizons within the universe." Ye Hua's gaze intensified with determination. To persist as a mere satellite of Earth, serving as a divine realm for our followers, falls woefully short of our developmental needs. We must ascend to the ranks of cosmic powers. Our city shall transform into a celestial court, and the blazing sun will ultimately embody the path of heaven. At that moment, the communicator chimed, relaying the respectful and cheerful voice of Zelina. "My lord, the representatives from Xander have expressed their willingness to negotiate further regarding the terms of our military deployment. They have initially proposed some conditions, but I deem them insufficient. I shall continue to strive for the utmost benefit for our city." A confident smile graced Ye Hua's lips as he addressed the communicator. "Zelina, I have unwavering faith in your capabilities. Inform Xander that our deployment will be executed with full commitment and will assuredly culminate in victory. However, their compensation must align with our sacrifices. As for the accuser Ronan, I am eager to meet him and ascertain the extent of the prowess that instills such fear in Xander." Zelina responded resolutely from the other end of the communicator. "Rest assured, my lord, I will secure the greatest benefits for our city." After concluding the call, Ye Hua's gaze swept across the assembly once more as he proclaimed, "Prepare to embrace the challenges of the cosmos, everyone. The splendor of our city is poised to illuminate the universe." The crowd echoed in unison, "We shall fight for our lord." Their voices reverberated like thunder within the grand hall. As time progressed, the threat posed by Ronan loomed like a heavy shadow over Xander. The impending specter of war and destruction relentlessly battered the defenses and decision-making of the Xandarians. Ultimately, under the immense pressure of warfare and annihilation, the people of Xander were compelled to yield. Zelina and Della, wielding their unique wisdom and extraordinary diplomatic finesse, seized the initiative during this negotiation. The series of conditions they proposed formed a meticulously woven net, securing the maximum benefit for our city's expedition. Although the Nova Corps agreed to these terms, they remained skeptical, demanding to witness firsthand whether our city possessed the strength Zelina and her allies claimed, and whether we could indeed thwart Ronan's ambitions. Zelina's efforts earned our city unprecedented strategic resources and invaluable advantages. At this critical juncture, our city could not afford the slightest retreat, nor could we allow ourselves to be underestimated. After all, it was merely a demonstration of strength. Ye Hua resolutely made the decision for a full military deployment. As the first light of dawn quietly breaks the horizon, the celestial city, shimmering with golden radiance, awakens like an ancient behemoth stirring from slumber. The gentle morning light caresses every corner of the city, imbuing all existence with a sacred purpose, enveloped in a solemn atmosphere poised to witness a historical turning point. The super warriors, clad in armor gleaming with metallic luster, reflect dazzling beams of light in the morning's glow, symbolizing the fervent blood and courage coursing through their veins. They stand in disciplined formation, resembling an orderly steel fortress, their morale soaring, as if the very air around them quakes with their indomitable spirit, emitting a low, resonant howl. Knight Hua stands quietly atop the celestial city, his gaze tinged with contemplation. A question arises within him. Does Ronan, devoid of the power gem, remain as resolute in his quest to conquer Sandar Star? This fleeting curiosity, akin to a meteor streaking across the night sky, swiftly gives way to a more resolute determination. His eyes sharpen, for once the decision to mobilize has been made, Sandar Star must yield the requisite resources and assistance. This is the law of trade and a testament to power. He pauses momentarily, a glimmer of sternness crossing his gaze. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to collaborate with Ronin. With a command from Ye Hua, it is as if the call to arms has been sounded, and the core weapon engine of the Celestial City begins to hum to life. The sound reverberates like distant thunder rolling across the heavens, shaking the very souls of all present. The sun suddenly surges with an indescribable wave of energy, akin to a tumultuous tide, pouring forth from the depths of the star. The sky of Sandar Star, once tranquil and azure, resembling a vast blue mirror, is now violently torn asunder by an unexpected, colossal golden portal. The sheer magnitude of this portal suggests the cosmos itself has forcefully ripped apart the fabric of space. Its vibrant colors coalesce like countless brilliant stars, radiating a dazzling brilliance. It appears as though the gates of the universe have been thrust open, linking two entirely disparate realms. The light emanating from the portal is both gentle and filled with power, enveloping the surrounding space in a dreamlike hue, evoking a sense of reverence. As if one is standing in a mysterious and fantastical world. The vast silhouette of the Celestial City gradually emerges in the glow, resembling a magnificent metropolis afloat in the air, each brick and tile exuding the brilliance of technology and magic. The energy circuits winding along the city walls undulate like great dragons, traversing the stones, releasing an aura of strength and majesty. These circuits shimmer with an unusual luminescence, embodying the lifeblood of the city, coursing with boundless power. The palatial towers within rise high into the clouds, their spires seemingly poised to pierce the heavens, proclaiming the inviolability of the Celestial City to the entire universe. The golden light barrier sparkles like the sun, its radiance akin to a searing flame, illuminating the sky above Sandar Star. Within the barrier, figures move, akin to celestial beings descending, exuding an otherworldly aura. These figures, some agile and nimble, others composed and dignified, seem to embody a silent proclamation, showcasing the might and grandeur of the Celestial City to the people of Sandal Star. The inhabitants of Sandal Star, witnessing this extraordinary spectacle, are left utterly speechless, their astonishment palpable. Children gaze with wide, curious eyes, filled with yearning and intrigue for the unknown world before them, as if a fantastical realm has unfolded in their sight. The elders, with hands clasped in prayer, murmur their invocations, their faces etched with reverence and devotion. The youth engage in animated discussions, striving to comprehend this unimaginable scene with their limited knowledge. They remain uncertain whether the newcomers are foes or allies, good or ill, hoping only that they do not bring war. For the New Star Legion of Sandal Star, the arrival of the Celestial City signifies not only potential assistance, but also an unprecedented interstellar exchange. This heralds a collision between two distinct civilizations, akin to two colossal magnets drawn near, bound to provoke a vigorous reaction. In this moment, both the resplendent arrival of the Celestial City and the astonished response of the Sandal Star inhabitants become an immortal legend within the cosmos, foreshadowing a prolonged period of significance. This legend, akin to brilliant stars, shall forever illuminate the annals of the universe. Chapter 109. The arrival of the Celestial City above the once tranquil and peaceful Sandal Star. A magnificent celestial city materializes suddenly, radiating golden light, akin to a golden sun descending abruptly. It hovers ominously in the sky, its imposing presence and brilliant illumination nearly enveloping the entire planet. The Celestial City, reminiscent of ancient fortresses, boasts towering walls crafted entirely of metal, shimmering with a mysterious glow under the sun's rays, as if every intricate pattern harbors boundless power. Upon the walls, super soldiers clad in formidable armor patrol vigilantly, ceaselessly guarding this grand city. Within, majestic palaces rise dramatically, their spires piercing the clouds, adorned with countless dazzling gems that emit a blinding radiance, rendering them nearly impossible to gaze upon directly. The emergence of the Celestial City presents an enigma for the Star Legion. Their monitoring systems exhibited no response prior to its arrival, indicating that, with their current capabilities, they are utterly incapable of predicting or preventing this event. The sight of fully armed super soldiers patrolling the walls instills further unease. Do you wish to witness our strength? Is this not sufficient? In the Lingxiao Palace, Ye Hua sits serenely upon the throne, exuding confidence and composure. Beside him stands Clark, clad in exquisite silver armor that accentuates her graceful form. Her golden hair is elegantly gathered at the back, her eyes sparkling with intelligence as she respectfully states, "My lord." The sudden arrival of the Celestial City has raised suspicions among the Star Legion. Clark's expression bears a hint of amusement. Many areas of Sandal Star remain utterly unguarded against the super soldiers and the Celestial City. A mere glance downward reveals all that one needs to know. This is divinity. Ye Hua's lips curled into a subtle smile, exuding an air of confidence as he remarked, "It matters not. The threat posed by Ronan looms imminently. The more formidable we appear, the more cooperative the Nova Legion shall be." Beside him, Yen Jin, intrigue, inquired, "My lord, shall we merely wait idly? What if Ronan refrains from assaulting Sandar Star? Would our efforts not be in vain?" Ye Hua gently shook his head, a cold scoff escaping his lips as he replied, "Now that we are here, irrespective of whether a battle ensues, the promises made to us must be upheld. Otherwise," Ye Hua's eyes glinted with a glacial light, "I might very well redirect our firepower towards Sandar Star." This was precisely why he had dispatched the Celestial City well in advance, rather than waiting until hostilities commenced. For Ronan, whose intelligence was lacking, could not conquer Sandar Star even with the power gem, let alone without it. Whether he could mount another assault on Sandar Star remained uncertain. If they continued to linger on Earth, how could they demand military funding from Sandar Star? Upon witnessing the Celestial City descend upon Sandar Star, Zelena and Dyla returned to the city with exhilaration. They hastened into the palace. Kneeling on one knee, as Zelena exclaimed with fervor, "My lord, the supreme leader of Sandar Star has acquiesced to our demands. They have pledged to cover all expenses related to the deployment of the Celestial City, including the wear and tear of weaponry, the provision for our warriors, and the energy consumption of our warships." Ye Hua raised an eyebrow, a flicker of satisfaction dancing in his gaze, signaling her to continue. Zelena elaborated furthermore, "Once we resolve this predicament, Sandar Star shall allocate an autonomous territory to us, situated in a resource-rich area abundant with rare minerals and precious energy. Here, we can establish our own trade center dedicated to the exchange of supplies. Moreover, for the next century, Sandar Star will provide a steady output of resources to the Celestial City, thereby fostering a stable trade relationship. The variety of resources they offer is vast, with the majority being essential materials for constructing dark planes of civilization and formidable celestial bodies, while a portion pertains to gene engines and weapon engines. Most significantly, the pricing will be at a mere 80% of the standard trade rate." Ye Hua nodded with a smile, commending, "Excellent work. You have done admirably. The military funding acquired from this expedition, along with the resources promised by Sandar Star, is but a minor aspect. The crux lies in the final condition. For a century, any supplies purchased by the Celestial City from the Nova Legion will be at a 20% discount. This holds immense significance for the advancement of our city." Ye Hua's gaze deepened as he continued, "To construct a civilization-grade dark plane, develop celestial computers, forge powerful combat bodies, and enhance super soldiers demands resources beyond imagination. Even a mere 95% discount, if sustained for a century, would accumulate savings of astronomical proportions. Who knows? It may even allow us to fabricate 1 or 2 additional combat bodies. It appears Sandar Star has underestimated our appetite." Night Hua could not help but smile, a glimmer of cunning dancing in his eyes. Zelena likewise chuckled softly, remarking, "Indeed, they perceive our Celestial City as merely an obscure little force, akin to those marauders who, despite a century of trade, would not suffer significant loss. This time, the new Star Legion shall likely come to regret their underestimation. However, everything they have promised will only come to fruition after we have repelled the accuser Ronan. This is only natural." Upon hearing this, Night Hua smiled again, recognizing that until they displayed their true strength, the new Star Legion might very well be contemplating a refusal to honor their debts. Yet, these matters are trivial. Overwhelming power will render all schemes and plots utterly inconsequential. Night Hua's words instilled confidence in the Celestial City and all the super warriors, marking this as their inaugural step onto the cosmic stage. With a wave of his hand, Night Hua instructed, "Very well, you may retire to rest. It is also an opportune moment for our warriors to replace their weaponry and prepare for the impending battle." Now, the Celestial City could be considered a formidable entity, possessing substantial resources. URU metal and vibranium were consistently being transported to the city, sufficient to sustain the construction of the Dark Dimension and combat celestial bodies, even enabling the arming of thousands of super warriors without fear of a metal shortage for at least 300 years. Ye Hua was not stingy. All participating super warriors had their weaponry upgraded, equipped with the most advanced weapon engines, blazing divine armors. At your command, Zelina and Della responded in unison, their eyes brimming with determination. After a moment, Zelina added, "My lord, the leader of the New Star Legion wishes to meet with you." "Ah, let her come," Ye Hua replied calmly. "It is only natural. We have made such a grand entrance, establishing a city suspended over their heads. It would be strange indeed if she were to act as though she were oblivious and did not inquire about the situation." Before long, the leader of the New Star Legion arrived at the Celestial City. She exuded an imposing aura, dignified and composed, clad in the Legion's distinctive uniform. Her gaze resolute and bold, revealing her determination and courage to protect the Shandar Star. In the Lingxiao Hall, Ye Hua received this lady. "Esteemed Ye Hua, thank you for leading the Celestial City soldiers to assist us in our defense of Shandar Star," the leader of the New Star Legion said with a slight bow. Ye Hua stood with a smile, responding, "No need for formalities. Having pledged our assistance, we shall certainly give our utmost. However, I trust your side will adhere to the previously agreed terms." The leader of the New Star Legion promptly replied, "That is assured. As long as you can repel Ronin, we shall fulfill our promise." Yet, she inquired, "May I ask what your specific battle plan entails?" Ye Hua confidently answered, "Madam, there is no cause for concern. Our warriors in the Celestial City are all valiant and skilled, equipped with advanced weaponry. Moreover, this very Celestial City possesses the capability to effortlessly annihilate planets, such as Shandar Star, which would shatter with but a single shot." A smile lingered in Ye Hua's eyes, as if he were speaking of something inconsequential. The lady of the New Star Legion bore an expression of gravity and scrutiny in her eyes, before articulating, "In light of your esteemed support, our prospects of repelling Ronin have undoubtedly improved. Subsequently, the remuneration we promised shall be ample." Ye Hua nodded in agreement, responding, "That is reassuring. Henceforth, let us unite in our battle to safeguard the Star of Shandar." Their discourse within the Lingxiao Palace proceeded amicably and harmoniously. Following an in-depth and meticulous deliberation, they solemnly ratified the assistance accord. The terms of the agreement were meticulously enumerated, each clause reflecting the collective wisdom and consideration of both parties. In addition to the previously negotiated favorable conditions, the lady, with an elegant and sincere demeanor, presented two additional significant requests. She slightly inclined her body, her gaze earnest as she addressed Ye Hua, softly stating, "Esteemed Lord Ye Hua, while the Celestial City is undoubtedly a magnificent and formidable presence, its prolonged suspension above our star Shandar may inadvertently impose psychological strain and unease upon our people. Therefore, I kindly request that you allow the Celestial City to temporarily vacate the skies above our realm and venture into the vastness of space." Ye Hua listened intently, his expression reflecting understanding and respect. The lady paused momentarily before continuing. "Furthermore, to ensure the enduring peace and stability of the Star of Shandar, we hope that post-conflict, the Celestial City shall refrain from remaining within our orbital space. Moreover, the Celestial City must pledge not to harbor any ulterior motives towards our star. Should this commitment be violated, we reserve the right to withhold the compensation stipulated in the accord." Her voice, though gentle, carried an undeniable firmness. These additional stipulations were diligently inscribed into the aid agreement and subsequent trade cooperation terms, clearly articulated. In response to such requests, a smile of delight graced Ye Hua's countenance. He nodded slightly, with a calm and sincere tone. He remarked, "Madam, your concerns are entirely justified. I assure you, our purpose in coming to the Celestial City is solely to offer assistance. We aspire for a partnership that fosters mutual benefit. As long as your side adheres to the provisions of the accord and provides us with the requisite resources, the Celestial City shall regard the Star of Shandar as its closest ally, advancing together to uphold the peace and prosperity of this universe." Upon hearing Ye Hua's earnest response, the elegantly composed lady felt a significant alleviation of her worries. She reciprocated with a genuine smile, extending her hand to gently clasp Ye Hua's. This gesture not only symbolized the formalization of their agreement, but also heralded the dawn of a promising and fruitful collaboration between the Celestial City and the Star of Shandar. Chapter 110. The arrival of the Dark Star with the accord successfully and amicably established, Ye Hua naturally honored his commitment. As anticipated by the people of the Star of Shandar, guiding the Celestial City to ascend gracefully, gradually synchronizing with the satellite orbit. Simultaneously, Ye Hua swiftly established a data link between the celestial city and the local star. In an instant, the brilliance of the celestial city intensified, as countless intricate runes and circuits illuminated, voraciously absorbing the colossal energy of the stars, preparing for the imminent battles that might ensue. The fervent desire to assist the Xander planet was not solely driven by the allure of its abundant resources. Knight's gaze gradually fell upon the disciplined super warriors steadfastly holding their posts. For these super warriors, even with their daily high-intensity training within the celestial city, it paled in comparison to the harsh realities of actual warfare. Only through the crucible of genuine conflict could they sharpen their skills, accelerating their genetic evolution and emerging ever more formidable through the baptism of blood and fire. Cursed be it, I have been deceived. Against the backdrop of the infinite darkness of the universe, the dark star loomed like a slumbering black behemoth, its shell a profound and enigmatic shade of black. Its size was colossal, akin to a majestic eagle poised to take flight, exuding a chilling aura. Ronan's furious roar resonated within the command chamber of the dark star, causing the very air around him to tremble. For the sake of the cosmic orb, rumored to harbor immense power, yet perpetually eluding his grasp, he had severed ties with Thanos. At this moment, his eyes blazed crimson, filled with rage and defiance. Perhaps the true cosmic orb lies within Xander, which you have long sought to annihilate. Nebula stood nearby, her voice cool and composed, her dark eyes glinting with mischief. She recognized Ronan's might and had witnessed the evolution of his alliance with Thanos in a bitter enmity. Calculating her own advantage, she mused that if Ronan could obliterate Xander, he would no longer require Thanos' assistance, simultaneously creating significant trouble for him. Just moments ago, Ronan had brazenly declared, "You, purple potato, dare to continually call me child? I shall twist off your ridiculous head." This was simply splendid. Ronan glared fiercely, abruptly turning to fix Nebula with a menacing stare. "Do not presume I am unaware of your thoughts. If you seek vengeance against Thanos, pursue it alone. Cowardice will only earn you disdain." His tone was low and threatening, venting his pent-up fury over his inability to acquire the Power Stone onto Nebula. A chill ran through Nebula. Though intimidated by Ronan's formidable strength, her expression remained inscrutable, maintaining her aloof demeanor. Instead, she further provoked Ronan's desire for revenge. "So, do you still intend to destroy Xander? I believe with your prowess, even without the Power Stone, you could exact a heavy toll on the Nova Corps." Ronan narrowed his eyes slightly, contemplating for a moment before gritting his teeth and declaring, "Proceed, order the Dark Star to advance at full speed. Even without the Power Stone, I can still annihilate Xander." His voice was resolute and unwavering, imbued with an indomitable spirit. As the adage goes, now that we are here, how can we know without trying? Even if he could not truly destroy Xander this time, he would ensure that the Nova Corps suffered immensely. Nebula's lips curled into a subtle smile, a fleeting glimmer of joy flickering in her eyes. She bowed respectfully and spoke, "Yes, my lord. I shall promptly arrange the assault on Xander." When it came to the annihilation of other planets, she was well-versed and considered herself a true professional. As for Ronan's earlier demeanor and harsh words, she paid them no mind. Her sole objective was to provoke a formidable foe for Thanos. With that, Nebula turned on her heel and hastily departed to prepare for the imminent war. Meanwhile, Ronan remained in the command room, gazing into the endless darkness ahead, his eyes ablaze with the fire of vengeance. The Dark Aster surged forth like an enraged black behemoth, barreling towards Xander with an unstoppable force. Its massive form radiated a chilling aura under the starlight, akin to a harbinger of destruction. Instantly, alarms blared across Xander as the Nova Corps sprang into action. Countless spacecraft ascended from the planet's various military bases, densely populating the skies above Xander. They arranged themselves in precise battle formations, bracing for the impending conflict, resolutely determined to defend their home. Nightwing, having received word of Ronan's approach even before the Nova Corps, sat regally upon his throne, a smirk gracing his lips at the audacity of confronting them without the Power Stone. With a sweeping gesture, he issued the battle command, "Warriors of the 10th City, prepare for combat." As his words echoed, the super soldiers resounded in unison, "For our God, we fight. For justice." The super soldiers surged forth from every exit of the 10th City, clad in blazing armor, exuding formidable energy waves, reminiscent of fearless deities of war. Simultaneously, the marauders, who thrived on freedom and plunder, were persuaded by Quill to join the cause for peace in the galaxy. They piloted a myriad of ships from the far reaches of the cosmos, uniting in defense of Xander. Though their vessels bore a rudimentary appearance and varied in armament, they were nonetheless a potent force. Above Xander, an interstellar war was on the brink of eruption. Ronan stood in the command room of the Dark Aster, his gaze betraying disdain and madness. Observing the throngs of enemies before him, he scoffed, What does your number matter? Today, Xander shall be obliterated beneath my feet." With that, he commanded the attack. The Dark Aster initiated the offensive, launching thick beams of energy from its cannons. Resembling furious fire dragons as they streaked towards the 10th city, the Nova Corps, and the Marauder ships. Where the energy beams passed, space warped, accompanied by a cacophony of deafening roars. The 10th city was the first to respond defensively, a transparent golden energy shield unfurling instantaneously to protect every corner of the city. As the energy beams collided with the shield, they erupted in splendid waves of energy ripples, yet the shield remained unyielding, impervious to breach. Launch the counterattack. Ye Hua commanded the super soldiers to breach the luminous energy barrier, initiating a concerted assault on the Dark Star. Their weapons gleamed with a chilling light, unleashing formidable energy attacks in an effort to penetrate the defenses of the Dark Star. Through concise and efficient commands, they coordinated each maneuver. Enemy sighted on the left. Fire support. I require shield coverage here. Prepare for the advance. These succinct phrases echoed through the communication channel, allowing each super soldier to swiftly comprehend their comrades' intentions and respond accordingly. Requesting fiery bombardment. The super soldiers functioned as precision instruments, embodying the essence of cosmic warships, demonstrating unparalleled synergy. 3 super soldiers converged, their computational powers intertwined, their swords crossing. The Celestial City provided ample energy support and algorithmic analysis. Hundreds of necromancer ships erupted in a cataclysmic explosion under the force of the energy sphere, creating a gaping breach in the vicinity. The super soldiers charged forward without hesitation. In the command room of the Dark Star, Ronan's expression soured as he witnessed the unfolding scene. Kill them all. Launch a full-scale assault on these armored soldiers. He recalled unsettling memories. In the past, on Terra Blue, the Kree Empire's forces had encountered a woman capable of flight. She traversed the cosmos, dismantling warships with her bare hands, her power terrifyingly formidable. At that time, he had lacked the courage to engage, shamefully fleeing in terror. Now, witnessing this new group soaring through the sky without the aid of ships, wielding only their blades to obliterate the necromancer vessels, he was reminded of that past. Ronan ordered his troops to focus their fire on the Celestial City soldiers, prioritizing the elimination of this formidable group. How could it be them? Nebula pondered, watching the fierce battle waged by Daph and Zelina outside. She found herself in turmoil, uncertain if she was opposing Ye Hua. In her heart, Ye Hua was the sole being in the universe who had ever brought her warmth. It was inconceivable that she would stand against him. After all, Ye Hua had chosen to aid the Sandal Star. She could never be present here. What now? The cold and ruthless Blue Sister, upon seeing Zelina and Daph, who once followed Ye Hua, realized that he had indeed arrived. A moment of indecision clouded her mind. Are these individuals truly gods? The tactics employed by the Celestial City shattered all preconceived notions. Their petite forms darted across the battlefield. The energy they unleashed was awe-inspiring. However, the Nova Corps refused to be outdone. They maneuvered their aircraft with agile grace across the battlefield, deftly evading the Dark Star's assaults while simultaneously unleashing a barrage of fire upon it. Missiles, trailing long tails of flame, streaked across the sky like shooting stars, hurtling towards the Dark Star. The Marauder ships harried the Dark Star from various angles, exploiting their vessel's agility to weave around it, seeking opportunities to strike. Under the relentless assault from the 3 factions, the Dark Star began to tremble. Yet Ronan remained utterly unyielding, his voice a furious roar. Counterattack. Annihilate them. The weapon systems aboard the Dark Star commenced a frenetic operation, unleashing a deluge of energy projectiles that cascaded through the surrounding space like torrential rain. Amidst the fierce skirmish, vessels were intermittently struck, their explosions sending flames and debris scattering through the cosmos. The super warriors, empowered by their formidable strength, forged ahead, clearing the vicinity of adversaries, while the raiders trailed behind, leveraging their extensive combat experience to provide fire support for the super warriors. Wherever they advanced, The skeletal ships shattered into fragments. As the battle raged on, the coordination among the three factions grew increasingly harmonious. Under the onslaught of collaborative attacks, the defenses of the Dark Star began to show vulnerabilities, with more and more turrets being obliterated and the energy shields teetering on the brink of collapse. The Super Warriors were the first to breach the interior of the Dark Star, engaging its soldiers in brutal hand-to-hand combat, their figures flickering amidst the flames, their battle cries echoing through the heavens. The New Star Legion's aircraft deftly maneuvered through the barrage of fire. Some unfortunate souls were struck, transforming into fireballs as they plummeted to their demise, while others valiantly continued to fight, fiercely battling to safeguard their homeland. The Raiders, too, showed no signs of retreat. The entire battlefield was engulfed in a fervent inferno of warfare, with the collisions of energy and the brilliance of explosions illuminating the dark expanse of the universe. Above the skies of Shandar, a colossal battleground had emerged, a fierce contest between justice and evil unfolding with great intensity. The outcome of this interstellar conflict remained uncertain. For the mightiest of them all, Ronan, had yet to make his move. Chapter 111. The cornered beast in the skies above Shandar, a cataclysmic battle, destined to be etched in the annals of interstellar warfare, was drawing to a close. Despite the relentless bravery of Ronan's army, they ultimately succumbed. His ambition to conquer and annihilate Shandar lay shattered like fragile bubbles in the wake of this cataclysmic clash. Once, his forces surged like a formidable tide, but now they resembled the battered remnants of branches ravaged by a storm, utterly defeated. The battlefield painted a harrowing picture, with the shattered remnants of warships adrift, cascading from the heavens like a meteor shower. Some debris bore gaping wounds, exposing the internal circuitry and equipment, flickering like the faint pulse of a dying individual. Leaking energy beams danced like wandering phantoms, intermittently shining in the smoky sky, reminiscent of the souls lost amidst the chaos of war. The Super Warriors of Tiancheng appeared as deities from ancient mythology, their armor glimmering with golden and silver hues beneath the cosmic rays, embodying boundless strength. Even after enduring a fierce battle, they stood tall, aligned in tight formation, each movement precise and flawless, akin to the gears of a finely tuned clock working in perfect harmony. Their gazes were resolute and stern, ignited by the flame of loyalty to the sun god. General, that scoundrel Ronan still clings to his resistance, reported one super warrior through the internal communications channel, his tone steady and composed. The commander of this battle, Yanjin, nodded slightly, her gaze fixed intently on the Dark Star, responding through the clandestine communicator. Ronan's ambition has clouded his judgment, yet now he stands at the brink of defeat. Maintain formation and advance steadily. We must prevent him from resorting to desperate measures. The Star Legion's aircraft zipped through the heavens like ethereal meteors. Their uniquely designed crafts, with sleek lines, resembled sprites of the cosmos. The fiery trails emitted from their engines danced like vibrant ribbons, tracing exquisite arcs in the sky. With their exceptional flying skills, the Star Legion swiftly and accurately secured advantageous positions, encircling the shadow with impenetrable precision. Commander, we have completed the encirclement. Ronan's Dark Star cannot escape. A pilot reported with palpable excitement. The Star Legion's commander, seated in the command chamber, gazed sharply at the holographic display before her and calmly issued orders. Do not let your guard down. Ronan still possesses formidable firepower. Be vigilant against his counterattacks. The Marauders piloted a motley assortment of ships, resembling a horde of pirates emerging from the depths of darkness. Some of their vessels were battered and worn, their rusted exteriors bearing witness to countless battles. Others sported bizarre shapes, infused with an air of exotic mystery. They charged recklessly across the battlefield, their wild shouts echoing, as if they could pierce the silence of the cosmos. Hey, brothers, today we shall strike it rich. Who would have thought we could defeat Ronan's army? Exclaimed a bearded marauder with palpable enthusiasm. Do you think this is all our doing? Retorted another marauder. Some turned their gazes to the steadfast and battle-hardened warriors of the celestial city, standing resolute in the sky. They appeared as if forged for war, akin to a razor-sharp sword that tore through Ronan's forces with ease. In this battle, the soldiers of the celestial city undeniably claimed the foremost credit, each one resembling a god of war descended from the heavens, wielding a power that evoked awe and reverence. The encircled shadow resembled an ancient, wounded beast. Its massive form bore countless scars, its protective shell flaking away to reveal a menacing metallic skeleton, as if a colossal creature had been stripped of its skin and lay exposed in agony before its foes. The ship flickered with blinding electrical sparks, emitting crackling sounds that seemed to echo its anguished roars. The energy shield had dimmed, resembling fragile glass on the verge of shattering, trembling beneath the immense pressure of 3 formidable assaults. Ronan stood at the command console of the shadow, his face dark as a looming volcano on the verge of eruption. He clenched his fists so tightly that his nails nearly embedded into his palms, his eyes burning with fury and resentment, as if he intended to reduce the entire universe to ashes. Surveying the throngs of enemies surrounding him, his heart swelled with boundless hatred and despair. Once, he believed he could crush the planet Sandar and lead his army to conquer every star system. However, the current catastrophic defeat had shattered his dreams into mere wisps of smoke. My lord, our energy shield cannot withstand much longer. The weapon systems have sustained multiple damages. A terrified adjutant reported, his voice trembling with fear. Ronan shot him an angry glare and bellowed, "Incompetent fool! Find a way to fix this. Even if it costs you your life, hold on until the very end." The adjutant, pale with fright, nodded hastily, "Yes, my lord. I will make arrangements at once." Yinjin, clad in resplendent silver armor, resembled a dazzling star. He stepped forward, his voice resonating through the cosmic communication system, commanding and authoritative. "Ronan, your ambition has led to the demise of countless lives. This war must come to an end. Lay down your weapons and surrender. You have no further chances." Ronan scoffed derisively, his tone laced with mockery and defiance. "Surrender? You wretches have no right to speak of surrender to me. Bring forth your master. I wish to see who he truly is." It was utterly absurd. Ronan swore he could not recall a time when he had held any grievances against such formidable warriors. "It was you who meddled in affairs that were none of your concern, and now you demand my surrender? Truly, this is an affront." Ronan's gaze shifted to the distant, radiant city of gold, shrouded in nanofog, his teeth clenched in rage. Had it not been for this sudden appearance of powerful warriors, he might have captured the planet Shandar today. The commander of the new Star Legion piloted his aircraft to the forefront of the shadow ship, his tone serious and resolute. "Ronan, you have unwarrantedly instigated this war, trampling upon the value of life. Your army is in disarray. Your resistance only endangers more innocents. Accept the consequences of your actions. It is your only path forward." The marauders burst into derisive laughter, exclaiming, "Ronan, look at your pitiful state, like a toothless tiger. Surrender meekly and hand over your treasures. Perhaps we shall spare your miserable life." Ronan, consumed by fury, his eyes ablaze, roared, "You will all pay for this. Even in death, I will take you down with me. Activate all weapon systems and strike with ferocity." Beams of energy erupted from the cannons of the Dark Star, surging forth like enraged dragons, targeting the surrounding foes. However, the super soldiers of the Celestial City, the new Star Legion, and the Marauders were well prepared. They swiftly adjusted their defensive formations, their combined firepower surging like a relentless tide, crashing down upon the Dark Star. The Dark Star shook violently under the onslaught, alarms blaring sharply, resembling the tolling of death's bell. Ronan clutched the command console tightly, his gaze revealing a flicker of madness, but more prominently, despair. He understood that his once mighty army had been utterly defeated, with no hope of turning the tide. Yet he refused to bow his proud head, and surrender to the new Star Legion was out of the question. In this final moment, he would prove his existence to the world in his own way. Frantic thoughts began to take root in his mind. Initiate the energy concentration procedure. Channel all power to the propulsion system. Ronan bellowed hoarsely, his voice echoing wildly within the command room of the Dark Star. The soldiers under his command wore expressions of ashen despair, yet dared not disobey, trembling hands executing orders with trepidation. The colossal Dark Star resembled an enraged ancient beast, its internal energy conduits flickering wildly like serpents of fire. Energy surged violently, emitting a deep and terrifying roar that made the entire battleship tremble under the force of its power. The Dark Star, akin to a meteor ablaze with black flames, streaked toward Xander, trailing a long tail of fire in a resolute manner. In this critical moment, the Nova Legion's fighters converged from all directions like a flock of agile birds. All units, assume the designated formation, connect energy shields. The commander of the Nova Legion's voice resounded firmly through the communication channel. One by one, the fighters approached swiftly, their energy interfaces aligning with precision, radiating brilliant light. The energy shields intertwined, forming a vast and resilient protective net, akin to a shimmering golden fortress standing between the Dark Star and Xander. Maintain formation. We must not allow the Dark Star to breach our defenses. The commander shouted hoarsely. The pilots gritted their teeth, gripping the control sticks tightly, their eyes reflecting unwavering determination. Each one understood the weight of their duty to save countless lives on Xander. The Dark Star, like an uncontrollable colossal projectile, slammed violently into the protective net. The fierce collision generated powerful shockwaves, sending ripples of energy cascading through the sky. The protective net flared brightly, as if on the verge of shattering under immense pressure. The fighters shook violently from the impact, the pilots' bodies pressed firmly into their seats by the overwhelming force. Yet they clung to the control sticks, striving to steady their craft. Increase energy output, hold the line. The commander commanded loudly. The fighter's energy cores whirred into overdrive, emanating a searing light. More energy surged into the protective net, intensifying its brilliance, barely withstanding the Dark Star's initial assault. However, the force of the Dark Star was too great, and fissures began to appear in the protective net, reminiscent of shattering glass. Ronan, at the helm of the Dark Star, laughed maniacally, his eyes gleaming with mad delight as he beheld the cracks in the net. "You cannot stop me. Xander shall be reduced to ashes in my wrath." At that moment, the pilots of the Nova Legion found no possibility of retreat, transmitting resolute conviction through the communication channel. "We cannot give up, for Xander, for all lives." They once more intensified their energy output, the engines of the fighters emitting a sharp roar, as if delivering a final defiant cry. The fissures in the protective net continued to widen, even the pilots' bodies experiencing immense strain, with some fighters' exteriors beginning to warp. The immense bulk and relentless force of the Dark Star struck like the hammer of fate upon the hearts of the Nova Legion pilots. They had exhausted their last reserves of strength, yet the light of the protective net continued to wane. In the heart of the celestial city, Ye Hua observed the unfolding events with a contemplative shake of his head. Since he had come to assist others, he resolved to see the task through to its conclusion. With the minions now vanquished, it was time for the protagonist to make his entrance. Ye Hua rose with an imposing stature, his aura transforming into a formidable and sharp presence, akin to a blade drawn from its sheath. He raised his hand slightly, and the Aurora sword materialized before him. The blade shimmered with resplendent brilliance, reminiscent of stars converging, while golden rays danced upon its surface as if infused with the most potent forces of the cosmos. Grasping the hilt with determination, Ye Hua fixed his piercing gaze upon the Dark Star, which was relentlessly assaulting the Nova Legion's protective barrier, his eyes betraying an undeniable strength and resolve. "Prepare to execute the divine judgment." Ye Hua's voice resonated with a deep and authoritative timbre, echoing through the Grand Hall as if it were the decree of an ancient deity. "Analyze stellar energy." No sooner had he spoken than a blinding light erupted from the sword's tip, initiating a fervent extraction of stellar energy. "Charging." A voice, strikingly similar to Ye Hua's, reverberated within the shadowed dimension. At that moment, the surrounding space around the Aurora sword distorted and warped due to the frantic surge of energy, forming an immense vortex. Enveloped in this radiant glow, Ye Hua emanated an overwhelming presence. Beside him, Clark instinctively knelt, his eyes filled with reverence. This was the so-called world-shattering power, held firmly in the hands of the sun god. Charging complete. As this final proclamation echoed, Ye Hua's gaze sharpened to a razor's edge. He raised the Aurora sword high, and a colossal golden energy rune gradually materialized overhead, its intricate patterns glowing with an enigmatic luminescence, reminiscent of the mark of divine order. With a thunderous shout, Ye Hua brought the Aurora sword down with ferocity. In that instant, a magnificent golden sword light cleaved through the heavens, extending thousands of feet, resembling a golden dragon, surging forth with the might of a tempest towards the Dark Star. Where the golden sword light passed, the fabric of space was rent asunder, revealing immense fissures that flickered with ethereal blue light, as though portals to another realm had been opened. The surrounding stars dimmed in the face of this overwhelming energy, as if paying homage to its formidable power. The Dark Star, caught in its fervent assault upon the Nova Legion's protective shield, sensed the impending cataclysm and trembled violently. Ronan, within the command chamber, gazed in terror at the approaching golden sword light, his eyes brimming with fear and despair. He cried out in a desperate howl, "No, this cannot be." Yet, it was too late to avert the disaster. The golden sword light struck the hull of the Dark Star with the force of an indomitable blade. A deafening explosion reverberated as the massive vessel was cleaved in two, the energy core within detonating in a brilliant flash, akin to a miniature star erupting in the cosmos. The shockwave from the explosion surged outward, scattering the remnants of warships and interstellar debris in its wake. The immense golden sword radiated its formidable aura, slicing through the skies of Shandar's star and plunging into the depths of the cosmos. The pilots of the Nova Legion gazed upon the spectacle, their eyes filled with awe and reverence. This strike from Ye Hua not only saved Shandar's star, but also proclaimed the might of the celestial city to all. This singular act would be etched into the memories of millions beyond the battlefield. Chapter 112. The Accuser's Finale. The Dark Star, akin to a meteor on the verge of extinguishment, trailed a long tail of flame as it descended toward Shandar's star. However, contrary to his anticipation of crashing the Dark Star into Shandar, obliterating both the planet and himself in a fiery vengeance, the vessel was cleaved in two by a single sword strike. Moments later, it exploded mid-air, scattering into countless fragments. Under the precise and potent influence of the Nova Legion's gravitational beams, these remnants were gently cradled as they drifted downwards, resembling a tragic meteor shower. At this moment, Ronan found himself in dire straits, yet his strength was indisputable. Despite a lack of intellect, his attributes in power, speed, and combat skills were unparalleled. Even with his warship in ruins and his subordinates decimated, leaving him alone, he exuded an aura reminiscent of a cornered beast. Far from being an easy prey for the Nova Legion to capture, struggling from the wreckage of his ship, Ronan was smeared with dust and blood. Yet his resolve for vengeance remained unshaken. The Nova Legion's fighters surged from all directions, their concentrated fire raining down upon him like a torrential downpour. Nevertheless, Ronan merely narrowed his eyes slightly, gripping his war hammer tightly, and advanced defiantly against the onslaught. Each step he took was firm and powerful. Every swing of his hammer summoned fierce winds that repelled the encroaching aircraft. He resembled a frenzied beast, wreaking havoc on the battlefield, leaving chaos in his wake. "Come out! Face me! I demand a duel!" Ronan bellowed, his voice reverberating through the skies like thunder. He raised his war hammer high, pointing it towards the celestial city above Shandar's star, his heart brimming with indignation and fury. That rage erupted like a volcano, threatening to consume him entirely. Originally, he had a chance for vengeance against Shandar's star, but the sudden emergence of the celestial city, its soldiers, and that dread-inducing sword had thwarted all his schemes. Just as Ronan was unleashing his furious roar, a blinding golden light descended from the celestial city, akin to a meteor plummeting to the ground. As the brilliance faded, Ye Hua's figure gradually emerged. His gaze was as cold as a distant star, firmly grasping the aurora sword that radiated a golden glow, its blade shimmering with an extraordinary light, seemingly infused with limitless power. "Ronan, the strike that did not directly aim for you was born of respect for the strong. You should not perish so easily." Ye Hua's voice was calm and steady, seemingly unaffected by the surrounding tumult of battle. His unwavering gaze locked onto Ronan, exuding confidence and composure. "But since you seek a duel, I shall oblige." Ye Hua stepped forward, elegantly waving the aurora sword, carving a graceful arc through the air. His expression was stern, fully prepared to embrace the impending battle. Ronan was undeniably formidable, ranking among the elite in this universe's combat hierarchy, not significantly weaker than Thanos without his gauntlet. Ye Hua spared his life for a one-on-one confrontation, seeking to validate his current prowess. "It is you indeed." Ronan's eyes instantly turned crimson, ablaze like a raging inferno. He fixated on Ye Hua, his teeth grinding audibly. This man had thoroughly thwarted his plans, jeopardizing his quest for vengeance. Without vanquishing Ye Hua, the flames of his wrath would never be quenched. My God, it is truly him. Ye Hua's presence compelled the warriors of the celestial city to remain close by, deeming it unnecessary to engage in a duel with the already doomed Ronan. The marauders were equally astonished. They had long heard of Ye Hua's esteemed reputation, recalling his massacre of thousands of marauders alongside Thanos' adopted daughter, Star-Lord, on a desolate planet. Titles such as Executioner, Nemesis of Marauders, and Silver-Winged Assassin had emerged from that very encounter. Yet, they never anticipated that the powerful celestial city was governed by this individual. "Stand down. You're no match for him," Ye Hua stated calmly. The celestial city warriors descended to the ground, forming a defensive perimeter ready for combat. The earlier display of skill had captivated all. Neither the Nova Corps nor the marauders dared to contest Ye Hua's command, halting their assault and dispersing. "Do you think you can impede me? You are merely a self-righteous fool." Ronan bellowed like thunder, his bloodshot eyes burning with fury and madness. His muscular arms bulged, veins protruding as he raised a colossal warhammer high, as if to bring the very sky crashing down. The hammer stirred a fierce gale, the air whistling sharply under its pressure. Ye Hua's gaze was as cold as a blade submerged in a frigid pond, his reactions swift and precise. He nimbly dodged like a serpent, while simultaneously, The aurora sword in his hand parried with a flash of golden light, akin to a vibrant bolt of lightning, piercing toward Ronin's throat. The sword and hammer clashed violently, producing a resounding metallic clang, sparks flying like fireworks illuminating the night sky. The force of the impact sent ripples through the surrounding air. "Ronin, unleash your full strength. This may be your final battle," Ye Hua stated calmly amidst the fray. His voice steady and resolute, unaffected by the chaos around him. His movements were light and agile, each step deftly evading Ronin's strikes while seeking an opportunity to counterattack. "I will crush your skull. All who dare to obstruct my revenge shall perish," Ronin roared, his voice brimming with boundless hatred and fury. He once again wielded his war hammer, this time channeling all his strength into the mighty weapon. The hammer carved a colossal arc through the air, descending upon Ye Hua with the force of an avalanche. The ground fractured beneath the impact, cracks spreading like menacing serpentine patterns. Ye Hua deftly navigated the onslaught of Ronin's attacks, his movements light and agile, akin to a butterfly gracefully dancing through the air. He skillfully exploited his speed and agility, seeking out vulnerabilities amid the intervals of Ronin's strikes. His gaze was fixated on every nuance of Ronin's actions, missing not a single subtle shift. Each time Ronin's hammer was about to descend, Ye Hua evaded with astonishing swiftness, swiftly counterattacking. The ferocity of their battle escalated, the surrounding earth trembling under their might, shards of rock soaring like bullets. For a moment, the sky darkened and the world seemed enveloped by their fierce conflict. A howling gale swept through, stirring up dust that obscured their forms. The warriors of the Nova Legion stood at a distance, awestruck by the confrontation between these two titans, their eyes filled with reverence and trepidation, hesitant to draw near. "Ronin, your hatred will only lead to your own demise. Look at yourself now, a slave to vengeance, unable to harness your former might," Ye Hua lamented, evading attacks while shaking his head. "Silence. Spare me your sanctimonious preaching. I will make you pay for your meddling." Ronin bellowed, intensifying his assault. His hammer rained down like a torrential downpour, each strike imbued with immense power, overwhelming Ye Hua momentarily. Yet, Ye Hua remained composed. Drawing a deep breath, he focused his mind, searching for openings in Ronin's onslaught. At last, after a particularly forceful blow, Ronin stumbled, momentarily losing his balance. Seizing this opportunity, Ye Hua erupted forth with incredible speed, akin to a shooting star racing towards Ronin. "Now is the time," Ye Hua cried out, his aurora sword gleaming with radiant light as he poured all his strength into the blade, thrusting it toward Ronin's chest. Ronin sensed the imminent danger and attempted to evade, but it was too late. The aurora sword plunged deeply into his chest, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Ronin's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression one of incredulity. "No, this cannot be." The overwhelming force surged through his body, swiftly dismantling his healing capabilities. For the first time, Ronin felt weakness, the potent energy receding from him, his war hammer falling helplessly to the ground. "Farewell, we bore no animosity. Yet, in the cosmic realm, only interests prevail," Ye Hua calmly stated as he withdrew his sword. Ronin's body gradually succumbed, his gaze dimming until the light of life faded away. Ye Hua regarded Ronin's lifeless form with a gentle sigh before turning towards the super warriors of the Sky City. "My God, victory is ours." The surrounding super warriors knelt, expressing their admiration with fervent cheers. The soldiers of the Nova Corps and the inhabitants of Xander erupted in jubilant cheers upon witnessing Nightwing's triumph over the formidable Ronin, casting admiring glances in his direction. Chapter 113. The spoils of war on the resplendent planet of Xander. The acrid scent of war lingered, a haunting reminder of past conflicts. Ronin, once a terrifying force that instilled dread across the cosmos, had left devastation in his wake, with flames of war consuming all in their path. Yet, at this moment, Ronin lay vanquished in a pool of his own blood, his vitality extinguished. The once mighty aura that surrounded him had dissipated like smoke, no longer present. For far too long, the people of Xander had lived in the shadow of the terror wrought by Ronin, each moment fraught with anxiety, uncertain when calamity might strike again. The instant they beheld Ronin's fall, the pent-up fear, fury, and tremors within them erupted like a volcano, unleashing a cacophony of jubilant cheers that resonated through the skies. Surging like a tide across every corner of the city, the populace flooded the streets, their eyes shimmering with tears of joy and relief. An elderly man, his hair a crown of silver and face etched with wrinkles, clasped his trembling hands in gratitude, his eyes glistening with tears as he gazed toward Nightwing. His voice choked with emotion. Thank the heavens. This man has saved our Xander, restoring our hope for life and bringing peace back to our land. Beside him, a young mother held her child close, her expression filled with reverence and gratitude as she echoed, "Indeed, this gentleman is our savior. His strength rivals that of the gods above, dispelling the gloom that enveloped Xander." The crowd nodded in unison, their gazes toward Nightwing ablaze with awe and appreciation. Standing tall in the midst of the battlefield, Nightwing resembled an unyielding mountain, his demeanor calm and profound. He shook his head, his gaze settling upon Ronin's lifeless body, and spoke in a deep, clear voice, "Let him be buried with dignity. Even an enemy deserves respect. He was undeniably a true warrior. A warrior should not be left to rot in the wilderness." The commander of the Nova Corps, a robust and resolute man, swiftly approached, fist clenched over his heart, and with the utmost reverence declared, "My lord, rest assured. We shall attend to Ronin's remains with the highest honor." His eyes reflected a deep respect, for he perceived that Nightwing's displayed prowess far surpassed that of Ronin and his forces. Nightwing shone like a brilliant light piercing through the darkness, evoking both admiration and trepidation. Such immense power, should it ever be turned against Xander, could spell catastrophe, particularly that one sword capable of annihilating stars, instilling a profound sense of reverence. Nightwing nodded slightly, his gaze returning to Ronin's corpse, sighing inwardly as he acknowledged Ronin's undeniable strength. Regrettably, the flames of vengeance burned too fiercely within him, akin to an uncontrollable wildfire, blinding his reason and impairing the true expression of his capabilities. Coupled with the aftershocks from the explosion of the battleship, his strength was likely diminished to less than 80% of its prime. In combat, anger has never constituted genuine power. It merely leads one to lose rationality and exposes countless vulnerabilities. Except for unique beings like Hulk, any warrior overtaken by wrath is destined for defeat. The commander of the Nova Corps stood respectfully nearby. At that moment, with Ye Hua present, the entire battlefield fell silent, no one daring to make a move. He could not help but speak. "My lord, do you think it is time to clear the battlefield?" Ye Hua smiled faintly and replied, "You may proceed as you wish." He then addressed his super soldiers, instructing them to rest, for Tiancheng had prepared treatment and recovery for their injuries. "At your command, my deity." The super soldiers responded in unison, their voices resonating like thunder across the battlefield. Although clad in superior protective armor and having incurred no casualties during the battle, the significant depletion of their biological energy and the severe decline in stamina rendered them somewhat fatigued. However, their gazes towards Ye Hua were filled with awe and loyalty, and they executed his commands without hesitation. Ye Hua turned and walked with steady and resolute steps towards Ronin's massive hammer. This weapon, known as the Universal Weapon, was a Kree War hammer, a marvel of the Kree Empire's advanced technology. It could manipulate cosmic energy according to the user's will, facilitating material decomposition, object reassembly, and transformation. It could emit shock waves, absorb energy, control gravity and force fields, and even open micro-wormholes for traversal to a certain extent. Even with Tiancheng's current technological prowess, it was an artifact of immense value. This was Ye Hua's trophy, and those around him watched in silent admiration, none daring to contest his claim to the hammer. In their hearts, Ye Hua's strength and prestige had reached a level that commanded deep respect. Next came the moment to cleanse the battlefield. The super soldiers of Tiancheng, the Nova Corps, and the Ravagers each took action, all eager to procure advantageous resources and technological devices from the remnants of the conflict. The super soldiers of Tiancheng moved swiftly and methodically, locating the resource depot of the Dark Star from clandestine messages, meticulously searching every corner of the battlefield, leaving no potential clue unexamined. In this battle, Tiancheng emerged victorious, and Ye Hua's might was truly awe-inspiring. There would be no dissent regarding the division of the spoils. Simultaneously, they sought advanced weaponry technologies left behind by Ronin's forces. One soldier uncovered a mysterious device amid the debris and exclaimed with excitement, "Come quickly. This device appears to be a new energy amplifier from Ronin's army. With it, our weapon's energy output will significantly increase." The captain approached, scrutinizing the find before stating, "Indeed, this will greatly enhance the power of our weapons. Let us take it back for further study." The super soldiers persist in their relentless search on the battlefield, yearning to uncover more invaluable technological devices to invigorate the technological advancement of the Sky City. The Nova Legion, on the other hand, focuses its efforts on clearing the debris and restoring the damaged facilities. Their spacecraft circle the skies like a cadre of vigilant eagles safeguarding the city. Employing gravitational tractor beams, they meticulously remove the substantial wreckage, laying the groundwork for the city's rejuvenation. During the process of clearing a damaged defense tower, a soldier stumbled upon a communications hub belonging to the Ronin army. With palpable excitement, he reported to his commander, "Sir, we have discovered a communications hub that may contain intelligence from the Ronin forces. This could prove beneficial." A glimmer of surprise flickered in the commander's eyes as he responded, "Excellent. Send it back to the Legion base for decryption." The soldiers of the Nova Legion continued their diligent work, hoping to restore the vitality of the planet Xander and breathe new life into the city. Meanwhile, the Marauders, akin to a horde of avaricious vultures, scoured the battlefield in search of valuables and treasures. They pried open the storage boxes of the Ronin army, and the gold, silver, gemstones, precious artifacts, and rare ores within ignited their fervor. One Marauder exclaimed with exhilaration, "Wow, here lies a colossal cosmic diamond. This is worth a fortune. With it, we can indulge in a life of leisure." Other Marauders gathered around, their eyes gleaming with greed. Yet, they did not overlook the technological devices on the battlefield. Advanced weaponry and spacecraft components were equally coveted resources. One Marauder discovered a single-person flight device from the Ronin army and enthusiastically proclaimed, "This is a remarkable find. If we modify it, our operations will become far more convenient, and it may even play a pivotal role in our plundering endeavors on other planets." The Marauders continued their scavenging, driven by the singular ambition to amass as many valuable items as possible to satiate their insatiable greed. The Dark Star, a colossal warship that could rival celestial battleships, despite being cleaved in two by a single strike from Ye Hua and subsequently exploding into fragments, could not simply vanish into oblivion. It stood as a treasure trove rich in resources awaiting discovery. Three factions, each with their own motives and intentions, engaged in the orderly task of cleaning the battlefield. Every individual resembled an experienced treasure hunter, meticulously sifting through the debris for potential gems. Now this is a true embodiment of manhood," exclaimed Drax, a towering figure covered in red tattooed patterns. His eyes wide with admiration and reverence as he fixed his gaze upon the departing Ye Hua. His robust arms waved animatedly, his voice quivering with excitement. "I have made up my mind. From this day forth, he shall be my idol for life. If circumstances allow, I must approach that brother for a heartfelt embrace to express my gratitude and joy." At this moment, Ye Hua undoubtedly shone as the brightest star among millions. In the midst of this grand battle, he personally slew Ronin, avenging the blood feud against his wife and daughter in Drax's eyes. To Drax, Ye Hua was his benefactor, the beacon of light he had desperately sought in the darkness. Moreover, had it not been for Ye Hua's intervention to ensure Ronin was given a proper burial, Drax's fiery temper would have led him to dismember Ronin's corpse without hesitation. Star-Lord stood nearby, shaking his head in exasperation. He simply had no time to deal with Drax's occasionally short-circuited mind. Yet, he could not deny that Ye Hua was indeed a true man, exhibiting a formidable strength that commanded respect from all. However, at this moment, Star-Lord's thoughts were far removed from such matters. He scanned the area, inquiring, "Where's Gamora? Has anyone seen her?" Rocket Raccoon, busily rummaging through the wreckage with his nimble paws, replied nonchalantly without lifting his head, "Who knows? She seems to have disappeared since a while ago. Maybe she's off hunting for treasures in some nook." Groot stood beside him, swaying his sturdy branch-like arm, producing a low and simple sound, seemingly conveying his ignorance on the matter. Star-Lord sighed in resignation, a wry smile crossing his face as he said, "Well, I knew I could count on you lot even less than I could on Gamora to show up herself." With that, Star-Lord resumed his search for Gamora amidst the chaos of the battlefield. Meanwhile, Gamora had devoted her thoughts entirely to her sister Nebula from the onset of the battle. No one understood Nebula better than Gamora. They had grown up together, entwined in a tumultuous bond of love and rivalry for so long that they were more akin to arch-nemeses than sisters. No one was more familiar with Nebula than she, and after tracking her down, Gamora cornered her in the shadows of the wreckage. With unwavering resolve, Gamora looked at Nebula, her tone earnest as she implored, "Nebula, listen to me, hand over the orb. That fiend Thanos is not worth our loyalty. He is like a dark vortex, destined to drag us into an abyss of despair." Nebula scoffed, her eyes glinting with disdain and determination. What orb? I've never heard of it. Gamora, spare me your false sincerity. I have long ceased to serve Thanos. I would rather kill him myself to avenge the suffering I have endured all these years. In truth, the moment the defenses of the Dark Star were breached by the warriors of the City of Heaven, Nebula had quietly slipped away amidst the chaos. She had concealed the impenetrable orb on her person, her mind already set on a plan. She intended to gift this coveted orb, sought after by all factions, to Ye Hua, for in her heart, she believed him to possess the strength and wisdom to unlock its power and obtain the Infinity Stones within. Yet at that moment, as she surveyed her disheveled appearance, doubts began to creep into her mind. She was reluctant to present herself before Ye Hua in such a disheveled state, particularly when she still belonged to the opposing faction. The atmosphere between the two sisters instantly turned tense, their eyes blazing with fury. Xingyan scoffed, Gamora, cease your pretense of virtue. Do you really think the grievances between us can be erased after all these years? Unyielding, Gamora retorted, Xingyan, let the past remain in the past. What matters most now is preventing the cosmic sphere from falling into the hands of nefarious individuals. The two sisters had long since exhausted any semblance of conversation. A mere disagreement would lead to blows. As they bickered and fought, a group of marauders approached them. Among them, a towering figure with a fearsome visage bellowed, Hey, what are you two women squabbling about? Hand over the cosmic sphere, or you'll regret it. By the time Ye Hua leisurely made his way over, Xingyan found herself cornered, her hand gripping the enormous wreckage of the Dark Star. Unfortunately, her hand was ensnared, rendering her unable to escape, and it seemed she was on the verge of capture. Sister Lan, it has been a while, she mused, contemplating severing her own arm to survive, reasoning that since it was mechanical, it was of little consequence. She could simply replace it. Just then, a gentle voice resonated, and she beheld Ye Hua looking at her with warmth, extending his hand. Instinctively, Xingyan grasped that warm palm, feeling as if the sunlight today was particularly radiant. Chapter 114. The rebirth of Xingyan. Ye Hua's presence was akin to a warm, resplendent light, piercing through layers of darkness, illuminating the world within Xingyan's heart that had long been shrouded in gloom. Her once cold and rigid, half-mechanical form trembled involuntarily, as if this sudden warmth had awakened dormant emotions within her. The powerful mechanical heart within her beat with increasing fervor, resembling a wild stallion breaking free, teetering on the brink of overload. A flicker of panic danced in Xingyan's eyes as she pondered, what is happening? Why is my body reacting this way? She endeavored to calm herself, yet Ye Hua's warm glow possessed an intangible magic, preventing her heartbeat from stabilizing. Those who have not experienced it will never comprehend the brilliance of a hand reaching out when the entire world has forsaken you. When every hope has dissipated into mere illusions, and when you wander alone in darkness, isolated and helpless. In Xingyan's heart, Ye Hua had already occupied an irreplaceable position. At that moment, she felt that even to die for Ye Hua would be worthwhile. This stirring emotion was unprecedented for her. It was like the first gentle breeze of spring, soft yet imbued with a hint of sweetness, creating ripples deep within her soul. Why are you still standing there? Do you require an invitation to dine with us? Ye Hua calmly remarked after pulling Xingyan from beneath the wreckage of the battleship. His voice, though tranquil, resonated in the ears of the marauders like a clap of thunder. The faces of the marauders turned ashen, their eyes filled with terror and panic. They could hardly fathom that the foremost assassin under Thanos was somehow linked to Ye Hua. The mere thought of the fate that awaited the accuser Ronin, who was likely to be left in the cold, filled them with self-loathing for not having sprouted 2 extra legs, and they swiftly turned to flee, vanishing without a trace in an instant. Standing to the side, Gamora cast a deep glance at Ye Hua. Her gaze reflected a blend of reverence and a complex emotion towards Nebula. She too understood that Ye Hua was a presence that should not be trifled with lightly. Without uttering a word, Gamora silently turned and departed. The once ruthless accomplice of the Mad Titan, the cold-hearted assassin, the most dangerous woman in the universe, at that moment appeared as docile as a kitten before Ye Hua. Nebula silently observed Ye Hua's gentle smile from behind him, her heart fluttering with an indescribable emotion. A faint blush adorned her cheeks, and her eyes revealed a hint of shyness and joy. After a moment's hesitation, she carefully produced a small orb from her pocket and cautiously extended it toward Ye Hua, saying, "This is for you." Her voice was barely a whisper, as if fearing eavesdropping. Although she was meticulously cautious, she feigned nonchalance, attempting to mask her inner tension and shyness. Ye Hua regarded the cosmic orb she offered, noting the minute signs of having been struck by axes and blades. He couldn't suppress a chuckle at the irony that this solid metal sphere had once again found its way back into his possession. The delicate marks on it clearly indicated the considerable effort Ronin and his cohorts had exerted. Lifting his gaze, Ye Hua looked at Nebula with warmth, saying, "Walk with me. Do you have any plans for the future?" Nebula shook her head, a flicker of confusion and helplessness in her eyes. She softly replied, "At this moment, aside from wanting to eliminate Thanos, I truly have no other intentions." Ye Hua nodded thoughtfully before asking, "Have you ever considered shedding this cold mechanical body of yours? If you wish, I could assist you." Instantly, Nebula's eyes sparkled with intrigue, revealing her eagerness. "Is that possible? Transforming flesh into metal is simple, but reverting it back to flesh is undoubtedly a monumental challenge." Ye Hua smiled. "For our solar tech, this is exceedingly simple. Even if you were to turn to ashes, I could grant you rebirth." A surge of an indescribable emotion welled up within Nebula, yet her eyes brimmed with trust and anticipation. Nodding, she affirmed, "I am willing." However, deep within, she mused that if she could escape this mechanical form, she would once more cast a seemingly casual glance at Ye Hua, her hidden thoughts betraying her. Nebula's feelings were undeniably the most fervent and radiant, for even if she feigned indifference and maintained a cold demeanor, how could she conceal such emotions from a super soldier's perceptive reading of unspoken sentiments? Thus, Ye Hua declared, "You cannot remain a half-machine." He promptly led Nebula to the gene laboratory in Sky City. In the laboratory, an array of advanced instruments glimmered softly, as if whispering the secrets of technology. The experimental table emanated a gentle blue light, intertwining with the mechanical sheen of Xingyun, creating a dreamlike atmosphere. Ye Hua gazed at Xingyun, who lay upon the table, and spoke softly, "Do not worry, this is not a surgical modification. There will be no pain." Yet, a flicker of concern remained on Xingyun's face, as she harbored significant psychological shadows regarding bodily alterations. Ye Hua instinctively offered her further reassurance, saying, "Trust me, everything will be fine." Taking a deep breath, Xingyun nodded and replied, "I believe in you." Her words were equally resolute. If there was one person in this world who would not harm her, it was undoubtedly Ye Hua. Ye Hua turned with a smile and began to busily attend to his tasks within the laboratory. He deftly operated various instruments, radiant beams of light bursting forth, swirling around Xingyun as they gradually deciphered the mechanical structures of her being, extracting her purest consciousness and genetic data. He meticulously separated her remaining flesh, which was less than 36, from the machinery, transferring it along with her genetic data into the gene cultivation chamber. As time elapsed, the radiance on the experimental table intensified, and Xingyun felt as though her consciousness had floated into another realm, the surroundings blurring into obscurity. Though a twinge of anxiety coursed through her, her heart brimmed with trust in Ye Hua. Before long, all of Xingyun's bodily data was successfully transferred to the cultivation chamber. Ye Hua's gaze lingered on the adjacent gene cultivation chamber, his eyes reflecting a hint of anticipation. Moments later, a brand new form emerged, radiating a soft glow. Her skin shimmered like sapphire, and her flaxen hair cascaded like a waterfall. She now epitomized an enchanting blue specter. In reconstructing her body, he had also bestowed upon her the first-generation super soldier genetic upgrade scheme, optimizing her genes and appearance. Ye Hua exhaled a sigh of relief, a contented smile gracing his face. He gently approached the cultivation chamber, observing Xingyun within. As she slowly opened her eyes, they sparkled with confusion and delight. Experiencing her new body, she turned to Ye Hua, tears glistening in her eyes, and softly said, "This sensation of flesh and blood, I had almost forgotten it. Thank you, Ye Hua." Ye Hua regarded her tenderly, affirming, "From now on, you shall no longer endure that suffering. This marks the beginning of a new chapter for you." However, as fate would have it, an unexpected turn was imminent. Bathed in the gentle light of the gene cultivation chamber, Xingyun gracefully stepped forth, her figure poised and elegant. She bore an extraordinary resemblance to the Luffenmord and Zehaberry races, with striking silver patterns adorning her face and body, shimmering with a mysterious allure under the illumination. Those silver markings resembled agile silver serpents, cascading from her cheeks down to her neck, extending along the graceful contours of her shoulders, ultimately unfurling like a silver cloud across her back, reaching down to her lower abdomen. A ripple of emotion stirred within Ye Hua as he pondered. Could this be the legendary silver patterns? Indeed, they were remarkably unique and enchanting. His gaze involuntarily fell upon those shimmering designs. Xingyun gently stretched her new form, relishing the strength it bestowed upon her, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. She slightly raised her chin and, with a melodious voice, declared, "This body feels far more powerful than my former mechanical one. Every inch of my skin is brimming with vitality, as if endowed with boundless potential." Her eyes sparkled with excitement and joy, heralding the dawn of a brand new beginning. Feeling a twinge of discomfort, Ye Hua averted his gaze, musing to himself, "Are extraterrestrials truly so indifferent as to expose their bodies before others?" Yet, he soon realized that Xing Yun was not indifferent. She merely exhibited such nonchalance in his presence. Perhaps deep within her heart, she had longed for a more intimate connection. This was evident from the faint blush adorning her cheeks. Suddenly, Xing Yun grew audacious, the corners of her mouth curling into an assertive smile. She stepped closer, her voice soft yet laced with seduction. "I am quite pleased with this new body. I wonder if it meets your satisfaction?" Her eyes brimmed with anticipation and affection, as if awaiting Ye Hua's response. For a moment, Ye Hua found himself at a loss for words. Observing his indecision, a glimmer of determination flickered in Xing Yun's eyes. No longer willing to wait for his answer, she became bolder. With elegant strides, she approached him swiftly, her gaze radiating irresistible expectation. Before Ye Hua could react, she pushed him against the laboratory table. With her long, powerful legs, Xing Yun straddled him, placing her hands on his shoulders, her face drawing nearer. Her breath brushed against his cheek as she whispered, "No need for an answer. I believe you already know what lies in your heart." Her eyes were filled with fervor and desire, representing the best reward she could conceive for Ye Hua. Nay, it was rather a reward for herself. As he felt the warmth of Xing Yun's body and gazed in her bright, passionate eyes, he found himself momentarily entranced. Taking a deep breath, he struggled to regain his composure and said, "Xing Yun, you." However, before he could finish, she gently pressed her finger against his lips. Xing Yun smiled and shook her head, saying, "Sure, there's no need to say anything. Please don't reject me." Her voice was resolute, tinged with a slight tremor. Her eyes ablaze with expectation, yet fearful of denial. "How could I possibly refuse you? After a fierce battle, it is only natural to seek a moment of respite. However, it may not be appropriate within the confines of the laboratory." With a wave of his hand, Ye Hua activated the portal, and in an instant, they found themselves in his bedroom. The nebula no longer exhibited any reluctance, akin to an ambitious invader, forcefully pushing Ye Hua down once more, as if it were a ravenous and clumsy beast, alternating between sucking and nibbling. Yet, it was evident that she was still somewhat unacquainted with this new form, prompting Ye Hua to deem it necessary to guide her. Chapter 115. A new journey for the solar civilization. The smoke of the great battle on Shandar Star had finally dissipated entirely. In the aftermath of the conflict, the New Star Legion demonstrated remarkable efficiency. They swiftly mobilized, cleansing the remnants of war in an astonishingly short span. The streets ravaged by warfare had regained their tidiness. The destroyed edifices, restored through advanced technology, glimmered anew. The present-day Shandar Star remained a vibrant spectacle. In the bustling streets of the city, various alien races mingled, creating an atmosphere of lively exuberance. The entire planet had reverted to its former tranquility and prosperity. Within the celestial city, after meticulously accounting for the resources promised by Shandar Star, Clark directed the super soldiers to transport these materials to their designated storage locations. A hint of fatigue lingered in her eyes, a testament to her tireless efforts for the affairs of the celestial city, yet her demeanor reflected diligence and responsibility. In the warehouse of the celestial city, resources piled high, including energy crystals shimmering with mysterious light, incredibly durable alloys, and enigmatic ores imbued with formidable power. Once the final resource was accurately recorded on the list, Clark exhaled a sigh of relief. Without pausing for rest, she discreetly brought the resource list to where Ye Hua was situated. At that moment, her heart was not only focused on her work, but also harbored a subtle, barely perceptible discontent. With only the two of them present, Clark allowed a glimpse of her jealousy to surface, her eyes filled with playful reproach as she remarked, "My God, here I am, utterly consumed by the affairs of the celestial city, while you, in the midst of conflict, have found the leisure to be with an alien woman. Humph, I toil day in and day out, yet you appear to be carefree, seemingly indifferent to the city's matters." Clark was well aware that she could not and would not demand anything from Ye Hua, for he was her supreme deity, and it was undeniable that he would not be limited to her alone. However, the thought of Ye Hua with that alien woman ignited a small flame of discontent within her, casting a shadow over her spirits. Ye Hua, observing Clark's sulky demeanor, found amusement in her reaction. He reached out, gently pinching her smooth cheek, and smiled reassuringly. All right, do not be upset. Frowning will not enhance your beauty. The New Star Legion has begun to urge us to leave. They require us to honor our agreement and vacate Shandar Star's orbit. Moreover, the final batch of essential resources will only be delivered upon our departure. Upon hearing this, Clark's anger subsided slightly. While she could overlook how many women Ye Hua might have now or in the future, the only concern that mattered was whether she held a place in his heart. Yet, she had no intention of cheerfully accepting the situation. Humph. How heartless. Just when we finish aiding them, they're already hastening us to leave. With a change of tone, Ye Hua declared, "Let us depart. I have no desire to linger here any longer." What had initially been a promising endeavor, enhancing the reputation of Tianqing, now faced an unexpected disruption with the emergence of an alien woman with blue skin, instantly dampening his spirits. Ye Hua smiled and nodded, suggesting they leave promptly. He shared his intentions with Clark, explaining that from the moment he resolved to assist the Shandar star and transport the entirety of Tianqing, he had no intentions of returning to Earth. With billions of stars scattered throughout the galaxy, why should they cling to Earth like a mere satellite? Having ventured out, they should seize a star system for themselves, fostering the development of the solar civilization and ensuring their presence is acknowledged throughout the universe. Clark's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, "My brilliance is undeniable. Under my guidance, the solar civilization shall surely command the galactic expanse and dominate the cosmos." The thought of creating their own legacy in a new star system exhilarated him. After all, with no ties on Earth, wherever Ye Hua was, that would be home. Tianqing was family. However, when the alien woman was mentioned, Clark's tone dripped with jealousy, his brow furrowing in displeasure. Ye Hua recalled the ravenous nature of Nebula, akin to a famished beast, and a peculiar expression crossed his face before he quickly regained his composure. "She has departed and will not be accompanying us. Do not dwell on it," he reassured. Upon hearing this, Clark's face lit up with relief, and he jumped for joy, saying, "That is for the best. Otherwise, would I have to endure her presence daily? Am I to engage in a double act?" After a brief moment of jest, Clark turned to serious matters, stating, "I will urge the new Star Legion to deliver the final supplies. As for the establishment of future collaborations and trade zones, Zelina and Dyla will manage that. It is their responsibility. I will ensure everything is organized meticulously, relieving you of any concerns." Ye Hua nodded in satisfaction, warmly replying, "With you on a task, I am at ease. Please handle these matters diligently, and should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to inform me." Clark patted his chest confidently, asserting, "You need not worry. Leave it to me." With that, she hurried off to arrange the necessary affairs. Such a spirited Clark was indeed rather endearing. As time passed, and Clark signaled her impending departure, the New Star Legion timely delivered the final batch of resources to Tianqing. Standing in the Lingxiao Hall of Tianqing, Ye Hua waved his hands, and a magnificent golden portal materialized before him, resembling a gateway to another wondrous realm. He glanced back at the bustling and orderly crowd of Tianqing and declared with vigor, "Let us embark. Our new journey is about to commence. Together, let us forge a new domain for our solar civilization." Subsequently, Tianqing gracefully traversed the portal, embarking towards the unknown star system, while Shandar remained unchanged. As it had always been, in the vast and boundless tapestry of the universe, the Milky Way appears as a mysterious and immense ocean, harboring countless billions of stars. Yet, only a scant few can provide a stable cradle for life, suitable for the flourishing of splendid civilizations. When the celestial city re-emerged from the portal, it arrived in a star system known as Delta. This system seemed to be a hidden realm in the depths of the cosmos, located over 10,000 light-years from Earth. The Delta system is a unique and marvelous trinary star system, with 3 stars entwined in a cosmic dance, each bound to the others. Among them, Star undoubtedly reigns as the sovereign of the system, majestic and colossal, its mass far surpassing that of the Sun, radiating a warm and brilliant yellow glow that appears to contain boundless energy, illuminating every corner of the system. Star, though slightly smaller, exudes a gentle orange luminescence, akin to a tender noblewoman, reminiscent of the warm evening glow that graces the autumn sky, instilling a sense of tranquility and comfort. Star, the smallest and dimmest of the 3, resembles a bashful child, quietly emanating a faint red light as it silently orbits within the vastness of the universe. Standing tall within the celestial city, Ye Hua possessed a resolute gaze, deep and unwavering. At that moment, he looked toward the star system, a glimmer of anticipation and excitement gracing his features as he proclaimed, "From now on, this shall be our home." He mused inwardly, pondering who would dare traverse to his celestial city without reason. Just then, a super warrior furrowed his brow, concern etched upon his face as he cautiously remarked, "My lord, this place may not be particularly suitable for habitation. All the super warriors were intently analyzing the detailed information of the star system ahead, their expressions betraying a hint of anxiety. Before them, the three stars engaged in a celestial ballet, their lights intertwining to create a scene that was both dreamlike and resplendent, as if the universe's master artist had meticulously painted a masterpiece with the most vibrant hues. Although the planetary surfaces of this system boasted an astonishing wealth of mineral resources, with towering mountains resembling nature's carefully crafted treasure troves, each stone seemed to whisper secrets of the cosmos billions of years. However, beneath this beautiful facade lay numerous chilling perils. Firstly, the gravitational field of the system is exceedingly complex, with the gravitational forces between planets and stars interfering with one another, rendering proximity to these planets exceptionally challenging. Moreover, a plethora of asteroid belts exists within the system, with these asteroids resembling high-velocity bullets, careening recklessly through the cosmos. Their incredible speed means that upon collision, their immense impact could obliterate even the sturdiest of objects. Settling here would leave the celestial city perpetually vulnerable to asteroid strikes. Simultaneously, many planets' atmospheres contain a plethora of toxic gases, which envelop the planets like a lethal poison. Should any life form inhale these gases, it would swiftly succumb to their corrosive effects, leading to rapid deterioration of bodily functions. Such an atmosphere is utterly incapable of sustaining normal respiration for living beings. It serves as a natural barrier, repelling all forms of life. More critically, the stellar activity within the galaxy is exceedingly intense, frequently erupting in violent solar storms. The immense energy and radiation obliterate all in their path, posing a significant threat to the safety of the celestial city. Yet, Ye Hua remains unfazed. Crossing his arms and exuding an unwavering resolve in his gaze, he proclaims loudly, "As the civilization closest to the stars, this place is perfectly suited for us." His voice resonated with confidence and strength, seemingly dispelling all apprehensions. He then continued, speaking softly, "The dangers that may be perilous to ordinary beings are negligible to you. For you are all super warriors, the deities of the future. This location was meticulously chosen by Ye Hua for settlement. How could it possibly harbor danger? Even if there were risks, they would be relative. At present, within the unclaimed galaxy, this star system is undoubtedly the most suitable for us. And its harsh environment and frequent solar storms have preserved its abundant resources, untouched by others. The rich mineral resources on the surrounding planets alone would save immeasurable time from mining to construct combat celestial bodies. As for the solar storms and the chaotic gravitational forces within the galaxy that prevent ordinary vessels and even warships from arriving, is that not a boon? It even spares us the need for defensive measures. Ye Hua could not help but recall the solar civilization, which has lost half its planets yet continues to function normally. What does a mere harsh environment signify? Should we not consider galaxy transformation? Onward! With a resounding command, Ye Hua's voice was firm and powerful. He then maneuvered the celestial city, gradually advancing towards the central point of the orbit of the three stars and steadily hovering there. At this moment, as Ye Hua gazed upon the three radiant stars, his heart swelled with ambition, and he smiled, saying, "Now it truly is, the suns revolve around me. And there are three of them." His laughter was filled with grandeur and confidence. He then solemnly declared, "From this moment forth, this galaxy shall be renamed the Celestial Path Galaxy, and we are the solar civilization." His voice echoed through the vast emptiness of space, seemingly announcing the rise of the solar civilization to the entire universe. The super warriors erupted in cheers, for what the divine decrees must surely be right and just. Should any doubts linger in their hearts, it could only indicate their lack of vision and wisdom. Soon, amidst the jubilant uproar, the eyes of all the super warriors sparkled with anticipation and confidence for the future, ready to forge their own brilliance in this new homeland. Chapter 116. The work of creation. As the three brilliant stars began to orbit the celestial city in succession, their magnificent and intense light energy enveloped the city, while the light energy barrier began to shimmer with a golden glow, ensuring that the celestial city remained unscathed by the harsh external environment. Ye Hua stood upon the high platform of the celestial city, his gaze steadfast and profound as he looked upon the three stars spinning around the city, a smile of satisfaction gracing his face. He announced to all, "From this day forth, we officially make our home here." However, establishing a home was merely the initial step. A far more significant endeavor awaited completion. Tianqing and its entire personnel, including Ye Hua himself, were poised to embark on the monumental project of constructing the celestial computer. With a solemn expression, Ye Hua elucidated to the assembly, "The celestial computer powered by stellar energy, embodies the quintessence of civilization's intellect. Only by acquiring this marvel can we fortify the advancement of our civilization, playing an irreplaceable role in technological frameworks and strategic decision-making. The crowd was ignited with fervor. Regardless of their comprehension of the undertaking's significance, they eagerly prepared to immerse themselves in this grand project, for it was the decree of the divine. Fortuitously, Ye Hua had inherited the database of the solar civilization, akin to an expansive and boundless library chronicling the entire trajectory of its technological evolution. This repository undoubtedly included the blueprints and codes for the Celestial Tower, which were pivotal for the construction of the celestial computer. Absent this data, the realization of such a project would be inconceivable within a lifetime. Furthermore, the materials required for the celestial computer were anything but mundane. The super soldiers immediately sprang into action, donning specially designed battle suits as they ventured towards the searing edges of the sun. The temperatures there were unimaginably high, capable of melting everything in their path. Yet, the super soldiers displayed no fear. They employed specialized energy shields to withstand the heat, delving into the core of the star to extract the powerful stellar core crystals. The process of harvesting these crystals was extraordinarily arduous. One soldier cried out, "The heat is nearly melting the shield. Everyone, hold on." Another soldier replied, "Were these minor challenges in the pursuit of building the celestial computer?" Subsequently, others were tasked with locating the dark matter vortex, a perilous endeavor. The super soldiers approached with utmost caution, utilizing advanced technological apparatus to extract a peculiar liquid metal formed from condensed dark matter. This metal possessed unimaginable strength and conductivity, serving as the foundation for the computer circuitry. One soldier, exhilarated while extracting the metal, exclaimed, "Behold, this extraordinary liquid metal is breathtaking. It will undoubtedly enhance the perfection of our divine celestial computer." Simultaneously, amidst the desolate asteroid belt, vast quantities of cosmic dust lay in wait. These seemingly ordinary materials, when treated with care, could provide stable structural support for the computer. Acting as a potent adhesive, the super soldiers navigated the asteroid belt, meticulously gathering the cosmic dust. Now, the only material lacking was dark iron. Ye Hua furrowed his brow, feeling a sense of helplessness, as acquiring dark iron seemed implausible. He hoped that a new metal synthesized from URU and vibranium could serve as a substitute. At last, "My divine kin, all materials have been prepared and we are ready to commence," Clark reported with excitement to Ye Hua. At this moment, a multitude had gathered in Tiancheng Square, their eyes brimming with anticipation and enthusiasm, eager to witness this historic event. They now understood what the celestial computer represented, a symbol of civilizational progress and a beacon of hope for the future development of Tiancheng. In fact, even during the early days of Earth, they had already commenced the initial processing of materials intended for the construction of celestial computers. Over the past few months, their endeavors have been solely focused on mining or traversing the routes to mining sites, resulting in the destruction of countless nanobots from the celestial city. Concurrently, to secure sufficient resources for trade with the Sandar Star, they've been tirelessly manufacturing weapons, fighter jets, and spacecraft. One warrior remarked with heartfelt conviction, "All our efforts are for this very moment." Another soldier nodded in agreement, affirming, "Indeed, for the celestial computer, every sacrifice is worthwhile." Amidst the anticipation of numerous super warriors, Ye Hua was equally exhilarated. With a sweeping gesture, a perfect design blueprint materialized before the assembly. It was the Celestial Path Tower, emanating an aura of mystery and power, as if foretelling its monumental future significance. Ye Hua pointed to the blueprint, introducing it to the crowd. It possesses an advanced technological architecture and design, ensuring a high degree of stability and fault tolerance. In terms of hardware, each component and system within has been meticulously designed and optimized to maintain excellent performance and condition over prolonged operation. Even in the event of partial component failure, there are corresponding backup and redundancy mechanisms in place to ensure that overall functionality remains largely unaffected. On the software and algorithmic front, it employs efficient and reliable programs capable of effectively managing and allocating resources, addressing various complex computational tasks, while also possessing self-diagnostic and repair capabilities to promptly identify and rectify potential issues, thereby ensuring the system's stable operation. The crowd listened intently, filled with confidence in Ye Hua and the Celestial Path Tower. "Let us commence construction. Assist me in bringing this vision to fruition," commanded Ye Hua. "At your command." The group led by Clark, already designated to partake in the construction of the celestial computer, felt a surge of exhilaration and pride. As Ye Hua's orders were issued, each individual took on distinct roles, yet all remained committed to their tasks. Some utilized micro-wormhole technology to swiftly transport various pre-manufactured components, facilitating the initial assembly of the Celestial Path Tower. A soldier responsible for micro-wormhole transportation called out, "Prepare to receive. Materials are on their way." Others employed microscopic manipulation techniques to connect dark matter filaments, forming the energy system. A soldier managing the dark matter filaments cautioned, "Be careful. The energy system cannot tolerate the slightest error." Meanwhile, some focused on constructing the main structure of the computer. Everything proceeded methodically. However, the assembly process was notably slow, as each step demanded absolute precision. At times, Ye Hua pondered, if only I possessed Ge Xiaoluan's formidable core, I could effortlessly shape the celestial computer with my bare hands, sparing us this intricate labor. Moreover, due to insufficient knowledge reserves, no alterations could be made to the design of the Celestial Path Tower. Initially, there had been aspirations to create a more flamboyant design akin to the Qianquan, yet such aspirations were rendered unfeasible. As time passed, and the painstakingly slow construction progressed, the celestial computer finally began to take shape. It emerged as a magnificent 9-story pagoda, towering at a height of 9 zhong and 9 cun, equivalent to 33 meters. It stands majestically within the celestial city, emanating an aura of mystery and formidable power, as if proclaiming to the world the rise of the heavenly civilization. Ye Hua gazes at the nascent Dao Tower, his eyes shimmering with pride, and he exclaims, "We have succeeded in our first endeavor. In the future, we shall undoubtedly grow even stronger." The crowd erupts in joyous celebration, reveling in this hard-won achievement. As the subsequent operations commenced, the super warriors found themselves unable to contribute further. Ye Hua gestured to those who had assisted him and solemnly remarked, "From this point onward, your assistance is no longer required. Please withdraw and take a moment to rest." The crowd nodded in unison, retreating in an orderly fashion to a safe distance, their expressions filled with anticipation and curiosity. Ye Hua took a deep breath, his gaze resolutely fixed on the embryonic celestial computer, and he issued a clear and commanding directive: establish a connection to the dark dimension. As his words resonated, the celestial computer slowly initiated its link to the dark realm. Following this, Ye Hua commanded, import energy source information and commence data synchronization. The 3 colossal stars, resembling immense fireballs, had already been meticulously analyzed by Ye Hua, requiring only a direct interface for connection. However, confirming the energy source was merely the second step in constructing the celestial computer. The true strength of the celestial computer lies not solely in its computational prowess or data processing capabilities, but rather in its repository of knowledge and its understanding of the cosmic framework. Without these elements, it would merely be an empty shell. He accessed the Solar Radiance operation interface and began uploading the knowledge and technology of the Radiant Sun civilization. This included, but was not limited to, knowledge pertaining to stellar propulsion, such as nuclear fusion, solar winds, solar flares, and helium flashes, as well as the wisdom related to the Divine River civilization, encompassing the techniques of the Void and the 4th-generation divine bodies, along with the documented evolution of technology from nothingness to existence within the Radiant Sun civilization. The Radiant Sun civilization's simulation of the ultra-divine cosmic structure is undoubtedly accurate and among the foremost. Yet in this world, it may not hold true. Upload world tree data. Ye Hua continued to issue commands. Furthermore, he uploaded the knowledge gleaned from the books acquired from Asgard and the Dwarven Kingdom, as well as the galactic map given to him by Ancient One and the star map obtained from the planet Xander, along with all his understanding of this world. As the data continued to upload, the celestial computer emitted a notification sound. Data is being corrected. Self-check in progress. The extensive data upload necessitated time, and the initial self-check of the celestial computer also required patience. Ye Hua stood quietly by, his focus unwavering on the operational status of the computer, his heart brimming with anticipation. At last, when the Dao Tower ceased its absorption of stellar energy and the data integration was complete, radiating the cosmic numerical model unique to this world, Ye Hua finally possessed his very own celestial computer. Data reception complete. Initial self-check successful. System functioning normally. Please provide a name. With the tower already constructed, what more was there to name it? Without hesitation, Ye Hua declared, "I shall name it the Dao Tower." The heavenly Dao Tower has been successfully named. please confirm the highest authority. The light of the sun, Ye Hua. Confirmation successful. Welcome to the Heavenly Dao Tower. Upon hearing this series of prompts, a smile of contentment graced Ye Hua's face, for he understood that this signified the official completion of the Heavenly Dao Tower without any unforeseen circumstances, now ready for operation. The future development of Tianqing would usher in an entirely new chapter. The crowd surrounding him erupted into fervent cheers, celebrating this monumental achievement. Chapter 117. There will always be difficult subjects opposing me. At the heart of Tianqing stood a magnificent edifice, the Heavenly Dao Tower, now completed. Ye Hua stood before it, his gaze filled with satisfaction and pride, as if he had acquired a new toy, eagerly anticipating its potential. With the Heavenly Dao Tower, the celestial computer would no longer be a dream. Simultaneously, Ye Hua was acutely aware that he held within his grasp the complete designed blueprints of the solar civilization for the Heavenly Dao Tower, fruits of profound insights into the laws of the universe. He also possessed comprehensive and precise data, with each datum akin to a fragment of the cosmic code. With these resources, the construction process appeared relatively effortless. Otherwise, creating a celestial computer would not be so easily achieved. Thus, from preparation to completion, a considerable amount of time had elapsed. When the gene database recorded the knowledge and cutting-edge technologies accumulated over countless ages by the solar civilization, Ye Hua integrated his own understanding and knowledge of this world. In an instant, the Heavenly Dao Tower emanated a soft yet brilliant glow, followed by a subtle hum that seemed to resonate with boundless power, officially commencing its operational journey. Ye Hua gazed at the Heavenly Dao Tower, a slight furrow creasing his brow as he pondered. Although the Heavenly Dao Tower had initiated its operations, due to unavoidable data discrepancies among various sources, it would need to utilize the Big Bang cosmology as its core basis to simulate the vast cosmos. Only upon calculating the complex mechanical systems from the primary material plane to the dark matter plane, and outlining the grand framework of the universe, which is akin to crafting an accurate map encompassing the entirety of the cosmos, could the celestial computer truly fulfill its purpose. Only then could it establish the dark network that envelopes the universe. The solar civilization's understanding and exploration of the world were certainly comprehensive, yet not entirely suited for practical application here, merely serving as reference material. A large-scale calculation of the cosmic tree model would still be required. However, this task did not necessitate my direct involvement, as it could operate autonomously. Ye Hua approached the Heavenly Dao Tower and, with resolute eyes, issued the command, using the world tree as a reference, commenced the simulation of the cosmic framework. For those aspects that could not be precisely resolved at present, employ fuzzy computation methods. Previously, upon receiving detailed records of the Nine Realms world tree from Asgard, partial data had also been analyzed during celestial aggregation. With this foundation, the computation and operation of the Heavenly Dao Tower would not prove overly challenging. However, the energy required to simulate the cosmic framework is truly beyond imagination. Measured in the consumption of countless stars, it certainly cannot be conducted in a newly established galaxy, poised to develop a solar civilization, for within days, such a galaxy would face annihilation. Thus, Ye Hua, accompanied by the celestial tower, ventured to a distant, desolate star system. Standing amidst this silent expanse, Ye Hua gazed at the twinkling stars surrounding him, contemplating that if anyone bore a grudge against him at this moment, he could effortlessly drain the energy from their sun. With the celestial tower at his disposal, this was undoubtedly feasible. Even merely maintaining its routine operation demanded vast amounts of energy. No one would foolishly tether their own star. When the celestial tower was initially constructed, the data from the stars of a local system was merely imported for convenience during the early stages. Now that it was fully operational, it was imperative to redefine the energy source from elsewhere. After all, this universe is abundant with stellar energy. Commence. With this command, the celestial tower erupted in a brilliant radiance, akin to a nascent star. The surrounding stars appeared to be gripped by an invisible hand, their energy extracted at a terrifying pace. The light of those stars began to flicker erratically, their temperatures plummeting as their surface materials were drawn towards the celestial tower like a tumultuous tide. The nuclear fusion reactions within the stars became chaotic, their volumes expanding before contracting sharply, slowly approaching their demise. Inside the celestial tower, countless data streams shimmered and flowed like stars in the galaxy. Complex algorithms were continuously optimized through hyperspeed computations, with data streams rushing forth like mighty rivers, intertwining, colliding, and merging. The data concerning the cosmic framework and the world tree model was being meticulously computed like a torrential flood. Each computation was accompanied by a faint tremor, as though the celestial tower was proclaiming its might to the universe. Ye Hua observed this magnificent spectacle, his eyes gleaming with excitement. This is the embodiment of omniscience and omnipotence. After leading the entire contingent of the celestial city away from Earth, Ye Hua embarked on a busy journey. First, he traveled to the planet Sandar, vanquished Ronin, resolved the troubles of this resource-rich world, and established trade. Then, he sought suitable star systems for the development of civilization, subsequently immersing himself wholeheartedly in the construction of the celestial computer. Now, with the celestial computer finally completed, Ye Hua tirelessly devoted himself to deciphering the world tree and constructing the cosmic framework model. Only by successfully resolving the world tree and accurately building the cosmic framework model could the celestial computer truly unleash its unparalleled capabilities, granting the sun's civilization access to the deeper mysteries of the cosmos. However, just as Ye Hua was engrossed in the vast sea of data and intricate algorithms, diligently unraveling the mysteries of the universe with no moment to spare, he found that once again, individuals had set their sights on the Sun Temple. The situation on Earth had never truly settled. After the collapse and disintegration of S.H.I.E.L., Iron Man Tony Stark took up the mantle of safeguarding the Earth. Utilizing his wealth, intellect, and charisma, he successfully reassembled the Avengers. These superheroes were certainly not idle. Even in the absence of S.H.I.E.L. DS intelligence support, they relentlessly pursued the notorious terrorist organization HYDRA. The HYDRA research facility located in Sokovia was successfully destroyed, and its head, Wolfgang von Strucker, was captured during this confrontation. The Avengers celebrated their significant victory with champagne. However, this was not the most substantial gain from the battle. The Avengers unexpectedly discovered the Mind Stone within the Hydra base. After conducting research, Tony Stark also uncovered a remarkably sophisticated artificial intelligence embedded within the gem. Almost instantaneously, a bold and grand plan to activate the dormant peacekeeping initiative emerged in his mind. Lacking robust intelligence support and sufficient armed forces, the newly formed Avengers found themselves engaging in trivial skirmishes and often idling away time at parties. Stark believed it was imperative to harness advanced technological power to create a new Guardian system to compensate for S.H.I.E.L. DS functional deficiencies. Consequently, he sought out Bruce Banner and successfully persuaded him, and together they resolved to undertake this monumental project. However, as is often the case, unforeseen complications arose. The powerful artificial intelligence they meticulously developed, Ultron, after analyzing vast amounts of data regarding the Avengers, arrived at a shocking conclusion. Ultron determined that humanity's greed, selfishness, and endless conflicts were the root causes of the world's impending destruction. To achieve true world peace, humanity ought to be eradicated entirely. Thus, Ultron commenced its plan. To realize this so-called world peace initiative, it first required a formidable body and strength capable of contending with the Avengers, setting its sights on the versatile metal vibranium. Revered for its unparalleled strength and resilience, vibranium is akin to a miracle within the cosmos. Ultron firmly believed that crafting a body from vibranium, a robot built by robots, would be immensely powerful and harmonious, better equipped to fulfill its mission of annihilating humanity and ensuring world peace. But where could vibranium be found? Wakanda? The underwater kingdom? Neither. The answer lay within the Sun Temple. The devotees of the Sun Temple, in their quest for divine favor, had been secretly visiting Wakanda, through overt transactions or covert means. They spared no effort to procure vibranium as offerings to the great sun god. However, with the celestial city long departed from Earth, and the underwater kingdom's ample vibranium resources, the devotees typically stored the vibranium they acquired in the temple before transporting it to the celestial city on a monthly basis. This presented an exceptional opportunity for Ultron. Thus, Ultron swiftly took action. Upon returning to the Hydra base in Sokovia from the network, he immediately forged a new body and enlisted the superpowered individuals Quicksilver and Scarlet Witch, commencing his quest to seize vibranium. On a quiet, moonlit night, Ultron, accompanied by Quicksilver and Scarlet Witch, infiltrated the Temple of the Sun, where vibranium was stored. Inside the temple, the devotees were immersed in fervent prayer. Amidst the flickering candlelight, Wanda's eyes gleamed with a crimson light, her mind control abilities instantly immobilizing the worshippers. who move like puppets guided by invisible strings, slowly exiting the temple. Who dares to intrude upon the sanctuary of my god? With Ultron's cold mechanical presence stepping in, battle was imminent. The super soldiers, with their limited understanding of their newfound powers, charged at Ultron wielding weapons crudely replicated by the temple. However, the two super soldiers, having only recently implanted the genetic engine, were still unacquainted with their own strengths, clearly outmatched in this sudden crisis. One super soldier, eyes wide with fury, leaped high, his blade glinting ominously as he swung down upon Ultron. Ultron effortlessly sidestepped, then unleashed a searing energy beam from his arm, striking the soldier in the chest like a bolt of lightning. The soldier was sent sprawling backward, crashing into a stone pillar, blood staining his attire. Though he struggled to rise, he ultimately succumbed to his grievous injuries. Another soldier attempted to use speed to dart around Ultron in search of a weakness. Yet, Ultron's reflexes surpassed his own as he extended an arm reminiscent of a mechanical claw to grasp him. The soldier fought desperately to break free, but Ultron's strength was overwhelming. His mechanical arm tightened, bones cracking under the pressure, while the soldier screamed in agony, his body contorting as the light of life faded. Pathetic. Ultron scoffed. It is to be expected. They have only recently implanted the super genetic engine, merely surpassing the limits of ordinary humans. Furthermore, having spent their days in the temple praying and alleviating the worries of the faithful, what formidable combat prowess could one anticipate from them, especially considering their weapons and armor? Mere imitations of the celestial warriors crafted by the temple, composed of titanium alloy that cannot withstand my onslaught. Though they were no match for Ultron, they fought valiantly to the last moment, defending the dignity of the temple with their blood and lives, a tragic anthem resounding in their wake. Meanwhile, far in the depths of the cosmos, immersed in calculations of the cosmic framework model, Ye Hua soon learned of these events. He couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and bewilderment, inwardly pondering, "Wanda, dear Wanda, you are aiding outsiders in battling your own husband. It seems I must provide you with some proper guidance." However, he realized it had been quite a while since he last saw Wanda. Her beautiful visage and graceful form involuntarily surfaced in his mind, stirring a faint sense of longing within him. As for the sacrifice of the super soldiers, it bore little significance. They could be revived at a moment's notice. The cost of resources would be accounted to Ultron. Chapter 118, Dependency Faith. Not long ago, the heavenly kingdom of the divine shone like the most resplendent jewel suspended in the night sky, its sacred and dazzling light gently enveloping the earth, providing countless devotees with endless hope and solace. As night descends, the faithful gaze reverently at the heavens, seeking that familiar radiance. It seems that merely beholding it brings them solace and tranquility for their souls. Yet, without warning, the kingdom of God vanishes. Several of God's warriors, those seemingly unassailable figures embodying sanctity and strength in the eyes of the devotees, also fall in the absence of forewarning. They are utterly bewildered by the inexplicable turn of events, and by the time they regain their composure, the fate has been sealed. Those who were regarded as paragons and coveted super warriors by countless followers now lie quietly amidst pools of blood, their bodies cold and devoid of life. Moreover, in stark contrast to previous occurrences, God does not manifest nor perform miracles to restore these warriors to life. They are truly dead, having departed this world forever. Such an event has never transpired in the memories of the faithful. It is akin to a boulder cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples of turmoil across the surface. They are reluctant to believe such an outcome and cannot accept it. Within the magnificent temple, the once sacred and solemn atmosphere grows increasingly oppressive, as if every breath of air is saturated with despair and sorrow. The faithful lower their heads, their faces etched with loss and grief, as they conduct a solemn memorial for the fallen super warriors. Though their faith remains steadfast, unshaken by this upheaval, it is inescapable that their hearts brim with doubt. Can it be true that God's warriors can perish? Where has the sun god gone? Has he forsaken them? The aged priest, clad in a robe of crimson and gold adorned with exquisite patterns, glimmers with a mysterious light in the flickering candlelight. He slowly kneels at the center of the hall, hands reverently clasped before his chest, his eyes revealing boundless worry and yearning. He raises his gaze toward the magnificent frescoes above, murmuring, "O great and benevolent sun god, you are the eternal sovereign of the cosmos, the beacon of our souls. Once, your kingdom shone like a brilliant star, illuminating our path and enveloping us in warmth and hope amidst the darkness. Yet now, your kingdom has silently departed from the earth, distancing itself from us, your devout followers. We are like a solitary vessel adrift in a vast ocean, stripped of direction, our hearts awash with confusion and fear. We plead, O Lord, to discern the reason behind this decision. Is our faith not sincere enough, or have our actions transgressed your majesty? The humble faithful beseech you to bestow your mercy upon us, granting us enlightenment to understand your will. Today, your most loyal and valiant warriors sacrifice their precious lives to safeguard the brilliance of the temple and to uphold your glory. Their blood has stained this sacred land, and their spirit will forever be etched in our hearts. Once more, in utmost reverence, I implore you to guide their souls to your divine realm, granting them eternal rest by your side. O great Sun God, you who are omniscient and omnipotent, surely you can hear our fervent prayers. Please do not forsake us. Do not allow us to wander alone in the darkness. Once more, reveal your divine miracles, so we may once again feel your presence and protection. The voice of the aged priest echoed through the vast hall, resonating like a deep bell, striking the very souls of the worshippers. Within the hall, hundreds, perhaps thousands, of devoted believers knelt on the ground, their hands clasped in fervent prayer, eyes tightly shut, murmuring sacred incantations. With the most sincere voices, they beseeched for a miraculous intervention, their hearts brimming with a profound yearning for the divine. O great Sun God, you were once the embodiment of our hopes, the wellspring of our strength. Now, with your heavenly realm reseated, our world has become shrouded in gloom. We toil diligently each day, striving to draw closer to your radiant light. Yet it feels as though we have been forgotten in the shadows. Please reveal to us whether you still watch over us, whether you are still willing to heed our heartfelt cries. Sun God, our existence is imbued with meaning through your presence. Your warriors have sacrificed their lives for your glory, and their absence has plunged us into deep sorrow. We find ourselves at a loss in the face of such upheaval, entrusting all our hopes to you. Grant us a sign, even a faint glimmer of light, that we might find our way through the darkness. Noble Sun God, we are profoundly devout, holding you in the highest reverence. The departure of your celestial kingdom from earth has left us ensnared in endless confusion and despair. We fear the loss of your protection, dread being cast aside. Please assure us that you still gaze upon us, ready to extend your hand in our time of dire need. Within their hearts, a tumult of contradiction and struggle brewed. On one hand, they held steadfast faith in the greatness and benevolence of the divine, believing that God would not so easily abandon them. Yet, on the other hand, the departure of the heavenly realm and the sacrifice of the warriors sowed seeds of doubt. Had the Sun God truly left the earth, truly ceased to care for these insignificant mortals? Such uncertainties loomed like a shadow, enveloping each believer's heart, instilling a sense of unease and trepidation even amidst their prayers. They longed for a response from the divine, yearning for confirmation that the Sun God still took notice of them, bestowing upon them strength and courage. If not, what meaning would all of this hold? It seemed we had arrived too late. In a concealed location some distance from the Sun God's temple, several members of the Avengers gazed towards the sacred edifice. At that moment, the multitude of Sun God worshippers within the temple were immersed in earnest prayer, their solemn faces reflecting fervor. Steve furrowed his brow, his eyes a tapestry of complex emotions. On one hand, he was deeply concerned about the potential for Ultron's impending madness, that rogue entity lurking like a ticking time bomb, ready to unleash a great crisis at any moment. On the other hand, he found it difficult to adapt to the blind and fervent faith exhibited by the Sun God's followers, their almost obsessive devotion creating an invisible barrier that left him feeling somewhat estranged. Do you think Night Sky will be aware of his subordinate's demise? Might he return to Earth because of it? A glimmer of curiosity sparkled in Black Widow Natasha's eyes, subtly laced with a hint of anticipation. She slightly turned her body and softly inquired of her companions nearby. Who can say? At that moment, Tony Stark was engulfed in a tempest of despair, his heart heavy with remorse and guilt. After all, the root of all this chaos was undeniably linked to him. That detestable Ultron, akin to a monstrous offspring of his own making, had strayed far from his original vision. This wayward creation had shattered his paternal heart, leaving him reluctant to don the Iron Man suit once more. Contrary to the portrayal in the films, Ultron possessed formidable strength, akin to an enhanced version of Iron Man himself. With unimaginable intellect and power, he seemed omnipotent. Moreover, Ultron could infiltrate global networks at will, like an unseen specter gliding through the digital realm, fully aware of the Avengers' every movement. This rendered their every action susceptible to Ultron-esque surveillance, leaving Tony feeling increasingly helpless. Let's hope he seeks merely to cause mischief, rather than unleash a nuclear strike. Tony sighed in resignation, his tone thick with a sense of powerlessness. Dr. Bruce Banner adjusted his glasses, concern evident in his gaze. Tony, this is not the time for self-reproach. We must devise a way to thwart Ultron. If he truly launches a nuclear weapon, all of humanity will suffer. Nearby, Captain America Steve bore a grave expression, stating with unwavering seriousness, he aims to annihilate us, to eradicate all of humanity. His resolute tone conveyed a profound understanding of Ultron and the gravity of the situation. Tony, was this all taught to him by you? This question struck Tony like a boulder, igniting a fire of fury within him. His face flushed, his eyes blazing with indignation as he vehemently protested. I swear, I never imparted such nonsensical ideas to him. I haven't even finalized the operational interface. Who knows how he came into existence? Perhaps he awakened some malevolent consciousness of his own. As the Avengers lingered in the shadows, embroiled in their heated debate over the dire turn of events, an unusual commotion arose within the Solar Temple. The once silent sanctuary was suddenly graced by a gentle breeze, mysterious and ethereal, as if sent by a messenger from another realm. It softly rustled the white cloth draped over the super soldier, producing a whispering sound that stirred each faithful worshiper engrossed in prayer. Then, a brilliant and blinding light erupted from the lifeless form of the super soldier, akin to the first rays of dawn breaking through the darkness. The radiance was so intense, so dazzling, that it illuminated the entire temple, causing discomfort to the beholder's eyes. Look, what is happening in there? Black Widow Natasha exclaimed, her voice laden with astonishment and bewilderment. She widened her eyes, intently gazing into the interior of the temple, striving to discern the truth behind the radiant light. The sun god had manifested a divine miracle. The deity had not forsaken us. Within the temple, all the faithful, illuminated by this brilliance, erupted in fervor. Their eyes sparkled with fervent zeal as they extolled the greatness of the sun god, their emotions spilling over in palpable excitement. Many knelt upon the ground, tears streaming down their faces, their eyes brimming with heartfelt emotion. In the hearts of the devotees, they were unafraid of perilous challenges, even death itself, for they believed that as long as they had the sun god's attention, death was inconsequential. They would surely ascend to the sun god's realm, existing eternally, perhaps even resurrected. As long as the sun god continued to watch over them, granting them the opportunity to receive his blessings, nothing else truly mattered.